the mighty number one saint ancestor in the world, but carries the reputation of being a waste for 3,000 years. Even the descendants cannot see clearly. Now he has been driven out of the family by the empress he personally nurtured. Little do they know, you just don't want the descendants to rely too much on you, secretly helping them wash their essence and improve their physique for the past 3,000 years. Moreover, he once single-handedly killed 9 extraterrestrial demon lords, finally turning the Gu family into the most powerful force in the Xintian continent. Who would have thought that you, who are so low-key, would be regarded as a waste by them? Today's act of defiance has completely ignited the anger in your heart, but as everyone looks at your rage, their eyes are full of mockery. Ancestor, in the path of cultivation, the one who reaches first is the best. This is also the principle you taught me. Gu Zi looked at you and sneered. Now I am already a strong spiritual emperor, while you are just a spiritualist. According to your words, you should respect this emperor. This emperor can call you ancestor. It's also because of my ancestors. It's just a pity that my ancestor's longevity bone was actually eaten by such a waste like you, giving you 10,000 years of life for nothing. I'm afraid even if a pig ate it, it would be stronger than you. Don't look at me with your stupid eyes. If you weren't from the Gu family, just based on that look, this emperor would be enough to crush you to dust. Upon hearing these words, you couldn't help but feel as if in a dream. The once innocent and carefree little girl you used to carry on your shoulders has now become such a detestable figure. The cold gaze, the cutting words, constantly provoking you. At this moment, the murderous intent in your heart has reached its peak. But the next moment, you think of the promise made to your brothers 3,000 years ago. You take a deep breath and wave your hand. A golden sacred fruit appears floating in midair. This is the longevity fruit that your ancestors gave me. Today, I will return it to you. From now on, I have no relationship with the Gu family. With that, you suddenly shook your sleeves and resolutely walked out of the main hall. Facing your departure, everyone paid no attention, all staring eagerly at the longevity fruit in the air. At that moment, the pressure of the Ling Emperor's realm instantly filled the entire main hall. The next moment, Gu Zi's cold voice sounded. This longevity fruit is temporarily kept by this emperor. Faced with Gu Zi's actions, everyone dared not speak out in anger. But the seeds of hatred and dissatisfaction had already been deeply buried in their hearts. At this moment, you have already arrived at the gate of the Gu family. The mocking voices around you are incessant, but you seem to ignore them. Without any hesitation, you lift your leg and walk towards the gate. Just then, a timid voice comes from behind you. Gu Nianling, an outer disciple of the Gu family, has seen the ancestor. Upon hearing this, you immediately stop in your tracks, turn around, and see a pure and flawless pretty face, with reverent and fearful eyes. You see, raised an eyebrow, I am no longer the patriarch of the family. What do you want from me? The lively little girl bit her red lips lightly. Ancestor, can I go with you? With the girl's voice, the whole outer gate was filled with mocking laughter in an instant. Ha ha, Gu Nianling, the first waste material of the outer sect. If it weren't for your mother seducing me, a disciple of the Gu family's inner sect, you wouldn't even deserve to enter our Gu family. Exactly. But this girl does look pretty good. If she could serve me well, I could reward you with a few pills. Relentless insults, like sharp arrows, pierced into the girl's heart. Although her tightly clenched hands were already oozing blood, she stubbornly refused to let tears fall. Seeing her incredibly determined gaze, you couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, as if you were yourself 3,000 years ago. The difference is that you have the support of your big brother Gu Lingtian, while the girl in front of you has no one to rely on. Perhaps it was because you had once been caught in the rain that you wanted to offer others an umbrella. As if compelled by a higher power, you calmly said, "All right, come with me." Upon receiving your consent, the girl's face showed no joy. She resolutely nodded, but tears welled up in her eyes and fell uncontrollably. Then, she turned her back to the mocking gazes, followed you as you left, ensuring that her tears would not be seen by them. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, the mocking laughter behind them echoed through the sky. The old waist and the little waist are simply a perfect match. Leaving Gu's family, none of you can survive. Ha ha ha. At this moment, in the Gu family's sacred place Xintian Hall, Gu Zi, who obtained the longevity Dao fruit, could not hide her joy. Just then, the elder of the Elder Council, Gu Qingfeng, bowed and said, reporting to the family head, this Gu Baichuan actually managed to produce the longevity Dao fruit. However, he has lived for 3,000 years with the cultivation of a spiritualist realm. I believe he may also possess the longevity Dao bone. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted into an uproar. It is worth noting that even for strong individuals in the spiritual emperor realm, their lifespan is only 10,000 years, while the longevity Dao fruit can directly increase lifespan by 10,000 years out of thin air. This kind of heavenly treasure, no one can resist its allure. And Gu Ziyuan shook her head at this time. 3,000 years ago, the time and space were chaotic, and two immortal bones fell from the upper realm. One of them was obtained by my ancestor Gu Lingtian of the Gu family, and the other one was obtained by the ancestor Li Tianyi of the Tianyi Holy Land. Now it seems that this record is not accurate. Both immortal bones should have been obtained by my ancestor of the Gu family. Hearing this, the eyes of the members of the Elder Council were full of loss. After all, the news of the appearance of these two immortal bones is well known, recorded in various sects, and there cannot possibly be a third one. At this time, Gu Chang'an, the steward of the Gu family, entered the main hall. Greetings to the Holy Emperor and all the elders. Gu Zi raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Report to the Holy Emperor. Gu Baichuan has already left the Gu family, and the outer disciple Gu Nianling has also left with him. Upon hearing this, Gu Zi furrowed her brows slightly. Gu Nianling? Who is it? Gu Chang'an said in a hurry. Is the inner disciple Gu Align outside the bloodline? 2 years ago to join the outer door, but the talent is very poor. Cultivation for 2 years only just barely stepped into the spiritist realm. Gu Ziyan sneered. Just another piece of trash. Leaving is just as good as leaving. However, my Gu family is not some place where you can come and go as you please. Issue the sacred emperor's decree. Gu family Gu Jingtian and Gu Nianling are permanently expelled from the Gu family genealogy. The life and death of the two of you will not have a single relationship with my Gu family in the future. Any power or individual who dares to take in these two is an enemy of my Gu family, an enemy of my Gu Ziyan. With these words, it could be said that he wanted to completely cut off Gu Jingtian's back. After all, although Gu Jingtian was no longer a Gu family ancestor, if he joined another clan, it would be the Gu family that he would lose. Proud as Gu Ziyan was, she would not allow this to happen. Gu Chang'an bowed repeatedly and turned to leave. However, at this moment, Gu Ziyan's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura, and then she looked at the Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng on the side. Chapter 3, The Waste That Hammered the Spirit Emperor to the Ground? The corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth lifted lightly, seemingly with a cold smile. Although this longevity Dao fruit is extinct, it doesn't mean Gu Jingtian doesn't have something else. Besides, this Gu Jingtian doesn't know any secret stories. After all, he has already lived for 3,000 years. Send someone to follow the two of them, and if you find any heavenly treasures, seize it immediately. But don't kill him. I want him to know what it means to be weak. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group of Genghis Khan council members lit up. By the law of the family head. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but rub their fists together, their eyes filled with greed. Although he could not obtain the fruit of the Tao of longevity, it would be extremely wonderful if he could obtain other heavenly materials. Looking at the expressions of the group of patriarchs, Gu Ziyan's mouth twitched. A bunch of fools. If this Gu Jingtian knew any secrets, would this emperor let him leave? Just now, this emperor has already checked clearly. He has nothing on him except for that eternal life Tao fruit. Thinking of Gu Jingtian, Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with biting hatred. Now that this emperor has issued the Holy Emperor's decree, not a single person in the entire Eastern continent, or even the entire Xiantian continent, will dare to take you in. This emperor will not let you die. This emperor just wants to see you with his own eyes like a mole cricket, suffering humiliation in the entire world. Gu Jingtian, you will never know why I did this to you, because I hate you, and one day, I'll make you kneel at my feet and beg. Soon, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire land of the Eastern continent. The Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian, was expelled from the Gu family by the Gu family's council of elders. Expelled from the Gu family genealogy. Gu Ziyan, the Gu family's holy emperor, issued a holy emperor's decree. No individual or force is allowed to take Gu Jingtian in. Gu Jingtian, being expelled from the Gu family that he had created, was simply a slip of the tongue. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. In an instant, the entire eastern continent land was plunged into endless shock. Southern part of the eastern continent, a mountain range spreading over 100,000 miles was perched on top of the earth. This place was called the Tianyi Mountain Range, and it was the place where another holy land in the eastern continent, the Tianyi Holy Land, was located. At this moment, deep within the Tianyi Holy Land, a figure shot up from the sky. It landed between these mountains. It was none other than the Holy Lord of this Tianyi Holy Land, Li Yunqian. One's cultivation had also reached the quasi-emperor realm, and was only one step away from a spirit emperor. While at this moment, Li Yunqian had a respectful face. Descendant Li Yunqian, seeking an audience with old ancestor. In the next second, a low voice echoed out from the valley. What is it? Li Yunqian responded in a condensed voice, reporting to old ancestor. The Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian, was expelled from the Gu clan, and Gu Ziyan has already issued a sacred emperor's decree, forbidding anyone and any force from accepting Gu Jingtian. As Li Yunqian's voice rang out, he was slow to wait for any reply. It wasn't until a few breaths had passed that an earth-shattering laugh resounded throughout the valley. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? The Gu family expelled their old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Is this Gu family a laughing stock? It's laughable that they would dare to do this. This Gu Zian is crazy, or a born fool. Li Yinxian was puzzled for a while. Old ancestor, this Gu Jingtian is only in the one spiritist realm, and this matter is known throughout the world. If he hadn't eaten the fruit of the Tao of longevity, he would have been a piece of yellow earth long ago. A cold hum came from the valley. Pass on this emperor's order. Gu Jingtian is cordially invited to join my Tianyi Holy Land. Any request can be granted, even if it's to make my Tianyi Holy Land change its name to Gu from now on. There isn't even any problem. Hearing his own ancestor's words, Li Yunxian was even more confused. Old ancestor, are you kidding? This is tantamount to directly offending the Gu family. Besides, for a spiritist realm, it's not at all. Can it be that you, old ancestor, have an old relationship with Gu Jingtian? The low voice once again echoed through the valley. Spiritist realm? Have you ever seen a spiritist realm that hammered a spirit emperor to the ground? But you're right about one thing. This old ancestor does have an old relationship with him. Guess who that spirit emperor who was held down and hammered was? As soon as these words came out, Li Yinxian froze in place, his eyes filled with horror. Could that spirit emperor be? Before the words were finished, the low voice sounded again. Look beyond the obvious. You didn't hear anything today. Know what? In an instant, Li Yinxian was in a cold sweat. Old ancestor, I know. No, I don't know anything. All I know is, do whatever it takes to get Gu Jingtian to join the Tianyi Holy Land. The low voice came. Good. You're good. Unlike that stupid woman Gu Zian. Alright, go do it. Without Gu Jingtian, what's so scary about his Gu family? The sun rose and the moon set, and the early morning light poured down on the dense forest. On the deep path, there were two figures. It was the Gu Jingtian duo who had left from the Gu family. Gu Nianling obediently followed behind. Her beautiful eyes filled with a tangled color. Finally got up the courage to say it. Old ancestor, is Linger holding you back? Gu Jingtian stopped walking, then turned back to gaze at Gu Nianling in front of him. What? Why? Gu Nianling's brows lowered. Because Linger is only in the spiritist realm at 16. She's a waste. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. For no other reason. His spirit cultivation level was also at the spiritualist realm. The reason why he was able to powerfully defeat the supreme realm's heavens beyond demons and hammer the spirit emperor realm to the ground. Rather, it was because Gu Jingtian had embarked on a path that was very different from that of other spiritists. And that was the martial path. Gu Jingtian and Gu Lingtian were blood brothers from the same mother. The talent of the two was far different. Gu Lingtian was a supreme genius, while Gu Jingtian's talent in the spiritual cultivation path could be described as a poor mess. But he has his own little secret, simply because he's a traveler. And the kind with hang-ups. The plugin is also simple, a check-in system. After 3,000 years of signing in, Gu Jingtian couldn't even figure out how many goodies he had hidden in the system space. And one of the most awesome rewards was none other than his physique. The discordant chaos demon god body. This physique was just like that supreme demon god Panga who opened up the heavens and the earth in the legend. The gongfu he cultivated was his own unique gongfu, the mixed Yuan martial emperor decision, which was based on the 8-9 Xian Gong and his own fusion of the strengths of 100 schools of thought. There were 18 layers in total, and today's Gu Jingtian had only cultivated to the 10th layer. Later on, although he obtained many rewards that also allowed him to cultivate Reiki, it was clear that none of them were as strong as martial arts. Although his cultivation level was only at the spiritualist realm, he was not sure of its true battle power. In other words, there would be no one on this continent who could force him to use his full strength. Even the 9 supreme realm heavens beyond demons were only blown away by one of his punches, incidentally vaporizing 10,000 miles of ocean. But in the face of Gu Nianling's inquiry, Gu Jingtian didn't really know how to reply. After a moment's thought, Gu Jingtian opened his mouth and said, if your 16-year-old spiritualist realm is a waste, wouldn't my 3,000-year-old spiritualist realm be the world's #1 waste? Why? In that case, you won't be able to fulfill your ambitions by following me. Hearing this, Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. A slight hesitation in the beautiful eyes was instantly replaced by a resolute look. The next second, she moved. Chapter 4 With a finger of the hand, the sun and the moon will change to a new sky. Without any hesitation, Gu Nianling's petite body directly knelt down in front of Gu Jingtian. Those bright eyes overflowed with tears. Old ancestor, when I was little, my mother told me to be obedient and not to provoke others. Hold back for a while. Step back for a while. Linger understands that it's already a great chance for her to be able to come to the Gu clan. How can she act capriciously? Linger was obedient and didn't dare to start a fight with anyone. I knew that would cause trouble for mother and father, but there are always people bullying me. I can't help it. All I can do is put up with it. But, my mother is still gone. But I still have my father. But where is he? My father? Speaking of those dark years, Gu Nianling's skinny body couldn't suppress a tremor. The young girl was sobbing at the moment. Crystalline teardrops slid down her cheeks. Though tears blurred her vision, the burning in those eyes was never quenched. Old ancestor, you're the one who brought me out of that place. And no matter what happens, Linger won't leave you. I, Gu Nianling, hereby make a heavenly oath that I will never turn my back on my old ancestor in this life. And if I violate this oath, the heavens will kill me. My soul will be annihilated. Apparently the young girl was very intelligent and knew what had happened to Gu Jingtian. In this world, heavenly oaths are not taken casually, and there is a heavenly way in the underworld. If you break the heavenly oath, you will be punished. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Gu Jingtian remained silent for a long time. Once upon a time, there was also a skinny young girl so-and-so, kneeling in front of him, firmly speaking of their dreams. But today, that young girl had accomplished her dream of becoming the strongest spirit emperor, but she was no longer that stubborn young girl. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Jingtian still sighed softly. Get up, and from now on you'll be at my side. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. What was before is in the past. In the future, you don't need to address me as old ancestor. Just call me Gongzi. Even after going through such a thing, Gu Jingtian still made his own decision as usual. Although that empress of 10,000 people was no longer the young girl she was back then, he was still the Gu Jingtian of that year. Hearing this, Gu Nianling could not hide the joy in her heart and wiped the tears away with all her might. Steadfastly, he looked at the mountainous man in front of him. From then on, she, Gu Nianling, also had a dependency of her own. Feel the warmth that had never been perceived before. Yes, old, your excellency. When these words came out, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Even though I'm over 3,000 years old, I don't look old, do I? Warm smile like the spring breeze in March. Wipe away the tears in the corners of the eyes of the young girl. Awakening that only belongs to the young girl flower-like bright smile. Gu Nianling smiled like a flower and shook her little head. Gongzi is not old, and exceptionally young and handsome. Looking at the young girl in front of him, who was cute with a hint of foolishness, Gu Jingtian's mind moved. A finger slammed onto the young girl's brow. In an instant, a metaphysical aura spread out from Gu Jingtian's fingertips, spreading towards the inside of the young girl's body. That comfortable feeling made the young girl couldn't help but close her beautiful eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment, completely unaware of what was happening. After a few breaths, that mysterious and incomparable breath gradually condensed into a golden glittering rune between the young girl's eyebrows. It looks like a small long sword. With the removal of his fingertips, the long sword glowed faintly and then hid into his skin. At this moment, Gu Nianling slowly opened her eyes, but there was an extra trace of extremely sharp essence under her eyes. Doubt was written all over the little face. Gongzi, what just happened? What a cozy feeling. Facing the young girl's inquiry, Gu Jingtian smiled faintly. It's nothing, you'll naturally know later. Hearing this, Gu Nianling cutely pouted, and resourcefully she did not continue to pursue the matter. Even though she was only 16 years old, she knew some of the rules of the world. At this moment, she was still not aware that that small golden sword had completely changed her qualifications. Gu Jingtian looked up high into the sky. She an heavenly sword body. As one's consort, the extent of a divine body is already enough. To turn an extremely poorly endowed mortal body into a divine body with just a single finger was already the means of a true immortal. It is important to realize that above the mortal body is the spiritual body. Above the spiritual body is the celestial body. And above the celestial body is the holy body, the God body. On the other hand, was already the strongest physique above this continent. That Gu Zian was able to certify as a spirit emperor at the age of over 200 was because she was a sacred body. Obviously Gu Jingtian still had a trace of resentment in his heart, or else he wouldn't have bestowed Gu Nianling with a stronger divine body. And right at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly and glanced at the distant clouds with a rather deep feeling. The bottom of his eyes were full of disdain. Go! With Gu Jingtian's order, Gu Nianling hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, 10,000 meters above the clouds, there were two silhouettes, and judging by their attire, they were the people of the Gu family. One of them was even a member of the Elder Council, Spirit Saint Realm Powerhouse Gu Changfeng. The one beside him was a Gu family's envoy named Zhao Hailu. Only Zhao Hailu frowned slightly. Elder Yuan, did that punk look at us just now? He wouldn't have noticed us, would he? Gu Changfeng let out a cold laugh that was filled with disdain. A spiritist realm mole cricket can also discover the saint? Have you not had your brain pinched by a woman? Zhao Hailu smiled fawningly. Hey, Genji, I was the one who was overthinking it. In the next second, Zhao Hailu said with a murderous aura. There's no one here. Patriarch, should we? Before Zhao Hailu could finish his words, Gu Changfeng let out a cold snort. Didn't you hear the Holy Emperor's decree not to kill him? Do you want to disobey the Holy Emperor's order? Thinking of Gu Ziyan's thunderous methods, Zhao Hailu's head shook like a rattle drum. Don't dare! Don't dare! And just then, Gu Changfeng's face sank. Hold your breath. A strong man is approaching. Only to see that a stream of light was suddenly shooting from the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of miles and shot towards the dense forest below. It was precisely the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hailu raised an eyebrow. Elder, is this person here to kill that old loser? Should we care? Gu Changfeng had a disdainful look on his face. He's no longer a member of the Gu family. What does his life or death have to do with us? What's more, the strength of the visitor isn't weak. It's highly likely that he's a spirit saint realm powerhouse. At this moment, Gu Jingtian and his duo were walking slowly through the mountain path. Suddenly a man in a golden robe descended from the sky and landed in front of the duo. Facing the uninvited guest, Gu Jingtian's face was ancient. While seeing the appearance of the visitor, the duo in the high altitude stared wide-eyed. Chapter 5, the whole damn thing went crazy. Complete and utter madness. This man in golden robes with a gust of heroic aura emanating from his brows was none other than the patriarch of that day one holy land, Li Yunqian. Seeing the identity of the visitor, the pupils of Gu Changfeng high in the air shrank. Not good. The person coming is Li Yunqian of the Tianyi Holy Land, a half-step spirit emperor's existence. Hurry up and collect your breath. In the blink of an eye, the duo had collected their breath to the extreme. After all, there was also a spirit emperor realm powerhouse in the Tianyi Sacred Land, an existence on the same level as the Gu family, and the relationship between the two families wasn't great. After all, the ancestors of the two families had once fought over the fruit of the everlasting now. Looking at Li Yunqian below, Gu Changfeng had puzzlement written all over his eyes. How did this Li Yunqian appear here? So it seems that he came for this old waste. It's hard to believe that he wants to get something out of the old punk too. Thinking of this, Gu Changfeng flipped his palm, in which there was a jade pendant. It was the jade talisman that Gu Ziyan had bestowed upon him when he left from the Gu family. As long as it was crushed, Gu Ziyan would come as fast as she could. At this time on top of the mountain road, facing Li Yunqian who had descended from the sky, even though she knew she was no match for the other party, Gu Nianling did not hesitate to block in front of Gu Jingtian. Seeing such a situation, Li Yunqian hurriedly bowed and saluted. Latecomer Tianyi Holy Land Li Yunqian, meet the Gu family ancestor. The tone was full of respect, and upon hearing Li Yunqian declare himself, Gu Nianling, who was blocking the front, trembled, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be flooded with fear. The Holy Lord of the Tianyi Holy Land, Li Yunqian. It's actually him. He's a half-step spirit emperor realm powerhouse. What's going to happen now? Just as Gu Nianling was terrified, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Li Yunqian, who is Li Tianyi to you? Li Yunqian looked even more respectful. It is the family ancestor. I'm sorry to trouble you seniors with your thoughts. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Well then, I guess it's been 2,000 years since I've seen your ancestor and I'll see my old friend when I'm up to it that day. And seeing this scene below, the Gu Changfeng duo high in the air could hardly hide their disdain. This old thing is really good at pretending. A tiny spiritist realm. How dare you make such a big deal in front of the heavenly monarch of the Holy Land? Humph. It seems that this Li Yunqian doesn't know that the old thing has been expelled from the Gu family. Or else why would he be so respectful to a loser? And right at this moment, Li Yun potential below couldn't help but feel joy in his eyes after hearing Gu Jingtian's words. A straight-up downhill move. Senior Gu. From what I heard, Senior Gu has left the Gu family. This trip is precisely on behalf of the old ancestor to invite Senior to join my Tianyi Holy Land. When these words came out, the disdain on the faces of the two people high in the air vanished, and was replaced by the word dumbfounded. What the hell? Did the old man hear wrong? Li Yunqian actually came to dig someone up? Come to dig up this old loser? He must be crazy. Could it really be that there is some secret in this old loser? Just like what the family had said? And right at this moment, Li Yunqian's voice sounded once again. I know that Senior has a special status, and joining my Tianyi Sacred Land will naturally be a bit inconvenient, but I can guarantee that as long as Senior joins my Tianyi Holy Land, Senior will immediately become my Tianyi Holy Land's elder ancestor. All the resources in the Holy Land can be mobilized by Senior. Even my family's elder ancestor can step aside to give way. The entire Tianyi Holy Land is ruled by Senior as well. When these words came out, the duo in the clouds could be said to be confused. Four eyes even glazed over. No, this isn't Li Yunqian going crazy. This is Li Tianyi going crazy as well. The entire Tianyi Holy Land has gone crazy. To actually let this old loser go to the Tianyi Holy Land to become an elder ancestor. There must be a secret in it that we don't know. In the face of this tempting allure, Gu Jingtian will definitely agree with his ass. Don't say it's him, even if it's me. I would have said yes right away. No way. Never let Li Yunxian take this old man away. Thinking of this, Gu Changfeng just wanted to crush the jade talisman in his hand. But just then, Gu Jingtian spoke up. 3 words sprawled out and flung out. Not interested. The moment these words came out, Gu Changfeng's hand, which was just about to be crushed, stopped in its tracks. Jaw-droppingly, he looked at Gu Jingtian below. Little eyes were filled with great confusion. Not interested? Refused? This old man actually refused. It's heartbreaking. Heartlessness. This old man actually refused such a generous offer. He's crazy too. He's crazy. And Gu Nianling, who was blocking in front of Gu Jingtian, was also puzzled. Apparently she was also surprised as to why Gu Jingtian would refuse such an offer. As for Li Yunxian, despite suffering Gu Jingtian's rejection, he still did not look angry. Still full of respect, he looked toward Gu Jingtian. The heart was already anxious. After all, Li Tianyi had given him a deadly order to make Gu Jingtian join the Tianyi Holy Land at all costs. Trouble, I've made this kind of offer. He still doesn't agree. It's hard to believe that he doesn't have a quest for merit resources, power and status. That leaves only one thing. Beauty. Heroes are beautiful. Thinking of this, Li Yunxian clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Hardly. Senior. Late senior has a daughter, named Li Muqing, who is a top 3 human beauty on the list of absolute beauty. It's only 20 now, but it's already out of the way. If senior doesn't give up, I am willing to let my daughter be senior's consort. Of course Li Yunxian would not say that he would let his own daughter marry Gu Jingtian. Then would he not become Gu Jingtian's father-in-law? And upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng high in the air violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. There were a few more hints of appreciation in his gaze towards Li Yunxian. You can't catch a wolf without a child. Li Yunxian, you're a man. To actually give away his own daughter of earthly beauty. That said, that Li Muqing is really a pearl and a perfect color on earth. It's over. This old thing surely can't resist the temptation. At least I can't. Gu Changfeng was once again ready to crush the jade talisman in his hand, while Gu Jingtian below frowned lightly. The hint of affection in his heart for his late husband disappeared into thin air. I didn't realize that the Tianyi Holy Land, too, would trade their own daughter's happiness for benefits anymore. What a disappointment. At this moment, Gu Jingtian did not realize that the bottom of Gu Nianling's eyes in front of him was filled with urgency. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's somewhat indifferent voice resounded. Scram! Let me join. You heavenly first Holy Land is not worthy. A short sentence, but it was like heavenly thunder rolling through the minds of the Gu Changfeng duo. His body stiffened violently, and the hand that wanted to crush the jade talisman stopped once more. There was only one thought left in his mind. Treadmill. Gu Jingtian has gone crazy. Lao Zi Tap Ma has also gone crazy. Chapter 6, Clueless Gu Zian. To actually be able to reject the entire Tianyi Holy Land and Li Muqing, who is the third on the list of absolute beauty. Gu Jingtian, you are truly a ruthless person. That's Li Muqing. How can you refuse? At this moment, Gu Changfeng was simply more anxious than losing the entire Tianyi Holy Land. After calming down a little, Gu Changfeng's mouth turned up. It's a pity that such a ruthless person will die soon. Without the Gu family's backing, you actually dare to speak out of turn and insult the Tianyi Holy Land. Now you're not going to die a complete and utter death. The Holy Emperor forbade us to kill him, but he didn't say he wouldn't allow others to kill him. Gu Changfeng gazed at the scene as if he had already seen Gu Jingtian being blown away by a single punch. But at this moment, Li Yunxian was slightly stunned, and although a trace of sulkiness flashed in his eyes, it disappeared without a trace in the twinkling of an eye. The expression on his face became more respectful. Senior, don't be angry. There's something to discuss. As long as you're the master of the Tianyi Holy Land, we can agree to any request. If Gong doesn't give up, Yunxian would like to be worshipped as a righteous father. As long as, before the words were finished, Gu Jingtian frowned. I'll say it one last time. Get out. Seeing Gu Jingtian's utter rage, Li Yunxian immediately arched his hand and saluted. It shot out like a thunderbolt. Only one sentence was left echoing in the air. Gotta do it. I'll get out now. Looking at the scene happening below, Gu Changfeng high in the air was in a state of confusion. Madness. The whole world has gone mad. What is this situation? This must be an illusion. What kind of demon dares to confuse the saint? And seeing the hastily departing Li Yunxian, Gu Nianling also had a dumbfounded look on her face. With her small brain, she couldn't analyze such a huge amount of information. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. Alright, let's go. I haven't visited the mundane world for a long time either. Just go and see the fireworks of this earth. The duo then set off on their journey once again. Only after a tease time had passed did the duo in the high altitude react from the daze they had just been in. Zhao Hailu asked tentatively, Genji, what are we going to do now that they're gone? Hearing Zhao Hailu's voice, Gu Changfeng suddenly looked at him. You say, can you refuse that condition just now? Can you refuse Li Muqing? Zhao Hailu was slightly stunned, and the essence of his eyes flickered. Without hesitation, I can. My subordinate will always be loyal to the Gu family. I was born a member of the Gu family, and I will die. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Changfeng had already slapped Zhao Hailu's head. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy to the extreme. This saint can't even refuse. You can refuse. That's Li Muqing. Zhao Hailu touched his head with an innocent expression. Slander in the mind. You can't refuse, but people have to make you that offer. You're more than likely crazy. And at this moment, Gu Changfeng muttered to himself, how can he refuse when I can't? Doesn't he like women? Apparently Gu Changfeng was still immersed in the puzzle of the century. Zhao Hailu rolled his eyes and voiced a reminder. Elder Yuan, should we report this matter to the Holy Emperor? It was only when he heard the word Saint Emperor that Gu Changfeng reacted, and then he sat with a straight face. I'll inform the Holy Emperor. Immediately, with a wave of his big hand, a sound transmission jade talisman burst into flames. A quarter of an hour passed. Gu family Holy Land, Xian Tian Hall. Sacred Emperor Gu Zian and a group of patriarchs were gathered here at this moment. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng looked toward Gu Zian on the imperial throne, then said in a condensed voice, Coronation of the Holy Emperor. Now that your decree has been spread throughout the entire eastern continent, I believe that after this Gu Jingtian leaves the Gu family, he will be designated to suffer endless cold stares. This punk has been enjoying 3,000 years of riches and honor in vain, based on the name of the Gu family ancestor. Now that we've fallen off the clouds, it's a delightful thought. As Gu Qingfeng's voice rang out, a group of patriarchs chimed in. That's right. If this Gu Jingtian is sensible and gives up his identity as an old ancestor early on, he will also barely be allowed to stay in the inner sect. Humph. He's just a piece of trash who doesn't know how to raise his voice. Without the Gu family, he's just a wild dog that anyone can bully. Listening to the voices of the crowd, Gu Zian's red lips rose slightly, her beautiful eyes full of complacency. Gu Jingtian, there will come a day when you will kneel in front of this emperor and beg me. But just then, only to see a stream of light violently shooting from the distance, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng reached out with his large hand and grabbed the jade talisman in his hand. His brow furrowed lightly as he stared. It's Old Six's message. Looks like Old Six found something. Gu Zian nodded slightly. Open up and listen. Gu Qingfeng hurriedly crushed the jade talisman, and Old Sixth Gu Chongfeng's voice rang out in the middle of the hall. And what was in the transmission instantly made the complacency on the faces of the crowd disappear without a trace. The Tianyi Holy Land, which was also a holy land, had actually sent its own holy lord forward to invite Gu Jingtian to join the Tianyi Holy Land. He even went so far as to make Gu Jingtian the ruler of the Tianyi Holy Land. And Li Yinshan even wanted to worship Gu Jingtian as his righteous father. He even wanted to give his daughter to Gu Jingtian. Upon hearing what was in the voice transmission, Gu Zian's eyes instantly glazed over. The terrifying pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm erupted from above that delicate body. The stunningly beautiful face also became somewhat hideous due to the extreme anger. A few words squeezed out between Bei's teeth. Tianyi Holy Land. They're looking for death. Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng hurriedly said in a condensed voice, this Tianyi Holy Land is too wild. The Holy Emperor has already issued a Holy Emperor order. The Tianyi Holy Land actually openly disobeyed it. This matter must be given an explanation by the Tianyi Holy Land. However, before Gu Zian could make a reply, the 12th Patriarch Gu Lisheng, who was on the side, hurriedly said, this matter naturally requires an explanation from the Tianyi Holy Land. But what I feel puzzled about now is why the Tianyi Holy Land is doing this. And after Gu Jingtian's outburst, he actually did nothing and turned around and left. Hearing this, the Grand Elder snorted. This Li Yunshan is a half-step Spirit Emperor, and even though Old Six is already a 7-star Spirit Saint, he can't hide from Li Yunshan's divine thoughts. This Tianyi Holy Land designation thought that my Gu family had sent someone to protect that Gu Jingtian, and that's why they didn't dare to make a move. Gu Lishang's willow brows frowned slightly, and a look of suspicion rose in her eyes. But right at this moment, the Grand Elder hurriedly looked at Gu Zian. This Tianyi Holy Land, openly disobeying the Holy Emperor's decree. If it were to be ignored, wouldn't that be detrimental to the Holy Emperor's face? Please also ask the Holy Emperor for clarification. Gu Zian's eyes were filled with murderous intent and just wanted to open her mouth. But Gu Lisheng, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Coronation Saint Emperor, this Tianyi Holy Land is also a great power, and there are still many doubts in this matter. Coronation Sane Emperor, please think twice. Gu Xian's face slightly slowed down when she heard this. A cold grunt followed. Great Elder, this matter is for you to travel to the Tianyi Holy Land. You must make them give an explanation. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng hurriedly bowed his head and said yes, only for a hint of sinister color to flash under his eyes. The time blinked into the next day. Early morning daylight spilled over the hills and onto this ancient landscape. A lofty city was currently nestled between the mountains. 3 big words were engraved on the city gate. Wind and Moon City. This city, however, was also a city under the banner of the Gu family of the Holy Land. At this moment, at the entrance of the city, 2 figures appeared. It was none other than Gu Jingtian and Gu Nianling. Looking at the lofty city in front of him, Gu Jingtian drifted off into a dream. It's been 500 years. I didn't realize the city was still here. I just don't know if those people from back then are still around. Listening to Gu Jingtian's words, Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. Bright, big eyes cooed. Why? Does the gentleman have any old acquaintances in this city? The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly, but in the next second the corners of his mouth violently pressed down. There was a hint of anger in the gaze that looked toward Winsnow City. Then he said in a cold voice, "Let's go. Go into the city. Let's show you something you haven't seen before." Hearing this, Gu Nianling smiled joyfully, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation, apparently not understanding the deeper meaning in Gu Jingtian's words. Soon the duo's figures entered this wind and snow city. However, after entering the wind and snow city, the scene before her caused Gu Nianling to be stupefied and filled with doubt. Chapter 7, we agreed that if we killed him, we wouldn't be allowed to kill me. Just by looking at the scale of this wind and moon city, one could tell that it was a grandiose and large city. But the streets inside, large enough for 8 horses to run parallel, were empty. The stores on both sides of the street are even closed. It was like a dead city, and the entire air was filled with a palpitating dead silence. In the face of such a strange scene, Gu Jingtian's face was unperturbed, while Gu Nianling's eyes had surprise written all over them. He just wanted to open his mouth to ask Gu Jingtian who was on the side, only to see a black gas rising up from the sky in this wind and moon city. A terrifying sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the city. It shot towards the east of the city in a skywide manner. Gu Nianling's pupils shrank, and she was busy looking at Gu Jingtian at the side. "Your Excellency, it seems like this city is not peaceful. Should we hurry and leave?" Experiences at a young age had allowed Gu Nianling to develop a character that would hide when she could. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly as he gazed at them. There seemed to be a color of incentive in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. I'll show you." This secure voice made Gu Nianling let go of the fear in her heart and nodded heavily. In the meantime, east of the city, hers was situated an extremely extensive compound. The plaque on the door of the mansion, engraved with 3 large and powerful words, City Lord's Mansion. However, in the surroundings of this City Lord's Mansion, it had been heavily surrounded by a figure clad in black robes. A gut-wrenching black aura spread above each one's body. The aura of fury rushed to the sky, like a stern ghost, and in mid-air, there was a tall figure floating. A bald head. His body was solidly muscled, but his complexion glowed with a gleam of ethereal light. The face was as fierce as a life-saving ghost. A burst of demonic aura emanated from above his body. It was clearly a demonic cultivator who had reached the Spirit King realm. In the middle of the City Lord's mansion, a line of spear-wielding guards stood at attention. In the face of this terrifying enemy, despite the fact that the lance in his hand trembled slightly, the flame of anger in his eyes burned brightly. Just then, that bald devil cultivator let loose a wild laugh. "Charge! As long as we kill these guys, all the mole crickets in the entire Wind Moon City will be our blood food." With this Spirit King realm demon cultivator's command, the group of figures emitting a fury aura shot out at once. At the same time, the City Lord's mansion, within a shrine, as the door opened, a woman in red locks and armor, with eyes like electricity and a heroic appearance, came in quick steps. The appearance is not overwhelming, but there is a heroic, womanly beauty. The sheer scale of the magnificence in particular is simply jaw-dropping. In front of him was a tableau of ancestor cards. Each area has 2 ancestor tablets, as if they were husband and wife. Oddly enough, the topmost plaque was the only lone one. The tablet was engraved with a name, the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Qingyi's divine position. Instead, 2 long swords were placed on top of this god's seat. The cold aura was clearly not a mortal product. A hint of loss flooded the woman's fiery red eyes at the sight of the lone god's seat at the very top. "Ancestor, what kind of person is it that can make you do this?" In the blink of an eye, the loss in the woman's eyes disappeared without a trace. Only the red-armored woman fell to her knees. The look of respect was incomparable. "Greetings, ancestor. Today's demonic cultivator invasion. Ungrateful grandson Yihoni borrowed ancestor's sword for a while." As soon as the words fell, The two long swords emitted a gurgling low sound and instantly shot into the woman's hands. Seeing this scene, the woman couldn't help but look surprised. These two swords have been in the middle of the shrine for nearly 100 years, and this has never happened before. Such strange movements have appeared today. Could it be that they have also sensed the demonic cultivators in this city? The situation was so urgent that she had no time to think. The woman rose violently, holding her sword in both hands. A pair of starry eyes had already sprouted a death wish, and just at this moment, Gu Jingtian's duo had also arrived near the city lord's mansion. Seeing the two waves of people already wrestling together, Gu Nianling's pupils shrank, her eyes filled with fear. And just then, a large hand clapped on Gu Nianling's shoulder. Don't be afraid. This is a demonic cultivator. Although it looks quite scary, it's just as human as us. If you stab him, he'll die too. The calm tone of voice caused Gu Nianling to become settled as well. At this moment, there were two figures in the high sky. It was Gu Changfeng and Zhao Hailu who had followed them all the way here. Seeing the appearance of the demonic cultivator, Gu Changfeng frowned. Devil cultivator. Looking at this technique, it should be the blood spirit sect of the devil sect. This Wind Moon City is a city under my Gu family. This blood spirit sect dares to be so rampant. It simply doesn't put my Gu family's holy land in its eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Changfeng then intended to make his move. But just at that moment, Zhao Hailu's voice on the side suddenly rang out. Elder Yuan, don't be impulsive. This Gu Jingtian is still here. If you strike out rashly, won't he discover the trail? He's already been expelled by the Gu family, and if the Gu family still sends someone to follow him, it will inevitably arouse his suspicions. And when that time comes to spoil the Holy Emperor's great event, what should we do? Even though Gu Changfeng was eager to get his hands on and kill this group of demonic cultivators who had provoked the Gu family, he could only stop when he thought of Gu Xian's orders. Seeing Gu Changfeng stop his movements, a trace of imperceptible grimness flashed across Zhao Hailu's eyes, and right at that moment, only a voice as loud as a sword chant came out from the city lord's mansion. Wind and Moon City Master Yi Honi is here. How dare the evil devils and foreigners go wild? As the voice rang out, a red dress shot out from the city lord's mansion. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. It was none other than Yi Honi who was holding dual swords. Upon seeing the woman's appearance, Gu Jingtian, however, was stunned, and a trace of remembrance flooded through his eyes. Yi Honi, is that her offspring? Not bad. A peak spirit martial cultivation at the age of 20. Eyes swept over the looming mountains. Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a smile in his eyes. It's true that, like her ancestors, it's also horizontal. And seeing the dual swords in Yi Honi's hands, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth even raised slightly. I didn't expect these two swords to still be here. I just don't know if the maiden who held the swords back then is still around. With Yi Honi's appearance, the bald devil cultivator's eyes narrowed slightly, and the bottom of his narrow eyes were filled with a ferocious color. Ha ha ha, I am the blood spirit sect Demon Kong. Yi Honi, you chick, it's really coveted. Today, if you tie your hands and serve this demon king well, this demon king can still lead you a dog's life. Let you go straight up to the clouds every day for a quick getaway. Ha ha ha. Feeling the other party's obscene gaze, Yi Honi immediately turned over in anger. Breathing rapidly, it was even more choppy and imposing. Evil and crooked, shameless people. My Yi family has been guarding Wind and Moon City for generations. Even if I die today, I, Yi Honi, will never fall short of the reputation of the Yi family ancestors. Sons of the Yi family, generals, follow me. As soon as the words fell, Yi Honi pulled herself up, a light blue aura spreading above her delicate body. With dual swords in hand, he impacted towards the bald devil cultivator. Seeing this scene, Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Gongzi, do you think this big sister will be able to defeat this big bald guy? Gu Jingtian laughed lightly and shook his head. This sister is only at the peak of the spirit martial realm, while that bald guy is already at the peak of the spirit king realm. I'm afraid I'm no match. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Nianling said without hesitation, then let's hurry up and run. This big bald guy killed this sister, but he can't kill us. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is some kind of tiger and wolf word. Gu Jingtian's face turned cold. It seems like you're a bit worried, Linger. Since that's the case, go help this big sister. Hearing this, Gu Nianling was completely confused in place. What did you say, my lord? Let me go to my death? Chapter 8, Wind, Flowers, Snow, and Moon, and the greatest colors of the earth. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Couldn't help but understand Gu Nianling a little more. And just then, those two figures in the air had collided together. The long sword in Yi Honi's hand emitted a light blue spirit aura. In contrast, The blood spirit sex demon Kong fist peak was filled with fury. With just a collision, Yi Hongyi's delicate body immediately flew backwards. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Even if one was holding a sharp weapon, it would still be difficult to cross the gap between the Spirit King realm and the Spirit Martial realm. Seeing this scene, Gu Nianling, however, had a pitiful look on her face. It seems like this sister really isn't a match for this big bald guy. Since it's your son's order, then, even if it's to go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire, Linger will do whatever she wants. It's just that, in the future, without Linger by her side, this chattering even made Gu Jingtian's head spin for a while, not realizing that this little guy was still a wit. A finger was then pointed out, violently pointing at Gu Nianling's brow. In an instant, the words from Gu Nianling's mouth came to an abrupt end, and at this moment, Yi Hongyi above the roof had cracked her eyes. The color in his eyes was like the crimson at the corners of his mouth. So strong. Is this the spirit power of the Spirit King realm? Blood Spirit Sect Demon Kong's narrow eyes looked downward. Yi Hongyi, don't put up a fight. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy yourself. Don't worry, this Demon King will definitely make you die of lust. Such revealing words even drew Yi Hongyi's anger. Shameless devil cultivator. You are simply delusional. Yi Hongyi, even if my soul flew into oblivion, I will never commit myself to a thief. Today, I'll let you see my Yi family's inherited secret method. As the words fell, Yi Hongyi slowly got up, the twin swords in his hands gusted. The long sword in my hand is the sword of my Yi family's ancestor. Yi Qingyi. 1 Windflower, 2 Snow Moon. Double sword combination. Snow Moon Windflower. With the sound of the voice, Yi Hongyi's body shot up into the sky, above the long sword in his hand. It was clearly emitting a gust of fantastic colored light. A marvelous power filled the air above the entire city lord's mansion. And just then, Yi Hongyi moved. The delicate body waved the Snow Moon Windblossom sword in her hand. That the world's independent silhouette is like a celestial fairy on the ground. Each dance of the long sword in his hand was like a colorful practice probed by the jade hand of the heavenly fairy. It is also like the colorful clouds in the sky. Rather than a sword move, it was more like a celestial fairy dancing. As that arcane aura filled the air, the entire area above the city lord's mansion shone with bursts of colorful spiritual auras. With just this secret method, the great spirit master realm Yi Hongyi had actually invoked the spiritual power between this heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Gu Chengfeng, who was high in the sky, raised an eyebrow, eyes full of amazement. I didn't expect that there was actually such a secret method hidden in the middle of this tiny snow moon city. To actually be able to make a spirit marshal do what a spirit king realm is capable of. And this secret method is so beautiful. It's simply wonderful. It's just that this Demon Kong is already at the peak of the Spirit King realm, and he's even practiced the Blood Demon Grand technique. Even if this woman is able to explode her Spirit King realm battle power, she is still no match for him. Looking at the flying colorful trainers in the sky, Gu Jingtian drifted off into a dream. Once upon a time, that green-colored silhouette had also had such a moving figure. Windflower. I never thought I'd see it again. And at this moment, the bottom of Devil Kong's eyes were filled with contempt. The fluctuations of the Spirit King realm. What kind of secret technique is this? It's just barely entering the Spirit King realm. It's not worth mentioning. Let's show you what the true Spirit King realm is. Devil Kong let out a furious roar as monstrous blood light erupted from above that majestic body. The bloody light that emitted a bloody smell coalesced into a giant hand that was more than 10 meters long. It was accompanied by a ghostly cry. There seemed to be human heads flickering in the blood-colored hands, and every face was filled with bone-deep fear. In the face of such might, the bottom of Yi Hongyi's eyes were filled with an unrelenting essence. Embroidered mouth. Wind. The long sword in his hand quickly stabbed out. The 7-colored essence in that air coalesced and took shape in the blink of an eye. A 7-colored dragon scroll swept towards the bald devil cultivator. The bald devil cultivator snorted coldly. Break! That 10-meter huge demonic hand slapped out. In an instant, the two attacks collided together. Facing the blood-filled demonic hand, the 7-colored dragon scrolls diminished at a rapid pace. A hint of determination flashed in Yi Hongyi's beautiful eyes. Hana! As the voice rang out, a sky full of 7-colored spirit ons coalesced. Colorful flowers rained down high in the sky, dropping towards that demonic hand. However, under the demonic hand's baneful aura, it still couldn't do much damage. Devil Kong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, is that the only extent? But you really gave this Demon King a great surprise. This Demon King has decided to reward you by allowing the little ones under this Demon King's command to serve you as well. As the voice rang out, the fury above that pitch-black demonic hand rose violently high. The 7-colored whirlwind and the rain of flowers flew and generally melted away. Seeing this scene, despair filled Yi Hongyi's eyes. Still not working? Ancestor, the red coat is useless. but red clothes will die to preserve the reputation of my Yi family. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. The finger placed on Gu Nianling's brow snapped loose. Gu Nianling opened her eyes, filled with surprise. What is it, my lord? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This is a windfall. Go on. In the next second, Gu Nianling skimmed her mouth. Gongzi, you must take care of yourself from now on. Gu Jingtian's face turned cold, and Gu Nianling lightly spat out her jade tongue, then leapt out. The direction that he went was exactly where Yi Hongyi was. This scene was naturally caught in the eyes of Gu Changfeng above. What is this old man going to do? Is this planning to let this little punk go to his death? What can a fellow of the spiritist realm do? Is this a preparation to let the little punk get killed and hurry to escape yourself? I didn't expect that this Gu Jingtian wasn't just a waste of space, but that his mind would be so venomous. Looking at Gu Nianling, who was shooting towards her, Yi Hongyi was also stunned. Don't come over. Danger. As soon as the words fell, one of the long swords in his hand trembled madly. In the next second, it broke free of her hand and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it came into Gu Nianling's hands. And just then, Gu Nianling smiled faintly and said in a condensed voice, this wind blossom and snow moon is meant to be a two-player combining technique. Since the wind and flowers have appeared, how can the snowy moon be absent? As the words fell, under Yi Hongyi's astonished gaze, Gu Nianling brandished the snow moon sword in her hand. Immortal shadows are heavy, sinister shadows. It's like a fairy dancing under the moon. Seeing this situation, at the time of danger, Yi Hongyi could not care about anything else. Rushing up to the sky with the windflower sword in his hand, the two silhouettes met in the air. It was like a fairy dancing under the moonlight. It's also like two obsessed men and a woman who are entwined in death. Snow, moon, wind and flowers. Emphasize intent over form. In method not power. Wind and flowers. The best in the world. The voices of the two resounded in the high sky, like the sound of an immortal curling up. In the next second, a shocking aura rose to the sky. A scene that left everyone there dumbfounded happened. Chapter 9, the wind and flowers are still there today. I don't see the man who danced with the sword back then. In an instant, as the two of them danced between their bodies, the spiritual pressure high in the sky skyrocketed crazily. In the blink of an eye the fluctuations emanating from the duo had reached the peak of the Spirit King realm, but that majestic and agitated breath still didn't stop. With that dreamy color overflowing the whole sky, the aura emanating from the duo had once again reached a new height. Spirit Sect Realm. A vast spiritual pressure filled the air above the entire Wind Moon City. Seeing this scene, the pupils of Gu Chongfeng's duo high up in the air immediately shrank. A secret method that could allow a cultivation level to temporarily break through a large realm could only slightly surprise Gu Chongfeng of the Spirit State realm. After all, it wasn't as if this secret method didn't exist in the Gu family Holy Land, but to be able to raise two great realms out of thin air, not to mention whether the Gu family had any, even if it was the entire Xiantian continent, had never heard of such a secret method. At this moment, Gu Chongfeng's eyes were rounded, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with horror. How is it possible? This secret method is actually so terrifying. Raising two great realms. This is simply unheard of. That spirit martial realm woman is nothing more than that. How come this little punk knows such secret techniques? And this little trash is only at the cultivation level of the spiritist realm, but he can actually erupt with the battle power of the spirit sect realm as well. Crazy. It's simply insane. That's a span of 5 whole great realms in between. Gu Chongfeng, who was full of surprise, didn't notice in the slightest that the bottom of Zhao Hailu's eyes on the side was full of gloom. Feeling this supreme pressure of the spirit sect realm, at this moment, Devil Kong's hideous face no longer looked smug. Bone-chilling fear took over his mind. That majestic body couldn't suppress the trembling all over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is this possible? You're only at the spirit martial realm. How do you possess the battle power of the spirit sect realm? Despite a mouthful of disbelief, though, his body was honest. At this moment, where did Devil Kong care about his subordinates below? Then he burst out his fastest speed, obviously intending to wipe the oil from his feet. But at that moment, the two silhouettes flying in the air intertwined. The windflower sword in his hand violently merged. In an instant, a 7-colored ripple rippled out from where the long swords met. The 7-colored spirit awns that filled the sky danced and hovered in the air, coalescing and molding. A golden bright moon hung high. A burst of golden radiance spilled down. Everywhere you go, there are flowers everywhere. Snow falls from the sky. Clusters of fantastic flowers actually emerged from the void. A crowded peach tree appeared out of nowhere. A tree of pink petals. The golden glow. The moon's shadow. The snow. A sea of flowers everywhere. That beautiful view is truly the best on earth. This scene should only be found in heaven. How can it be heard on earth? Faced with this beauty, even the Gu Changfeng duo high in the air were mesmerized. The mind went blank. Not to mention the earthly devil Kong and those mole crickets that were only at the Great Spirit Master Realm and Spirit General Realm. At this moment, all of their eyes were blank, and their faces were filled with the color of indulgence. But just then, a gust of wind blew violently. The silver snowflakes, the golden moonlight, the sea of pink flowers moving with the wind. It turned into a wisp of wind of extreme earthly splendor, blowing towards the stagnant demon Kong in the distance. Before Devil Kong could react, that wind of supreme beauty had already blown over his body, only to see Demon Kong's body shatter in pieces, but not a trace of blood light surfaced. Instead, it transformed into a colorful point of light and merged into the stunning wind. In just an instant, Devil Kong's body disappeared without a trace from its original location. Without the slightest pause, this beautiful yet dangerous wind blew towards those demonic cultivators below. Wherever it went, light appeared. Even the killing is so fantastic. Within the clouds, Gu Chongfeng's eyes cleared violently. However, a flash of hindsight surfaced. Compulsion. This secret method actually has the ability to compel people. It's fortunate that this saint is a spirit saint realm powerhouse, or else I would have fallen into the path. This secret method is simply astounding, worthy of being the best on earth. Even the killing is so beautiful and unforgettable. A gust of wind blew by, but it took away the lives of all the demonic cultivators. In the next second, the endless points of light violently disappeared. The fairy world-like scenery high in the sky also slowly faded, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. And at this moment a feeling of loss surfaced in everyone's hearts with difficulty. Gu Nianling, Yi Hongyi's two silhouettes also slowly landed on top of the roof. With this matter out of the way, Yi Hongyi then looked at Gu Nianling beside her. The god said coldly, "How did you know my Yi family's inherited secret techniques? You must give me an explanation for this matter, or else even if you save Snow Moon City today, I won't let it go." As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth, her small face filled with displeasure. Just when he wanted to open his mouth to dislike someone, he only heard a low voice ring out. Sure enough, it's her descendant. Even her personality is the same. This Snow Moon Windflower was taught to her by this male, so you can come to me if you have any comments. As the voice rang out, only the Windflower Snow Moon sword in the hands of the two women trembled violently. Before the two of them could react, the twin swords had already shot into Gu Jingtian's hands. Looking at the Windflower sword in his hand, Gu Jingtian was in a trance. The heart murmured, "That's just it. Meeting is fate. So let's help your descendants one more time. Consider it a tribute to you." Everyone failed to notice that the Windflower sword in Gu Jingtian's hand shook slightly, and seeing the scene in front of him, Gu Chongfeng in the clouds raised an eyebrow. What? This secret method was actually imparted to this little trash by Gu Jingtian. Impossible. How could he, a scum, know such a magical secret technique? Nope. Maybe it's really like what the Holy Emperor said. This old guy really does have something. But thinking about this, Gu Chongfeng was even more furious. This old waste of space has such secret techniques, but he actually didn't pass them on to my Gu family. Instead, he taught it to an outsider. As expected, expelling him from the Gu family is a wise choice. I will definitely report this matter to the Holy Emperor. And upon hearing this, Yi Hongyi showed surprise and looked in the direction the voice came from. What came into view was a handsome and ethereal pretty face. A long silver-colored hair fluttered in the wind. A black and gold-colored robe accentuated the elegance and nobility. And the moment she saw this face, Yi Hongyi's pupils shrunk violently and her entire body froze in place. The delicate body couldn't suppress a slight tremor. And that moving greatness was also in waves. It's him. He's actually here. Ancestor, he's really here. Unfortunately, the one you've been waiting for 400 years is late. For some reason, Yi Hongyi's heart was not only sighing but also a wave of excitement buried in the depths. Took a deep breath and calmed down. Since it was passed down by Senior has no opinion. It's just that this Windflower Snow Moon sword, please return it to the late generation. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly as he directly threw out the twin swords in his hands. Yi Qingyi received the dual swords and without the slightest hesitation, he directly leapt towards the city lord's mansion. Only a sultry, whispering voice seemed to be present. Denizen. Negative. Although the voice was faintly audible, how could it escape Gu Jingtian's ears? The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Denizen? This Yi Qingyi actually even told his juniors that he watched her bathe. Really? Still so busty and brainless. But what does this negative mean? This one is innocent himself. Just as Gu Jingtian was puzzled, Gu Nianling had already arrived at his side. Your Excellency, Linger is fortunate. This secret method is so powerful. Linger feels like she was practically invincible just now. But, sir, do you have some sort of problem with this girl? Gu Jingtian lightly rebuked. Children stay out of grown-ups' business. Hearing this, Gu Nianling beamed. her baby fat little face like a bun. Bowing his head, he responded, "Aye, my lord." But looking down, he couldn't help but wonder. Indeed, one is so much smaller compared to that big sister. Gu Jingtian took a long breath. The wind and flowers are still there today, but I don't see the man who danced with the sword back then. Well, it's time for us to leave. The two then turned and left, but he didn't know that at this moment, the Yi family ancestral hall. Yi Hongyi, however, was already in tears. Chapter 10. Once upon a time, crystalline teardrops cut across those white cheeks and dripped to the ground, breaking apart. Yi Hongyi turned her head to look at the drop of tears on the ground that spread out in all directions. Doubt was written all over her pretty face. Why are you crying yourself? Obviously Snow Moon City is safe. Why do I feel sad? The windflower sword in his hand floated up and once again landed on top of the lone god's position. Yi Hongyi's tearful eyes stared. Only a faint sigh remained in the large shrine. Ancestor, perhaps I can understand you now. A gust of wind blew across the nave, caressing an ancient painting on the wall. And on top of that ancient painting was a man in a black and gold robe. Instead, on either side of the ancient painting, an ink painting hangs. There was once a sea of water, but the mountain of witchcraft is not a cloud. Look at its penmanship, tender with a hint of boldness. Outside Wind in Moon City, two figures walked slowly on the main road. It was the Gu Jingtian duo who had already left. Behind her, Gu Niannian's soulful eyes kept blinking, revealing a glint of light that was full of gossip. My lord, what is your relationship to the ancestor of that red-clothed sister? Why don't you go see her? The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Haven't we already met? Don't be so nosy at a young age. We should go. Gu Nianling's small mouth pouted as she quickly hurried up. Gongzi, when are you going to teach me Kung Fu? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. When did I say I would teach you the Kung Fu? Gu Nianling's eyes rolled. Then why did the prince pass on the windflower to me? Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. What a little wit. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go fetch one thing. It's not too late to cultivate it later. Gu Jingtian looked high into the sky, his brows lowered. A spirit emperor realm attack. I think it should be able to deter those with bad intentions. It's been too long since I've been off the mountain myself, and the world is becoming more and more interesting. And at that moment among the clouds, Gu Chongfeng's expression was grave, and with a wave of his hand, a sound transmission jade talisman cut through the clouds and shot off towards the distance. Zhao Hailu, who was on the side, had a face full of flattery. Elder Yuan, this windflower secret method is so powerful. For you, this is a great achievement. I'm sure the Holy Emperor will be very happy when he learns about it. Why not just take it away? Gu Chongfeng snorted coldly. Pig brain, just leave this kind of thing to the people below. I'm a sacred land patriarch. If I were to make a move, wouldn't I lose my identity? Zhao Hailu said yes repeatedly like a harpy dog, but there was a touch of coldness hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Half a day passed quickly. Gu family Holy Land, Xian Tian Hall. Gu Zian, the saint emperor of the Gu clan, who was dressed in purple, sat on top of the emperor's seat. Under the purple tulle, the pale skin was glowing and dazzling. The bumpy body is even hotter. And right at this moment, only a stream of light was seen shooting from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it arrived within this great hall. It was none other than that grand elder of the Council of Elders, Gu Qingfeng. Only now, Gu Qingfeng's face was like gold paper, and the spiritual pressure on his body was extremely unstable, as if he had been seriously injured. Seeing Gu Qingfeng in this sorry state, the group of patriarchs also looked surprised. What's going on here? Didn't the Grand Elder go to the Tiani sacred ground to get a claim? How could he be seriously injured? Who on earth actually dares to strike at my Gu family's patriarch? It's hard to believe that it's a demonic force. And at this moment, Gu Qingfeng hurriedly bowed. Enlighten the Holy Emperor. This Tiani Holy Land is simply arrogant to the extreme. My subordinate went forward to demand a statement. This Tiani Holy Land actually said that my Gu family is unworthy. And it also said that even if you, Coronation Saint Emperor, personally went there, it Heavenly Monarch Holy Land would have nothing to account for. It's not even enough to insult your subordinates. But this Holy Lordly Yunxian of the Tiani Holy Land even spoke out against you. Coronation of the Holy Emperor. In a fit of pique, the old man wanted to teach this guy who doesn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. It's all because my subordinates are not as skilled as they should be, disgracing the Gu family and the Holy Emperor's coronation. When these words came out, the entire hall could be described as in an uproar. The crowd of patriarchs were furious in an instant. Arrogant to the core. Simply arrogant to the extreme. This Tiani Holy Land actually dares to be so arrogant. This Tiani Holy Land only has 8 spirit saints, and even that spirit emperor realm's old ancestor, Li Tiani, was severely injured by ancestor Ling Tian in his early years. Even if they aren't seated nowadays, they're still just lingering people. To actually dare to treat my Gu family like this. Simply looking for death. Hearing this, Gu Xian's stunningly beautiful face also surfaced with a displeased color. Immediately, she let out a cold snort. This Tianyi Holy Land is too arrogant. It seems to not have this emperor in its sights. Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng's teeth clenched. I implore the Holy Emperor to send his troops. Invite out the Emperor's Xian Heavenly Sword. Flatten the Tianyi Sacred Land to raise the divine might of my Gu family. As soon as the words left his mouth, the only woman in the Senate stepped forward. Only this woman was seen wearing a blue palace dress with a delicate figure. The face is gentle, like an orchid in an empty valley. It was none other than the youngest member of this Council of Elders, Gu Lishang. It was even Gu Xian's sibling sister. Gu Lishang bowed and said, "Rest in peace, coronation of the Holy Emperor." Although the Tianyi Holy Land is weak, it also possesses a spirit emperor realm powerhouse after all, and it even has the Emperor's soldier Tianyi sword. If we go to war on a large scale, even if we win, it will greatly weaken my Gu family. Now that the Devil Sex forces are in full swing, it's not the time to move the troops. Only when she heard this did Gu Xian's face slow down a little. Since you said so, Liu Shang, let's do as you say. It's just that this matter must not be allowed to end. The next Heaven's remarkable assembly will be held in the Tianyi Sacred Land, and it's only a year away. At that time, this emperor will definitely go to the Tianyi Holy Land in person, to demand an explanation. As soon as the words fell, a stream of light was seen shooting from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Gu Xian. It was precisely the sound transmission jade talisman sent by Gu Changfeng. Gu Xian was slightly stunned, then crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Gu Changfeng's voice resounded throughout the hall, reporting to the Holy Emperor. There is actually a secret technique in Wind and Moon City. It's called Winter Flower Snow Moon. Extremely subtle. It was able to make the Spirit Martial Realm exert the battle power of the Spirit Sect Realm. Even more so, it made Gu Nianling of the Outer Sect utilize the battle power of the Spirit Sect Realm as well. After my subordinate's investigation, this secret method was passed down by Gu Jingtian. The latter words were naturally a verbal attack on Gu Jingtian. Upon hearing this, the entire Council of Elders burst into a rage. Only Gu Lishang, who was standing in the corner, frowned slightly. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng led the way. Holy Emperor, this Gu Jingtian has such a secret method in his hands, yet he passes it on to an outsider. It even allows a spiritist realm scum to utilize the battle power of the Spirit Sect realm. I implore the Holy Emperor to issue an order. We will head to Snow Moon City and bring back this secret method. However, at this moment, Gu Xian's complexion was frozen and her face showed anger. Snow Moon City is under my Gu family's command. What? Are you planning to rob the juniors? Never speak of this again. Hearing this, the Grand Elder could only bow his head helplessly and say yes. The fists under the robes, however, clenched violently. But at that moment, only a pillar of light was seen violently breaking through the sky. Chapter 11, The Divine Soldier comes out. The earth cracks and the sky crumbles. The western sky of the Gu family Holy Land. A dazzling pillar of light soared into the sky from between the mountains. In an instant, a vast aura like a great sun across the sky swept out. Heaven and earth changed colors. Colored divine radiance drenched the entire sky. Sensing what was happening in the distance, Gu Xian and the other group of patriarchs raised their eyes and looked over. Seeing that seven-colored divine radiance, the crowd couldn't help but look astonished. The sky is auspicious. There seems to be an exotic treasure coming out. Looking at its might, it can actually swing thousands of miles. I'm afraid it's not something ordinary. But right at this moment, only a sword-chanting sound violently resounded through the clouds. As the voice rang out, the dazzling pillar of light shifted and even formed the silhouette of a long sword. It was just that this sword looked rather primitive, as if it hadn't been forged and molded. With the appearance of the sword's shadow, that vast might instantly went down in a river. Seeing such a sight, Gu Xian and the other group of patriarchs showed a look of loss. So it's just a weapon that hasn't been cast yet. If we take the fluctuations emitted just now, this weapon should be able to be considered a saint soldier. But nowadays, it seems that being able to be counted as an imperial soldier is extremely bare. Gu Xian flung her sleeves. Although it's only an imperial realm spirit soldier, this place isn't far from my Gu family. Just let the sixth elder make a run for it and bring back the family. Hearing this, Gu Qingfeng nodded slightly, respectfully following the Holy Emperor's decree. My subordinate will inform Old Six. For a moment, it wasn't just the Gu family. Other forces within tens of thousands of miles in a radius also discovered the vision in the sky. At that moment, all the forces sent their men to this place to investigate. And at the moment, among the verdant mountains, a goat's path winds through the rugged. Two figures were pacing forward. It was none other than the Gu Jingtian duo who had left from Wind and Moon City. Looking at the slightly illusory long sword in the distance, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that someone had actually touched the spell formation, and that it had caused this weapon to leak a trace of its aura. However, in the middle of this world, even a powerful person of the martial emperor realm would be categorically unable to unlock their spell formation. It seems to be just a coincidence. Gu Jingtian had absolute certainty about what the system had signed up for, and just at that moment, the naive Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes were colorful. Your Excellency, is that longsword high in the sky what we're taking? With Gu Nianling's intelligence, she naturally guessed the truth of the matter. Gu Jingtian dotingly touched Gu Nianling's skull. You're a clever little fellow. The corners of Gu Nianling's mouth pouted. Feigning a huff, she said, Gongzi, don't touch the top of your head. It won't grow. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh, quite a bit in tears. I've only heard that you can't grow taller by touching the top of your head. I've never heard of the expression growing taller. Is it hard to live forever by being touched on the top of the head? Is it really true that an immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life? Gu Nianling hummed lightly. Is there anything in this world that the prince doesn't know? Gongzi is teasing Linger again. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life. Your Excellency is truly talented and eloquent. Gongzi, do you think it's true that there are immortals in the world? Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Immortals naturally exist. It's just different from what you imagine. You'll know when you see one later. Gu Nianling nodded with seeming understanding. My lord, such a vision will surely attract many people, right? We'd better hurry up and go. Save us from being snatched away by others. Gu Jingtian swung his sleeves and said confidently, don't worry, no one will be able to take it away until my lord. Manganese Mountains. Between the mountains, there was a basin, and that pillar of light that went straight up into the sky was emanating from the middle of this basin. At this moment, the pillar of light had already dissipated. It was only in the central area of this basin that a grayish boundary had suddenly appeared. Just then, a stream of light was seen crossing the sky and landing in this basin. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures had already appeared in this place. Looking at their attire, it was clear that they were not members of the same force. A dozen of them, dressed in silver robes, carried long swords on their backs. It was the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. The Heavenly Sword Sect is a first-rate sect, a powerful force that is second only to the Imperial Dynasty and the Holy Land in the voice of this Xin Tian continent. The Heavenly Sword Sect was even the best of the first-grade sects. There are not many disciples, but they are all the best of the best. The person at the head was none other than the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch, Skybreaker Sword Immortal Xiang Wendian. One's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Spirit Ancestor realm, and with a handful of air-breaking sword techniques, even a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse could deal with one or two of them. While behind him, he was followed by a woman with a tall figure and a black quicksand dress. Above the stunningly beautiful face was yet a dense murderous aura. With the appearance of this woman, a gaze was cast from all around. Xiang Yimo, the 10th most beautiful woman on the absolute color list. Sure is pretty. Be careful what you say. This Xiang Yimo is the 82nd heavenly pride of the Tsunghai ranking. Beware of her cutting off your descendant roots with one hand of the skybreaking sword. And just then, only dozens more streams of light were seen landing. The visitor was none other than the Xian Formation sect, which was also ranked as a first-grade sect, and whose sect specialized in the way of spirit formations. In the blink of an eye, another party of forces arrived. The Regrettable Mountain sect that was also a first-grade sect. The disciples of the sect each had a majestic figure, and were clearly spiritual cultivators who specialized in the physical body. The three forces arrived and couldn't help but look at each other. After all, the patriarchs of the three parties were the strongest existences present. Xiang Wendian raised his sword brows. Gentlemen, this place is infested with divine weapons, only it seems to be guarded by spirit formations. There may be other changes in it. Why don't we break the spirit formation first and then discuss where the divine weapon belongs? Xiang Wentian's statement was agreed upon by the other forces. After all, he was the strongest amongst the people present. Soon, the Xian Formation sect's patriarch, Master Evergreen, had already arrived in front of this boundary. Looking at the boundary spell formation in front of him, Master Evergreen's white eyebrows frowned tightly as he kept stroking his beard for a long time. Just a look of fear in his eyes. The impatient Regrettable Mountain sect patriarch, Berserk Battle, however, couldn't resist. Old man Evergreen, can you do it? If you can't, just say so. Let me hammer right through this laborious knot. Upon hearing this, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of Elder Evergreen. This formation is extremely subtle, and there's nothing I can do about it for a while. Since Patriarch Mad has a solution, we might as well give it a try. Berserker sneered. Waste. Can't open it and still wasting time here. Playing God. Watch me break it with a hammer. In the next second, with a roar from Berserkers, only dazzling earth yellow light coalesced from the air and coalesced towards Berserker's body. In the blink of an eye, Berserker's already muscular and solid body swelled like blowing air. In the blink of an eye, it became the appearance of a 4-meter-tall giant. There were earth-colored lines all over the body. With that, he leapt high into the air and swung a hammer the size of a water tank in his hand to blast down. Chapter 12, What's the use of borrowing a sword? To kill since. Boom! The huge hammer the size of a bucket slashed through space, and the strong force directly set off a gale. In a flash, flying sand filled the sky. In full view of everyone, the huge hammer in Berserker's hand blasted on top of the grayish boundary. As we all know, there's no harm in having smoke. In the face of an attack that was completely capable of shattering a small mountain, this grayish boundary actually didn't change one iota. Seeing this scene, the bottom of Berserker's eyes were filled with doubt. But in the very next second, before Berserkers could react, an even stronger force came crashing down from above the boundary. The strong force directly shook Berserker's huge body out. The giant hammer in his hand even shot straight into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Boom! With a loud bang, Berserker's body hit heavily on top of a mountain peak. The unimaginable force directly caused this hundreds of meters high mountain to explode. The bloodied and battered Berserker was flooded with debris. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the regrettable mountain sect hurriedly shot towards the direction where Berserkers was. Seeing the Berserkers who were living or dead, a hint of smugness flashed across the old eyes of Elder Evergreen. Reckless, a four-legged, simple-minded fellow. And just at that moment, the Skybreaker soared to Wendy and arrived beside Elder Evergreen. Well, older brother, is there really no way? Apparently the duo is still on good terms. Elder Evergreen sighed helplessly. Old brother, asked Tian. This spell formation is too subtle. I won't hide it from you. Just now I stopped to watch, not to mention searching for a way to crack it. Even the way this spell formation operates, old me can't understand it at all. It's too subtle. It's far beyond my knowledge. As soon as these words came out, Xiang Wentian's pupils shrank, filled with surprise. Buddy, your attainments in formations are second to none even in the Imperial Dynasty. This spell formation is actually something that even you can't understand. So who the hell is this person who set up the spell formation? Is it hard to be from the Holy Land? Elder Evergreen had a helpless look on his face. It's highly likely that it's those great powers from the Holy Land. For a moment, the hundreds of people present could only quench their thirst by looking at the plums, and could not do anything about the grayish boundary. As time passed, more and more sect forces had also arrived at this place. Soon, thousands of people had gathered in the middle of this basin. There were 7 or 8 first-rate sects alone, and there were countless second and third-rate sects. There were also some unbelieving powerhouses that tried various methods: transportation, flying, puppet. Even though these forces used all their strength, they still couldn't do anything about this boundary. But with such a treasure, how could they accept to return empty-handed? And they could only wait here helplessly. In the blink of an eye, the time had come to the next day. Only 2 figures slowly came from the distance. It was none other than the rushing Gu Jingtian duo. The duo's arrival immediately caught the eyes of everyone present. There was no other reason. The duo's strength was too weak. Even for those disciples who had followed their clan seniors, the lowest cultivation level was at the Great Spirit Master realm. Gu Jingtian's 2 Spiritist realm existences were simply eye-catching. It's really funny. What kind of cats and dogs come to seize the treasure? 2 Spiritualist realm griffins actually dare to come here. Humph. Even if they get the treasure, I'm afraid they won't have the life to take it. But that little girl looks good looking and her talent shouldn't be bad either. Why don't you join our sect? Senior brother, I will definitely help you out properly. And at this moment, among the clouds, Gu Changfeng, who saw this scene, was even more smug. Waste is waste. Without my Gu family's identity, you're just an ant to be slaughtered. Humph. But the sacred Emperor Coronet didn't say that he wouldn't allow you to be killed. But he didn't say that he wouldn't allow you to be insulted. Listening to the mocking sounds around him, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. In the Xian-Tian continent, the strong are honored. After all, Gu Jingtian's spiritual cultivation was only at the spiritualist realm, and he had heard this kind of insult too many times. The best thing to do with such a person is to shut him up. And the best way to shut up is to be a dead man. Gu Jingtian just wanted to strike, only to see a figure budding in front of Gu Jingtian. It was Gu Nianling. Facing those fierce skies, the little girl trembled slightly though her delicate body, but the bright eyes were full of determination. Don't insult my son. Otherwise, I won't let you go. The timid words rang out, and instantly drew laughter from the crowd. Ha ha ha, a yellow-haired girl from the spiritualist realm is actually threatening us. What a laugh. Why? The little girl is angry. But senior brother, I like you even more when you're angry. Come on, come and bite me if you don't want to. I'm just afraid that the little girl's mouth is too small. Ha ha ha. All sorts of jeers were heard, but at that moment, a sword chi swung violently. A 10-meter long crack was blasted directly above the ground. A group of big men bullying a little girl who is only in the spiritist realm. They also claim to be a famous and honorable sect. Whoever says one more word of nonsense, asked for the sword in my hand. As soon as the words fell, a black silhouette blocked in front of Gu Jingtian's duo. It was none other than Xiang Yimo of the Heavenly Sword sect. Seeing Xiang Yimo's appearance, the crowd of disciples instantly shut their mouths. After all, this was only the periphery, and the strongest cultivation of this group of disciples was only at the spirit general realm, while Xiang Yimo's cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit martial realm. It was even the 82nd place in the Tsanhai ranking. The Tsanhai ranking was a list dished out by the Tianji building, and those who were on the list were all teenage prides below the Spirit King realm. Being able to rank at the 82nd position was already very outstanding. After all, the scope of the Tsanhai ranking was the entire Xian-Tian continent. Seeing that the crowd shut their mouths, Xiang Yimo then turned his head to look at the Gu Jingtian duo, but the moment his eyes came into contact with Gu Jingtian, Xiang Yimo was slightly stunned. A flutter flashed through the beautiful eyes. Why does this person look kind of familiar? But I can't seem to remember. Xiang Yimo's willow eyebrows slightly frowned, and a clear and cold voice rang out. This is a dangerous place. It's not the place for you to come. Hurry up and leave. Gu Nianling was quite a bit at a loss for words, turning her head to look at Gu Jingtian behind her. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Thanks a lot, girl. I wonder if the girl could borrow her sword. Hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed across Xiang Yimo's cold face, but he still asked in a condensed voice, what does this senior brother want to do? Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept towards the sect disciples who had spoken out just now. In my opinion, since they spoke out of turn, a mere reprimand is offensive to me. So, I want to borrow the girl's sword to kill them. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Even Xiang Yimo in front of him had a dumbfounded look on his face. For a moment, only one word remained in his mind, including Xiang Yimo's, arrogant to the core. Chapter 13. With the sword in my hand, I will swing it to break the Qiankuan. The group of sect disciples who had just subsided immediately snorted. Ha ha ha, did I hear it wrong? A spiritist realm griffin is trying to kill us. You're afraid that you're not awake. Still talking nonsense here? Fairy Xiang, you don't have anything to say at this point in time. This kind of arrogant person doesn't even deserve you to protect him. What a shamelessness. We don't see eye to eye with you because of Fairy Xiang's face. How dare you speak out of turn and provoke us? Hearing the jeers around them, Xiang Yimo frowned lightly, and a hint of distaste was added to the bottom of his eyes as he looked at the Gu Jingtian duo. Pretty Face said coldly, I can lend out this sword. If you take it, the life and death of the two of you will no longer have anything to do with me. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh, still with a face like a flat lake. Please also borrow the girl's sword. Xiang Yimo frowned with a cold snort. The long sword in his hand was then thrown towards Gu Jingtian. Reaching out to receive the long sword, Gu Jingtian looked at the group of sect disciples with a playful expression. At that exact moment, a bald man holding a long sword had a smile on his face, but a murderous intent filled the bottom of his eyes. What a waste that doesn't know the heights of heaven. Since you are determined to seek death, I'll give you your wish. As soon as the words fell, the spirit pressure of the great spirit master realm erupted from above the man's body. Even though the words in the man's mouth were clearly directed at Gu Jingtian, his pair of green bean eyes were always glancing above Gu Nianling's petite body. And just then, Gu Jingtian let out a cold laugh. Although I said I'd kill you all, I didn't say I'd do it. You griffins are not worthy of my sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian handed the longsword in his hand to Gu Nianling, who was at the side. Linger, slaughter them. As soon as these words came out, the nearly 100 disciples of the various sects present immediately stiffened, filled with shock. In the next second, a mountain of jeers erupted from the reacting crowd. Madness. This person must be insane. To actually let this little guy of the 7th grade spiritist realm kill us. Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Little girl, this person is asking you to die. Why are you still following this kind of person? It's better to follow my brother, who will surely cherish you. At this time, Xiang Yimo was also full of surprise, looking at the bottom of Gu Jingtian's eyes with even more disgust. Only Gu Nianling was hesitant at the moment. My lord, they only said a few words. It's too serious to kill them directly. Gu Jingtian still had a breezy face. Linger, if this girl hadn't come to our rescue today, if you and I had really fallen into the hands of these people, have you ever thought about what would have happened to us? If it's someone else who insults you, curses you, bullies you, you can kill them with a sword. It is far easier to end their lives than to teach them to be good. Gu Jingtian's words could be described as demonic. Hearing this, Xiang Yimo's eyes were astonished for a moment. What domineering words! What an arrogant attitude! What an interesting fellow! It's just that it's not too easy to see your own strength. At this moment, However, Gu Nianling's complexion was stunned, alternating light and darkness in her soulful eyes. Gu Jingtian's words had clearly entered her young mind. At this instant, Gu Nianling's willow brows slightly frowned, her gaze as resolute as a torch as she reached out to take the long sword in Gu Jingtian's hand. If his heart cannot be changed, then destroy his body. If the world is unjust, with the sword in my hand, I'll break the world with my sword. Gongzi, Linger understands. Gu Nianling turned to look at the enemy that was emitting a powerful spiritual pressure and tightened her grip on the longsword in her hand. In an instant, the sleeves swung, the sword roared, a majestic sword intent that broke straight through the clouds instantly rose to the sky. It seemed to be tearing this heaven and earth apart. Under the shocking sword intent, even a group of sect disciples who had already reached the spirit martial realm were trembling furiously. This might had nothing to do with cultivation, just the height of the Tao. Xiang Yimo's complexion was greatly shaken, and the essence of his eyes shone brightly. Sword intent. It's actually sword intent. And it's still an extremely terrifying sword intent. This young girl is only 16 or 17 years old. Surprisingly, she was able to comprehend such a strong sword intent. It's simply an act against the heavens. How could it be? How could there be such a heaven-defying sword Tao wizard in the world? How could such a wizard be just a mole in the spiritist realm? And seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng, who was high in the sky, also had his eyebrows raised. The look of shock was extreme. Sword intent. To be able to comprehend complete sword intent at this age, an absolute heavenly pride. This little guy is actually a sword Tao wizard. Such a marvelous talent must be brought back to the family Holy Land. In time, one will at least be able to become a peerless powerhouse like the sword saint. The bald disciple was even trembling at the moment. The entire body was softening. The bottom of his eyes were filled with fear. You can't kill me. I'm from the Mad Sword sect. Kill me and the Mad Sword sect won't spare you. Regarding the threatening voice, Gu Nianling ignored it, her pair of sword eyes sweeping across the room. Those who mocked just now, come together. Save me the trouble of killing you all with one sword. Feeling the murderous aura that permeated the surroundings, those disciples had also understood that it was already a matter of no return at the moment. Then they all released the spiritual energy in their bodies and walked slowly towards Gu Nianling. Even if you are a sword Tao wizard, even if you are able to comprehend sword intent, you're still just a tiny spiritist realm. If dozens of us go together, you'll only die. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Nianling's mouth lifted lightly. Oh, yes? As the voice rang out, Gu Nianling's eyes narrowed slightly. The long sword in his hand was violently sheathed. In an instant, swords shot out in all directions. Endless sword chi was released from above Gu Nianling's body. Dense sword chi in hundreds and thousands floated behind Gu Nianling's body. In the blink of an eye, within 10 meters of Gu Nianling's body, it was already a world of swords. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Since you have the supreme Xian heavenly sword body, how can you have less sword intent? Xian heavenly sword body, sword domain, and looking at the densely packed sword chi, the dozens of disciples on the opposite side of the room looked completely dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was completely beyond their comprehension. Only at this moment, Xiang Yimo was already dumbstruck and shocked beyond words. Sword body, a special physique, such terrifying might. Could it be the legendary saint body? No wonder he was able to comprehend complete sword intent at a young age. So it's an innate sword body. And Gu Changfeng in the middle of the clouds was even more seismic in his pupils. Sacred body, a physique on the same level as a sacred emperor's coronation. How could it be? How could this little guy be a saint body? How can the sacred body only be at the spiritist realm now? Looking at Gu Nianling, who was in the realm of the sword, the group of disciples were already scared out of their wits. The look of fear in trembling knees. Little girl. No. Little auntie, we were wrong. Let us go. Consider us a fart. Please, forgive us. We were just saying a few words. Gu Nianling was surrounded by sword chi. It is the business of the immortals to forgive you, and it is my business to send you to the immortals. Chapter 14 Absolute Heaven's Pride. Sword Dao exclusive. As Gu Nianling's voice rang out, the long sword in her hand violently stabbed forward. It was too late. The densely packed sword chi in the high sky shot out all of a sudden. It's like the Milky Way falling, or a shooting star piercing the sky. Before these dozens of disciples could even wait to react, they were already rained down sword chi through their bodies. In the snap of a finger, dozens of disciples above the great spiritual master realm had turned into a field of corpses. Such a shocking scene directly dumbfounded Xiang Yimo and Gu Changfeng in the clouds. Is this the terror of the sword body? Is this the power of the sacred body? A spiritist realm spirit cultivator was actually able to kill dozens of great spiritist realm existences with a single move. And there were even spirit martial realm experts among them. Demon! This is an absolute demon! Looking at the scene happening in front of him, Gu Jingtian was not the least bit surprised. With the power of the divine body of the Xian heavenly sword body, coupled with the sword intent, even at the cultivation level of the spiritist realm, it's enough to be invincible under the Spirit King realm. After all under the Spirit King realm are ants. But at that moment, only a stream of light was seen shooting from the depths of the basin. In the blink of an eye, dozens of silhouettes had appeared in this place. It was precisely the experts from that various clans. With their cultivation level, the scene that had just occurred was naturally caught in their eyes. At this moment, Xiang Wentian's pair of old eyes looked at Gu Nianling in death. The broken sword in his back was even more gusty. Complete sword intent. Sacred body level sword body. No matter what, this person must be kept. As long as we can make this person a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, in time, the Heavenly Sword Sect will definitely be able to produce a peerless sword saint. And at this moment, the sect masters of the major sects were also showing greed at this moment. A sword cultivator with an overwhelming sword body. No one could resist. And right at that moment, a burly man with short, fiery red hair snorted coldly. This person actually killed a disciple of my Mad Blade sect. He must be brought back to my Mad Sword sect for interrogation. The one who spoke was none other than the sect master of the Mad Blade sect, Blood Shadow Mad Blade Sunchop. However, the people present were all old foxes, and the calculations made by this Mad Blade sect's master were heard clearly from 2 miles away. And right at this moment, the Heavenly Sword sect master Xiang Wentian violently sheathed his long sword in his hand. The spirit ancestor realm's spirit pressure instantly erupted. For a moment, sword intent stirred, killing aura filled the air. Xiang Wentian held the Skybreaker sword and looked around with tiger eyes. Mr. Xiang doesn't want to bother with more words. This person the Heavenly Sword sect, must take away. Anyone who has a problem with this, just ask the Skybreaker sword in Xiang's hand. When these words came out, the patriarchs of the other sects showed grave expressions. After all, Xiang Wentian's battle power was the most powerful existence among those present. And right at that moment, only a slightly aged voice came out. Patriarch Xiang, I have calculated that this woman is destined to be with my Xian formation sect. I'm afraid I can't let Patriarch Xiang take it away. The one who spoke was none other than that Xian formation sect's patriarch, Taoist Evergreen. Xiang Wentian's brows furrowed as he let out a cold smile. Patriarch Evergreen is really bold. It seems that you want to take this girl away despite the hundreds of years of friendship between you and me? Taoist Evergreen stroked his beard. Why say it when you can see it? Faced with a supreme demon at the saint body level, this pair of hundreds of years of close friends had completely stood on opposite sides at this moment. Seeing this scene, that Mad Blade Sex Sunchop was enraged. With his cultivation level that had barely stepped into the spirit ancestor realm, it was obvious that he was already unattached to this peerless heavenly pride. Thinking of the tragic deaths of the disciples in his clan, Sun Jian was even more enraged. A pair of tiger eyes swept to Gu Jingtian on the side. Gentlemen, the Mad Blade sect, give up on this absolute heavenly pride. It's just that this brat actually coquettishly caused dozens of my Mad Sword sect disciples to die tragically. Please give me face. I'll take this kid's life for the Mad Blade sect. In the face of Sunchop's request, the group of patriarchs were filled with disinterest. It's just a mole cricket. Just do as you please. Since Patriarch Sun wants him dead, just feel free to strike. As soon as these words came out, however, 2 figures blocked in front of Gu Jingtian. One of them was, of course, Gu Nianling, while the other figure was Xian Yimo, who was on the side. Gu Nianling held a long sword with a stern expression. Who dares to touch my son? Xian Yimo looked towards Xiang Wentian in the distance. Father, this man's speech is quite extraordinary. Why don't we bail out together? Hearing this, Xiang Wentian's sword eyes looked toward Gu Jingtian. Give me a reason to save you. Facing Xiang Wentian's condescending tone, Gu Jingtian snorted. There are many people who want to kill me. There are quite a few under the sky, and even more in the sky, but they're all dead. If you don't believe me, you can try. When these words came out, a group of sect masters showed disdain. Griffin cultivation, yet a true dragon's breath. Insolent to the core, just a crazy person. Xiang Wentian frowned slightly. Since you are bent on seeking death, then I'll fulfill you. Hearing this, Sunchop sneered. Go to hell, you mole. As soon as the words fell, the spirit pressure of the 1-star spirit ancestor realm was released. And just then, only a voice was heard coming from high above. Gu family Holy Land's 6th elder, Gu Changfeng has arrived. Upon hearing this, the crowd of swordsmen from the various clans immediately stared at each other, their eyes filled with fear. In the next second, only a ripple was seen in the void. 2 figures appeared above the heads of the crowd. It was none other than the duo of Gu Changfeng and Zhao Hailu. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the people present shrank. Instantaneous shift. It really is a great divine ability that can only be used at the Spirit Saint realm. The visitor is actually really a patriarch of the Gu family of the Holy Land. It's over. The people from the Gu family of the Holy Land have actually come, so I'm sure the supreme heavenly pride will definitely be pocketed by the Gu family. Thinking of this, Xiang Wendian and the other group of patriarchs were ashen, bowing in a hurry. We have met the Gu family patriarch. Gu Changfeng scrutinized the circle, his eyes filled with contempt. Eventually, he focused his gaze on Gu Jingtian and Gu Nianling. Gu Nianling, since you have such talent, follow this patriarch back to the Gu family. With such natural talent, I'm sure the Holy Emperor will personally accept you as his disciple. When these words came out, the people present were astonished. Gu Nianling? Gu? Her last name is Gu. From the Gu family? No wonder there's such talent. So it's the Gu family's bloodline. This matter is completely non-negotiable. And at this moment, Gu Nianling frowned and snorted coldly. I want to stay with the male. Wherever you go, where will I go? When these words came out, Gu Changfeng let out a cold laugh. He, considering that you have good talent, you are permitted to return to the Gu family. But Gu Jingtian, my Gu family's former old ancestor, the greatest waste, the disgrace of my Gu family, categorically cannot return to the Gu family. When these words came out, it could be described as a high gorges coming out of a flat lake, and a thunderstorm rising from the ground. It directly shocked everyone in the room out of their minds. Gu Jingtian, Gu family ancestor. This person is actually the Gu family's old ancestor. Rumor has it that the Gu clan's wasteful old ancestor, the scum who wasted an everlasting Dao fruit to live for 3,000 years. It's actually him. At this moment, Xiang Yimo's eyes were shining with essence. It's actually him. A waste of spiritist realm who has lived for 3,000 years? And right at that moment, Gu Changfeng looked at the sect master of the Mad Blade sect with a playful expression. I'll take this supreme sword cultivator away from my Gu family. As for this Gu Jingtian, he is no longer a member of my Gu family. But even so, you are not qualified to kill him. Still, if it breaks one of his legs, or does something insignificant, this genin doesn't care. When these words came out, Sun Chop even became short of breath. Not to mention breaking one of the Gu family's old ancestors' legs, even if it was to give the Gu family's old ancestor a slap in the face. This was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about, and now he has been given a heavenly honor. Sun Chop couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Since the Gu family patriarch has an order, I dare not disobey. Don't worry, I have my measure. I will not take his life, and I can still satisfy the elder. Gu Changfeng looked at Gu Jingtian with interest. Old ancestor. Bah! Today I'm going to show the people of the world, in front of them, what kind of a waste you, old ancestor, really are. I'm going to make you lose face. No, you have no face left. Ha ha ha. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Gu Jingtian's expression was ancient, a cold grunt in his mind. If you follow honestly, for the sake of Big Brother, I won't move you. But now, it's your own fault. In that case, Emperor Meteor, it's time for you to see the light of day again. Chapter 15 Group of Dragons Pilgrimage. Divine Soldier Emperor Fall. As Sun Chop's figure slowly approached, Gu Nianling, who was in front of Gu Jingtian, tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. Nay, the spiritual energy in her body was close to being depleted after using the domain power once. It's all a bluff at the moment. On the side, Xiang Yimo's beautiful eyes were filled with intolerance. Frequently, she looked at her father, but in front of Gu Changfeng, how could Xiang Wendian dare to make a move? At this moment, Sun Chop's face was filled with a maniacal smile. Old ancestor of the Gu family, let you taste my Sun Chopper's methods. As soon as the words fell, violently the earth trembled madly. An unimaginable power was surging madly from the center of the earth. For a moment, the mountains in the entire basin for hundreds of miles around trembled madly. A bottomless gully appeared above the earth, and in that gully, a deafening dragon roar resounded violently. Hearing this voice, everyone present froze in place. The dragon race? There's actually a dragon race existing in this place? But in the next second, only a slightly illusory giant dragon could be seen rushing up from the gully. It was densely packed, and as far as the eye could see, there were nearly 100 of them. Each giant dragon was over 1,000 meters in size and covered the sky, but the illusory state announced their identity. Dragon souls. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbstruck. Even Gu Changfeng, who had already reached the 9-star spirit saint realm, was astonished. Dragon souls. And all of them are dragon saint level dragon souls. How is this possible? How could so many dragon souls exist in this place? The dragon race has a strong physique, and dragon saint realm dragons can even be compared to spirit emperors amongst the human race. What the hell is going on? How could someone be able to kill so many dragon saints? As a giant dragon's figure crossed the sky, a mighty sword sound that pressed down on the 9 heavens resounded through the sky. Just a single sword sound caused the mountains in a circle of hundreds of miles to instantly explode and turn into countless pieces. Seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng was already shocked beyond words at this moment. One pair of eyes was filled with disbelief. The fluctuation of an emperor's soldier. It's actually the fluctuation of an emperor's soldier. The weapon that exists down here is actually an emperor weapon. How is that possible? That revealed aura is clearly not an emperor's soldier. But at that moment, a golden pillar of light shot out from the center of the basin, stirring up the wind and clouds, rushing towards the vast and infinite river of stars. For a moment, the entire eastern continent, millions of miles of land all felt that heaven-destroying fluctuation of the emperor's soldiers. In the meantime, in the Gu family's holy land, in the Xian heavenly hall, the peerless Gu Zian snapped open her divine eyes. Filled with doubt, he looked high into the distance. Almost at the same time, a dozen or so patriarchs had also appeared in the Xian heavenly hall. Each face was filled with a look of astonishment. Imperial soldier. It's the fluctuation of an emperor's soldier. There's actually an emperor's soldier in existence. Gu Zian's willow brows were furrowed. The direction of this fluctuation is exactly where it was that day. That weapon that came out of the world is actually not an imperial weapon, but an emperor weapon. Despite the countless doubts in his heart, everything had been settled under the fluctuations of the emperor's soldiers. In the next second, there was a surge of space in front of Gu Zian, who then disappeared into the great hall. Apparently it had been instantaneous, and within the basin at the moment, feeling the terrifying fluctuations of this wave of imperial armaments, Gu Changfeng's eyes were filled with crazy burning heat. Imperial soldiers. Ha ha ha, it's actually an emperor's soldier. If I'm able to bring this emperor's soldier back home, I will definitely be able to become the first person under the sane emperor. In the midst of all the stairs, one could only see the dragon souls converging towards the center of the basin. In the next second, amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, this one dragon saint realm dragon soul actually made a submissive movement and lowered their proud heads. The dragon sage pays homage. The emperor's soldier is out. Between that group of dragons, within that dazzling pillar of golden light, a black and gold longsword slowly rose. At the hilt of the sword was a purple and gold dragon head, and in the center of that blade, there existed a continuous protrusion, like a spine. In the voice of the sword, two large words were engraved in pen. Empire falls. With the appearance of the emperor's soldier, the 99 dragon souls instantly scurried towards the long emperor soldier. In the blink of an eye, it had merged into this imperial soldier. Seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng could no longer care about anything else. The body violently moved instantaneously in the direction where the emperor's soldier was. While seeing this scene, the bottom of the eyes of Zhao Hailu, who was wearing a green robe, was filled with mockery. In the blink of an eye, Gu Changfeng had appeared beside the imperial soldier. Looking at the imperial soldier that was close at hand, Gu Changfeng's heart was filled with endless greed. Ha ha ha, the emperor's soldier is mine. With this emperor's soldier gone, even in the Gu family, I am under one person, above 10,000 people. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian was showing disdain. Sure enough, after 2,000 years of nourishing the dragon vein, this extreme saint soldier has finally been promoted to the level of an emperor's soldier. However, Emperor Fall, who once slaughtered 99 dragon saints, is it not something that you, a tiny 7-star spirit saint, can touch? Seeing that Gu Changfeng was about to pocket the imperial soldier, he only saw this black and gold imperial drop tremble violently. A dragon's roar that shook heaven and earth resounded. At the same time, a golden dragon soul impacted out from within the imperial soldier, growling towards Gu Changfeng in front of him. Seeing this scene, Gu Changfeng's eyes cracked. Imperial soldier. It's not me. The spirit saint realm's spiritual energy instantly spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Endless cyan-colored spiritual energy condensed into a world projection in the void. It was precisely the ability that could only be used when one reached the spirit saint realm. In the blink of an eye, the flailing golden dragon and the green-colored world projection collided together. Kakaka. In just an instant, the projection of the world released by Gu Changfeng had already split apart by mistake. Gu Changfeng directly gushed out a mouthful of blood. The world projection is tied to the body. One for all. One for all. But just then, the golden dragon resounded with a thunderous roar. That already shaky world projection suddenly turned into a sky full of light spots. In Gu Changfeng's incredulous gaze, the golden divine dragon, which was nearly 1,000 meters long, had already heavily impacted on top of his body. In an instant, it impacted towards the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky. The attack of an emperor's soldier, even if it was just a single hair of the 9 oxen, was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The golden divine aura spread out from the center of the basin. Everywhere it goes, everything goes up in smoke. Seeing this scene, at this moment, the crowd did not care about anything else and hurriedly fled frantically. The Mad Blade Sex Sun Shop was also standing on both stalks at this moment, hastily intending to fly into the sky to escape. However, after seeing Gu Jingtian on the side, Sun Shop's face went insane. What Gu family ancestor? It's just a mole cricket. It's a mess today. Kill you and no one will know. Go to hell. Before the words were finished, a golden light shot from the distance. Chapter 16, Hysterical Guzian. Before Sun Chop could react, the golden light irradiated, and Sun Chop's body had already turned into a flying ash. Looking at the golden ball of light that was hundreds of meters in size, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. It's just a matter of getting the stuff and leaving. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian grabbed Gu Nianling on the side. One step was taken as if heaven and earth were rotating, and then it disappeared without a trace. After a few breaths, the dust settled. That heaven-destroying imperial weapon had disappeared without a trace. Between the mountains, a deep sinkhole appeared. The mountains within a radius of thousands of miles had disappeared without a trace. With just a single attack from an emperor's soldier, the land within a radius of thousands of miles was wiped out. At this moment, Xiang Wendian and the others were floating in midair. Looking at the bottomless pit below, his eyes were filled with doubt. What? We actually survived the attack of the emperor's soldiers? The crowd looked around, but only the figure of the Mad Blade Sex Sun Shop was missing. The crowd couldn't help but be suspicious. And right now, right at the bottom of this deep pit, Gu Chongfeng's figure was already a bloody mess and fainted. At this moment, his tendons and veins were already broken and his dantian was destroyed, almost turning him into a wasted man. And just then, a figure appeared beside it. It was that normally groveling Zhao Hailu. The corners of Zhao Hailu's mouth rose lightly. Gu Chongfeng, I didn't expect you to have a day. To be able to remove a peak spirit saint realm powerhouse is nothing short of an unexpected blessing. Zhao Hailu's aura filled his hands and he was just about to plan to send Gu Chongfeng to the western heaven. Only a ripple of space was seen high in the sky. A stunning silhouette floated in midair. As this silhouette appeared, the emperor's might that filled tens of thousands of miles rippled out. Just standing there, it was as if the entire starry sky was collapsing. The person who came was none other than the Gu family's Saint Emperor Guzian. Seeing Guzian's appearance, Xiang Wentian's group was terrified. Looking at the scene before her, Guzian frowned lightly. With a gentle wave of his jade hand, he was actually able to directly perform spatial shifting. All the survivors all appeared in front of Guzian. Looking at Gu Chongfeng, who was already an invalid, Guzian's eyes were filled with rage. Someone please tell this emperor, what the hell is going on here? Hearing this, Zhao Hailu had a groveling look on his face. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, an imperial soldier has actually appeared in this place. The sixth elder tried to fetch the emperor's soldier for the Holy Emperor, only to have the emperor's soldier backfire on him, turning him into what he is today. Guzian asked in a condensed voice, where did the imperial soldier go? Where is Gu Jingtian now? Zhao Hailu responded in a hurry. He was right here just now, and that Gu Nianling is actually a sword Dao Saint body, and has even comprehended complete sword intent. Now I'm afraid I've been buried in the aftermath of the emperor's soldier's attack. As for the imperial soldier, I don't know where it went. Hearing this, Guzian's expression was stunned. A hint of confusion flooded her beautiful eyes. Gu Jingtian is dead? No, impossible. How could he die here? Since he died under the fallout of the emperor's soldiers, how did you all survive? Hearing this, Zhao Hailu as well as Xiang Wentian and the others on the side hurriedly bowed and saluted. Reporting to the Holy Emperor, we are also extremely puzzled as to why this is the case. Emperor's soldiers have spirits, and that Gu Nianling is a sword Dao Saint body. So I'm afraid it's not that the emperor's soldiers have already recognized their masters. That's what took them away. Nowadays, this conjecture seems to make the most sense. As soon as these words came out, Guzian thought for a moment, and her pretty face became hideous. Wastes, it's all crap. The imperial soldier was not obtained, and the pride of our own family was abducted. Also lost track of Gu Jingtian. It's all crap. Bunch of losers. It was also that Gu Chongfeng nowadays only had one breath left, or else the furious Guzian might have beaten him up. In the next second, Guzian waved her big hand and then disappeared without a trace. Only Guzian's angry voice was left in the air. Get the hell out of this emperor's house. Half an hour later, Gu family Holy Land. Inside the Xian Heavenly Hall, with a ripple in space, Guzian's delicate body appeared in this place. Seeing Guzian appear, the crowd of patriarchs immediately looked forward to it. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng said respectfully, the sacred emperor himself has taken action. So I guess this imperial soldier has been returned to my Gu family. Gu Qingfeng's words were simply rubbing salt into Guzian's wounds. Guzian snorted coldly. The imperial soldier has already recognized Gu Nianling and has already broken through the air. When these words came out, the dozen or so patriarchs present were in an uproar. What? The Emperor's soldier has recognized its owner. It actually recognized a little trash. How is this possible? She's just a little trash in the spiritist realm. How could she possibly make the Emperor's soldier recognize her master? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan was even more furious as one Buddha came out of the world and 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven. What waste! If the Sword Tao's sacred body is all trash, this Emperor sees you all as trash of trash. When these words came out, the group of patriarchs were even more wide-eyed. Sword Tao saint body? That little trash is actually a Sword Tao saint body. My Gu family actually lost a disciple of the Sword Tao saint body. This, how? Gu Ziyan's willow eyebrows rose. Why is this happening? You guys are actually asking this Emperor why this is happening. Are the guys from the outer sect all eaters? A Sword Tao saint body can't even be measured. Since that's the case, there's no need for them to stay in this position anymore. While at this moment, Gu Yan and the other 3 great saints' sons had a look of excitement in their eyes. After all, the Sword Tao sacred body was designated to be able to become a sacred son, and with one more sacred son, the resources they could obtain would be a few points less. And right at this moment, Gu Ziyan's sister, Gu Lishang, said in a condensed voice, reporting to the Holy Emperor, I have seen this Gu Nianling by chance. It is indeed extremely poorly endowed. It's not a Sword Tao saint body at all, but now there's been a heavenly change, and it was actually able to make the imperial soldier recognize its owner. I think it's highly likely that this matter has something to do with Gu Jingtian. When these words came out, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. 12th Elder, you're joking. You mean this Gu Jingtian is able to turn a loser into a Sword Tao saint body? This kind of tactic, not to mention him, a waste of the spiritualist realm. Even the sacred emperor coronation couldn't do it. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Gu Lishang's willow brows frown lightly. But I used to think that this matter is fishy. This Gu Nianling has made quite a splash since she left after Gu Jingtian. It's hard not to connect this with Gu Jingtian. Gu Qingfeng just wanted to dislike him again, but Gu Ziyan waved her hand. Stop. This matter is naturally decided by this emperor. This emperor's sacred body wasn't awakened right from the start either. It was also awakened during later cultivation. It's not just this emperor, including the 3 saint sons whose saint bodies are all awakened at a later stage. Therefore, this emperor has come to the conclusion that the sacred body is not something that can be detected at the beginning of cultivation, but is slowly awakened in the midst of later cultivation. It's just hateful that a hidden saint body was actually taken away by this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian. In the next second, Gu Ziyan's eyes were filled with anger. Originally, I only thought that this Gu Nianling was just following Gu Jingtian down the mountain, but I didn't expect that nowadays she's even more inches away. In that case, don't blame this emperor for being ruthless. Gu Jingtian, this emperor will make you forever alone. Everything you care about, this emperor will step in and destroy it. This emperor is going to make you lonely and never get any warmth. This emperor will make your life worse than death. With this thought in mind, Gu Ziyan drank in a cold voice. Issue the Holy Emperor's decree. Gu Nianling has violated the Gu family's family rules. She has defected from the Gu family. Any power that takes her in is an enemy of the Gu family. Offer a reward for a holy weapon. Captured Gu Nianling alive. Chapter 17 The Final Fulfillment. The Great Disciple of the Open Mountain. Once these words came out, the entire hall could be said to have been silenced. The crowd of patriarchs were even frozen in place. Holy soldier. The sacred emperor actually took out a sacred soldier as payment, just to bring this Gu Nianling back. It's normal to think that this Gu Nianling is a Sword Tao saint body. Even if she doesn't certify to be an emperor like the Saint Emperor coronation, there's still not much suspense in achieving the Spirit Saint realm. Sword cultivators are already strong in battle, and a sword cultivator in the Spirit Saint realm is already considered the first person under the Spirit Emperor realm. What's more, that Emperor's soldier is most likely in Gu Nianling's hands. For the sake of an Emperor's soldier, a Saint's soldier is naturally nothing. The news released by the Gu family immediately spread throughout the entire Eastern continent. For a moment, the entire Eastern continent was in an uproar. Whether it was the Saint soldier promised by the Gu family, the peerless genius of the Sword Tao Saint body, or that Emperor's soldier at the peak of this realm, it was all enough to make the entire Eastern continent go completely crazy. Meanwhile, the far north of the Eastern continent, only the mountains and ravines of this place were filled with monstrous demonic chi. The entire sky was covered in gloom. And here, it is the area where the Devil Cultivator is located. 8 million miles of Yuzhou. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak that stuck straight up into the sky, there were clearly patches of building complexes. It was exactly where the Blood Demon sect, one of the 8 major sects of demonic cultivators, was located. In the middle of the eerie hall, there was a red-haired old man sitting on top of a skeleton throne. The scarlet eyes were like an endless abyss. And this person was the sect master of the Blood Demon sect, the Blood Demon ancestor. A person's cultivation had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, and at that moment, a figure dressed in a long black robe surfaced within the great hall, reporting to Old Ancestor. The secret agents planted in the Gu family have already sent word that the disciple the Gu family expelled was actually a sword Dao Saint body, and there's an emperor's soldier out there. It's highly likely that this imperial weapon is in the hands of this Gu family disciple. Now the entire Gu family has been thoroughly investigating this person in the eastern continent. Hearing this, the blood demon Old Ancestor's bloodshot eyes were scarlet. The bottom of his eyes were filled with excitement and shock. Imperial soldier. Sword Dao Saint body. It's truly something extraordinary. Pass the order down. We must do everything we can to get these two things. Hearing this, the black-robed figure below nodded slightly. With that, he said again, reporting to Old Ancestor, there is a wind and moon city in the middle of this Gu family region, which hides a secret method that is quite extraordinary, being able to allow one to burst out with strength to fight beyond 2 ranks. According to the intelligence, the secret method yet has no side effects. Hearing this, the blood demon ancestor waved his hand. It's also quite a divine dharma. In that case, take it as well. For a moment, the entire eastern continent, whether it was the righteous path or the devil's sect, all fell into a frenzy. The entire east continent's billions of miles of territory was in a frenzy. Meanwhile, above a mountaintop in the northwestern part of the eastern continent, there were 2 figures that appeared in this place. It was the Gu Jingtian duo who had left. Looking at the endless plains in front of her, Gu Nianling's pretty face was filled with surprise. The beautiful eyes looked to Gu Jingtian on the side and timidly inquired, "My lord, what is going on here? How did we suddenly end up here?" The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Never mind about that. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Gu Jingtian flip his palm. A dark golden longsword appeared in Gu Jingtian's hand. It was that emperor's soldier. Emperor's fall. It was just that although this emperor's soldier looked quite extraordinary, it did not emit that heaven-destroying might. Looking at the longsword in Gu Jingtian's hand, Gu Nianling instantly froze as if she were a wooden chicken, surprise written all over her small face. "Your Excellency, how did this imperial soldier appear in your place?" Looking at Di Lu in his hands, a trace of remembrance flooded Gu Jingtian's eyes, gently caressing this imperial soldier that had caused the eastern continent to tremble. "This was originally mine. Naturally, it's going to be in my possession." When these words came out, Gu Nianling's eyes were even more surprised. "What? This emperor's soldier actually belongs to the Gongzi. Gongzi actually owns an emperor's soldier." You have to know that the entire Gu family only has one imperial soldier. It's still left behind by old man Ling Tian. Gongzi is actually so terrifying. Although after this period of encounter, Gu Nianling already knew that Gu Jingtian wasn't a waste of space like the rumors had it, but it was also never expected that Gu Jingtian would actually be able to possess an imperial soldier. And in the very next second, a scene that made Gu Nianling incredulous happened. Only Gu Jingtian stretched out his arm and handed out that long sword. This sword, named Emperor's Fall, was crafted by my own hands. Not only is it using the remains of a dragon emperor as a foundation, but it's also that it has 99 dragon saint souls fused in it. It was already at the level of a quasi-imperial weapon. Now after 2,000 years of being nourished by the earth veins, it has finally broken through to the level of an imperial soldier. It was originally reserved for the Gu family. Only now I am no longer a member of the Gu family, so I'll bestow this emperor's fall on you. When these words came out, Gu Nianling's eyes glazed over with a confused look. Was even wondering if there was something wrong with my ears. Looking at the dazed Gu Nianling, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Although this emperor drop is an emperor's soldier, anyone of any cultivation level is able to use it. But of course the power that erupts is closely related to the cultivation level. This longsword has no significance to me. And since I'm giving it to you, why don't you hurry up and take it? Seeing Gu Jingtian's slightly displeased expression, Gu Nianling then trembled and extended her jade hand. Receiving that imperial weapon that was enough to drive the entire eastern continent crazy. It wasn't until she felt the terrifying power contained within this emperor's fall that Gu Nianling reacted. The large eyes stared deathly at Gu Jingtian in front of him, filled with a look of astonishment. "This was actually handcrafted by you, Your Excellency? You're still an emperor-level sword maker, sir? Dragon Emperor Bone, Dragon Saint's Soul? Your Excellency, you've copied the 10,000 Dragon Valley, haven't you?" When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. A wonderful petite body with an extremely explosive figure surfaced in its mind. I wonder what happened to that female Tyrannosaurus Rex now. Gu Jingtian shook his head and shook the thoughts out of his head. Then he looked at Gu Nianling in front of him. "These are the things you need to know. I've even given you an emperor's soldier. And you're still calling me Gongzi?" When these words came out, Gu Nianling instantly froze in place, her youthful and moving body unable to suppress the trembling. With Gu Nianling's resourcefulness, How could she not hear the meaning in Gu Jingtian's words? In the next second, Gu Nianling suddenly fell to her knees and bowed 3 times. Apprentice Gu Nianling, meet master. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Although I have instructed many interesting little ones, you are the only one who has officially taken on a disciple. From now on, you are my opening disciple. Definitely must not fall short of being a master. Now that your main cultivation technique is still unsettled, master will pass it on to you. The words came. Gu Jingtian pointed out a finger. A golden aura shot toward Gu Nianling's eyebrows. Chapter 18. Who am I? Who the hell am I? Gu Jingtian's voice resounded within Gu Nianling's sea of consciousness. This is a technique that my master obtained by chance, called the Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sword Technique. Even if it's a slight success, it's enough for you to defend yourself. If one were to ascend, even the Spirit Emperor realm would be within reach. If one cultivates to the depths of refinement, even becoming an immortal and an ancestor is just a thought away. The golden light flashed, perhaps for an instant, but Gu Nianling felt as if she had spent 1,000 years. Numerous dense patterns emerged in his mind's eye. It was that Tai Shang Forgetfulness Sword Technique. Gu Nianling immediately fell to her knees, tears flashing in her eyes. Apprentice kowtow to master. I will practice diligently, and I will not fall short of my master's name. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Alright, get up. With your enlightenment, you've barely reached the cultivation standard of this sword skill. You can first cultivate here. After you reach the spirit martial realm, master has other plans. Hearing this, Gu Nianling hurriedly got up. Soon, the duo opened up a cave on top of this mountain peak, and Gu Nianling had officially stepped into the path of cultivation. The sun rose and the moon set, and another day passed. At this moment, in the Gu family territory, in the middle of Snow Moon City, the Yi family's ancestral home, on top of a large bed there was a concave and convex delicate body lying. The looming mountains were simply stunning. It was none other than that Yi family's contemporary family head, Yi Hongyi. Suddenly, those slender willow brows furrowed violently. The beauty on the bed awoke with a jolt. The violent breathing made the mountains tremble even more. Above a flavorful and pretty face was currently filled with tear stains. Why does one always dream about that guy? What the hell is going on with those images? Why did they appear in my mind? But in the next second, an extremely terrifying fluctuation stirred up from the sky. This demon ancestor has personally arrived. So why don't you and the other mole crickets come and pay your respects? Listening to the sounds coming from above the city, Yi Hongyi frowned tightly. The moving petite body immediately broke through the door and shot in the direction of the Yi family ancestral hall. But just as Yi Hongyi had rushed out of the room, a purple demonic chi instantly descended from the sky. It turned into a large hand and captured Yi Hongyi's body. In the blink of an eye, Yi Hongyi's body had already flown into midair. At this moment, the entire Snow Moon City had been filled with purple-black dark clouds above it. An old man in a purple robe with a withered face floated in midair. Spirit pressure of the spirit ancestor realm spread out from above that short body. Feeling the spirit pressure that was like an ocean, Yi Hongyi's pupils shrank. It's someone from the Blood Demon sect, a superpower of the spirit ancestor realm. This blood fiend sect actually dares to send a spirit ancestor realm powerhouse into the Gu family boundary. Isn't it afraid of the Gu family sacred emperor's wrath? Looking at Yi Hongyi not far away, this short old man's eyes were filled with tyranny. This seat is the Blood Demon sect soul fiend elder. Little girl, if you send that secret method with both hands, this old ancestor can give you a heavenly chance to become one with this old ancestor. Ha ha ha. The old man soul fiend let out a wild laugh, and there seemed to be a blood-red thread of flesh between those sharp teeth. Hearing this, Yi Hongyi's delicate body trembled, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with the color of determination. Damn it! A spirit ancestor realm powerhouse, once 10,000 is no match, but even if you die, you won't be able to get my Yi family's ancestral secret method. With this thought in mind, Yi Hongyi did not have any hesitation, and a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy instantly erupted from above his body. Seeing this scene, the corners of old man soul fiend's mouth grinned, and his eyes were filled with disdain. What a fiery little girl, ready to blow herself up at the drop of a hat. In front of this old ancestor, your life and death are controlled by this old ancestor. As the voice rang out, only the purple demonic chi entwined around Yi Hongyi's delicate body glowed with a ghostly light. The aura fluctuations that Yi Hongyi had erupted instantly disappeared. Yi Hongyi's eyes were cracking, and a look of despair hung all over that moving pretty face. Can one not even control life and death in front of the truly strong? Looking at the old man who was like a bamboo pole not far away, Yi Hongyi closed her eyes in despair. She couldn't imagine what kind of misery she would face next. In the midst of extreme despair, Yi Hongyi's mind however, a figure emerged, with a black and gold robe. He was handsome, elegant and noble. Farewell. A tear trail slid down from the corner of Yi Hongyi's eye. but in the very next second, only a sword chirping sound rose completely through the sky. The sudden voice caused Elder Soul Fiend to be slightly stunned, and at the place where the Ji family's ancestral hall was located, two sword lights instantly shot up into the sky. It's that pair of snowmooners. The two long swords at the moment glowed with a dazzling colorful light. For a moment, a supreme pressure that shook the heavens and deterred the earth erupted from above the two long swords. That terrifying spiritual pressure radiated out, instantly causing the Soul Fiend old man's body to sink and fall to the ground. At the same time, the demonic chi that was wrapped around Yi Hongyi's delicate body also disappeared without a trace. Feeling this heaven-destroying spirit pressure, the Soul Fiend old man was terrified to the core. Even his voice became as shrill as a eunuch's. Hysterical shouting, "Emperor soldier! It's the aura of an emperor soldier! No, it's not an emperor soldier. It's the pressure of the spirit emperor realm. What the hell is going on here? How is it possible? How could there be a spirit emperor realm powerhouse here?" At the same time, the Gu family of the Holy Land, Xian Tian Hall, Gu Zian, who was cultivating, opened her eyes at once. A pair of beautiful purple eyes were filled with astonishment. The fluctuations of the spirit emperor realm. Who is it? In the next second, along with a spatial fluctuation, Gu Zian's silhouette disappeared. In the city of Wind and Moon. At this moment, the Soul Fiend old man had fallen to his knees. The ground below had cracked inch by inch. Looking at the scene in front of her, surprise was written all over Yi Hongyi's pretty face as her pupils contracted for a moment. What the hell is going on here? But in the next second, only a sword sound like a dragon and phoenix harmonizing could be heard resounding through the heavens and earth. Those two long swords were sheathed at the same time. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was flooded with a vast sea of colorful spirit auras. Under the interplay, a piece of fairyland that was thousands of miles in size coalesced. It's that earthly beauty, the wind and the flowers. Colored winds blow through, and all is quiet. Hundreds of flowers are like rain, and the color of the moon flies together with the color of the snow. Underneath the extreme beauty lies endless killing opportunities. The prosperity is over and everything is over. The old man's Soul Fiend had already disappeared in the midst of his fascination, and the entire ground above was suddenly left with only Yi Hongyi's stagnant figure. Why? Why exactly? What's going on with that picture? Who am I? Yi Hongyi? No? Who the hell am I? Yi Hongyi was in a state of madness, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be flashing with golden aura. With a wave of his hand, that windflower snow moon sword appeared in Yi Hongyi's hand. Just then, the space in front of him suddenly rippled. Yi Hongyi approached slowly like a madman and then disappeared in place. At the same time, Gu Jingtian, who was reclining on the hillside and basking in the sun, opened his eyes violently, looking in the direction of the east. Sword chi of the Spirit Emperor realm. It looks like that group of devil sect scumbags couldn't help but strike after all. How come there seems to be a force of laws? Is it possible that I sensed it wrong? Chapter 19, Spirit Emperor Realm Fluctuation. Gu Zian's doubt. Gu Jingtian's brows furrowed lightly, and a strong force of divine thoughts instantly spread out. Look carefully for the power of the laws that appeared in this realm. After a few breaths, Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. Is it hard to feel wrong? This power of law is an existence that can only be touched by those above the supreme realm. Can it be that another supreme realm powerhouse has appeared on this continent? That's just it. The supreme realm isn't a match for myself anyway. Gu Jingtian looked up high in the sky. Behind those clouds, he himself has now cultivated the chaotic martial emperor scripture to the 10th layer, and the laws of force within his body are nearing completion. But in the past 500 years, one's cultivation has not progressed an inch. Could it be that one's cultivation has already reached the limit of what this realm can withstand? It seems that we still need to find a way to leave this realm, or else even if one's martial arts are divine, one's lifespan will eventually run out. And at this moment over Snow Moon City, with a ripple in space, a tall silhouette appeared in this place. It was none other than Gu Zian, who wore a purple-gold imperial robe. Looking at Fengyu City, which had been restored as it was, Gu Zian's willow brows frequently frowned. Disappeared. That Spirit Emperor realm fluctuation has actually disappeared. Which Spirit Emperor is this? Is it also for the secret method in this Wind and Snow City? In the next second, Gu Zian's divine sense of the Spirit Emperor realm spread out, capturing the fluctuations of aura in the space. But still nothing. This could not help but make Gu Zian's heart burst with astonishment. To actually erase all traces, this person's strength should not be underestimated. How could such a supreme expert appear above this eastern continent? Gu Zian scanned the circle. Her gaze lingered on the Qi family ancestral hall for a moment, then disappeared without a trace. A tea time passed. Gu Zian had returned to the Gu family Holy Land. At this moment, within the Great Hall, a dozen figures had already gathered. It was none other than the members of the Gu family's Elder Council, and it was obvious that they had also sensed that fluctuation of the Spirit Emperor realm. Gu Li Shon, who was wearing a blue palace dress, had a concerned look on her face. Coronation of the Holy Emperor. What happened? Which spirit emperor is the visitor? Gu Ziyan frowned lightly. When this emperor rushed there, that person had already left. There wasn't a single trace left behind. Hearing this, Gu Lishang sighed lightly. In fact, after learning of this news, we should have absorbed that Wind Moon City's city lord into the Gu family. In that case, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. To be able to make a spirit emperor make a move, I'm sure that secret method is not trivial. That is, Gu Lishang was Gu Ziyan's own sister. The others wouldn't dare to talk like that. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan frowned lightly, a hint of dissatisfaction roiling under her eyes. A cold grunt followed. It's just a secret method. Such a secret method, even though it allows one to fight across borders, must have its drawbacks. My sister is not too concerned about this. Listening to Gu Ziyan's slightly icy tone, Gu Lishang helplessly lowered her head. Obviously at this moment, Gu Ziyan wouldn't think about what kind of existence she was missing out on. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the years go by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Even though 3 months had passed, the entire eastern continent had not calmed down at all. Instead, the furor over the search for Emperor Bing and Gu Nianling intensified. Throughout the billions of miles of the eastern continent's landmass, there were countless various sects and forces. Not only were the major powers from all sides, but even those small sects had joined in on the furor. A nameless wasteland was nearby. A figure was stationed at this moment. With the ruins all around, it was clear that this had once been a town. But at this moment, the ground was already full of blood red, and the scarlet blood coalesced into a small stream. Everywhere you look there are broken limbs, even children's torsos torn in half. It's like a hell on earth. And those dozens of figures were dressed in blood-colored robes, just like they were members of the Blood Spirit sect. The first person was wearing a long black robe, the same as that soul fiend old man who had appeared in Wind Moon City. Obviously, he was also a spirit ancestor realm powerhouse. It was just an extremely strong body, 2 meters away. At the moment the hand was holding a white blossom of a young girl that had been torn apart. The black-robed old man snorted coldly. It's really meaningless. It's just a spirit master realm ant. It won't take long to play before it dies. The black-robed man slowly rose. Little ones, prepare to leave this place. Go to the next town. This time, this old man will let you have your fun. As the man's voice rang out, dozens of figures let out shouts like severe ghosts. And right at this moment, a strong spiritual energy fluctuation instantly rose up from the distant mountain peak. Feeling this surge of spiritual energy, that black-robed old man raised an eyebrow. The pockmarked old face was hideous and horrible. I didn't expect that someone would still be able to break through to the peak of the spirit martial realm in such a remote place. Go, little ones, let's go with this old man to have a look. If it's a 3-legged one, we'll eat it. The 2-legged ones, I'll let you enjoy them when I'm done with them. As soon as the words fell, dozens of figures immediately shot up into the sky, shooting towards the distance. And at this moment on top of the nameless barren mountain, Gu Jingtian smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth and waved his large hand. A mysterious and extreme power instantly appeared. The aura that rose up to the sky instantly dissipated and vanished without a trace. In the next second, a beautiful figure shot out from the cave. It was Gu Nianling. Although only 3 months had passed, Gu Nianling's cultivation had undergone a drastic change. At this moment, she had already reached the peak of the spirit martial realm. In a short span of 3 months, crossing 4 great realms from the spiritist realm, straight to the peak of the spirit martial realm. If this were to spread, I'm afraid that the entire eastern continent would go completely crazy as well. And that was the talent of the god body. And of course, it couldn't be separated from Gu Jingtian's guidance. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of fear under Gu Nianling's eyes. Instead, she was full of confidence. And this confidence came from her cultivation at the peak of the spirit martial realm. Gu Nianling marched to Gu Jingtian, her beautiful eyes filled with respect. Living up to master's teachings, Linger has already raised her cultivation to the peak of the spirit martial realm. It's just that breaking through to the spirit king realm, Linger isn't sure yet. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. This is indeed normal. On the path of cultivation, there are 3 obstacles, the first being the spirit king realm, and the second place is the spirit emperor realm. And as for the third place, that's certifying a spirit emperor. You don't need to be in a hurry. The water will naturally be able to break through the realm. Hearing this, Gu Nianling nodded heavily. Master, didn't you say that you have new plans after Linger's cultivation rises to the peak of the spirit martial realm? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's brows smiled and he was just about to open his mouth. And right at this moment, Gu Jingtian's brows furrowed lightly as he looked toward the distant sky. There's some Deathseekers coming through. Hearing this, Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. Chapter 20, Weekly Striking Out. Flak-hitting mosquitoes. As soon as Gu Jingtian's words fell, a purple-black cloud had already drifted in from the sky. It was clearly the black-robed old man who was dozens of miles away. Looking at the duo above the mountaintop, the black-robed old man's eyes widened. That old loser from the Gu family. And that sword Dao Saint body. Ha ha ha, what a way to get to the top. When you run into me, Soul Slayer, you two had better obediently tie your hands. Looking at the dozens of figures not far away, Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes were a look of eagerness. Having just reached the peak of the spirit martial realm, she was looking to test her strength at the moment. Gu Jingtian snorted coldly, his eyes filled with contempt that ignored everything. A mere mole cricket, worthy of snarling and barking here. Hearing this, the corners of this Soul Slayer old man's mouth twitched madly. Gu Jingtian, you still think you're the Gu family's oldest ancestor? Now that you've been expelled from the Gu family, you're nothing but a waste of space at the spiritist realm. Who knows about this? Old me is able to crush you to death with a single finger right now. Surveying Gu Jingtian's body, the old man Soul Slayer's narrow eyes were filled with evil light. Couldn't help licking his lips. I heard that you, a waste of space, ate a fruit of the Tao of longevity to survive for 3,000 years. If I eat you, I'm afraid I can also increase my lifespan a bit. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling's figure immediately blocked in front of Gu Jingtian. With a flip of his palm, the black and gold emperor's fall instantly appeared in his hand. In an instant, the Soul Slayer elder and his group immediately showed a look of horror. However, feeling the faint breath above the emperor's fall, the Soul Slayer old man laughed coldly. It really is the sword Dao Saint body. In such a short period of time, it has actually cultivated to the spirit martial realm. Even if you have an emperor's soldier in your hands, so what? A spirit martial realm griffin can't even utilize the true power of an emperor soldier. Little girl, as long as you surrender your divine sense and become this old ancestor's slave, this old ancestor can keep your cheap life. Gu Nianling's willow eyebrows rose. The fluctuations of the spirit martial realm instantly spread out from above his body. If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all this nonsense? As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Nianling held Di Lu, intending to make a move. But just then, a large hand suddenly stopped in front of Gu Nianling. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Good disciple. This scumbag is already at the spirit ancestor realm cultivation level. The current you is not a match for this group of scumbags. It's better to let the master do it. When these words came out, Gu Nianling showed a puzzled look on her face. Even though she already knew that Gu Jingtian wasn't the trash he was rumored to be, Gu Nianling didn't know anything about Gu Jingtian's strength. Just by looking at how the people of the Gu family dare to actually treat Gu Jingtian, it must be that their strength wasn't too overpowering. Gu Nianling's face showed concern. Master, this is a spirit ancestor realm demonic cultivator. You must be careful. As soon as the words fell, the Soul Slayer old man burst out laughing maniacally, disdain filling his old face. Gu Jingtian, you don't have to put on the appearance of a supreme master here. If you were truly strong, how could the Gu family expel you? It's hard to believe that the Gu family guys are all cuties. Can't they be? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he felt that this Soul Slayer old man's last words were not unreasonable. When the Soul Slayer old man saw Gu Jingtian's expression change, his heart was even more pleased. What? Being told through the heart by this old ancestor. You can't hide it anymore. Don't worry. This old ancestor won't kill you. This old ancestor will clean up this little girl in front of you. Wait until she sees how powerful this old ancestor is. I'm sure that without this old ancestor's hand, she'll be on her knees begging this old ancestor to take her in. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Soul Slayer elder waved his big hand. A purple-black demonic aura instantly filled the air, condensing into a demonic claw that shot toward Gu Jingtian, obviously trying to keep Gu Jingtian under control. In the face of such an attack, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. It's been a whole 500 years since I made a move, and once again, I didn't expect it to be this kind of mole. As the voice rang out, Gu Jingtian slowly extended his palm. The power of martial arts in his body instantly ran through his entire body. Golden divine radiance erupted from above his body, slamming his palm out. In an instant, golden light shone brightly within a radius of thousands of meters. The endless golden light condensed into a huge golden palm that was hundreds of meters square, and on top of that huge palm, it was densely packed with subtle golden runes. Vajra Vorpal Palm. A voice like the whispering of the Buddha instantly filled the air. A terrifying might that was like a mighty prison instantly filled the air. In an instant, both the Soul Slayer elder and the dozens of demonic cultivators all trembled furiously. The strong pressure directly caused the tens of meters of demonic cultivator's body to explode. It turned into a sky full of blood mist. Even Elder Soul Slayer, who was already in the spirit ancestor realm, was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Horror to the core was written in the blood-streaked eyes. How is it possible? How can you be so strong? How could the Gu family expel you? This is a scam. This is definitely a scam. It can't be. The entire Gu family is crazy. At this moment, however, Gu Jingtian shook his head. Noisy. With that, a palm was slapped out, and the hundreds of meters of Vajra divine palm immediately impacted out. Wherever it passes, everything goes up in smoke. The old man soul slayer whose body couldn't move could only look at the golden divine palm. Before the golden divine palm could approach, the strong palm wind had already blasted the soul slayer old man's body into flying dust. Boom! In the next second, this huge palm of hundreds of meters violently blasted on top of the mountain peak at the back. In an instant, dazzling golden light covered the entire sky. The ground is shaking. Smoke filled the sky. By the time the golden light dispersed, the large mountain that was 1,000 meters tall had disappeared without a trace. Between the mountains, a huge deep pit that was 100 miles in circumference had suddenly appeared. A single palm is enough to destroy the city. Looking at the bottomless pit, Gu Nianling on the side had round eyes full of astonishment. Dumbfounded, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. An unprecedented earthquake was set off directly in his mind. Master Teacher is actually this strong. With a casual slap, he actually wiped out a high mountain. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid that a strong person of the Spirit Saint realm may not be able to do it either. That old man Soul Slayer was right. The Gu family is a bunch of cuties. To think that they would expel Master Teacher. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked at the damage he had caused with a casual strike. He frowned lightly. A displeased face shook his head. Hey, it still doesn't work. It's been too long since I've done it. The force is still a hair too big. What a waste. What a waste. Isn't this an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito? When these words came out, Gu Nianling's mouth suddenly twitched. Is this bragging on Master's part? Such a terrifying strike, but it was actually just a hint of extra strength. What would it be like if this was on fire? Master Teacher still really thinks he's a spirit emperor. Gu Jingtian's gaze looked into the distance, and a hint of essence flashed under his eyes. It seems that he hasn't made a move for too long, and these mole crickets already don't know the heights of heaven. Blood Spirit Sect, provoking it 3 times. It seems there's no need to continue to exist either. In the next second, Gu Jingtian looked at the young girl beside him. Go, apprentice, come with me. Gu Nianling was slightly stunned. Where to? Master. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly spat out a sentence. Yuzhou, Sky Demon Mountain Range, Blood Spirit Sect, Chapter 21, 10,000 Devil Mountain Range, Blood Demon Sect, 1,000,000 miles away in Yuzhou. Under the sky full of magic clouds, the strange peak stood here, and this place was the heavenly demon mountain range that made the entire eastern continent talk about it. It was rumored that this place was the connection between the Xian-Tian continent and the demon realm, and the demonic energy was extremely dense. On top of a peak that was tens of thousands of meters high, there was a palace situated, within a radius of 1,000 miles. It was filled with the smell of blood. In front of the tallest hall, there stood a stone monument with the words Blood Demon Sect written on it. Inside the Blood Demon Hall, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor in a red robe sat on it. And just then, a figure also wearing a red robe appeared in front of it. The fluctuations of the Spirit Saint realm spread out from above his body. This person was the other Old Ancestor hidden in the Blood Demon Sect, named Blood Heaven Old Ancestor, and his strength was no better than that of the Blood Demon Old Ancestor. Seeing the appearance of the Blood Sky Old Ancestor, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor slowly opened his eyes with a puzzled look in his eyes, while at this moment, the Blood Heavenly Ancestor had a furious look on his face. The divine sense flame that the 2 Demon Slayer brothers left behind in the clan has been extinguished. Hearing this, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor rose violently, his monstrous fury stirring up. Who is it? How dare you kill an elder of my Blood Demon Sect? No matter who dares to provoke my Blood Demon Sect, this old ancestor will let him know what true cruelty is. But at that moment, a figure wearing a purple golden robe suddenly appeared in the middle of the hall. Its face also wore a purple and gold mask. Seeing the visitor, the 2 old ancestors of the Blood Demon Sect fell to their knees in an instant. The faces of the 2 were filled with respect. Greetings to the Demon Emperor's messenger. The eyes of the duo at this moment were filled with surprise. I didn't expect the Demon Emperor's emissary to actually appear. And for a whole 1,000 years, the Demon Emperor hasn't sent out any orders. And right at this moment, an extremely cold voice slowly came out. By order of the Demon Emperor, no one is allowed to harm the Sword Dao Saint body that appeared. By all means, find it and send it to the 9 Sephirotic heavens. When these words came out, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo looked at each other. The eyes of the 2 were filled with shock. I didn't expect this Sword Dao Saint body to actually attract the attention of Lord Demon Emperor. Lord Demon Emperor actually ordered that this person not be harmed. Could it be that he wants to take this person as a disciple? This little girl, she's really lucky to be able to obtain the favor of Lord Demon Emperor. You must know that since Lord Demon Emperor rose to power 2000 years ago, it only took 120 years for him to be certified as an emperor. In one leap, he became the supreme existence of the entire Devil Dao. Now more than 800 years have passed since Lord Demon Emperor claimed the throne. I'm sure that Lord Demon Emperor's strength has already reached a level that we can't comprehend. If Lord Demon Emperor is out of the gate, what is this little Gu family Saint Emperor worth? Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly responded in a condensed voice. By the law of Lord Demon Emperor. With the sound of the voice, the Demon Emperor's messenger in front of him had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene in front of them, the duo's speech emperors were filled with shock. Lord Demon Emperor's emissary's cultivation is actually so terrifying as well. With the strength of the two of us at the Quasi-Emperor realm actually unable to detect his visit, is it possible that the Demon Emperor's messenger has also reached the Emperor realm? The Blood Demon Old Ancestor's eyes narrowed slightly. Nowadays, the entire Eastern Continent's righteous path is barely more than 2 Emperor realm powerhouses. Besides, Li Tani of that Tiani Holy Land is already lingering on. Now that Lord Demon Emperor has reappeared, I'm sure that this group of scumbags who call themselves the famous sect won't have many good days left. Thinking of this, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor let out a cold snort. Since that's the case, you and I will order a large number of disciples to enter the frontier of the righteous Dao and go in search of that Sword Dao sacred body. Also be sure to find that murderer who killed my Blood Demon Sect's elder. Never fall on my Blood Demon Sect's prestige. The two were just about to give the order, but they violently glanced at each other and looked towards the high sky beyond the great hall. Spatial fluctuations? Someone came across the void. The visitor is at least a spirit saint realm powerhouse. You and I will go out and look. In the next second, along with a ripple in space, the figures of the two of them had arrived high above the sky. Underneath the black as ink demonic clouds, there were 2 figures, and upon seeing these 2 figures, the pupils of the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo shrank as a hint of doubt flashed across the bottom of their eyes. Reacting, the duo let loose a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, this is truly a heavenly chance. I didn't realize that the person Lord Demon Emperor wanted would actually come to my door by himself. That's right, these 2 figures that had suddenly arrived at the Blood Demon sect were none other than the Gu Jingtian duo who had rushed here from a million miles away. And after seeing Gu Jingtian beside Gu Nianling, surprise was written all over the faces of the two of them. This is the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. In the intelligence, both the Gu clan's old ancestor and that Sword Dao Saint body were driven out of the Gu clan. Never would I have thought that this Gu family's old ancestor was actually not a rumored scrapper, but a hidden spirit saint realm powerhouse. Looking at the sight of the demonic aura rolling before her, Gu Nianling was left with a dumbfounded expression. Amazingly, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Just a moment ago, Gu Jingtian stretched out his large hand, and a mysterious aura spread out from it. In the next second, in Gu Nianling's astonished and incomparable gaze, the space in front of him was actually torn out of a huge space gap in a raw manner. Before Gu Nianling could react, Gu Jingtian had already pulled her into this spatial gap. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at this place. Surveying her surroundings, Gu Nianling was filled with surprise. The scene in front of him was simply the same as the Yuzhou depicted in the books. Is this true that Master Teacher has come to Yuzhou, the Devil Cultivator's main camp? It's said that this demonic cultivator's base camp. Even a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse wouldn't dare to go there alone. Just as Gu Nianling was surprised, a sound like a razor blade cutting through glass came from the front. I didn't expect. The rumors are actually false. The Gu family's old ancestor isn't a waste, but a Spirit Saint realm powerhouse. It's just that you've gone too far to actually dare to come to the Heavenly Demon Mountain Range. I've heard that the Gu family has already kicked you out of your home, so why don't you just throw yourself into my Blood Demon sect and become a dashing and self-contained demonic cultivator? In the face of the invitation from these 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses, Gu Jingtian looked as if he had ignored it. Just looking at Gu Nianling in front of him. Disciple, Master has already imparted enough to you. A sheltered eagle can never truly soar into the blue sky. Today, my master will pass on one last divine ability to you. It's up to you to see how many points you can realize. Since then, the time has come for you to venture out on your own. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling in front of her froze in place. The soulful, bright eyes suddenly misted with water. Master, do you not want Linger? No, Linger doesn't want to leave Master Teacher. Gu Jingtian looked as old as ever. You are my Gu Jingtian's disciple. How can you be so sniveling and little girl-like? The matter has been decided by the master's mind. There is no need for more words. And seeing that Gu Jingtian looked as if he was treating them like air, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo's hearts blazed with rage. Gu Jingtian, you're not too wild. This is the 10,000 Devil Mountain Range. It's not your Gu family. Even if the Gu family's Saint Emperor Gu Zian were to arrive here, she would never be able to walk out of this 10,000 devils. Before the duo could finish their words, Gu Jingtian's cold eyes swept in. There's no need for so many lines when you're about to die. It affects the view. With that, he reached out with his big hand. A soft bellow. Sword come. Chapter 22 Absolute Divine Power. Silent Extinction. Heaven, Earth, and Man 3 Killing Sword Technique. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the Emperor's false sword behind Gu Nianling's back instantly shot up into the sky. At the same time, Gu Jingtian's figure appeared high in the sky. That Emperor's false sword was just like it was already in its hands. Seeing this scene, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo immediately showed a look of horror, staring at the black and gold longsword in Gu Jingtian's hand with fear. Imperial Soldier. This is that present-day Emperor Soldier. This Emperor Soldier was actually really obtained by Gu Jingtian. This is finished. This old man has been hiding his strength, yet he's already a Spirit Saint Realm expert. Now it's even wielding an Emperor's weapon. Even if you and I, brothers, are both at the Quasi-Emperor Realm cultivation, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this. For a moment, the two of them exploded with spiritual energy, as if they were planning to flee. However, even though Gu Jingtian was holding an imperial weapon, the Emperor false sword in his hand did not erupt with the terrifying fluctuations of an imperial weapon. Noticing this scene, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo who were just about to run away with their heads stopped, deadly staring at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Ha ha ha. In the next second, the duo's maniacal laughter spread throughout the void. Gu Jingtian, you need to stop posturing here. This Emperor's soldier, even if you've acquired it, you simply can't refine it in such a short period of time. Even if it's an Emperor's soldier, nowadays in your hands at best you'll only be able to exert the power of a saint soldier. Damn it! How dare you swindle us! I'll show you the reason why my blood demon sect has survived for 2,000 years. As the duo's voices rang out, only a monstrous blood chi was seen erupting from above the two's bodies. On top of the peak below, a blood-colored residual shadow violently sprang out. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the two. It was actually a long knife that was covered in blood-colored divine aura. Where the hilt of the blade was, it was actually a hideous and horrifying human skull. A monstrous fury aura filled the air from above this long sword. In a matter of moments, it drenched the sky in a radius of nearly 100 miles in the color of blood. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor's face showed a maniacal expression. Gu Jingtian, it's your great honor to die under my Blood Demon sect's quasi-imperial weapon, the Blood God Mad Blade. If I were you, I would definitely find a remote place and spend a few years refining this godless soldier. Unfortunately, you are not too wild. You can hide your strength. Does my Blood Demon sect not have any hidden cards? Looking at the arrogant and domineering duo, Gu Jingtian had a disdainful look on his face. Who said to kill you guys? This seat still needs the might of an emperor's weapon. In the next instant, Gu Jingtian's gaze swept toward Gu Nianling in the distance. Apprentice, watch well. This sword will be very handsome. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian's long sword in his hand violently reached downward. As Gu Jingtian moved, in an instant, a destructive power that was like a demon god himself, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, erupted. The killing aura that looked like it came from the 9 devilish realms caused the entire void to tremble. And sensing this destructive aura filled with tyranny and killing, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo was staggered. Demonic chi? You're actually a devil cultivator? Impossible. How can you be a demonic cultivator? The duo's doubts Gu Jingtian naturally ignored, only murmuring to himself. This sword Dao divine ability is called silence. There are 3 styles. You can watch it well. Disciple. First style. The earth sends out killing machines. Dragon Snake Rising Land. Before the words fell, the long sword in Gu Jingtian's hand swung violently, pointing at the endless earth below. Where the sword blade pointed, only the ground in a 1,000-mile radius was violently set off by a massive earthquake. A monstrous killing aura erupted from the depths of the earth. In an instant, the earth cracked and the mountains collapsed. A bottomless gully appeared above the earth. The blood god peak that was nearly 10,000 meters tall collapsed. Before this blood demon sect disciple could react, he was blasted into mush by the killing machine that rose up from the sky beneath the ground. The ground in a radius of 1,000 miles rolled over like an earthly dragon, accompanied by endless killing opportunities, and tumbled crazily. Such a terrifying scene directly made the duo in the distance look dumbfounded. The Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo's eyes were filled with panic. A realm that emboldened them appeared in the duo's minds. Spirit Emperor Realm. It's actually the Spirit Emperor Realm. This Gu Jingtian is actually a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse. Only a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse can erupt with such a terrifying might. Are the Gu family all a bunch of brainless dead pigs? How could they drive an old ancestor of the martial Emperor Realm out of the Gu family? It's over. Everything is finished. The Spirit Emperor with the Imperial Soldier in hand. Flee. Run away. At this moment, the two of them frantically exploded the aura in their bodies, wanting to use the power of instantaneous transfer to escape. And right at that moment, the Emperor's false sword in Gu Jingtian's hand violently swung once again. The sword's blade points to, it is that long sky. Second style, heavenly hair killing machine. Move the stars. In an instant, that monstrous killing chance filled the air. The high altitude within a 1,000-mile radius was suddenly stormy. The demonic aura that had shrouded this place for nearly 10,000 years was instantly broken by the killing machine. A dark starry sky spread out for nearly 1,000 miles. The shimmering star moved frantically. Endless killing opportunities filled the air. It directly and completely blocked off the space in a radius of nearly 1,000 miles. No matter how much the Blood Demon Elder Ancestor duo mobilized the power of the world projection within their bodies, they still could not make a single connection with the void in front of them. Sensing this, the Blood Demon Old Ancestor duo's eyes were already filled with despair at this moment. Hysterically, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Gu Jingtian, even if you are a spirit emperor, you killed us. The Demon Emperor coronation won't let you go. You killed a quasi-emperor realm demonic cultivator in the 10,000 Devils mountain range. Are you trying to provoke a war between the righteous and the devils? In the face of the duo's frantic hissing, Gu Jingtian remained unperturbed. The long sword in his hand was slowly placed in front of him. A pair of starry eyes slowly closed. A low, domineering voice resounded throughout the space. Third style. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's tightly closed eyes snapped open. That pair of eyes actually turned completely black. It was filled with a sightless contempt, and a destructive killing machine. In the next second, a pillar of light as black as ink erupted from above Gu Jingtian's body. The upper part of the sky is connected to the heavens, next to the back of the earth. An icy cold voice without a trace of emotion came out. A man sends out a murderous spirit. The heavens and the earth fall. The earth sends out killing machines, and dragons and snakes rise from the land. The ground was like an earth dragon turning over and rushing up to the sky with endless killing opportunities. It's like the earth's dragon rushing to the sky. The sky sends out killing machines and moves the stars. The starry sky was like a bucket of stars, carrying monstrous killing machines impacting down, like a meteorite falling from the sky. When a man sends out a killing blow, the heavens and the earth are tipped over. In an instant, heaven and earth twisted and space exploded. Everything returns to nothingness. This is silence. In an instant, the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles ahead were filled with an endless swarm of killing machines. Everything in it was overwhelmed by that heaven-destroying killing machine. Even the two blood demon old ancestors of the quasi-emperor realm could not be spared, and could only despair as they were overwhelmed by the killing machines. In the blink of an eye, everything in a 1,000-mile radius disappeared without a trace. Even space, under this terrifyingly extreme killing machine, was completely erased. The destruction of all that is silence. Looking at the scene in front of her, Gu Nianling's eyes were lifeless and she had lost all ability to think. There was only that endless killing machine in his mind. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This matter is settled. There's no such thing as a banquet. We'll see each other if we're meant to. Before Gu Nianling could react, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. The Emperor's false sword in his hand shot out towards Gu Nianling. Chapter 23, Yuzhou's Anger. The swords are drawn. Wherever the sword blade pointed, space was instantly cut open. The chaotic spatial turbulence instantly coalesced into a solid channel. A strong suction force erupted out, bringing Gu Nianling's body in. By now, Gu Nianling already understood in her heart that her master had already made up his mind. In the blink of an eye, Gu Nianling's figure disappeared into the spatial turbulence. Only a firm voice curled up. Master, my disciple will make a heck of a name for himself and not fall short of Master's name. Listening to the incoming voice, Gu Jingtian's face remained the same as before, without any fluctuations. Just a gaze cast in the direction of that distant Middle Earth. The Middle Earth, that's where countless heavenly prides will compete. It's only there that you can grow up the fastest. I hope that by the time my master sets foot in the Middle Kingdom, you will already be famous in the world. Now that I'm alone, it's time to make a trip to that place. Gu Jingtian waved his hands, directly tearing the space in front of him, stepped forward and then disappeared without a trace. Only this 1,000-mile square land of silence remains. As Gu Jingtian's figure disappeared into this place, only to see space ripple once again. A figure clad in black robes appeared at this place. It was the Demon Emperor's messenger who had left earlier. Obviously, they had discovered the fluctuations of this place and moved space to come. However, just after arriving at this place, the Demon Emperor's emissary was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. Horror was written all over the handsome face under the cloak. As expected, as the Blood Demon Ancestor had guessed, this Demon Emperor emissary's cultivation had also reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Such a realm, yet it made him feel an even greater fear. How is this possible? Within a radius of 1,000 miles, not only was space erased, but even spiritual energy, laws, everything disappeared, completely turned into nothingness. Who in the world is it? Surprisingly, he possesses such terrifying strength. I'm afraid that even Lord Demon Emperor may not be able to achieve such a means. Could it be the one from the Gu family of the Holy Land? Is she not afraid of causing a great war between the righteous and the devils? Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor's emissary's face showed a grave expression. This matter must be reported to Lord Demon Emperor immediately. In the next second, with a fluctuation in space, the Demon Emperor emissary's figure disappeared without a trace. The very center of the 10,000 Devils Mountain range that stretched for millions of miles. The entire void was filled with purple demonic chi like a sea of clouds churning. It was like the Nine Spectres demon region. A strange peak rose up from the ground, its height simply unmeasurable, as if it was on par with the sky, straight into the clouds. This place is exactly where the Demon Emperor, who made the entire eastern continent scared, is located. The Nine Secrets Heaven. In the next second, the Demon Emperor emissary's figure had appeared in front of a palace. Lord Demon Emperor, my subordinate Qingfeng has something important to report. In an instant, a clear and cold voice came from the middle of the great hall. Come in. With the sound of the voice, Qingfeng, who was dressed in black robes, walked into the grand hall with a respectful face. Strangely enough, the hall was empty. Only a dreamlike figure stood in front of it. A purple and gold-colored fancy dress was extremely extravagant, a face of androgynous beauty but lifeless. In this empty hall, it is even more desolate and sad. Upon seeing this person, Qingfeng immediately fell to his knees. With a face full of respect, he said, "Greetings, Lord Demon Emperor." The handsome, almost demonic man slowly spoke out. "You have already been certified as an emperor. Why do you need to perform such a great honor?" Hearing this, Qingfeng's body trembled slightly, and the bottom of his eyes instantly reddened. If it wasn't for Lord Demon Emperor's actions in the first place, Qingfeng would have already been a withered bone by the side of the road, a lonely soul in the wild. Where would we be today? At all times, Qingfeng is Lord Demon Emperor's most loyal slave. Hearing this, the Demon Emperor whispered to himself, "It doesn't really have to be too much. It's just that someone once said to me that maybe they'd gotten wet themselves, so they wanted to hold an umbrella for someone else." Obviously, Qingfeng did not hear the Demon Emperor's whispers. Then he said in a gruff voice, "Lord Demon Emperor, my subordinates have already gone to check, and indeed an Emperor Realm powerhouse has struck. The entire Blood Demon sect was wiped out. No one has escaped. The strength of the person who struck out was so unbelievable that he directly turned a 1,000-mile area into nothingness." Hearing this, the Devil Emperor's sword frowned slightly. The way of destruction? I didn't realize that besides this emperor, there was someone else who practiced this Tao. Qingfeng's face tightened. With this kind of strength, in the entire eastern continent, other than you, Lord Demon Emperor, I'm afraid there is only one person, Gu Zian, from that Gu family's holy land. If she acts like this, is it possible that she wants to provoke a war between the righteous and the devils? The Demon Emperor let out a light laugh, his handsome face full of disinterest. Since she wants to fight, so be it. This emperor also doesn't mind learning about the power of this Violet Sun sacred body. This matter is already known to this emperor, so there's no need to say more. Tell me about you. Did you find her? Hearing this, Qingfeng froze in place. The redness in his eyes surfaced once again. She's gone. A few simple words seemed to have exhausted all the strength of a supreme being of the Spirit Emperor realm. Seeing Qingfeng behave like this, the Demon Emperor took a deep breath. I was born before the king was born, and the king was born when I was already old. The Great Way is merciless. This Supreme Demon Emperor also became ambiguous when confronted with his feelings. But just at that moment, Qingfeng's eyes shook with an exquisite aura. Lord Demon Emperor, is there really reincarnation in this world? It was only at this moment that the bottom of the Devil Emperor's lifeless violet golden eyes were flooded with gusts of remembrance. Remote mountain village, beside a clear stream, the gardenia-like maiden smiled like a flower. Brother Jiu, you'll come back to marry me, won't you? The young girl's ardent gaze, even though 2,000 years had passed, was still etched in the bones of this Demon Emperor. After a long period of contemplation, an endless stream of essence flashed from his lifeless gaze. There must be. Qingfeng's expression was stunned, and that scorching gaze flared up in his eyes. I will find her, whether it's for 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, even if it's as far as the Yellow Springs. The Demon Emperor at this moment waved his hand. Qingfeng then turned away with a sense of humor. In the entire empty hall, only the Demon Emperor's tall and sad figure remained. It's been 2,000 years. Young Geo, where are you? Can you tell me? Is there really reincarnation in this world? Only the Demon Emperor's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. As the news of the Blood Demon sect's destruction gradually spread out, the black clouds were pressing down on the city. and the entire land of Yuzhou could be considered to be in a state of agitation. Countless devil cultivators rioted madly. The entire land of the eastern continent could be described as a windy, grassy place. Soon enough this news had reached the head of the righteous path, the Holy Land Gu family. In the middle of the glorious Xian Tian Hall, the stunningly beautiful Empress Gu Zian sat on top of the emperor's seat. The crowd of patriarchs were also seated at this moment. Everyone's faces carried an endless amount of gravity. Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng heatedly spoke. Holy Emperor coronation. Those devil cultivator disciples have already let the wind out, claiming that you, Holy Emperor coronation, have struck out to overthrow the blood demon sect, provoking the Yu state, to the extent that they have the audacity to ask you, coronation of the Holy Emperor, to give them an explanation. Chapter 24, Songyun Mountain Range, Heavenly Demon City. When these words came out, Gu Zian instantly stormed out. The fluctuations of the Spirit Emperor realm instantly stirred. What? That group of maggot-like demonic cultivators actually dared to ask this emperor to give them an explanation. Don't say that this matter is not the handiwork of this emperor. Even if it is this emperor's handiwork, exterminating a bunch of maggots is just that. It's nothing. It seems that this emperor was too merciful, and these mole crickets dared to offend heaven's might. Seeing the furious Gu Zian, a glimmer of essence flashed across the bottom of Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng's eyes. Speaking up in a hurry, enlighten the Holy Emperor. I've received news. This demon emperor Yen Zhoga has already come out of seclusion, and also ordered the demonic cultivators under his command to make every effort to search for Gu Nianling, the traitor of the Gu family. I think I'm also hitting on the idea of that emperor's soldier. Now that they've even planted evidence, perhaps this Yen Zhoga has gotten his way. And now that trash Gu Jingtian and traitor Gu Nianling, as well as that imperial soldier may all be in Yen Zhoga's hands. So much so that he dares to be so arrogant. How dare he want to provoke a war between the righteous and the devils? When these words came out, Gu Zian, who was already furious, became even more furious. Are you saying that Gu Jingtian, that loser, might be in Yen Zhouge's hands now? Yeah, good Do you really think I, Gu Zian, am young enough to be bullied? To actually dare to take in this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian, this trash, to actually devote himself to the devil's way. What a shame for my Gu family. Since Yen Zhoga dares to act like this emperor will let him learn what the true emperor realm is. At this moment, Gu Zian was already ready to go to war. Hearing this, it was even harder to hide the joy in Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng's eyes. But at that moment, a silhouette below suddenly stood out. It was Gu Zian's sibling, Gu Lishang. Gu Lishang frowned lightly, reporting to the Holy Emperor. I also have some understanding of this matter. This demon emperor Yen Zhoga has been famous for close to 2,000 years, and his strength should not be underestimated. What's more, the hand of the man who set out to destroy the blood demon sect was ruthless, and none of the nearly 100,000 disciples of the entire blood demon sect were spared. The strength is even more terrifying, to the point of completely turning 1,000 miles of land into nothingness. His strength is definitely that of an emperor realm powerhouse. Even if Gu Jingtian and the others have been captured by Yen Zhoga has no need to act like this. Take the lives of the entire blood demon sect to go to war with the righteous path. If the righteous and demonic paths go to war, this person who strikes will definitely be a variable. With these words, the furious Gu Zian calmed down a bit. Being able to witness the Tao and become an emperor, it was natural that one would not be too intentional. You're saying that a new emperor realm powerhouse has appeared in the eastern continent? Gu Lishang nodded slightly. This person might be from the eastern continent, or he might be from the northern cold, the western desert, or the South Sea. It's even possible that he's from the Middle Kingdom. If we go to war rashly, won't we fall into this person's trap? The first order of business is to find out the identity of this person, exactly which power he belongs to. Gu Lishang's analysis could be said to have cleared the clouds and seen the sky. Gu Zian looked grave as she slowly sat down. Such a scene even drew a cold flicker under the eyes of Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng. Hastily bowing, he said, "Coronation of the Holy Emperor. Now the demonic cultivators have been frequently harassing the borders of my eastern continent. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid that it will harm the prestige of my righteous path. If this Yen Zhoga makes an issue out of Gu Jingtian, after all, this Gu Jingtian used to be my Gu family's oldest ancestor, more or less representing my Gu family's face. Now that you have fallen into the devil's path, it is simply a shame for my Gu family. I beg the Holy Emperor to order Yen Zhoga to hand over Gu Jingtian, as well as my Gu family's traitors." Hearing the three words Gu Jingtian, Gu Zian, who had just suppressed her anger, was once again seething in her heart. Seeing this, Gu Lishang hurriedly said, "Although this demonic cultivator is infesting the eastern continent's righteous path, most of them are of some cultivation level below the spirit emperor realm. It's just a test from the demonic cultivator. There's no need to make a big deal out of it now. The Holy Emperor only needs to order each sect to select disciples and elders from their sects to meet the demonic cultivators. As for that Gu Jingtian, his life and death are uncertain now. It may not be in Yan Jiuji's hands either, so it's better to plan everything slowly. For her own sibling, Gu Ziyan was quite dependent on her. Compared to Gu Ziyan's talent, Gu Lishang's mind was more meticulous. Gu Ziyan's willow brows frowned lightly. In that case, as you say. Hearing this, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng frowned lightly as he looked toward Gu Lishang in the distance, a hint of murderous intent flaring up in the bottom of his heart. Soon, led by the Gu family of the Holy Land, the entire Eastern continent's righteous sects all followed suit. The talented disciples among the various sects came out one after another, and a battle between the righteous and the devils was gradually drawn out. And at the border between Yuzhou and the Eastern continent, there was a mountain range that stretched on forever, called the Tsongyun Mountain Range. Countless demonic beasts lurked in the Tsongyun Mountain Range. Nay, in the Eastern continent, the human race is powerful. Demonic beasts can only survive here. And on the outskirts of the Tsongyun Mountain Range, there was a huge and incomparable city. The name was Heavenly Demon City. It covers an extremely wide area, in which righteousness and demonic cultivators can be found everywhere. Of course, the most numerous are the demons that have been enlightened. Sky Demon City was founded 500 years ago, in which the strongest person is a giant willow in the sky, but also with the body of a mortal willow, cultivated to the quasi-imperial realm, unable to move due to physical defects. But in this Heavenly Demon City realm, this tree can rival a spirit emperor. At this moment, the entrance to Heavenly Demon City was packed with people. It was only because of the fight between the righteous and demonic cultivators that the atmosphere became a bit tense. In the center area of Sky Demon City, a giant willow grew in the sky, straight into the clouds. The huge branches and leaves spread for hundreds of miles, covering the entire Heavenly Demon City. It was the giant willow of the sacred tree that had blessed Heavenly Demon City for over 2,000 years. At this moment, underneath this giant willow, there were several figures here. Even though the appearance was no different from that of the human race, the characteristics of the demon race were more or less preserved on top of the body. There are men with strong bodies and bull's horns, and there are even cat-eared women who are hot and sexy, but have animal ears on their heads. The first person, but also has a stunning face, a long white tasseled dress covered in that concave and convex delicate figure, behind the rounded jerks but growing 5 fluffy tails. It was obviously the 9-tailed Skyfox clan. Looking at the giant willow in front of her, this heavenly fox woman looked respectful. Senior Sacred Tree, now that the human race is imploding, the demonic cultivators and the righteous path have begun to fight. My Heavenly Demon City is in the middle ground between the two parties, and it is meant to survive in the cracks. Seeing as the battle between the righteous and demonic cultivators is about to break out, I'm afraid that my 10,000 Demon City will become a target. As the sexy and charming voice of the Heavenly Fox woman rang out, a voice as peaceful as the spring breeze suddenly echoed throughout the void. The human race is imploding, and I, the demon race, can't do anything about it. At this point in time, I will do everything I can to protect Heavenly Demon City in peace. There is no need for you and others to be alarmed. Soon, this Heavenly Fox woman and a few demon race powerhouses turned around and left, only that everyone's face carried a gravity that could not be wiped away. As the crowd left, they only saw this giant willow tremble violently on top of its branches. Sensing this scene, the eyes of the people who had left were even more grave. Although Sacred Tree Senior cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm with his mortal willow body, the human race has 2 great emperors. I'm afraid the end of 10,000 Demon City is coming. And just then, a voice that couldn't hide its sadness rang out from under that giant willow tree. My lord, it's been 2,000 years. Don't worry, I will definitely guard the entire Heavenly Demon City for you. Chapter 25, Scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. And at this moment, hundreds of miles away from Heavenly Demon City, in the middle of a dense forest, a figure appeared in this place, and it was none other than the black-robed Gu Jingtian. Even though this place was still hundreds of miles away from Heavenly Demon City, the giant willow that stuck straight up into the sky was already within reach. Gu Jingtian looked up, and a trace of remembrance couldn't help but flood the bottom of his eyes. A scene appeared in Gu Jingtian's mind. As early as 2,000 years ago, this area was a scenic mountain peak. At that time, Gu Jingtian was out traveling and had resided in this place for a period of time. He also lived a life of picking chrysanthemums under the east fence and seeing the south mountain in seclusion. And in that compound grew a willow tree that could not have been more ordinary. As Gu Jingtian cultivated under the tree was influenced by Gu Jingtian's breath, and it unexpectedly gave birth to divine wisdom. On a whim, Gu Jingtian then taught it a technique called the Qingdi Sacred Canon. And of course for him to expel the demonic beasts that had no intention of trespassing into this place. Look at the figure that covers the sky in the distance. Gu Jingtian sighed softly. I didn't realize that the little willow tree I planted in the beginning was now so huge. It's been 2,000 years since we parted. And I wonder if it remembers itself. But at that moment, a loud noise reached Gu Jingtian's ears. Ha ha ha. Can't run away. Can you? Little guy. Today our luck is too good to be true. We actually caught a little fox of the heavenly fox bloodline. This is the royal family of 10,000 Demon City. But it's a rare item. We'll be rich now. In the middle of the dense jungle, there were clearly several figures. Looking at his costume, he was obviously a disciple of a righteous sect. Just about every one of them had a lustful look on their faces, staring at the young girl on the ground like a hungry wolf. This young girl looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, and her cultivation was only at the level of a demon general. At the moment it was huddled under a tree, its moving body shivering. Fear was written all over the delicate and cute little face. The two pink tails behind them were even more quivering. You guys, what are you doing? I'm the little princess of the heavenly fox of the heavenly demon city. If you guys bully me, my sister won't let you off. The little guy colored and reprimanded. This stubborn little expression stirred up even more evil thoughts in the hearts of the crowd. A pair of beaming green eyes stared dead at the pink fluffy tail. TSK, TSK, TSK. A little princess? Ha ha ha. It's just a demonic beast, and worthy of such a title. However, we've played with quite a few princesses of the earthly dynasties, but we've still never played with this little princess of the demon race. Hearing the words of the crowd, a burly youth at the head frowned. As precious as this little thing is, the price won't go up if it's no longer a virgin. As soon as these words came out, the youth with a short stature and a pair of green bean eyes on the side licked his lips full of lewdness. Senior brotherly, this is something you don't understand. This demon race's physique is the same as the human race's after taking shape. Who says we can't take her Yuan and we can't live in style? As he spoke, he also surveyed the young girl's pink, red lips and the shivering tail. That senior brother Lee's complexion stared as if he had thought of something. Senior Tian is worthy of being a veteran in flowers. He really has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. It's just that there are 7 of us master and brothers, so there has to be a first come first served. Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly showed lustful colors. Senior brother Lee has the highest cultivation, so naturally he'll be the first to enjoy it. Senior brother, I have countless means to make this little fox serve senior brother well. Elder brother, just watch. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw this green pea-eyed youth flip his wrist and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. With a face full of evil light, he walked towards the young girl who was shivering on the ground. This is a 1,000-year drought that I have carefully researched. No matter what kind of chaste woman you are, as long as you smell it, you're guaranteed to be as thirsty for rain as the land that's been in a drought for 1,000 years. Looking at the youth who came slowly, the young girl had a look of horror on her face. What are you doing? Don't you come over here. Me. I'm going to call someone. When these words came out, the crowd of disciples couldn't help but bend over. You scream. No one will come even if you scream through the sky. We've already caged this place with an array, and with such a long distance, no one from Heavenly Demon City will come to save you. Scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Looking at the gradually approaching figure, the Sky Fox Maiden's eyes were filled with despair. Tears wet her eyes. And just then, a voice came out at an inopportune moment. Why is your line so familiar? Is it possible that your excellency is my hometown? The sudden sound caught the attention of several people at once, only to see a figure slowly walk out of the dense forest. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. The moment they saw Gu Jingtian, several people showed fierce glares on their faces. A closer look was taken, but a look of contempt was revealed. A spiritualist realm mole. How dare he come to 10,000 Demon City? Where are the elders of your clan? Wouldn't let you come alone to seek death. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Elders? My elders are no longer in this world. As for clans, even less. The disdain on several people's faces intensified when these words came out. So it's a loose cultivator mole cricket. What? Still saying I'm your hometown? What? You want to take advantage of it too? If you kneel down and call me an ancestor, we can let you lick it after we use it later. Ha ha ha. The jeers of the crowd resounded. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. What an ignoramus. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, both lips slightly opened, and a mysterious voice suddenly came out. On your knees. As the voice rang out, a strange power filled the air. Several people still had disdainful smiles on their faces, but in the next second, the crowd was surprised to find that their bodies were not under their control. Both knees went soft, actually kneeled straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, the young girl on the side even showed a curious expression, staring stupidly at Gu Jingtian. This bizarre scene instantly made several people's hearts tremble with fear. Who the hell are you? What do you want? We are disciples of the Tianyi Holy Land. If you kill us, the Tianyi Holy Land will not let you go. A hint of disdain flashed under Gu Jingtian's eyes when these words came out. The Tianyi Holy Land? Ha! Slap! As Gu Jingtian's voice sounded again, several disciples were filled with horror. Yet, they still slapped their cheeks hard. Snap! Amidst the screams of the crowd of disciples, soon a few people were already disfigured. His face was as red with blood as if a dye bath had been opened. Elder! We are wrong. Please, Elder, let us go. Aha! I really know it's wrong. Senpai! The screams of the crowd resounded at once. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Scream! Keep screaming! The more you scream, the more excited I get. Chapter 26 Seducing Gu Jingtian? Funny! With the sound of this voice, at this moment, the roles of hunter and prey completely changed. Firm and powerful slaps were slapped on the faces of the crowd, and in no time at all, a few people even became slurred in their speech. Elder, we have eyes but no eyes. Now we already know our mistakes. Please be generous and don't kill us. Senior. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. I'm not going to kill you. You're the kind of goods that dirty my hands by killing you. When this was said, a group of pig-headed people could be said to be smiling and laughing, but the pain in his face made the expression freeze instantly. Many thanks, Elder. We really know our mistakes. From now on we will definitely clean up our act and behave properly. Despite their mouths, each person's heart was filled with an endless amount of sinister venom. Wait, we've already memorized you. No one can protect you if you mess with our Tianyi Holy Land. My Heavenly Monarch Holy Land's powerhouses will be coming to Heavenly Demon City soon. At that time, not to mention a tiny Heavenly Fox Princess, even that Heavenly Fox Empress will be a prisoner of our Heavenly Monarch Holy Land. When the time comes, I will definitely make your fellow's life worse than death. And right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. In that case, you'll do it yourselves. Save dirtying my hands. Remember your own words and be good in your next life. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the few people kneeling on the ground suddenly cracked. Poorly, they looked at Gu Jingtian. Just wait, even if you kill us, the Tianyi Holy Land won't let you go. In time, before the words were finished, they only saw these people's bodies uncontrollable, running their spiritual energy to condense their palms, and blasted their palms towards their heads. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the heads of several people shattered on the ground like watermelons, spilling red and white all over the place. Such a bloody scene also caused the Sky Fox maiden on the side to look stunned. The bottom of the eyes that looked toward Gu Jingtian was more fearful than grateful. With the deaths of several people, Gu Jingtian let out a light hum without expression. What a racket! Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian then intended to leave. And just at that moment, the curvaceous Heavenly Fox maiden spoke out in a hurry. This senior, thank you for saving me. My name is Fox Wanner. I am the young princess of the Sky Fox clan of Sky Demon City. Please also ask this senior to accompany me to the 10,000 Demon City. My sister will definitely reward you heavily. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian stopped. After all, one is also planning to go to the middle of this heavenly demon city, so this little girl will be brought along on the way. Besides, from what those few scumbags said just now, the guys from the Tianyi Holy Land are about to come here. Also, just go and see what they want to do. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian then nodded. Receiving Gu Jingtian's promise, the bottom of Fox Wanner's pink eyes were filled with excitement. The two of them then rushed towards Sky Demon City. Soon, the heavenly demon city, which was hundreds of meters tall, came into Gu Jingtian's eyes. When I first left, this place was still a green hill, and no one lived here at all except for the hut I built, but I didn't expect it to become such a majestic city now. The duo had just arrived at the entrance of Sky Demon City when a stream of light shot out from Sky Demon City, only to see that this person was dressed in a white flowing veil long dress. Her skin color was better than snow, just like the 9 heavenly maiden descending to the mortal world. It was only the 5 white fluffy tails behind her that indicated that she was of the demon race, and this woman was none other than the contemporary holy daughter of the 4 great races of heavenly demon city, the Fox race, 9-star spirit saint realm powerhouse, Fox Ninger. Seeing that her sister was actually with a human, Fox Ninger instantly frowned slightly. Her pretty face was slightly chilled as she looked at Fox Wanner. Wanner, the entire vicinity of Heavenly Demon City is in danger nowadays. While I went to meet with Sacred Tree Senior, you even ran out privately. Get back in there now. In the face of Fox Ninger's reprimand, Fox Wanner spat out her tongue in disbelief. Obviously such words of reprimand had fallen on deaf ears. With that, he took Fox Ninger's jade arm and gently swayed it. Sister, I know I'm wrong, so don't talk about me. I won't go out anymore. With such a situation, The anger in Fox Ninger's heart dissipated a few points. Fox Wanner hurriedly pointed to Gu Jingtian on the side. Sister, you're right. There are indeed a lot of bad people among those human races. This time, if it wasn't for the senior who came to the rescue, I'm afraid that Wanner I would never see you again. Sister, you must thank the senior properly for one air. Hearing this, Fox Ninger's pair of silver starry eyes sized up Gu Jingtian in front of her. Spiritist realm cultivation? How could a spiritist realm person possibly save one air? Can it be that there is a fraud? Is it that other forces are deliberately using this method to approach my Fox clan? However, using such tactics in front of my Fox Ninger is simply ridiculous. In the next second, only Fox Ninger spread her face and smiled. Tenderness swirled in her beautiful eyes. The beautiful petite body exuded an irresistible temptation. It was the Heavenly Fox clan's innate divine ability, born to enchant. With a cultivation level like Fox Ninger's, a single knit of the brows could charm the crowd. Your Excellency saved my sister. Thank you so much. I don't know what exactly Your Excellency came to Sky Demon City for. The wonderful sound of immortal voices drilled into Gu Jingtian's ears and impacted towards Gu Jingtian's sea of consciousness. Fox Ninger smiled like a flower, but her eyes were filled with disdain. Even if you hide your cultivation, you definitely won't be able to escape my charming technique. Trying to hide it from my Fox Ninger's eyes, that's something that's absolutely impossible. However, at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a playful look on his face as he surveyed the absolute beauty in front of him. The art of seduction? How dare you offer a treasure in front of yourself at this level? It's really funny, even if it's an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. The demonic sound of the supreme realm is nothing but scum. Not to mention you, a little girl of the spirit saint realm. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said in a gruff voice, I just came to meet an old friend in the middle of this heavenly demon city. Since this girl has safely returned to Heavenly Demon City, I'll be intruding. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian directly turned around and left. Seeing this scene, Fox Wanner's face showed anxiety and she just wanted to open her mouth. But she was stopped by Fox Ninger who was at the side. Sister, what are you doing? People have saved my life. Why don't you invite them to your home and give them some reward? While looking at Gu Jingtian's back, Fox Ninger's beautiful eyes flickered with essence. Could it be that one is paranoid? Or is this person using a lustful tactic? No matter what, everything in today's heavenly demon city must be done carefully. With this thought, Fox Ninger's willow brows frowned slightly. Don't you fool around. I think there is something wrong with this person. Observe for a period of time first. If there are no problems, I will come to the door to pay my respects. Seeing how resolute Fox Ninger was, Fox Wanner could only give in. Chapter 27, Meeting Again After 2,000 Years. Soon, Gu Jingtian had arrived in the middle of this 10,000 demon city. The street, which was tens of meters wide, could be crowded. There were endless people in various costumes. Just a hint of a murderous aura contained in everyone's eyes. Gu Jingtian didn't care at all about the situation here. The only purpose of the trip was also just to go back and see the place where he had been. Gu Jingtian looked up at the giant willow in the sky that was 100 miles away. Talking to myself, 2,000 years have passed, and I'm afraid my own hut has disappeared. I'm afraid. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian slowly walked towards the center of Heavenly Demon City. And at this moment, it was thousands of miles away from Heavenly Demon City. High in the sky, a figure that covered the sky shot up from the air. Surprisingly, it was a demonic beast that was hundreds of meters long. This demonic beast looked similar to a centipede but had wings on its back. It was the extremely rare demonic beast, the flying centipede. Looking at its size, its cultivation should have already reached the Demon Emperor realm as well. And above its body, two figures were faintly visible. All of them had extremely untamed looks on their faces. Looking at their attire, they were members of the Gu family of the Holy Land. Looking at the giant willow that went straight into the clouds in the distance, the two of them had disdain in their eyes. One of the round-faced old men sneered. For this giant willow to be able to cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm with a mortal willow body is considered rare in the world. It's a pity that the roots are still too poor. I'm afraid that I won't be able to advance to the emperor realm even after my lifespan is exhausted. And the long-faced old man on the side had a face like frost. No matter how strong this giant willow is, he's only at the quasi-emperor realm. Even if you and I are far inferior to him in terms of cultivation. But behind us stands the Gu family Saint Emperor. If this giant willow dares to disrespect us, there would be no need for that demon city to exist. The round-faced old man nodded heavily. This giant willow is not enough to worry about. What we need to beware of is the demon cultivator and the Tianyi Holy Land. Although the Tianyi Holy Land has explicitly agreed to this operation, last time the Holy Lord of the Tianyi Holy Land actually injured our Grand Elder. We must show them some color. For a moment, terrifying auras filled the Sky Demon City from all directions. And at this moment in the Heavenly Demon City, Gu Jingtian had already arrived at the center of the city. This is the place where the giant willow took root, and the surrounding area is heavily guarded. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Jingtian was yet filled with strangeness. Time has changed, and I'm afraid my own compound has long since decayed, but the little willow tree is still here. Just as well. Let's go and meet the deceased. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian slowly walked towards that central area. Strangely enough, those strong demon race members who were patrolling looked as if they were oblivious. Even when Gu Jingtian walked right in front of them, there wasn't any hint of it. Even that giant willow, who had already reached the quasi-emperor realm, couldn't detect Gu Jingtian's aura at all. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian had arrived at the foot of this giant willow. But right at that moment, the scene reflected in front of him caused Gu Jingtian to be slightly stunned, only to see that at the foot of this giant willow, there was a verdant bamboo forest. In the middle of the bamboo forest was even a quiet thatched hut. A familiar scene, too, as it was 2,000 years ago. Despite the fact that more than 2,000 years had passed, Gu Jingtian still saw at a glance that the grass and trees in this bamboo forest were still planted by his own hands back then. How can an ordinary plant survive for over 2,000 years? It was only because the giant willow on the side had consumed its own life breath that it had been able to preserve all of this to this day. Looking at the giant willow in front of him, Gu Jingtian had a flash of remembrance in his eyes. As if remembering that year, the young man in the black and gold robes laughed up at the sky and went out the door. Little green, young master, I've accomplished my divine power. Today, I will definitely let this world's spirit emperors see this young master's fists. Watch the house for this young master. What started out as a casual remark was remembered by this giant willow for 2,000 years. Looking at the giant willow in front of him, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with emotion. Sometimes the grass and the trees are more loyal than their so-called relatives. With this thought, Gu Jingtian slowly raised his head. Remove the power of the laws lingering around you. That low voice came out slowly. Little green, young master, I'm back. The voice was not loud, but it seemed as heavy as the sea of 9 ghosts. As the voice came out, the giant willow that was tens of thousands of meters tall trembled violently. The branches that spread for hundreds of miles shone with green-colored divine aura. The leaves bristled like a baby's cry or a lover's whisper. In the next second, a timid voice slowly came out. Young master, is that you? You're back? It is difficult to see the color of the grass without a face, but that trembling voice couldn't hide the excitement and joy that was deep in his heart. Is it really you? Young master, you're back? Perhaps it's so unbelievable that this can't help but be repeated. Gu Jingtian sighed lightly, and the space around him was touched. In an instant, he appeared beside the giant willow. The big hand strokes the trunk of the tree, which is full of years, just as it was then. It's me. I'm back. This long-lost sound caused the huge body of the giant willow to tremble madly. The strong power caused the entire space to tremble. For a moment, all living beings within thousands of miles of the entire heavenly demon city felt the emotions of this behemoth. It was the ultimate joy. Gu Jingtian's brows lowered. You're doing great. It's been over 2,000 years. I didn't even come back. So you should blame me. The branch buds of the giant willow swing gently. Qinger is foolish. If young master tells Qinger to wait, Qinger will wait. Whether it's 2,000 years or 20,000 years, Qinger will always be here waiting for young master to return. Gu Jingtian's expression stared. You're still as stupid as you were then. You're very good. With a single technique, you've actually cultivated to the quasi-emperor realm. It seems like you've worked very hard. The giant willow's voice whimpered. Qinger wants to wait until the young master, so Qinger has to cultivate hard. That way, it won't wither away, and it will be able to fulfill the task entrusted to it by the young master. The giant willow's voice was so light, yet so heavy. Gu Jingtian didn't say anything for a long time, only gently caressing the tree trunk beside his hand. Alright, young master, I'm back. This time, I will take you away. I'm going back to the hut to see how well the task given to you has been accomplished. The giant willow voice came again. Don't worry, Qinger will definitely do her best to complete the task that young master has given her. With a flash of Gu Jingtian's figure, he had arrived in this hut. Walking around, he surveyed everything that Bai Jing was familiar with. It was just a hut. How could Gu Jingtian care? The only thing he cared about was the efforts the giant willow had made over the past 2,000 years. After pacing for a long time, Gu Jingtian sat down on his knees. Qinger, I will cultivate here. Don't let others disturb me. Hearing this, giant willow hurriedly spoke out. Qinger will do her best to fulfill young master's orders. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as his mind concentrated into one place. That cultivation level that had long been stagnant unexpectedly produced a crack at this moment. Chapter 28, Fox Falsehood. The Ultimate Insult. With the help of the sign-on rewards, Gu Jingtian's cultivation level increased extremely quickly. In his 20s, he had already broken through to the 5th layer, but just the 5th layer was enough to be comparable to a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse in this world. In the 1,000 years that followed, Gu Jingtian's cultivation gradually rose to the 10th level. Chaotic demon god Pangu's physique gave him unimaginable power. Even the power of laws that could not be comprehended in this realm was generated in his body. However, in the 1,000 years that followed, Gu Jingtian had made no progress at all. Feeling the touch of his cultivation, Gu Jingtian was secretly shocked in his heart. I see. It's not the resources that are troubling one's breakthrough, but rather one's state of mind. One's state of mind has not yet reached the realm of perfection. If one breaks through again, I'm afraid that one will be able to forcefully break through the barrier of this realm and ascend to the upper realm. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian then sat back and collected his mind, recalling the things that had happened to him over this period of time. In the meantime, above Heavenly Demon City, a figure shot up from a distance. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived above this Heavenly Demon City. The strong spiritual pressure came crashing in recklessly, and the entire Heavenly Demon City felt that terrifying spiritual pressure. The spirit pressure was filled with undisguised provocation. At the same time, above a verdant mountain peak, this place is exactly where the Fox clan is located. The two Fox Ninger sisters had just returned, and at the moment, Fox Wanner was still sulking. Fox Ninger was just about to lecture, but she felt the spirit pressure in the high sky that was full of provocation. Fox Ninger frowned. Damn it! Sooner or later, what's coming will come. It's just that these fellows are too arrogant to flaunt their power so much. Fox Ninger looked at Fox Wanner beside her. The beautiful eyes were filled with the color of unwillingness. After all, it was the only family she had. Then he put on a stern look and drank in a cold voice. Wanner, you're just too naughty this time. Sister must punish you. Someone, send the little princess to the sacred tree. Do not release her without my order. When these words came out, the already stifled Fox Wanner was suddenly aggrieved to the extreme. Her bright big eyes flooded with watery mist. Sister, are you trying to confine Wanner? Don't. Wanner don't want it. If father and mother were still around, they wouldn't agree. Being pampered since childhood had made Fox Wanner extremely capricious. Feeling that might in the high sky, Fox Ninger's teeth clenched, slammed out of the way. Snap! A crunching sound should be heard. Fox Wanner was filled with disbelief as she looked at the sister in front of her, the one who used to be obedient to her. At this moment, she actually hit her. The already watery eyes burst into tears. You hit me, Fox Ninger. How dare you hit me? You're just bullying me for my bad talent. Otherwise, I would have been a Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse a long time ago. How dare you hit me? If it wasn't for you, how could I? Each of Fox Wanner's words were like sharp blades plunging into Fox Ninger's heart, but at the moment she had no choice. All that could be said was a cold, low growl. What? Did you not hear me? With a command from Fox Ninger, several guards hurriedly took away the non-stop crying Fox Wanner. Looking at Fox Wanner's departing back, Fox Ninger's eyes were slightly red. Wanner, only Sacred Tree Senior can protect you now. What sister owes you, sister will pay you back sooner or later. In the next second, Fox Ninger raised her eyebrows, and the bottom of her eyes were filled with the color of determination. Turning into a stream of light, she shot towards the sky. In the blink of an eye, a few figures also arrived high in the sky. It is the four major demon races in this 10,000 demon city. The insects, bird, beast, fox, the Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses of the various ethnic groups. Looking at the raging crowd in front of them, the eyes of the four were filled with anger. Apparently the ones who had come to this place to flaunt their power were the two old men from the Gu family Holy Land. Looking at the four Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses in front of them, even though these two were only at the Spirit Emperor realm, they did not have the slightest bit of fear, simply because behind them stood the strongest power in the eastern continent, the Gu family, as well as that high and mighty Holy Emperor Guzian. The fat-faced old man snorted coldly and looked at the four people in front of him with a disdainful expression. Your heavenly demon city is really a big bully. My Gu family's holy envoy is here, but he doesn't even lead the crowd to greet him. What? Are you not putting the Gu family in your eyes? When he opened his mouth, it was a big hat. For heavenly demon city, the Gu family was a behemoth that could not be messed with. Not to mention that Guzian, who was known as the strongest female emperor. The Gu family also had 5 strong quasi-emperor realm practitioners alone. Hearing this, the four of them couldn't help but clench their fists, their hearts blazing with anger, but remained silent. And at this moment, a lean-bodied demon raceman was full of smiles. So it's the Gu family's saint envoy who has descended. We didn't know that we had lost our manners. Please don't blame the 2 saint envoys. When these words came out, the 2 old men looked even more arrogant. Well, those who don't know don't know. However, now that you know who we are, why don't you salute? Hearing this, The corner of the lean man's eyes twitched, but he was still all smiles. Bowing in a hurry, Celestial Demon City's insect clan chief, Qianxuan greets the Gu family's holy envoy. Looking at this Qianxun being so respectful, the two old men's faces then slowed down a little. But in the next second, the gaze went to the other three. The remaining three were none other than the patriarchs of the other three clans. Apart from Fox Ninger, there was Ox Whirlwind of the Beast clan, and Golden Rock of the Bird clan. The three of them floated in the air with arrogant expressions, ignoring the words of the two of them. Seeing the performance of the three, the sneer in the eyes of the two old men increased. The long-faced old man snorted coldly. What? The three of you are unconvinced, aren't you? Even if the two of us brothers are not as good as you in terms of cultivation, we represent the Gu family. Representing the Gu family Saint Emperor. What? Are you guys trying to start a war with the Gu family? When these words came out, the three of them immediately changed their faces, despite the 10,000 displeasure in their hearts. For the sake of the entire 10,000 demon city, the three of them could only helplessly lower themselves. Greetings to the Gu family's holy envoy. Watching the four spirit saint realm powerhouses bow before them, the two old men could be described as having a blast. Then he waved his hand with a smug look on his face. Alright, I heard that there are all sorts of rare things in your 10,000 demon city. Now that we're here, aren't you all going to open our eyes? Apparently the duo was trying to play the fall. Before the remaining three could speak, the insect clan chief on the side said with a fawning face, please also ask the two holy envoys to come with us. We will treat them well. The two old men nodded slightly. In that case, you guys lead the way ahead. Soon, the silhouettes of the crowd had arrived within a luxurious palace in Heavenly Demon City. The table at the moment was already set with all sorts of exotic fruits. The duo from the Gu family was even sitting on top of it with a smug look on their faces. Among them, that long-faced old man was even deadpanning Fox Ninger below. The bottom of the slender eyes were filled with lust. This is the matriarch of the Heavenly Fox clan, isn't it? It's truly a stunning beauty. No wonder, in the entire eastern continent, the maidens of the Fox clan that's one of the best. That's an indispensable treasure in the slave market. Especially the serving. It's a real treat. I think the patriarch of this Heavenly Fox clan is even the best of them. As soon as these words came out, the pretty face of Fox Ninger below immediately turned cold as ice. The slender jade neck was suddenly bruised. These few words were directly speaking to Fox Ninger's sore spot. Seeing that Fox Ninger was about to rise up and injure someone, that insect race clan chief Thousand Seekers hurriedly opened his mouth. The two saint ambassadors don't know what they came to my Heavenly Demon City for. Obviously trying to switch topics. However, when he heard this, the Gu family's long-faced old man still had an evil smile on his face. He simply ignored the insect clan leader's inquiry. Still with a playful face, he surveyed Fox Ninger's delicate body. If old me remembers correctly, your mother was the previous holy maiden of the Heavenly Fox clan, wasn't she? And also met up with an ordinary cultivator of the human race. That's what gave birth to you. If I remember correctly, you should have another sibling. To be able to survive under the heaven's first holy land, your mother is considered to have a great life. Once these words came out, Fox Ninger could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. A scene from Once Upon a Time echoed in Fox Ninger's mind. The tiny figure stepped in front of her and carried the fatal blow for her. The death of my mother. The serious injury of my sister. Tragic memories came flooding back like seawater. In an instant, the spirit pressure of the spirit saint realm instantly filled the air. Killing intent filled the bottom of Fox Ninger's eyes. But right at this moment, two spirit saint realm spirit pressures instantly suppressed them. At the same time, three voices resounded within Fox Ninger's mind. A little impatience leads to a big plan. Ninger, for the sake of the millions of demonic clans in 10,000 Demon City, you can't do this. Think of it as for one air. You have to endure it too. Only when she heard this voice did Fox Ninger take a deep breath and put away the pressure. Seeing this scene, the two Gu family elders were even more pleased with themselves. With a provocative face, he looked at Fox Ninger. At this moment, the insect clan patriarch, Thousand Seekers, spoke once again. Two saint ambassadors, I have already prepared all sorts of exotic treasures for the two of you. And please, two holy messengers, give the decree. Hearing this, the two old men sneered. It seems like there are still smart people in this Heavenly Demon City. In that case, I won't make things difficult for you. Fox Ninger, don't be angry either. If the old man is wrong, you can go to my Gu family's Saint Emperor to verify it. Fox Ninger bowed her head and didn't say a word. Only the fists under his sleeves had shivered. In the next second, the voices of the two old men of the Gu family sounded out this time. Today, the two of us have come to your 10,000 Demon City for two things. First thing, to ask your 10,000 Demon City to help find someone. When these words came out, that insect clan patriarch Thousand Seekers hurriedly asked, I wonder who the holy messenger is looking for. Hearing this, the round-faced old man swung his sleeves. The fiery red spiritual energy gradually formed two figures in the air. That's the two of them. And seeing those two figures in the air, Fox Sninger's pupils instantly shrank. Chapter 29, who says the demon race has no great emperor. The figure of the other young girl was one that Fox Sninger had never seen before. But the figure of the man on the side caused Fox Sninger to be shocked for a moment. Isn't this the man who saved my little sister today? Who exactly is he? To actually be able to make a peak power like the Holy Land Gu family search? It's true that it's just as one guessed. This person is not simple. And at this time, the remaining few people were also puzzled, obviously not knowing about these two. And just then, the long-faced old man let out a cold snort. This young girl is a traitor to my Gu family. If you guys come across it, inform the Gu family immediately. If you dare to keep it private, there's no need for Heavenly Demon City to exist anymore. As for that youth, his name is Gu Jingtian. He has already been expelled from our Gu family. After discovering him, we need to inform the Gu family as soon as possible as well. And upon hearing the three words Gu Jingtian, the patriarchs of these four great races immediately froze in place, their faces filled with astonishment. Gu Jingtian, the Gu family's old ancestor? That trashy old man? What? The Gu family actually expelled their own family's oldest ancestor? It's too ruthless. The Gu family calls itself the leader of the righteous path, but I never thought it would be able to do such a thing. Even though Gu Jingtian's name was one that many people had heard of, but very few had seen him. After all, 2,000 years had turned the vast majority of people into yellow earth. And at this moment, Fox Sninger's heart was rippling. That person is actually the Gu family ancestor? No wonder he only has the cultivation of the spiritist realm. This Gu family ancestor has no connection with my Sky Demon City. How could there be an old friend of his in this 10,000 demon city? And right at this moment, only the long-faced old man from the Gu clan frowned lightly. Coldly, he looked down at the crowd below. As for this second thing, the devil's way is rampant today. My righteous sect has sent out heavenly disciples to fight. Your Heavenly Demon City naturally can't do it alone. The two of us have come here precisely by the decree of the Sacred Emperor, ordering you, Heavenly Demon City, to send your young generation to the battlefield immediately. Of course, in order to compensate you, the Holy Emperor has been merciful and has ordered the two of us to send the holy sons and daughters of all four of your clans to the Gu clan to refine their skills. The Holy Emperor is so magnanimous in his holy grace. Why don't you and the others quickly thank him for his grace? When these words came out, the four people in front of them immediately turned dark. Anyone would be able to hear that this going to the Gu family to cultivate is fake, and going forward to act as a hostage is real. The holy sons of each clan were the most gifted existences, the future of the entire Heavenly Demon City. If one agreed to the Gu family's order, it would be equivalent to placing the future of Sky Demon City in the hands of the Gu family. In the Eastern Continent realm, the demon race was supposed to survive in the cracks. Whatever insults they suffer, they can endure. But as long as it involved the saint sons of the various clans, they definitely wouldn't back down either. Holding back is for the future. But without the future, what is the point of holding back? In the next second, all four patriarchs stood up in an instant. Anger blazed as he looked at the duo above him. The anger of the four spirit Sate realm powerhouses immediately caused the Gu family duo to panic. You guys, what are you guys trying to do? Could it be that you want to go to war with the Gu family? Don't forget that if your Heavenly Demon City hadn't borrowed the Gu family's name, how could it have survived until now? This is the Holy Emperor's will. Do you want to disobey the Holy Emperor? When they heard the word Saint Emperor, the four of them immediately darkened their faces. That towering Holy Emperor was like a Tarzan pressing down on the hearts of the crowd. Even if you have anger in your heart like a mountain or an ocean, but in front of that person, you can only choose to give in. And just then, Fox Sninger raised an eyebrow. This matter is not for the four of us to decide. This matter is of great importance. We must question Sacred Tree Senior. When these words came out, the two Gu family elders snorted coldly. Well then, since the four of you can't decide, just take the two of us forward to meet that old tree. Even when they were facing the sacred tree of the quasi-emperor realm, the duo's words were filled with disdain. This was the unbridgeable gap between a paragon emperor and a spirit emperor. Hearing this, the four of them, Fox Sninger, frowned tightly and hesitated before nodding helplessly. That's good. With that, the group rushed towards the center of Sky Demon City, and at this moment at the foot of the giant willow, Fox Wan'er's figure clearly appeared at this place. At this moment, her eyes were slightly red, and she still had a pearly appearance. Looking at the giant willow in front of her, Fox Wan'er burst into tears. Elder Ancestor Qinglu, you have to do it for me. Sister, she bullied me. Woo woo. In the next second, the sound of a giant willow rang out. Little Wan'er, don't cry and shout. Gongzi is cultivating. so don't disturb him. When these words came out, Fox Wanner asked, full of doubts, a male? What male? Who is the prince? Only then did Fox Wanner's voice become quiet. The giant willow's voice rang out once again, its voice full of uncontrollable joy. Didn't I tell you a story, old ancestor, that a male planted me here 3,000 years ago? Moreover, cultivating here, I was only able to achieve what I have today because of the favor of your excellency. I can't do anything about your injuries, but the male is back now. With his divine ability, he will definitely be able to heal your injuries. Don't make any noise now. Wait until Gonzi's cultivation is over, and I, the old ancestor, will beg him for you. Hearing this, Fox Ninger's eyes instantly widened. Her eyes filled with surprise. Is what you say true, old ancestor? This male is so powerful, and he's even been alive for more than 3,000 years. Could he be a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse? Giant Willow's voice came out again. I'm not sure about this, but the male will definitely be able to help you. Just wait here at ease. Do not disturb the eunuch. Hearing this, Fox Wanner looked at the distant bamboo forest with anticipation. One of the figures loomed large. However, the moment she saw the figure, Fox Wanner was puzzled. Why does this person's figure look a bit familiar? But at that moment, only a few figures were seen shooting from afar. In the next second, only a green-colored spirit aura suddenly emerged. A lime-green light shield was directly formed, covering the entire center area. Faced with the sudden scene, the four patriarchs at the head of the group paused, and seeing the green curtain of light in front of them, the two Gu family elders raised their eyebrows, coldly grunting. What's that supposed to mean? What? Blocking us out? Is this looking down on our Gu family? This old tree is so powerful. Does he still want the sacred emperor coronation to come and meet him in person? Hearing the two of them refer to the old tree in one breath, the four patriarchs became even more furious. However, due to Gu Xian's reputation, the four could only stop for the time being. Fox Ninger said in a gruff voice, the Gu family's holy envoy has come to see Senior Sacred Tree. Before Giant Willow could respond, the two old men raised their eyebrows. What do you mean by an audience? An old tree that can't leave this place is just an old tree, and it deserves an audience with us. If the Holy Emperor hadn't sympathized with this old tree's inability to move, or else I would have made him go forward for an audience. And just then, Giant Willow's voice suddenly came out. No visitors today. No one is allowed near here. When these words came out, the two Gu clan saint envoys let loose a wild laugh. Old tree, what a face for you. We represent the Gu family. The Gu family's saint emperor. Don't think that just because you're a paragon emperor yourself, you're no better. If the holy emperor himself were to arrive, he would be able to uproot this old tree of yours with just one move. You'd better weigh it up. If you offend the sacred emperor coronation, your entire heavenly demon city will have no meaning to exist. The long-faced old man looked at Fox Ninger with a teasing expression. At that time, I'm sure all the demon clans in your heavenly demon city are only worthy of being slaves and maidservants. Hearing the duo insult the giant Willow in such a manner, the four clan chiefs were instantly enraged. After all, the giant Willow was the guardian of the entire heavenly demon city. The faith in their hearts. Fox Ninger crossed her eyes. The two of you have gone too far. Sacred Tree Senior has survived for 3,000 years, and his cultivation level is even at the quasi-emperor realm. In the path of cultivation, the one who achieves is first. How dare you all speak so harshly? The two of you are only at the cultivation level of the Spirit Emperor realm. If it wasn't for the fact that your Gu family has a Spirit Emperor realm, we would have already thrashed you to pieces. In an instant, the four of them showed a fierce light on their faces as they stared at the two old men in death. Even so, the two old men's faces were still filled with disdain. Full of teasing, he looked at the four. You're right. You're right. Do it. Kill us. I'd like you to do it. Don't you dare? That's right. We're bullying your 10,000 demon city for not having a spirit emperor. What can you do to me? Is it hard for you to eat me? Ha ha ha. Weakness is the original sin. There is no spirit emperor. Your demon race is only worthy of being at the feet of our human race. Looking at the duo's arrogant to the extreme expression, the four of them were instantly enraged. Even Fox Ninger, who was in the light shield, was furious at the moment. And right at this moment, only a low and domineering voice suddenly came out. Who said that the demon race has no great emperors? Chapter 30. A word is spoken, and the heavenly Tao retreats. A voice resounded over the entire Sky Demon City, immediately attracting millions of demon clans in Sky Demon City. Who says there are no great emperors in the demon race? It's simply overbearing. Who is this person? Surprisingly so grandiose. Does my demon race really have a powerhouse of the great emperor realm? If my demon race really has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse, then from now on, will my demon race be oppressed by the human race again? The long period of abuse had caused endless grievances and anger to accumulate in the hearts of these demon clans. And this sentence who said that the demon race has no great emperor completely ignited the hot flame in the heart of the demon race. In an instant, countless gazes looked towards the center of heavenly demon city. Each pair of eyes was filled with hot anticipation. At this moment, high in the sky, Fox Ninger and a few others were also showing astonishment. Whose voice is this? Could it be that my demon clan really has a strong person of the great emperor realm? And when they heard this voice, the pupils of this Gu family duo even shrunk, like birds of prey. What? The demon race has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse? If the demon clan really has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse, then won't we be finished today? All below the emperor realm are ants. If I knew that the demon clan had a new spirit emperor realm powerhouse, I wouldn't have dared to be so wild even if I were killed. At this moment, everyone's eyes were all looking ahead. Under the attention of all the people, a figure rushed up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at this high altitude, and after seeing the appearance of the visitor, everyone present stared in disbelief. The various expressions can be very strange. The corners of the mouths of Fox Ninger and the other group of demon clan patriarchs twitched, and the flames of hope in their eyes were extinguished. It was only because the person coming was none other than the Gu Jingtian in black and gold robes. The Gu family's oldest ancestor? Gu Jingtian? Why is he here? It's over. I thought which hidden demon spirit emperor had appeared in the world, but it turned out to be the Gu clan's oldest ancestor, or the one who was expelled from the family. Among the four, only Fox Ninger's heart was flooded with a trace of doubt. This Gu Jingtian once said that he came to Sky Demon City to meet an old friend. Now that he has appeared here at Sacred Tree Elder, it can't be that that old friend is Sacred Tree Elder. And Fox Wanner at the foot of the giant willow was even more round-eyed. It's him. It's actually him. Could it be that he's the spirit emperor powerhouse of my demon clan? As for the Gu family duo on the side, they were slightly stunned, and the panicked expressions on their faces immediately disappeared without a trace. In its place was weeping contempt. Ha ha ha, I thought it was some kind of supreme figure, but it turns out to be our Gu family ancestor. Nope, now it's the outcast of our Gu family. What a big talker. Your bragging skills are truly unique. You think you're still the oldest ancestor of our Gu family now. You are now a mole cricket that can be crushed with your hand. The conversation turned to the giant willow in front of them. Old tree, you really have a lot of guts. My Gu family's Saint Emperor has long since issued a Saint Emperor's order forbidding anyone to accept this trash. How dare you hide him here? We'll inform the Sacred Emperor, and your heavenly demon city will wait for its demise. And right at this moment, only to see this giant willow violently emitting endless dazzling green-colored spirit aura. The spirit pressure of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm burst out. The endless branches swung, and even space trembled violently. These two actually disrespected His Excellency. Your Excellency, should we put these two to death? Gu Jingtian waved his hand slightly. Just a frog in the bottom of a well. Leave him alive for now. Today, let you understand. In this side of heaven and earth, I, Gu Shocking Heaven, have spoken one word. Even the heavenly Tao needs to back down. 2,000 years of loyal guardianship. And today, my lord will help you witness the Tao. Straight into the realm of the demon emperor. Gu Jingtian's overbearing voice echoed in the sky above heavenly demon city. Countless people's ears resounded with those domineering and incomparable words. I, Gu, shocked the heavens with a single word. Even the heavenly Tao needs to back down. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the figure high in the sky. The body couldn't suppress the trembling. This is what makes a strong man. With one word, the heavenly Tao backs down. The few people who were close by at the moment were in a daze. The four demon clan patriarchs, including Fox Ninger, looked at Gu Jingtian with a strange gaze. If I had to describe it, it would be the look of viewing a retard. The two old men from the Gu family were even laughing. Ha ha ha, at your word, even the heavenly Tao needs to back down. Although your waist is not able to cultivate, the strength of bragging is really unique. No, the ancient and the modern. It seems that after you were expelled from the Gu family, your brain is completely insane. Ha ha ha, we'd like to see how you're going to help this old tree become an emperor today. The giant willow at this moment, however, spoke out respectfully, her voice filled with excitement. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. After today, no one will dare to say that the demon race has no great emperor. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the essence of Gu Jingtian's eyes flashing. A mysterious and extremely mysterious aura spread out from above Gu Jingtian's body, and in Gu Jingtian's chest, a drop of purple golden blood slowly surfaced. With the appearance of the blood beads, in an instant the heavens and earth shook. The space near the blood bead unexpectedly collapsed. Endless spatial turbulence appeared instantly, but just as it appeared, it was completely annihilated by a marvelous force of laws. It was as if the whole world simply could not hold this drop of blood. Gu Jingtian looked at the giant willow behind him. Although what Giant Willow cultivated was the Green Emperor Codex, the rank was extremely high. However, it is only a mortal willow body, and it is as difficult as heaven to witness the Tao and become an emperor. And this drop of blood, it was Gu Jingtian's heart essence blood. That was the heart's blood of chaos demon god Pangu. Even if Gu Jingtian's cultivation was 100,000 miles away from Pangu, it was definitely enough to raise the Giant Willow's physique to an unimaginable level. In the next second, with a wave of Gu Jingtian's big hand, this drop of purple golden blood instantly cut through space and merged into the body of this Giant Willow. In an instant, the green aura above the Giant Willow's body skyrocketed countless times. An endlessly terrifying aura filled the air and went straight into the clouds. For 10,000 miles around, heaven and earth changed color. Countless clouds coalesced crazily. A heaven-destroying might swept out. This wave of vast might instantly spread throughout the entire eastern continent. For a moment, the gazes of all the powerhouses above the quasi-emperor realm looked in the direction of 10,000 Demon City. Everyone's eyes were either in awe or envy, but everyone understands. The power of the heavenly Tao appears. There are supreme powerhouses who have proven themselves to be emperors. At this moment, in the Gu family's holy land, Gu Zian and the other group of patriarchs were filled with astonishment as they looked into the distance. Another person has been certified? Could it be that there's going to be another spirit emperor realm powerhouse in this eastern continent? And at this moment the heavenly demon city, feeling the might that swept through the world. For a moment, millions of demon tribesmen all froze in place. The eyes were hollow and had lost the ability to think. A few breaths later, the crowd reacted. Sacred Tree Ancestor impacts the Emperor Realm. Chapter 31 Panga Dharma Phase. Present. Oh my god. What kind of god is this person? It's actually really helping the Sacred Tree Ancestor impact the Emperor Realm. And at this moment, the Gu family's second old man had long been flustered in his heart, but he still grunted coldly in a colorful manner. Impacting the Emperor Realm is a 9 deaths. You old tree must be crazy to dare to believe the words of this trash. Fox Ninger and the other group of demons, however, looked grave, their eyes filled with devotion. Old Ancestor actually did impact the Emperor Realm. I hope that Old Ancestor will be able to prove himself as an emperor, protect all the beings of my demon race. But in the next second, only a purple golden light shone violently above the body of this Giant Willow. A supreme aura that pressed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths rushed straight into the universe. It was an aura from chaos, the supreme bloodline. An incomparably terrifying sense of oppression instantly stirred. In an instant, all the living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles felt that irresistible sense of oppression. Instantly, he fell to his knees, trembling. At the same time, the entire Xiantian continent within the billions of miles of boundaries, countless powerhouses had felt the palpitating aura of the eastern continent. A pair of star-disillusioned eyes slowly opened, their eyes filled with gravity. What a terrifying aura! Someone is impacting the Emperor Realm. It's actually this powerful. I'm afraid that after this person impacts the Emperor Realm, his strength will directly climb to an unimaginable level. It looks like another Supreme Saint Emperor will appear in the Eastern Continent. And at this moment, the two Gu family members could no longer remain calm. The terrifying pressure had caused the two to fall to their knees. There was disbelief in his eyes. How can it be? How could this old tree be so powerful? This aura is even comparable to a sacred emperor coronation. Could this old tree really be able to successfully impact the Emperor Realm? Even though Fox Ninger and the countless other demon clansmen were also kneeling on the ground at this moment, the bottom of each and every one of their eyes were filled with excitement. My demon clan will finally have a Saint Emperor. A Saint Emperor that belongs to our demon clan. But at that moment, heaven and earth violently changed color. Endless golden divine radiance condensed from the high sky. A supreme, irresistible will slowly took shape. Gradually, a supreme hand that covered the sky was formed in the void. In front of this large hand, even the giant willow that stretched for hundreds of miles was as weak as a mole cricket. A destructive aura filled the air from above the large hand, slowly crushing towards the giant willow below. For a moment, the entire Xiantian continent felt this supreme will. The pupils of countless Emperor Realm powerhouses instantly shrank, their eyes filled with shock. The laws of the Heavenly Tao. It's actually the Heavenly Tao laws. This person's certification to become an emperor was actually met with the laws of the Heavenly Tao coming to exterminate him. Just what kind of heaven-defying existence is this person? Actually able to attract the Heavenly Tao laws? It's a pity. Even if you're strong, in front of the laws of the Heavenly Tao, you'll only die. And at this moment, the Heavenly Demon City felt that aura that was above everything. The millions of demon clans in the entire Heavenly Demon City instantly froze, their eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. The Heavenly Tao laws. Surprisingly, it was the Heavenly Tao laws that came to exterminate. Why? Why can't my Eastern Continent demon race become an emperor? The heavens are unjust. Why do you want my Eastern Continent demon race to be humiliated forever? I am not willing. I'm not willing to do that. Even though the unwillingness in their hearts raged like a tidal wave, in front of the laws of the heavenly Tao, they could only fall to their knees and were not even qualified to be angry. In such a situation, the Gu family's two elders were instantly happy and smiling. The two old faces directly smiled into chrysanthemums, full of provocation. He looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. However, the moment they saw Gu Jingtian, the two of them were slightly stunned. Even though everyone had fallen to their knees, Gu Jingtian was the only one who held his head high and looked directly at the heavenly Tao laws in the void. There was even some disdain under his eyes. This even made the Gu family's two elders furious. Humph. Although I don't know how this loser did it, but in front of the laws of the heavenly Tao, even spirit emperors are ants. Gu Jingtian, didn't you say that when you speak your words, the heavenly Tao retreats? As the laws of the heavenly Tao have already appeared, we would like to see how the heavenly Tao retreats when you speak a word. Looking at the giant hand of the heavenly Tao that was gradually approaching, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. The person I, Gu Jingtian, want to protect, even the heavenly Tao cannot be touched. Pango Dharma body. Present. Gu Jingtian let out a low roar, and in an instant, space and time unexpectedly stopped moving. In the sky above that golden giant hand, there was a supreme aura spreading out. The clouds for millions of miles around exploded in an instant. Above that endless void, a pillar of the heavens slowly stretched out. Its size was already indescribable, going beyond 10,000 miles. With the appearance of this prime pillar, the countless powerhouses above the entire Xiantian continent instantly trembled. The terrifying sense of oppression terrified these powerhouses that existed at the apex to the core. What kind of power is this? How can it be so strong? Just the breath alone makes Spirit Emperor realm like us unable to move. How could there be such a terrifying existence above the Xiantian continent? Could it be a true immortal descending? And at this time the heavenly demon city, under that giant pillar of the heavens, the golden giant hand transformed by the heavenly Tao was also dwarfed. As that giant pillar slowly descended, the surrounding space shattered. Berserk spatial turbulence swept out, but as soon as it appeared, it once again flew away in ashes. In the blink of an eye, a giant pillar of the sky slowly emerged. Surprisingly, it was a giant palm that covered the sky and captured the stars and the moon. Hundreds of thousands of miles in a circle were instantly dimmed. As this huge palm that covered the sky descended, the golden palm that was transformed by that heavenly Tao actually floated upwards crazily. It was actually trying to escape. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Want to run? No way. As the voice rang out, only a finger of that sky-blanketing giant hand was seen pointing violently. Space exploded. Space and time fell silent. The golden giant hand transformed by the heavenly Tao shattered in an instant and disappeared without a trace. With the disappearance of the heavenly Tao's gigantic hand, the sky-covering palm that had caused the entire Xiantian continent to be terrified was then slowly retracted. And such a heaven-defying scene had caused the people in the entire heavenly demon city to be completely dumbfounded. This scene had happened completely beyond their comprehension. Everyone was frozen in place. Their eyes were dull and already in a state of death. The two Gu family members were even more confused. What's going on here? What the hell is going on? What in the world is that giant hand that covers the sky? Did Gu Jingtian move? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's nothing but a waste of space. Just who is it and why is he helping the demon race? In the next second, only the top of the giant willow's body violently erupted with endless divine radiance. The dazzling light instantly drowned the giant willow's body. In an instant, the giant willow's massive body transformed into endless points of green light. It coalesced towards the high altitude. Seeing this scene, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. It's true that it's just as one guessed. Breaking through the Emperor realm, Qinger will also be able to condense a human form, not to mention having one's own essence blood. I'm sure the talent of the human form is extremely terrifying. The endless greenish golden points of light slowly coalesced, gradually transforming into a human figure in the void. In an instant, the overwhelming aura that belongs solely to the Spirit Emperor realm swept out. Giant Willow proved to be an emperor. For a moment, the people in the entire heavenly demon city were all plunged into extreme madness. Countless demon clans hugged their heads and cried, unable to hide the excitement in their hearts. Fox Ninger and the others were even in hot tears, staring dead on at the point of light high in the sky. As the points of light coalesced, a figure was completely formed, and the moment he saw the figure, Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Chapter 32 Nine-Tailed Skyfox. Shocked, only to see that at this moment, a slender, moving and wonderful beauty had unexpectedly appeared in the void. A green palace dress was windless, and her exquisite pretty face was like a heavenly fairy. The slender jade legs were round and white, and a pair of jade feet were exquisite, white with a reddish color. The perfect arch curve is thrilling. Just by standing there, a spring-like aura swept out. The space around them was filled with a refreshing fragrance that was invigorating to inhale. Seeing this moving woman, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. A woman? How did this Qinger transform into a woman? I used to facilitate under the tree. Really? Looking at that magnificent silhouette, the entire demon race of Heavenly Demon City instantly fell to their knees. The unmistakable excitement cried out, "Greetings, Holy Emperor!" A pair of eyes were filled with surging excitement. Now, their demon clan also had their own Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. From then on, who said that the demon race had no great emperor? And right at that moment, only that wonderful delicate body stepped into the air. Every time the jade foot stepped down, a green-colored lotus flower formed in the void. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Gu Jingtian. That flawless pretty face was full of respect. The delicate figure bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency, and thank you for your renewed kindness." Gu Jingtian looked slightly embarrassed. "No harm done. It's just a small matter." And at this moment, the Gu family's two oldest members were already in complete despair at the sight of the scene in front of them. Finished. Completely finished. This old tree has actually become an emperor. Now that the demon race has its own saint emperor, then aren't we dead if we were so arrogant and domineering just now? This demon saint emperor is so respectful to Gu Jingtian. This is the only way to stay alive. In the next second, the Gu family's two elders instantly knelt down towards Gu Jingtian, crying in pain, literally more grief than the death of his own father. "Old ancestor, both of us are following orders. There's nothing we can do about it. In fact, the two of us are deeply in love with you. Old ancestor, I heard that old ancestor was expelled from the Gu family. The two of us didn't close our eyes for 3 days and nights. We couldn't drink tea or eat. It's really hard to disobey the law. I hope that old ancestor will let the two of us live on account of the fact that we are also descendants of the Gu family." Looking at the duo in the distance, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. "I'm no longer the Gu family ancestor. Your lives and deaths have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, the several people at the side, Fox Ninger, instantly revealed a ferocious light on their faces. After all, these two old guys could be said to have started a fight with their faces plastered in front of them just now. And now they had received Gu Jingtian's promise. Where to wait for half a minute? In the next second, only the initially groveling insect clan elder, Thousand Seekers, roared in anger. "You two scumbags! I've long looked at you guys with disdain. Now my demon clan has a saint emperor. Where can I still spare you?" The Thousand Seek clan chief roared angrily, and a strong suction force instantly erupted from his mouth. This Gu family's duo was only at the Spirit Emperor realm cultivation, where they could not fight in front of the Spirit Saint realm patriarch. In the duo's terrified gazes, a bloody mouth had completely taken over the duo's line of sight. In a flash, the two old men had entered the belly of the insect race elder. After settling the two old men, Fox Ninger and the other group of demon clan leaders looked at Gu Jingtian, their eyes filled with doubt and fear. The scene that had just happened was still fresh in their minds now. In particular, the huge palm that covered the sky was even more astonishing to them. The crowd's mentality was extremely peculiar. They always felt that this matter was related to the person in front of them, but they couldn't believe it. After all, that kind of power was out of place with the rumored wasteful Gu family ancestor. But now that the giant willow had successfully certified as an emperor, the crowd's hearts were filled with gratitude towards Gu Jingtian. Fox Ninger rushed forward and said, "Senior Gu, Senior Fox Ninger and all the demon clans in Heavenly Demon City, thank you for your great kindness. Earlier Ninger had offended. Please forgive us, Senior." Hearing this, Willow, who had already taken human form, instantly frowned. "How have you offended the prince? Tell me quickly." Gu Jingtian waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Something small." Upon hearing this, the woman transformed by the sacred tree's face then softened slightly, and seeing the sacred tree elder ancestor treat Gu Jingtian with such respect, the crowd of demon clan patriarchs were also surprised in their hearts. What exactly is the relationship between this Gu family's old man and the sacred tree senior? The sacred tree ancestor has now certified as an emperor, and I fear that he still holds this Gu family ancestor in high esteem. This can't be just because the Gu family ancestor helped the sacred tree elder certify as an emperor. The sacred tree elder ancestor is actually such a beauty after his transformation. It's hard to believe that there are two of them. Who said that the demon clan didn't gossip? The remaining 3 demon clan chiefs had looked at the duo with strange eyes. And right at this moment, Fox Ninger violently dropped to both knees, kneeling directly in front of Gu Jingtian. A pretty face was filled with respect above it. "Elder Gu, you are so divine that you were able to help Elder Sacred Tree certify as an emperor. I implore Senior Gu to save my sister." As soon as these words came out, the sacred tree on the side said in a hurry, "This is something I would also like to request of your excellency, and I ask for your permission." Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. "It's just a small matter. It's solved casually." Hearing this, Fox Ninger's eyes were hazy, and her delicate body could not contain the trembling. Kneeling repeatedly, he said, "Many thanks to Senior Gu. From now on, my Heavenly Fox clan will remember Senior Gu's kindness, and if there is any dispatch, I will not dare to disobey." And at that moment, Fox Wan Air had also arrived in front of the crowd. A face of adoration looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. It was as if he had the expression of a little fangirl. "Elder, you are truly awesome. I've long felt that Senior, you are especially powerful. It's true that you're pulling the wool over the eyes." Seeing how jumpy Fox Wan Air was, Fox Ning Air's face turned cold. "Wan Er, don't be rude. Senior has promised to help you. Why don't you kneel down and thank Senior?" Before Fox Wan Er could say anything, Gu Jingtian helplessly waved his hand. "It's just a small thing. No need for that." As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian pointed out a finger, and a golden ray of light instantly scurried into Fox Wan Er's body. When he first met Fox Wan Er, Gu Jingtian had already discovered that her meridians were broken and her talent was destroyed. However, this kind of problem was simply not worth mentioning to Gu Jingtian, who had countless sign-in rewards. As this golden light scurried into Fox Wan Er's body, only an extremely strong demonic power instantly stirred up. An endless demonic aura permeated above Fox Wan Air's delicate body. In just an instant, the several demon clan patriarchs present actually felt a pressure above their bloodline. In an instant, only the endless demonic chi was seen to have formed a huge phantom in the air. The moment they saw this phantom, the crowd present instantly widened their eyes. Chapter 33, Hysterical Guzian. Gu family equals retarded? Only to see that at this moment, a huge figure that was nearly 1,000 meters tall had suddenly appeared above the sky. It was actually a skyfox. And what surprised everyone was that behind this pale pink-colored skyfox, there were actually 9 tails that covered the sky. It is the supreme bloodline of the legendary Skyfox clan, the 9-tailed Skyfox. A pressure from the demon bloodline impacted towards the crowd. The 3 demon clan patriarchs had been shocked beyond words. "Oh my god, 9-tailed heavenly fox. I didn't expect Wan Air to possess such a terrifying talent. The supreme bloodline of the heavenly fox clan. That's a terrifying existence capable of proving to be an emperor. This elder Gu is truly divine." And with a single finger of his hand, he dispelled Wan Er's dark wounds. And at that moment, Fox Ninger's pair of silver eyes glared. The extreme excitement caused her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. The greatness of his chest followed the waves, and he breathed heavily. For a moment, he was as dumb as a chicken, not saying a word, had been completely shocked by the scene in front of him. As Fox Wan Er's own sister, there was naturally no one who understood Fox Wan Er's talent better than her. Although its talent was even better than Fox Ninger's, it was only an 8-tailed heavenly fox bloodline. Even though the 8-tailed sky fox only had one less tail than the 9-tailed sky fox, the talent was simply different. The gap between the two was even greater than the gap between a quasi-emperor and a spirit emperor. The 8-tailed sky fox, there was just a certain chance that it could break through to the quasi-emperor realm, but the 9-tailed sky fox, as long as there were no accidents, there was more than half a chance that it could break through to the spirit emperor realm. Fox Ninger, who had reacted at the moment, was already in tears when she looked at Gu Jingtian. "My sister has become a 9-tailed skyfox and has the potential to become a spirit emperor realm. Father and mother's revenge. It's over." Fox Ninger, who had just stood up, once again knelt in front of Gu Jingtian. Non-stop headbanging. Kowtow to Elder Gu for his renewed kindness. "From now on, the 2 of my sisters are willing to serve Senior as slaves and maidservants." And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had an unimpressed face. A casual wave of the hand. "Come on, it's not a big deal." Throwing down a sentence, he looked directly at Chinger beside him. "Chinger, come over here and accompany Gongzi for a chat." Hearing this, Chinger hurriedly followed. Seeing this scene in front of them, the admiration of the several demon clan patriarchs present for Gu Jingtian had been like the Yellow River flooding out of control. What a bigot! What a senior! This is such a heaven-defying divine ability, but so unimpressed. In the face of Fox Ninger's stunning sisterhood, even she was indifferent. "This realm is simply beyond our reach." Looking at Gu Jingtian's departing back, the 2 Fox Ninger sisters looked on in fascination. A peculiar sentiment permeated the bottom of the 2 women's eyes. And at that moment, Gu Jingtian and Chinger had already returned to the courtyard. Chinger looked respectful. "Your Excellency stepped in to help." Chinger thanked Your Excellency on behalf of those 2 little girls. "Actually, Your Excellency doesn't have to do that. Just heal Wan Air." Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. "It's just a 9-tailed skyfox. It's not like it's an 18-tailed supreme skyfox. It's nothing to make a fuss about." Hearing this, Chinger's pretty face was filled with shock. 18-tailed supreme skyfox? There's actually this kind of existence? The 9-tailed heavenly fox isn't even the strongest bloodline of the heavenly fox? With regard to Gu Jingtian's words, it had always been convinced. Gu Jingtian's brows smiled as he surveyed Qinger in front of him. Looking at Gu Jingtian's eyes, Qinger's pretty face blushed. Despite having survived for over 3,000 years, she still looked like a little girl in front of Gu Jingtian. Qinger shyly lowered her eyebrows. Gongzi, what are you looking at? Isn't Qinger pretty? Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Nice to look at. Like an orchid in an empty valley. It can be the best color on earth. Hearing Gu Jingtian's praise, Qinger's entire pretty face was even more flushed. Her heart was like sugar and honey. As long as Gongzi likes to see it, Qinger will always be Gongzi's person. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes were slightly thoughtful. Now that Qinger has fused her own essence blood, I'm afraid her physique is even stronger than a divine body. Furthermore, her original body is already huge. Even though she has just broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm now, I'm afraid that her true battle power is already comparable to that of a peak Spirit Emperor. With this kind of strength, one is completely capable of defending oneself in this Eastern Continent realm. While Gu Jingtian was pondering, Qinger in front of him asked with an expectant face, "My lord, now that you've left the Gu family, you'll be in this heavenly demon city in the future. Qinger is here to inform the entire heavenly demon city to recognize your excellency as the lord, and your excellency will be the lord of heavenly demon city from now on." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian waved his hand, his gaze looking towards the sky. "No, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Staying in one place may never lead to another breakthrough. I'll stay here for a few days, and it's time for me to make a trip to the Middle Kingdom to put an end to what happened back then." Hearing this, Qinger was filled with urgency. Qinger is also following the young master forward. Gu Jingtian looked at the beautiful person in front of him with a smile. "You've been here for close to 3,000 years, and this is your home. Do you give up everything?" When these words came out, the Qinger in front of her immediately fell to her knees. Qinger is willing to give up everything, as long as it's for Gongzi. Without Gongzi, where would today's Qinger be? Gu Jingtian waved his hand. "I know your heart. It's just that although you've broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm now, but there is still quite a gap between you and the Supreme Realm. Could it be that you want to wait until after I ascend and stay in this Xian Heaven continent?" When these words came out, Qinger's eyes were full of tangles. "In that case, Qinger will stay here and cultivate properly. It's just that the prince is traveling far alone. How can he not have a maid by his side? When the time comes for your son to leave, please take the two Ninger sisters with you. With the two of them serving, Qinger will feel at ease." Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. "It's not just because of this, is it? I realized that this little girl Wanner was injured. The means of striking out is a bit like the Great Thunder Sound Temple of Middle-earth. I guess the two sisters have a grudge against the Great Thunder Sound Temple." When these words came out, Qinger in front of her was slightly stunned. "Your excellency is truly divine. The ones who killed her two parents back then were indeed people from the Middle Kingdom. It's just that at that time, with Qinger's cultivation, she couldn't discover where their means came from. But your excellency doesn't need to be too concerned. There's no need to stand up for the two of them. The two of them are stubborn, always wanting to take revenge themselves." Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh and did not open his mouth. And at this moment, the heavenly demon city was already a sea of ecstasy. The sacred tree ancestor certified as an emperor, and the first spirit emperor of the Eastern Continent demon race was born. This was something that was enough to change the status of the entire Eastern Continent demon race. Heavenly Demon City was originally a place where the three religions and 9 streams converged, and the news of this place quickly spread throughout the entire Eastern Continent. And with that, there was another name that came out, the Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. In an instant, the name Gu Jingtian could be said to have resounded throughout the entire Eastern Continent. It was even rumored that this giant willow's attainment of the Tao to become an emperor was the result of Gu Jingtian single-handedly enlightening him. Even by chance, he helped a Skyfox maiden in Sky Demon City awaken the nine-tailed Skyfox bloodline. However, this matter was too heaven-defying, and there weren't too many believers in the entire Eastern Continent. And at this time, the land of the extreme east, the Gu family holy land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, Gu Zian and a group of Gu family patriarchs had already converged on this place. Even though today's them didn't know exactly who this one who had witnessed the Tao to become an emperor was, but as long as it was in the Eastern Continent's boundaries, any spirit emperor realm was enough to change the situation in the Eastern Continent. And right at that moment, only a figure was seen shooting up. In an instant, it arrived in the middle of the Great Hall. It was none other than that great patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Qingfeng. Seeing Gu Qingfeng return, Gu Zian hurriedly asked, "Who exactly is that person who has proven himself to be an emperor? What exactly happened to the terrifying palm that appeared that day?" And at this moment, Gu Qingfeng had a sad face, reporting to the Holy Emperor, "This person who has proven himself to be an emperor, it's none other than that giant willow from Heavenly Demon City." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Gu Zian's crowd immediately shrank. After all, mountains, rocks, grasses, and trees had the worst qualifications, and it was the most difficult to witness the Tao and become an emperor. It also represented that its strength would be extraordinary after it certified as an emperor. 100,000 years ago, there had been a diamond certified as an emperor. Despite having just become an emperor, he could withstand a peak spirit emperor powerhouse. Even the attacks of ordinary spirit emperor realm powerhouses couldn't break through the defense at all. Gu Ziyan frowned. How can it be? Even 100,000 years ago, that diamond emperor witnessed the Tao. It also cultivated for a full 10,000 years. This giant willow was born just over 3,000 years ago. How could it be certified as an emperor so quickly? While listening to Gu Ziyan's words, the Grand Patriarch below, Gu Qingfeng, had an expression of desire to speak. Subtle changes in expression naturally eluded Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan's willow brows frowned lightly. Grand Patriarch, do you know something? Don't tell us yet. Gu Qingfeng had a sad face. Coronation of the Holy Emperor. I can say, just don't be angry. Coronation of the Holy Emperor. Gu Ziyan snorted coldly. What are you afraid of? At most, the holy envoy sent by this emperor will be killed by this giant willow. Gu Qingfeng sighed lightly. Coronation of the Holy Emperor guessed correctly. Those two Gu family disciples are already dead. Most of all, one person has appeared in Sky Demon City. Gu Ziyan frowned slightly. Who? Gu Qingfeng hesitated a little before he slowly spat out 3 words. Gu Jingtian. Hearing those 3 words, Gu Ziyan instantly had anger blazing in her eyes. Miso stood up. Gu Jingtian. How did he appear in the middle of Sky Demon City? Could it be that this loser was also killed by Heavenly Demon City? While watching Gu Ziyan's reaction, Gu Lishang below was puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Although this Gu Jingtian is indeed a waste and has accomplished nothing, but sister has already expelled him from the Gu family. Why is it that when I hear the 3 words Gu Jingtian nowadays, it seems as if my sister is going to storm out? Can't it be that there's some unknown secret between sister and Gu Jingtian? Seeing Gu Ziyan with an angry expression, only then did Gu Qingfeng sigh helplessly. This Gu Jingtian was not killed, and there are even rumors that this giant willow that became an emperor holds Gu Jingtian in the highest esteem. What's more, it says, Chapter 34, the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. What's more, it said that this giant willow of Sky Demon City was able to break through the Spirit Emperor realm all because of this Gu Jingtian's hand, and it also cured the little princess of the Sky Fox clan in Sky Demon City, and it even awakened the supreme bloodline of the Sky Fox clan, Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox. The moment these words came out, the entire hall was instantly dead silent. The entire group of patriarchs, including Gu Ziyan, were dumbfounded. Gu Jingtian helped Giant Willow of Sky Demon City to become an emperor? Helping the Heavenly Fox of Heavenly Demon City awaken the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox bloodline? No! Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Reacting, Gu Ziyan stood up with a sound of miso. A pair of bright purple eyes glared. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Jingtian is nothing but a waste of spiritist realm. Helping someone else to become an emperor. Even this holy emperor can't do that. Who do you think he is? Is he a true immortal coming to Earth? Gu Qingfeng, have you not lost your mind? To actually believe such rumors. Listening to Gu Ziyan's furious rebuke, the group of patriarchs also chimed in. Right, great elder, what you're saying is too heaven-defying. Certifying to become an emperor, that's such a dangerous thing that Gu Jingtian, a tiny spiritist realm, is able to participate in? If Gu Jingtian had such a terrifying strength, our Gu family is 5 quasi-emperors. Wouldn't they all have become spirit emperors a long time ago? It is. This is absolutely impossible. If Gu Jingtian has this kind of ability, even if I were to be told to go eat his rice field communes, I wouldn't have half a word of complaint. This must be a rumor. The crowd's verbal abuse filled Gu Qingfeng with helplessness. Holy Emperor, these are just rumors. After I heard about it, I also thought it was simply a fool's errand. But now there's a part of the outside world that really believes it. Now they're all saying. When he said this, Gu Qingfeng was once again stuck in his shell, looking like he wanted to say something. Gu Ziyan forced down the anger in her heart and coldly said, what did they say? Give this emperor an honest account. Gu Qingfeng helplessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They said that our Gu family is all a bunch of blind people, actually expelling such a strong person from the family. It also says that you, coronation of the holy emperor. Gu Qingfeng paused again, and Gu Ziyan's entire face became distorted. Tell this emperor what those mole crickets said about this emperor. Gu Qingfeng's neck was crossed. They said that your majesty, the holy emperor, you have big breasts and no brain, and that our Gu family is all a bunch of stupid pigs. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan directly reddened. The spirit pressure of the peak of the spirit emperor realm instantly erupted. In an instant, the entire Gu family holy land was trembling madly. Deception. It's simply too much of a bully. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's utter nonsense. Reverse. Rebel. These mole crickets are going to rebel. Pass on this holy emperor's decree. Conquer the heavenly demon city. This emperor would like to see just how many heads these sinful beasts have. Seeing that Gu Ziyan had completely stormed out, Gu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, and only Gu Lishang, who was below, looked grave as she hurriedly stood out. Sister, rest your anger. Calm down. If you continue to be angry, not to mention heavenly demon city, the Gu family will be destroyed by you first. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's teeth clenched and she breathed heavily. The fullness of those breasts also tumbled. Suddenly, Gu Lishang felt as if that sentence was somewhat right. Gu Lishang hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. Sister, this giant willow is itself a mountain stone in grass, and its strength cannot be underestimated after certifying as an emperor. Not to mention the frequent harassment of demonic cultivators today. If we rashly use our troops against heavenly demon city, it led to an alliance between the demon cultivators and the demon race. That demon emperor Yen Joga is also a veteran spirit emperor. If we're not careful, we'll lose everything. My Gu family has been passed down for over 3,000 years. It must not be cut short in your hands. Looking at the incredibly pious Gu Lishang, Gu Ziyan's eyes turned red. Forcefully suppress the atmosphere in your mind. Seeing this scene, the bottom of Gu Qingfeng's eyes were even more chilling. The icy gaze swept to Gu Lishang on the side. Gu Ziyan snorted coldly. So what do you say? Is it hard to believe that my Gu family is going to be a shrinking turtle, allowing this group of mole crickets to speak their minds? If my Gu family is not moved, I would not be the laughing stock of the world. When these words came out, Gu Lishang's brows furrowed lightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a thoughtful look. At this moment, Gu Qingfeng's eyes were also flickering with essence. Damn it! This Gu Lishang is too cautious. It was so hard for the seat to get Gu Ziyan trapped. I didn't expect to be repeatedly stopped by this woman. Gu Lishang thought for a moment, then said in a condensed voice, Sister has a plan. Since Gu Jingtian appeared in Heavenly Demon City, and since Heavenly Demon City released such ridiculous remarks, I'm sure they want to make an issue out of Gu Jingtian. Now in the Eastern continent, Gu Jingtian's name can be said to be thoroughly established. Since they can elevate Gu Jingtian, can't we belittle him? They can talk nonsense, but we can't make things up out of thin air? Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was slightly stunned. You're saying that you'll tell Gu Jingtian that he's been mucking around in the Gu family, coveting riches and wealth, embezzling resources, acting as a bully, oppressing the good and the good, and raping his descendants. All of this sort of thing? But a family scandal. When these words came out, everyone, including Gu Lishang, was slightly stunned. Full of surprise, she looked at Gu Ziyan on the seat. It's true to mingle and die? It seems like Gu Jingtian didn't do any of this back there, right? A family scandal? Are you sure that you didn't fabricate this family scandal yourself? Gu Lishang is still talking about fabrication out of thin air, and in your mouth it's directly become ironclad evidence of reality? For a moment, the crowd couldn't help but admire Gu Ziyan a little more. It's really the old lady leaning against the wall, drinking porridge and watching the clock. Shameless and despicable to the core. The corners of Gu Lishang's mouth twitched, but the bottom of her eyes flickered with essence. My sister has another plan. Since Heavenly Demon City is so defensive of Gu Jingtian, we will then publicize Gu Jingtian's scandalous deeds. I'm sure the demonic cultivator side will think there's a trick in it. We might as well make it a trick. Just put out scouts and spread false news. My Gu family expelled Gu Jingtian just so he could go to Heavenly Demon City, and carrying my Gu family's family treasure, the fruit of the Tao of eternal life. I'll go forward to help the giant willow of Heavenly Demon City to become an emperor. And all this was done to overthrow the demonic cultivators. Occupy Yuzhou. In this way, the demonic cultivators will think that Heavenly Demon City is an ally of my Gu family. Heavenly Demon City, a guy who just promoted to Spirit Emperor, and our Gu family. Who does sister think the demonic cultivators will strike at first? As soon as these words came out, Gu Qingfeng, who was on the side, immediately widened his eyes and actually looked at Gu Lishang with an extremely worshipful look. No, why didn't I think of this ploy? This will involve the three major forces of the righteous path, demonic cultivators, and the demon race in the war. If this goes on, the strength of the entire eastern continent will surely drop drastically. Wouldn't one's mission be accomplished? Truly the most poisonous is the heart of a woman. Old me is ashamed of myself, worthy of being two sisters. Listening to Gu Lishang's scheme, Gu Ziyan took a deep breath and made a helpless look. Demon cultivator, the demon race bullied my Gu family too much. This emperor originally did not wish to publicize his family's scandal, but it can't be tolerated. Let's go ahead with your plan. Remember, don't reveal half of what you said today. Hearing this, the faces of the group of patriarchs twitched. Truly ruthless. Soon, countless news suddenly spread throughout the entire eastern continent. Hey, have you guys heard? Why was this Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian, expelled from the clan? I've heard that Gu Jingtian isn't just a waste of space, but he's also a senile old man. That's right, not only in the Gu family, with his old ancestor's identity, he's acting as an authority, but he's also bullying men and women. Even his brother Gu Lingtian's descendants are not spared. What do you call this? I've also heard that Gu Jingtian specifically found an island and sent all the child boys and girls to the island. It's really perverted to the extreme. It's inhuman. I've also heard that this Gu Jingtian can be described as arrogant and domineering. Once insulting a woman was discovered, resulting in a group of people swarming over her. That poor woman just died a horrible death. Simply, what do you guys know? The most important thing, this Gu Jingtian actually relied on his status as an old ancestor to force Holy Emperor Gu Zian to dual cultivate with him. What a shameless face. For a while, these heaven-defying rumors had even spread into the land of Yuzhou. None of the devil cultivators who heard these rumors were impressed with Gu Jingtian. Such a character. If he were one of my demon sect, he would definitely be a giant on the side. Originally, I thought that we were cruel enough. I didn't realize that compared to this Gu family ancestor, it's like a glowing fire compared to the bright moon. And at this moment, in the 10,000 Devil Mountain range, above the 9 spectral heavens, in the middle of that empty hall, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga was here alone. A figure slowly walked to the middle of the great hall. It was none other than Demon Emperor Messenger Qingfeng. Seeing Qingfeng arrive, Yen Zhoga slowly turned around. The one who proved to be an emperor is the giant willow of Sky Demon City, isn't it? Hearing this, Qingfeng nodded slightly. On the other hand, a trace of doubt appeared on Yen Zhoga's face. Some years ago, I passed by Heavenly Demon City and checked the aura of that giant willow from afar. It said that even if she can be certified as an emperor, it would still take at least 5,000 years. How did she break through so quickly? And it actually caused the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao's laws to come and stop it, especially the aura that appeared at the end. At such a distance, this emperor feels fear. What in the world is going on in the middle of this eastern continent? While at this moment, Qingfeng was frowning. Enlightened the demon emperor. There are rumors that the reason why this giant willow was able to certify as an emperor was because of the Gu clan's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Hearing this, Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga was slightly stunned. Gu family's old ancestor Gu Jingtian? Hasn't this person been expelled from the Gu family? Although this person was born even earlier than this emperor has never seen him before. On the contrary, his elder brother Gu Lingtian, this emperor has witnessed it with his own eyes. It is indeed the pride of the heavens. The absolute pride of the heavens. Isn't he with that Sword Dao sacred body? That Sword Dao sacred body has also appeared? Qingfeng shook his head. That Sword Dao saint body didn't appear and disappeared without a trace, as if it had vaporized. My subordinate has already named the demonic cultivator to look around, but there is still no trace. Yen Zhoga sighed softly. I had planned to teach her this destructive Sword Dao of mine before I closed my doors, not to let the legacy of my benefactor be cut off. I didn't expect it to be a matter of fate. That's all. As my teacher once said, when there is a time for destiny, there must be a time for destiny. And when there is no time for destiny, there is no need to force oneself to ask for it. I've gotten ahead of myself. Qingfeng was slightly stunned, clearly surprised that Demon Emperor Yen Zhoga's cultivation was on the verge of stepping into the supreme realm. After pondering for a long time, Qingfeng said in a condensed voice, reporting to the Holy Emperor, the patriarch of the Heavenly Demon sect has passed along information that this Gu Jingtian is said to be able to help Giant Willow become an emperor, all because of that eternal life Dao fruit from the Gu family. And this is also a plot by the Gu family to purposely disrupt the public, to make us think that Heavenly Demon City is an enemy of the Gu family, to make us ally with Heavenly Demon City. In reality, helping Heavenly Demon City become an emperor was precisely to unite the demon race and annihilate us demon cultivators. Hearing this, Yen Zhoga remained silent for a long time. A soft sigh followed. It seems like that Gu family saint emperor really couldn't help himself. Since that's the case, this emperor will put an end to this matter before he closes his door. And at this moment the Heavenly Demon City, in the middle of that leisurely little courtyard, Gu Jingtian was lying on top of a recliner with his eyes closed. On the side, the Demon Emperor Qinger, however, was making tea. From time to time, he secretly looked at Gu Jingtian on the side. Your Excellency, the tea is ready. Please also taste it. Your Excellency. Gu Jingtian opened his eyes and took the teacup, savoring it. And at this moment, Qinger looked like she was about to say something. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. If there's something, just say it. Why are you still embarrassed? Qinger bowed slightly. Your Excellency, now that the war between the righteous and the devils is imminent, that devil Emperor Yen Zhoga has already come out of the gate. There are even rumors that the emissary under his command has also broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Now that I've certified as an emperor, I'm sure that both the demonic cultivators and the righteous path will count Heavenly Demon City out. At this moment, Gu Jingtian, however, was slightly stunned after hearing the 3 words Yin Joga. A picture came to mind. Hey, I will definitely become the world's #1 sword cultivator in the future. At that time, I'll return home in fine clothes and marry my beloved girl. Well, the ambition is good, and your natural talent is also good, but if you want to become the #1 sword cultivator, I'm afraid that you won't be able to do it without a few hundred years. I'm afraid your little girlfriend will be long married by then. The face of the teenager holding the wooden sword flushed red. Your bull ting me. She won't. She'll wait for me. Look at the sword. Let you talk nonsense. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. I didn't expect that grumpy little guy from back then to actually become a party of demon emperors. I just wonder, did he marry the girl he loved? Chapter 35, Devil Cultivator Massive Invasion. Moment of crisis. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. There's no harm in it. Perhaps this demon emperor will even kowtow 3 times after seeing me? The corners of Qing'er's mouth rose lightly, and her jade hand lightly covered it. Gongzi is joking again. Gongzi is still acting like he did 3,000 years ago, without a proper behavior. At that time, the male was actually at the feet of others. Seeing that Qing'er was about to revisit the past, Gu Jingtian hastened to make the first move. If it weren't for this Gongzi's careful irrigation, how could you have come out so generous now and become a demon emperor? That's a good thing. I won't give it to anyone else who wants it. As soon as these words came out, Qing'er's stunningly beautiful face suddenly roiled with a reddish hue. The male doesn't know how to be shy. Shame on you. Where does it say that? Humph. Gu Jingtian smiled awkwardly. My lord is also telling the truth. But at that moment, only 2 figures slowly landed outside the courtyard. It was the 2 Fox Ninger sisters. Even though only a few days had passed, Fox Wanner, who had successfully awakened the 9-tailed skyfox physique, had undergone a drastic change. Originally, Fox Wanner could be considered a small family compared to Fox Ninger. Now although his height had not changed too much, the greatness of his chest was surprisingly better than Fox Ninger had ever been. Paired with that innocent and cute pretty face, it really shook the sun's sacred body. What was even more terrifying was its cultivation, which had actually broken through from the spirit martial realm to the peak of the spirit ancestor realm in just a few days. Only at this moment, the 2 women had an angry expression. Seeing the 2 of them arrive, Demon Emperor Qing'er hurriedly put away her little girl demeanor. Slowly, he looked at the 2 women outside the courtyard. What's going on? What are you 2 little guys doing here? Fox Ninger bowed and saluted. Greetings to Senior Gu, coronation of the Demon Emperor. These past few days, rumors about Senior Gu have been spreading in Sky Demon City. It's simply infuriating. I didn't realize that this Gu family, the leader of the righteous path, was such a despicable villain. Shameless to the extreme. When these words came out, Qing'er's willow brows furrowed. Say, what the hell is the rumor? At this moment, Gu Jingtian, on the other hand, seemed to have expected something, and his eyes were filled with disdain. The 2 Fox Ninger sisters were furious, and their 2 pairs of large thunders were also choppy. This Gu family has gone so far as to release rumors that Elder Gu. At this point, the duo got stuck. The 2 women's faces flushed red, and there were a few more hints of shyness in their beautiful eyes. Demon Emperor Qing'er was puzzled. Why don't you 2 say something? Before the 2 women could speak, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. You guys don't need to say anything. I know that the Gu family's group of no-goods must be throwing dirty water on me. It says that I am monopolizing power, enjoying glory and wealth, and oppressing spiritual cultivators. Hearing this, Fox Ninger could no longer control the indignation in her heart. This Gu family is simply shameless to the extreme, actually saying that Senior Gu raped a female cultivator. Let the Gu family snatch whichever girl they fancy. Say that Elder Gu will be the groom night after night. What's even more detestable is that it was actually said that Elder Gu, relying on his status as an elder ancestor, actually allowed Gu Zian to dual cultivate with him. It's simply nonsense. And upon hearing this, the tea in Gu Jingtian's mouth suddenly spewed out. A pair of starry eyes were filled with disbelief. It's really the reverse of the Big Dipper. This group of guys are creating such rumors. Doesn't this idiot Gu Zian know? And hearing this, Demon Emperor Qing'er was even more enraged, and the bottom of her green eyes were even flickering with gusts of purple demonic light. Bull ********. It's utter nonsense. How could the Duke be this kind of person? Is this Gu family looking for death? My lord, if these guys are acting like this, I'll kill the Gu family and personally question Gu Zian. Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Forget it. If we kill over there, won't it become a gag? And it's even worse. Besides, Right now Gu Ziyan is probably even angrier than you are. Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, the three women in front of them suddenly looked puzzled. And at this moment in the Far East, the Gu family of the Holy Land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, can any of you tell this emperor who spread these words? Gu Jingtian is relying on his status as an old ancestor to make this emperor double cultivate with him. What's more, this emperor even heard that Gu Jingtian was kicked out of the Gu family because this holy emperor couldn't stand his whipping? Tell this emperor, what the hell is going on here? At this moment, Gu Ziyan was roaring madly, like a furious mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, feeling Gu Ziyan's eyes that seemed as if she wanted to eat people. The group of patriarchs below trembled one by one, but every single one of them had a look of aggravation in the bottom of their eyes. Apparently there was no knowledge of the matter. Seeing that no one had spoken, Gu Lishang could only stand out stiffly. Sister, calm your anger. As the saying goes, if a good thing doesn't leave the door, a bad thing spreads 1,000 miles. This matter is obviously a blackmail. Gu Jingtian whoever, but a waste, even if it is the identity of the old ancestor. Sister is a saint emperor, how could she commit herself to him? In this matter, I'm afraid that anyone with a brain would not think that there is such a thing between you and Gu Jingtian. He's just a toad. You're a high and mighty heavenly fairy. No one would believe such a thing. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was however slightly stunned, and the anger under her eyes was even more blazing. A toad? Gu Jingtian, he's not even as good as a toad. He's a pile of eyeless, brainless. If it weren't for the greater good, this emperor would have killed his way to Sky Demon City right now and shattered Gu Jingtian into pieces. Looking at Gu Ziyan's obviously more irritable reaction, Gu Lishang was also speechless, but at that moment, a figure appeared in the middle of the Great Hall. It was none other than Grand Patriarch Gu Qingfeng. Only to see that at this moment, Gu Qingfeng could be described as having a spring in his step, and said with a smug expression on his face, "Enlighten the Holy Emperor. Good news, good news." Gu Ziyan, who was in the middle of her anger, suddenly found a vent. Is it funny? What are you laughing at? Did anyone ever tell you that you smile like a rotten chrysanthemum? What a load of good news. Gu Qingfeng, who had received a scolding from Gu Ziyan, froze in place. The smug smile on his face also disappeared without a trace. With a puzzled look, he looked around at the crowd, but as soon as eye contact was made, the crowd cast sympathetic glances. Seeing this, Gu Lishang hurriedly opened her mouth. Grand Patriarch, what exactly is the good news? Is it above the demonic cultivators? Gu Qingfeng, who had gotten the step, hurriedly said, "Right, we purposely let the Sky Demon Sect's people capture my Gu family scouts. Now the Heavenly Demon Sect has gone above and passed the news to Demon Emperor Yen Zhouge. Yen Zhouge has given the order. Gather the power of the demonic cultivators. Attack Heavenly Demon City. This is the end of Sky Demon City. Our Gu family can reap the benefits." Hearing this, Gu Ziyan calmed down a few points. Good. Finally hooked. Regardless of how this Heavenly Demon City's giant willow broke through to the Saint Emperor realm, this must be the end. Pass on this Emperor's decree. All righteous sects prepare for battle. Also send out scouts to infiltrate Sky Demon City and report everything in a timely manner. Also, don't let the demonic cultivator kill Gu Jingtian. This emperor will personally torture him. Hearing this, the crowd of patriarchs showed excitement. Congratulations to the Holy Emperor for unifying the Eastern Continent. Congratulations to the Sacred Emperor on his unification of the Eastern Continent. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. Sky Demon City. Above the mountain peak where the Skyfox clan was located, the innocent Fox Wanner had her jade hands on her cheeks as she looked sullenly towards the central area. Since Senior Gu was an old acquaintance with the Demon Emperor Coronet, it seems that his age has also exceeded 3,000 years. But one is only 300 years old today. Isn't one too young for Elder Gu? And I feel as if the Demon Emperor coronation likes Senior Gu as well, so wouldn't I have no chance at all now? AI. And with the coronation of the Demon Emperor addressing Senior Gu as his son, wouldn't this himself not even be qualified to be a maid? What young man is not amorous? What young girl is not pregnant? At this moment, Fox Wanner's heart could be described as having mixed feelings. On the other hand, Fox Ninger, who was on the side, had a sentimental expression at the moment. Hey, Fox Ninger, why are you so unlucky? Didn't you say that a great revenge is not to be taken? You will never covet the love of a child? Why are you so indecisive? No way. The hatred of my parents is not shared. Catch up on your cultivation and break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. But right at this moment, only Demon Emperor Qinger's voice suddenly sounded in the minds of the crowd. All the major patriarchs, come quickly. Hearing the Demon Emperor's call, a stream of light shot towards the central area. Soon, the patriarchs of each race had arrived outside the hut. Only at this moment, the Demon Emperor Qinger was looking grave. This emperor has already detected that the demonic amendments in the north are gathering. Looking at their direction, they are precisely heading towards our heavenly demon city. The demonic cultivator is powerful. Not only are there dozens of spirit saints, 3 quasi-emperors, but there are even 2 spirit emperors. For this large-scale invasion, my sky demon city must be prepared to burn with jade and stone. Also beware of the forces of the righteous Gu family and others, in case we are attacked from the back. Upon hearing this, the faces of the group of demon clan patriarchs turned blue. Anger raged in their eyes. This is clearly a battle between good and evil. Why is this demonic cultivator attacking heavenly demon city? There must be a trick in this. The power of the demonic cultivators could be said to be far beyond the heavenly demon city, and a layer of gloom was immediately cast over the hearts of the crowd. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. There's no need to be nervous. If Demon Emperor Yen Joga arrives in person, this young master is responsible for taking care of him. When these words came out, the people present froze in place. A look of excitement filled their eyes. Chapter 36, Gu Zian, who was so proud of herself. For a moment, the gazes of the several people of the demon clan's patriarch all looked towards Gu Jingtian, who was on the side. There was a bit of hesitation under his eyes that was hard to erase. After all, the rumors released by the Gu family had also reached the 10,000 demon city. These unknown fundamental demon clan patriarchs didn't believe in Gu Jingtian's private style issues though. However, it was believed that the reason why Gu Jingtian was able to help giant Willow Zhengdao become an emperor was because of the use of the Gu family's everlasting Dao fruit. A few people's eyes were still heavy at the moment. This Gu family's old ancestor. Nowadays it doesn't seem like he's a waste of space like in the rumors though. Furthermore, using the Gu family's supreme treasure to help senior giant Willow witness the Dao is a heavenly favor to my heavenly demon city. And it also helped little Miss Skyfox awaken the nine-tailed Skyfox bloodline. I have to say, this Gu family ancestor is truly divine. But the enemy we're facing this time is Demon Emperor Yen Joga. Since Demon Emperor Yen Joga has been cultivating, there are countless number of supreme heavenly prides who have lost under him. It's a Jedi Ding powerhouse who has dominated the entire Devil Dao for 2,000 years. Even that Gu family Saint Emperor, who is known as the strongest spirit emperor in the eastern continent, may not be a match for this Yen Joga. This Gu Jingtian can't be stronger than Gu Zian. If that's the case, wouldn't it be extremely foolish for the Gu family to still expel him from their clan? Gu Jingtian didn't care about the expressions of the crowd. The Demon Emperor Qinger on the side, however, had a cold face. Since His Excellency has already given his word, then you guys don't have to worry about Demon Emperor Yen Joga. But the demonic cultivators are huge. Their numbers and strength far exceed that of my heavenly demon city. Immediately gather all the demon clans that are out and return to defend heavenly demon city. As long as you're in this heavenly demon city, even Demon Emperor Yen Joga can't hurt you. With Demon Emperor Qinger's order, the group of demon clan chiefs immediately led the order to leave. In an instant, the entire heavenly demon city could be said to be in a state of panic. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a cozy face, still sipping the tea and the aroma to himself. And at this moment, in a valley that was nearly 10,000 miles away from heavenly demon city, only a group of soldiers and horses appeared at this place. In a luxurious tent, it was unexpectedly Gu Zian, the Saint Emperor of the Gu family. And there were 2 familiar figures in front of him. It was none other than Gu Qingfeng and Gu Lishang who had followed them. As the Grand Patriarch of the Elder Council, Gu Qingfeng's strength had already reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. And although Gu Lishang was only a 9-star spirit saint, she was the person Gu Zian trusted the most. At this moment, Gu Zian's face was complacent, and her pair of violet eyes were full of uncontrollable excitement. Gu Lishang on the side was also unable to hide the excitement in her heart. At this time, a large number of righteous sects had already gathered 100,000 miles away, just waiting for Gu Zian's command. They would come to this place through the long-distance teleportation array. Gu Lishang could not hide the smugness in her heart. Now that my Gu family's spies in the middle of Heavenly Demon City have passed on the information, Heavenly Demon City has ordered the demon races that went out to return to defend Heavenly Demon City. It looks like this giant Willow who just became an emperor is trying to defend against an attack, but obviously she underestimated the power of the demonic cultivators. This time it's the Demon Emperor Yen Jiugu himself. Just by her, an existence that has just become an emperor, she won't be able to hold back the demonic cultivators' army. Hearing this, Gu Zian was even more pleased. I didn't realize that Demon Emperor Yen Joga hadn't put up a fight for 1,000 years, but this time he would actually come down personally. But this giant willow is a grass and tree that has become an emperor. Its strength should not be underestimated. Now all we have to do is wait for them to lose both of them. And at that time, this emperor will personally strike with his emperor's soldiers and will definitely be able to kill Demon Emperor Yen Joga. From now on, this emperor is the veritable #1 powerhouse of the eastern continent. Speaking of this, Gu Ziyan's eyes were even more expectant. Even if Yen-Zhou-Gu was in full bloom, this emperor wouldn't necessarily be able to kill him. But an injured Yen-Zhou-Gu, this emperor doesn't believe that this emperor can't kill him with an emperor's soldier in hand. Successful kings lose. History is written by the victors. As long as Yen-Zhou-Gu is dead, who cares if he was killed by this emperor in his heyday? Although many people thought that Gu Ziyan was the #1 spirit emperor in the eastern continent, there were some who thought that demon emperor Yen-Zhou-Gu was stronger. The extremely strong Gu Ziyan was grudging, and now was the perfect opportunity for her to exterminate this first demon emperor of the demon cultivation. And at this moment, Gu Lishan's heart was filled with anticipation. As long as I can exterminate Yen-Zhou-Gu, the demonic cultivators will not be enough to worry about. At that time, my Gu family will be able to take over the entire Yu prefecture. And as the mastermind of this battle between the righteous and the demonic, he himself can definitely be written into the Gu family tree. One's merits can even be on par with old man Ling Tian who founded the Gu family. And looking at the complacent duo in front of him, Gu Qingfeng was also in a state of bliss. Awesome! You're going to get a lot of credit for this one yourself. No matter who wins or loses this war, the strength of the entire eastern continent will definitely shrink drastically. At that time, my heavenly demon clan will be able to descend to the eastern continent through the Yu state, use the eastern continent as a springboard, and then take the entire Xian heaven continent. Ha ha ha, for such a great feat, I'm sure that the coronation of devil emperors will surely bestow a reward that will allow me to ascend to the realm of the devil emperor as well. When that time comes, Gu Ziyan, Gu Lishang, both of you are this demon emperor's playthings. Ha ha ha, the three people in the entire tent at the moment could be said to be pleased with themselves, and couldn't wait to see the demon cultivators and the demon race go to war. And at this moment in the heavenly demon city, it was already overcrowded. No, to be exact, it was full of demons. Although a portion of the demon race lived in the Sky Demon City, the vast majority of the demon race still lived in the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Now the number of demon races in the entire heavenly demon city had already exceeded 10 million, and all of them were great demons above the Demon King realm. Even so, the demon clansmen in the heavenly demon city were still grave. Heavenly Demon City, 10,000 Demon Hall. In addition to the 4 clan leaders such as Fox Ninger, there were suddenly 10 more Spirit Saint Realm great demons. Fox Ninger had an extremely serious face. We have received news that the number of demonic cultivators out this time has reached a full 50 million. The one leading the troops is none other than Demon Emperor Yen-Zhou-Gu, and our scouts among the demonic cultivators have also sent word that Demon Emperor's emissary Qingfeng has also broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. The gap between the strengths of our two parties is enormous, and it's highly likely that those righteous forces will take advantage of the situation. Now it has come to the time of survival for our demon race. For thousands of years, my demon race has been humiliated by the human race, but my demon clan still survives to this day, relying on the unity of the people of my demon clan. Today, even if all of my demon race is wiped out, we will also let this group of dirty human clans know, demon race can't be humiliated. Even though Fox Ninger's words were so impassioned, but the group of demon saints in front of them remained unmoved, and right at that moment, that insect clan leader, Thousand Seekers, suddenly said, Chapter 37, Demon Race, never be a slave. Since the devil cultivator is so strong, why should we fight to the death? I've already gotten word that this demonic cultivator attacked Heavenly Demon City precisely because of that Gu family ancestor. In fact, that Gu Jingtian's expulsion from the Gu family was simply a fake. This is all a ploy by the Gu family. And being able to help Senior Giant Willow certify as an emperor was also because Gu Jingtian carried the Gu family's supreme treasure, the everlasting Dao fruit. That's what made Demon Emperor Yen-Zhou-Gu think that we've allied ourselves with the Gu family. But the demonic cultivator army is just around the corner. Yet the Gu family is still pressing on. This Gu family is clearly leading the trouble east, making my heavenly demon city go to war with the devil cultivators, so that he can reap the benefits. The moment these words came out, the crowd of demon saints in the Great Hall were in an uproar. It's actually like this. This Gu Jingtian, even if his divine abilities are quite great, but it's also impossible to be able to make others become emperors. So it's the Gu family's handiwork. Patriarch Qianqian is right. This must be a ploy by the Gu family. We can't be a sword in the hands of the Gu family. And the remaining few patriarchs also said in a hurry, even if things are like this, it's ironclad that this Gu family helped my heavenly demon city's sacred tree senior become an emperor. My heavenly demon city, have a great favor. An alliance with the Gu family isn't something that's unacceptable. With the support of the Gu family and the righteous path, even if we can't repel the demonic cultivators, it's still enough to separate them from each other. Hearing the crowd's chatter, Fox Ninger's eyes reddened slightly. The beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Is this all a scam? He's helping our heavenly demon city all for the sake of allying with the Gu family and making us the Gu family's handmade swords? Could it be that helping my little sister heal is also about this? For a moment, Gu Jingtian's image in Fox Ninger's heart collapsed, but to be able to become the matriarch of the heavenly Fox clan, Fox Ninger was naturally extremely strong. All of you shut up. I will immediately inquire about this matter with Senior Giant Willow. It's just that it's not my people. Their hearts must be different. No matter what, we can't make an alliance with the Gu family. After the Gu family destroys the demonic cultivators, our heavenly demon city will be next. Listening to Fox Ninger's words, the group of demon saints were also quite impressed. There was a tangled look in his eyes, while at this moment, Fox Ninger was already unable to hold back and directly used instantaneous transfer to disappear into the Great Hall. In the blink of an eye, Fox Ninger's figure had already appeared outside that courtyard. At this moment, Demon Emperor Chinger was making tea for Gu Jingtian. Seeing Fox Ninger's arrival, Demon Emperor Chinger frowned lightly. What's wrong? Ninger, is the demonic cultivator army already here? In the face of the Demon Emperor's inquiry, Fox Ninger, however, her face flushed red as she stared dead on at Gu Jingtian, who was sipping tea. Enlightened the Demon Emperor. We have received information that this is all a conspiracy. The expulsion of this Gu family's oldest ancestor from the Gu family was originally deliberate. The reason why the Gu family's old ancestor helped you become an emperor was to get my Sky Demon City to ally with the Gu family. Let us act as a sword in its hands. I trouble the coronation of the Demon Emperor to investigate this matter thoroughly. I also hope that the Gu family ancestor will give my heavenly demon city an explanation. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Chinger immediately frowned tightly. Gu Jingtian on the side, however, had a cloudy look on his face, as if all of this was expected. But in the very next second, the Demon Emperor gently waved his sleeve. A wave of demonic power surged out at once, directly hitting Fox Ninger in the face. Even though Demon Emperor Chinger had only slightly disciplined her, Fox Ninger's pretty face was still flushed. How dare you? How dare you slander the young master? You mean the young master is harboring ill intentions and deceiving us? Feeling the fiery pain on her face, Fox Ninger's pupils shrunk. It was filled with disbelief. The beautifully delicate body couldn't suppress the trembling. The Demon Emperor hit me? She actually hit me. For this Gu family ancestor, an outsider? Fox Ninger was also considered to have grown up under the watchful eye of the Demon Emperor, but had never received such a severe chastisement. While at this moment, the Demon Emperor's pretty face was as cold as ice. Not to mention the child she had watched grow up. Even if it was her own descendant, she would not be able to slander her young master. Ninger, this emperor remembers that you're young and uninformed. Apologize to the eunuch now, and your outburst can be forgiven. The harsh tone made it even more difficult for Fox Ninger to accept, and those silver eyes looked incredulously at the Demon Emperor in the distance. That once incomparably familiar aura had become so unfamiliar at the moment. In the next second, Fox Ninger's legs slammed down to the ground. Coronation of the Demon Emperor. If the demon cultivator insists on going to war with my heavenly demon city, Ninger and even the entire demon race in Sky Demon City, even if we fight to the last drop of blood, I have no regrets. But this if a plot by the Gu family. Although my demon race is weak, even if my body is shattered, I won't be a sword in the hands of others. My demon race, never be a slave. I still ask the Demon Emperor Coronet to investigate clearly. If you don't give Ninger a reasonable explanation, Ninger will kneel long and hard. At this moment, Fox Ninger's eyes were filled with the color of determination. Looking at such a stubborn Fox Ninger, the Demon Emperor was also filled with helplessness, and yet it remains unmoved. In her heart, even if the entire world was blaming Gu Jingtian, she would stand in front of him without hesitation. And just at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. There's no need to dwell on this matter. In a moment, you'll know the answer. As soon as these words came out, a hint of doubt flooded into the eyes of Fox Ninger, who had fallen to her knees. A moment? What does that mean? The Demon Emperor is so biased in favor of this Gu Jingtian. Could it be that he has already made a deal with the Gu family? The Gu family's soldiers and horses are already on their way here? The Demon Emperor is too confused. This is dancing with the wolves. Thinking of this, Fox Ninger still wanted to open her mouth. The quick-eyed Demon Emperor directly operated his demonic power and sealed Fox Ninger's mouth. Since His Excellency told you to wait, you will wait here. The fact that the Demon Emperor reacted in such a manner further made Fox Ninger's heart feel as if it was dead. Could it be that my heavenly demon city, the lineage of the demon race, is really going to be destroyed in the hands of this Gu Jingtian hand? Why? Why does the world have to be so complicated? Why is it that the first person one likes is actually like this? And at this moment in the Hall of 10,000 Demons, the Bug Clan chief, Thousand Seekers, was roaring with impassioned fury at the moment. This Gu family has gone back on its word and made my heavenly demon city act as a sword in its hands. My demon clan cannot agree to this. As long as we hand over that Gu family ancestor, this misunderstanding can naturally be resolved. I also understand that this move is not without my heavenly demon city being ungrateful, but for the sake of my demon race's hundreds of millions of descendants, we can only do this. Sin in the present time, the merit is in the 1,000 years. In order to be able to make the future of my demon race, I, Qian Xian, am willing to be the sinner of this world. I'll head over to pay my respects to the demon emperor, hand over that Gu family ancestor, and after that, I, Thousand Seekers, will take matters into my own hands, to thank the world. Chapter 38, The Devil Emperor Descends. Supreme Powerhouse. In the face of the insect clan chief's impassioned words, the crowd of demon clan chiefs fell silent. They could not have imagined that this normally fly-by-night bug clan chief would actually say such words. Chihiro's face reddened. The demon race is weak, and survival is not easy. For the sake of the future of the demon race, I'll go and admonish the coronation of the demon emperor. All the consequences will be borne by me, Qian Xian, alone. Throwing down a sentence, Chen Sunji's figure transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the outside of the Great Hall. The few remaining demon saint powerhouses looked at each other in dismay, and after a slight hesitation, they directly followed. In the blink of an eye, a group of demon saint realm powerhouses had arrived outside the small courtyard. Just after arriving at this place, he saw the fox Ninger who was kneeling on the ground, her face flushed red, the bug race patriarch's brows crossed, and his eyes were filled with determination. Flopped right down to his knees. Coronation of the demon emperor. This is a time of life and death for my demon race. There's an army of demonic cultivators gawking in front of us, and there's a ring of righteous alliance thorns behind us. Qian Xian dares to ask the demon emperor a question. Is it true that my heavenly demon city has entered into cooperation with the Gu family? If so, where are the Gu family's men? If not, why implicate the entire demon clan because of the Gu family ancestor alone? Hearing this, demon emperor Qinger's willow brows lightly frowned, and the always mild she couldn't help but be on fire for no reason. Unbridled. What do you mean by that? If it wasn't for the Duke, what would be today's heavenly demon city? There is no need for you to say more. No matter what happens, naturally, this emperor will be at the front, facing the furious demon emperor. Qian Sun was still unforgiving. Coronation of the demon emperor. We are not worthy of death, but there are more than 10 million demon clans in my heavenly demon city. If we are to be sunk, my demon race's thousands of years of operation will be ruined. Then wouldn't we be the demon race's ancient sinners? My subordinate knows that Elder Gu's kindness to heavenly demon city is as deep as the sea. It's only for the future of the demon race. I implore the demon emperor to put the demon clan first. Hand over Senior Gu. I, Chihiro, will take all the blame. With my life alone, I will block the mouths of many, in exchange for the future of my demon race. When these words came out, the demon emperor was instantly thunderstruck. Unbridled. Shut up for this emperor. How dare you want this emperor to hand over the Duke? This is something that can never be done. And on the side, Fox Ninger's eyes were red. Coronation of the demon emperor. For the sake of the demon race's long life, please forgive Ninger for overstepping her bounds. Please ask the demon emperor to make everything public. My demon race must not act in such a confused manner. Become a victim of the battle between good and evil. Looking at the righteous indignation of the duo, the rest of the crowd of demon race powerhouses couldn't help but be touched in their hearts as well. Then they looked at each other and all fell to their knees. We are arrogant. Please Demon Emperor give us an explanation. Looking at the crowd of demons kneeling in front of him in unison, Demon Emperor Qinger was more helpless than angry. To others, this was some great demon of the spirit saint realm, and as far as she was concerned, these were the children she had raised. For some reason, the reprimand that had come to his lips could not be uttered no matter what. And just then, Gu Jingtian's voice came leisurely. The time has come, and the account you want will be given to you at once. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, only a low sound came violently from high in the distance. Fellow Daoist Giant Willow has certified as an emperor. What a joyous occasion. As the voice rang out, only the sky was violently torn apart. A spatial crack appeared. Amidst the endless spatial turbulence, a handsome man wearing a purple golden robe slowly walked out. That exquisite face. Even the beauties on top of the stunning list would have to be ashamed of themselves. Only there wasn't a trace of femininity. There was just that endless nobility. The person who came was none other than that demon emperor Yen Joga. Even though Yen Joga hadn't taken any action, simply standing in the middle of the high sky caused the hearts of everyone present to freeze. A fear that was hard to suppress lingered in the hearts of the crowd. It's him, Demon Emperor Yen Joga. Truly skillful and bold. Actually daring to break into my heavenly demon city all by himself. What a terrifying aura. This Yen Joga hasn't appeared for 1,000 years. and his cultivation has really gone up a level. It's hard to believe that he's already broken through to the immortal realm. That spatial turbulence, even a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse is as afraid of it as a tiger, and he's actually able to walk out of it so breezily. Has he really reached the immortal realm? It's over. Yanjogo is truly worthy of being the Devil Dao's once in a 10,000 years supreme pride. Heavenly Demon City is in danger. And seeing Yanjoga's appearance, Demon Emperor Chinger's eyes were filled with gravity. Apparently she had also sensed the terrifying energy lurking within Yanjoji's body. In the next second, there was a ripple in space. The Demon Emperor's stunning silhouette appeared high above the sky. The two great Emperor realm powerhouses were facing each other from a distance. A spiritual pressure like a vast ocean spread out from above the Demon Emperor's body. Thank you, fellow Daoist. If you, fellow Daoist, come to congratulate me, this Emperor will naturally be happy to entertain. It's just that my heavenly demon city and the demonic cultivators don't interfere with each other. What does your excellency intend to do by leading a large army to press in? Demon Emperor Yanjoga let out a light laugh. All kinds of things in this world this emperor didn't want to intervene anymore. Giant Willow Taoist friend proved to be an emperor. This emperor also rejoices in his heart. Just why did you, Taoist friend, collaborate with the Gu family to target the people of my Yuzhou? This trip this emperor has come to ask fellow Daoist Giant Willow to give this emperor a satisfactory explanation. As soon as these words came out, only a destructive force that broke through the clouds instantly erupted from above the Demon Emperor's body. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color for 10,000 miles in a radius. The earth shook, the heavens and the earth roared. That oppressive feeling like a mighty prison caused the people in the entire heavenly demon city to feel that oppressive feeling that was like a heavenly tilt. Countless demon plants trembled, and even their breathing became heavy. In front of this terrifying power, the aura of the Demon Emperor was immediately suppressed. The crowd of demon race elders were even more terrified in their eyes. What a terrifying aura! It's almost beyond the Spirit Emperor realm. This Demon Emperor definitely has half a foot in the immortal realm, worthy of being the absolute pride of the Devil Cultivator. In just 3,000 years he has actually come this far. I'm afraid that amongst the human race, only that Ling Tian Emperor can be compared to him. It's over. Everything is finished. No wonder this Demon Emperor dared to go alone. And at this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, where the Gu family and the others were, feeling the terrifying to the extreme demonic aura in the distance, Gu Xian's few people immediately smiled with joy. At this moment, Gu Xian could no longer suppress the stolen joy in her heart, letting out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, Demon Emperor Yanjoga has struck. It's really strong. It's at least reached the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm. This heavenly demon city is already hard to escape its demise. Wait until its 2 defeats are over. That's when my Gu family will unify the eastern continent. The thoughts in Gu Xian's trio's minds at this moment were surprisingly consistent. Quick, fight! And at this time, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, Chapter 39, Joer pays a visit to her benefactor. Feeling the Demon Emperor's aura that was as powerful as a prison, Demon Emperor Chinger's eyes narrowed slightly. This matter was originally an ill-intentioned endeavor on the part of the Gu family. When did my heavenly demon city ever form an alliance with the Gu family? Hearing this, Demon Emperor Yanjoga let out a light laugh. In that case, I, Yanjoga, am not one to use my power to oppress others. This emperor has heard that Gu family ancestor is in Sky Demon City at the moment, so I'd like to trouble you, fellow Daoist, to invite him out. I hope this Gu family ancestor can give this emperor an explanation. Hearing this, the crowd of demon saints looked within that courtyard, and just then, only a low voice slowly came out. Little Joer, you've really made a name for yourself. Now you actually dare to seek an explanation from me. As soon as these words came out, this demon emperor who had suppressed the entire demon realm froze in place. The purple golden eye system couldn't stop trembling madly. Even that body that could harden against imperial soldiers couldn't help but tremble slightly. Little Nine? This name? It's been more than 2,000 years. There's actually someone who still knows this name of theirs. What a familiar voice. Is that you, Enchanter? When the 2 words benefactor appeared in Yanjoji's mind, the violet gold-colored divine eyes suddenly filled with hazy water mist. This mighty demon emperor, at this moment, was looking towards the direction of the voice with a dull gaze. And at this moment, the crowd of the demon race was even more frozen on the spot. All of their faces were in disbelief. Little Joer? This Gu Jingtian actually called the demon emperor Little Joer? Is he crazy? How dare he insult the demon emperor like that? Even if this Gu Jingtian was once acquainted with the demon emperor, he shouldn't be addressing the demon emperor with such a name now. Nowadays, he can already be a supreme existence close to the immortal realm. Yanjoga gazed down at the courtyard below. As far as the eyes could see, it was the face that had endured for 2,000 years and still made Yanjoga remember without forgetting. Yanjiao Ge's pupils instantly shrunk, and his entire body froze on the spot like a demented person. It really is you, NTI. At this moment, he was no longer the supreme demon emperor who reigned over the 9 heavens, but the stubborn teenager of 2,000 years. The eyes could no longer hold back the hot, burning tears. In an instant, the tears flowed like a fountain. In the next second, the purple and gold-colored figure was suddenly transformed into a stream of light, shooting towards the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, the gazes of the crowd of Demon Saint Realm powerhouses were like lightning. Anxiety filled their eyes. It's over. This demon emperor is really a demonic cultivator. He doesn't need a reason to kill. This Gu family's old ancestor is too much of a trustworthy person to insult an emperor realm powerhouse like that. And Fox Ninger's pair of beautiful eyes were even dimmer. Is it over? The wrong payment after all. The demon emperor in a green palace robe instantly stormed out and hurriedly turned into a stream of light to chase after him. However, at such a close distance, the demon emperor's speed was obviously far inferior to that of the demon emperor. In a matter of moments, demon emperor Yen Joga's figure had already appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. In the next second, only this demon emperor Gu Jingtian was seen violently kneeling on both knees, heavily grabbing the ground with his head. Apprentice Yen Joga has met with his benefactor. With the sound of the voice, Yen Joga directly performed the great salute of 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Seeing this scene, the people in this place immediately stared in disbelief, dumbstruck and frozen in place. 2 words were written all over everyone's faces. Clueless. Even the demon emperor who had arrived was dumbfounded. Enchanter? What's that? Enchanter? What? Gu Jingtian is the demon emperor's benefactor. How is this possible? Never heard of it before. My goodness. How could the Gu family's old ancestor be the demon emperor's benefactor? Can someone tell me what's going on? Nowadays, Fox Ninger's red lips were also slightly open. Enchanter. He's actually the demon emperor's enchanter. This. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy face. What benefactor? When did I promise to take you as my disciple? Hurry up and get up. I can't stand this great gift from your supreme demon emperor. When these words came out, the demon emperor Yen Joga in front of him was even more wildly shaken, and his lowered head hung lower and lower. The voice was filled with heartfelt respect. If it wasn't for the help of the benefactor, Joer would have been a dry bone in the mound and would have died in the winter 2,000 years ago. How could he have survived until now? If it wasn't for the enlightened master's devoted guidance, how would Joer have been able to certify his path and become an emperor? Once again, I get to meet the enlightened master. Even though my benefactor has never taken me under his tutelage, Joer has long regarded you as a master, like a teacher, like a father. No matter what cultivation level Joer is at now, he will always be the Xiaojiao in front of you. When these words came out, the crowd, who had already been shocked out of their wits, only then slowed down. Oh my god. So it's true. The Gu family ancestor is really the demon emperor's benefactor. No wonder the Gu clan's old ancestor said that if the demon emperor came in person, he would deal with him. The demon emperor Qinger on the side was even more enlightened. No wonder the eunuch said that even if this demon emperor came, he would have to kowtow 3 times. I didn't realize that your excellency would have this kind of relationship with the demon emperor. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. When did you become so matronly and disgusting? Such disgusting words can be said. Get up and stop being an eyesore. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Yen Joga hurriedly got up. With an excited face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Enchanter, why are you here? Gu Jingtian let out a light hum. This Qinger is the little tree I planted with my own hands back then, and now that I have nothing to do, I can't come to see her. When these words came out, the crowd of demon saints who had just calmed down once again froze on the spot. Once again, the mind that had just been at peace with itself was in shock. What? The Demon Emperor is a small tree planted by the Gu family's old ancestor back then. My god. No wonder the Demon Emperor said that without the Gu family ancestor, there would be no heavenly demon city today. How is this possible? A small tree planted casually has now become a Demon Emperor. And the person who casually pointed it out back then is now a Demon Emperor. The first of the righteous. It's his descendant. The first person of the Devil's Way is his registered disciple. And the first Demon Emperor of the demon race was even trained by him. This Gu family's old ancestor is too heaven-defying. Is this still something that a loser can do? It seems that the Gu family's expulsion of him from the sect must be a lie. If this were true, wouldn't the Gu family's hundreds of thousands of disciples not be able to put together a complete brain? And hearing this, Demon Emperor Yen Joga's face was stunned. An awkward smile followed. Enchanter is enchanter. The methods are really extraordinary. In that case, it seems that fellow Taoist giant Willow is also considered my senior sister. As soon as the words fell, the Demon Emperor on the side snorted coldly. I knew the prince before you did. Yenjioge hemmed and hawed. Then you are the senior sister. I'm the younger brother. Looking at Yenjioge, who looked harmless, the crowd of demon saints couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Is this still that high and mighty demon emperor? Chapter 40, Supreme Immortal Armament. Immortal Exterminating Lance. Seeing this scene in front of them, the hearts hanging in the hearts of the crowd of demon saints could be said to have fallen to the ground. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Today is also really strange. So many people asking me for an explanation. When these words came out, the corners of Yenjioge's mouth twitched. I was just about to open my mouth to explain, but something suddenly occurred to me. That handsome face was suddenly frosty as he coldly looked towards the group of demon saints kneeling on the ground. What? There's actually someone who dares to ask NTI for an explanation. It's simply too long to live. Enshu tell Xiaojio who it is. With such arrogance, Xiaojio will immediately let him know what life is worse than death. As soon as the words fell, a murderous aura that had almost formed a substance filled the air. For a moment, the group of demon saints kneeling on the ground were suddenly trembling as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The eyes were filled with endless fear. The fear was not without a hint of breathlessness. This demon emperor is also really thick-skinned. Have you forgotten who it was just now, mouthing off that he wanted old ancestor Gu to give an explanation? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? And at this moment, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. That's just it. Since it's all over, there's no point in pursuing anything. Hearing this, the crowd of demon saints were instantly as if they had been pardoned, and they hurriedly bowed towards Gu Jingtian Pink one after another. Thank you, old ancestor Gu. We know we're wrong, Elder Gu. We're all just not brainy enough and too impulsive. Don't take offense. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. You are also doing this for the demon race. The starting point is right. This seat does not see eye to eye with you. Retreat, you and others. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the crowd of demon saints rolled and fled. Only Fox Ninger looked at Gu Jingtian with 3 parts guilt and 7 parts fondness in her eyes. Hesitantly, I left the place. Seeing the crowd leave, Yenjioge looked at Gu Jingtian with a respectful expression. Enchanter, what are you up to? What is your plan here? How did you let the Gu family expel you from the family? And also arranged for the Gu family to throw dirty water on you. If you want to take back Yuzhou, as long as you give the order, Xiaojio will designate to complete the task successfully. Only in front of Gu Jingtian would this silent demon emperor be so talkative. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. This kind of hegemony that mere mortals care about is of no interest to my lord. It's just that the devil cultivators under you are a bit cruel, especially that blood demon sect. But this blood demon sect has already been exterminated by this Gongzi. As for the others, speaking here, Gu Jingtian paused slightly. On the other hand, Yenjioge, who was on the side, had his pupils shrunk. So the one who exterminated the blood demon sect was actually NTI. Sure enough, with NTI's insights, how could he be just a cultivator of the spiritist realm? It seems that today's enchanter has also reached the spirit emperor realm. Yenjioge, who had come to his senses, instantly fell to his knees. Apprentice has been cultivating in the 9 spectral heavens and has been negligent in managing the behavior of demonic cultivators. Originally, my disciple didn't care about this demon emperor's position, and since my benefactor is dissatisfied, after my disciple goes back, I will definitely thoroughly investigate the entire land of Yuzhou. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly, while at this moment, Yenjioge was still puzzled. Benefactor, what exactly happened when you were expelled from the Gu family? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes dimmed slightly. You don't have to care about this matter. It's just a matter between me and the Gu family. I see that your cultivation has reached the half-step supreme realm. It has come into contact with a portion of the power of the laws. This encounter is also fate, so I'll help you one more time. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Only a purple golden lance suddenly appeared in the void. With the appearance of the lance, the surrounding space collapsed, and the spatial turbulence that had just appeared was worn away in the blink of an eye. Even though the might above this lance was not ostentatious, the two present felt an extremely dangerous aura, and feeling the power that permeated it, Demon Emperor Yenjioge froze in place. The violet gold eyes were filled with astonishment. Law of destruction. Surprisingly, it's the power of the law of destruction. What kind of weapon is this? It's actually capable of carrying the power of laws. You know, even imperial soldiers can't carry the power of laws. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian said with a calm face, this gun is called the Exterminating Immortal. It was originally a flawless supreme immortal weapon. It was imitated based on a supreme spiritual treasure. Because of certain reasons, it's not as big as it used to be, but it's not something that an imperial soldier can compare to. Now that your cultivation level is already a half-step supreme, you are considered to have the qualifications to use this gun. This gun is even filled with the power of the law of destruction. If you use it for enlightenment, You will surely have a few more certainties of breaking through to the supreme realm. When these words came out, the two people in front of them suddenly had their bodies shaken. Even though the two of them were already at the Imperial Realm cultivation, located at the very top of this realm. But this immortal soldier that only existed in legends actually appeared in front of the duo at this moment. The two of them immediately trembled slightly, unable to hide their excitement. Yen Joga, who had just gotten up, fell to his knees again with a plop, already teary-eyed. Master has treated me with great kindness. Xiaojio doesn't know how to repay. I only hate that this body is not a daughter's body, so I can't promise my body to my benefactor. Before the words were out of his mouth, a large foot kicked violently. Asterisk 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 off. Almost 3,000 years old. You're still so slick. Yen Jiuge, who had been kicked away, had no anger, but instead was even more joyful. This kick, again, made him feel as if he had gone back more than 2,000 years. Yen Jiuge hemmed and hawed, as thin as a mosquito fly. If there is a teacher, there must be an apprentice. Gu Jingtian's brows crossed, and only then did Yen Jiuge collect himself. Apprentice, thank you for giving me the treasure. With a wave of his hand, he directly took the immortal destruction gun in front of him into his internal world. Gu Jingtian's eyes rolled back. Alright, get the hell out of here, bastard. I get angry when I see you. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Yen Jiuge's face disappeared, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Gu Jingtian rose violently. Shut the up. You're full of, believe it or not, I'll shoot you in the face. Big old man, don't stir things up here. Get the hell out of here. This harsh scolding, however, allowed Yen Jiuge to feel that warmth that had disappeared for 2,000 years. He understood that the enchanter was still the same enchanter from 2,000 years ago. Yen Jiuge didn't say a word and respectfully bowed 3 times. With that, he intended to turn around and leave. Just then, a low voice suddenly floated in from the back. 6 paths of reincarnation exist. When these words came out, Yen Jiuge's tall figure was slightly stunned. The redness in his eyes intensified. A trembling voice rang out. Apprentice understands. Thank you, teacher. Teacher, please also take care. As soon as the words fell, Yen Jiuge's figure shot up into the sky. Arriving high in the sky, Yen Jiuge's gaze glanced toward the distant sky. Gu family, Gu Zian, NTI doesn't see eye to eye with you guys. Doesn't mean I, Yen Jiuge, don't care. Let you give this emperor an explanation today. Chapter 41, what's the point of hitting me? Gu Zian's cluelessness. Tens of thousands of miles away from Sky Demon City, in the deep valley, it was clearly where Gu Zian and the others were stationed. And at this moment, Gu Zian had a puzzled look on her face. What's the situation? This Yen Jiuge is rumored to be a character who pulls out his sword and kills at the drop of a hat. How is it that so much time has passed and no fluctuations have been transmitted? On the side, Grand Elder Gu Qingfeng as well as Gu Lishang were similarly filled with puzzlement. It's really strange. Not only are there no fluctuations coming from it, but this demon emperor's aura has actually converged. What on earth has happened? Has something changed? After a little thought, Gu Zian asked in a condensed voice. Sister, is it possible that this demon emperor Yen Jiuge has discovered our actions? Learned that we're doing this to make Sky Demon City serve as cannon fodder. So it stopped there? As soon as these words came out, Gu Lishang's eyes narrowed slightly, and her mind was filled with thoughts. Unlikely. This Gu Jingtian is my Gu family's old ancestor. Even if the people of Heavenly Demon City learned of this news, it's unlikely that Yen Jiuge would believe it. We have expelled our own ancestor from our clan in order to form an alliance with Heavenly Demon City. Gu Lishang, who had uttered these words, did not blush or jump, forgetting for a moment that the Gu family had truly expelled Gu Jingtian from their home. Hearing this, Gu Zian sighed helplessly. Also, wait a little longer. If there's still no situation, this emperor will personally go ahead and check it out. With the emperor's soldier in hand, Yen Jiuge won't be able to discover this emperor's traces, but at that moment, only a purple stream of light was seen impacting from the sky. The sudden scene caused Gu Zian to get up violently. Full of amazement, he looked up to the sky. What a strong aura! Demon Emperor? Yen Jiuge? Why is he rushing towards here? Gu Lishang, who was at the side, hurriedly inquired. Could it be that he found out about our ambush? Gu Zian let out a cold snort full of triumph. Even if this Yen Jiuge's cultivation is at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm like this emperor, it's still impossible for him to discover where we are. The Emperor Soldier Xian Tian's sword left behind by Elder Ancestor Ling Tian is even more capable of restraining his breath, so it's absolutely impossible for him to discover us. The words had just fallen, but only a voice of thunderous fury could be heard blasting out. Gu Zian, you are also a hallowed Spirit Emperor, yet you're hiding here like a rat. Don't get out of here yet. The smack in the face came so quickly that Demon Emperor Yenjoga's figure suddenly appeared above the valley. Looking at the figure in the distance, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrank. What's going on? How was he able to discover this emperor's trail? Could it be that he has some kind of secret treasure for sin-seeking on him? And upon hearing Yenjoga's insults, Gu Ziyan was instantly enraged. Humph! This Yenjoga is the same spirit emperor realm powerhouse as himself. How dare he insult himself like this? Does he really think that this emperor is a soft persimmon? And at this moment, the two of them, Gu Lishang and Gu Qingfeng, who were on the side, were even casting strange gazes. Immediately, Gu Ziyan felt a fiery heat on her face. The enraged Gu Ziyan waved her big hand and directly removed the cover of the imperial soldier. His body transformed into a stream of light and shot toward the high sky. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away in the void. Looking at Yenjoga, who was not far away, Gu Ziyan crossed her eyes. Arrogant! How dare you insult this emperor like that? Yenjoga, what exactly do you want to do? Yenjoga snorted coldly. This emperor asks you, did you expel Gu Jingtian from the Gu family? As soon as these words came out, Gu Ziyan's pupils, including the Gu Lishang duo below, shrank. Could it be that this Yenjoga really knows about our plans? If this is known by Yenjoga, Gu Jingtian's expulsion from the Gu family is a lie, and in order to unite with Heavenly Demon City is real. That would be troublesome. That would be tantamount to pushing Heavenly Demon City towards demonic cultivators. With this thought in mind, Gu Ziyan let out a light laugh. It seems like you've heard some rumors. Yenjogu, this emperor has also heard that there are rumors that Gu Jingtian's expulsion from the Gu family is false. It was a plot by my Gu family to target demonic cultivators. I didn't expect a generation of demon emperors to be people who don't know right from wrong. If my Gu family wanted to unite with Sky Demon City, why bother acting so hypocritically? Think about it. Before Gu Ziyan could finish her words, she was interrupted by Yenjoga. You cut the crap here. This emperor only wants to know one thing. Gu Jingtian was expelled from the Gu family. Is it true or not? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan's eyes rolled. What kind of power is my Gu family? How could I fake it? And how could I use my own ancestor to fake it? This Gu Jingtian's low cultivation is nothing more than that. But he's even making a fool of himself in my Gu family. Rape and pillage. This emperor has already given him countless chances, but he doesn't know how to cherish them, and he's even gotten worse. This emperor is also aware that this move is a bit treasonous, but for the sake of the entire Gu family, for the sake of the Gu family's reputation, this emperor can only do so. Speaking here, Yenjioji's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold aura flickering in his purple golden eyes. Oh, you mean Gu Jingtian was really kicked out by you? Gu Ziyan smiled faintly. It's natural. As soon as the words fell, only a monstrous destructive aura instantly erupted from above Yenjoga's body. Purple demonic chi rose up into the sky, instantly drenching the sky in a radius of thousands of miles. The earth shook as a terrifying aura filled the air. The rivers boiled. Seeing Yenjoga, who had suddenly risen up, Gu Ziyan as well as the duo below were frozen on the spot. A dumbfounded face looked at the furious Yenjogu. What's going on here? Didn't I already say that Gu Jingtian was truly expelled from the Gu family? What happened in Heavenly Demon City has nothing to do with my Gu family at all. How can this guy be so angry? Has he lost his mind? In the next second, Yenjoga violently threw out a fist. Silence of the Eight. With Yenjioji's roar, above his body, endless purple demonic chi impacted out. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a purple ball of light that was tens of meters square, carrying a terrifying destructive force towards Gu Ziyan. It impacted. As danger arrived, Gu Ziyan couldn't think of anything else. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. You really think that this emperor is a soft target? Blade storm. Gu Ziyan let out a soft cry. The power of Gung Jin instantly covered the sky. Densely dotted golden sword-ons coalesced from the void. In the blink of an eye, a hurricane of nearly 100 meters of golden sword blades was formed. Without fail, it impacted towards Yenjiogu. Boom! The power of destruction. The power of Gung Ho. Two equally destructive forces collided violently in the air. The moment the two made contact, unimaginable shockwaves swept out. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. Mountains, rocks and trees were reduced to pieces. In an instant, everything within a 1,000-mile radius was destroyed. At this moment, the two of them, Gu Lishang, were even more seriously injured and hurriedly fled towards the distance. Only Gu Ziyan, who had a stony face, remained. Yenjiogu, are you out of your mind? This emperor has spoken. Gu Jingtian was expelled by this emperor. What happened to him in Sky Demon City has nothing to do with the Gu family. When these words came out, the anger in Yenjioji's eyes intensified. This emperor is not crazy, but this emperor sees that you are crazy. The fight is for you to expel Gu Jingtian. Upon hearing this, Gu Ziyan's eyes widened. What? Chapter 42, Gu Ziyan. I'm really speechless. Gu Ziyan's tiny eyes were filled with great doubt. What is this situation? This emperor is only expelling that old trash from the Gu family. It's none of Yanjiuge's business. However, before Gu Ziyan could think about it, the might Yanjiuge exuded surged, the monstrous demonic aura squeezed in, and the space in a radius of nearly 1,000 miles trembled. Feeling this terrifying might that changed heaven and earth for the worse, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrank. Half-step supreme realm. This Yanjiuge's strength has actually reached this level. What exactly does this Yanjiuge mean? Why are you giving that punk a head start? Gu Ziyan's face was as frosty as ice as she stared deathly at Yanjiuge in the distance. Why would the demon emperor need to fight with the Gu family over a loser? Even if you insist on this, demon emperor, you still have to give my Gu family an explanation. Yanjiuge, who was wearing a purple golden robe, had anger burning in his eyes. Gu Jingtian has been expelled from the Gu family. Right or wrong? This emperor no longer has the heart to argue. The Nine Spectres technique. Heavenly tilt. Yanjiuge let out a furious roar, and monstrous demonic chi instantly surged out. Nearly 100 miles of space in a radius was directly shattered by this destructive force. Endless spatial turbulence immediately impacted towards Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan's brows were furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were also blazing with anger. Yanjiuge, you've gone too far in bullying people. Do you really think that my Gu family is just a pose? Gu Ziyan, the contemporary head of the Gu family, respectfully requests the emperor's sword of Xiantian. As Gu Ziyan's voice rang out, a bloodline power permeated above his petite body. In a matter of moments, a connection was made with a terrifying presence far away in the sky. A sword roar like a dragon's roar rose to the sky. Sword chants rose and space shattered. Glittering golden aura shone from the void. Between heaven and earth, a huge object slowly emerged. It was precisely a long sword that was reddish gold in color. The terrifying length was nearly 1,000 meters. Countless inscriptions shone on it, and at the hilt of the sword, two large characters, dragon flying and phoenix dancing, were written. Xiantian. It was this Gu family's legendary imperial weapon, the Xiantian sword. With the moment the Xiantian sword appeared, that supreme divine might impacted away. The spatial turbulence released by Yanjiuge was directly blasted into pieces. Boom! A loud bang passed. The mountain ranges within a radius of nearly 10,000 miles were instantly turned into flying ash. Countless lives perished here. This was the power that an imperial weapon could explode in the hands of a spirit emperor realm powerhouse. A single blow can destroy a nation. Gu Ziyan raised her eyebrows lightly, complacency written all over her face. Yanjiuge didn't expect it. The Xiantian sword left behind by my Gu family's Ling Tian ancestor has long been a half-step immortal weapon. It's only that outsiders are not aware of it. Humph. Yanjiuge, even if you have amazing talent and are able to cultivate from a mere mortal to the half-step supreme realm, but you will never be able to compare to me. Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan, have the entire Gu family behind me. Your efforts alone are like challenging a family's accumulation of thousands of years? Ha ha ha. Don't dream. Still wanting to teach this emperor a lesson. It's simply delusional. And seeing the appearance of this Xian heavenly sword, as well as the complacent Gu Ziyan, Yanjiuge's eyes, however, were filled with disdain. Just a leafy guy. Simply pig-headed. Although the Xian heavenly sword is strong, my immortal destroying gun is not unfavorable either. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the space behind Yanjiuge shatter violently. A gigantic pillar rose up into the sky, straight into the clouds. Endless destructive power rippled out. The entire void trembled, and the earth for tens of thousands of miles in every direction cried out in sorrow. It was the immortal exterminating lance that had fallen to a half-step immortal soldier. And seeing this scene in front of her, the smug smile on Gu Ziyan's face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by only a face of confusion. The extreme shock caused Gu Ziyan to go into hysterics. Screamed, half-step immortal soldier. It's actually a half-step immortal soldier as well. How is this possible? How could you possibly have a half-step immortal soldier? It's impossible. Whether it's old ancestor Ling Tian or that punk Gu Jingtian, both once said that only the Gu family has half-step immortal soldiers. How could you possibly have one? It's impossible. When these words came out, Yanjiuge raised his eyebrows lightly. The gaze that looked at Gu Ziyan was filled with contempt. Actually, these two seniors are right. In the eastern continent, only the Gu family has half-step immortal soldiers. But you have the Gu family, and this emperor has his own dependents. Hearing this, the confusion on Gu Ziyan's pretty face increased. What the hell? Half-step immortal soldiers are only found in the Gu family. It's hard to believe that this half-step immortal armament isn't from the land of the eastern continent. Before Gu Ziyan could think about it, the immortal destruction gun that plunged straight into the clouds suddenly emitted an endless power of destruction. In an instant, it suppressed the might released by the Xiantian sword. Too late to think about it, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrunk. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best. The wind is tight, tugging and whirring. In the next second, Gu Ziyan was like a lost dog tearing through space and fleeing with the Shin Tian sword. Yan Jioga snorted coldly. Want to run? It's not that simple. The space in front of them directly collapsed, and Yan Jiuji's figure then chased after them. The terrifying fluctuations emanating between the two caused the ground within tens of thousands of miles to tremble. For a moment, no matter which side of the spiritual cultivators were on, they all felt the scene. The Gu family's Gu Ziyan fled in distress like a lost dog. Seeing this scene, a group of the Righteous Alliance immediately changed their faces. Not good. The Gu family Sane Emperor has been beaten away. Let's run. Yan Jiugu is too strong. Aren't we still here looking for death? In an instant, tens of millions of righteous sects scattered birds and beasts. And at this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, feeling the fluctuations coming from afar, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Oi! Xiao Jiu was still as grumpy as before. Demon Emperor Qinger, who was standing on the side, also had a smug look on her face. Humph! This Gu Ziyan actually dared to expel the dupe from the Gu family. Now she'll have to suffer. And just then, a large army of demonic cultivators thousands of miles away had let out a wild cry. The Demon Emperor won. The Gu family Sane Emperor has been beaten away. Air et al. Follow me. Destroy Sky Demon City first, then the Eastern Continent. Charge. Little ones. Everything is ours now. Revel in it. In an instant, tens of millions of demonic cultivators shot towards Heavenly Demon City like black clouds pressing down on a city. The Demon Emperor emissary Qingfeng high in the sky was puzzled at the moment. Lord Demon Emperor has already made his move. It's even if these guys want to do it. And at this moment, in the middle of the Heavenly Demon City, looking at the army of demonic cultivators shooting from the sky, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. His eyes glanced to the Demon Emperor Qinger on the side. Since Xiao Jiu isn't here, you can help him educate these disgusting guys. At these words, Demon Emperor Qinger nodded heavily. It then disappeared into thin air. And at this moment in a valley, Gu Qingfeng's figure appeared in this place. Feeling the fluctuations emanating from all around, Gu Qingfeng was instantly delighted. All of them are fighting. The entire Eastern Continent's underbelly has also come out. I didn't realize there were actually two half-step immortal weapons. Just the opportunity of a lifetime for my demon race. In the next second, only Gu Qingfeng's pair of eyeballs instantly turned an inky black color. Meanwhile, far away in the 10,000 Devils Mountain range in the hinterland of the Yu state, the 9 spectral heavens, a bloody light flashed up in a bottomless abyss. Chapter 43, Gu Ziyan, the bereaved dog. A creepy low growl sounded. The entire Eastern Continent has only one half-step supreme realm at its base? There are still two half-step immortal weapons. Ha! If only to this extent, this fertile land, I, the Earth Demon Clan, will not honor it. And at this moment the Heavenly Demon City, densely packed demonic cultivators shot towards the direction of Sky Demon City like crushing carp in a river. Feeling this terrifying aura, the eyes of the demonic cultivators in the entire Heavenly Demon City cracked. No matter who wants to exterminate my demon clan, will face the full force of my demon clan's resistance. In an instant, a figure shot toward the high sky, and right at that moment, only a ripple of space was seen high in the sky. A world-renowned silhouette that was left out of the world appeared here. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger. Seeing Demon Emperor Qinger's figure, the crowd of demons stopped at once. A few streams of light flashed by, and a few figures appeared beside Demon Emperor Qinger. It was none other than the Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse in this Heavenly Demon City. Fox Ninger and the others had surprise written all over their faces at the moment. Coronation of the Demon Emperor. What's going on here? Isn't the Demon Emperor a disciple of Senior Gu? How did these demon cultivators launch an attack on Heavenly Demon City? The Demon Emperor swung his sleeve. Don't panic. The Devil Emperor has already gone after Gu Ziyan. These are just shrimp soldiers. No need to panic. With this Emperor here, they won't be able to take a single step into Heavenly Demon City. As soon as the words fell, endless green-colored divine aura emanated from the Demon Emperor's body. The sky-covering green divine aura coalesced into a heavenly figure behind the Demon Emperor's body. The lofty body was like an ancient divine mountain, nearly 10,000 meters tall. The flourishing branches and leaves spread out, directly covering an area of thousands of miles in a circle. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger's original body. An aura like that of a chaos demon god immediately stirred up. Sensing this terrifying aura, the demonic cultivators that were madly rushing towards them stopped at once. A pair of eyes were filled with fear. Demon Emperor, what a terrifying aura. It's even able to be compared to the Demon Emperor's coronation. Hurry up and stop. Only the Demon Emperor's messenger admiral can deal with this kind of powerhouse. And at that moment, with a ripple in space, a figure violently appeared in front of the Demon Emperor. The pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm immediately filled the air. It was none other than that Demon Emperor emissary Qingfeng. Looking at the Demon Emperor in front of him, Qingfeng's face was incredibly grave. So strong. This demon race's Demon Emperor is actually so strong. Just breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm, and you actually have such terrifying strength. And seeing the arrival of the Demon Emperor's emissary, the group of demonic cultivators were instantly pleased. Lord Messenger, the devil's power is overwhelming. Kill this Demon Emperor. The entire eastern continent will be our demonic cultivators. Ha ha ha. And looking at Qingfeng, who was blocking the way, Demon Emperor Qinger also had a slight frown on her willow brows. Is this senior brother of his own too nervous? Couldn't you have informed the demonic cultivators to withdraw their troops before you went after Gu Ziyan? Since His Excellency has given the order, one can only clean up this brat together as well. And at this moment, a cold aura flashed in the eyes of Demon Emperor Messenger Qingfeng. Demon Emperor, let's make you my first opponent after I'm certified as an emperor. Demon Emperor Qingfeng was just about to make his move when a voice suddenly stirred in the air. It's just to teach these scumbags a lesson. What are you getting involved in here? Better come over and drink tea with my lord. The words rang out before Qingfeng could react. The surrounding space was suddenly filled with a subtle force of laws. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him changed forever. By the time Qingfeng reacted, a figure came into his eyes. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, who was drinking tea in the middle of the compound. The reacting Qingfeng instantly froze in place, waves of shock rising in his pupils. Spatial shift. It's actually a spatial shifting method? This Gu family's old ancestor is actually able to use the spatial shifting technique. This is a divine ability that can only be used at the Spirit Emperor realm, and it was actually able to forcibly transfer a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse of his own. What kind of strength is this? Could it be that this person's strength is already comparable to Lord Demon Emperor? What the hell is wrong with the Gu family? How could they expel such a great power from their clan? It seems to be truly insane. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy face and looked at Qingfeng in front of him with interest. You're very good. Jiao still has a good eye. As those words came out, Qingfeng froze on the spot. Xiao Jiao. He actually knows Lord Demon Emperor's breast name. Could it be that he does? Although Qingfeng was a Demon Emperor's emissary, he was also considered a disciple of the Demon Emperor to a certain extent. There was also quite a bit of knowledge about the Demon Emperor. Reacting, Qingfeng's eyes glazed over. Your Lord Demon Emperor's benefactor? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh and did not reply. He just drank tea on his own. The Qingfeng in front of him, however, had already guessed the truth of the matter. Heavens, the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian, is actually Lord Demon Emperor's benefactor? No wonder it possesses such terrifying strength. Wouldn't someone who can teach someone as strong as Lord Demon Emperor not be a supreme powerhouse? In that case, it seems that the Gu family isn't crazy. This Gu family should be stupid, and at the moment it was hundreds of thousands of miles away. The two figures kept shuttling through space, shooting towards the distance. It was none other than Gu Ziyan, who was fleeing in distress, and Yan Jiugu, who was chasing after her. At this moment, where was Gu Ziyan with that lofty look? The clothes on his chest were covered in light golden blood. There was even a bone-deep wound on his back. The whole thing looked as if it had lost its way. Gu Ziyan's pretty face was already hideous at the moment, frantically urging his spiritual energy for an instantaneous transfer. Damn it! This Yin Joga is actually so strong. It's so troublesome for this emperor to try to escape. Aha! What the hell is going on here? How could this demon emperor Yin Joga care so much about this trash Gu Jingtian? Could it be that this Gu Jingtian has already offered that little bastard Gu Yinling, as well as that imperial soldier to him? Gu Jingtian, this emperor will not let you go. In the blink of an eye, after a spatial shift, Gu Ziyan's figure finally entered the Gu family. As soon as they entered the Gu family, a pair of eyes looked at Gu Ziyan in the air. Seeing Gu Ziyan's bereaved appearance, the Gu family's disciples were all dumbfounded. And at this moment, Gu Ziyan couldn't think of anything else. In a hurry, he urged the only bloodline divine power left in his divine body. Clan Grand Formation. Open. Amidst Gu Ziyan's hysterical roar, a grayish curtain of light instantly covered the entire Gu family. And just then, a figure appeared beyond the curtain of light. It was Yan Jiugu who had chased him all the way. Looking at the light curtain in front of him, Yan Jiuji's eyes were filled with surprise. What a powerful formation. This seems to be the handiwork of enchanter. Forget it. Let's spare Gu Ziyan's life first. In the next second, Yan Jiuji's voice resounded throughout the entire Gu family. Gu Ziyan, you better not step out of the Gu family. Otherwise, this emperor will definitely take your life. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was even more furious and trembling. The eyes were red and glazed over, just about to open his mouth to fight back. However, only a pillar of purple light was seen rushing up from the distant land of Yuzhou. Chapter 44, Supreme Powerhouse. The Devil God Descends. The moment the pillar of light appeared, the monstrous demonic chi broke free from its bonds and generally rose up to the sky. The blue sky of thousands of miles around was directly dipped into the color of ink black, even though they were hundreds of thousands of miles apart. Demon Emperor Yanjiuge felt that extremely evil aura. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yanjiuge as well as Gu Ziyan within the light screen froze in place. An ancient legend surfaced in the duo's minds. During the ancient times, a demonic plague broke out in Yuzhou. Demons emerged from the underground. The entire eastern continent could be described as a place where the people and the sun and the moon were in abundance. At that time, the strongest person in the eastern continent, the Jiu Yang True Immortal, led the eastern continent cultivators to fight against one another. In the end, it was only after the 9 Suns True Immortal sacrificed his own life that this sealed the underground demon race. Yanjiu Ji's face was grave. I see. This legend is actually true. No wonder the land of Yuzhou has such a strong demonic aura. Legend has it that underground demon race has a true immortal powerhouse of the demon Zun realm. Now we can only hope that this demon sovereign has fallen. Looking at Yanjiuge's expression filled with gravity, Gu Ziyan, however, suddenly let loose a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, the legend is true. The underground demon race has come out. The entire land of the eastern continent is about to be devastated. Yanjiuge, you're finished. The entire eastern continent is about to be finished. But my Gu family isn't afraid. My Gu family's clan formation was created by old man Ling Tian. Even a powerhouse of the supreme realm can't break through it. Ha ha ha, I, Gu Ziyan, will see with my own eyes. Each and every one of you die a horrible death at the hands of the demon race. At this moment, Gu Ziyan was cloaked in hysteria. It is as if it has gone a little crazy. Looking at Gu Ziyan within the light screen, Yanjiuge was filled with contempt. Gu Ziyan, you're also from the eastern continent, an emperor realm powerhouse. Are you just going to be a shrinking violet here, watching the eastern continent go to hell in a handbasket? Gu Ziyan was in a state of insanity. Her eyes glazed over. Ha ha ha, what does the rest of the eastern continent have to do with me? Gu Ziyan, when all of you are dead, this emperor will be able to cultivate in peace until she breaks through to the supreme realm. At that time, the eastern continent will still be mine. Gu Ziyan, I, Gu Ziyan, am the strongest in the eastern continent. Looking at the epileptic Gu Ziyan, Yanjiuge didn't want to bother with more words. Demonic chi mobilized, violently tearing through space and instantly moving away. At this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, looking at the devilish aura that covered the sky in the distance, a group of devil cultivators were filled with astonishment. What a dense demonic chi! If we were to cultivate under this kind of demonic aura, our cultivation levels would be designated to rise rapidly. Such a thick demonic aura. Could it be that some heaven and earth spiritual treasure has appeared? After a slight hesitation, only a portion of the demonic cultivators were instantly transformed into streams of light and shot towards the land of Yuzhou. As these people left, the other demonic cultivators hesitated slightly then followed. And at this moment the 10,000 Devils mountain range, only to see a deep, bottomless pit appear in the middle of the stretching mountain range. Monstrous demonic chi gushed out from this pit. In the next second, densely packed figures that looked like locusts crossing the border flew out at extreme speed. One could only see that these figures were tall, with the shortest being 3 meters away. Black skin with zippy muscles, long, sharp horns growing from the top of his head. The blood-red eyes were filled with the color of crazy killing. And just then, the earth shook violently. A voice that made space tremble came out. Ha ha ha, my father has finally come out. Old man 9 Suns, it's been 30,000 years, you finally lost to this father. With the sound of the voice, amidst the monstrous demonic aura, an ancient divine mountain rose up from the ground. It was amazing that the dark clouds only came up to the waist of this behemoth. A pair of blood-red eyes were like a blood moon in the sky. In front of this behemoth, the 1,000-meter-high peaks on the side were like mounds. Purple-black demonic chi condensed into substance and filled the air above his body. In just an instant of appearance, the surrounding mountain peaks shattered under the terrifying aura crushing down. Only to see this behemoth step out with a single foot was a distance of thousands of meters. In the bottomless lair behind them, endless earth devils shot out. Looking at the endless continent, the figure like a demonic god waved his arm that was thousands of meters long. Boys, charge! As far as the eye can see, there's food for your blood. The rumbling sound was like thunder rolling from the sky. Upon receiving this demon god's command, a figure shot out like thunder. It was like the transit of locusts, coming to a city in the blink of an eye. Before the people in the city could react, they were drowned by this pitch-black earth demon. In the blink of an eye, desperate wails rang out. In an instant, only a field of white bones remained in the entire city. Inside the heavenly demon city, even though they were nearly 100, 000 miles apart. That terrifying demonic might still spread to this point. Gu Jingtian in the courtyard was slightly stunned. There was a glint in his eyes. A Supreme Realm demon race? I didn't realize that there was actually an Earth demon clan in this eastern continent land. These disgusting things. Since they appeared, there's no need for them to exist. Gu Jingtian slowly got up, his starry eyes filled with playfulness. It's quite fitting for such a large body. That kind of divine ability. One hasn't used it for years. Meanwhile, the outskirts of the 10,000 Devils mountain range. Only a ripple was seen in space. Two figures appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. It was none other than the Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor duo. At this moment, the duo's brows were furrowed as they stared deathly at the mountain-like behemoth in the distance. Demon Emperor Qinger whispered, "What a strong demonic aura. Could this guy who suddenly appeared be a true immortal realm powerhouse?" Hearing this, the eyes of Yen Zhouge on the side were filled with gravity. Sure enough, this fellow was still alive. I didn't realize that even the Nine Suns' true immortals weren't able to completely exterminate him. And right at this moment, one could only see a stream of light in the sky shooting towards this place. Fixing his eyes, he saw that it was precisely the demonic cultivator army that had withdrawn from Heavenly Demon City. Looking at the behemoth in the distance that was thrusting into the sky, the group of demonic cultivators stopped at once. It's a true demon. The true demons, the true devils have descended. The true god of our demonic cultivation has descended. At this moment, the devil cultivator was like a crazy pagan, frantically approaching towards the devil god's body. Great demon god, we are your followers. We are willing to fall under your banner and follow your commands. Let your supreme demonic might envelop the entire continent. Hearing this, the demon emperor Yen Zhouge in the distance frowned lightly. What a bunch of guys with nothing to lose. To actually want to defect to the real demon race. And right at that moment, the nearly 10,000 meter tall massive figure suddenly opened its bloody mouth. Humble human race, even if you have practiced my demon race's techniques, it won't change your identity. Nothing more than blood food. As soon as the words fell, an unimaginable suction force erupted violently from this demon god's mouth. In a moment, the bodies of a group of demonic cultivators violently exploded. It turned into a blood mist that filled the sky and surged towards the demon god's mouth. Chapter 45, Gu Shocking Sky Strikes. Great Sun Reincarnation. Dharma Heaven and Earth. In just a blink of an eye, nearly 10 million demonic cultivators had ceased to exist, turned into sustenance in the mouth of this demon god. After absorbing this blood food, the demon god's eyes narrowed slightly and his tongue, which was hundreds of meters long, licked his lips. What a fascinating flavor. This flavor really fascinates my father. As the nutrients were inhaled, the might emanating from the demon god increased by a few points visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the Yen Zhouge and Qinger duo in the distance could no longer hold back. Hurry up and strike. This Earth Demon clan can enhance their strength by absorbing the flesh and blood of the human race. If we let this fellow leave the 10,000 Devils mountain range, I'm afraid that the entire eastern continent's billions of miles of living beings will be transformed into the Earth Demon clan sustenance. The two of them exchanged glances and then transformed into two streams of light that shot towards this demon god. In the blink of an eye, the duo's figures had appeared in front of the demon god. Looking at the duo that suddenly appeared, a hint of essence flashed at the bottom of the demon god's blood-red eyes. Half-step supreme realm. Grass, trees, mountains and rocks become emperors. I didn't expect that this eastern continent realm has actually produced an extraordinary little fellow. Isn't there another spirit emperor holding a half-step immortal soldier? Why didn't he come? When these words came out, Yen Zhouge's pupils shrunk. How does he know that there is another spirit emperor in this eastern continent? Even knew that Gu Ziyan had a half-step immortal weapon in her hands? There are spies of his among the people? Thinking of Gu Ziyan, the contempt in Yen Zhouge's heart could be said to have reached the extreme. I didn't expect the person in charge of the Gu family to be such a greedy and fearful person. What a shame for the enchanter. And just then, the demon god let out a cold laugh. You two are very good. As long as I devour the blood chi of you two, my father will be able to return to his full strength. As soon as these words were uttered, Yen Zhouge's eyes flashed with essence, and then he looked at Demon Emperor Qinger to the side. It seems that he hasn't recovered to his peak. With the strength of the two of us, we may not have no chance of winning when we join forces. Do it. No need to hide your strength. The two of them glanced at each other, and terrifying spirit pressure erupted from above their bodies. Under the endless flashes of spiritual light, Demon Emperor Qinger directly revealed her own body. A gigantic tree that was 3,000 meters tall appeared above the ground. Even though Demon Emperor Qinger's main body was so huge, it was still only around this demon god's knees. Purple light flashed as Yen Zhouge directly sacrificed the quasi-immortal weapon. The Immortal Destruction Lance. Terrifying killing machines swept through the 8 wastelands. Looking at the fiery duo, the bottom of the demon god's blood-red eyes were nonetheless filled with disdain. Ha ha ha, What a ridiculous guy. Even if my father hasn't recovered to his strongest state, it's definitely not something you two guys at the Emperor realm can resist. Earth demon divine power. Swallow the sky and eat the earth. As soon as the words fell, endless blood-colored light erupted from above that mountain-like body. A bloody mouth of the demon god opened, and that terrifying suction force erupted once again. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and in front of this terrifying suction force, even the surrounding space was shattering by inches. Yenjioji's two brows were furrowed and their faces were blue. Hurriedly running his body's spiritual energy, he frantically fought against this terrifying suction force. Even though the two of them had already used their strongest strength, they still completely fell into a disadvantage. The terrifying suction force, carrying the surrounding space debris, slowly narrowed the distance between the two and the demon god. The Yenjioga duo's hearts instantly set off waves of shock. Is this a powerhouse of the supreme realm? It's actually as terrifying as this. The two of us together are actually unable to resist. And just as the three of them were in a stalemate, outside a city tens of thousands of miles away, the densely packed earth demons were attacking frantically. The two silhouettes were clearly already surrounded by these densely packed earth demons. It was none other than the duo of Gu Lishang and Gu Qingfeng. Looking at the large city with hundreds of thousands of people behind her, Gu Lishang's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. Where is the Holy Emperor coronation? Why hasn't she appeared? Could it be that she has died at the hands of Demon Emperor Yenjioga? Gu Lishang hurriedly looked at Gu Qingfeng, who was at the side. Grand Elder, hurry up and contact the Spirit Emperor coronation using the sound transmission note. However, upon hearing Gu Lishang's words, Gu Qingfeng had an unmoved expression. Slowly turning around, he stared at Gu Lishang in front of him with a playful expression. Gu Lishang, are you worried about your sister? Don't worry. In the end, the entire eastern continent will become blood food for my Earth Demon clan. As soon as these words came out, Gu Lishang froze in place. Your Earth Demon clan? Before Gu Lishang could react, she only saw Gu Qingfeng's body expand violently. The skinny body was like an inflatable, and in the blink of an eye, it became nearly 100 meters tall. Fearful might erupted violently. The terrifying fluctuations of the Spirit Emperor realm filled the air at once. With a wave of his large hand, thousands of people in the city exploded into a mist of blood all over the ground, drilling into Gu Qingfeng's body. Looking at the scene in front of her, how could Gu Lishang not understand? A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with bone-deep despair. You're not Gu Qingfeng. You're a demon? Gu Qingfeng was killed by you? And at this moment, Gu Qingfeng was laughing wildly with abandon. Ha ha ha, Gu Qingfeng died right after he was born. For the sake of today, this demon emperor has stayed in your Gu family for an entire 1,000 years. Now do you understand? You can go to hell too. And this entire human race in the middle of the eastern continent will all fall into my Earth Demon clan's blood meal. Little ones, charge me. With the demon emperor's order, those earth demons let out a frantic roar and shot towards the city. Hundreds of thousands of people suddenly collapsed to the ground in despair. Seeing this scene, Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with despair. It's over. Sister is dead. And the Gu family is going to be finished. The entire eastern continent will be finished. At this moment, Gu Lishang, who was already seriously injured, lost all hope. Desperate and resigned, he closed his eyes. Seeing that hundreds of thousands of people were about to fall into the blood food of the Earth Demon clan, only a low and domineering voice resounded in mid-air. Disgusting maggots! Destroy! Great Sun reincarnation! With the sound of the voice, Gu Lishang then opened her eyes. 2 rounds of blazing suns had unexpectedly appeared in the high sky at this moment. A vast aura filled the entire void, and in the center of one of the rounds of blazing suns, there was a silhouette standing. Under the dazzling light, it was as if the God Emperor was approaching the earth. Gu Lishang's eyes were mesmerized for a moment and she froze on the spot. In the next second, one could only see this God Emperor-like figure violently blast out a fist. The blazing sun in the void crushed down all of a sudden. The golden light swept through, and the densely packed Earth Demon clan was instantly turned into flying ash. Looking at the blazing sun that was falling at great speed, the Demon Emperor who had impersonated Gu Qingfeng immediately widened his eyes. So strong, could it be a demon realm powerhouse? Before it could react, a hot beam of light was violently shot out from above that round of blazing sun, completely annihilate its body. Chapter 46, The District of Earth Immortals. A snap of the fingers can destroy it. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of devils suddenly vanished in smoke. Even the demon clan that had recovered to the Spirit Emperor realm was unexpectedly killed by a single move. Looking at the scene in front of her, Gu Lishang froze in place. What man? What kind of tactic is this? Surprisingly, he directly killed a Spirit Emperor realm demonic powerhouse in seconds. There's actually such a terrifying existence amongst the human race? Who the hell is he? Gu Lishang, who had reacted, hurriedly looked toward the heights. However, that figure that was like a divine emperor descending had disappeared without a trace. Seeing this situation, Gu Lishang's heart was filled with loss. Such a strong person. One actually didn't get to see his true face. In the next second, Gu Lishang, however, couldn't help but frown lightly, a trace of doubt permeating her heart. Why did that one voice just now feel a bit familiar to myself? The people of the city, who had survived the calamity at the moment, were even more excited as they fell to their knees and kept making pilgrimages in the direction of the high sky. In the meantime, tens of thousands of miles away in the Sky Demon Mountain range, in front of that unimaginable suction force, the spirit pressure emanating from Yanjiugu and Demon Emperor Qinger was already greatly reduced. The light shield condensed by the killing qi and life force also became dim. The demon god in the distance at this moment, however, had a breezy expression, and a large, hideous and terrifying mouth carried a mockery if nothing else. Apparently, it was simply stress-free for him. Yanjiugu's eyes flickered with determination. Senior sister, this fellow is too powerful. If we continue to consume like this, we're just boiling a frog in warm water. We won't be able to carry it for long. Next, I'll burn my soul power and try to block him by all means. You hurry back to Heavenly Demon City and take your benefactor to leave the Eastern Continent. Go to the land of the Middle Earth. Even if this fellow is strong, he won't be able to attack the Middle Earth. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Qinger, however, had the corners of her mouth lightly raised. It's useless to talk about this now. You and I both grew up in the Eastern Continent. This is our roots. Even if the Duke were here, he wouldn't choose to flee. How long can a tree live without its roots? This emperor would like to see if this legendary true immortal is really out of reach. As she spoke, Demon Emperor Qinger's green-colored divine eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this, Yanjiugu let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, senior sister, even though you and I just met today, but I, Yanjiugu, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Not bad for someone who was valued by his benefactor. Today, you and I will join forces. Even if we can't destroy the devil, I'll let the demon god know that the human race is not to be insulted. For a moment, the two looked at each other. There were no words in each other's eyes, but the will to die had sprung up in their eyes. 10 square silence. Fallen leaves returned to their roots. At the same time, golden flames burned in the eyes of the two. That's the soul burning. In an instant, the spiritual pressure emanating from the two of them skyrocketed. In front of this unrelenting power, the bottleneck that stood in front of Yanjiugu shattered in response. Surprisingly, he had barely stepped into the supreme realm. The huge body of the demon emperor on the side was emitting endless green divine aura, as if it was a round of green blazing sun. Seeing this scene, that demon god's hideous face was still filled with disdain. It's nothing more than a resistance. A mole is a mole. As their realm rose, the duo finally broke free from the terrifying suction force. With a wave of Yanjiugu's big hand, the immortal destruction gun floating in the void instantly emitted an endless purple-gold divine aura. It violently skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye it was already like a mountain, towering over 10,000 meters. Today, we will let you know that a mole cricket can also shake the sky. The duo bellowed, only to see the god-extinguishing lance and the round of green-colored blazing sun that had fused the duo's entire body's spiritual energy blasted towards the demon god's body. Wherever it passed, the earth crumbled and space shattered. The extent of this strike had completely stepped into the supreme realm. The majestic and stirring fluctuations immediately spread throughout the entire eastern continent. Meanwhile, far to the east, in the middle of the Gu family's holy land, Gu Xian's figure floated in the void. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations coming from the sky, Gu Xian's eyes were filled with complacency. Ha ha ha, these two little cuties actually really tough it out with this demon god. How marvelous, to actually be able to burst out with the power of the true immortal realm. But these two cuties must have burned their souls to reach this level. I'm afraid that even this demon god will suffer a heavy blow. Ha ha ha, when you both lose, this emperor will still be the strongest in the eastern continent. Sooner or later, the entire land of the eastern continent will be mine. Gu Xian. And at this moment the 10,000 Devils Mountain range, the round of thousands of meters of blazing sun, and the nearly 10,000 meters of lance had already arrived in front of the demon god. Terrifying power swept out at once. In an instant, a dazzlingly strong light flashed up. Unimaginable shockwaves swept through the 8 directions, and everything vaporized as soon as they passed. The sweeping smoke and dust rose up to the sky and covered the sky. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely turned into a void. The light on the duo who used this strike was suddenly dimmed, but the bottom of his eyes were still filled with excitement. Even if this strike doesn't manage to kill this demon god, it's still enough to severely injure him. In addition to Gu Xian, the eastern continent also has a spirit emperor realm powerhouse from the Tiani Holy Land. There's hope for the eastern continent, but right at this moment, only a deafening maniacal laughter suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha, a mantis, don't you all know that the Earth Demon Clan, besides the heaven-swallowing and earth-eating avatar, what's even stronger is my Earth Demon Clan's physique? A wave of sound like a gale swept away the smoke that covered the sky. The tens of thousands of meters of body surfaced in the sight of the duo once again. However, upon seeing the scene in front of them, Yenjiogo and his duo immediately froze in place, despair spreading in their hearts, only to see that there were actually no wounds on top of this demon god's body. There was just a whitish area. The strongest strike of the duo had been condensed, but surprisingly, it could not cause the slightest bit of substantial damage to this demon god. The scene of despair and the extreme made the two men's bodies go limp at once. How is it possible? How is this possible? The destructive power of this strike has definitely reached the true immortal realm. How could you be unharmed? This is absolutely impossible. Looking at the two with desperate faces, the demon god's hideous face was filled with mockery. You guys are right. This has indeed reached the destructive power of the true immortal realm. But who told you that an attack from the true immortal realm would be able to harm a true immortal realm earth demon? Ha ha ha, ignorant ants. This father has had enough fun. Now, you can all go to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that demon god swing his arm violently, and that mountain-like arm slapped violently. At this moment, the demon emperor duo froze in place in despair. But just then, a voice suddenly came. A mere earth immortal realm. And you dare to be so wild. Chapter 47, The Law of the Heavens, One Finger to Cover the Sky. Hearing this sudden sound, Yenjioga and Shinger were slightly startled. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. But when they saw the figure they had been longing for actually appear, the duo sighed helplessly. Yenjioga looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him and said in a condensed voice, "Benefactor, why do you need to come here? The two of us fought to the death so that we could get you out of the eastern continent." On the other hand, the demon emperor Chinger on the side had a stubborn face. The male is not going to run away, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. I will walk towards it. It is a great man who knows that he cannot do it, knowing that it's death. The male will die generously. As soon as these words came out, Yenjioga and the two of them immediately had tears in their eyes as they looked at Gu Jingtian in front of them with deep emotion. Enshu, Gongzi, today you and I will die even if we are dead. On the road to the Yellow Springs, before the duo could finish their words, Gu Jingtian's figure had already appeared in front of them. A direct hit to the head of the duo. Shut the up. You two are getting more and more out of line. Oldney is not here to die, knowing that it's death and still coming. That's not it. You two straight brains. Don't you know how to run if you can't beat me? Have you forgotten everything I taught you? Listening to Gu Jingtian's reprimand, the duo rubbed the top of their heads with an aggrieved expression. Demon Emperor Chinger was even more aggrieved. This is not what you taught me, Your Excellency. That a man can be killed but not dishonored. Gu Jingtian had a helpless look on his face. I'm really giving you a 360-degree blank stare. And I also said dead Taoist friends, not poor Taoists. A great man can bend and bend. Have you eaten all these words? Once these words came out, the Herculean Demon Emperor and Devil Emperor instantly wilted and froze in place full of aggression. And just then, the deafening voice of that demon god suddenly rang out. Griffins, your time is up. A spiritist realm mole cricket is actually able to come across the void. Looks like you've hidden your cultivation. A little earth immortal realm. It seems like you know a lot. Don't think you can coax my father with such a sentence. The earth immortal realm is already the strongest realm that the lower realms can withstand. Even if you're at the same earth immortal realm as my father, you're still no match for my father. Insignificant ants. Go to hell. Listening to the demon god's unrelenting mockery, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, surveying the demon god's massive 10,000 meter tall body. In comparison, Gu Jingtian's figure was indeed as small as a mole cricket. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Earth Demon Clan. Judging by your size, you should be the royal clan of the Earth Demon Clan. But you guessed wrong. This Gongzi is not an earth immortal. While listening to Gu Jingtian's words, this massive demon god was slightly stunned. You still know that my father is the royal family of the Earth Demon Clan. In that case, you are qualified to know the name of this honored one. This is the Pato Demon Father, one of the 8 great demon fathers of the Earth Demon Clan. The moment these words came out, Yenjiogo and his duo froze in place. What? 8 devil elders? This kind of true immortal realm powerhouse. The Earth Demon lineage actually has 8 of them. This Earth Demon Clan is actually so powerful. Our eastern continent land is simply insignificant in comparison. Just as the two of them were surprised, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Don't let him scare you. This Earth Demon Clan used to have 8 demon dignitaries, but I'm afraid there are only 3 now. The expression on the Pato demon god's face instantly froze when these words came out. How do you know? How do you know that my Earth Demon Clan has already lost 5 demon elders? When these words came out, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. In this case, you'd better find the answer yourself. I'll send your Sai to ask a few of them. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian turned his head to look at the Yen Joga duo behind him. This Gongzi will teach you one more thing. Having the strength to pretend to be a bully is awesome. If you don't have the strength to act like a bully, you're a bully. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, that's because he's Wu Sung. As soon as the words fell, a golden divine aura flashed in Gu Jingtian's eyes. Embroidered mouth. A mouthful of mole crickets. Today this Gongzi will let you know what a real mole crickets are. Dharma heaven and earth. Open. As Gu Jingtian let out a soft cry, endless dazzling golden light spread out from above his body. The golden divine aura outlined into an extremely mysterious rune. Between the runes surrounding him, Gu Jingtian's body surged. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian's body had reached an unimaginable 33,330 meters. At the moment, that mountain peak was like a lump of earth under Gu Jingtian's feet. The drifting clouds were also only able to get below Gu Jingtian's knees. The space around the body simply couldn't withstand such a terrifying force, and they all turned into pieces. Gu Jingtian, who practiced the 8-9 metaphysical skills, had of course also practiced the great divine power that was famous in the three realms, Dharma heaven and earth. And looking at the behemoth with its head in the blue sky and its feet on the earth, Yan Jiugo and Demon Emperor Qinger behind them immediately looked dumbfounded. Both pairs of eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. The mouth is even longer and more round. What kind of kung fu is this? This is simply heaven-defying. How could Ensure be so strong? Could it be that this is what Enchanter always said about being open? The one who is open is invincible? Looking at the scene in front of him, that arrogant to the extreme demon god immediately froze on the spot. It's nearly 10,000 meter height was in front of Gu Jingtian, but he could only see the indescribable location. A pair of blood-red eyes stared round, full of confusion. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How is it possible for the human race to have such a huge size? Even the Titan clan with the largest body size doesn't have such a huge body size. At this moment, Gu Jingtian slowly lowered his head and surveyed the Pado demon god below with a playful expression. Griffin, remember that everything is possible. Nothing is impossible. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's large hand, which was comparable to a city, violently extended a finger. In an instant, space shattered, laws crumbled, a finger came crushing down like a heavenly tilt. Looking at the giant hand that crushed down, demon god Pado roared. Blood aura filled his body. Impossible. My Earth Demon Clan's brute strength is unrivaled in the world. It's impossible for you to defeat me. With a furious roar, the demon god gathered the strength of his entire body and blasted out with a fist towards the sky. In the next second, that one finger crushed down. The moment the two came into contact, the Pado demon god's fist exploded. It turned into a sky full of blood mist. Heartbreaking cries resounded throughout the space. However, that one finger didn't pause at all, pointing straight above the Pado demon god's head. In an instant, a blood-colored firework bloomed throughout the high sky. The body of the Pado demon god shattered in pieces. It turned into a roiling mist of blood flying across the sky. The power of one finger, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Chapter 47, The Dragon Race Descends. The storm clouds rise again. Along with the annihilation of the Pado demon god's body, a huge crater thousands of miles in circumference appeared above the ground. And at this moment, Yanjiu Ji's duo had already closed their mouths in amazement, their eyes filled with the color of being amazed. Is this the true strength of Enchanter? This Pado demon god is a powerhouse equivalent to the true immortal realm of the human race. With its terrifying defense, even the full force strike of the two of us just now couldn't cause any effective damage. But it's such a terrifying opponent that can actually be destroyed with a single finger under NTI's hand. What unimaginable level has NTI's cultivation reached? At the same time, in front of a city tens of thousands of miles away, even though they were tens of thousands of miles apart, with Gu Lixion's peak spirit saint realm, she could barely see the huge figure that stood on top of the sky. At this moment, Gu Lixang was frozen in place, clearly not yet having reacted from that extreme shock. Who the hell is this? No, this isn't a human at all. How can a human be so powerful? Such a terrifying demon god was actually killed in a single strike. I'm afraid that this person's strength, not to mention the entire eastern continent, even the entire Xian heavenly continent, is the crown of the world. After slightly calming herself, Gu Lixang's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness. Until now, one has not seen his sister's figure. Can it be that she has really been buried in the hands of the Demon Emperor? If not, how could you not come to my rescue? Demon Emperor, Yen Joga. Such a blood feud. I, Gu Lixang, even if I have to wait 10,000 years, I will definitely avenge myself with you. In the next second, Gu Lishang's figure instantly shot toward the distant heights. The direction they went was exactly the Gu family. And at this moment, in the middle of the Gu family, within the Xian Heavenly Hall, Gu Xian's figure appeared at this place. After feeling that strong might in the sky, everything was restored as before. Gu Xian burst out laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. Didn't expect that. This Yen Joga and that demon emperor actually did finish off that demon god. This emperor can no longer sense their aura. Looks like the two of them are dead. Ha ha ha, now it seems that I, Gu Xian, am the strongest person in the entire Eastern continent. I, Gu Xian, am the Supreme Saint Emperor of the Eastern continent. Gu Xian's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the hall. When the crowd of patriarchs saw this, they fell to their knees. Congratulations to the Holy Emperor. The unification of the Eastern continent is just around the corner. In the midst of the crowd's pilgrimage, Gu Xian's eyes flickered with essence. Wait until this emperor heals from his injuries. It's the time to unify the Eastern continent. And at this moment, in the middle of the 10,000 Devil Mountain range, Gu Jingtian had already returned to his normal physique and arrived in front of the Yenjoga duo. At this moment, the duo's faces were written with doubts and incomprehension, obviously still immersed in the magic of the Dharma heaven and earth. Looking at the duo's dumbfounded expressions, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. What? Is it good? You two want to learn? As soon as these words came out, the heads of the two Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses instantly nodded like rattlesnakes. With an eager face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Want to learn? Of course I want to learn. This is just awesome. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly, but he shook his head. Unfortunately, neither of you will learn. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately darkened their faces and looked at Gu Jingtian with a grimace. Gu Jingtian stood with his hands folded. Well, now this demon god has already been put to death by this Gongzi. The remaining ones are not enough to worry about. Xinger, you still have the ability to fight now, so dispose of these guys. Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, Demon Emperor Xinger nodded slightly. With that, she turned around and left. While at this moment, Yen Joga suddenly gushed out a mouthful of blood. The cultivation level that had just reached the Supreme Realm suddenly fell. With a wave of Gu Jingtian's hand, a powerful blood chi immediately surged into Yen Jiuji's body. With Gu Jingtian's help, Yen Joga's cultivation level was then stabilized at the half-step Supreme Realm. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. You've already injured your fundamentals by forcibly breaking the realm, and you can't maintain your Supreme Realm cultivation. But this Gongzi has stabilized your foundation, so as long as you recuperate for a while, you will be able to break through to the Supreme Realm once again. Hearing this, Yen Joga was instantly thrilled, tears flashing in his eyes. Anti-I's kindness, Xiao Jiao is unable to repay it. It's just a pity that Xiao Jiao is not a daughter's body. Before the words were finished, a chestnut from Gu Jingtian suddenly knocked over. No decent behavior. Hurry up and shut up. You are a daughter, and you are not worthy of my lord's honor. Only after Gu Jingtian's reprimand did Yen Joga collect herself. Looking at Gu Jingtian with a grudging face, Gu Jingtian took a deep breath. With your foundation, breaking through to the Supreme Realm is already a done deal. When you break through to the Supreme Realm, what are your plans? Are you going to ascend to the upper realm, or are you going to stay in this realm for a while longer? When these words came out, Yen Jiuji's expression instantly became grave. Enlightened master, Xiao Jiao intends to ascend to the upper realm. Perhaps there, little Jiao will be able to find her. Gu Jingtian nodded. Also, in that case, just ascend. When you reach the upper realm, don't forget to look for my lord's big brother. Yen Jiuge nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Enchanter's big brother is my Yen Jiuji's big brother. Ugh, no, my Yen Joga's elder brother. Looking at Yen Joga in front of him, Gu Jingtian was speechless for a while. A finger was then pointed out, directly on Yen Jiuji's brow. A mysterious and extreme aura instantly filled the air, and Yen Jiuge instantly froze on the spot. Only after a tea time had passed did Yen Joga slowly open his eyes, but there was no longer Gu Jingtian's figure in front of him. Yen Joga murmured in a low voice with hot tears in his eyes, "Nti, if I were truly a daughter, I would have." But at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice came again. Shut the up. If you keep talking like that, watch out, I'll take your little life. Old me left you one last divine ability called the Underworld Blood Sea. When you ascend to the upper realms, you can naturally cultivate it. Live well. Don't go up there and get Ed. Wait honestly up there until my lord arrives. Hearing this familiar voice, Yen Jiuge kneeled down on both knees. Tears glistened in his eyes. Enchanter, are you about to ascend as well? Rest assured, Xiao Jiao will definitely not fail you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Demon Emperor Qinger's pursuit, those swarming demon race were soon slaughtered by the demon race. and with most of the demonic cultivators dead at the hands of the demon god, the land of Yuzhou was vacant. Before the Devil Emperor Yin Zhouge closed his doors, he transferred the position of Devil Emperor to Qingfeng, and he handed over the land of Yuzhou to the duo of Qingfeng and Demon Emperor Qinger to be in charge. The land of Yuzhou gradually became the common home of the devil cultivators and the demon race. In the meantime, the East Continent borders the Middle Kingdom, the Kunlun mountain range that spans the entire Xiantian continent. A figure shattered the void and moved out from the Kunlun Mountains, stepping into the land of the Eastern Continent. Strangely enough, there were 2 golden dragon horns growing on top of this person's head. It was clearly one of the peak races of the Xiantian continent. The Dragon Race. Chapter 49. What the hell? Dragon Emperor Long Etian? One could only see that this person's face was extremely handsome, and apart from the pair of golden dragon horns on top of his head, there was no difference between him and the human race. It was just that the pair of radiant dragon eyes shone as if they were the blazing sun. Looking at the endless expanse of sprawling earth in front of him, the dragon youth frowned slightly. Is this the Eastern Continent, where that man is? Negative person. I can't believe I made Mother Sama wait for 2,000 years, 2,000 whole years without going to see my mother. Now that mother is on the verge of ascension, as long as he's still alive, I'll tie him over even if I have to. The Dragon Clan teenager was just about to enter the Eastern Continent's boundaries, but he suddenly stopped. One's appearance is too ostentatious, and I heard the clan elders once say that this negative man's clan is also a peak power in the Eastern Continent. If he discovers that I've arrived in the Eastern Continent and this negative person is hiding, it will be troublesome. With this thought, he only saw a burst of golden light flashing above the head of the dragon race youth. The pair of golden dragon horns had disappeared. It then turned into a stream of light and shot off towards the distance. Soon, the figure of this dragon race youth stopped. Below was clearly a bottomless abyss. A mysterious aura also permeated it. Looking down at the pit below, which was thousands of miles in circumference, the dragon race youth raised an eyebrow. Looking at the aura that permeates the surroundings, this place should have been made by human destruction. To be able to cause such a terrifying sight, I'm afraid that this person's strength is no less than that of Lord Mother. This Eastern Continent land is rumored to be the land with the lowest aura in the entire Xiantian continent. I didn't expect there to be such a strong existence in the middle of this place. Thinking of this dragon race youth couldn't help but raise a few moments of curiosity. With that, he shot towards the abyss below. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the side of this abyss, and at this moment, there were several figures on the shore of the abyss. It was the several demon clansmen in the heavenly demon city. These few demon clansmen were only at the Demon King realm cultivation level. With the appearance of the dragon race youth, these few demon races immediately felt a sense of oppression that was difficult to resist. It was as if it was the supreme pressure brought on by the bloodline above. Looking at the youth in front of them, several demon race members were filled with respect. We, the demon clan of Sky Demon City, have met Senior. I don't know what Senior's business here is. Hearing this dragon race youth frowned slightly. Heavenly Demon City. It seems that this is also a power in the middle of the Eastern Continent. If you want to find this negative person yourself, it's best to ask around. After all, it's been 2,000 years, and it's highly likely that this negative person is no longer in the human world. Thinking of this dragon race youth let out a light laugh. My name is Long Etienne. Don't be nervous, you guys. I came here just to look for someone. Looking at Long Etienne's rather kind smile, these few demon clansmen then relaxed. I don't know who Senior is looking for. If we know, we will definitely inform Senior. Long Etienne was slightly stunned. What this negative person is called, one is still really unclear. The information that one investigates from, one only knows that this person's surname is Gu, and that he is a person from the Eastern Continent, and the family from which he came from has now become a great power of the Gu family. Thinking of this, Long Etienne said in a condensed voice, this person's surname is Gu. If he's still around today, he should be more than 3,000 years old, and he's extremely strong. He should be at the Spirit Emperor realm cultivation level, and the family it belongs to is also an extremely powerful force in the Eastern Continent. When these words came out, these few demon clansmen but looked suspicious. Full of scorn, they sized up the youth in front of them. I don't know what Senior is looking for this person for. Could this person be a close friend of Senior? As soon as these words came out, Long Etienne couldn't help but have a picture floating in his mind. It was a stunningly beautiful face, only with lingering thoughts under its eyes. This couldn't help but make Long Etienne's anger grow. This person has a grudge against me. I hope you will tell me. Upon hearing this, these few demon race members were instantly relieved. So that's what it's all about. Elder, in the situation you're talking about, in the land of my Eastern Continent, there's only one power with the surname Gu, and that's the Gu family Holy Land. But according to you, this person is most likely the Gu family's oldest ancestor. Gu Ling Tian. When he heard the three words Gu Ling Tian, Long Yitian's body immediately trembled. Gu Ling Tian. Is that the name of that heartless man? Sure enough, he's also at the Spirit Emperor realm. Humph. Now that my cultivation has reached half-step supreme, even if you are at the supreme realm, I am confident that I can subdue you. Long Yitian asked in a hurry. I wonder if you all, do you know where this person is now? Is he in this Gu family holy land? Hearing this, the several demon clansmen however revealed a few moments of helplessness. This Gu Ling Tian has long since ascended to the upper realm 2000 years ago. Now it is designated not to be among this Gu family. As soon as these words came out, Long Yitian's eyebrows snapped up and his fists clenched. An imposing aura that pressed down on the 9 heavens immediately stirred up. A monstrous rage filled his eyes. What? This negative person has actually ascended. This negative person actually reached the supreme realm 2000 years ago. Such a cultivation. Actually 2000 years have not been to the Middle Kingdom. To see the Lord Mother. Let Mother Superior. The whole 2000 years are immersed in endless longing. Damn. Simply deserve to die. In the face of such might, several demon race members immediately trembled at their knees and went limp on the ground. Elder, don't get angry. Although this Gu Ling Tian has already ascended, but this Gu Ling Tian has branched out and left behind an extremely large number of bloodlines. It is precisely the Gu family of the Holy Land today. You could have gone forward to seek revenge. When these words came out, anger clustered in Long Yitian's eyes. Abominable. It's simply abominable to the extreme. Mother Sama has been alone for 2000 years, and even when the Heavenly Emperor City Lord proposed and didn't mind Mother Sama's past, Mother Sama refused flatly. But this negative man actually started a family here. Mother Superior. Is this the man your heart desires? He's not worthy. Long Yitian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. That's all. After all, he and his mother were once in love with each other, and for the sake of his mother, he himself can't go and make things difficult for his descendants. Long Yitian was just about to leave, but a thought could not help but surface in his mind. Since one has crossed the entire Kunlun mountain range and come to the land of this eastern continent, let's go to this Gu family and see what this negative man is really about. At this moment, under the call of affection, even if Long Yitian was the contemporary dragon emperor of the dragon clan, he couldn't help but feel curious about his father. Then he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the east. Looking at Long Yitian's departing back, several Demon King realm demons were instantly beaming with joy. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize that this senior was actually an enemy of old man Ling Tian. Now that more than 2000 years have passed, this senior may be a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. This is big trouble for the Gu family. Ha ha ha, it's great. We've gotten credit for this. Go go go. Hurry back and report this matter to the coronation of the Demon Emperor. Chapter 50, Achievement. Hainon Duo. Half a day later. At this moment, in the middle of the Heavenly Demon City, with the harmony between the demon cultivators and the demon race, Heavenly Demon City became more prosperous. Among them, the figures of demonic cultivators were also endless. In the center of the city, within that secluded courtyard, Gu Jingtian looked at the distant sky and drank to himself. And just then, a graceful silhouette came slowly. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger. Only at the moment there was a little bit of grudge hanging on that clear and unassuming pretty face. Seeing Qinger arrive, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. Now Little Nine has closed down to impact the Supreme Realm. The entire Yuzhou has settled down. It's time for my lord to make a trip to Middle-earth. When these words came out, Qinger's green-colored eyes immediately rippled. Yes, Your Excellency won't go to Middle-earth to meet old friends again. Old friends in Middle-earth are already coming to your door. At this moment, this enchanting Demon Emperor's tone was exceptionally alien. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was also filled with doubt. Someone from Middle-earth? Demon Emperor Qinger hummed lightly. Yes, to be able to cross the entire Kunlun mountain range and come to the land of the eastern continent, it must be that this eastern continent realm is designated to have people that it misses a lot. Looking at this strange look on Demon Emperor Qinger's face, Gu Jingtian was also a bit puzzled. A light laugh followed. If the people from Middle-earth come, they come, and it has nothing to do with my lord. When these words came out, Demon Emperor Qinger immediately raised her eyebrows, her nose slightly wrinkling. Oh, is that so? My lord. Then what if the one who comes is a Dragon Clan member, and it's also a royal amongst the Dragon Clan? Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. A slight color of remembrance rose in his bright eyes. Human, your strength is very good and you are qualified to be this holy maiden's slave. You prodigal son, how dare you treat this holy maiden like this? It's simply an unforgivable sin. I'll tear you to pieces. You run for what? You run. If you run, don't ever come back. Come back and watch out for this holy maiden to eat your offspring roots. Even though more than 2000 years had passed, Gu Jingtian's body still trembled at the thought of that female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Gu Jingtian smiled awkwardly. The dragon race? What is the dragon race doing in the eastern continent? The demon emperor sneered. This dragon clan is naturally here to find someone. And it's looking for someone from your Gu family. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's pupils instantly shrunk. Looking for the Gu family? Is it hard to find me? Demon Emperor Qinger was at this moment, but she was looking at Gu Jingtian in front of her with a deadpan expression. My lord, why do you look nervous? Could it be that you have something to fear in Middle-earth as well? Gu Jingtian got up violently and laughed out loud. Ridiculous, not to mention the Middle-earth, even if it's the entire Xian Heaven continent, the Earth-Heart Demon region, and the heavenly Xian realm. There is no such thing that I, Gu Jingtian, am afraid of. Demon Emperor Qinger nodded slightly, but always stared at Gu Jingtian's eyes. After a long silence, this was said. Alright, my lord, the one who came is a young man of the dragon race. Although he hid his identity, I can still feel the dragon's might on him, and his cultivation is only stronger than me, and his name is Long Etienne. Long Etienne. These three words instantly shocked Gu Jingtian out of his wits. Dragon memories of heaven? Memories of the amazing sky? It can't be. This can't be possible. Could it be that this dragon Etienne is the child of himself and that female Tyrannosaurus Rex? This is absolutely impossible. Even if this female Tyrannosaurus Rex is a 9 heavenly yin long that is rare to see in a million years, it's also impossible to carry the bloodline of the chaotic demon god Pangu body. What's more, she's also the dragon clan's holy maiden. How could she give birth to a human child? But the name, it's obviously related to yourself? Is there something in it that you don't know about? And right at this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger's voice sounded once again. This person is here to look for someone, but from his description, the one he's looking for should be the eunuch's elder brother, Gu Ling Tian. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian's eyes widened. What? My big brother, Gu Ling Tian? Listening to Gu Jingtian's voice that was surprised to the extreme, Demon Emperor Qinger was filled with doubt. What's the matter, Your Excellency? As far as I know, you and the Grand Duke have been to Middle-earth together, and at this moment, Gu Jingtian's mind had already set off a brainstorm. Big brother? Come for big brother? Holy, eating melon to your own home? It is true that the elder brother has traveled to the Middle Kingdom with himself, and has also been separated for a time. However, I was never expecting elm lumps like big brother, actually without saying anything, to do this kind of earth-shattering things, worthy of being my big brother. You and I brothers and the two of us, this is not a day dragon duo? Big brother, you are really able to hide such an important matter. You didn't even talk to yourself before ascending. Brother, I really underestimated you. What a mouthful of benevolence and morality, and a belly full of, no, well at least that's my big brother, Long Etienne, so it's that Tian from Ling Tian, Gu Jing Tian, who had reacted, hurriedly asked. Where has this dragon gone at this moment? The corner of Demon Emperor Qinger's mouth turned away. I think I went to the Gu family. What? Is it hard to believe that this is really an old friend of the Grand Duke? I thought it was your peach blossom det. Sir? Hearing the words Gu family, Gu Jingtian frowned. Sulking for a long time, he said, Qinger, send someone to keep an eye on this dragon clan, and when he leaves the Gu family, inform me. As for the trip to Middle-earth, it's on hold for now. Demon Emperor Qinger nodded, then turned around and retreated. Only Gu Jingtian was left looking towards the sky full of doubts. Big brother's child? That's also unlikely. Big brother was not interested in children before he achieved the emperor realm. Is it hard to be in the gutter like yourself? On the shores of the East China Sea, the holy land of Gu family. At this moment in the Xian Heavenly Hall, Gu Xian's figure sat on top of the emperor's seat, her powerful aura spreading out. Obviously the injuries on her body had recovered as good as new. A pretty face was filled with arrogance. Humph! This emperor has now recovered his cultivation. Since this Yin Joga and the demon emperor have already fallen, there is only one spirit emperor left in this eastern continent besides this emperor, Li Tianyi of the Tianyi Holy Land. Humph! He's nothing more than a dry bone in a mound. This time when this emperor comes out of the gate, he must unify the entire eastern continent. I, Gu Xian, am the one who deserves to be the lord of the eastern continent. Even what old man Ling Tian couldn't do, this emperor can do it. From now on, in the Gu family, this emperor's position is the highest existence. And right at that moment, hundreds of miles away from the Holy Land Gu family, on top of a mountain road, a silhouette was shooting towards this place. The clothes on his body were torn and tattered, and he looked extremely haggard. It was none other than Gu Lishang, who had arrived from hundreds of thousands of miles away. At this moment, Gu Lishang's face was pale, and she had obviously been seriously injured. Just that pair of beautiful eyes was filled with a burning gaze. Even if sister is already dead, as long as I, Gu Lishang, am around for a day. I can't let the Gu family fall. Even if I die, I'll die in the Gu family. As the distance drew closer, the moment she saw the Gu family in the Holy Land, Gu Lishang's eyes turned crimson. Chapter 51, Gu Zian Who Doubts Her Life. Only to see that the entire Gu family at this moment was shrouded in a grayish boundary. Gu Lishang, who had grown up in the Gu family since she was a child, would not be able to not know what this grayish boundary was. Clan formation, chaos boundary. I didn't expect the Gu family to be pushed to this extent. You must know that this chaos boundary is a great sect formation left behind by old ancestor Ling Tian. After thousands of years of consolidation, even a true immortal realm powerhouse can't do anything about it. And this chaos boundary, every time it's opened, it requires a massive amount of resources, even for the Gu family Holy Land's reserves. Opening it once would cost half of its reserves. If we hadn't encountered the scourge of extinction, how could the Gu family have opened the chaos boundary? Looking at the image in front of her, Gu Lishang's beautiful eyes were suddenly teary-eyed. At the moment that soft heart felt as if it had been struck by a thunderbolt. Sister! It seems that sister has really fallen. If not, how could the Gu family have opened the clan formation? If my sister were alive, how could she abandon me to danger? Gu Lishang slowly raised her hand, her sleeve robe wiping away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes. An unyielding flame burned once again in a pair of bright eyes. Demon Emperor Yen Joga, I, Gu Lishang, will not rest in death with you. As long as my Gu family is around, as long as I, Gu Lishang, still have a breath, I'll definitely destroy your bones and ashes. Gu Lishang swung her sleeves violently and walked towards the middle of the Gu family with a firm step. And at this moment, the Gu family Holy Land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, Gu Zian, who was sitting on top of the emperor's seat, rose violently. The emperor's robe could be waved around. That white face was full of smugness. Demon Emperor Yen Joga. The Demon Emperor duo exterminated my Gu family's grand elder and this emperor's sibling Gu Lishang. This revenge will not be shared. Today, although the two thieves of the Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor have already died, but the legacy they left behind still exists. Whether it's for the sake of the family feud, or for the sake of the hundreds of millions of people in this eastern continent, this emperor should follow the will of heaven and the people. Send out troops to exterminate. In the land of the eastern continent, the people are in dire straits. This emperor has the intention to end this chaotic world and unify the world. I don't know what the patriarchs think. Do you dare to help this emperor? Ever since the opening of the chaos boundary, the people who were in the Gu family's Holy Land could be said to be unaware of any news from the outside world. Hearing Gu Zian's words, she was even more excited. Unify the eastern continent. Co-lord of the eastern continent. Thinking of this, the group of patriarchs could no longer hold back the excitement in their hearts. There were impassioned words. Devil cultivator, demon race, killing my Gu family's patriarchs, humiliate my Gu family's Holy Land. We are willing to follow the Holy Emperor, help the sacred emperor unify the eastern continent. Listening to the shouts of the crowd, Gu Zian could not restrain the corners of her mouth from rising. The eyes were full of ambition and arrogance. Today, my Gu Zian's name will resonate throughout the entire eastern continent. Gu Zian took a deep breath and was just about to speak. And just at that moment, a figure came from outside the Great Hall. It was none other than a spirit saint realm powerhouse. Greetings to the Holy Emperor. Patriarch Gu Lishang has returned, now seriously injured. He is outside the formation. As soon as these words came out, Gu Zian hastily swallowed the words that were on her lips. A pair of bright purple eyes were filled with surprise. What? Sister didn't die? That demon god's strength is at the true immortal realm. Sister actually managed to survive. And at this moment, the crowd of patriarchs were also looking at Gu Zian in confusion. When Gu Zian saw this, her eyes were suddenly red and filled with teardrops. The heavens have eyes. My sister is still alive. It's not in vain that this emperor prays day and night, hoping that his sister can escape by chance. It's really heavenly to see. What are you guys waiting for? Quickly open the formation. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Zian's figure shot towards the distance like an arrow. Along the way, the corners of Gu Zian's mouth lifted lightly. My sister came back alone. So I guess that great patriarch has already fallen. Himself remains the master. Now that my sister has returned, with my sister's mindfulness of the city, she will be helpful in designating herself to unify the eastern continent. It's kind of its own unexpected reward. Soon, one could only see the boundary that pervaded the entire Gu family Holy Land slowly dissipate. At this moment at the outer Sex Mountain Gate, Gu Lishang's figure stood firmly. Although her breath was already extremely weak, Gu Lishang understood that at this time, what the Gu family needed most was fighting spirit. She couldn't fall in front of the Gu family. And right at that moment, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Gu Lishang. In a trance, after seeing the visitor clearly, Gu Lishan's pupils shrunk violently. The incomparable firmness in his heart instantly collapsed at this moment. Sister! It's sister! Sister is actually still alive. But why didn't my sister come to me when I was in such a dangerous place myself? Even if I feared the demon god's strength, why didn't the demon god come looking for me after he died? Sister! What the hell is this for? Do you care so little for me? Gu Lishan's bright eyes instantly darkened, filled with disappointment as she looked at Gu Ziyan in front of her. And seeing Gu Lishan's reaction, Gu Ziyan instantly understood everything. The white face was now covered with crocodile tears. Hurriedly, she embraced Gu Lisang in her arms with tears in her voice. Sister! It's great! You're alive! This Yen Joga actually has a half-step immortal soldier as well. Sister is useless and was seriously injured by him. There's no choice but to open the clan formation. My sister's liver and guts were broken when I learned that my sister had been late in returning. Waking up today, I didn't expect God to give me such a big surprise. Sister! You have finally returned. If you weren't here, what would be the point even if sister became the princess of the eastern continent? At this moment, Gu Ziyan's petite body was trembling wildly, tears falling like rain. The fire of hope once again flickered in the desperate eyes of Gu Lisang in her arms. So it's like this. Sister was seriously injured by Yen Joga and fell into a coma. In order to protect the Gu family, this is why she opened the chaos boundary. It was I who misjudged my sister. How could my sister abandon me? Even if Gu Lixiang's heart was like the sea, she had never doubted the kinship between her sisters. Gu Lisang hugged her sister in front of her tightly. Sister! I misjudged you. I'm sorry. Gu Lisang was also already teary-eyed at this point, and didn't notice the corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth rising slightly. Sister! You have suffered such a serious injury. It's all due to that demonic cultivator in Sky Demon City. Now, even though this demon emperor and demon emperor have already died with the demon god, but how can you offset the damage they've done to you if you can't cut them down to size? Sister, heal your wounds, and wait for your wounds to heal. And then my sister will definitely lead all the members of the Gu family to avenge your death. As soon as these words came out, Gu Lisang immediately froze on the spot, looking at Gu Ziyan with a dumbfounded look on her face. Such an expression also made Gu Ziyan feel a million times more puzzled. What's wrong? Sister, why this expression? Gu Lisang was slightly stunned. Sister. Chapter 52 Middle-earth Dragon Emperor comes to recognize his family? Gu Lisang was full of surprise and said, Sister, where did you learn that this demon emperor Yen Joga and demon emperor have fallen? Gu Ziyan in front of her raised an eyebrow. Isn't that what happened? That day, before I passed out, I had already felt that terrifying aura. And after this fluctuation, everyone's breath disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the demon emperor Yen Joga and the demon emperor are only seriously injured, turned into invalids? At the moment, Gu Ziyan was still immersed in her speculations. Hearing this, Gu Lisang helplessly lowered her head. The demon emperor and demon emperor duo didn't die, and they didn't suffer too much damage either. On that day, a peerless powerhouse struck out with a body tens of thousands of meters in size. The cultivation realm is even more unimaginable to us as an existence. And in just an instant, he destroyed the true immortal realm demon god. Gu Lishan's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing the smile on Gu Ziyan's face to vanish. A pair of eyes were glazed over with disbelief. Breathing heavily, her face was flushed, and that plump greatness was trembling slightly. What? Those two thieves aren't dead, and they're not seriously injured. Ah! Exasperate this emperor. How could such a supreme powerhouse suddenly appear and put this demon god to death? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Gu Ziyan was already hysterical and furious. Looking at the out-of-sorts Gu Ziyan in front of her, Gu Lisang hurriedly said, Sister, now is not the time to mess with yourself. Demon Emperor Yen Joga is strong and powerful, and he even has a half-step immortal weapon in his hand. I heard along the way that the devil cultivators have already allied with the demon race. Now is the time when even the Gu family is at the point of survival. Never get into a fight with them easily. Nowadays, the only thing that can be done is to unite with the Tianyi Holy Land and fight against the enemy together. This is the fundamental way. Gu Lishang's analysis could be said to be well reasoned, but unfortunately at this moment, Gu Ziyan could not listen to it at all. During this period of time, the successive strikes had caused the extremely proud Gu Ziyan to not be able to help but have an unstable Taoist heart. Why is none of this the same as what the emperor wanted? What went wrong? Gu Ziyan's eyeballs spun wildly. In the next second, there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. This emperor knows. It's him, Gu Jingtian. It must be because of him. Ever since he was expelled from the Gu family, everything in the Gu family seems to have been hindered. It must be him. He's right here in Sky Demon City. This loser, he must have coquettishly betrayed the Gu family's core information. That's what brought things to this point. It's hard to believe that this loser still has eyes and ears among the Gu family. With this thought in mind, Gu Ziyan's face instantly became as gloomy as water, staring viciously at the people nearby. Looking at Gu Ziyan, whose face was like a demonic fury, the group of patriarchs immediately lowered their heads. Sensing Gu Ziyan's movement, Gu Lisheng hurriedly grabbed her jade hand. Sister, don't be in a hurry. Everything has a solution. All we can do now is wait. Waiting for things to have a breakthrough. Gu Lishan's burning gaze looked at Gu Ziyan in front of her, and she didn't notice the viciousness under Gu Ziyan's eyes in the slightest. Gu Ziyan took a deep breath. Everything is at your disposal, sister. And at this moment, outside the Gu family's holy land, with a ripple in space, only a figure appeared in this place. It was none other than that Dragon Emperor Long Etienne who had arrived from the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range. Looking at the massive mountain peak in front of him, Long Etienne's eyes were filled with entanglement. This is the Gu family. The family started by that negative man. Although it seems incomparable to the great powers of the Middle Kingdom, it's still considered grand to the core in this barren land of the Eastern continent. I'd like to see what kind of character is the one who can make Mother Superior wait willingly for more than 2,000 years. The bloodline he left behind. What a load. With this thought, Long Etienne raised an eyebrow. In an instant, a dragon's roar that resounded through the 9 heavens exploded. Dark clouds as black as ink covered the entire place where the Gu family was located in an instant. That mighty pressure that overwhelmed the 9 heavens and 10 lands swept out at once. And at this moment, all the people located in the Gu family's holy land all felt this vast dragon's might. Countless disciples with low cultivation instantly fell to their knees, unable to withstand such a terrifying pressure. Inside the Xian Heavenly Hall, Gu Ziyan, who had just calmed down, stood up with a mischievous sound. The delicate face was full of panic. What a strong pressure. Is it Demon Emperor Yan Jiugu coming again? Hurry! Open the family grand formation. Don't let him in. The group of patriarchs at the moment were also trembling with fear. And right at that moment, only a loud and clear voice was heard coming from the sky. Dragon Emperor Long Etienne of the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace of Middle-earth is here. Why don't you come and pay your respects? The voluminous sound spread throughout the entire Gu family in an instant. Upon hearing this, the people in the Xian Heavenly Hall immediately froze on the spot with 2 big words written on their faces. Clueless. What the hell? The 9 Heavenly Dragon Palace of Middle-earth. Dragon Emperor. Dragon Etienne? Isn't the 9 Heavenly Dragon Palace the place where the Middle-earth dragon race is located? How did the Dragon Emperor of it appear in the Eastern continent? How did this kind of strong person come to my Gu family? Gu Lishang's brows furrowed as she said in a condensed voice. Sister, this Middle-earth region is full of spiritual energy. And the cultivators there even practice various secret arts. Their strength is unfathomable. And the dragon race is even the peak race of the Xian continent, with strength in the same realm far exceeding that of the human race. If this person is truly the Dragon Emperor of the 9 Heavens Dragon Palace, my Gu family is no match for him. At this point in time, we can only take one step at a time. Gu Ziyan's face was as gloomy as water, and a touch of madness even surfaced under her eyes. The Dragon Clan, the Dragon Race, which is millions of miles away, actually came to my Gu family. Could it be that the Gu family is really going to perish in my Gu Ziyan's hands? Despite the resentment in her heart, Gu Ziyan still nodded. With that, the crowd shot out as a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived high above the sky. Looking at the youth with a double-horned head in front of them, Gu Ziyan and the others were immediately like enemies. That domineering and majestic dragon might. Even the Spirit Emperor Realm Gu Ziyan was terrified in her heart. Gu Ziyan strengthened her breath and inquired in a gruff voice. I don't know what the Dragon Emperor of the Middle Kingdom has to say about coming to my Gu family? Long Etienne surveyed the crowd in front of him and nodded slightly. Not bad. To be certified as an emperor at less than 200 years old. You have a great bloodline. It's just that this eastern continent is too barren and not enough accumulation. If it were in the Middle Kingdom, I'm sure you'd be able to go to the next level. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan and the others let out a sigh of relief. Listening to the words of this Dragon Emperor, it was obvious that he was not here to seek revenge. Gu Ziyan let out a light laugh. The Dragon Emperor is flattered. I don't know why exactly the Dragon Emperor is here. Long Etienne hesitated slightly and then spat out a sentence. This emperor is here to find someone. Do you know Gu Ling Tian? Hearing the 3 words Gu Ling Tian, Gu Ziyan and the others instantly stared at their faces. This Middle-earth Dragon Emperor is actually here to find Old Man Ling Tian. Old Man Ling Tian has been to the Middle-earth for a while. Can it be that this Dragon Emperor is a former friend of Old Man Ling Tian? Thinking of this, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel a surge of dark joy. Coronation Dragon Emperor. That's none other than my Gu family's old ancestor Ling Tian. I wonder how you are related to my family's old ancestor. And at this moment, Long Etienne did not know how to answer. After thinking for a long time, this was the answer. Sort of a former elder. And upon hearing Long Etienne's words, Gu Ziyan was instantly delighted, her eyes flashing with excitement. The Gu Lishang on the side even had her pupils shrunk, and a crafty color filled the bottom of her eyes. A conspiracy is born in an instant. Chapter 53 Who is my father? Dragon Emperor's Doubt. The Gu Ziyan of today was already overwhelmed by the ecstasy in her heart. Full of excitement, he looked at the Dragon Emperor in front of him. Elder, can it be that the Dragon Emperor coronation is my family's old man Ling Tian's? When these words came out, Dragon Emperor Long Etienne's face immediately tightened. It can't be. This woman can't have guessed her relationship with that negative man already. Could it be that this negative man left a message? And that this Gu family has always known that there is still a descendant of the Gu family left behind? But then why have they never gone to Middle-earth to look for it in the past 2,000 years? Associated with these, Long Etienne really didn't know how to get along with the people of the Gu family. And at this moment, Gu Ziyan's words had been completely finished. Could you be a disciple of old man Ling Tian? Hearing this, the corner of Long Etienne's mouth twitched. Asterisk. This emperor thought they knew about the relationship between this emperor and that negative person Gu Ling Tian? After a slight thought, Long Etienne then nodded. Pretty much. Receiving an affirmative answer from the Dragon Emperor, Gu Ziyan instantly smiled with joy. So it's a disciple of Elder Ling Tian. Then it's this emperor's master ancestor. Late generation Gu Ziyan is the 81st generation Xin granddaughter of old ancestor Ling Tian. It is the Gu family that is in power today. Now that I see master ancestor coming, Ziyan is really excited. Before Long Etienne could open his mouth, Gu Lishang on the side flashed a hint of cunning in her eyes. A pair of starry eyes suddenly went pear-shaped. It's fortunate that you came in time, master ancestor. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen us. Woohoo! Looking at the crowd's behavior, a trace of doubt flooded Long Etienne's heart. The people of this Gu family are actually treating me with such respect. It seems that this negative man is still extremely prestigious in the Gu family. That's all. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Since he has already ascended, the grudge of my mother Sama, I will settle it with him after I ascend. Since we've already arrived at the Gu family, let's hear what's going on with these guys. Long Etienne swung his sleeve. What do you mean by that? Looking at Gu Lishang's sobbing appearance, Gu Ziyan instantly understood everything. In a hurry, he spoke. Master ancestor, you're from the Middle Kingdom, so naturally you don't know anything about the Eastern continent. The situation of the Gu family today is already a building that is falling. This demonic cultivation force and the demon race have already allied in order to eliminate my Gu family. If you had come a step too late, I'm afraid that the lineage of old man Ling Tian would have been severed. Looking at the two sisters in front of him who were full of grievances, Long Etienne frowned lightly. To be able to make a spirit emperor realm powerhouse so sad. I'm sure things aren't simple. Long Etienne hummed lightly. What the hell happened? Just who is it? To exterminate Gu Ling Tian's bloodline. Despite the deep resentment towards Gu Ling Tian in his heart, Long Etienne couldn't deny that it was his biological father. Long Etienne's performance even made Gu Ziyan and the others steal joy in their hearts. Gu Ziyan sobbed. This matter also has to start with that Ling Tian ancestor's own brother, Gu Jing Tian. Hearing the three words Gu Jing Tian, Long Etienne was slightly stunned. What a familiar name. I think I've seen it somewhere myself. That negative's brother? Wouldn't that be your own uncle? The oldest ancestor of this group of people. But why do you hear their tone of voice? They are quite hateful towards this person. Gu Ziyan looked in front of her with tearful eyes. This Gu Jingtian was originally an old ancestor of my Gu family. Although his cultivation was low, he had old man Ling Tian take care of him and ate a longevity Dao fruit. With a lifespan of 10,000 years, we were respectful to him. But I didn't expect this Gu Jingtian to have no regard for bloodline kinship. To us can be extremely harsh, wanton and arrogant in the family. Arbitrariness and dictatorship. Bullying the weak by virtue of their seniority. That's all there is to it. This Gu Jingtian is even more heartless. Actually wanting to lay hands on the descendants of my Gu family. That's a person who has the same root as him. I spoke out to stop him, but Gu Jingtian was unimpressed. So I had no choice but to bring up the name of old man Ling Tian. I hope I can impress him with brotherly love. But what I didn't expect was that he actually spoke out against ancestor Ling Tian. Speaking out to insult ancestor Ling Tian. This person is simply exterminating his family. A beast is worse than a beast. Listening to Gu Ziyan's tearful accusation, Long Etienne was suddenly furious. What? Surprisingly, there is such a thing. That negative man's brother is actually such a... It's just a matter of oppressing the weak. But you're actually going after your own big brother's descendants. Outrageous. Seeing Long Etienne's eyes filled with anger, Gu Lishang's eyes flashed with precision. Caught in the trap. Sure enough, this dragon emperor holds old man Ling Tian in the highest esteem. Gu Lishang hastened to add fuel to the fire. We really can't tolerate it, so we can only drive him out of the Gu family. Nay, after he left the Gu family, he harbored a grudge and even went to the demon race's heavenly demon city. I don't know what method was used to make the demon race and demon cultivators allied. If it wasn't for my sister's strong life, I'm afraid I would have died in the hands of that demon emperor long ago. Now that you have arrived, ancestor, you must make a decision for us. Hearing this, Lan Yitian couldn't help but become enraged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Treachery. Slaughtering relatives. Simply worse than pigs and dogs. This kind of person doesn't deserve to be my Lan Yitian's uncle at all. Lan Yitian crossed his eyebrows. Where is this Gu Jingtian now? I will recapture this person back here. As for that demon emperor, it's just a barren place in the eastern continent. He is also worthy of such a title. Be in the company of this dragon emperor. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was instantly ecstatic. Senior ancestor, without any surprises, this Gu Jingtian should be in this heavenly demon city. Even if he isn't in heavenly demon city, the demon emperors in the middle of heavenly demon city will definitely know his whereabouts. Lan Yitian's eyes narrowed slightly. Killing opportunities filled his eyes. Heavenly demon city. This emperor knows. Lan Yitian was just about to leave, but he suddenly stopped. Do you have a portrait of old man Ling Tian here? Since this emperor is already here, he still wants to admire the elegance of old man Ling Tian. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan hastily nodded her head. Naturally. I'll take Master Ancestor to the family hall. Soon, the figures of the crowd had arrived in a large hall. There was a portrait on the wall built of white jade. It was precisely Gu Ling Tian's portrait. And the moment he saw Gu Ling Tian, a trace of doubt flooded Lan Yitian's eyes. Is that the negative man in this portrait? Mother Superior often looks at the portrait of that negative man alone and lost in thought. It's a pity she never lets herself see it. If I hadn't secretly checked it out myself, this emperor wouldn't even know who his biological father is. I had glanced at that portrait from afar, and could not see it in its entirety, but it does look extremely similar to this one. It's just that for some reason, I always feel that the person in this portrait is a little different from that negative person. That's just it. Maybe I'm misremembering. After carefully surveying for a long time, killing opportunities filled Lan Yitian's eyes. You wait here. This emperor will return in a moment. With that, he directly tore through space and disappeared. Chapter 54 Fear. Spine-chilling Gu Ziyan. In the blink of an eye, Dragon Emperor Lan Yitian's figure had disappeared from the crowd sight. But right at this moment, Gu Ziyan instantly put away that pathetic look. The narrow eyes were full of sinister. On the other hand, Gu Lishang on the side had a grave expression on her face. Sister, you and I haven't caught up in a long time. Now that it's a great day, why don't we have a long talk? Hearing this, the group of patriarchs in the great hall then turned to leave. Obviously this was just Gu Lishang's way of distracting them. Soon, only the Gu Lishang sisters were left in the entire hall. Gu Ziyan had a puzzled look on her face. Sister, what's wrong with you? What do you have to say to your sister? Gu Lishang's face was cold. Sister, you and I should prepare to leave the eastern continent. The words came out like a thunderbolt. Gu Ziyan had a look of confusion written all over her face. Sister, what is this for? Now this dragon emperor has already made a move on our behalf. Even if this demon emperor is strong, he can't possibly be a match for the dragon emperor. Gu Lishang took a long breath. Nonetheless, sister, your vision is still too short-sighted. Do you remember the supreme powerhouse I told you about who was 10,000 feet tall? Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's pupils shrunk. You mean, it's highly likely that that supreme powerhouse will step in to help Yin Jiugu? Gu Lishang's brows lowered. It's just a possibility, but it can't be guarded against. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's face showed anxiety. Then why don't you hurry up and tell the Dragon Emperor about this, so that he can make early preparations? Gu Ziyan was just about to leave when a jade hand pulled her back. It was none other than Gu Lishang. At the moment that pair of light red eyes looked at Gu Ziyan dead on. Sister, you are still too kind. Listening to Gu Lishang's chilling tone, Gu Ziyan's delicate body trembled. As if for the first time, he felt that creepy aura from Gu Lishang's body. So what are your plans, sister? Gu Lishang's eyes were slightly narrowed, but the bottom of her eyes were as deep as a deep pool. If that supreme powerhouse had made a move to exterminate the Dragon Emperor, that would be better instead. Then the demon cultivators and the demon race will be completely enmity with the dragon race. Even if that supreme powerhouse is strong, can he still fight against the entire dragon clan? At that time, they will all be burned to a crisp by the supreme fury of the dragon clan. What I want is to use the dragon emperor's life in exchange for the ashes of all of them. When she said this, Gu Lishang's voice trembled. On the other hand, Gu Ziyan, who was on the side, heard her heart skip a beat. This is my sister's real plan. I can't believe it's so meticulous, so vicious. Whether this dragon emperor wins or loses, Yen Zhougu and the others will not escape destruction. At this moment, for her own sister, who was only at the peak of the spirit saint realm, a trace of fear actually rose in Gu Ziyan's heart. But in the next second, Gu Ziyan revealed a puzzled look again. Since they're going to die no matter what, why should we escape the eastern continent? Gu Lishang gazed at Gu Ziyan in front of her, coldly spitting out a few words. Sister thinks that if this supreme powerhouse kills the Dragon Emperor, will the Demon Emperor and the others spare us? When these words came out, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel a chill behind her back. What my sister said is very true, but our Gu family is such a family business. How can we give it up so easily? Gu Lishang let out a light laugh. Give and take, and only then will you become a great man. The Holy Land's reliance is on Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses, and as long as sister is still around, the Gu family will be around. Wait until the dragon race comes and kills that supreme powerhouse. At that time, the eastern continent won't still be ours. Gu Ziyan's eyes flickered with essence, and her mind was filled with thoughts. There was a long silence before the words were spat out. That's good. Everything is at sister's disposal. Then where do we escape to? Gu Lishang looked towards the distant sky. Just go to the Middle Earth. That's where the Dragon Clan is located, and you and I will be able to explore the Dragon Clan. However, we have to stay near the Kunlun mountain range. If the Dragon Emperor wins, you and I won't have to leave the eastern continent. Gu Ziyan nodded dully. The heart couldn't help but rise with a hint of a sigh. It's fortunate that my sister is only at the peak cultivation of the Spirit Saint realm. If she were the same Emperor realm powerhouse, it would really be chilling. Is she so deep in her heart that she does not perceive that what I have just said is false? What if one day she finds out that I see death? At this moment, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel endless fear rising in the bottom of her heart. After a few breaths, the duo's figures disappeared from the middle of the Gu family. Along with them, the Gu family's half-step immortal soldiers also disappeared, and as the two of them left the foot of the Gu family's holy land, a figure murmured in a low voice. So it is, Long Etienne, Long Zishan. Ha ha ha, I just didn't expect that this time. When I came to the eastern continent, I actually had an unexpected harvest, a holy body, and one that even this honorable man couldn't see through. In the next second, the figure instantly tore through space and disappeared without a trace. And at this moment the heavenly demon city, within the remote and secluded small courtyard, Gu Jingtian was lying on top of a recliner, but beside them stood three fabulous figures, each with their own flavor. It was none other than Demon Emperor Qinger, as well as the two sisters of the nine-tailed sky fox, Fox Wanner. At this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger's beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. His Excellency will depart for the Middle Kingdom in a few days, and you two will follow along. Be sure to take care of Gongzi along the way. When these words came out, the pupils of the two Fox Wanner sisters shook. Middle Earth. To Middle Earth. A place I want to go every now and then. The Great Thunderbolt Temple. Thinking of these four words, the two of them couldn't help but have the fire of hatred burning in their eyes. When Demon Emperor Qinger saw this, her face instantly turned cold. You too. In the land of Middle Earth, there are not a few strong Spirit Emperor realm practitioners, and there are even Supreme Realm Elder monsters in existence. All of your thoughts are clear to this Emperor, but from today onwards, all of your actions will be subject to the arrangements of the Duke. After all, the two of them, Fox Wanner, were raised by Demon Emperor Qinger, and for Qinger's words, the two of them did not dare to disobey. He could only suppress the hatred in his heart for the time being and nodded heavily. At this moment, Gu Jingtian put down the jade calabash in his hand. Alright, when we get to Middle Earth, you'll naturally have your revenge. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. It's no big deal. When these words came out, the two Fox Wanner sisters couldn't help but stabilize their hearts. Since your excellency has said that this Great Thunder Sound Temple is nothing great, I'm afraid that the strongest person would be at the Spirit Emperor realm. The Middle Earth has an abundance of spiritual chi, so when I break through to the Spirit Emperor realm, I'll naturally be able to take revenge. And right at that moment, a vast and majestic aura that looked like a great sun crossing the sky suddenly crushed down from high in the sky. With the appearance of this aura, the demon race in the entire heavenly demon city was instantly terrified. The extreme sense of oppression that seemed to come from the bloodline caused countless demon clansmen to soften their legs and fall to their knees. In the next second, only a sound like a thunderous explosion could be heard above the entire heavenly demon city. Gu Jingtian, you shameless man, get out of here for this Dragon Emperor. Chapter 55. It's him! It's him! It's him! And at this moment, far away in the mountains and forests thousands of miles away from heavenly demon city, with a ripple in space, two figures appeared in this place. It was none other than the two Gu Ziyan sisters who had left the Gu family holy land. Despite being nearly 1,000 miles apart, the Dragon Emperor's angry roar was still clear and distinct. The corners of Gu Ziyan's mouth rose, and her heart was all smug. Ha ha ha, Sister, our plan worked. It seems that this Dragon Emperor has extraordinary respect for old man Ling Tian. It's already been a full 2,000 years, and he actually still recognizes this master. Gu Lishang, who was on the side, however, had an icy expression. If this Dragon Emperor really puts the Demon Emperor and the others to death, the next thing will be simple. Before Gu Lishang could finish, Gu Zian let out a cold laugh. Then we are worried about Ancestor Dragon Emperor's safety and have come to help him, minion. It's just that Ancestor Dragon Emperor's speed was too fast and we came too late. The two stunningly beautiful faces were at the moment flickering with sinister colors that sent shivers down one's spine, and at this moment, in the middle of the heavenly demon city, feeling the supreme dragon might that swept through the 8 directions in the high sky, Qinger under her eyes suddenly frowned lightly. I didn't realize that this dragon race was actually the Dragon Emperor of Middle-earth, a cultivation level that is so profound. Looking at this formation, I think they must have come to seek revenge. My lord, this Middle-earth dragon clan is not going to be easy to deal with. Despite having sensed the strong strength of this Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor Qinger was unimpressed. Instead, the worry was the dragons behind it. The dragon race had been inherited for over 1,000,000 years, and with the fact that the dragon race's lifespan far exceeded that of the human race, it was simply unimaginable how many terrifyingly strong people were hidden within their community. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. This brat made a trip to the Gu family, and now he's killed his way here. One of them must be the Gu family's trick. With this thought in mind, a hint of killing intent filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. It seems that one is still too merciful, allowing this group of unfilial children to dare to do whatever they want so much. Right at this moment, Demon Emperor Qinger, who was on the side, said in a condensed voice, "My lord, I'll go and meet this Dragon Emperor first, see what exactly he wants to do." As soon as the words fell, the Demon Emperor's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived high in the sky. Under the blue sky and white clouds, two figures were facing each other from a distance. The moment he saw the Demon Emperor, the Dragon Emperor's golden dragon eyes were filled with disdain. "You are the Demon Emperor in the middle of this heavenly demon city, aren't you? Mountains, rocks, grasses and trees cultivated into emperors. Your talent is indeed good. This emperor is not a person who is addicted to killing either. As long as you hand over that wolf-hearted Gu Jingtian, and that devil emperor who slaughters living beings, this emperor can spare your life." Hearing the insults against Gu Jingtian from the Dragon Emperor's mouth, the Demon Emperor instantly became enraged. "How dare you? Even if you're the Dragon Emperor of Middle-earth, you're not qualified to insult the Duke like that. I'll advise you that His Excellency doesn't want to go to war with the Middle-earth Dragon Clan. If you are sensible, leave now." Ever since he had seen the terrifying strength of Gu Jingtian, the Demon Emperor wasn't the least bit afraid in the face of someone as powerful as the Dragon Emperor. And hearing the Demon Emperor's words, the Dragon Emperor laughed instead of being angry. "Ha ha, what a travesty. What do you mean you don't want to go to war with the Middle-earth Dragon race? Just by yourselves, two half-assed spirit emperors, plus a handful of half-step immortal weapons. You're also worthy of being the opponents of the Middle-earth Dragon Clan. This emperor can thwart you all with a single dragon. This emperor's patience is limited. Hurry up and let Gu Jingtian roll out. This emperor won't hurt his life. Just bring him back to his family to confess." Hearing this, the Demon Emperor was even more furious in his heart. "Nonsense. It's alarmist. This Gu family expelling the Duke from their clan is simply treasonous. The Gu family are all ungrateful people, and presumptuously trying to bring the male back to confess his sins. Simply shameless. Your Excellency takes into account the bloodline affinity with the Gu family, but this emperor doesn't care. Gu Zian, the Gu family, this emperor will not let you go." And these words were tantamount to causing the already impatient Dragon Emperor to become furious. "What? You want to exterminate the Gu family? Humph. This was also that Gu Jingtian's idea, right? Truly a man with a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs. Since that's the case, it's no wonder that this emperor doesn't remember his old feelings." In the next second, only a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard resounding through the sky. "Just sounds a little skeptical." Dazzling red golden light erupted from above the Dragon Emperor's body. Under the light, the body that was no different from a normal human skyrocketed. Sharp claws, scales that glistened with cold emerged inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, a behemoth with a height of 1,000 meters appeared in the void. And the moment they saw this figure, whether it was the Demon Emperor in front of them, or Gu Jingtian in the heavenly demon city, or even Gu Zian and the others who were thousands of miles away, they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Only to see that at this moment the Dragon Emperor has become a human body dragon head, teeth and claws of the monster. Surprisingly, it was a human dragon. Looking at this huge human-sized holy dragon, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrank. Waves of shock flooded the bottom of his heart. It really is a human-dragon hybrid. Could it be that he really is the child that big brother left behind in the dragon clan? Or maybe he could be his own child. That shouldn't be. And at this moment, the demon emperor pondered a little and revealed a look of enlightenment. This dragon clan seeks out the Gu family, and they're looking for the Grand Duke. And by the looks of him, could he be the Grand Duke's child? And at this moment, thousands of miles away, seeing that human body and dragon head of the dragon emperor, the two Guzian sisters were slightly stunned. In the next second, endless excitement and joy spread under his eyes. He's not old man Ling Tian's disciple. Rather, he is the child of old man Ling Tian. My God, wouldn't that be the same bloodline as us? This thigh is a nail in the coffin. Now that elder ancestor Ling Tian's son has become the dragon emperor of the dragon clan, then wouldn't my Gu family be a relative of the dragon clan? Ha ha ha, with the dragon clan as an ally, the eastern continent isn't within reach. And right at that moment, only the void in front of the dragon emperor flashed violently. A domineering and ethereal figure appeared in front of the dragon emperor. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Looking at the dragon emperor in front of him, Gu Jingtian said softly, "You're my big brother's son? You really are my big brother's bloodline." Gu Jingtian's voice became trembling. After all, this was his elder brother's closest bloodline. And seeing Gu Jingtian's appearance, Gu Lishang, who was thousands of miles away, instantly froze in place. There was a look of doubt in his eyes. How could this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian, be standing in the air? Isn't he a waste? How can a cultivation of the spiritist realm be able to stand in the air? Is there a secret in him that we don't know about? And seeing Gu Jingtian again, Gu Xian's eyes once again burned with the fire of biting hatred. Gu Jingtian, things have come to this point. There's no need for you to live with this life. Wait until the Dragon Emperor captures you back home. At that time, see how I'll torture you. I want you to beg for your life and not be able to die. At this moment, the two sisters were staring at the distant Dragon Emperor in death. Their eyes were filled with crimson. The mind hissed madly. Don't talk nonsense. Kill this demon emperor. Kill them all. While looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him, the Dragon Emperor's golden dragon eyes were filled with a dumbfounded look. The dragon's eyes, which were the size of a water tank, stared deathly at Gu Jingtian in front of him. It's him. Chapter 56, Lao Tzu teaches his son a lesson? It's only natural. It's this face. This emperor is absolutely not mistaken. It is the portrait of this man that Mother Superior treasures. So that heartless man wasn't Gu Ling Tian at all, but Gu Jingtian. Despite the endless resentment in Long Yitian's heart towards his biological father over the years, but when this person really appeared in front of him, the aggression that had been suppressed for thousands of years suddenly surged like a spring. Like every ordinary person without a father, even though Long Yitian was a dragon, the lack of a father's love was too much for him to let go of. At this moment, Long Yitian's pair of huge dragon eyes were filled with resentment and guilt, and looking at Long Yitian's expression, Gu Jingtian was even more shocked in his heart. It really can't be. This is my baby? This shouldn't be. For a moment, the two of them looked at each other without saying a word. On the other hand, Gu Xian and her duo, who were thousands of miles away, were like ants on a hot pan. What is this Dragon Emperor waiting for? Since this Gu Jingtian dares to come out, why don't you hurry up and capture him? Destroy that demon emperor. Then we'll find the demon emperor Yen Joga. After it's completely exterminated, the entire eastern continent will be our Gu families. If they weren't afraid of exposing their identities, the two of them would have wanted to fly straight there. At this moment, the demon emperor Chinger as well as Fox Wanner and the others below were also puzzled. What is this situation? Why does this dragon emperor have this expression when he sees Senior Gu? And sultry and excited. Why is this expression getting more and more ambiguous? Suddenly, the three couldn't help but have their pupils shrink. It can't be. Could it be that this dragon emperor is Elder Gu's child? But right at this moment, Dragon Emperor Long Yitian spoke. A sentence squeezed out of his mouth. Is that you? 3 short words but left Gu Jingtian in front of him at a loss for words. The reaction of the Dragon Emperor in front of him had made it abundantly clear that Gu Jingtian was his father. However, only Gu Jingtian himself understood that even the 9 heavens Yinglong was unable to carry the power of chaotic demon god Pangu's bloodline. Seeing that Gu Jingtian did not say a word, the eyes of Dragon Yitian, who was the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan of Middle-earth, actually filled with a trace of water mist. The next second even laughed out wildly, only the smile and the indescribable sadness. Why don't you answer? Also, you wouldn't have thought I'd come across the entire Kunlun Mountains to find you. You don't answer because you don't have the face to answer. It's been 2 whole thousand years. You left my mother waiting alone. Do you know how she has lived these 2,000 years? How much gossip she has endured? But you, I'm afraid you've long forgotten her. When these words came out, it could be described as a thunderclap on the ground. The high gorges come out of the flat lakes. It directly shocked everyone in the room out of their minds. The two Guzian sisters, who were thousands of miles away, were currently staring at each other with their eyes wide open, and their mouths were even able to stuff down a large donut. Cluelessness and disbelief were written all over his entire face. What the hell is going on here? What does this Dragon Emperor's words mean? Listening to the meaning of these words, his biological father isn't old ancestor Ling Tian, but this waste of a man, Gu Jingtian. How is this possible? Gu Jingtian is nothing but a waste. How is it possible to conceive offspring with the Dragon Clan? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be a mistake somewhere. While the Demon Emperor Chinger at this moment, the two Skyfox sisters were surprised, but a hint of loss flooded the bottom of their eyes. So, it turns out that Elder Gu already has a child, with a partner, and in the face of Dragon Emperor Long Etien's soul torture. At this moment, Gu Jingtian's mind was already a mess. No, what is this situation? Although he himself had a time with that female Tyrannosaurus Rex, but that was also an accident. He himself left Middle-earth because this female Tyrannosaurus Rex chased after him without end. It had to confiscate the tools of the trade. Pregnant in one sitting? That's too much of a dog. Why do I feel like I've become some kind of wife-dumping villain? Facing Long Etien's burning eyes, Gu Jingtian remained undeterred and asked tentatively, "Dare I ask your mother?" When these words came out, Long Etienne was even more furious. What? Have you even forgotten her name? Thanks to the fact that she's been pining for you for 2,000 years. Listening to Long Etienne's words, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a slight illusion. Nope. Aren't I traveling to a metaphysical world? Why does it feel like this is the dog-blooded plot of a female novel? In order to make Long Etienne stop that deafening speech, Gu Jingtian hurriedly said, "Your mother is Long Zishan?" Only after these words came out did Long Etienne, who was in the middle of a verbal attack, stop. Ha! You remember my mother's name. Humph. Don't think I'm here specifically to recognize my relatives, with or without you as a father. This emperor never cared. It's just that Lord Mother's ascension is imminent, and I don't want her to have regrets in this realm. Listening to the duo's conversation, Gu Zian, who was thousands of miles away, was completely frantic. It's solid. This Dragon Emperor is Gu Jingtian's child. It's over. I actually abetted my son to kill his own father. Even if we talk nonsense, there's no way this Long Etienne would actually kill his father. How else are we going to do it now? Compared to Gu Zian, who was already in disarray, Gu Lisang quickly calmed down after her surprise. With that, he looked at Gu Zian, who was dead to the side. Let's go. Things have come to this. We can only run away. Upon hearing this, Gu Zian but cried out. Escape? Where to flee to? Go to Middle-earth. Isn't that like giving away food? We can still fight the dragons in Middle-earth? Listening to Gu Zian's words, Gu Lishang's eyes flickered with essence. I didn't realize things had actually come to this. Is that the only way to use that method? But one hasn't found the item yet. How can one return empty-handed? I'm not willing to do that. And right at this moment, only an evil and full voice suddenly rang out behind the two of them. What? It looks like the two of you are in some trouble. Do you need help? The sudden sound of the voice made the duo instantly fill with wariness. Then he looked behind him. Only a figure dressed in a white Taoist robe came into the eyes of the two of them. Despite its proximity, it was impossible to see it at all. Couldn't even sense it. Gu Zian's heart was filled with panic. Not in the slightest did she notice a hint of surprise flash through Gu Lishang's eyes. Before the two could reply, the figure in front of them suddenly radiated a soft light. Before the two could react, they had disappeared without a trace, and the white figure gazed at the distant heights. Gu Jingtian, is this Long Etienne's biological father? It doesn't look too good. Still, there are many in Middle-earth who are interested in you. As soon as the words fell, this white figure unexpectedly disappeared out of thin air, not even sending out a single fluctuation of space. While looking at Long Etienne in front of him, Gu Jingtian could no longer listen. Okay, shut up for the old man. This is between me and your mother. What's a little guy like you interfering? When these words came out, the Demon Emperor and the others on the side immediately stared in disbelief. That sounds like pure old man teaching his son a lesson. Even if this is the son, this is not the time to lecture him. Could it be that this father and son duo are going to stage a full-on martial arts fight just as soon as they meet? Several people's gazes suddenly looked towards the Dragon Emperor not far away. But the scene in front of them instantly made the crowd look dumbfounded. Chapter 57. Sure enough, your old man is still your old man. Only at this moment, the Dragon Emperor Long Etienne froze in place, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. A trace of aggravation actually surfaced above that hideous and terrifying dragon face. Where was this still a Dragon Emperor? It was simply a child who had done something wrong. A peculiar feeling spread within the Dragon Emperor's heart. Is this what it feels like to be reprimanded by your father? Why does one feel this heartfelt fear when he is angry when he clearly hates this negative man so much? While looking at the Dragon Emperor's expression, the Demon Emperor Chinger and the others on the side were even more shocked. The high and mighty Dragon Emperor actually reveals a look of utter aggravation. Is this the legendary bloodline suppression? Sure enough, an old man is an old man. Looking at the aggrieved Dragon Emperor before him, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, complaining endlessly, like a pussy, humph, even if you're a Dragon Emperor, in front of the Chaos Demon God bloodline, you'll only be able to lie down. You kid, better not be my seed, or see how I'll clean you up. Obviously at this moment, the Dragon Emperor also sensed the expressions of the Demon Emperor and the others, and a dragon face instantly became unable to hang on. Humph, who are you to lecture me? If my mother were here, would you dare to be so wild? If you're so capable, come with me to Midway. Speak to my mother in person. Even though the Dragon Emperor had tried his best to make a strong expression, but how it looked was like a small child talking back to his father and looking for his mother to tell him off. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. I will naturally settle things between your mother and me. You don't have to rush. You don't have to tie me up. I will also make a trip to Middle-earth. But before that, you better explain what happened after you went to the Gu family. Why did you come here in a rage to settle a score with me? Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor, who had just wilted, suddenly had a strong bottom. Humph, you still have the face to ask me what I'm doing here. Don't you know yourself well about the things you've done yourself? As a family ancestor, instead of covering for his descendants, he went so far as to rape and pillage in the middle of the clan. Even his own bloodline descendants are not spared. What's more, he doesn't care about the blood kinship between himself and his elder brother in the slightest. People like you are simply punishable by everyone. Listening to the words from Long Etienne's mouth, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and the fire of anger in his eyes grew hotter. For Gu Jingtian, the most important person was his big brother. After all, if it wasn't for his big brother's care, he was afraid that he would have starved to death that winter. Gu Lingtian. It's Gu Lingtian's scales. At this moment, Gu Jingtian's face was terribly gloomy, and an indescribably terrifying aura spread out from above his body. Who told you all this? Gu Jingtian squeezed a sentence out from between his teeth word by word. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the strutting Dragon Emperor in front of him suddenly tightened his face. The arrogance dissipated. Couldn't help but reply. I heard all of this from the Gu family's Saint Emperor Gu Zian. There's also her sister Gu Lishang, and the entire Gu family's patriarchs can testify to that. It's hard to believe they're all lying. Looking at the Dragon Emperor in front of him, anger clustered in Gu Jingtian's eyes. What a limber, simple-minded fellow. So simple to be a gun in the hands of those two women. Gu Zian, with her pig brain, couldn't come up with this kind of solution. Then it's Gu Lishang. Thinking of Gu Lishang, even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. This little girl, since she was a child, is intelligent and extremely talented, almost never lets herself worry. In just 100 years, cultivating to the peak of spirit sage is entirely by one's own power. I always feel that this little girl is not simple, but whoever it is, it's unforgivable to do such a thing, playing some small tricks behind your back. For the sake of Big Brother, I cannot see eye to eye with you, but, to actually dare to take Big Brother, their old ancestor, has taken the way of death. Gu Jingtian's heart boiled with killing intent, and he just wanted to act. The Demon Emperor Chinger on the side couldn't listen anymore. Dragon Emperor, you should have lived for more than 2,000 years as well. Do you believe whatever people say? You can believe what the Gu family says? What integrity does a guy who can expel his own old ancestor from his family have? In the entire Eastern Continent realm, you can ask around everywhere. How have you ever heard of a male son bullying a man or a woman? Why does this kind of thing only happen in the Gu family? When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor immediately raised an eyebrow. One could not help but be skeptical of the words of the Guzian duo. After all, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want his father to be such a scum. Long Etienne snorted coldly. What you guys are saying is that the Gu family is lying, using me as a knife in their hands? Great. I'll inquire about it. If it's true, I will naturally not let the Gu family off the hook. If it is false. Before the words were finished, Gu Jingtian's voice snapped out. If it's a fake? What more do you want? Under the gaze of Gu Jingtian's stern eyes, the words on the Dragon Emperor's lips were immediately swallowed. The dragon couldn't help but turn red above his face. Hesitantly, that's when the words squeezed out of his mouth. If it is false, I will inform my mother Sama of this matter. Let her handle it. When these words came out, the Demon Emperor Chinger and the others on the side couldn't help but laugh softly. Is this the pressure of Lord Father? It's truly terrifying as hell. Ha ha ha. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, the Dragon Emperor only hated that there wasn't a crack above the ground at the moment. Embarrassed, he could only grunt. I'm going now. You guys wait here. Throwing down a vicious sentence, Long Yitian directly tore through space and turned around to leave. Looking at the hastily fleeing Dragon Emperor, Demon Emperor Qinger and the others finally couldn't hold back their light laughter. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Qinger, you go and walk. Since the Gu family is acting like this, there's no need for the Gu family to own the name of this holy land. But with hundreds of thousands of people in the Gu family, there are always some innocent people. There's no need for the Gu family's spirit saint realm powerhouses and above to exist. As for the others, disband on the spot. Hearing this, Demon Emperor Qinger nodded heavily. She understood what kind of end the Gu family would face without the Spirit Emperor and Spirit Sage. In the next second, Demon Emperor Qinger's figure tore through space and disappeared. Gu Jingtian looked at the distant sky and sighed lightly. The Gu family has risen from the bottom of the heap. Now, although it is proud of the eastern continent, but the foundation has been destroyed, and it's not a bad thing to return to the grass. And at this moment, the Gu family holy land, in the middle of the Xian Tian Hall, a group of patriarchs were converging on this place at the moment. At this moment, the eyes of the crowd were filled with excitement. The second elder, who was located at the head of the crowd, couldn't hide his smugness. This is really wonderful. With the Dragon Emperor as a thigh, won't my Gu family be able to run rampant in the eastern continent? Now that the Sacred Emperor duo has set out to help, the entire eastern continent will soon be our Gu families. Now Gu Qingfeng is dead. I am the Grand Patriarch, in addition to the Holy Emperor. From now on, I, Gu Changfeng, will be the existence under one person and above trillions of people in the eastern continent. The other patriarchs were also overcome with complacency in their hearts. Humph, what Gu Jingtian? You're also worthy of being the old ancestor of our Gu family. Our Gu family has a new old ancestor now. That would be the Dragon Emperor old ancestor. If Elder Dragon Emperor can bring us along to the Middle Kingdom, then the Gu family will take off. Chapter 58, Gu Xian's defeat. Shame on the Gu family. The group of patriarchs at the moment were already fantasizing about the scene where the Gu family would become the peak power in the Middle Kingdom. Without noticing in the slightest, at this moment, a figure had suddenly appeared high in the air hundreds of miles away from the Gu family's holy land. It was none other than Dragon Emperor Long Yitian. It was just that at this moment, the Dragon Emperor had a face that was terribly gloomy. Flames seemed to erupt from the golden dragon's eyes. After inquiring along the way, Long Yitian finally realized that he had become a gun in the hands of the Gu family. Good. What big guts. Even this Dragon Emperor you dare to use. If these guys know that Gu Jingtian is their father, and they still let themselves go and capture him, then what kind of person would I become? Wouldn't that be treasonous? Unforgivable. Since that negative person is too lazy to take care of you, let this emperor educate you so that you know what it means to respect your elders. In the next second, the Dragon Emperor's figure suddenly appeared above the Gu family's holy land. A bloody mouth roared out like a thunderous explosion. Gu Xian, Gu Lisang, come out to this emperor. The thunderous boom-like sound immediately spread throughout the entire Gu family holy land. At this moment, in the Xian Heavenly Hall, listening to the voice coming from the sky above, a group of Yuan elders immediately froze on the spot. Dragon Emperor? It's Ancestor Dragon Emperor? How did you come back so quickly? That's not right. Why is Ancestor Dragon Emperor looking for the Holy Emperor? Didn't the Sacred Emperor bring half-step immortal soldiers to reinforce them? What's going on here? No matter what, let's go pay respects to the Dragon Emperor Ancestor first. The crowd was just about to go out when second elder Gu Changfeng, who was on the side, had a stony face. Nope, you guys wait. Listening to the Dragon Emperor Ancestor's tone, it's practically thunderous. Can't it be that things have fallen apart, and that our expulsion of Gu Jingtian from the Gu family has been revealed to the Dragon Emperor as the truth? The Holy Emperor has clearly followed them. Now the Dragon Emperor Ancestor is looking for them. Could it be that the Holy Emperor has found out about this and is hiding? No way. If the Dragon Emperor Ancestor is enraged, then we won't be the fish in the pond. We have to be prepared for anything. With this thought in mind, Gu Changfeng hurriedly looked at the several patriarchs beside him. Old 3, Old 4. You guys hurry to the core place of the formation. If you see that things are not right, immediately open the sect formation. First we have to keep us safe. Hearing Gu Changfeng's words, the two patriarchs nodded heavily and then disappeared in place. Gu Changfeng crossed his eyebrows. Everyone else, follow me to meet with the Dragon Emperor Ancestor. Attention! Don't go outside the cage of the formation. Soon, a figure transformed into streams of light and shot toward the high sky without slowing down. It was obvious that Gu Changfeng was stalling for time. A few seconds later, Gu Changfeng and a group of other patriarchs had arrived in the void. However, after seeing the true body of the Dragon Emperor in front of them, the pupils of the group of patriarchs immediately shrank. A human dragon? Hybrids? Can it be that this Dragon Emperor is a descendant of old man Ling Tian? This was originally a good thing. But now, if the Dragon Emperor Elder Ancestor finds out what we've done, then there will definitely be thunderous anger. No, since the Holy Emperor isn't here, we can only push this matter onto the Holy Emperor. Don't blame us, Holy Emperor, after all, you're the one who organized this matter. At this moment, Gu Changfeng said with a face of fear, reporting to the Dragon Emperor Elder. The Sacred Emperor coronation isn't in the Gu family. Right after you left, Elder Dragon Emperor, the two Sacred Emperor sisters had already followed with the Gu family immortal soldiers, saying that they wanted to provide reinforcements. What? You haven't seen them? When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor instantly understood the truth of it. A pair of huge dragon eyes were even more furious. Great! These two actually keep following this emperor. It seems to have realized that things have fallen apart, and this is how they got away. Just focusing on escaping with their own lives, but leaving the entire family here. It turns out that these two are the heartless ones. With this thought in mind, Long Etienne coldly surveyed the crowd in front of him. Don't pretend here. The truth of this matter is already known to this emperor. You ungrateful children and grandchildren. You actually expelled your own ancestor from the clan, and you even showed the slightest disrespect to your elders, wantonly abusing and smearing them at will. Long Etienne's words hadn't finished, but Gu Changfeng in front of him hurriedly said, Ancestor Dragon Emperor, what are you talking about? We don't know anything about this matter at all. It was the Holy Emperor's decision to expel the shocking ancestor. We are only following the Holy Emperor's orders. Truth be told, because of this matter, we are also quite critical of the Holy Emperor coronation, but we're too weak for people's words to be slight. In fact, we also wanted to resist and admonished the Sacred Emperor coronation, but he wouldn't listen. For some time now, I've also missed Old Man Amazing Sky a lot. I still remember that when I was little, Old Man Amazing Sky even gave me candy. At this moment, Gu Changfeng burst into old tears, with an expression of remorse. The other patriarchs were slightly stunned by the situation and instantly understood. One by one, they have covered their faces and cried. Yeah, after Old Man Shocking Sky left, we couldn't sleep at night. We couldn't think about tea or food. Exhausting efforts, trying to find ways and means, all wanting to bring back the shocking ancestor. I still remember the amazing ancestor, who even picked fruit for me when I was a child. Old scary ancestor even gave me a high lift back then. What's this to you? The amazing ancestor even gave me a diaper change. It's simply a deep favor. Now that the old ancestor is in exile, we are so pained that we can't wait to replace him with our own bodies. Woohoo! For a moment, a group of patriarchs covered their faces and wept. That is, Gu Jingtian is not dead yet. Otherwise it is a living scene of crying and mourning. Looking at this acting skill that was comparable to a small Oscar, Dragon Emperor Long Etienne also frowned lightly. Could it be that they really don't know that this whole thing was all done by those two? And just then, there was a ripple in the space aside. A figure appeared beside Long Etienne. It was none other than Demon Emperor Chinger, who had arrived from Sky Demon City. Looking at the crowd of ugly-looking patriarchs in front of her, Demon Emperor Chinger snorted coldly. Don't be hypocritical here. The expulsion of the Duke was also the decision of your Senate. How could you not know about it? When these words came out, the group of patriarchs were suddenly confused. Gongzi? What's going on here? Why is this Demon Emperor calling that punk Gu Jingtian his son? Don't worry about this for now. Once this Demon Emperor comes, we won't be able to act. At this moment, Gu Changfeng and the other group of patriarchs were anxious in their hearts. Old 3, Old 4, you two losers. Why haven't you opened the spell formation yet? One step later and we'd be dead. And the core of the phalanx at the moment. The two patriarchs were completely dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in front of them. The resource base that was originally piled up here was surprisingly empty at this moment. Seeing this scene, the two of them instantly understood. The two Sacred Emperor sisters ran away, taking the Gu family's heritage with them? Is this abandoning the family? These two. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor, Long Etienne, also had a puzzled look on his face after hearing the Demon Emperor's words. For a moment, it was hard to know who to trust. Seeing Long Etienne's slight hesitation, the group of patriarchs once again turned on their Shadow Emperor mode. Old ancestor, what we said is all true. Even if it was the decision of the Council of Elders, it was Gu Zian who forced us to do it. We're really innocent. Despite the words on his lips, his heart was already impatient. Old 3, Old 4, if we don't open the formation, we'll all be finished. But at that moment, only two streams of light shot out from below, shooting toward the distance. Only a familiar voice came from the distance. Chapter 59, Shocking the World. Changes in the Gu family. Gu family disciples. Hurry up and run. Gu Zians too have already run away. The entire Gu family's underlying resources have been taken away. Don't blame us too for not being righteous. We'll withdraw first. This frantic fleeing duo was none other than the Sanyuan elder duo who had gone to open the formation. In a flash, the duo's voices spread throughout the Gu family Holy Land, and upon hearing the words of the two, hundreds of thousands of members of the entire Gu family instantly froze on the spot. The little eyes could be greatly confused. What the hell? The Holy Emperor Coronet ran off with his little sister? And abducted the entire Gu family's underlying resources? Isn't this the end of the Gu family? Without the Holy Emperor's blessing, won't those forces oppressed by the Gu family tear the entire Gu family into pieces? Besides, that terrifyingly powerful person is still watching from high above. It's over. My life is over. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of Gu family children were plunged into hysterical despair. At this point in time, where in their hearts was there any semblance of respect for Gu Zian? I can't even save my life. Respect the hell out of her. In an instant, the shouts and curses from below boiled back to the sky. Gu Zian, I've long since realized that you are not a thing, to actually abandon the entire Gu family and run away. You're going to die a horrible death. Aha! It's true that women can't be relied on. When a woman is in charge, the house collapses. Our Gu family has been victimized by this. Big boobs, the most poisonous woman. Aha! I'm so mad at you. Listening to the shouts of curses rising and falling from below, the Dragon Emperor at this moment was also frowning. This Gu Zian has even abandoned her entire family. So it seems that she must be a person who is desperate for love and justice. Where is a single point of credibility in the words of such a person? One actually narrowly escaped being hoodwinked by this. Pisses me off. The angry Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Void shift. With a roar, only the space in front of him flickered violently. In the next second, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the Dragon Emperor. It was none other than the old trio who had just escaped. At this moment, when the group of patriarchs looked at the furious Dragon Emperor in front of them, their entire bodies went limp, and their eyes were filled with fear. In the next second, the group of patriarchs fell to their knees. The old man was in tears and covered his face. Oh, Elder Dragon Emperor, we really know we were wrong. It's all because that Gu Zian deceived us. We don't know anything. We're just victims. Your Honor, for the sake of Ancestor Ling Tian, spare our lowly lives. Looking at the crowd in front of him who were frantically begging for mercy, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but show a hint of compassion. And just then, the Demon Emperor Qinger on the side had a look of contempt. The Duke has an order. Members of the Gu family's Elder Council, kill. The rest of the Gu family, disband on the spot. Find your own way out. The voice of the killing machine filled the entire Gu family at once. In an instant, the hundreds of thousands of Gu family disciples on the ground were so desperate that they fell to their knees. Elder Dragon Emperor, it was we who were wrong. We really know we're wrong. If we left the Gu family, where would there be a way for us to live? Old Dragon Emperor, you have mercy and spare our lives. Give us a hand. Consider it for the sake of old ancestor Ling Tian. For a while, the cries were endless. Dragon Emperor Longitian frowned slightly and looked at the Demon Emperor on the side. This move is tantamount to pushing them into the fire. Since they already know it's wrong, why don't they just? Before Longitian's voice finished, the Demon Emperor on the side let out a cold snort. The Duke once said something. It's not that they know they're wrong, it's that they know they're going to die soon. In the next second, the Demon Emperor's ice-cold gaze looked towards Longitian. What? You want to disobey the Duke's orders? And hearing the Demon Emperor's words, Longitian couldn't help but be in a trance. It's not that they know they're wrong, it's that they know they're going to die. That's just pithy. I didn't think that negative man would be able to say such pithy things. After a slight hesitation, the Dragon Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and his huge dragon eyes were filled with killing opportunities. In that case, then let's kill. Upon hearing this, the group of patriarchs were already dogged. However, they understood that trying to escape in front of two Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses was like going to the latrine with a lantern, looking for death. The hatred for Gu Zian in the hearts of the crowd of dogs jumping over the wall reached the extreme. Aha! Gu Zian is all because of you. If it wasn't for you expelling Gu Jingtian from the family and targeting him time and time again, how could our Gu family have ended up in this situation? Gu Zian, even if I were a ghost, I wouldn't let you go. I curse you to be ridden by 1,000 people and straddled by 10,000. The crowd of patriarchs who knew they were bound to die could be described as ugly. Those lowly words filled the Demon Emperor duo with contempt. This kind of trash. It's a waste of air to be alive. Go to hell. As soon as the words fell, the Dragon Emperor waved his hand. Sumaru Thunderbolt. With the sound of the Dragon Emperor's voice, one could only see the space where the group of patriarchs were located suddenly compressing away. An invisible pressure pressed down on the bodies of the group of patriarchs. The sound of bones breaking accompanied by screams resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 10 patriarchs had unexpectedly turned into a ball of blood that was only the size of a fist. Such a ruthless scene couldn't help but make the pupils of the Demon Emperor on the side shrink. Spatial divine ability. This Dragon Emperor is truly extraordinary. To actually be able to use such a powerful divine ability. Worthy of being the Dragon Emperor of the Middle-earth Dragon Clan. Nope. Worthy of being a descendant of the Duke. Just fierce enough. This tactic is just as ferocious as when the Gongzi was young. Seeing that a group of patriarchs had already died, the Gu family's children below had also realized that things were irreparable. It was just that they couldn't accept for a moment that the once glorious Gu family had become this in the blink of an eye. Hundreds of thousands of sons and daughters, frozen in place, frustrated, their eyes were listless, and at this moment, the two Dragon Emperors looked at each other. With that, he performed the art of instantaneous transfer and disappeared from the air. 2 hours passed. The heavenly demon city at this moment. In the middle of the remote and quiet small courtyard, Gu Jingtian was currently lying on top of a recliner. The gorgeous and moving Skyfox sisters were currently making tea and pouring water. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of them, the eyes of the two sisters were filled with curiosity. This elder Gu is really powerful. Even the Dragon Emperor of the Middle-earth Dragon Clan is actually his child. I'm sure Elder Gu must have a lot of stories in Middle-earth as well, but we have never heard of Senior Gu's stories in the Eastern continent? Senior Gu is simply too low-key. That's the style of an expert. With a ripple in space, only two figures appeared in the courtyard. It was the Demon Emperor duo who had returned from the Gu family. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor had also returned to his human form. As soon as she appeared, Demon Emperor Qinger walked to Gu Jingtian with a respectful face. With that, he spat out a sentence that directly caused the corner of the Dragon Emperor's mouth at the side to twitch. Chapter 69 Dragon's Heavenly Palace. Absolute beauty. My lord, this Dragon Emperor is still quite dutiful, and has already wiped out the Gu family patriarchal council as ordered by my lord. It's just that this Gu Lishang and Gu Zian sister duo actually left the Gu family behind, carrying the Gu family's underpinnings to flee first. On this journey, the two of us did not find any trace of the two of them either. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's face instantly froze. What do you mean by being filial enough? This negative person, wanting to make yourself recognize him, that's something that's absolutely impossible. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian slowly put down the jade calabash in his hand. The whole thing was awfully quiet. Only the bottom of those star-like eyes flashed with a cold aura. Actually ran away. The two of them actually left the Gu family behind and ran away. It's just the two of them. Gu Zian, Gu Lishang. I don't care where you two go. Even if I have to go to the Yellow Springs, this Gongzi will still capture you too. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. Alright, things are basically over here. You should now fulfill your promise and return to the Nine Heavens Dragon Palace with me to meet with Lord Mother. Gu Jingtian took a deep breath. I will naturally do what I promised. Set sail in 3 days. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the early morning sunlight once again pours over this ancient land. In just half a day's time, the Gu family disbanded. The news of the Gu family's holy ground, the Gu Zian sisters, abandoning the Gu family and fleeing spread throughout the eastern continent. As a holy land, the Gu family naturally had many affiliated sects. When Gu Zian was around, the crowd didn't dare to resist. However, after losing Gu Zian's shelter, these clans immediately revealed their sharp fangs. For a moment, the Gu family's sons and daughters were instantly hunted down by forces from all sides. And the most hotly debated matter in the entire eastern continent was still the matter of the Gu Zian sisters abandoning the Gu family. The streets and alleys, and even the restaurants and tea houses, everywhere, there was scorn for the Gu Zian sister duo. This Gu family has been passed down for more than 3,000 years, but I didn't expect it to end up in the hands of two women. What a shameless person. This kind of person is simply a disgrace to my eastern continent. Under the spurning of countless people, Gu Zian and Gu Lishang became the laughingstock of the entire eastern continent. Even among mortals, a new type of cursing has spread. Gu Zian, your wife is Gu Lishang. And at this moment, the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range, in the dense jungle, there were three figures. It was the three great saints who had escaped from amongst the Gu family. Gu Yan, Gu Qingyu, and Fan Xiao. As the three saint sons of the Gu family, all three of them had reached the spirit ancestor realm. In the 20s and 30s, it can be considered the pride of the sky. And at the moment, the three of them were like lost dogs. Gu Yan snorted coldly. Gu Jingtian, such an old waste of space. To have such a skill that even that demon emperor is driven by it. If he has this kind of ability, why not let the Gu family rule the entire eastern continent? Then, as the Gu family's saint sons, wouldn't we be able to roam at will throughout the entire eastern continent? Now that the Gu family has fallen because of this Gu Jingtian, and we have all become lost dogs, this hatred, Gu Yan, will not share the same fate as Gu Jingtian. Compared to Gu Yan's anger, Fan Xiao on the side had an icy face and didn't say a word, only that Gu Qingyu snorted coldly. This matter? You can't blame Gu Jingtian for all of it. The two of them, Gu Ziyan and Gu Lishang, went so far as to leave the entire Gu family behind. They're the ones to blame for the Gu family's demise. But as soon as these words came out, Gu Yan, who was on the side, suddenly raised his eyebrows crossly and coldly. Shut up! If it wasn't for Gu Jingtian, how could the sacred emperor coronation do such a thing? I believe the sacred emperor coronation. She must have been forced to do it. All of this is Gu Jingtian's fault. Hearing this, Gu Qingyu also did not budge. Even if Gu Jingtian is at fault, Gu Ziyan is still a sinner. They're both sinners of the Gu family. Faced with Gu Qingyu's reaction, Gu Yan was also unforgiving and just about to open his mouth. Only the silent Fan Xiao gave a light hum. Stop! What's the point of you two arguing now? Now that the Gu family has fallen, we have lost our dependence, and the eastern continent is no longer a place to stay. The Middle Kingdom is full of spiritual energy, and there are even countless powerful people. With our talents, we will definitely be able to join one of the powerful clans. It's just that the Kunlun mountain range is vast and boundless, and there are even countless dangers in it. Now the three of us will first combine our efforts to go to the Middle Kingdom, and after we arrive there, we will go our separate ways. As for revenge, feel free. Hearing Fan Xiao's words, the two of them stopped. Gu Yan's complexion was gloomy, and his eyes flickered with essence. Every now and then her eyes glanced to the bracelet on her wrist, and just then, an old voice rang out in Gu Yan's mind. Disciple, originally intended that you cultivate to the quasi-emperor realm before heading to the Middle Earth. Since things are already like this, we can only take the risk. I didn't realize that a soul body actually existed within this Gu Yan's bracelet. Gu Yan Divine Thought said, Senior, didn't you promise to help me get Gu Ziyan as long as I helped you recast your body? But now that Gu Ziyan has disappeared, what should we do? That old voice came out again. Don't worry, disciple, as long as you are able to travel to the Middle Kingdom, Master will be able to return to the clan, and you will be the Holy Son at that time. When my master recovers his cultivation, even if this Gu Ziyan escapes to the ends of the earth, my master will be able to help you catch her. Hearing this, Gu Yan settled down for a few moments. Soon, the silhouettes of the three of them scurried into this vast and boundless Kunlun mountain range. In the meantime, it's millions of miles away. Middle Earth. Above a spreading valley, white clouds were floating in a heck of a lot. And in the midst of this cloud, a mountain peak floated. And this place is exactly where the dragon race of Middle Earth gathers. The 9 Heavenly Dragon Palace. At this moment, the highest peak was actually built on top of a secluded bamboo garden, surrounded by green water and filled with fairy mist. On the lounge chair in the courtyard, a concave and convex silhouette reclined on it. The perfect curves, the white skin, none of them made people itch. A stunningly beautiful face full of mature and seductive charm. Only that the bottom of the golden eyes can hardly hide the loss. This stunning beauty's jade hand was currently holding a portrait. The portrait was of a young man with sword brows and starry eyes. The moment she saw this youth, the stunning woman's brows filled with annoyance. Nerd. Pig's head. Do you think I've been chasing you all this time? Really, for the sake of killing you? If it was to kill you, how could I let you escape every time? After the annoyance, the woman's beautiful eyes were filled with watery mist. It's been almost 3,000 years. Why don't you come to meet me? Could it be that you really don't have an ounce of heart for me? Or are you no longer on this earth? It has to be. There's no way he can't feel something for himself. His body can't tell a lie. He must have ascended. Also like me, too powerful to be tolerated in this realm. Once I've arranged the affairs of the Dragon Clan, I'll ascend to the upper realm. Gu Jingtian, the men that I, Long Zisheng, have banged will never be able to escape from my dragon's claws. Chapter 61, Running Away from Marriage? I, Gu Jingtian, am no longer worthy? After gazing at the scroll in her hands for a long time, the flavorful Yukai closed it with a fondness. A puzzled look spread across that flirtatious to the extreme pretty face. That kitty Tian hasn't visited himself for a long time. I wonder what he's busy with. The beautiful beauty raised her willow eyebrows lightly. The powerful divine thoughts of the Supreme Realm radiated out at once. Even though the entire 9 Dragons Heavenly Palace was hundreds of thousands of miles in size, it was still devoid of secrets in the eyes of this powerhouse who had already reached the peak of the Supreme Realm. After a few breaths, the woman couldn't help but frown lightly. Why isn't Etienne in the 9 Dragons Heavenly Palace? This child is extremely filial. In these 2,000 years, whenever he leaves the 9 Dragons Heavenly Palace, he will come to me to report. Why did you go out without reporting this time? Hardly? A thought crossed Long Zishang's mind. A scene from some time ago resurfaced in Long Zishang's mind. Lord Mother, I am now at the half-step Supreme Realm and the Dragon Emperor of the entire Dragon Clan. I'm not a child anymore. You can tell me now who my father really is. Even though Long Etienne fell to his knees and pleaded, Long Zishang remained the same words that had been said countless times. Your father is dead. At this moment, Long Zishang got up violently. The boy couldn't have gone off on his own to find out what happened to his biological father. How can this be? The truth of this matter is little known, but it is not untraceable. If the matter of this child's parents were to be learned by someone with a heart of gold, even my dragon clan would not be able to resist. Let's hope the boy doesn't find out what happened. Meanwhile, the eastern part of the Kunlun Mountains, bordering the eastern continent. The Kunlun Mountains, stretching for billions of miles. This Kunlun mountain range stands in the center of the Xian-Tian continent, dividing this vast and boundless Xian-Tian continent. But over the tens of thousands of years, there were countless powerful people who had been buried in the Kunlun mountain range. There were even powerful people of the Spirit Emperor realm who had fallen in them. Danger often represents opportunity. Over the past tens of thousands of years, there have been countless people who have gained strange encounters in the Kunlun mountain range and reached heaven in a single step. However, there were still many ordinary demon races among the outer regions. There was the presence of the demon race, and naturally, there were also traces of ordinary cultivators. Over time, a city was formed in this area, named Dengtian City. People who come here naturally come to find treasures and take a step to heaven. At this moment in Dengtian City, within a wine shop, 2 male and 2 female figures were sitting at a wine table. It was Gu Jingtian and the others who had arrived here from Heavenly Demon City. The 4 were extremely extraordinary in both appearance and temperament, naturally attracting fiery gazes from all around. In order to make things easier, the Dragon Emperor had also hidden his dragon horn. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, the Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. On the outskirts of this Kunlun mountain range, there are just some ordinary demon clans that pose no threat to us. But be careful, all of you, when you enter these depths. The depths of this mountain range are extremely peculiar. No matter how strong your divine sense is, it will be greatly weakened. And deep within this mountain range, there are even all sorts of strange tribes and races, among which there are also strong people. There are even a lot of extremely mysterious places. If you act recklessly, even I can't guarantee your safety. Hearing this, the 2 Fox Warner sisters on the side nodded slightly. Obviously before setting off, the Demon Emperor had also instructed the 2 not to be careless. The Dragon Emperor raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, his gaze sweeping over Gu Jingtian who was on the side. Some people need to be careful not to lose their little lives before they reach their destination. Regarding Long Etienne's flirting, Gu Jingtian didn't care at all. Essence flickered in a pair of sword eyes. To say that this Xian heavenly continent, one has traveled quite a bit in one's youth. Apart from those mysterious islands in the midst of the boundless oceanic sea, there is only this Kunlun mountain range that one can make oneself impervious to. There are certain things in the middle of this Kunlun mountain range that one always feels a bit familiar, but one can't feel what's wrong. That's just it. With your own strength, as long as you don't encounter that extremely weird place, you're still not a threat. And just then, several shapely, rather demonic-looking women entered the tavern. A thin veil was draped over her body, revealing large swaths of snowy white. The mysterious zone was also hidden when you looked closely. This Dengtian city is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and is basically an unregulated area. Apart from heavenly materials and treasures, the most valuable thing is beautiful women. Generally speaking, female cultivators who came to this place to intrude would be tightly covered. It was extremely rare for female cultivators to be so exposed like these few. This is basically a death wish. Strangely enough, the outlaws in this tavern didn't show that lustful gaze after seeing the arrival of these few women. There were even more than a few hints of disgust in his eyes. Regarding all of this, Gu Jingtian and the others did not take it to heart. After all, the cultivation level of these female cultivators was only at the spirit ancestor realm. Coincidentally, these several revealingly dressed female cultivators happened to be sitting next to Gu Jingtian and the others. A pair of fiery gazes immediately looked toward Gu Jingtian and the others. Strangely enough, the gazes of these female cultivators were not on this Gu Jingtian and Dragon Emperor duo. Instead, they kept roaming over the delicate bodies of the 2 Fox One air sisters. After looking at them for a few moments, a few female cultivators then spoke as if no one else was there. Those 2 guys have already entered the mountain. It's a rare commodity. I'm getting all hot and bothered just looking at it. Alright, I'm also itching to get out of here. So let's hurry into the mountains after a little rest. Once we enter the Kunlun mountains, even if the Spirit Emperor himself comes, he won't be able to catch us. It's on the top of the list. Thinking about it makes it hard for me to hold myself. In Dengtian City, killing people and raping and pillaging are simply commonplace. Gu Jingtian and the others didn't care. As long as the other party hadn't messed with him, Gu Jingtian was still too lazy to make a move. Soon after, the group got up and left. But right after a few people left, The eyes of those few female cultivators were filled with cold flickers as they stared at the backs of a few people in death. But right at this moment, the woman in green muslin at the head of the group let out a cold snort. "Don't look! These two guys are demons." When these words came out, the few female cultivators around them were immediately filled with loss. Demon race, ah! Such good goods are actually of the demon race. It's meaningless. What a waste. Alright, let's just study those two high-class goods. And at this moment, the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range, two figures were sitting on top of a huge rock. Despite the fact that the two of them were dressed in strong clothing, they still couldn't hide their wonderful curves. One of the young girls had a long sword behind her back, and her eyes flashed with essence. The whole person's aura was like a sharp divine weapon. The other young girl, whose black dress emphasized the pinkness of her skin, on the slender jade neck was an overwhelmingly beautiful face. A beauty mole at the corner of her mouth adds a touch of femininity. And just then, only this young girl with a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth said softly, "Little Momo, since you've already worshipped me as your master, Master won't hide anything. This time I came to the middle of this Kunlun mountain range in order to escape from my marriage." When these words came out, the sword-carrying young girl in front of her showed a look of astonishment. "Master, there's something that the disciple doesn't know whether to say or not." The young girl with a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth had a small mouth. "Little Momo, why are you so abrasive like those people? Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Your master. I don't like all that red tape. It's suffocating me." Hearing this, the black-clothed girl hesitated slightly. "In fact, my disciple feels that Gu Jingtian is actually not like the rumors. So master, you can also consider it." Chapter 62, I'm going. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? When these words came out, the beauty mole maiden immediately looked puffed up. "Little Murmur, what do you know? Have you seen this Gu Jingtian? He's the Gu family's oldest ancestor, an old man who has lived for more than 3,000 years. I'm only 21 years old. I'm still a youthful beauty. How can I be cheaper for this bad old man? Wouldn't that be a flower stuck on cow dung? What's more, I've also heard that this Gu Jingtian is just a waste of space at the spiritualist realm, and only managed to survive until now by eating the fruit of the Tao of eternal life. I don't even know if that side is still good. I don't want to go to widowhood." Such words of tigers and wolves, but also the black-clothed girl in front of her had her eyes glazed over. It's really knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. This cheap master of his own, that's Li Muqing, who is the third in the list of absolute beauty. Rumor has it that she can be described as knowledgeable and wise inside and out. I didn't realize that in private. Her personality is actually so jumpy. The girl in black sighed softly. "Senior, I've actually been fortunate enough to meet the Gu clan's old ancestor once, and I feel that he's different from the rumors. Now that the Gu family has fallen, 9 times out of 10, the rumors about this Gu family's old ancestor are fabricated by this Gu Zian and the others, so don't trust them lightly." When these words came out, Li Muqing crossed her arms, and the fullness of her chest was even more erect. "That won't work either. The man who wants my Li Muqing's willing heart, that must be the dragon phoenix among men, a supreme heavenly pride with a domineering spirit. The beauty is at your side, and the strong man is your servant. That's how the strong come out." And the black-clad girl in front of him couldn't help but wonder. "Master, I can understand that a strong man is a servant, but with this beauty at your side, you don't mind, master?" Li Muqing playfully rolled her eyes. "Ah, little Momo, that's what you don't understand. Since ancient times, beautiful women love heroes. High-class goods are naturally in demand. Look, these pride of heaven. Which one doesn't have 3 or 5 redheads? Instead of being passive and bearing it, it's better to be active and accept it. Save yourself the trouble." Hearing Li Muqing's words, this black-clothed girl could not help but be slightly stunned. Master's words seem to make sense. And at this moment, Li Muqing stomped her foot violently. "Hey, little Momo, it's all because you've led Master I astray. What I'm talking about isn't Gu Jingtian either. At that time my spineless old man did want to betroth me to that old man, but he gave up after my stern resistance." Speaking of this, Li Muqing's heart was weak. Don't think she's going to say anything about being turned down when she delivers herself. With a saddened look on her face, Li Muqing continued, "But now that the Gu family has fallen, the demon race has risen, and the demon emperors have changed. It's not going to be easy for us in the Tiani Holy Land. No, my spineless old dad is acting up again, and had to betroth me to that stupid cow in Sky Demon City. I can't stand to think about it." Hearing this, the black-clothed girl hurriedly said, "My disciple has heard that the young master of that Mad Bull clan is extremely talented, and his strength is also good, and quite handsome in looks as well. His age isn't too far off from yours. Master, why don't you consider it?" Li Muqing's small mouth turned away, and a hint of cunning flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Little Momo, have you ever heard of a saying? there's only tired oxen. Not plowed fields, but that's talking about people. It can't really be cows. Master, if I marry there, do I still want to get out of bed? I can't even stand to think about it. Hearing this, the black-clothed girl's entire face completely darkened. So what Master Zun said about not being able to stand it? Is this not being able to stand it? Who would have thought that the third most beautiful master teacher on the Jade ranking would still be a little? And at this moment, Li Muqing looked over with a bad smile on her face. Little Momo, tell Master, have you ever done that kind of thing and how did it feel? Wasn't it very refreshing? When these words came out, the black-clothed girl's pretty face was immediately covered with a reddish blush. Master, disgusting, ignore you. Seeing the black-clothed girl's petulant appearance, Li Muqing immediately let out a giving laugh. Okay, no more teasing, continue to set off. Master will take you to find the treasure. Soon, the two silhouettes continued to advance towards the depths of the mountain range. And at this moment, more than 100 miles away from this place in the dense forest, a line of people appeared in this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian and the others who had departed from Dengtian City. Gu Jingtian alone walked ahead while the two Sky Fox sisters followed beside the Dragon Emperor. Fox Ninger had a helpless look on her face. Senior Dragon Emperor. The Demon Emperor asked the two of us to follow Senior Gu for his protection. It's not quite right for you to ask us to follow you. The moment these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's face darkened. Protection? What? You two little girls can still be stronger than this emperor? Don't say such useless things. Speaking of this, a glimmer of essence flashed across the Dragon Emperor's eyes. With a slight movement of the fingers under the sleeve robe, an invisible barrier instantly enveloped the three of them. Gu Jingtian, who was walking ahead, raised an eyebrow. What is this bastard trying to do? And make an isolation shield? While at this moment, the Dragon Emperor was looking at the two Skyfox sisters in front of him with a serious face. This emperor has something to say to you. You'd better remember it. What race you two are? This emperor knows very well. Your Skyfox clan. Your strongest is the art of seduction. It's none of this emperor's business if you charm others. Nor do you want to. But you'd better stay away from Gu Jingtian. Don't try to make a mess. As soon as these words came out, Gu Jingtian, who was eavesdropping, suddenly had a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Holy, it's like reversing the Big Dipper. It's still unclear whether this kid is his own seed or not. This kid is actually in charge of my old man. What? You're afraid to call these two little girls little mother when the time comes. And at this moment, the two heavenly fox sisters were also in a daze. Filled with astonishment, they surveyed the Dragon Emperor in front of them. It's really speechless. He's too lenient in his control as a son. No, it doesn't seem like the control is too wide. Thinking of this, the two Fox Ninger sisters couldn't help but nod their heads. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor's face then soothed for a few moments. But the next second, it was bored again. One more thing. You two, honestly, your family's Demon Emperor, calling this Gu Jingtian as his son. What's going on here? This emperor has heard that amongst your human race, but there is such a thing as a common maid. Is it possible that your Demon Emperor and this Gu Jingtian are? The moment these words came out, the Fox Ninger duo were completely petrified. This Dragon Emperor is too gossipy. That's too much control. Let's just forget about us. Senior Demon Emperor is a Spirit Emperor realm powerhouse. Moreover, it was also planted by Senior Gu himself. It's nothing to be that kind of relationship. But facing the Dragon Emperor's gaze, the two sisters could only answer honestly. Demon Emperor Senior is a willow tree planted by Senior Gu more than 3,000 years ago. That's why Senior Gu is addressed as Elder Gu. But whether or not there's that kind of relationship between the two of them, you'd better ask Elder Gu. I believe he knows better. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor immediately frowned. Nonsense. How could this emperor ask? Wouldn't that be? Only after saying this did the Dragon Emperor realize that his words seemed to acknowledge Gu Jingtian's identity. Hastily shutting his mouth, with a displeased face, he looked at the two women in front of him. Good. You two still dare to flirt with this emperor. Aren't you afraid that this emperor will eat you both? In the face of the Dragon Emperor's threat, the two Fox Ninger sisters were not the least bit afraid. If Senior Dragon Emperor wants to make a move, how can we two weak women resist? But I believe Senior Gu won't be happy about it. When the time comes to offend Senior Gu, Senior Dragon Emperor, you won't be able to take it well either. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's face instantly stiffened. He couldn't help but recall the fear in his heart that day, when he was facing Gu Jingtian. It's really strange. I clearly can't feel any pressure from this negative person. And it looks like this negative person is a spiritist realm mole. How is it that one is always uncontrollably afraid when confronted with him? Humph. It's all the damn bloodline suppression. The Dragon Emperor wanted to ask something else, but suddenly a pair of dragon eyes flashed with a burst of essence, and with a light movement of his fingers, he withdrew the barrier. Attention! There's someone up ahead. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't help but look towards the front. At this moment, although they had not entered the depths of the Kunlun mountain range, the crowd's divine sense had also suffered suppression. Even the Dragon Emperor of the half-step Supreme Realm could only exert the divine sense of the Quasi-Emperor realm at this moment. Only dozens of miles ahead, several familiar silhouettes appeared. It was none other than the several demonic female cultivators that had appeared in that Dingtian city. At this moment, several people were running towards the front at great speed. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly as his divine sense diffused towards the front. And at this moment in the valley ahead, there were two silhouettes, and it was Li Muqing and that black-clothed girl. At this moment, Li Muqing was holding a parchment scroll similar to a treasure map in her hands. Little Momo, this is a good thing I stole from my old ancestor. This treasure map must have recorded something remarkable. When Master I find this heavenly treasure, with your master's talent, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before I can be certified as an emperor? At that time, little Momo, you will be great Emperor Muqing's founding great disciple. At that time, I'll catch any teenager you like. Master, if 1 isn't enough, come 10. If 10 isn't enough, come 100, as long as you can take it. Hearing Li Muqing's words gradually turn to the lower third, the black-clothed girl's face instantly darkened. Forget it. Thank you, Master, for your kind words. I'm not fortunate enough to enjoy it, so I'll leave it for you to enjoy yourself. Master. In response to the black-clothed girl's answer, Li Muqing's pinkish little mouth turned up. It's really boring. Little Momo, you have to be like Master me. Know how to enjoy yourself. But right at this moment, only a few seductive voices were suddenly heard coming out from the dense forest. I didn't expect Fairy Muqing, the third on the list of stunning colors, to be so enlightened. Why don't you join us in studying what exactly we need to do to reach the peak of pleasure? Ha ha ha. With the sound of the voice, several silhouettes appeared in front of Li Muqing's duo, and after seeing these silhouettes, Li Muqing was slightly stunned. In the next moment, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Seeing this scene, the corner of the black-clothed girl's mouth twitched. It's over. By the look on Master Teacher's face, this is going to start the word of the tiger and the wolf again. Chapter 63, Lily Blossom. Lily Cannon. Surveying the several demonic women in revealing clothes in front of her, Li Muqing's large eyes were filled with curiosity. Are you sisters dressed like that? Are you professionals? It is rumored that there is a Ruyan pavilion in this Dangtian city, which is a first-class greenhouse in the eastern continent. A few sisters must be the flower girls among them. I think a few sisters' skills are designated as pure fire. I am impressed. It's just that I have other things to do, so it's a pity that I can't a few sisters to spar. It's a long way to the jungle. See you again. Throwing down a sentence, Li Muqing directly pulled up the black-clothed girl's small hand and shot off towards the distance. Upon hearing Li Muqing's words, the faces of these demonic women instantly turned red, and the bottom of their eyes were filled with blazing anger. Damn it! This little girl actually thinks that we are those prodigal goods in the Ruyan pavilion. Serving those big, burly men makes me sick just thinking about it. How dare you insult us like that? Want to escape? No way! As soon as the words fell, these several demonic women transformed into a stream of light and shot away, while at this moment, the black-clothed girl was looking at Li Muqing beside her with a puzzled expression. Master, what are you running for? They're nothing but prostitutes. Li Muqing was speechless. Who have you ever seen a whore that doesn't take clients in her room and come out here in the middle of nowhere? Hardly for excitement. These few people's cultivation levels are all stronger than that of Master I. In case of a fight, that would be troublesome. But right at this moment, that flirtatious voice actually sounded around the two of them. I didn't expect the rumored Fairy Muqing to be quite intelligent. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape today. In the blink of an eye, those several demonic women had already surrounded the two of them in the center of Li Muqing. Looking at the raging few, Li Muqing frowned. A couple of sisters. I'm sure you're here to seek your fortune. Knowing that I'm Li Muqing of the Tiani Holy Land, a few sisters still dare to make a move. How courageous. Hearing this, the demonic woman in the lead snorted coldly. Little sister, since you know that, why do you need to use the Tiani Holy Land's name to pressure us? But you guessed wrong. Little sister, we are not seeking wealth. When these words came out, Li Muqing and that black-clothed girl immediately frowned. It's not seeking money, so it's harming lives? I have no grudges with a few sisters from afar. Why do you say that? Hearing this, the demonic woman lightly bit her red lips and looked towards Li Muqing and the two of them with a seductive look. My sister guessed wrong again. And it's not harming lives. We have come to rob you of your sex. As soon as these words came out, the two of them, Li Muqing, immediately froze in place, their beautiful eyes full of doubt and incomprehension. Sex robbery? Did I hear you wrong? Or sister, you guys are mistaken. We are all sisters. Could it be that you guys are from the Ruyan Pavilion? trying to capture the two of us there and force us into prostitution. While looking at the expressions of the duo, these demonic women laughed out wildly in a prodigal manner. No, 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 little sister, you heard right. What rule in this world says that a woman can't rob a woman? Don't be alarmed, sister. Once you've tasted it, you'll be hooked. What's so good about those stinking men? Wouldn't it be a pleasure for us sisters to love each other? Don't worry. From now on we are all our own people. You have me and I have you. How can sister bear to send you to Ruyan Pavilion to serve those smelly men? Looking at the fiery gazes of the several demonic women, Li Muqing and the two of them immediately trembled furiously, goosebumps rising all over their bodies. So disgusting. These women are actually lilies of the flower. I've long heard that there are mixed fish and dragons in this Dengtian city, but I didn't expect that there's actually this kind of oddball. Looking at the Thai-looking several women in front of them, Li Muqing and the two of them couldn't help but have that kind of indescribable picture floating in their minds. The mere thought of it made the duo sweat, sick to their stomachs, and furious. Li Muqing's willow eyebrows rose. The fluctuations of the spirit-exalted realm instantly stirred up. Humph, don't be too presumptuous. You guys, I am the daughter of the Holy Lord of the Tiani Holy Land. Even if your cultivation levels are at the spirit ancestor realm, you may not be able to do anything to me. It's fine if you guys retreat now, or else you'll just end up losing both of you. While looking at the furious Li Muqing, the eyes of several demonic women became even more excited. Sisters love little peppers like you, and there's even more flavor when you're tuned up. Don't resist. As long as your sister joins us, you can participate in the great Tao together, even at the Spirit Emperor realm. It's just around the corner. Under the lustful gazes of several women, the Li Muqing duo became more and more revolted. Such words are inherently disgusting coming from a man's mouth. If it had come from the mouths of several women, it would have been downright disgusting. Seeing that the threat did not work, Li Muqing's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was clearly ready to fight. Little Momo, when the fight starts later, you run outside the mountain range. When you go out, crush the token I gave you. The people from the Tiani Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Demon City will arrive soon. Things were already like this, and the black-clothed girl could only nod her head despite all her reluctance. Hearing Li Muqing's words, several demonic women coldly snorted. Toast to the world. Neither of you can run away. This will let you know how powerful this Lily Sacred Cannon is. As soon as the words fell, only the spirit ancestor realm's spiritual power fluctuations were violently erupted above the bodies of these demonic women. Strangely enough, the spiritual pressure emanating from several people had fused into one, indistinguishable from you and me. Under the superposition, the spiritual pressure emitted grew stronger and stronger, unexpectedly reaching the level of the Spirit Emperor realm. The scene in front of her instantly caused Li Muqing to show a look of despair. Although one's depth is deep, dealing with the spirit ancestor realm is already quite difficult. With a full force outburst, being able to hold back these few spirit ancestor realms is already the limit of operation. But the Spirit Emperor realm, one is never a match. What should I do now? Could it be that one is really going to fall into the hands of these few perverts? If that's the case, I, Li Muqing, would rather die here. Li Muqing's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the black-clothed girl on the side. Little Momo, it's master's carelessness. You and I can die on the same day if we don't want to live on the same day. In my next life, I, Li Muqing, will still be your master to Xian Yimo. As soon as the words fell, Li Muqing's spiritual energy coalesced in her hands and slapped straight towards her forehead. But right at this moment, a few demonic women raised their eyebrows. Want to die? It's not that simple. Lily Cannon, Lily Twist. With the sound of the voice, one could only see an aura coalesce into the shape of a vine, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Muqing. It directly entangled Li Muqing in it, and the movements of his men were forced to stop. Li Muqing's pupils shrank, her heart flustered. This Lily Sacred Cannon is surprisingly so weird that the spiritual energy in one's body is actually trapped by these disgusting guys. It's over. It's all over. Can he and his disciples only become disgusting perverts like them? Several demonic women burst into laughter. Little sister, this Lily Sacred Cannon, it's an extraordinary technique. As long as you cultivate it with your sisters, you'll definitely be addicted to it as well. As for this little apprentice of yours, the sisters will accept her as well, seeing that you two are also master and disciple. At that time, I believe you will be even closer. He. Such unpleasant words instantly caused the Li Muqing duo to tremble. Endless fear filled the duo's hearts. It's over. I actually met this kind of pervert. Everything is over. Is my reputation going to be ruined for the rest of my life? In an instant, the duo froze in place filled with despair, quietly waiting for the end to come. But at that moment, a voice exploded like a thunderclap. Asterisk. Can't help it. It's simply too disgusting. It's sick. Chapter 64, The Law of True Fragrance. Punching Li Muqing in the face. With the sound of the voice, several silhouettes walked out of the dense forest without slowing down. The person at the head was none other than Dragon Emperor Long Etienne. Instead, the three Gu Jingtian people followed behind. Obviously with the cultivation level of the crowd, what just happened naturally could not be hidden from them. Gu Jingtian had wanted to intervene, but before he could do so, the Dragon Emperor on the side could not hold back his anger. And seeing the appearance of Gu Jingtian's few people, Xiang Yimo's pupils instantly shrunk, and a hint of excitement flared up in the bottom of his eyes. It's him, Gu family ancestor Gu Jingtian. He himself had once stepped in to help in the first place, so I'm sure he won't stand idly by. It's finally saved. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor Long Etienne was staring at those demonic women dead on, a pair of dragon eyes filled with disgust. Obviously this Lily Blossom's behavior also made this Dragon Emperor from Middle-earth extremely angry. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's furious look, the faces of several demonic women were grave. To be able to survive in this Dengtian city, one naturally had good eyesight. Even though the Dragon Emperor didn't emit his might, they sensed that the visitor wasn't simple. The demonic woman at the head of the group gruffly shouted, "This fellow Daoist, you and I have no grudges from afar. Why did you have to come into this mess? It's hard to believe that you've also fallen for this little sister. This is good to say, not to mention these two little sisters. Even if we let a few of our sisters serve you, we will have no problem. Don't worry, our sisters are experts in this. We will definitely be able to let you, Taoist friend, experience that extreme pleasure." With the sound of this flirtatious voice, a burst of demonic purple color flared in the beautiful eyes of several demonic women. Feeling this demonic aura, the Dragon Emperor let out a cold snort. Dirty ES, like you can only use such underhanded tricks as charm. It's disgusting to talk to you guys one more time. Go to hell. When these words came out, the Skyfox sisters behind them but their faces darkened. Is this Dragon Emperor's words directed at us? Humph. What a careful eye. Just wait. The more you object, the more I'll have to make you call me little mom. As soon as the words fell, the Dragon Emperor's large hand violently stretched out. Spatial confinement. In an instant, the space where the several demonic women were located was instantly blocked. The connection with that aura vine was instantly severed. Li Muqing hurriedly broke free from her bonds and looked in the direction the voice came from. However, in the next second, after seeing Gu Jingtian and the others, the expression on Li Muqing's face instantly froze, and ripples rose in her beautiful eyes. A beauty in the side, a master as a servant. Isn't that what one most aspires to be in heaven? A hero rescuing a beauty. Even though this kind of bridge is a bit dog-blooded, but if it's a fate given by heaven, I, Li Muqing, can only accept it. While at this moment, the faces of the several demonic women were as gloomy as water, and the bottom of their eyes could not help but be flooded with panic. Not good. We've run into a tough opponent. This guy is actually able to block off space. At least he's a Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse. It seems that we can't fight hard. We can only outwit them. This person has also come to this Kunlun mountain range, so he must be looking for a chance as well. Nowadays, it seems that this is the only way. Take one step and see what happens. The stronger you are, the less you can resist the temptation of heavenly treasures. In the blink of an eye, the several demonic women of the oneness instantly came up with a countermeasure. In the next second, several enchanting figures suddenly fell to their knees, their delicate bodies trembling continuously. We have eyes that don't recognize Entei, Tai and have rushed Senior. I still hope that Senior will be magnanimous and spare the lives of a few of my sisters. As long as Senior agrees, we can hand over a heavenly opportunity. The moment these words came out, the Dragon Emperor's expression froze. A heavenly chance? Seeing that the Dragon Emperor reacted, the demonic woman was secretly happy in her heart and hurriedly opened her mouth. Yes, Elder. Several of my sisters and I once discovered a secret realm in the middle of the Kunlun Mountains. It's a pity that we are too weak to take out the treasure. But with Senior's strength it must be a matter of faith. The treasures within are extremely precious. If Senior can take them, I believe even the Spirit Emperor realm has a good chance. When these words came out, before the Dragon Emperor could open his mouth, the two Heavenly Fox sisters behind him immediately snorted out a laugh. A treasure that can break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Are you sure? Are you sure it's the Spirit Emperor realm? The demonic woman was slightly stunned. Bad. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration of what I said? A treasure that can break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. How could this appear so easily? Looking at their reactions, they shouldn't believe it at all. Hey, when it comes down to it, we can only talk about it. The demonic woman nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, that treasure contains extremely terrifying spiritual power that can definitely help the Senior break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. We are willing to vouch for it on our heads. When these words came out, The Skyfox sisters couldn't help but raise the corners of their mouths even more. Even Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Hey, I have not seen any knowledge. It's really a loss of not seeing. Breaking through to the Spirit Emperor realm. This is already the limit of your imagination. But if you say a supreme realm, you might be able to live a little longer. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor had a thoughtful expression on his face, and then said blandly, a breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor realm. Several demonic women nodded their heads in succession, but in the very next second, the Dragon Emperor snorted. That's not interesting, you guys might as well go to hell. As soon as the words left his mouth, the large, outstretched hand clenched violently. The space where the several demonic women were suddenly shrunk violently. Under the spatial squeeze, several demonic women let out heart-rending howls. Senior, what we said is true. It's really possible to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Don't you want to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm, Senior? The continued shrinking of space had broken the bones of several of the demonic women. In the blink of an eye, the wonderful bodies of several people had been compressed into a ball of blood. A few people hadn't figured out to their depths why someone would not be interested in the Spirit Emperor realm. Only after watching several people being completely exterminated did Xiang Yimou let out a long breath of relief. He hastily looked to Li Muqing, who was to the side. But at this moment, Li Muqing was staring dead on in Gu Jingtian's direction. A pair of beautiful eyes contained feelings in essence flashed. With that, he walked towards Gu Jingtian in the distance with a dumbfounded look on his face. The Dragon Emperor at this moment, however, had already noticed this scene, and his pair of sword brows were immediately tightly furrowed. Humph, this negative man is really enough to attract butterflies. Obviously it was this emperor who made the move. Why is this little girl so enthusiastic about this negative person? At this moment, the Dragon Emperor was still unaware that he had been treated by Li Muqing as Gu Jingtian's henchman. As he watched Li Muqing slowly come forward, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly let out a cold snort. Stay back. Only with the sound of the Dragon Emperor's angry rebuke did Li Muqing stop. Seeing this, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly waved his hand. The power of space filled the air, teleporting himself and the three Gu Jingtian people directly out. In the blink of an eye, several people disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty situation, Li Muqing then reacted. Little feet stomped frantically into the ground. Oops, bad thing. I was so focused on admiring this male's magnificent face that I forgot to ask him his name. What can I do now? And Xiang Yimou, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask. What, master? Are you trying to repay this gentleman for saving your life? Li Muqing's small head nodded like garlic. Yeah, a beauty on the side, and an expert as a servant. Isn't this the man your master I've been dreaming of? And so handsome and graceful. At a glance, it's from a big power. I'm going to repay him for saving my life. I'm going to give my life to him. This kind of teenage talent, I believe the bad old man at home will agree. It's not much better than some Gu Jingtian. He's a man of over 3,000 years old. Not necessarily what he looks like, and even if he's young, he can't be this handsome and dashing. God has eyes. Is this the marriage for me, Li Muqing? Aha! It's so infuriating. Why didn't I ask him his name myself? Where he was from? Oi! Listening to Li Muqing's words, the expression on Xiang Yimou's face became increasingly strange. Hesitantly, this was timidly said. Senior, I actually know this male. As soon as these words came out, Li Muqing jumped up in excitement, directly hugging Xiang Yimou in front of her. Little Momo, you're fantastic. You know this kind of heaven's pride. Why don't you tell master? Do you want to take it all for yourself? It's fine. Don't worry. Master is generous. In the future, we'll each talk about our own. You call me master, I'll call you sister. Hurry up and tell my master just what kind of god this male is. At this moment, Xiang Yimou's valiant and pretty face was completely speechless. After a long hesitation, he spoke helplessly. This gentleman is. Chapter 65, Surprise. Everlasting life with heaven. Under Li Muqing's gaze filled with hope, Xiang Yimou slowly said. The gentleman who appeared just now is the Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian, as described by Master Teacher. As Xiang Yimou's voice rang out, the expression on Li Muqing's pretty face instantly froze. That smile that was full of hope could look extremely awkward at the moment. At this moment, it was as if time had frozen, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, speechless. After a few breaths, Li Muqing suddenly laughed. Joking. You must be joking with master. It's impossible. How could he be the Gu clan's old ancestor? Gu Jingtian? Little Momo, you must be joking. I didn't realize that you've already learned the skills for your master, and you're also so good at. But seeing Xiang Yimou's serious expression, Li Muqing's words came to an abrupt end. A pair of jade hands instantly grabbed Xiang Yimou in front of her. Aha! It's true. Ooh-hoo. God has no eyes. Why didn't master agree to this in the first place? Ah, prejudice wronged me. Why is my family's old ancestor a bad old man and other people's old ancestors are flamboyant young men? It's not fair. Oh my fleeting marriage. Oh my fatal love. Looking at the hysterical Li Muqing, who was acting as if she was crazy, Xiang Emo couldn't help but open his mouth to advise her. Master, you don't have to be so sad. If there is fate, you will still be able to meet again. Furthermore, this Gu clan ancestor isn't a generalized person. No matter where he is, he will be extremely dazzling. It's not impossible to find him. When these words came out, Li Muqing, who was accusing fate of being unfair, stopped in a hurry, her beautiful eyes as bright as stars filled with determination. Right, 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 little Momo, you're right. As long as master is also able to cultivate to the spirit emperor realm, this Xian heaven continent, where can't master go? At that time, even if he's the Gu clan's oldest ancestor, he'll still fall under my master's pomegranate skirt. Come, come, let's both hurry up and depart. Master must find that hidden treasure, for the sake of my master's happiness in the next life. Little Momo, charge! Before Xiang Emo could react, Li Muqing in front of her had already pulled her up and ran wildly towards the distance, and at this time, it was nearly 100 miles away from this place, with a ripple in space. Several figures appeared here. It was the 4 Gu Jingtian people who had just left. Looking at the endless mountains in front of him, the Dragon Emperor was astonished. It seems that this place is close to the depths of the Kunlun mountain range, and one's own spatial laws have actually been suppressed to a certain extent. With this thought in mind, the Dragon Emperor looked at Gu Jingtian and the others with a stern face. Further on, there is the deep zone of the Kunlun mountain range. The dangers therein have already been mentioned by this emperor. Be careful, all of you, and especially stay away from the pretty-looking little girls. My mother-sama once warned me that beautiful women are tigers, and you must avoid them when you meet them. When these words came out, the 2 Fox Ninger sisters couldn't help but twitch their mouths. That's a good eldest son, and he's gone to great lengths for his own mother's position in the main palace. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, surveying the space around him. Why does one feel that there is an extremely peculiar energy spreading in this space? Can it be that in this neighborhood, there is some extremely special secret realm? Led by the Dragon Emperor, the group slowly marched towards the depths of the Kunlun mountain range. In the midst of the rolling hills, at the foot of a mediocre-looking peak, the space at the foot of the mountain rippled as 2 figures appeared out of nowhere. It was only that these 2 were clad in robes and had precept scars on their heads. Looking at his attire, he was obviously a member of the Buddhist sect. However, the physical size of these 2 monks was vastly different, with one of them standing over 2 meters tall, and underneath his robe was a majestic body with solid muscles, especially a bronze-colored skin, like possessed adamantium. The other monk was less than 5 feet tall, with white hair and a thin, bony appearance. It was just that the essence in those old eyes shone like the blazing sun. This diminutive old monk waved his sleeve robe, and in the blink of an eye, an extremely ancient-looking parchment scroll appeared in his hand. Senior brother, according to this map, that secret realm is not far from this place. Hearing this, the burly monk slowly spoke. The majestic voice buzzed like a big yellow bell. This map has been obtained by my great Thunder Sound Temple for close to 3,000 years, and I have also entered this Kunlun mountain range several times to look for it. Strangely enough, whenever one approaches this secret realm, the surroundings will change marvelously. I think it must be due to the formation. Even my supreme realm powerhouses can't crack it. So it's clear that this secret realm is not trivial. The white-bearded monk nodded with a grave expression. According to the canonical records, 100,000 years ago, heaven and earth changed color. The void above the Kunlun mountains opened up, and a stream of light descended from the sky. It attracted countless great powers to flock here at that time. Countless spirit emperor realms fell here at that time, and only one spirit emperor realm senior from my great Thunder Sound Temple returned safely. And this spirit emperor realm senior left the Kunlun mountain range only 4 years ago and has already ascended. This map, too, was transmitted from the upper realms at great cost to my Buddhist predecessors. This is a once-in-100,000 years opportunity. You and I, master and brother, should cherish it. If we can find the treasure, my Buddhist sect will surely prosper. The 2 of them looked at each other and then walked in towards this valley. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were already dozens of miles deeper into this mountain peak. It was just that the surroundings were extremely peaceful, and there didn't seem to be any hint of movement. But at that moment, the parchment scroll in the white-bearded old monk's hand violently shone with a golden light. Before the 2 of them could react, an unimaginable suction force violently emanated from above the stone wall in front of them. Space instantly collapsed. The duo frowned in the face of the suddenness of the situation. The golden light on his body was so great that a Sanskrit text coalesced into 2 great yellow lute bells. However, In front of this terrifying suction force, even though the cultivation of the two of them was already at the very top of this realm, they still did not have any power of resistance. In the blink of an eye, he was ingested into this stone wall. The two monks regained their sight only after the sky had swirled. What came into view was surprisingly a mountain peak that went straight into the sky. The surrounding area was filled with gray space. There was not an inch of grass on top of the mountain peaks. A barren color. The entire space is dead silent. As far as the eye can see is full of dead gray. The white-bearded old monk had a look of surprise on his face. Amitabha Buddha. Buddha blesses that you and I, master and brother, have arrived in this secret realm. Senior brother, be careful with everything. Ancestor once said that this place is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, the majestic monk nodded slightly. The two monks' eyes were filled with gravity as they slowly approached towards the front. Suddenly, a dilapidated mountain gate appeared in the duo's line of sight. Even the plaques on both sides of that mountain gate had shattered apart and collapsed into that grayish soil. The two monks gazed, only to see a few large words faintly visible above these four scattered plaques. Eternal life. Immortality. With the heavens. Chapter 66, Dragon Emperor. Is this the father? Looking at the few large characters above the shattered plaque, even though the two monks' cultivation had already reached the supreme realm, but he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Eternal life. Immortality. With the heavens. Although it wasn't clear what kind of phrase this was, but the owner of this cave dwelling actually dares to use such an exaggerated word to use as a plaque. It must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even if we ascend to the upper realms, we can't truly live forever with the heavens. The stronger the cultivation level of an existence, the more crazy they became about the word longevity. They have too much, but it is more difficult to let go. The two recited aloud. Sheridan. Emptiness is not different from color, and color is not different from emptiness. Only then did he suppress the excitement in his heart for the time being. The white-bearded old monk's eyebrows were lowered. The ancestor had sent down a Buddhist decree that any item in this secret realm is a rare and supreme treasure. I'm sure the shattered plaque is no exception. With this thought in mind, the two of them waved their large hands, clearly wanting to collect the two plaques. But at that moment, only a disembodied voice could be heard coming out from within this mountain gate. Two Western sect mole crickets are just that. They're also worthy of touching the ancestors' belongings. With the sound of the voice, the gray mist around them immediately coalesced towards the two of them. A deathly aura of universal silence surrounded it. The two monks' pupils shrank. What a strong aura. Watch out. Buddhist divine ability. The indestructible golden bell. Golden Buddhist light shone out from above the two's bodies. In the blink of an eye, a large golden bell was formed, with arcane runes coalescing on it. However, the moment this dead chi came into contact, the dazzling golden light unexpectedly grew dimmer and dimmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. The two old monks frowned, hurriedly urging the spiritual energy in his body. He was able to withstand the erosion of this deathly aura. At this moment, the duo no longer had the excitement of having just entered. Instead, they were endlessly grave. What a strong death chi. The strength of this death chi is simply unheard of. However, the dead chi at this moment still continued to converge. The two monks could only struggle to hold on in the face of the vast sea of dead chi. And at this moment that extremely ordinary-looking mountain peak was on top of it. Two silhouettes appeared at this place. It was none other than the duo of Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo. At the moment, Li Muqing was a fighter. In his hand was the very same ancient parchment scroll. Little Momo. According to the map, we're almost at the treasure hiding place. As long as Master is able to obtain the treasures within, he will definitely be able to advance his cultivation by leaps and bounds. It's unlikely that there are any sword aptitudes in it, and when the time comes, you and I, Master and disciple, will both be certified as emperors, and that will be a beautiful story. Hearing Li Muqing's words, Xiang Yimo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I blame myself for being too confident. If I didn't have to compete with her, I wouldn't have lost and found such an unreliable master. Never mind, at least she was nice to me. But right at this moment, he only saw the parchment scroll in Li Muqing's hand suddenly flashing with a golden light. Before the two of them could react, a strong and incomparable suction force erupted from above the stone wall. The figures of the two were instantly sucked into it. It was only after the sky spun around that the two of them, Li Muqing, regained their sight. The two of them looked towards the front, and what caught their eyes were the two monks who were resisting the death aura. Li Muqing frowned and stepped forward, blocking Xiang Yimo behind her. Little Momo, be careful. There's danger ahead. And seeing the sudden appearance of the two of them, the two old monks floating in midair showed astonishment. What's going on? How could someone also come to this secret realm? How is this possible? This is a secret at the core of my great Thundersound Temple. However, in the next second, the duo's eyes were drawn to the parchment scroll in Li Muqing's hand. That's the map. This How is this possible? How could this little girl also have a map in her hands? This map was transmitted across the border by my Buddhist predecessor. How could she have such a thing in her hands? Could it be that the forces behind them also possess supreme powerhouses that can teleport across borders? Li Muqing surveyed the dilapidated mountain gate in the distance, her beautiful eyes filled with gravity. This place is dangerous, but it also means, all the same, that there are treasures here. Little Momo, be careful. Follow behind master. Don't move. Li Muqing moved her slender legs and slowly advanced towards the front. Instead, his eyes remained focused on the two monks in the distance. As he watched Li Muqing and the two of them gradually approach, a hint of coldness flashed under the white-bearded monk's eyes. This little girl is only at the spirit-exalted realm cultivation level, and she dares to come to the secret realm. A few steps further. I'm afraid that the terrifying existences in this secret realm will be able to take her little life in an instant. Perhaps by obtaining the other map in her hand, the poor monk will be able to get out of the trap. Under the watchful eyes of the two old monks, the two of them, Li Muqing, slowly advanced. It soon came before the plaque. However, after seeing that plaque, Li Muqing suddenly stopped. Eternal life, immortality, and heaven? Could this be the cave of a powerful man? With this thought, Li Muqing suddenly stopped. Turning to look behind him, Xiang Yimo, little murmur, don't do anything rash. Only after hearing this did Xiang Yimo stop. The white-bearded old monk who saw the scene, however, frowned. Damn it! One more step forward, and the poor monk will be able to run the spell and seize that map. Why did this little girl stop? While at this moment, Li Muqing suddenly looked at the two old monks not far away. The spiritually beautiful eyes were filled with a cunning color. With that, he stood still, not moving at all, only surveying the two old monks with interest. The white-bearded old monk instantly guessed Li Muqing's intentions. Damn it! This little girl seems to want to watch my master and brother die here. The poor monk still doesn't believe it. Is it possible that this dead chi is not endless? Time passed by, and the two parties remained motionless. And at this moment, the mountains and forests outside the secret realm. The figures of Gu Jingtian's group of 4 people appeared at this place. Just as he entered this mountain peak, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. The power of laws? And it's still a very subtle power of law. It's very obscure. If I hadn't come myself, I'm afraid that even a powerhouse of the supreme realm wouldn't have been able to discover this hidden power of the laws. It seems that there is also a secret realm here. It must be extremely dangerous. The Dragon Emperor at this moment, however, was as calm as ever as he continued to advance towards the front. And there in front of him was none other than that flat stone wall. The Dragon Emperor rushed on his own, not noticing that Gu Jingtian's gaze was always fixed on this stone wall. Soon, the group of 4 was getting closer and closer to that stone wall. But just then, something strange happened. A strong suction force immediately spread out from above that stone wall, towards the Dragon Emperor in front of him. He impacted. At the sudden scene, the Dragon Emperor's pupils instantly shrank. Not good. There's danger. Space blockade. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor's body instantly completed its transformation. Like a small mountain-like body stood above the earth, blocking the 3 Gu Jingtian people to death. Even so, the Dragon Emperor's huge body still kept moving towards the front in the face of the unimaginable suction force. The Dragon Emperor's dragon eyes were filled with panic. So strong. What a strong suction force. I'm afraid even a powerhouse of the supreme realm won't be able to resist it. Trouble. I can't believe I've come across such a bizarre secret realm. As things stand, we can only let this negative person leave first. Mother Superior has been waiting for 3,000 years. She can't be made to wait any longer. In the next second, the Dragon Emperor roared. Divine Dragon Transformation. With the sound of a dragon's roar, a purple gold-colored light flashed above the Dragon Emperor's body. It was only then that he managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's face was hideous, and he turned around with all his strength. You guys go first. Go to Middle-earth. Inform the Dragon Clan. Naturally, someone will come to rescue me. But just then, a familiar figure had appeared before the Dragon Emperor's eyes. It's him, the negative man. What does he want? Chapter 67, Torn Heart. Give me back my father. Before Long Etienne could react, that familiar figure had already arrived in front of him. It was the first time he'd been so close to the man he'd never cared to resent. There was always an indifferent look on that upside-down face. Now that he saw that face up close, the Dragon Emperor at the moment couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. But in the next second, he only saw the man in front of him violently extend his arm. Strong power attacked like a mountain. The Dragon Emperor's huge body was like a flatboat in the ocean, and was immediately lifted out. Instead, that tiny figure resolutely shot towards that terrifying suction force. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor then realized exactly what had happened. A pair of golden dragonesses glared. The heart-rending dragon roar resounded through the sky. No! The strong suction force accompanied by the tyrannical wind drowned out the furious roar. At this moment, that tiny figure was infinitely elevated in the Dragon Emperor's line of sight, until it covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, as that glimpse of a figure disappeared into thin air, the terrifying suction force also annihilated. The dust has settled and the leaves have fallen. The verdant scenery remained the same, but the man was nowhere to be seen. The Dragon Emperor's figure stayed in place. The figure as large as a hill but trembled madly. The golden dragon's eyes were slightly reddened and gradually filled with a hint of watery mist. Him. Why did he do it? Why did he save me? Why? At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's heart was hissing madly. He didn't understand why his heart stung. It was clear that his heart was full of endless resentment towards that man, and at this moment, the eyes of the two Skyfox sisters were cracking, and with a flash, they came to the front of that stone wall. Elder Gu, the duo hissed, releasing spirit auras that kept bombarding the stone wall in front of them. Desperately, let the surrounding trees turn into flying ash under the duo's attack. That piece of stone wall, however, remained towering. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Dragon Emperor's body softened and he immediately fell to his knees. The hideous and terrifying dragon claws squeezed hard, and the dragon's eyes were filled with the color of madness. Why? Why did he save me? This emperor doesn't need to be saved by him. I hate him. I don't want his charity. Why? The Dragon Emperor was shaped like a madman, hissing in a low voice. The voice reached the ears of the two Heavenly Fox sisters, and at this moment, the two of them were also already teary-eyed. The gaze that looked at the Dragon Emperor was filled with grief. There's no why. Do you understand? There's no why. Only because he's your father. A mournful hiss resounded through the mountains. A heavy blow struck the Dragon Emperor's heart. At this moment, it was as if he understood something. Father? Is this father? There's no reason. Just because he's my father. At the moment those golden dragon eyes were filled with tears. At that very moment, the thorn that had been buried deep within the Dragon Emperor for thousands of years melted away like ice and snow. Right. He's my father. You guys are right. The Dragon Emperor murmured in a disoriented voice, as if that huge body was infused with endless power. Trembling, he stood up. A pair of dragon eyes stared round. The dragon whiskers on his nose danced wildly against the wind. Whoever you are, give me back my father. A heaven-shaking dragon roar rose up to the sky. Endless dragon might surged in like the upheaval of the ocean. In an instant, the ground in a 1,000-mile radius was trembling under this heaven-destroying dragon's might. Seeing this, the two Heavenly Fox sisters hurriedly retreated behind the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's mind was blank. Only one thought echoed wildly. Give me back my father. I'm not a fatherless bastard. In this moment, he moved. The power that was comparable to that of a god or a demon was frantically condensing and merging into that clenched fist. Give it back. With a roar, the Dragon Emperor's figure shot out at once. The fist that contained the power of grief and anger cut through space. Wherever it passed, space shattered. Turbulence annihilates. Pointing straight at the stone wall in the distance. Boom! The earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. Unimaginable shockwaves crushed toward the front. Dust filled the sky and the earth cracked. Space shatters. The dust that filled the sky covered the Dragon Emperor's body. One punch. Those raining fists crazily bombarded the stone wall in front of them, accompanied by the hissing sound of the Dragon Emperor, releasing the emotions of more than 2,000 years. The entire space was shattering, and a mountain peak was blown to pieces by the powerful shockwave. For a moment, even Dangtian City, which was 10,000 miles away, felt the aura that shook the heavens and the earth. Time passed by, but the fist shadow that was as fast as thunder gradually slowed down. Nonetheless, that hideous and terrifying dragon's face was still filled with determination. Give it back. Give it back to me. Give me back my father. With the unceasing full output, even the Dragon Emperor's voice had become hoarse at this moment. The firmness contained therein also gradually turned into sadness and resignation. One punch. Though the muscles of his body trembled and the powerful dragon tendons cried out in sorrow. Though the will was beginning to blur, the power emitted was getting weaker and weaker. But that fist remained firmly swung. Time passed by, and in the midst of endless unwillingness, that pair of burning eyes finally became overwhelmed and went limp. Despite having fallen into a coma, the murmurs of grief never ceased. Give it back. Give it back. Father. The dust settled, and the tens of thousands of miles of mountains and forests in front of them went up in smoke under this terrifying force. The entire space was densely filled with shattered spatial turbulence, but the piece of stone wall still stood tall and still, looking at the already exhausted and unconscious Dragon Emperor. The eyes of the two Skyfox sisters were filled with despair. Elder Gu, could it be that you have fallen like this? No, I don't believe it. This can't be possible. Elder Gu couldn't have fallen like this. We'll wait here. Elder Gu will definitely come out. And the secret space at this time. Gu Jingtian's figure clearly appeared at this place. The sudden appearance of the figure instantly caught the attention of the others. A single gaze looked toward Gu Jingtian, and the moment she saw Gu Jingtian, Li Muqing's soulful beauty eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. It's him! It's really him! Ha ha ha! God! You're really my own grandfather! It seems like this is definitely a marriage made in heaven. How else would we have come across it so quickly? This time, this girl must grasp it. Never let him get away. Looking at Gu Jingtian's gaze sweeping in, Li Muqing instantly sat upright in a dignified, gentle and virtuous manner. A voice as clear and gentle as a wind chime slowly rang out. My name is Li Muqing of the Tianyi Sacred Land. Meet this fellow Daoist. Chapter 68, The Great Tao of Force. 8-9 Xian Gong. Looking at Li Muqing's appearance as a luxuriant lady, Xiang Yimo, who was carrying a long sword, raised an eyebrow. With a puzzled face, he looked at Li Muqing in front of him. What's going on with Master? Didn't he or she obviously already tell her the identity of the Gu family's ancestor? This time when you see the person you like, Master has turned into this ladylike appearance again. Facing Li Muqing's inquiry, Gu Jingtian looked indifferent and nodded slightly. The eyes always stayed on the gray, dead air in the distance. With Gu Jingtian's strength, he was naturally able to tell that this grayish gas was extraordinary. This gray mist actually contains the complete power of the laws. The strength of this power of law is actually no less strong than the great Tao of force cultivated by one's Pango body. This place is remarkable. Definitely not a product belonging to this realm. And at this moment, the two old monks who were fighting against the mist had also discovered Gu Jingtian, who had just appeared. The two couldn't help but show a trace of dismay on their faces. Why is someone coming in again? Is there more to this map? But it looks like it's just a spiritist realm mole. It's really strange. How could a mole of this realm appear in the Kunlun mountain range? This kind of mole is also worthy of getting their hands on such treasures. Li Muqing, who had a hot face on a cold ass, didn't lose a single step. Still full of attentiveness, he looked at Gu Jingtian. This fellow Daoist, it's extremely dangerous in this secret realm. You must be careful. And those two bald asses over there, they don't look like good people. Be careful with them. When these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the two old monks who were resisting the mist twitched. Bald ass? Damn it! How dare this little girl insult the poor monk like this? If you hadn't been trapped by this mist, the poor monk would have sent you to the Western Paradise so that you could repent in front of the Buddha. Gu Jingtian turned a deaf ear to Li Muqing's words. Although Li Muqing's appearance was also considered to be beautiful, to Gu Jingtian, it was far less attractive than this mysterious mist. After a slight hesitation, Gu Jingtian took a step and slowly stepped towards the front. Soon, Gu Jingtian had also discovered the broken plaque on the ground. Eternal life, gods, and heaven. Gu Jingtian frowned. Immortal of eternal life? Looking at the words on this plaque, this place should be the mountain gate of a certain Taoist master. Just why is it broken into such a state? And seeing the distance between Gu Jingtian and those two old monks getting closer and closer, Li Muqing was anxious in her heart. Fellow Daoist, don't go any further. These two vultures were trapped here because they got too close to this mountain gate. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly and swept towards the two old monks not far away. The vultures of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I didn't expect you guys to actually come here. When these words came out, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the two old monks. The heart murmured, this kid actually knows about the Great Thunder Sound Temple? It seems that this brat is also from the Middle Earth. A spiritist realm is just a spiritist realm. It's impossible for him to come here alone from the Middle Earth. I think this kid must have hidden his strength, to be able to make us all unable to see it. I think it should also be at the Supreme Realm cultivation level. I didn't realize that there were other old men in Middle Earth who knew about this place. Humph. It looks like the chance for you and I, the master and brother duo, to get out of the trap has come. In the next instant, only that white-bearded old monk could be heard clasping his hands together. Amitabha Buddha. Sinful sin. It is truly a sin for the scholar to speak out of his mouth. It is the fate of heaven that the poor monk and his brother are trapped here. This place has already been explored by my master and brother. It's extremely dangerous. It's better for the monk to leave quickly. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. Don't be hypocritical in front of me. I know your Great Thunder Sound Temple style very well. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian once again slowly advanced towards the front. Seeing this scene, a hint of dark joy flashed in the eyes of that white-bearded old monk. Ha ha ha, this old guy still fell for it. This kind of old fellow must have a demonic mind. The more he is allowed to leave, the more he feels that there is a great opportunity here. After such a long time of consumption, this mist has been reduced a lot. If this person is trapped again, with the strength of the three of us, we will definitely be able to get out of the trap. At that time, 1 against 2. This old fellow will only end up running away. While watching Gu Jingtian continue on, Li Muqing was anxious. In the heat of the moment, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Elder Gu, it's dangerous here, don't go any further." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. "How do you know my last name is Gu?" Seeing that her disguise had been demolished, Li Muqing was immediately embarrassed. And just then, Gu Jingtian had already arrived in front of this plaque. In an instant, as if sensing it, the grey mist impacted in the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, the two old monks trapped in it were instantly delighted. Very well. Even if this old fellow is also at the Supreme Realm cultivation level, it's impossible for him to retreat in one piece in the face of this terrifying mist. When my senior brothers and I get out of the trap, the first one we'll have to deal with is this old guy. But in the very next second, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. A large hand snapped out, followed by a slap. The avenue of force contained within his body filled the air. In an instant, the space in front of him unexpectedly rippled. Strong power instantly swept out, impacting towards the mist in front of him. Boom! The two collided violently. That grey mist was actually directly fanned out like ordinary air. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two trapped old monks immediately stared in disbelief. Their old faces filled with disbelief. No! It can't be. How is this possible? This mysterious mist, even if it's a poor monk, he'd have to perform a Buddhist divine ability to barely resist it. How is it possible for this person to easily fan this mist away? What exactly is this person's cultivation level? How could he be so strong? Impossible. There absolutely cannot be an existence stronger than the Supreme Realm in this heaven and earth. The two of them, Li Muqing, who were not far away, were also dumbstruck and froze in place. The pretty face was filled with astonishment, but at that moment, only a disembodied voice could be heard coming out from within this mountain gate. The aura of the 8-9 Xiangong? What are you? However, as long as I'm here, no one will be able to enter this place. Go to hell. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. This existence actually knows about the 8-9 mysteries? What the hell is this place? As soon as the words fell, he only saw the endless grey mist swarming towards Gu Jingtian like a mountain. Even the mist surrounding the two old monks converged. For a moment, the two old monks had joy in their eyes and immediately withdrew outside the mountain gate. With a face of indignation, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Humph, old man, even if you're strong, it's impossible to resist so much mist. While this old fellow is attracting this mist, you and I will just go and remove the treasures in it. In the next second, the two old monks looked at each other. Then he shot towards the middle of this mountain gate. But just then, the disembodied voice sounded again. How dare you? A mole like you is worthy of entering the ancestors' mountain gate. Get out! As soon as the words fell, one could only see the entire space trembling madly. As strong as Gu Jingtian, he was unable to shatter the space of this place, and at this moment, the space was unexpectedly shattering inch by inch. As the space shattered, a figure shot out from the mountain gate, and the moment they saw this figure, the pupils of the people present instantly shrank. Chapter 69 Green Seed 5 Zhuangguan. Only this figure was seen in a grey Taoist robe, but it was already full of holes. The torso underneath was exposed. Only the skin and flesh on top of the torso had melted away, leaving only the sickening bones. Even the flesh on his face had disappeared, revealing the empty sockets. The entire body was covered in that grey mist, and even the white bones had turned grey. It was as if it had become one with the grey mist of this place. Even if the ancestor is gone, no one can touch the ancestor's things either. You have bullied people too much. Die all of you. Death to all of you. Roars like the cries of ghosts and wolves resounded throughout the space. With the sound of the voice, the grey mist was like a riot. It surged crazily. In an instant, the entire mountain trembled violently. Space tore apart, and terrifying spatial turbulence swept in. The lofty peaks disintegrated inch by inch. The entire space had naturally begun to be on the verge of shattering. The endless grey mist flooded towards the crowd like a mountain of water. Looking at that figure, Gu Jingtian frowned slightly. Is this the guy hiding in the middle of this mountain gate? Looking at the Taoist robes on him, he should be a member of the Taoist sect as well. It's just that it's already been eroded by the grey mist of this place. And it's also at the point of running out of gas. And what kind of existence is the ancestor he spoke of? The mountainous mist swept in, and the two old monks hurriedly released their Buddhist divine abilities. That golden light had just appeared, only to see that broken figure unexpectedly appear directly in front of the duo, desecrate the ancestral mountain gate. Damn it! Roaring angrily, he slapped his palm out. Only the aura of silence was seen rushing out from the figure's body. Before that golden light could form, the grey mist had already drilled into the bodies of these two old monks. Even if the two of them were super powerhouses of the Supreme Realm, they had no ability to fight back when faced with the mist inside this figure. In the next second, they only saw the chi and blood of the two of them dissipate, turning into two dry corpses. The pupils of Gu Jingtian who saw the scene shrank. So strong, killing two supreme realm powerhouses in one move. I'm afraid this person's strength is already above the true immortal realm. This is still the state of being out of gas. I really don't know how this person would be in his heyday. And at this moment, facing the encroaching gray mist, as well as the raging spatial turbulence, despair filled the eyes of both Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo. And right at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the duo, and it was none other than Gu Jingtian. This is no place for you. Get lost. Gu Jingtian's large hand stretched out, and the great Tao of force filled the air. A fist blasted out, directly shattering the spatial turbulence in front of him. A spatial passage slowly emerged. Before Xiang Yimo and his duo could react, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. The silhouettes of the two of them had then disappeared into this spatial passage. At this point, the whole space has reached the edge of breaking up. There were huge rocks floating all around, which were even mixed with all kinds of debris. Floating dust, bushels, incense burners. Oddly enough, all of these items have been eroded to a gray color. The objects in space were crushed by that terrifying spatial turbulence. And just then, in the midst of this gray world, there was actually a faint hint of green. Gu Jingtian gazed at it, and it was actually a seed-like item. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. This gray mist is so terrifying, and this kind of sun is actually able to not be eroded by it. It must be an unimaginable exotic treasure. With this thought, Gu Jingtian instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the green seed. And the shattered figure had already noticed the scene. All of you will die. What belongs to the ancestor? You don't deserve to get your hands on it. In the next second, this figure on the verge of shattering transformed into a stream of light and blocked directly in front of Gu Jingtian. Another palm hit. That terrifying gray mist came whistling once again. Gu Jingtian's complexion tightened, putting away the contempt in his heart. After all, this was the first time he had fought a strong person above the true immortal realm. Gu Jingtian's body was floating with chi and blood. In an instant, an endless aura of blood filled the air. The avenue of force was fully activated. Open the sky. Gu Jingtian used his hand as a palm, using his strongest move. In an instant, the palm that contained the law of force cut through space and blasted straight toward the figure in front of him. And at the moment the figure froze in place, a voice full of horror came out. Golden immortal realm. The avenue of force. You are. Before the words were finished, the space in front of him completely turned into flying dust under Gu Jingtian's attack. The gray mist was immediately crushed and disappeared. And that shattered figure finally couldn't hold on any longer, and was directly blown into pieces by that strong force. Gu Jingtian's terrifying strike caused the space, which was already on the verge of breaking, to shatter completely. Not being able to care about anything else, Gu Jingtian waved his hand and hurriedly pocketed that green seed. The strong body directly crashed into the spatial turbulence and disappeared into this space. And at this moment, everything in the space had already been swallowed up by that violent spatial turbulence. A shattered plaque was also sucked into the spatial turbulence, only to see that there were other words on top of this plaque. Immortality, the house of the immortals, the same life, the house of the Taoists. One of the more complete plaques had 3 large words on it, Wu Shuangguan. And at this moment outside the secret realm, in front of that stone wall, there were 3 figures. It was none other than the 2 sisters, Dragon Emperor and Sky Fox. Even though Gu Jingtian had only gone in for a tea time, more than 3 months had passed in the outside world. In these 3 months or so, naturally, there have been many people who have come to explore the area, but without exception, they were all forced back by Dragon Emperor's terrifying dragon might. The 2 Skyfox sisters' eyes were filled with despair at this moment, couldn't help but murmur softly. It's been 3 months since this happened, and Elder Gu hasn't returned yet. Could it be that? But at that moment, the Dragon Emperor's figure suddenly stood up. A pair of dragon eyes were streaked with blood. Impossible! Impossible! There's no way father could die. He won't die. Listening to the hysterical voice of the Dragon Emperor, the 2 Skyfox sisters couldn't help but show their faces. AI! It's really pitiful. After more than 2,000 years, only just finding his father. But at that moment, he only saw the stone wall in front of him violently emitting a strong force, and a crack appeared on top of it. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor's blood-red eyes were filled with excitement. Deadpan stared at the stone wall in the distance, and at this moment, the 2 Heavenly Fox sisters were also displaying a look of ecstasy. Hastily, he gave his full attention to the stone wall in front of him. In the next second, the stone wall exploded violently. 2 figures instantly shot out from it. The Dragon Emperor roared in oblivious rage. Father! Father! However, after those 2 figures landed heavily on the ground, the 3 people in front of them were suddenly plunged into endless despair. Chapter 70, Supreme Treasure. The terrifying power of life. There were two bodies lying above the ground at the moment. It was the two old monks who had been drained of their blood and chi. The faces withered and shaped like a dry corpse. And after seeing the surcoats on the duo, the Dragon Emperor's pair of dragon eyes glared in disbelief. This is actually two immortal monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Zhu Yuan, Zhu Kong. The names of these two are as good as thunder even amongst the Middle Earth. As early as 1,000 years ago, the two had already ascended to the Supreme Realm, but even as strong as these two died in this secret realm. Then Father He. That final possibility exploded in the Dragon Emperor's mind like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that Father He has? Rolling tears were now flowing freely from the bottom of his eyes, cutting across the hardened face of the Dragon Emperor. Father! No! The Dragon Emperor roared up to the sky, and that roar was filled with helplessness and unwillingness. Why? Thieving God! Why should it be? For 2,892 whole years, I've been a fatherless child. I obviously found my father, so why did you lead me this way again? Ah! The Dragon Emperor's roar resounded through the sky. Looking at the grief-stricken Dragon Emperor in front of them, tears flashed in the eyes of the two Skyfox sisters. Did Elder Gu just fall? We haven't even completed the task given to us by the Demon Emperor. How are we going to explain this to the Demon Emperor? However, when the two of them saw what the two corpses in front of them were wearing, the hatred that filled them instantly exploded. That costume. It's them. They're the ones that took my parents' lives. They are the ones who made us two sisters orphans. Kill them. Kill them. The two of them were like madmen, pounding towards the corpse in front of them. Indiscriminately, he used his spiritual energy to frantically bombard the corpses in front of him. But despite being dead, the flesh of the Supreme Realm was not something the two of them could destroy. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor's eyes were hollow, frozen in place. There was also an air of deafness to the behavior of the two sisters. Time passed by. A quarter of an hour later. Only then did the Dragon Emperor accept the unacceptable ending. The Dragon Emperor rose trembling, his dragon eyes red. But at this moment, the two Heavenly Fox sisters were still frantically blasting the corpses in front of them. Dragon Emperor's hoarse voice came out. You have a grudge against the Great Thunder Sound Temple? With these words, the frantic bombardment of the two sisters stopped. The hatred in the beautiful eyes was overwhelming. Avenge the killing of father and mother. Unforgivable. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart. So both of them are fatherless and motherless wretches too. After a moment's thought, the Dragon Emperor sighed lightly. You are, after all, your father's deceased, so this emperor can take you to the Middle Kingdom. It's just that the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace is not suitable for you, but Lord Mother is quite familiar with the Hall Master of the Demon Immortal Hall. Rather, we can arrange for you to go to the Demon Immortal Hall. If you want to take revenge, it's up to you. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. It's one of the strongest few forces in the entire Middle Kingdom. Even the Dragon Clan is slightly inferior. Hearing this, the two Skyfox sisters looked aghast, said with hardly any hesitation, let's go. Whether it's for revenge, or for Elder Gu, I don't believe that Senior Gu will perish here. Elder Gu is an existence capable of creating someone as powerful as a Demon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's dragon eyes were filled with loss. Poor fellow. What is the Spirit Emperor realm? These two immortal monks of the Supreme Realm were not necessarily killed. No matter what, I have to bring the news to Lord Mother. It's about time for this close to 3,000 years of waiting to come to an end. Soon, the Dragon Emperor led the duo to shoot towards the direction where Middle-earth was located. The moment, above an endless plain, the calm space violently opened up, and a figure appeared in this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Examining the circle, Gu Jingtian did not care where exactly he was at this moment. All that resounded in his mind were the last words of that mysterious existence in the secret realm. Golden Immortal Realm? He actually said his cultivation level is the Golden Immortal Realm. This fellow actually even knows the avenue of force. So I guess what he said wasn't just empty talk. It turns out that one's cultivation has already reached the Golden Immortal Realm. But why can't one ascend yet? Could it be because the laws one practices are very different from this world? Everything in this secret realm definitely doesn't belong to this world. It's mostly from the upper realm. Golden Immortal. Laws of force. Could it be that this upper realm is the heavenly realm amongst one's previous lives? At this moment, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with doubts. In the next second, Gu Jingtian suddenly remembered the green seed he had gotten at the end. In the heat of the moment, Gu Jingtian had already placed this green seed into his system space. This system space was filled with items that Gu Jingtian had signed up for over the past 3,000 years. All kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, and exotic treasures could be said to be endless. Even some of these treasures had given birth to independent divine senses. Gu Jingtian hurriedly checked the situation in the system space, but to his surprise, he found that the green seed actually occupied an area all by itself. The surrounding heavenly materials all intentionally distanced themselves from this green seed. There was even an intact immortal soldier among them. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with surprise. The vast majority of the signing rewards one obtains don't go beyond the level of immortal soldiers. But this immortal soldier is actually extremely afraid of this green seed. Doesn't this mean that this green seed is even higher than the tier of an immortal soldier? If one is able to successfully cultivate this green seed, I wonder what kind of heavenly treasures will grow. With a thought, Gu Jingtian directly called in a Saint Soldier level furnace from within the system space. With that, he placed the 5 elemental spiritual soil he had signed into it and buried this green seed. Once again, the heavenly sun water, which contained the slightest hint of immortal chi, was fetched for watering. With the irrigation of one exotic treasure, this green seed finally took root and sprouted a tiny branch. But at this moment, Gu Jingtian's inventory of 3,000 years had actually been depleted by 1/10. Even so, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with ecstasy. This time one has really picked up a treasure. These heavenly materials, even a pig could have spawned it into a supreme realm powerhouse. Yet it can only make this kind of seed barely germinate. What does this show? It shows that supreme realm powerhouses are worse than pigs and dogs compared to this kind of sun. In time, if we can let this kind of seed mature and bear fruit, I don't know how terrifying a fruit would be obtained. Gu Jingtian's brows crossed. Give up the child and take the wolf. Kryptonite. Immediately afterward, Gu Jingtian used almost all of the 90% of the items with cultivation abilities that he had signed up for in the past 3,000 years, only to see this green branch bud gradually grow into a small tree about a meter high. An unimaginable life force filled the air. Gu Jingtian took a deep breath, and that majestic life force immediately surged into Gu Jingtian's body. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's eyes snapped wide open. Chapter 71 9 Heavenly Yinglong. Dragon Violet Shirt. What a strong life force. Just a single sniff is able to make me a golden immortal realm powerhouse. Feel an increase in life force. If my realm is really as that mysterious existence said, a true immortal realm, although I won't say that I will live with the heavens, I'm afraid that I will at least hit the bottom in a million years. If this were to be sniffed by those Spirit Emperor realm fellows, I'm afraid it would be enough to enhance their lifespan by tens of thousands of years. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. One is really getting a good treasure this time. This is still just smelling a mouthful. If one waits until this kind of seed blossoms and bears fruit, what will it be like to eat that fruit? Is it really possible to live forever? After calming his excitement for a while, Gu Jingtian then would exit the system space. Sharp gazes swept through the surroundings, and strong divine thoughts swept out at once. Soon, Gu Jingtian realized that thousands of miles away from him, there was a huge city called Tianji City. Gu Jingtian thought for a moment, then transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the middle of this Tianji City. And at this moment, inside Tianji City, there was a huge square situated here, and above this square, densely packed with silhouettes wearing white robes. At the head of the group was an old man wearing a silver robe. In the next second, the old man cried out respectfully, "We worship the Xian Maiden." With the sound of the old man's voice, tens of thousands of people were kneeling on the ground, looking at the statue in the center of that square with a pious expression. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had also arrived in this Tianji City. Looking at the situation ahead, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. What's this all about? Worshipping the genii? In this Middle Kingdom, besides Buddhism and Taoism, is it hard to believe that there are other sects? Gu Jingtian gazed at the statue, but the moment he saw it, he couldn't help but see endless anger spreading under his eyes, only to see that the statue standing in the center of the square was an outstandingly wonderful woman, and the woman's appearance actually looked exactly the same as Gu Lishang. Gu Jingtian's brows crossed. What's going on here? How come this statue looks exactly like that unfilial son or grandson? Could it be that these two have also come to Middle-earth? But why did it become the Xian Maiden that this group is talking about again? There are tens of thousands of people paying homage to it in this one city. The power of this sect is evident. After a slight hesitation, Gu Jingtian quickly arrived in a wine shop. As we all know, a restaurant is the most well-informed place. Soon, a store assistant walked over with a smile on his face. Worthy of being a Middle-earth land, even a store assistant's cultivation had already reached the spirit martial realm. Before the store assistant could say anything, Gu Jingtian waved his hand and a crystal-clear purple crystal appeared on top of the table. It was the highest level of purple spirit coins in this Xian continent. When the store assistant saw this, he immediately smiled with joy and his face was like a chrysanthemum. I don't know what Elder has to say. Even though in the shopkeeper's opinion, Gu Jingtian was nothing more than a spiritualist realm waste, but those with money were all grandfathers. Gu Jingtian said aloud, "What's going on with the statue of he who stands in the middle of this square?" The store assistant hemmed and hawed and smoothly put away the purple spirit coins on the table. It seems like you've been in seclusion for a while, senior. No wonder I didn't know about this. Nowadays in the entire Middle Kingdom, who doesn't know that the Yuan sect Xian maiden is approaching the world? Just 3 months ago, the Yuan sect announced that the Yuan sect Xian daughter, who has been vacant for more than 2,000 years, finally has a candidate. It's precisely this coronation of the Xian maiden. And there are rumors that this Xian maiden is a true immortal from the heavens who has visited the earth. And this Xian new coronation is as beautiful as the heavens, and is now a hot figure in the entire Middle Kingdom. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Yuan sect? Since it was able to announce the entire Middle Earth, it must be an overwhelming power in this Middle Earth as well. But once upon a time when one was wandering through the Middle Earth, why had one not heard of this Yuan sect? It seems that this is not a coincidence. This Yuan sect Xian daughter is more than likely that unfilial descendant of Gu Lishang. Sure enough, this Gu Lishang is harboring some secrets. Soon, the table in front of them was filled with delicious food. Gu Jingtian drank to himself and listened to the comments of the people around him. Soon, Gu Jingtian figured out where he was. The Middle Kingdom is divided into 36 states. Even the smallest of these 36 states, the Tianqiao state, was twice as large as the land of the eastern continent. Nowadays, Gu Jingtian was located precisely in the Tianhui prefecture in the southern part of the Middle Kingdom. Gu Jingtian was just about to leave when a voice from the next table attracted Gu Jingtian's attention. He only heard a short cultivator who was currently saying with a face of adoration, "Have you guys heard? The Silent Sword Immortal defeated Zhao Yun, the holy son of the 8 desolate holy lands in the Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture, some time ago, successfully ranked 10th on the Tsunghai ranking, and still, it only took one move. It broke this Zhao Yun's 8 desolate Qin Kuan body. It's really terrifying." Upon hearing this, the other person also had an excited look on his face. Yes, this Silent Sword Immortal Gun Yanling is the pride of our Tianji city. One man, one sword. He's been to the Middle Kingdom all by himself. Now he's in the top 10 of the Tsunghai ranking. I've heard that the top 10 of this Tsunghai ranking can each have battle power comparable to the Spirit Emperor realm. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. I didn't expect to hear about that little girl just after I came to Middle Earth. Not bad. It's only been half a year and you've already entered the top 10 of the Tsunghai ranking. There are a total of 100 people in this Tsunghai ranking, which are the 100 most gifted and outstanding supreme heavenly prides under the age of 50 in the entire Middle Kingdom. Heaven-killing prefecture. It seems that this little girl should be in heaven-killing prefecture. It's just that I have to pass through this heaven-killing prefecture even if I go to the Nine Heavens Dragon Palace, so I might as well go and take a look at this little fellow first. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly disappeared from its original spot. At this moment, in the Middle Kingdom, Tianwei Prefecture, this Tianwei state was also exactly where the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace was located. At this moment, the top of the clouds of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace, that charming and moving silhouette was reclining within the courtyard, drinking to herself. It's already been a little over half a year. Why hasn't that little fellow Etienne returned yet? With his strength, even if he encounters a supreme realm powerhouse, he's still strong enough to retreat in one piece. Why hasn't he come back yet? It's been close to 3,000 years. That stinky fellow must have definitely ascended. But right at this moment, a glimmer of essence flooded through Long Zishang's beautiful eyes. Back! This brat is finally back. The divine thoughts of the peak of the supreme realm swept out and instantly discovered Long Etienne's location. At the entrance of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace at this moment, there were 3 figures that appeared here. It was none other than the 2 sisters, Dragon Emperor and Sky Fox. And after sensing these 3 people, Long Zishang couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and an endless loss flooded his eyes. Chapter 72, Life is like the first time you see it. Good. This brat. It turns out that he went out looking for flowers. 2 fox charming children of the Sky Fox clan. The bloodline is not bad. No wonder he just ran off without saying hello to me. Bastard. Let me worry for nothing. Long Zishang's brows were lightly furrowed and his face was furious. Long Etienne. Hurry up and get your ass back here. Hadong's dragon roar-like voice resounded throughout the entire Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace. It reached the ears of the Dragon Emperor, and at this moment, the Dragon Emperor's pair of dragon eyes were filled with lingering sadness. How am I to speak to Mother Superior on this matter? I obviously found my father, but then I watched him leave me. Thinking of this, the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in his heart and tearful eyes. Nonetheless, he also understood that his mother Sama's 3,000 years of waiting had to have an ending, even though it wasn't perfect. The Dragon Emperor took a deep breath and looked at the 2 Skyfox sisters beside him. You two just wait here for a bit. This emperor will first go and interview my mother. The 2 Skyfox sisters nodded with a well-behaved face. Looking up at that peak in the clouds, eyes couldn't help but fill with admiration. What an unswerving love. I didn't realize that in this distant Middle-earth, there was still a woman who waited for Elder Gu obsessively. 3,000 years of age. 3,000 years of affection. But to end up with an ending like this, it's really saddening. Between the clouds, a figure came stepping on the clouds. It was none other than Dragon Emperor Long Etienne. Between his footsteps, the Dragon Emperor had already traveled to the front of that secluded compound. The mind is torn in 100 directions. Etienne see Mother Superior. And the fiery voice came again. Gu, isn't this Coronation Dragon Emperor? I thought Coronation Dragon Emperor was busy looking for flowers and forgot about his own mother? But in the very next second, the Dragon Emperor's majestic body violently fell to his knees, bowed that noble head. Such a situation immediately caused Long Zishang's pupils in the courtyard to shrink. Unexpectedly, a trace of anger spread in the bottom of his heart. Get up! Get thee up! You are the Dragon Emperor. It's my Long Zishang's child. How can you just kneel down casually? Or for such a small thing? Despite Long Zishang's stern reprimand, the Dragon Emperor continued to keep his head down. Mother Superior. I found father. Saying such a simple sentence. Yet it seemed as if it had exhausted all of the Dragon Emperor's chi. At this moment, it was as if endless thunder exploded within Long Zishuang's mind. The anger on his face Russian dissipated and was replaced by a face at a loss for words. The violet dragon's eyes were watery and foggy in an instant. That sassy, delicate body couldn't contain the trembling. Even those rosy, full red lips were trembling slightly. A sentence was slowly spat out between the light opening of the shell teeth. You've seen him? He's still on Earth? The Dragon Emperor nodded heavily. Yes, Mother. I have seen my father. He is in the Eastern Continent. As the words Eastern Continent came out, the last trace of doubt in Long Zishang's heart dissipated. Her emotions were so mixed at the moment. Surprise, dawning, regret, entanglement, that complexity of emotions like a pair of big hands ravaging her heart mercilessly. At this moment, this absolute powerhouse of the dragon race fell silent. All that came to mind was what had been with that person. A moment of time passed and it seemed to span an eternity. Thousands of thoughts and sorrows in his heart finally converged into 6 words. So is he doing well? There was tenderness and love in that voice. The Dragon Emperor was already in tears at this point, and that noble head immediately fell to his knees. Mother, it's my child who is useless. That's why I didn't protect my father. It's all my child's fault. If father hadn't tried to save child, he wouldn't have. Before the Dragon Emperor could finish his sentence, that purple silhouette had already arrived in front of him. The white jade hand grabbed Dragon Emperor's shoulder in an instant and directly lifted him up. That pair of crimson eyes stared round, staring deathly at the Dragon Emperor in front of him. What happened? What happened to him? Tell me, what's wrong with him? Under the strong force, even the Dragon Emperor frowned lightly. The Dragon Emperor whimpered, before informing the Dragon Zixi in front of him of everything that had happened. After hearing the words of the Dragon Emperor, Long Zishang's petite body trembled furiously, and a gorgeous and peerless pretty face seemed to be smiling rather than crying. Impossible. Impossible. He's not dead. How can he be dead? I haven't taught him a lesson yet. Let him know what I'm capable of. How can he die? Gu Jing Tian. How can you die? How dare you die? You dumbass. Idiot. You. Ah. In an instant, Long Zishang's heart-rending roar resounded throughout the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace. Under this hiss of grief and indignation to the extreme, the entire 9 Dragons' heavenly palace was trembling madly. Countless dragons trembled under this tyrannical dragon might. Listening to that painfully angry roar, the 2 Skyfox sisters were also teary-eyed. He couldn't help but think of this time when he met Gu Jingtian. Looking at the insanity like Long Zishang in front of him, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly fell to his knees once again. Mother, it's all my child's fault. You punish me. Looking at the Dragon Emperor who had already cried into tears, Long Zishang calmed down a few points. You get up. Honor. You get up. It's not your fault. You stand down. Leave me alone. The teary-eyed Dragon Emperor slowly got up, understanding that this matter could only be digested slowly by letting his mother alone. With that, he bowed deeply and turned away. And after the Dragon Emperor left, Long Zishang's delicate body softened and she immediately collapsed to the ground. The pain that tore through her heart made her breath catch. Sad tear tracks cut across that gorgeous pretty face. I'm sorry. It's me who's sorry for you. I'm the one who hurt you. If it wasn't for me, Tian'er wouldn't have thought you were his father and wouldn't have gone looking for you. And nothing like this would have happened to you. If we could have been less stubborn in the beginning, we wouldn't be so sorry now. It's all my fault. Just focusing on my own face. Refusing to be soft. Can't even say a word about liking it. But no ifs. Sadly no ifs. Inside the small secluded courtyard, only that one stunning silhouette remained, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace, a figure furtively left. In the meantime, chosen in the 10,000 miles away sky-killing state. The continuous volcano stands here, between the mountain peaks stretching out. Flames flashed, and everywhere there was magma emanating terrifyingly high temperatures. And this place was exactly where the strongest force in the Heavenly Slayer Prefecture, the Heavenly Flame Holy Land, was located. At this moment in the Heavenly Flame Holy Land, a familiar figure shot out from the Great Hall. It was none other than Gu Yan, who had come here from the Eastern Continent, only to see that at this moment, Gu Yan was dressed in a red gold robe, which was unusually flashy. And this red gold robe was precisely the clothing that only the holy sons of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land were able to wear. The spirited Gu Yan's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Gu Yanling. I didn't expect this loser to be in Middle-earth. Chapter 73 Gu Zian. I must have you. Gu Yanling is nothing but a waste of an outer sect. After following Gu Jingtian's departure, there was no more news of her in the entire Eastern Continent, so it turns out that she actually ran away to the Middle-earth. Now it's even become the top 10 on this Middle-earth's Tsanghai list. With my own cultivation, I'm only 67 on the Tsanghai list. In just over half a year's time, this Gu Yanling has actually become so powerful. It's designated that Gu Jingtian gave her the hidden exotic treasures. Humph, we have such strong talents. And this old thing, Gu Jingtian, didn't bestow such exotic treasures on us. It's simply a crime that deserves death. Humph, now that I'm the holy son of this Heavenly Flame Holy Land, a mere Gu Yanling is still nothing more than a handful. And just then, that old voice once again sounded in Gu Yan's mind. Kid, old me didn't lie to you. Old me is precisely the founding ancestor of this Heavenly Flame Holy Land. With your qualifications, you are fully capable of becoming the holy son of this Heavenly Flame Holy Land. Now that you've already worshipped that little fellow Fiery you as your teacher, as long as you can help this old ancestor recast his fleshly body, after old ancestor's ascension, the entire Heavenly Flame Sacred Land will be yours. Hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. As long as I become the holy emperor of this Heavenly Flame Holy Land, at that time, it won't be easy to get Gu Zian. It's just that nowadays it's impossible to find Zian's whereabouts. And just then, a voice suddenly entered Gu Yan's ears. Gu Yan, Master has something to command. Come to the Heavenly Flame Hall quickly. Gu Yan sniffed and then shot off towards the distance. A few breaths later, in the middle of a majestic hall, a fiery red figure was standing in front of Gu Yan. It was none other than Gu Yan's master at this time, and the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land, the half-step Supreme Realm Powerhouse Fire Yao. Disciple, the Yuan-E sect has set a date for the Xian Nu's reigning ceremony to be held 2 months from now. This Yuan-E sect is so powerful that it's now the #1 force in the Middle-earth, and it's not far from my Heavenly Flame Sacred Ground, so for the sake of the Heavenly Flame Sacred Ground's development, it's better for you to make a trip in person for your master. Hearing this, Gu Yan then nodded, but right at this moment, the fire flare in front of him raised an eyebrow. There's one more thing. This Yuan-E sect Xian Nu, like you, is surnamed Gu, and is also from the Eastern Continent. The name is Gu Lishang. Do you recognize her? As soon as these words came out, Gu Yan immediately froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? Gu Lishang? It's her? This Yuan-E sect Xian daughter is actually Gu Lishang? If Gu Lishang is here, doesn't that mean Zian is also in this Yuan-E sect? But the two of them left together. Even if Zian isn't with Gu Lishang, this Gu Lishang definitely knows where she is. Thinking of this, Gu Yan instantly had a plan in mind. Then he hurriedly looked at the fire flare in front of him and said, Master, this Gu Lishang, disciple doesn't just know. He is the elder of my family. It's just that my family was persecuted by a traitor. That's why the members are scattered. When these words came out, Fireflame Yao was instantly delighted. What? This Yuan-E sect's new Xian maiden is actually your family elder. This is great. My Heavenly Flame Holy Land has always wanted to befriend the Yuan-E sect, but suffered from a lack of doors. Now that we have this relationship, then the alliance between my Heavenly Flame Holy Land and the Yuan-E sect, wouldn't that be as easy as pie? Great! Just go ahead for your master and make sure to put in a good word in front of that family senior of yours. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Master Teacher, my disciple has one more thing to report. Master Teacher must know about that sword Dao genius, Gu Yanling, who recently appeared in the Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture. This person is also a son of my Gu family. Only he defected from my Gu family and is an enemy of my Gu family. It is even a thorn in the flesh of this family elder of mine. A thorn in his side. If I can capture this Gu Yanling, escorted by my disciple, and go to the Heavenly Monarch sect, I'm sure my family elders will be quite delighted. When these words came out, Fireflame Yao raised an eyebrow. There's actually something to this? That's really great. Although this Gu Yanling has an extremely strong sword talent, she doesn't have a backstage behind her. Once, Sword Father Haoyan personally came out with the intention of accepting her as a close disciple, but she refused. It's also all because of the face of the Haoyan Sword Father that she's able to live until now. Now with the Yuan E sect's connections, even the Haoyan Sword Father wouldn't dare offend the Yuan E sect. I'll send someone to assist you in capturing this Gu Yanling, and when the time comes, accompany you to the Yuan E sect. Hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart. Wonderful! As long as I can capture this Gu Yanling, all the heavenly treasures that punk Gu Jingtian gave her will be mine. Gu Yan. In the meantime, Skykill State. Star Ocean City. Star Ocean City was located in the center of the Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture. That was the most prosperous city in the entire Heavenly Slaughter Prefecture. And at this moment, on top of the busiest street in this Star Ocean City, there was an extremely extravagant palace. Every brick and tile of this palace was a valuable material. And in front of the door of this palace, above the plaque, there were 3 big words engraved. Tianbao Building. The 3 large characters were all carved out of valuable purple jade. Tianbao Lu rose to prominence 3,000 years ago, and after more than 2,000 years of development, it had become the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Middle Kingdom. And this one extremely extravagant palace was actually just the store of Heavenly Treasure House in this Star Ocean City, and it was still just an ordinary branch, so it could be seen that the financial power of this Heavenly Treasure House could be as terrifying as it was. And at this moment, in the middle of the stores of this Heavenly Treasure House, a young girl dressed in Tian Baolu's costume was standing behind a screen, looking at the front hall where people were coming and going, with a delicate figure and unassuming appearance. It was that Gu Qingyu who had come here from the eastern continent. At this moment, Gu Qingyu's beautiful eyes were filled with displeasure. Humph, this Heavenly Treasure House has gone too far. My talent isn't too far off from that Gu Yan kid, and now this kid has become the holy son of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. I, on the other hand, am only the head of a family in this Heavenly Treasure House branch, and I'm not even the store manager. Humph. It's just because the benefits given by this Heavenly Treasure House are just too much. Just as well. After all, one is in the middle of this Middle Earth. People are not born, and it's good to have a big tree at one's back. After one's cultivation has risen to the Spirit Emperor realm, one will be able to serve as the shopkeeper of this place. Thinking of this, Gu Qingyu was bored and savored the spirit tea in her teacup. And at this moment, above the street outside the door, a man wearing a black and gold robe appeared at this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Looking at the extremely extravagant Heavenly Treasure House in front of him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I'll go. Tianbao Building? Isn't this that little fatty Li Tianbao's small store? That's not right. I remember that little fatty Li Tianbao was in Tianyong Prefecture. Hardly the same name. Never mind. Go inside and see what's in store. Chapter 74 Tianbao Lulu's owner. The number 1 richest man in the Middle Kingdom. Looking at the busy front hall, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but raise her evaluation of Tianbao Lu by a few points again in her heart. Although this Wanbao Lu is only a chamber of commerce, this ability to amass wealth is too terrifying. With just one branch, the monthly water flow is an astronomical figure. Even he, the chief manager of this branch, is not clear about how many branches this Heavenly Treasure House has. It can't be that there is a branch of Heavenly Treasure House in every big city in the Middle Kingdom. If that's really the case, it wouldn't be a bad thing for one to stay in the middle of this Heavenly Treasure House. In time, if one becomes a high-ranking member of this Heavenly Treasure House, how rich one would be. And just as Gu Qingyu was fantasizing about her future of calling the shots, a figure slowly entered the Heavenly Treasure Building. Seeing that familiar figure, Gu Qingyu behind the screen instantly widened her eyes. Full of surprise, he stood up. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. It's him, Gu Jingtian. It's actually him. He actually came to Middle-earth? In Gu Qingyu's heart, he didn't have much of an opinion about Gu Jingtian as an old ancestor. He just knew that this old ancestor he once had rarely appeared in front of the clan. As for Gu Jingtian being expelled from the family, Gu Qingyu was even more indifferent. Now that she saw that Gu Jingtian had actually appeared here, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but be filled with doubt in her heart. Didn't I hear that this Gu Jingtian has a close relationship with the Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon City? Now that the Gu family has fallen, the entire eastern continent should be dominated by Heavenly Demon City and the Devil Cultivators. If he didn't stay in the eastern continent to reign supreme, why did he run to the Middle Earth? Could it be that Gu Jingtian is following the Dragon Emperor? Then he should also be in the place where the Dragon Clan is. Can't it be that he came here on his own, preparing to go forward and defect to the Dragon Clan by virtue of old man Ling Tian's relationship with the Dragon Emperor? Now that the Gu family was in decline, Gu Qingyu was quite unhappy with Gu Jingtian in her heart. A hint of teasing flashed underneath a pair of green eyes. Humph, Gu Jingtian, since we've come across each other, don't blame me for being merciless. If it wasn't for you colluding with the Demon Emperor, the Devil Emperor, where would the Gu family be today? And why should I go through 1,000 hardships to come to this unfamiliar place in Middle-earth? At this time in the front room, Gu Jingtian was looking around at the cargo containers around him. Looking at the wide array of heavenly treasures within, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. This heavenly treasure house really has something. It actually even has saint soldiers for sale. It's really nice. If that little fatso Li Tianbao had such a store, I'm not sure how happy he'd be. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a flash of remembrance in his mind. There was hope in that little chubby pink eye. Big brother Gu, my dream is to open this store all over the entire Middle Kingdom and become the richest person in the entire Middle Kingdom. At that time, Big brother Gu, I'll buy you whatever you want. You saved my mother's life. From now on you are my own brother. Thinking of that naive fat face, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth lightly. When he saw Gu Jingtian come in, a boy immediately greeted him. However, after seeing Gu Jingtian's cultivation level, this boy couldn't help but frown lightly, but still with a professional smile. This customer, how may I help you? Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. Don't say that. The service in the middle of this heavenly treasure house is still okay. And there isn't that kind of brainless mocking dog blood drama that happens just because of one's cultivation level. Gu Jingtian was just about to open his mouth when he heard a voice coming out from behind the screen. Li, stand down. I'll serve this customer. Hearing this, the boy named Xiaoli was filled with a fawning smile. So you, the customer, know the chief manager of our branch? Well then, I'll take my leave first. Gu Jingtian, however, was full of doubts. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. In the next second, only a beautiful silhouette slowly walked out from behind the screen. It was none other than Gu Qingyu. Listening to the boy's mouth address his chief steward, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but feel a little fluttery. Although she was only the chief manager amongst this branch, Tianbaolu was the #1 chamber of commerce in the Middle Kingdom. This couldn't help but make Gu Qingyu a little proud. And seeing Gu Qingyu appear in this place, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. It's her, this little girl. I didn't expect that she would actually run into the middle of Middle-earth. And at this moment, Gu Qingyu was arrogant. Who did I think it was? So it's the Gu family's old ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Yo, you said I have such a short memory that I forgot that you've been expelled from the Gu family. Then we don't have anything to do with each other now. Now I'm the chief administrator amongst this heavenly treasure house. Sorry, today our heavenly treasure house won't do your business. The door's that way. You can't off. The boy who was just about to leave stopped at once and looked at Gu Qingyu with a puzzled look. This, isn't the chief steward going against the rules of our heavenly treasure house? Heavenly treasure house. Entering the door is a guest. Expelling guests is not allowed. Although there were quite a few slights in his heart, a tiny little boy still didn't dare to open his mouth. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a cold laugh. He was just about to open his mouth, but at that moment, a figure walked quickly down from upstairs, only to see that this person was dressed in gorgeous clothes, looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. His cultivation had already reached the Spirit Emperor realm, and he was precisely the store manager of this branch. Seeing this person come down, Gu Qingyu's pupils shrank. It seems like he just violated the rules of the heavenly treasure house in order to insult this Gu Jingtian. This old fellow can't be coming to talk about me. Then where does one's face go? Only to see this store manager with a hurried look on his face. He quickly came before Gu Qingyu. Qingyu, hurry up and check that there's nothing out of order in the branch. I've just gotten word that the master of the building has already arrived in the middle of this Star Ocean city, and it's no surprise that he will definitely come to our branch to inspect it. Gu Qingyu's eyes were rounded and she froze in place as if she were a wooden chicken. Master of the building? There's only one person in the entire Heavenly Treasure Building who can use that title, and that's the person in charge of the Heavenly Treasure Building. The richest man in Middle-earth. The richest man in the entire Middle-earth. He's actually coming here. If one performs well and is appreciated by the owner of the building, wouldn't he or she be able to rise to heaven in one step? This is a heavenly opportunity. One must grasp it. At this moment, Gu Qingyu had already left the Gu Jingtian in front of her behind, and hurriedly looked around. Only after seeing that there were no problems did Gu Qingyu come to Gu Jingtian's side. Humph, count yourself lucky today, to be able to witness the elegance of the Heavenly Treasure House Master. And just then, only 3 figures appeared in the doorway. It was only that these 3 people were plainly dressed like commoners. The first person was a middle-aged man with an obese figure and an amicable smile always on his fat face. The other 2 followed behind, looking indifferent. After seeing the 3 of them arrive, that store manager immediately sat upright and hurriedly greeted them. Branch Hanjin pays his respects to the building master. Chapter 75 Gu Qingyu, guess why I'm unhappy? In the face of his subordinate's deference, this middle-aged man continued to have a smiling expression. Those already small eyes narrowed to slits. Ha ha ha, why are you so polite? Hurry up and get up. The man's voice sounded extraordinarily jovial, generating uncontrollable joy in the heart. And seeing this naive little fatty, the bottom of Gu Qingyu's eyes on the side was filled with surprise. Is this the legendary master of the heavenly treasure house? Who holds half of the wealth of the Middle Kingdom? Why is he so amiable? It simply looks as if he is just an ordinary peddler. Even though her heart was filled with surprise, Gu Qingyu hurriedly walked up. A respectful face said, "Branch Chief, Gu Qingyu meets the heavenly treasure building master." The heavenly treasure floor master looked at Gu Qingyu with a smirk. "Yo, the little girl is really pretty. The talent is not bad either. This is the spirit ancestor realm at less than 50 years old. I'm much worse compared to you. When I was 50 years old, I was still in the spirit martial realm. Do well. Our Tian Baolu was very generous to our own people." At this moment, Gu Qingyu was like an intern who had been praised by the chairman of the board, and her heart felt as if she had eaten honey. I didn't expect this Tian Baolu owner to be so cute and adorable. Now it seems that this Tian Baolu is not bad. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrank. Dumbfounded, he looked at the fat man in the doorway. Li Tianbao? It's actually him? This kid is even at the Spirit Emperor realm now? Back then, this kid's talent was a mess. Besides, he just signed a business wonder book himself, and when he saw that this little fatty was pleasing to the eye, he gave it to him in passing. I didn't expect that this kid would actually start such a large family business now, and even break through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Could it be true that money makes the devil work? When that silly fat kid went out, the bodyguards he brought with him were all supreme realm powerhouses. Gu Qingyu, who had been praised by the Tian Bao master, was full of smiles and hurriedly led the Tian Bao master towards the inner hall. Gu Qingyu's gaze glanced over Gu Jingtian who was on the side, and his eyes were filled with smugness. Humph. See, Gu Jingtian, Gu Qingyu, even without the Gu family, I'm still a proud daughter of the heavens everywhere. You, on the other hand, are just a waste of space, and you've only dipped into ancestor Ling Tian's light. Gu Qingyu, who had been praised, was full of attentiveness. Master of the building, take a seat inside. The heavenly treasure mansion master smiled and looked forward, but the moment he saw Gu Jingtian, the smile on that fat face came to an abrupt end. A pair of green bean-sized eyes instantly glared with a dumbfounded expression. Gu Qingyu instantly noticed the change in the Tian Bao building master's expression. Following the gaze, he realized that it was none other than Gu Jingtian. Gu Qingyu froze slightly. The owner was originally quite happy. Why did you suddenly change your face when you saw Gu Jingtian? Is it hard to believe that Gu Jingtian had offended the building master on the way? Humph, daring to offend the heavenly treasure mansion master. This Gu Jingtian seems to be in trouble. But right at this moment, he only heard the obese body of that heavenly treasure floor master unable to suppress his trembling. A trembling voice came out. Gu, big brother Gu, is that you? Brother Gu. As soon as the words fell, the smugness in Gu Qingyu's eyes dissipated. In its place was endless dumbfoundedness. What? Big brother Gu? The heavenly treasure mansion master actually called Gu Jingtian as big brother Gu? The two of them actually know each other? Listening to the way the Tian Bao building master addressed him, it seems that he still has the utmost respect for Gu Jingtian, actually using honorifics. This is the end. One had just mocked Gu Jingtian, and at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy expression on his face. What? Still recognize me? I can't believe that you little fatty actually accomplished your dream. The moment these words came out, the heavenly treasure floor master could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. Quickly arriving in front of Gu Jingtian, directly a bear hug intended to embrace Gu Jingtian into his arms. But the next moment, he was greeted by a big foot. Roll, fat potato, don't disgust me like that. The heavenly treasure floor master was directly kicked to the ground by Gu Jingtian. Seeing this scene, the few people on the side looked completely dumbfounded. The two supreme realm powerhouses following behind the heavenly treasure mansion master were even more filled with killing intent in their eyes. But right at this moment, the heavenly treasure floor master on the ground actually laughed crazily. There were already hot tears in his eyes. It's you! It's definitely you! No one calls me a fat potato but you! The teary-eyed Tian Bao building master directly hugged Gu Jingtian's thigh. I can find you, brother Gu. I thought you'd cooled off. Gu Jingtian was speechless. I'm cool, even if you're cool. I can't die either. And the scene in front of her had shaken Gu Qingyu beyond words. For a moment, she wondered if she was hallucinating. Tian Bao building master tried to hug Gu Jingtian, only to be kicked away by Gu Jingtian. Master Tian Bao is still happy. It's over. Everything is finished. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to save my own life. The heavenly treasure floor master got up in a hurry. Brother Gu, let's talk inside. I've missed you so much. Before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master hurriedly tugged Gu Jingtian towards the inner hall. The store manager, Han Jin, was also smiling at the moment, talking to Gu Qingyu at the side. Qingyu, we're so lucky this time. By the looks of it, this customer should be the owner's best friend after a long time. I didn't expect to run into him in our branch. Look how happy the owner is. Once this owner is happy and rewards us, won't we be rich? Gu Qingyu on the side didn't say a word, and Han Jin hurriedly looked over. Only Gu Qingyu had a bitter look on his face, almost as if he had died as a father. Seeing this scene, Han Jin was dumbfounded. Qingyu, what's wrong with you? Everyone is so happy. Why aren't you happy? These words were like putting Windex in Gu Qingyu's heart. Gu Qingyu instantly revealed a crying and laughing expression. Only the sidekick had been unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from rising. Gu Qingyu froze in place with a look of despair. It's over. All that can be done is to wait for death. Running is impossible. Running by yourself under the eyes of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master? Is this possible? And at this time the inner sanctum. The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master was like a small child who had gotten a beloved gift and kept dancing with his hands. Brother Gu, I've found you. I've spent money on people and searched the entire Middle Kingdom. I couldn't even find you. I really thought you were dead, and made you a burial mound. Now I didn't think you'd live. Before he could finish, a chestnut knocked directly on the top of Tian Bao Lulu's head. Nonsense. What stepping on a horse is called living? I never died. The Heavenly Treasure owner smiled and patted his mouth. Right. It was me who said the wrong thing. I'll send someone to tear down the clothespin. Big Brother Gu, since I found you, from now on, this Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce will be the two of us brothers. If there's one for me, there's one for you. From now on you'll be the owner of the building and I'll be the owner of the second floor. Chapter 76, I'll reward you by chopping you up and feeding you to the dogs. As he spoke, this Heavenly Treasure Building Master had a pious face. Looking at the little fatty in front of him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. In the beginning, he himself just casually saved the little fatty's mother and gave him a business wonder book in passing. But today, even though he possesses wealth that drives the entire Middle Kingdom crazy, he still treats himself as respectfully as he did back then. He is even willing to give up the kingdom he has built with his own hands. I can feel that he means it with all his heart. Nonetheless, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Unconcerned, he shook his head. You know, I'm not interested in money. I'm happy for you that you're able to have this day. A trace of loss surged on the fat face of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master. Okay, Big Brother Gu, since you don't want to, then forget it. But in the future, as long as it's your business, it's Miley Tianbao's business. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Right, fat potato. Have you ever heard of a little guy named Gu Nianling? The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master scratched his head with a puzzled expression. I'm sorry, Big Brother Gu, I really haven't heard of this one. But don't worry, I'll send someone to check it out right away. What? This little fellow offended Big Brother Gu? I'll send someone to chop her up and feed her to the dogs. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Asterisk. Is it necessary to be so vicious? All you can talk about is fighting and killing, chopping them up and feeding them to the dogs. That's my apprentice. The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master rubbed his hands together in a naive manner. Brother Gu, isn't this what you taught me? Get rid of the evil, without a bit of thunder, that can shake the miles and mountains. Since this little guy is Big Brother Gu's disciple, he's Miley Tianbao's niece. Don't worry, in less than 3 days, as long as she is in Middle-earth, I will definitely be able to find her for you and deliver her to you. As he spoke, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master was quite a bit bold and full of energy. Gu Jingtian shook his head. No need. I'm just asking. This disciple of mine should also be in the middle of this sky slaughtering prefecture. If we can meet, then we'll meet, and if we can't, we'll forget it. My disciple, if he dies at the hands of his peers, it's because he's not as skilled as he should be. But if some people bully the young with the big, I don't mind bullying the old with the big. Hearing this, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master hemmed and hawed. Big Brother Gu, you're still as casual and spontaneous as ever. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Karma is all destiny, too deliberate and counterproductive. Well, it's time for me to leave. I am very happy to see you today. After more than 2,000 years of goodbye, I do not know who is in charge of this Middle Kingdom. Let's go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian's figure instantly disappeared in place. Looking at the scene in front of them, the pupils of the two Supreme Realm powerhouses waiting outside the screen immediately shrank. So strong. What exactly is this person's cultivation level? He actually disappeared from in front of the two of us without moving. There is actually such a powerful existence hidden in this Middle-earth. Seeing that Gu Jingtian had already left, A mist of water filled the eyes of the heavenly treasure floor master. Big Brother Gu is still the same as he was back then. That windy man. It's difficult for me to look at this realm. Big Brother Gu, you're a generous man, and you can take in all the rivers of the sea, but I, Li Tian Bao, speak of a vengeance. The eyes of the heavenly treasure building's owner narrowed slightly as he looked towards Gu Qingyu in the middle of the front hall with a smirk. Soon, under the followings of 2 guards, the Tianbao building master marched into the front hall, always with a smile on his face. Seeing the expression on Tianbao Lu's face, Gu Qingyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Looking at the expression on this heavenly treasure mansion master's face, it seems that Gu Jingtian didn't tell the heavenly treasure mansion master about the fact that he had just laughed at him. Humph. I didn't expect this Gu Jingtian to have some belly. However, don't think that I will appreciate it. The heavenly treasure floor master's face contained a smile. Your name is Gu Qingyu, right? A descendant of that old friend of mine? Looking at the amicable appearance of the Tianbao building master, Gu Qingyu said in her heart, it can't be. Gu Jingtian wouldn't have just told himself that he was his junior and not told himself about insulting him? Then wouldn't one be able to win the appreciation of the master of the 10,000 treasures building with this relationship? Riches and riches. Fight. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingyu hastily nodded, reporting to the heavenly treasure floor master. That one is indeed my subordinate's old ancestor. After saying these words, Gu Qingyu looked at the heavenly treasure mansion master in front of her with a mixture of horror, afraid of any look of displeasure on that fat face. However, the Tianbao building master in front of him still had a smiling expression. Gu Qingyu was ecstatic in her heart. The bet is right. One has made the right bet this time. It seems that this Gu Jingtian actually really didn't sue himself against the heavenly treasure mansion master. Bravo! Look at it this way, this Gu Jingtian isn't that annoying. In the future, if he becomes successful, the big deal is that he won't look for trouble from him. But right at this moment, the amicable voice of the heavenly treasure building's owner sounded once again. You're quite happy now, aren't you? I'll make you even happier. Since you're my elder brother's descendant, how can I, as an elder, not give you a meet and greet gift? Hearing this, Gu Qingyu was even more delighted, but still making a reserved face. No merit, no reward. You don't have to give Qingyu special treatment because of this matter. Building master, I, Gu Qingyu, have always been self-reliant and don't want to inherit the shade of my ancestors. The heavenly treasure floor master in front of him still smiled and nodded. Nice. Very ambitious. Since you don't want to take this old ancestor's favor, then don't be his descendant when you reincarnate in your next life. When these words came out, they exploded in Gu Qingyu's mind like a thunderbolt. What? At this moment, Gu Qingyu's pupils were rounded, and his eyes were filled with the color of extreme terror. The heavenly treasure mansion master smiled as he walked towards the door. The kind voice came again. Chop it up and feed it to the dogs. No matter how much Gu Qingyu behind him shouted, the heavenly treasure building master still walked slowly towards the door. Underneath those smiling eyes was the darkness of an abyss. Big Brother Gu is a hero of the world for not seeing eye to eye with such mole crickets. I admire that in my heart. I, Li Tian Bao, am just a small businessman and peddler, so naturally I'm not that particular about what I do. But I like it. Ha ha ha. The time came to the next day in the blink of an eye. Sky Killing Prefecture. Dongxingfu. On top of the flat official road, a figure slowly walked from the distance. One could only see that this person had a black power suit and a red golden longsword behind his back. It's just one man and one sword. Above that moving pretty face was expressionless, like an iceberg. Despite the blazing sun, the space around the young girl was filled with a bone-chilling chill. The holy land of heavenly fire. The holy sun? Humph. Just another guy who sends people to their deaths. One day, I will let the entire Middle Kingdom know the name of my master. Gu Jingtian. Chapter 77. I am her backer. This person was none other than Gu Nianling, who had already arrived in the Middle Kingdom for half a year. The talent of the god body was too terrifying, plus the sword intent that had already been formed. In a short period of time, it allowed Gu Nianling's cultivation to break through directly to the peak of the spirit sect realm, and was only a step away from the spirit ancestor realm. Even though his cultivation was only at the peak of the spirit sect realm, with the heaven-destroying power of the Taishang forgetfulness sword technique, it still allowed Gu Nianling to be born into the top 10 of the Shanghai ranking. It became one of the strongest few under the Spirit Emperor realm, and as the cultivation of the Taishang forgetfulness sword technique deepened, Gu Nianling's character also underwent a drastic change. The little girl who used to love to joke around is now silent. Gu Nianling's dark eyes looked extremely far away, and in the place where her gaze ended, a city was clearly situated. And at this moment, above the city, there was a figure standing with his arms folded, a look of arrogance. The red gold eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. And this person was none other than Gu Yan. who had already joined the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. Ha ha, I didn't expect this little bastard Gu Yinling to be so arrogant. I challenged her in the name of the Holy Son of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land, and she actually came without hesitation. Just a year ago, this Gu Yinling was nothing more than a spiritist realm mole cricket. Now it has become the 10th on the Shanghai ranking. I think this Gu Jingtian has specified that he has given my Gu family's treasure to her. A mere waste can reach such heights. I'm sure the dog thief Gu Jingtian doesn't know how many more heavenly treasures he has in his hands. Ziyan is still too kind. If I were a Saint Emperor, I would directly kill this Gu Jingtian. He doesn't deserve to hold the Gu family's things in his hands. And just then, that old voice resounded once again in Gu Yan's mind. Little Yanzi, you mustn't get carried away. The Heavenly Flame Holy Land has already sent out 3 Spirit Saint Realm experts. You only need to lure this little girl here. Since this little girl is able to rank 10th on the Shanghai ranking, you're not a match for her nowadays. Hearing the old man's voice, Gu Yan could not help but frown lightly, his heart filled with indignation. Hearing that he was actually no match for the once griffin, his heart was not quite convinced. Master, I just came to the Middle Kingdom and did not fight with the heavenly pride above the Shanghai ranking. In my opinion, I may not be their opponent either. Don't worry, I'll go through 2 moves with this loser first. If he is not defeated, naturally an expert from the Heavenly Flame Holy Land will step in. Plus, there's your old man. It'll be fine. Hearing this, the soul body within that bracelet hesitated a little and then responded. Just as well. Let's let you appreciate the level of the top 10 of the Shanghai ranking. Soon, Gu Yinling's figure had arrived underneath this city. The icy gaze swept towards the figure on top of the city tower. However, after seeing that face full of disdain, Gu Yinling's pupils shrank, filled with disbelief. Seeing Gu Yinling's expression, Gu Yan was even more pleased in his heart. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that. Little bastard, it's this holy sun. Do you think you can escape the Gu family's pursuit and killings forever just because you ran away to Middle-earth? But this unexpected look on your face really makes the Saint Sun happy. In the face of Gu Yan's frantic mockery, Gu Yinling's dark eyes instantly flooded with boundless killing intent. It's him, Gu Yan, a member of the Gu family. Kill, 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 anyone who has insulted Master. Kill. In the next second, Gu Yinling moved without a word of nonsense. The Emperor's fall in his back suddenly rose up into the sky. At the same time, Gu Yinling's figure flew up, holding the red golden longsword in her hands. Tai Shang Oblivion. Exterminate the heavens and destroy the earth. With a lift of her hand, Gu Yinling directly used the strongest sword skill she could use today. In an instant, boundless killing opportunities filled the air. Bone-chilling coldness shocked the heavens. The heavens and the earth changed color, and dark clouds spread out between them. Gu Yinling held Dilu and stabbed with her sword. It was like a dark thunder in the middle of the night. In an instant, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and the tip of the cold, glittering sword went straight for Gu Yan's brow. Such an astonishing speed caused Gu Yan's face to change drastically. Hastily mobilizing all his spiritual energy, the red golden flames formed a barrier in front of him. But in just an instant, that long sword with endless killing opportunities blasted on top of the barrier. Boom! Under the outbreak of the killing machine, the red golden fiery barrier shattered apart in an instant. The strong force directly sent Gu Yan behind him flying out. A mouthful of blood gushed out, and the life breath on his body suddenly declined crazily. Just one sword. It made the spirit ancestor realm Gu Yan seriously injured and dying. Boom! Gu Yan's body crashed to the ground. Where was there any complacency in his eyes now? There was only incredible afterthought. It can't be. This can't be possible. How can this punk be so strong? One sword. Just one sword. And it almost killed me. Before Gu Yan could regain his senses, the life-supporting sword light struck again. Quick. Fast. It's unfathomably fast. In a matter of moments, the cold, glittering sword blade had appeared in front of Gu Yan. The seriously injured and dying Gu Yan's eyes were round, and the crisis of death made him fall into an ice cave. In an instant, the flowed in unison. The cold, glittering sword blade was about to pierce Gu Yan's head. Right at this moment, a strong spiritual pressure instantly erupted, and a huge fire-red hand attacked from the side. It directly sent Gu Yinling's figure flying out. In the next second, 2 streams of light flashed by. 2 figures wearing crimson robes floated in mid-air, exuding a strong spiritual pressure. Obviously the 2 Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. Seeing these 2 appear, Gu Yan was relieved. That's when I realized what was happening to my lower body. For a moment, Gu Yan's anger flared up. The severely injured body trembled madly. The crimson eyes were scarlet. A mouthful of blood spurted out again. Nonetheless, Gu Yan continued to roar like a madman. Get her! Get her! I'm going to make her life worse than death. Gu Yinling, you bastard! I'm going to capture you. Make you my dog. make you eat and drink piss. Looking at the two Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses that had suddenly appeared, Gu Nianling remained ice-cold. Without the slightest hesitation, the long sword in his hand swung once again. Earth-killing sword technique. The earth sends out killing machines. Dragon Snake Rising Land. As the voice rang out, Gu Nianling's eyes were crimson and her body was filled with blood aura. Apparently it has burned the essence blood. Only then did he use this earth-killing sword technique. The sea of fury-like killing machines swept in all directions. The earth shook madly, and the earth's veins swayed and undulated. The earth cracked and the earth veins impacted like dragons and snakes, carrying endless killing opportunities. It impacted towards Gu Yan. Obviously, Gu Nianling wanted to kill Gu Yan even if she risked her own life. Feeling that terrifying killing chance, the arrogant and domineering Gu Yan froze on the spot. Filled with panic, the old voice rang in his head as well. Not good. This is a divine ability. A divine ability that only the Spirit Saint Realm can use. But at that moment, they only saw those two Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses violently appear in front of them. With a wave of his large hand, fiery flames that covered the sky steamed up. In just an instant, the overturned earth vein was blown to pieces. The divine abilities used by the Spirit Sect Realm were far from being a match for the Spirit Saint Realm in any case. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha, little bastard. What can you do if you're even stronger? I am the Holy Son of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. And even more so, I'm the shut-in disciple of the Holy Lord of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. And your master is nothing but that punk Gu Jingtian. Even if you're strong, you can't avoid the fate of becoming my slave, because you don't have a backer. Ha ha ha. And just then, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Who was it that said, she has no backing? Chapter 78, all chopped up and fed to the dogs. There was a trance in the distant sky, and three figures suddenly appeared in the void. The first person, plainly dressed, belly full of fat face always with a kind smile. It was none other than that Heavenly Treasure House Master. Upon seeing the appearance of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master, the faces of the two Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Flame Holy Land instantly chilled. Instead, Gu Yan, who had already been overwhelmed by anger, had roared out, "What kind of person are you? You want to stand up for this bastard too? I am the Holy Son of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. Irrelevant people, hurry up and get out of the way for the Saint's Son." The voice had just traveled out, but the soul body's urgent words resounded in his mind. Gu boy, don't be impulsive. This is Master Tian Bao. The person at the helm of the Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce is the richest person in the entire Middle Kingdom. Gu Yan snorted coldly. Isn't it just a Chamber of Commerce? It's hard for him to offend the Heavenly Flame Sacred Land. Doesn't our sacred land have a supreme realm ancestor? Just as Gu Yan's words finished, the old man angrily rebuked. Gu boy, are you overwhelmed by anger? Haven't you ever heard the saying, money talks? Although this Heavenly Treasure Floor Master made his fortune in just over 2,000 years, he went from a penniless mortal to the richest man in the entire Middle Kingdom in just 2,000 years. Where's the easy one? Supreme Realm powerhouses. I naturally have them in the Heavenly Flame Holy Land. But did you see those two behind this guy? Those are both Supreme Realm powerhouses. When these words came out, Gu Yan immediately panicked. What? This Heavenly Treasure Floor Master was actually able to make a Supreme Realm powerhouse his escort? But why does this Tian Baolu Master want to protect this little bastard Gu Nianling? What should my disciple do now? The old man hidden in the bracelet sighed softly. You and I don't need to panic. What the old man says, you say whatever you want. And at this moment, Gu Nianling still had an icy face as she looked behind her at the Heavenly Treasure Building Master. A great favor is not appreciated, but I've had a teacher for a long time, and I won't join any other forces. I will return today's favor in the future. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Nianling then intended to turn around and leave. Not the slightest hint of a drag. Watching Gu Nianling act so proudly, the Heavenly Class Building Master couldn't help but see a trace of appreciation flash through his eyes. This is how a disciple of Big Brother Gu should be so arrogant. But at that moment, Gu Yan's voice suddenly rang out. I, Gu Yan of the Heavenly Flame Holy Land, meet the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master. This person cannot leave. It's not that the latecomer doesn't give face to the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master. Rather, this person is the one that Yuan Yishan Maiden asked for by name, and the latecomer is also following orders. The moment these words came out, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master immediately frowned lightly. The smile on his face also gradually became playful. Yuan Yi cult? Yuan Yishan Nu? Seeing the reaction of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master, Gu Yan was instantly pleased in his heart. Humph! Even if your Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Middle Kingdom, so what? The Yuan-Yi sect is the most powerful force in the entire Middle Kingdom. Even if this Heavenly Treasure House Master cherishes his talent and wants to preserve this little bastard, he still has to consider whether it's worth it to offend the Yuan-Yi sect for her. However, just at this moment, the heavenly treasure building master suddenly let out a wild laugh. The fat on his body was trembling violently. Ha ha ha, kid, what are you talking about? I just don't like to see people bullying the small with the big. If the Yuan sect wants to capture her, naturally, as long as it's a cultivator of the same generation, Heavenly Treasure House, will absolutely have no second thoughts. It's just that those who rely on their cultivation and oppress their juniors, Heavenly Treasure House, will not compromise. Hearing this, Gu Yan immediately frowned. Master, what should we do now? This Heavenly Treasure House actually really offended the Yuan sect for this little girl. The old man in the bracelet sighed helplessly. We are no match for this Heavenly Treasure Mansion, Master, so we'd better withdraw first. Report this matter to the Yuan sect. Even though Gu Yan's heart was filled with anger, he could only snort indignantly. Go! Let's get out of here! Gu Yan was just about to leave when the voice of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master suddenly rang out. And slow down. That battle just now has not yet been decided. Little one, how can you leave? As soon as these words came out, Gu Yan froze on the spot, anger clumping in his eyes. Master Tian Bao, late generation is working for the Heavenly Monarch sect. There's no need for senior to bully the small with the big and be aggressive. But at this moment, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master snorted. How could I possibly bully the young with the big? This is naturally a battle between your juniors. I won't let anyone else get involved. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling, who was on the side, instantly heard the meaning of the words. Endless killing opportunities instantly flashed within those pitch-black eyes. The Emperor's fall sword in his hand suddenly shot out once again. It shot toward Gu Yan with lightning speed. Seeing this scene, the two Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses instantly darkened their faces and just wanted to strike, only to see a boundless might like a mighty prison crushing down at once. The two of them were as if they were carrying mountains of swidden gods on their shoulders, unable to move at all. One could only watch as the long sword rushed straight at Gu Yan's face. The sudden life and death crisis instantly made Gu Yan go limp, hissing madly in his head. Master, save me, you must save me. If I die, there's no way for you to gather a physical body again. The soul body hidden in the bracelet roared with hatred. You trash! At this point in time, I can only give up this physical body. In the next second, the long sword that contained the merciless sword intent had gone straight into Gu Yan's head. The relentless power of destruction instantly stirred, instantly blasting Gu Yan's body into pieces. It turned into a bloody froth on the ground, and right at that moment, only the crimson-colored bracelet violently emitted a faint glow. The space in front of him shattered. The face of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master darkened, and he just wanted to strike. But the red-colored bracelet had already scurried into the spatial turbulence and disappeared without a trace. The power of a Supreme Realm's divine soul? Careless. This kid actually has this kind of thing on him. And at this moment, Gu Nianling sheathed her sword, the expression on her pretty face still icy cold. In the next second, the figure of the Heavenly Treasures Building Master appeared in front of Gu Nianling. The fat little face still wore that kind smile. With a wave of his large hand, only a gold and jade token appeared in his hand. Junior, you're very good. This is the golden jade card of my Heavenly Treasure Chamber. It can be used at any stores under the banner of the Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce, with unlimited spending, and there are a lot of great uses. Before the words were finished, Gu Nianling's icy voice suddenly rang out. No need. Not interested. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Nianling's figure suddenly shot up into the sky and disappeared into the sky. Only the card-carrying Tian Bao Building Master was left, smiling and stopping where he was. What a personality! Worthy of being Big Brother Gu's disciple. In the next second, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master looked at the two Spirit Saint Realm powerhouses from the Heavenly Flame Holy Land with a smile. Alright, now that the matter between the juniors is settled, we have to take care of things between us as well. The Tian Bao Lulu Lord gently waved that fat little hand. Chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Chapter 79 Guzian, flying up to the branch and becoming a phoenix? Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away in a mountain forest, between the lush, dense forest, with a fluctuation in space, a reddish golden bracelet fell out of the space and then landed within the grass. And at this moment, there were two illusory figures in the inner space of the bracelet. One of them was none other than Gu Yan, and in front of him was clearly a red-haired old man in a red golden robe. At the moment, he was looking at Gu Yan in front of him with an angry face. Waste. You are a purebred waste. I had intended for you to look for the materials to condense the physical body for master, but you're such a waste of space, and now you've gotten into this mess too. I didn't expect this Heavenly Treasure Floor Master to be so arrogant, not even giving face to the Yuan sect. At this moment, Gu Yan said timidly with an aggrieved face. Master, don't be angry. You think like this? How lonely you are alone in here. Now that my disciple is accompanying you, at least it's not so empty. As soon as these words came out, the old man's furious gaze swept in. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You think you're a pretty fairy yourself, you piece of. Seeing that the old man was about to reprimand again, Gu Yan hastily changed the subject. Senior, you haven't told me what exactly this bracelet is. It's actually capable of holding a person's divine soul. Hearing this, the old man's face changed and he couldn't help but show a trace of reminiscence. The origin of this bracelet is not simple. If it wasn't for this bracelet, I wouldn't have become what I am today. Seeing that his ploy worked, Gu Yan hurriedly continued to inquire. So what's going on? The old man's cloudy gaze flickered with gleams of essence. Thinking back to that year, the old man ascended to the supreme realm and was titled Supreme Tian Yang. Having reached the peak of cultivation in this realm, I had wanted to get up and leave the red dust and ascend. But on that very day, I met the ultimate powerhouse that I will never be able to forget. That day, above the boundless sea, endless emptiness, I was here alone. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and a monstrous demonic aura filled the air. Even though my cultivation was already at the supreme realm at that time, this demonic might still made old me tremble with fear. Despite being tens of thousands of miles apart, I still feel the threat of death. As space opened up, 8 figures emanating monstrous demonic might appeared. At that time, I had sensed that I had been discovered and had fallen into despair. I understand. These 8 existences are definitely great terrors that I can't comprehend. If these 8 strike, I'm afraid that the entire Xian heavenly continent will fall into extinction. But just then, a figure appeared. He exuded an endless golden divine radiance that was so dazzling and untouchable. Speaking of this, the old man couldn't help but have endless admiration in his eyes. Just one punch, this peerless being of divine might annihilated these 8 heaven-destroying demon gods. With the power of a single punch, millions of miles of oceanic seas evaporate. Space shatters. The power of the law collapses. From that time, I made a vow in my heart that I would find this person and worship him, become as strong as him. Even if I am not able to become his disciple, I will still follow him, even if it means being a slave or a servant. And that is the ultimate powerhouse standing on top of the mountain. At this moment, the old man was in an agitated mood, as if he had returned to that day. Gu Yan, who was listening with great interest, hurriedly asked, "And then what?" When these words came out, Supreme Emperor Tian Yang's face darkened. Then, the old man was shaken to death by the aftermath of that battle. At that moment this bracelet flew in space and sucked me in, until 2,000 years later, it was picked up by you. A waste of space. And then until today, you losers came in too, you piece of. An angry roar once again resounded throughout the space. In the meantime, Skyway State, above the endless plains, there stood a white jade flawless city. The city spanned thousands of miles, resembling a ferocious beast of the ancient world prostrating itself. The city walls that were hundreds of meters high were surprisingly all piled up with white spirit jade. Although this white spirit jade wasn't particularly precious, such a terrifying amount was simply jaw-dropping. And this place is exactly where the most prestigious force in the Middle Kingdom, the Tiani sect, has been located for the past 2,000 years. And this jaw-droppingly huge city was merely the place where the ordinary congregation of the Tiani sect resided. Above this huge city of flawless white jade, in the endless void, floated this majestic and wondrous immortal palace. The materials used in the construction were even more astounding, emitting endless immortal auras. And one of the tallest immortal palaces was named Xianxian Hall. It was exactly where the most honored existence of the entire Yuan sect, Xian Nu, resided. Within the immortal Xian Hall at this moment, there were clearly 2 silhouettes with wonderful figures. It was the 2 Guzian sisters who had come from the eastern continent. At this moment, Gu Lishan's eyebrows were lowered, and the whole person exuded an ethereal and unassuming temperament, just like a heavenly fairy approaching the earth. Despite the fact that only 3 months had passed, today's Gu Lishang had not only certified as an emperor, but had even broken through to the supreme realm. Gu Lishang looked at Gu Zian to the side, and that emotionless eye suddenly flooded with warmth. Sister, although I am already the Xian daughter of this Yuan sect and have broken through to the supreme realm, rest assured that you will always be my most beloved sister. Now that I've instructed the strongest members of the Yuan sect to gather resources for you, don't worry, it won't take long for you to break through to the supreme realm as well. Hearing this, Gu Zian's beautiful eyes couldn't help but blush slightly. Sister, seeing that you are doing so well nowadays, my sister is happy for you from the bottom of her heart. Gu Lishang extended her jade hand and held Gu Lishan's palm in front of her. Sister, you and I are 2 sisters shaped as one. You are me and I am you. The same honor that I have belongs to you. Don't worry, now that the entire Yuan sect is all under my command, everything you want, my sister will find a way to let you have it. Hearing this, the defenses in Gu Zian's heart were then completely put down. After the 2 were taken away by that mysterious existence, they came to Middle-earth. Strangely enough, after arriving at the Yuan sect, that mysterious being simply took away Gu Lishang. As for Gu Ziyan, she was under house arrest. It wasn't until a few days ago that Gu Lishang reappeared in front of Gu Ziyan, and not only had she become the Yuan sect's Xian daughter, her cultivation had also broken through to the supreme realm. This couldn't help but cause uneasiness to rise in Gu Ziyan's heart. Fear that the Gu Lishang of today would change. It wasn't until now, when she heard Gu Lishang's words, only then did Gu Ziyan settle down. Gu Ziyan nodded heavily. Sister, in the future, with you backing me up, no one will be able to bully me even in the entire Middle-earth. But there is always a thorn in my sister's side. That would be Gu Jingtian. If it wasn't for him, how could we have gotten to this point? No matter where he is, I'm going to tear his bones apart. Only then will I be able to fulfill my hatred. Chapter 80 Dan Zun Huazitian, hanging the pot to help the world. Hearing this, Gu Lishang stretched out her jade hand and gently patted Gu Ziyan's shoulder. Sister, my sister thinks that you should look at the long term. That Gu Jingtian is just an inconspicuous wave in the midst of a vast cultivation career. Now that I am in charge of the Yuan sect, in time, the two of us will ascend to the immortal realm together. The supreme scenery in that immortal realm is where you and I will be able to show off our skills. Gu Ziyan, however, crossed her brow as the endless fire of hatred blazed in her eyes. Making me let Gu Jingtian go? That's absolutely impossible. If it wasn't for him, how could the Gu family fall apart? Even if you and I, the two sisters, ascended to the immortal realm, the future generations of the Gu family would know that this Gu family fell at the hands of me. Gu Ziyan, if I don't thwart Gu Jingtian and revive the divine might of the Gu family, my heart's demons will be hard to extinguish. My mind will not be at peace. Gu Lishang sighed softly. In that case, it's all up to sister. As long as sister wants something, sister will definitely go all out. As soon as these words came out, Gu Ziyan looked at Gu Lishang beside her with tenderness. Sister, you're so good to your sister. As she spoke, a pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but tear up. Gu Lishang gently stroked Gu Ziyan's arm. Sister, I will arrange for someone to find Gu Jingtian's whereabouts, but the most important thing at the moment is the matter of your breakthrough to the supreme realm. I've already gotten word that an event is about to be held in the middle of Dan City. The lord of this Dan City is none other than the #1 recognized alchemist in the entire Middle-earth, Dan Zun Huazetian. His one-handed alchemy can be considered unique in the world, and this event was initiated by him, inviting all the heavenly pride below the Spirit Emperor realm and the entire Middle Kingdom to fight. The winner will not only receive a reward from the Dan Zun, but can even become the Dan Zun's personal disciple. This first place reward is none other than a Jiu Xian Tong Tian Dan. It's able to drastically increase the chances of advancing to the supreme realm. Don't worry, sister. I will definitely send the strongest teenage pride amongst the Yuan sect to fetch this Dan for sister. Gu Ziyan's eyes instantly glistened. Really? There's actually such a miraculous elixir in this Middle-earth, and I can break through to the supreme realm. Sister? Gu Lishang nodded her head slightly, looking at her sister in front of her with tenderness. Sister, it's not just the supreme realm. You and I, the two sisters, will eventually become supreme existences and live a long life. For a moment, the heavenly fierce state, Dan City. The news that Dan Zun Huazetian was holding a Dan raiding conference instantly spread throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. In an instant, countless celestial pride traveled to the heavenly fierce prefecture, Dan City. A single 9 Xian Tong Tian Dan was enough to make countless old monsters rush to it. This Huazetian was also a legendary figure in Middle-earth. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, he was honored by the world as Dan Zun by virtue of his ancient alchemy. Those who have received its favor are unknown in the Middle-earth continent, and can be said to be extremely prestigious. And at this moment, thousands of miles away from Dan City, in the middle of a dense forest, a figure was walking through the dense forest. He looked like a teenager, with a basket on his back, which contained some medicinal herbs. The teenager bowed, obviously looking for herbs. And just then, a flash of golden light in the middle of the grass suddenly attracted the teenager's attention. The teenager raised his hand to touch it, and a golden bracelet appeared in his hand. The golden light was extraordinary. The teenager's face was joyful as he surveyed the gold bracelet in front of him. Meanwhile, in the middle of this gold bracelet space, heck, there were 2 soul bodies. Sensei, it's fantastic. We've been picked up. Master, do you want to take him as your disciple and let her find a way to recast our physical bodies? Hearing this, Supreme Flame of Heaven was furious. You punk, and you have the nerve to say it. Even if it's to condense a physical body, it's still for the master to come first. After replying to Gu Yen for a while, the Heavenly Flame Supreme sized up the teenager in front of him. In the next second, a trace of excitement flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Flame Supreme. This youngster looks to be in his 20s. with plenty of blood and chi, and his roots and bones are even more divinely radiant. But how come it's only the cultivation level of the spiritist realm? Could it be that he hasn't stepped into the path of cultivation yet? Mostly some kind of extraordinary cultivation wizard. Ha ha ha, fantastic. Old me's luck is just too good. I didn't expect to actually meet such a heavenly pride. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Supreme Flame of Heaven hurriedly transmitted his voice. Junior, don't be afraid. I'm in the bracelet in your hand. Do you want to become an immortal and an ancestor? Soaring above the 9 heavens, achieve a party hegemony and live a life surrounded by beautiful women, rich and powerful. Hearing the cheap swishing voice of the Heavenly Flame Supreme, Gu Yen on the side couldn't help but roll his eyes. Humph, old man, who only blows awesome, told me the same thing at first, but what about now? Humph, you haven't even become immortal yourself, and you're still compelling others. Listening to the voice that suddenly rang out, the teenager was slightly stunned and showed a surprised expression on his face. In the next second, the teenager's eyes were filled with thought as he timidly responded. Good day to you, sir. None of what you say interests me. The moment these words came out, the complacent Heavenly Flame Supreme immediately darkened his face. What the hell? Haven't I said enough to tempt you? This kid isn't even interested in that? How is this possible? This kid is also an ordinary person by looking at his costume. He definitely hasn't felt the life of a human being. It's a human being. There are desires. So I'd better find out what his desires are first. With this thought in mind, Supreme Flame of Heaven hurriedly transmitted his voice. Don't you have any dreams of your own, little one? The young man looked extremely far into the sky, but his eyes were full of determination. Back to you, sir. Naturally, my Hua family has been practicing medicine for generations, not seeking glory and wealth, not seeking to become an immortal as an ancestor, but seeking only to help the world by hanging a pot, and to send some comfort to the sick in this world. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the Heavenly Flame Supreme Being's mouth twitched. And such cuties, hanging around to help the world? There's no use in helping those ordinary people. I didn't expect this kid to be so talented. He's actually a cutie. In the next second, a fine light flashed in Supreme Flame of Heaven's eyes. That's really great. I only have my soul left to live on in this golden bracelet now. I wonder if the physician can help me recast my flesh. The teenager's brow was furrowed and his face was full of concentration. Sir is surprisingly pitiful. My Hua family's ancestral motto, healers are parents. Since the gentleman has asked for something, I dare not refuse. It's just that my medical skills are limited. So I'll take you, sir, to see my father. Maybe my father will have a solution. Venerable Skyfire's face was delighted. Hua family? Can it be that it's the Dan Zun Hua family? If it's the Dan Zun making a move, I'm afraid I'm 8% sure. Also, just follow this kid for now. And the city of Dan at the moment. In front of the tall city gates, a figure suddenly appeared. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a puzzled look on his face. It can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 81 Gu Jingtian's Doubt. It's actually so similar. At this moment, the entire Dan city could be described as overcrowded. Dan Zun Huazitian's name could be said to resonate throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. And that Jiao Shin Tong Tian Dan was even the Dan Zun's masterpiece. One could simply describe its efficacy by saying that it would lead to immortality. A murmur went up. Have you heard? This time at the Dan Capture Conference, the Buddhist son of the Great Thundersound Temple will also make a move. That's a terrifying existence that ranks third on the Tsanghai ranking. So what? I heard that the Dao son of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect will also show up. That's a supreme pride that ranks second on the Tsanghai ranking. Humph, that's not entirely true. The Jixia Academy's contemporary young sir has also come out of the gate, but he's never participated in the competition for the Tsanghai ranking. Humph, so what? The holy son of the Yuan Yi sect made a move. Everything is a mole. Only the Yuan Yi sect's saint son is worthy of being number one in Shanghai. In addition to the various heavenly prides, the most mentioned in the surrounding chatter was Dan Zun Huazitian. Hearing this name, Gu Jingtian's mind was filled with doubts. Surname Hua? It can't be that kid. It's really convincing. These guys are also competitive enough. Xinger and Yan Zhouge breaking through the Spirit Emperor realm is just fine. After all, the duo's talent isn't too bad. As for that brat Li Tian Bao, money can be a god, and it's barely comprehensible. But that kid, at that time, he swore that he wouldn't be able to cultivate and only wanted to be immortal. Because of this matter, I myself had followed him for 70 whole years until his blood chi dried up and there was no possibility of cultivation. And only then did I leave. That kid is also surnamed Hua, and he did give him a Dan dictionary himself. Could it be that the last hours of this kid's life broke his promise and started cultivating? Impossible. That stubborn kid is the only natural divine body that he has come across. If he were to cultivate, he would definitely be at the peak of the Supreme Realm right now. It's impossible for him to be trapped in the Spirit Emperor realm. At this moment, Gu Jingtian's mind was filled with doubts. In the next second, the corner of Gu Jingtian's mouth turned away. No way. I made a bet with this stubborn kid, and I lost. If this stubborn kid cheats, I won't let him off the hook. I'm going to see if this Hua Zetian is that kid or not. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian walked towards the middle of the Dan city in front of him. At the moment the spacious streets are also filled with traffic. The yelling that rose and fell around them couldn't help but make the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lift. The world seeks the path to immortality. But does it know that the red dust is also like immortality? After slightly sighing at the current scene, a voice suddenly sounded behind Gu Jingtian. Would you excuse me, sir? Gu Jingtian turned around, his eyes skimming over the people behind him. The person who came was none other than a teenager with a huge basket on his back. It was filled with various herbs. One pair of not-so-large eyes looked a little dull, and the moment he saw the teenager, Gu Jingtian's pupils instantly shrank. As if, it's like that stubborn kid. Ha! No! This teenager is actually born with a divine body as well, and it's still the exact same physique as that stubborn kid. It's also a Tao One God body. This kid actually didn't cultivate either. Just like that stubborn kid, he doesn't choose to cultivate no matter what. This teenager is definitely related to that stubborn kid. Seeing Gu Jingtian make way, the teenager nodded with a dull expression. Without looking back, he walked towards the middle of the crowd, and at the moment the teenager had a golden bracelet in his arms. The Gu Yen in the bracelet had roared with frantic rage. Gu Jingtian, it's actually him. He actually appeared in Middle-earth. Aha! 1,000 knives. This damned old waste of space has actually run away to Middle-earth. No way. I must notify Ziyan immediately. This old punk wouldn't want to let Ziyan go until now. No way. Ziyan, you can't be hurt a bit anymore. Suddenly a large hand slapped directly on top of Guyan's head. Don't howl, wolf. You're nothing but a divine soul now. Leave this bracelet and in less than a moment, you'll be scattered. Now you're still thinking about your 100-year-old aunt. You'd better think about how you're going to gather a physical body first. The pot of cold water from Supreme Flame of Heaven instantly calmed Gu Yan down a few points. His eyes stared viciously at Gu Jingtian in the distance. While looking at Gu Jingtian's back, the Heavenly Flame Supreme on the side revealed a puzzled expression. Ha! This is that Gu Jingtian? Why does this back feel a bit familiar to myself? Has one seen him somewhere? It can't be. When he was expelled from the Gu family, the Gu kid hadn't picked up this bracelet yet. But why does it feel so familiar? One must have seen this guy somewhere before. Soon, the teenager carrying a backpack twisted around 7 times and came to an alley. The alleys here are 7 slanted and some can only be passed by one person. Compared to the prosperity of the rest of Dan City, this place could simply be described as a slum. Everywhere you looked, there were people in tattered clothes, the vast majority without any cultivation. Looking at the tattered surroundings, the Heavenly Flame Supreme within the golden bracelet instantly looked dumbfounded. No! How did this kid get to a place like this? Dan Zun would live in a place like this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who doesn't know that Dan Zun lives an extremely extravagant life? It can be compared to the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master. It seems like he was mistaken. This kid is definitely not a descendant of Dan Zun. Instead, the teenager stopped at the end of an alley. In front of him was a courtyard, which was extremely small, and I'm afraid that between 3 steps, one could step into the center hall. To say that it was a nave was also extremely reluctant, but it was only 2 green-tiled rooms. It has also been tinkered with. Only the door of the room was wide open, and a tattered and extremely tattered piece of flagging hung over the doorway. It is inscribed with the words "Hanging Pot for the World." Having just arrived at the entrance of the compound, the teenager shouted in a condensed voice, "Father, Jenner is back." With the sound of the voice, the curtains of the room were slowly drawn back. A middle-aged man dressed in green cloth slowly walked out. While others may have some patches on their cloth, this man simply has some cloth on his patches. Despite this, the men were extremely clean. It's good to be back. Hurry up and put the herbs down. Old Lee's son at the East End is still waiting. Hearing this, the teenager named Yuaner hurriedly put down his backpack. Looking at the impoverished environment, Gu Yan in the golden bracelet had exploded. Master teacher, this is just a barefoot doctor. Where is any Dan Zun's clan? If Dan Zun's clansmen live in a place like this, then is Dan Zun still a human being? Let's not waste time. Let's hurry up and let this kid cultivate. At this moment, the Heavenly Flame Supreme also gave up the slightest illusion in his heart. Forget it. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. But this kid's talent is simply unbelievable. As long as he enters the path of cultivation, he will definitely be able to soar into the sky. At that time, it will be much simpler to attract the attention of Dan Zun. Take him as a disciple, and then beg Dan Zun to make a move. I still don't believe it. With my 3-inch tongue, I still can't persuade this kid. And just then, the teenager suddenly spoke up. Chapter 82, The Week in Cultivation. Derby High Mountain. Father, my child picked up a golden bracelet in the middle of this dense forest, in which there is a spirit body. I want to find the method to recast my flesh body. I wonder if father has a way. As soon as these words came out, Gu Yan in the golden bracelet burst into a frenzy of ridicule. Master, this kid is just a little cutie. He's obviously immortal. And looking at how poor his family is, he's barely able to eat. To think that he still wants to solve our problems. If he can solve our problems, then even a sow can get up a tree. The Heavenly Flame Supreme had also given up hope at this moment. Hey, indeed, there is more than likely something wrong with this kid's head. And just then, the man in cloth raised an eyebrow. My father does know that there is an elixir named Soul Harmony Pill. If you find a corpse that has just died within 3 days, and then assist this Dan, you can make the dead come back to life. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Flame Supreme in the golden bracelet instantly whitened his eyes. The eyes were filled with horror. Gu Yan, on the other hand, was unimpressed, and his face was filled with a sneer. Master, in my opinion, not only is this brat's head faulty, but this father of his is also a cutie pie. How can such poor people know such? Before the words were finished, the Heavenly Flame Supreme being on the side slapped a slap directly on top of Gu Yan's head. You shut up. This person is not simple. The soul harmonizing pill, but this. It's just that it's extremely precious, and I'm afraid that in the entire Middle Earth continent, other than Danzun Huazetian, there isn't anyone who can refine it. Can't it be that this person is a high-level person hidden here, able to refine this soul harmonizing pill? In the next second, the two Heavenly Flame Supreme beings looked at the cloth-clothed man with eyes full of burning heat. The man in cloth, however, frowned lightly and sighed helplessly. It's a pity that this soul-merging pill is ranked extremely high. I'm afraid that only that Huazetian alone can refine it. Once these words came out, the fire of hope that had just risen in the hearts of the two Heavenly Flame Supreme beings was instantly annihilated. Gu Yan snorted coldly. This won't still be nonsense. What's the point of saying it if you're not able to refine this elixir? Master, I think we'd better not waste our efforts here. But at that moment, the wooden-looking teenager suddenly spoke. This Dan Capture Conference, that Alchemy 1 competition, isn't the reward for second place in it a soul-harmonizing pill? For a moment, the duo in the golden bracelet couldn't restrain themselves from trembling. What? The soul-harmonizing pill is actually a reward for this competition as well. Then wouldn't it be that this soul-harmonizing pill is in the hands of Dan Zetian? No way. Old me has been in this golden bracelet for more than 2,000 years. This time, no matter what, I must obtain this soul-merging pill and gain my freedom. Gu Yan was also excited at the moment. Master Teacher, looking at this kid's outfit, he should be an alchemist as well. If I let him go to this alchemy conference and help me board to get this soul harmony pill, that would be great. And just then, the man in the cloth coat had a grave expression on his face. Yuaner, your alchemy is nothing more than refining medicinal stones for mortals like me. To want to participate in this alchemy conference and achieve second place cannot be said to be delusional. It can only be said to be absolutely impossible. All of a sudden, Gu Yan's frantic jeers resounded from within the golden bracelet. What a drunk! Is this kid playing with us? Since you can't fetch the soul-harmonizing pill at your level, why do you need to say so? Is it difficult to amuse us? It's just as well I'm in this hellish state, or I'd have broken his legs. The Heavenly Flame Supreme on the side, however, nodded helplessly. After all, I was too hasty. This kid is just a mole cricket cultivator after all, not to mention capturing the second place finish. I'm afraid that even participating in this alchemy conference is not qualified. But just then, the teenager said without haste, Father, the ancestral motto of my Hua family is to hang a pot and heal the world. As a physician, I know how to help the sick, even if there is an abyss ahead, even if the chances are slim. How can I be afraid to go forward? Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, my child would rather try, even if it's futile. I just want to have no regrets. The teenager's indifferent eyes were now filled with determination, brilliant as stars, while at this moment, Gu Yan was even more furious. Master, this kid is definitely a little cute. Just him, a mole who knows there's no chance, but still wants to try. Isn't this a waste of time? Cutie pie. These two are cuties. Gu Yan, who was frantically outputting, didn't pay the slightest attention to the Heavenly Flame Venerable One beside him, whose face was grave at the moment, while a pair of muddy old eyes were flashing with tears. A hint of admiration spread out. Gu Yan was still spitting madly when he was kicked out by the Heavenly Flame Supreme in the next second. Adversary, don't talk such nonsense. The healer is a parent. Who is this physician? Who knows he can't do it? Doing it for? But it's just for you and me, who are just ping-ponging. Up to this point, has this physician ever asked what he would be paid? Is he not afraid that we are outlaws? Yet, this physician is still willing to risk his life for us. Its age may be young, but it has the heart of a healer. Though his cultivation is weak, his virtue is higher than a mountain. How can such a character be insulted? Looking at the furious heavenly flame supreme, Gu Yan could only nod helplessly. Instead, there was a pang in his heart. Isn't that just a mantis of cuteness? Is that so? Even if he wants to help us, let's not see if he has the strength. The cloth-clad man in front of him frowned and hesitated before finally speaking. That's all. The ancestral teachings cannot be violated. The way of healing must not be abolished. Go ahead. Hearing this, the teenager nodded heavily. With that, he turned toward the room beyond. On top of the street at the moment, however, stood a silhouette. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, who had trailed all the way here. With his cultivation, the conversations of everyone in the room naturally could not escape his ears. Looking at the teenager, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth lightly. Hang the pot. Heal the heart. This little guy is really like that stubborn kid from 2000 years ago. He is also surnamed Hua. Then Hua Zetian is also surnamed Hua? That stubborn kid is also surnamed Hua. What is the connection? A soul body hidden in a gold bracelet? Isn't that typical of an old grandpa? What's up with that? With that thought, Gu Jingtian then greeted him. Looking at Gu Jingtian, who appeared in front of him, the teenager was slightly stunned, while Gu Yan in the middle of the golden bracelet had become hysterical. Gu Jingtian, how did this guy follow us here? It's hard to believe that he's discovered us? The heavenly flame supreme on the side shook his head. Don't worry. This golden bracelet is extremely special. Even a powerhouse of the supreme realm wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities. There's no way he's going to find us. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him, the teenager but slowly said, Are you here to see a doctor? Sir? Chapter 83, Who can remain unchanged through all the vicissitudes of life? Looking at the mute-looking teenager in front of him, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. No, I'm not here to see a doctor. Just now, I heard that you, little brother, are going to attend the alchemy conference, so naturally, I came down to the middle of this Dan city to attend the alchemy conference as well. I wonder if little brother would agree to go along. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan in the golden bracelet was instantly confused. What's the situation? Gu Jingtian is going to the alchemy conference? This old loser knows how to make pills? This old loser is talking nonsense. In the Gu family, I've never heard that he can make pills. The heavenly flame supreme being's complexion was slightly chilled. Not good. Although this Gu Jingtian's cultivation isn't strong, but after all, he's also an old man who has lived for 3,000 years. The vision might be quite poisonous. Perhaps this loser also saw that the second son's physique was extraordinary and borrowed this reason to try to take him under his wing. Wanting to take away such a talent from my hands is delusional. And with little hesitation, the teenager before him nodded with a wooden expression. Not since it's not possible. Brother, please. The two of them then walked towards the alchemy conference registration office. Just a few steps out, a gray-headed little boy ran out from the middle of an alley. It looked like he was just 5 or 6 years old. His dirty little hands clenched tightly as if he was holding his most precious thing. Brother Jen, thank you for curing my mom. This is for you. The boy opened his dirty little hand, in which lay a piece of candy. Under the boy's hopeful gaze, the teenager held out his hand and took the piece of candy. The little boy bounced away. Along the way, the people in the middle of this area of alleys seemed to recognize the teenager. All of them greeted him with a respectful face. The teenager also responded one by one without being condescending. Soon, the silhouettes of the two of them had left this slum-like place, and as the two left, a voice rang out from the corner of this street. Brother Yuaner is going to the alchemy conference. Did you guys know? That's really great. Although Brother Yuaner is young, his handful of medical skills are really green. If we can gain the Danzun's appreciation, it would be a step to heaven. AI. The father and son duo of Brother Yuaner have never taken a penny from us. People like Brother Yuaner should not be buried in a small place like ours. After leaving this place, Gu Jingtian followed Hua Yuan all the way. The event organized by Danzun Hua Zetian was divided into two. The first item, naturally, was the Dan Capture Conference, and those who came to participate were all the supreme celestial pride below the Spirit Emperor realm. As for the second, it was the Alchemy Conference, and the participants who came were all kinds of Dan Dao wizards. Either way, there was a chance to become a shut-in disciple of Danzun. Soon, Gu Jingtian's duo had arrived at this registration place. This place was already crowded with people, and in this vast land of the Middle Kingdom, the last thing that was lacking was geniuses. Among them, there were even some existences that exuded terrifying spiritual pressure. Obviously the protectors of the heavenly prides in the various clans. Hua Yuan's crisp and cold outfit could be considered extremely conspicuous amongst these proud sons of heaven. As soon as he arrived at this place, he attracted a gaze. Where is this poor boy from? Spiritist realm? This kind of cultivation also comes to participate in this kind of event? Even if he's here to participate in the alchemy conference, this spiritist realm cultivation is too ridiculous. I should have known that although alchemy doesn't rely entirely on cultivation, it's also closely related to cultivation. Just a delusional toad. Wanting to win the Danzun's favor by participating in the conference is simply a daydream. There were jeers all around, while the teenager always had a wooden look on his face. It was simply out of place in the world it was in. Looking at the teenager's performance, the color of appreciation in Gu Jingtian's eyes increased. This little guy, even his personality is exactly the same as that stubborn kid. If it weren't for the fact that he's only 18, I'd think it was the kid who lived to see another day. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but flash a trace of remembrance in his eyes. Brat Hua, this eunuch can tell you that you are a divine body, the very bullish kind. If you cultivate it, you'll definitely be able to ascend to immortality. I have a divine skill here called the Tao scripture. As long as you cultivate it successfully, you can be called the absolute peak powerhouse in the entire Xian heaven continent. The dark-skinned teenager stubbornly shook his head. I'm not interested. I just want to cure people. Keep them free from sickness. Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. Kid, I'll take you to experience the life of a god. Think again. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. That dark young man enjoys all the riches of the world. But in the end, gold and silver can't move his heart. And beautiful women can't mess with his mind. Can I go back? Who's going to heal them all those days I'm gone? Gu Jingtian, however, did not believe it. I don't believe it. You're not afraid to die. In the blink of an eye, 70 years later, what was once a dark-skinned teenager has become a late bloomer. Even if it was a divine body, it was already depleted of flesh and blood without cultivation. Over the course of 70 years, the teenager married and had children with an extremely plain-looking woman. At that time, Gu Jingtian had already seen that he only had a year to live. My lord told you that you only have 1 year left. It's not too late for you to back out. As long as you nod your head, I can help you cultivate. If you want to cure people and save them, it also hinders cultivation. The stronger you are, the more people you can help. The white-haired old man, however, laughed. This was the first time in 70 years that Gu Jingtian had seen him show a smile. Mr. Gu, I trust you, but I don't trust myself. Do you think that when I really live a lone life and am in a high position of power, I will still be as unchanged as I am now? This inquiry couldn't help but leave Gu Jingtian speechless. Yeah, who can be sure they'll never change? That day, Gu Jingtian left. After 70 years together, he witnessed this magnificent young man turn into the old man he is today. But he couldn't bear to see his soul return to the yellow earth. Maybe this way, he'd still think the stubborn kid hadn't left. A sudden chortle interrupted Gu Jingtian's memories. Poor boy from nowhere. This kind of place is also for you to come. Get lost. At the enrollment desk, a man in a fancy dress looked at Hua Yuan with a condescending expression. In the face of the rebuke, Hua Yuan's demeanor remained the same. Hello, I'm here to attend the alchemy conference, so please be accommodating. Upon hearing this, the man in the fancy dress raised an eyebrow, his face filled with sarcasm. Ha ha ha, just a poor kid like you, something like a mole cricket, also comes to the alchemy conference. Don't say that the grandpa is also making things difficult for you. Entry fee, 10 blue crystal stones. Bring it. Chapter 84, Hua Yuan's change. Yuan E Holy Sun. The man held out his palm full of contempt. 10 blue crystal stones. It's not much, but it's not something a mole like you can take out. If you can't get it, get the hell out of here. The teenager frowned lightly, but a hint of surprise flooded his eyes. Obviously not aware that this registration for the alchemy conference also requires the payment of an enrollment fee. At the moment, all you can do is freeze in place with your hands in the air, looking at the teenager's predicament. The crowd that was already filled with disdain in their hearts sneered even more. Ha ha, laugh me to death. My spirit martial realm cultivation, 5th grade alchemist, wouldn't dare to participate in this alchemy conference. This poor brat actually knows so little about heaven and earth. These kind of mole crickets always want to reach the sky in one step, only thinking of themselves being coveted by the Danzun, not thinking that they can't even take out this measly 10 blue crystal stones. Ha ha ha, how could this kind of mole possibly come into contact with the blue crystal stone? The jeers came at the teenager like a raging storm, but the wooden face remained resolute. It's hard to buy your way to heaven without money, and it's hard to beat a hero for a penny. At this moment, Hua Yuan surveyed the hideous faces around him, but his unperturbed mind changed. How can they be like demons when they are clearly not sick? Hua Yuan froze in place, about to be drowned by the endless taunts. The man in charge of enrollment in front of him grunted coldly. Since you can't take it out, don't blame me for being rude. Hurry up and get out. This is no place for a mole like you. And just then, only a timid voice suddenly rang out. Who says Brother Yuaner doesn't have any money? I'll give it for him. With the sound of the voice, a ragged child was extruded from the crowd. The dirty little hand was holding a copper plate in its midst. Exasperated, he walked in the direction where Hua Yuan was. However, he was greeted by a flood of jeers. Ha ha ha, where did you come from? Little brat, copper plate? You think this alchemy conference is something you mortals can participate in? And this kind of worldly gold and silver is worthy of being here. The value of a blue crystal stone. Do you know how many coins it is equal to? But in the midst of the overwhelming sneers, there were a few faint but firm voices. Brother Jenner, we'll pay for you. I have another piece of gold here. Old me, I still have a set of bangles in my dowry. This is a blade I just refined. It's worth something anyways. As the voice rang out, a figure stepped out from the crowd. Despite their poor clothing, they all had a hot glint in their eyes. It was the occupants of the slums. At this moment, they might not be clear on what 10 blue crystal stones actually represented, but they knew clearly that even if they took out all they had, they would still have to fight for a way out for that Yuaner brother. Looking at the crowd of mortals swarming around, Gu Jingtian's expression stared. He who carries the fire for the multitude shall not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. These people are poor, but their morals are not cheap. Looking at the figure walking towards him, Hua Yuan's wooden eyes filled with tears. He didn't understand why he was crying, but couldn't suppress the fluttering in his heart. Looking at the scene in front of him, the heavenly flame supreme and the golden bracelet also had tears in his eyes. On the side, Gu Yan's eyes were filled with sarcasm. A bunch of mole crickets. It's hilarious. This kind of mundane thing, a single blue crystal stone can buy countless. What stupidity. And just then, the man in charge of enrollment burst into a rage. You filthy ants. Is this a place you can come to? Don't embarrass yourself here. Get the hell out of here. If you don't leave again, this lord will be impolite. As he spoke, spirit ancestor realm spirit power fluctuations spread out from above the man's body. How could this group of mortals who were merely in the spiritist realm resist the spirit pressure of the spirit ancestor realm? And they instantly trembled and their legs trembled. Looking at the scene in front of him, the essence in Hua Yuan's eyes flickered, and that faith that had never wavered produced a crack at this moment. Why are they doing this when I've done nothing wrong? Folks are obviously here to help me. So why am I just standing here helpless? Why did that crowd give us such a hard time? They must be sick, I suppose. Must be sick. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian's brows were lightly furrowed, and a slight chill filled the bottom of his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, he only heard a voice suddenly ring out. How dare you? To oppress mortals like this is not the behavior of a cultivator of my generation. As the words came out, an even stronger aura immediately impacted, crushing that spirit ancestor realm's spiritual pressure down. A young man in a white robe slowly descended from the middle of the sky. That handsome face, however, wore a look of indifference, and seeing the appearance of the teenager, the crowd in the room instantly boiled over. Heavens, it's the Yunshao Saint son of the Yuani sect. It's truly magnificent, worthy of being the number one existence on the Shanghai ranking. Too handsome. In this life, if I could have 1% of the temperament of the Saint Prince of the Clouds, I wouldn't have to settle for myself even now. This kid is also lucky. Even if he is not able to participate in the alchemy conference, being able to witness the peerless elegance of the Saint Son of the Clouds is something that mortals like him are good enough to brag about for the rest of their lives. In the blink of an eye, that cloudy sky Saint Sun had already traveled to Hua Yuan. Looking at the young man in front of him who was emitting a soft glow, the chaotic look in Hua Yuan's eyes became a little more serene. The corners of the cloudy sky Saint Sun's mouth rose slightly. It's great that so many people are willing to help you. These 10 blue crystal stones are not worth mentioning. This Saint Sun can pay them for you. As soon as these words came out, a trace of warmth surged through Hua Yuan's gradually freezing heart. Thank you, sir. Don't worry. I will definitely return these 10 blue crystal stones to you later. But before Hua Yuan could finish his words, the cloudy sky Saint Sun in front of him let out a light laugh. 10 blue crystals are not worth it. Honestly, I admire you. Would you like to be my follower? You were supposed to have whiter skies. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Countless pairs of eyes were filled with jealousy. Aha! This brat is too lucky. He's actually gotten the favor of the sacred son of the clouds. Now this kid doesn't have to participate in the alchemy conference at all. The Saint Son of the Clouds is the number one on the Shanghai ranking, and in the future, he is designated to be able to certify his existence as an emperor. Sacred Son Yunshao, that's the sacred son of the Yuani sect. In the future, even if he ascends to the realm of the Supreme Being, it's not an impossible thing. Aha! This kid's luck is too good to be true. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corner of Gu Jingtian's eyes rose lightly. I really thought I'd run into some good guy. It turns out that this Yuan Yi Holy Sun is also hitting on this kid. In the face of the invitation from the Saint Son of the Clouds, Hua Yuan's eyes were filled with thoughts. In the next second, a scene that made everyone present incredulous happened. Chapter 85, Gu Jingtian strikes. Only kill and not cross over. Hua Yuan hesitated a little and responded aloud. I thank the gentleman for his appreciation, but I have my own things I want to do. As for the 10 blue crystal stones, I will definitely return them as they are. The moment these words came out, the people present all had their jaws dropped, looking at Hua Yuan with disbelief. No, did I hear it wrong? This kid actually rejected the cloudy sky Saint Sun? This brat must be crazy to actually refuse the solicitation of the Saint Prince of the Clouds? Not. How is he worthy? How is he worthy of refusing the solicitation of the sacred Son of the Clouds? He's just a mole cricket. Crazy. This kid is designated as crazy, choosing to give up such a heavenly chance. Bah! Don't give me the face. It's already a blessing of 8 lifetimes for you to be able to receive the appreciation of the Saint Prince of the Cloudy Heavens. You don't cherish it and actually dare to reject it. You've already taken the path of death. The tirades from all around once again came at Hua Yuan like an ocean. That ugly face and harsh words all touched Hua Yuan's rock-solid heart. What have I done wrong? They have to do this to me. They're not just sick. They're very sick. What can I do to save them? Who can tell me? How can I cure them? And at this moment, even though the expression on the Saint Son of Cloudy Sky's face remained breezy, the slightly twitching corners of his mouth betrayed his heart. In a pair of starry eyes, a killing chance flashed by. The Cloudy Sky Saint Sun let out a light laugh. Very well. It's worthy of being the person I look up to. You have your own dreams and stick to your own path, which I admire. Clanking iron bones, not greedy for riches and tendency. It's rare and precious. In that case, how can this holy sun intervene? Even if everyone else doesn't believe in you, this Saint Sun believes that you will be able to hit the ground running. Throwing down a sentence, the Cloudy Sky Saint Sun then intended to leave. Although the words were spoken very beautifully, the 10 blue crystal stones were never mentioned again, and at the moment the people watching around them were once again frantically mouthing off. What an ungrateful thing. That's why the Cloudy Sky Saint Sun doesn't see eye to eye with you. Otherwise, based on that alone, the Cloudy Sky Saint Sun should kill you. Don't even look at what you are. And you're worthy of rejecting the Saint Prince of the Clouds. A mole cricket is a mole cricket after all. A piece of rotten mud that can't hold up the wall. Listening to the tirades around him, a trace of coldness flashed across the bottom of the eyes of the Saint Prince of the Clouds. Humph! To actually dare to reject this Saint Sun. Even if this Saint Sun doesn't do it himself. With so many people present, someone will always take your life for the Saint Sun. And at this moment, Hua Yuan froze dumbly in place, his heart having long since set off waves of shock. Why is everything I do wrong? I just rejected him and they want to kill me. Someone please tell me what disease they have. How can I cure them? At this moment Hua Yuan's rock-solid heart was finally shattered. He didn't understand why this was happening to him. And just then, a voice was heard coming from the side. Here you go. This enrollment fee is paid for you by this gentleman. Don't forget to return it to me later. The one who spoke was none other than Gu Jingtian on the side. And upon hearing Gu Jingtian's voice, Saint Sun Yuan Yi, who was just about to leave, suddenly stopped. That bountiful and handsome face was frowning lightly at the moment, deadly staring at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Killing intent filled his eyes, and the people watching around them were even more furious, as if they had been insulted in some great way. Unbridled. You dog, can't you see that Saint Sun Yuan Yi has already spoken? To make this mole stick to his path. Who are you to deserve this? Dog, how dare you break the face of the first sage of Yuan? Against the wishes of the first sage of Yuan, you already have the way to death. There were tirades all around. Gu Jingtian directly shoved the amethyst coins in his hand into Hua Yuan's hand, staring into the eyes of the teenager in front of him. Are you wondering what they've got? They are already sick to the bone. Your medical skills can't save them. In the face of this situation, there is only one way, and that is, to kill only and not to cross over. In the next second, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. An arcane force instantly erupted. In an instant, the faces of these crazy sneers suddenly turned red. It was as if they had been strangled by some force. One by one, they floated up towards the middle of the high sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's large outstretched hand clenched violently. Boom! That one torso suddenly turned into a bloody firework blooming in the air. A sky full of blood rained down. The scene in front of him, Gu Jingtian's words, were all stimulating Hua Yuan's heart. As the physical body perished, a divine soul that had yet to be formed slowly floated out. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a disease that not only destroys his body, but purifies his soul. Don't let their morbid souls intrude on the tranquility of the 6 paths of reincarnation. As soon as the words fell, a divine soul power as powerful as a prison instantly stirred up. In an instant, the mutilated divine soul floating in the air instantly flew away. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people went up in smoke and their souls were scattered. Such a shocking scene immediately caused the people present to freeze in place, their eyes filled with horror. What terrifying strength! Actually able to kill so many people in one go. This person is at least at the spirit ancestor realm. What a ruthless tactic! Actually erasing these people's divine souls. This is already a tactic that only the spirit emperor realm is capable of performing. This person must have hidden his cultivation. Luckily, I didn't talk too much just now, or else I'm afraid that my soul would have been dispersed by now as well. Seeing such a relieving scene, the heavenly flame supreme within the golden bracelet burst out laughing. Good killing! What a good line about only killing and not crossing over. For this kind of guys who tend to be aggressive, they should have their gods and souls annihilated. On the other hand, Gu Yen, who was on the sidelines, had an ironic expression on his face. Damn it! This Gu Jingtian actually still has this kind of strength. I'm afraid he's already at the spirit emperor realm. To have this kind of cultivation and deliberately hide it in the middle of the Gu family is so abominable. Not worthy of being a member of the Gu family at all. While at this moment, the cloudy sky saint sun was frowning. What a terrifying strength! This person has hidden his cultivation and his true strength has already reached the level of the spirit emperor realm. If he's also here to compete, he will definitely be a strong enemy for himself. Now that the Dan capture conference has not yet begun, if one were to strike now, it would be nothing more than a personal vendetta. Even the spirit emperor realm is no match for this saint sun. Taking a step back, even if this saint sun is undefeated, that spirit emperor realm protector will be able to kill him. This way you save yourself from a strong enemy and still don't violate the rules of the Dan capturing conference. Chapter 86 Devil God's Pupil. The 8 directions are all destroyed. Thinking of this, a trace of killing intent couldn't help but permeate the eyes of the Saint Prince of the Clouds. That handsome face assumed a look of righteousness. Humph! Your Excellency is really good at this. Waving your hand, ashes fly away. But it's too much to bully the small with the big. These people are only mostly at the spirit martial realm cultivation level. Your Excellency has a high level of cultivation, and you've struck so viciously. Besides, they were just stating some facts, and even if their words were radical, there was no way to take death. Your Excellency is acting like a devil. When these words came out, the people who were just now looking fearful at the moment were suddenly chomping at the bit. It is! This guy is definitely a demonic cultivator. He actually slaughtered cultivators in the middle of Dan City. This behavior is simply lawless. Sage Prince Yunxiao is right. This person must be from the Devil Dao. We can't let him be so unbridled. To actually kill someone in front of the cloudy sky saint sun. It's simply a complete lack of regard for you. Sacred son of cloudy sky. Humph. To actually dare to insult the sacred son of the clouds so much. No matter who you are, you'll have to pay the price today. Listening to the mocking sounds coming from all around, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. While at this moment, the saint son of the clouds revealed a smug look on his face. This group of tendentious guys have become their own best helpers at the moment. When this saint sun strikes now, it's to get rid of the demons. Even if it's the Dan Father himself, he can't say anything. The cloudy sky saint sun snorted coldly. Woodland thieves. This day this holy sun will seek justice for these people who died in vain. As soon as the words left his mouth, the saint son of the clouds rose into the air. A phoenix sound resounded through the sky. A silver-colored metaphysical light instantly shot out and floated behind the cloudy sky saint sun. It was a long sword with a silver glow spilling out of it. A strong fluctuation was emitted. For a moment, the surrounding crowd immediately looked astonished. Silver Phoenix Sword, a holy weapon of the Yuan-Yi sect, worthy of being the holy son of the Yuan-Yi sect. A cultivation of the spirit ancestor realm can actually be equipped with a holy weapon. It is said that this Silver Phoenix Sword was made by imitating the Yuan-Yi sect's supreme weapon, the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. There is also an imperial weapon named the Golden Phoenix Sword. Even if this Silver Phoenix Sword is only a saint soldier, its power is still the best among saint soldiers. It seems like Saint Sun Yuan-Yi is truly enraged, coming up and sacrificing the Silver Phoenix Sword. Humph, this kid is finished. He actually dares to provoke the holy son of the Yuan-Yi sect. He'll die without a burial place. There was a loud and boisterous roar of approval. Saint Sun Yuan-Yi, kill this evil demon. Avenge the unjust deaths of those fellow disciples. And that mole, don't spare him either. The two of them came together. Definitely evil devils as well. There are also those mortal griffins, designated to have been corrupted by the demon god. There is no cure. Kill them. Seeing that Saint Sun Yuan-Yi had already made his move, the people watching from the side became emboldened at the moment. directly sacrificing their magic weapons. They slaughtered towards Hua Yuan and the crowd of mortals. Seeing this scene, Hua Yuan's eyes burst open. The already crumbling heart was completely in pieces at this moment. They are terminally ill and want to save them. It can only be done without breaking. Kill only, do not cross. Only kill and not cross. It's the only way to save them. Why can't I know this kind of medicine? Why? Looking at the crowd that swarmed around him, a purple demonic glow flashed under Gu Jingtian's eyes. 3,000 years. I didn't want to kill in vain. Nay, evil rises up in all directions. The gods and devils must rage. In that case, let's kill. Demon god's pupil. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's starry eyes were suddenly filled with a purple gold aura. A gaze like that of an ancient demonic god swept towards the crowd. In an instant, a body exploded wherever his gaze went. Even the not yet formed divine soul was instantly annihilated under this terrifying pupil art. Looking at such a terrifying scene, the cloudy sky saint's son roared in anger. Don't you dare go wild. With a furious roar, only the silver phoenix sword behind the cloudy sky saint's son instantly shone with a silver-colored light. 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword Technique. Slay the devil. In an instant, the silver phoenix sword behind him rushed up into the sky. In a silver light, 1 divided into 2 and 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye, densely packed sword shadows spread throughout the entire void. Just like a peacock opening its screen, the cloudy sky saint's son waved his big hand. The densely packed sword light was like a galaxy pouring down, shooting toward Gu Jingtian. Gu Jingtian's face showed disdain. Those violet gold-colored divine eyes swept away. Wherever his eyes went, the sword on that emitted a golden divine radiance immediately exploded and fell apart. The sky full of sword light suddenly went up in smoke. The moment the silver phoenix sword's essence appeared, it was locked by that terrifying demon god's pupil. A mournful phoenix chirping sound resounded. In the next second, under the incomprehensible gaze of the saint son of the clouds, that silver phoenix sword suddenly exploded into pieces. It turned into tiny fragments. The cloudy sky saint's son floating in midair immediately had his pupils shrink. His eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. How could he be so strong? Just by looking at him, he broke away his sword move. The silver phoenix sword is the ultimate existence amongst saint soldiers. Even if an emperor soldier wanted to destroy him, it wouldn't be that simple. Who the hell is this person? He's definitely not at the spirit emperor realm's cultivation level. Kill him. Must kill him. In the next second, only the void in front of the cloudy sky saint's son trembled. A figure suddenly appeared in the void. A long silver-colored robe with a terrifying fluctuation emanating from his body. It was clearly none other than the protector of the saint son of the clouds, a spirit emperor realm powerhouse. The silver-colored figure was also filled with anger at this moment. Pupil art divine ability. How rare. Since you are able to cultivate divine abilities, your excellency must have broken through to the spirit saint realm as well. Such a strong person. Actually bullying the small with the big. This emperor doesn't want to interfere in the matter between you and these mole crickets. But you actually dared to destroy the holy weapon of my Yuan Isek's holy son. You are truly arrogant to the extreme. Today, this emperor will let you also have a taste of what is called despair. If you bully the small with the big, don't blame this emperor for being merciless. As soon as the words fell, this silver-colored figure waved his big hand. The terrifying fluctuations of the spirit emperor realm instantly erupted. The silver divine radiance that covered the sky filled the air at once. Directly in the void, a huge silver palm of nearly 100 meters was formed. It crushed straight towards the direction where Gu Jingtian, Hua Yuan and the others were. Seeing this scene, the cloudy sky saint's son on the side was secretly happy in his heart. Ha ha ha, truly not knowing the heights of heaven. A cultivation level of the spirit saint realm dares to provoke my Yuan sect. A spirit emperor realm powerhouse strikes. You filthy ants. All of you give this saint's son ashes to ashes. At the same time, in the middle of Dan City, above the Dan Tower that was sticking straight up into the sky, several figures were standing on it. As he looked, it was exactly where Gu Jingtian and the others were. The first person was none other than Dan Zun Huazetian. Huazetian's eyes narrowed slightly. The spirit emperor realm has actually stepped in as well. It seems like it's time to end this farce. As soon as the words fell, there was a ripple in space. Several figures suddenly appeared above Gu Jingtian and the others. Dog. Huazetian's voice had just sounded. In the next second, a scene that astonished everyone happened. Chapter 87, Devil God's Gun. Kill the spirit emperor in seconds. Before Huazetian's voice could be heard, a hint of killing intent flashed through Gu Jingtian's violet gold divine eyes. The nearly 100-meter silver giant hand fell apart in an instant. It turned into a sky full of silver radiance. Before that spirit emperor realm powerhouse could react, Gu Jingtian's eyes flashed with a purple gold divine aura. A brilliant and radiant purple divine light shot out from his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a purple golden demon god lance. Divine demon pupil. Heavenly Demon Gun. In a millionth of a breath, that violet gold-colored demon god lance directly crossed countless spaces. Before the crowd could react, the purple and gold-colored spear had already appeared in front of that Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse. In the midst of the Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse's gaze filled with horror, he directly pierced through his body. The demon god's gun that contained the power of endless destruction instantly blasted the head into pieces, and even the divine soul was annihilated in an instant. The power of a single word. The Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse fell. Looking at the falling body of that Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse, the cloudy sky saint's son's eyes whitened at the moment. His eyes filled with disbelief. As the holy son of the Yuan sect, a lofty existence, he had never imagined that one day, someone would actually dare to kill someone from the Yuan sect. Him. He actually killed this saint's son's protector. He dared to kill someone from the Yuan sect. Crazy. He must be crazy. And at this moment, Gu Yan, who was in that golden bracelet, had frozen in place. A pair of eyes were glazed over, and his dumbfounded face was filled with a look of confusion. My goodness, is it possible that I've seen it wrong? Gu Jingtian actually killed a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse, and it's still a one-move kill? That's impossible. Is this Gu Jingtian a fake? Or is this Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse a fake? How could Gu Jingtian kill a Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse? He's just an old waste of space. And at this moment, the Heavenly Flame Supreme being on the side also had a look of astonishment on his face. Then he looked at Gu Yan who was on the side. Gu boy, this old ancestor of yours is not the same as what you described. To be able to kill the Spirit Emperor Realm in a single move. This cultivation has definitely stepped into the Supreme Realm. And it's not a generalized one amongst the Supreme Realm. Even if it's old ancestor me at my peak, I'm afraid that it's just a matter between him and Bobo. Especially this pupil art aptitude can be described as overbearing and unparalleled. The general pupil art is only able to compel only. This old ancestor's pupil art is actually able to destroy the body and overthrow the divine soul. Gu boy. In my opinion, if you don't have too much of a grudge against him, there's still no need to mess with this kind of old monster. Hearing this, Gu Yan, who was already somewhat confused, looked even more frantic. Impossible. Impossible. Gu Jingtian is just an old waste of space. How could he be so strong? If he really is a Supreme Realm powerhouse, how could Ziyan expel him from the Gu family? This must be a fake. This Spirit Emperor Realm powerhouse is a fake. Supreme Flame of Heaven snorted coldly. Gu boy, calm down. The way this Gu clan ancestor of yours acted just now. A solid Supreme Realm powerhouse. As for your Gu family expelling him from their clan, this matter, one can only say that, perhaps, your Gu family's holy emperor is a fool who doesn't know people well. It's fortunate that this is the Middle Kingdom, or else the Gu family's expulsion of their own Supreme Realm ancestor would be enough to put the entire Eastern continent to shame. It was only at this moment that Gu Yan calmed down a little. His face still looked confused, and he shook his head frantically. Gu Jingtian is in the Supreme Realm? Impossible. If he's in the Supreme Realm, why didn't he resist when he was expelled from the sect? Hearing this, Supreme Flame of Heaven revealed a stale look of contemplation and remained silent for a long time. And at this moment, high up in the sky, the Danzun Huazetian who had rushed here also had a look of astonishment on his face at this moment. A Supreme Realm expert. I didn't expect this person to be a Supreme Realm expert. But what nerve! Actually daring to kill someone from the Yuan sect. Right now, this honored one's plan hasn't succeeded yet, so it's better not to easily provoke this kind of strong enemy. After killing someone from the Yuan sect, the Yuan sect won't let him off easily. I'm afraid that it won't take long for the strongest members of the Yuan sect to arrive here. My father's plan can only be carried out quickly. As long as the plan succeeds, even if it's the Yuan sect, my father won't be afraid in the slightest. With this thought, Danzun Huazetian floated down and instantly arrived in front of Gu Jingtian. Huazetian was just about to open his mouth when his eyes focused on Hua Yuan who was on the side. A hint of surprise instantly flashed under Huazetian's eyes. This is the bloodline of the Hua family? And it's extremely gifted, most likely possessing a special physique. I didn't expect that I had been in seclusion for 20 years and successfully refined that heaven-taking creation pill. I actually ran into someone from the same clan and origin as soon as I came out of seclusion. Or with such a natural talent. Truly the heavens have helped me. This time, my father will be able to feather his wings and soar, ascend to the peak, forcibly suppressing the surprise in his heart. Hua Zetian hurriedly opened his mouth. This fellow Daoist, my name is Hua Zetian, please give me face. These people insulted fellow Daoist and had their own way of taking death. Fellow Daoist has already demonstrated great power, and now it's time to be demoralized. Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly, sizing up Hua Zetian in front of him. He's Hua Zetian? The talent is really bad, yet it has still cultivated to the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm, and judging by the disorganized spiritual energy in his body, he must have used pills to forcefully elevate himself. However, this peak spirit emperor realm is also already his limit. I just don't know if this Hua Zetian is the descendant of that stubborn kid. The way he looked at Kid Jen just now was strange. There must be something fishy in it. But just as Gu Jingtian was pondering, an angry roar suddenly rang out. Aha! How dare you kill my Yuan sect's people? Just wait. The Yuan sect, will not let you go. Even if you're a powerhouse of the supreme realm, there's no way you can get away with it. The one who spoke was none other than the holy son of the Yuan sect, Yun Xiao. Only his face was hideous and he looked insane. As the saint son of the Yuan sect, when had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? Hearing this, Danzun Hua Zetian frowned. He hastily looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. This fellow Daoist. This young man is the holy son of the Yuan sect, but he is only at the peak cultivation of the spirit ancestor realm. Why would a fellow Daoist need to have a general understanding with him? If you are only looking for a momentary pain, not to mention you, I'm afraid that even this Dan city of mine will be implicated. Or would you please give me face and don't get on its bad side? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. The holy son of the Yuan sect. What a great name. I've always been a soft-spoken person. I don't like to kill in vain, nor do they like to bully the big with the small. Hearing this, Hua Zetian's face showed joy. What fellow Taoist said is very true. This kind of junior, it's better for us not to have a general understanding with them. But right at that moment, Gu Jingtian's words turned sharply. However, there's one kind of person I never let go of either, and that's the one who threatens me. Chapter 88, shattering a supreme treasure with his bare hands, astonished as a heavenly being. As soon as Gu Jingtian's words fell, Hua Zetian's face changed dramatically. Not good. Can it be that this person really wants to kill the holy son of the Yuan sect? This man can't be so bold. And at this moment, the Saint Prince of the Clouds also had a maniacal expression on his face. Not letting me go? Do you even know who I am? I am the saint son of the Yuan sect. My grandfather is the Grand Patriarch of the Yuan sect, a peak powerhouse of the supreme realm. You dare to kill me? How do you? Before the Cloudy Sky Saint's son could finish his sentence, the Cloudy Sky Saint's son's body exploded, and in the next second, only a golden light was seen shining from within the divine soul of the Cloudy Sky Saint's son. A soft light was emitted to envelop the divine soul of the Cloudy Sky Saint's son. Obviously it was the same exotic treasure that could preserve the divine soul. The style of this foreign treasure was like a small tower. Seeing this scene, Danzun Hua Zetian's face showed astonishment. Heavenly Cloud Pagoda. It's really Yuan sect Grand Elder Yun Ting's magic weapon. It seems that this Yun Xiao is indeed Yun Ting's grandson. Although this Heavenly Cloud Pagoda is not an imperial armament, it's sturdier than an imperial armament ever was. It is an extremely rare magic weapon that protects the divine soul. Even if it's a supreme realm powerhouse, it's not a simple matter to damage this Heavenly Cloud Tower. Seeing that this small golden tower was about to cut through space and flee away, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. With a wave of his big hand, he only saw the small tower that had fled out fly backward at once. It was grasped in one large hand by Gu Jingtian. Gu Jingtian surveyed the small tower in front of him with a curious expression. Instead, the hysterical voice of the saint son of the clouds came out from within this small tower. Aha! How dare you destroy this saint son's physical body? Even if you are also a supreme realm powerhouse, my grandfather will not let you go. Humph! Even if you're a supreme realm powerhouse, you can't do anything to me now. This Heavenly Cloud Tower, even if it's my grandfather, it would take a few days to destroy it. It won't take 2 days for my grandfather to arrive here. By that time, however, before the Cloudy Sky Saint's son could finish his words, he only saw Gu Jingtian's large hand exerting a slight force. Snap! With a crunching sound, only to see a crack appear on top of the small golden tower. Before the crowd could be surprised, Gu Jingtian exerted a slight force. The Heavenly Cloud Pagoda in his hand was instantly twisted into pieces. Even the divine soul of the saint son of the clouds went up in smoke. The occurrence of this scene immediately left everyone present dumbfounded. With an unbelievable look on his face, he even began to doubt his own eyes. Even Danzun Hua Zetian looked like he had seen a ghost. How? How is this possible? This is the exotic treasure Heavenly Cloud Pagoda, which is known as the soul-type defense treasure of the Middle Earth. It was actually crushed by this guy's hand? This Heavenly Cloud Tower, even if it's an attack from the Supreme Realm, without a few days, it would never be able to blast him apart. And he actually crushed it with his hands? With his hands? Who in hell can stand this? What kind of monster is he? At this time, Gu Jingtian, however, waved his hand with a disdainful expression. A low mutter. Thought it was something good? Turns out it's garbage too. When these words came out, Hua Zetian's mouth suddenly twitched, eyes full of speechlessness. Mad. This is too crazy. The Heavenly Cloud Pagoda. which is known as the sole defense class treasure of the Middle-earth. You actually called him trash. This person must not be messed with for the time being, unless one's plan succeeds. With this in mind, Hua Zetian marched to Gu Jingtian's side with a smile on his face. This fellow Daoist is truly a good aptitude. It's really an eye-opener for someone from Hua. Tomorrow is the day when this Dan Capture Assembly and Alchemy Assembly will begin. I wonder if you could honor us with your presence. Gu Jingtian sized up the three figures behind Hua Zetian and said in his heart, this Hua Zetian is something. He actually has 3 servants of the Supreme Realm. This point is the same as that fat kid Li Tianbao. Both of them have turned this Supreme Realm powerhouse into their own slaves so that they won't worry about the problem of backlash. The Dan Rating Conference. All the various heavenly prides of this Middle-earth will come to participate. I wonder if that little girl Gu Nianling will come. Since I have nothing to do myself, I'll stay here for 2 days. With that thought, Gu Jingtian then let out a light laugh. Since your excellency has graciously invited me, my lord will decline. When these words came out, Hua Zetian immediately smiled with joy, but a trace of coldness flashed under his eyes. Gu Jingtian looked at Hua Yuan who was on the side. So this little brother's participation in the alchemy conference? Hua Zetian hurriedly laughed. There's naturally no problem with that. Gu Jingtian nodded in satisfaction. Well, then, tomorrow this gentleman will certainly be there in person. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian pulled Hua Yuan, whose heart was filled with confusion, aside and left. Looking at Gu Jingtian's departing back, coldness filled Hua Zetian's eyes. Such a strong physical body. If one is able to take its place in this Xian heaven continent, who else can withstand me? In the meantime, the Yuan Yi sect, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, the sky was filled with floating immortal palaces, and one of them violently emitted an aura that caused the entire void to tremble. A furious voice like thunder resounded throughout the sky. Aha! Who is it? How dare you kill my Yunting's grandson? No matter who you are, old me will definitely set your bones to ashes. Elder Yunting's voice resounded throughout the Yuan Yi sect, and at this moment in that supreme immortal palace, 2 silhouettes were here, and they were none other than the sisters Gu Zian and Gu Lishang. Hearing Yunting's angry roar, Gu Lishan frowned lightly. What? Someone actually dared to kill Yunting's grandson? Truly arrogant to the extreme, actually daring to victimize even the holy son of my Yuan Yi sect. On the other hand, Gu Zian, who was on the side, had a worried look on her face. Yunting's grandson? Isn't that the holy son of the Yuan Yi sect? He's dead. What about one's 9 Xian Tong Tian pill? What about one's breakthrough to the supreme realm? Gu Lishang, who was on the side, had obviously noticed Gu Zian's demeanor. Speaking up in a hurry. Sister, don't worry, even if Yun Xiao dies, my sister still has a way to get you this 9 Xian Tong Tian Dan. The holy son of my Yuan Yi sect died in Dan City. No matter who the murderer is, Dan City can't be blamed. As long as we open our mouths, even Dan Zun Hua Zetian will only be able to obediently offer up the 9 Xian Tong Tian Dan. Hearing this, Gu Zian's heart was slightly more at ease, but at that moment, only a figure suddenly appeared outside the immortal palace. This person wore a golden robe, and his silver divine eyes were filled with rage. It was none other than the Yuan Yi sect's Grand Elder, Yun Ting. Even though Yun Ting was burning with anger at this moment, he still suppressed the anger in his heart and had a respectful face. Grand Elder Yun Ting, seeking an audience with Coronation Lady Xian. Looking at Yun Ting with such a respectful demeanor, Gu Zian couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's just as well that my sister has become this Yuan Yi sect's Xian daughter, perhaps because of her heavenly talent. But the elders of this Yuan Yi sect are also respectful to their sister. This is really strange. Chapter 89 Gu Zian's Doubt. Listening to the voice coming from outside the door, the softness on Gu Lishang's face disappeared. In its place was a look of indifference. In just an instant, it was as if she had gone from a sisterly sister to a high and mighty heavenly maiden. Come in. Only as Gu Lishang's voice came out did the Grand Elder at the peak of the Supreme Realm walk in with a respectful face. Reporting to Coronation Xian knew, the Yun Xiao that my subordinate dispatched has been killed, and the Sky Cloud Tower that my subordinate bestowed on him for defense has also been destroyed by this person. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Gu Zian on the side instantly shrank. She had already spent many hours amongst the Yuan Yi sect, so naturally, she was aware of some matters. This naturally included this Grand Elder's exotic treasure, the Heavenly Cloud Pagoda. This Heavenly Cloud Tower is said to be not a thing of this realm, and although it doesn't have a strong attack power, the defense power is said to be the best in this realm. Hearing the news that the Sky Cloud Tower had been destroyed, Gu Zian's heart set off waves of shock. What? The Heavenly Cloud Tower has been destroyed? Didn't my sister say that no one in this realm would be able to destroy this Heavenly Cloud Tower in a short period of time? Even if it's a supreme realm wielding an immortal soldier, it would take a few days to destroy this Sky Cloud Tower. How could it be destroyed? And Gu Lishang, who was on the side, also looked surprised. A pair of beautiful eyes were full of thoughts. Someone in this realm was actually able to destroy the heavenly cloud tower in such a short period of time? This heavenly cloud tower is not a thing of this realm. Could it be that this person possesses treasures from the upper realm? This matter is not trivial. Apparently Grand Elder Yunting also knew the strength of this Skycloud Tower, and after learning that it had been destroyed, he didn't directly rage and go to take revenge. Instead, they came to report to Gu Lishan first. After a slight hesitation, Gu Lishang responded in a condensed voice. This person was able to destroy the Skycloud Tower, so he must have upper realm treasures in his hands, and most likely has the ability to communicate with the upper realm. In the entire Middle-earth, those who are able to communicate with the upper realm, other than my Yuan-yi sect, are only the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Jishi Academy, and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. These three forces, this person is mostly from these three forces, but whoever it is, since they killed my Yuan-yi sect's holy son, they will also have to pay the price. Grand Elder, you carry my Yuan-yi sect's immortal weapon, the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Sword, and make a trip to Dan City. Whoever it is, make them pay as well. My Yuan-yi sect's holy son died in Dan City. Dan Zun Huazetian can't absolve himself of the blame. If he offers up a 9 Shanton Tian Dan, this matter can be forgiven. Hearing this, a surge of excitement ran through the Grand Elder's eyes. The 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword, that was the Yuan-yi sect's greatest treasure. It is an immortal weapon that is intact. It is even known as the first conquest weapon in the Middle Kingdom. The Grand Elder hurriedly bowed and saluted. Thank you, Coronidus Xian. With the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Sword in my hand, there is absolutely no one in this realm who is a match for me. Whoever dares to mess with my Yuan-yi sect, he will be made to pay with his life. Soon, the figure of the Grand Elder had left. At this moment, Gu Ziyan was puzzled and hurriedly looked at Gu Lishang on the side. Sister, that 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Sword is an immortal weapon. The Yuan-yi sect's bottom card. If you just hand it over to this Yunting like this, if he has bad intentions, how should we deal with ourselves? Hearing this, Gu Lishang let out a light laugh. With a tender face, he looked at Gu Ziyan in front of him. Sister doesn't need to worry. The 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword is certainly powerful, but it's not the Yuan-yi sect's true bottom card. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan's delicate body trembled. What? The 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword isn't the Yuan-yi sect's bottom card? Then what is the Yuan-yi sect's true bottom card? Gu Lishang's stunningly beautiful face revealed a mysterious smile. The Yuan-yi sect's true bottom card is far away, but close at hand. In the future, sister, you will naturally know. Listening to Gu Lishang's reply, Gu Ziyan was filled with doubt and confusion. And the city of Dan at the moment, in the middle of the ghetto, the duo of Gu Jingtian and Hua Yuan had returned to this place once again. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him, Hua Yuan's eyes were filled with determination. Sir, can you teach me to cultivate? Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. What? Figured it out? Hua Yuan nodded heavily. Mortal healing arts will only allow me to treat the sicknesses of mortals. Only true immortal arts can cure the criticisms of this heaven and earth. I, Hua Yuan, would like to use the power of one man to rid the world of evil. Expel the ghosts and demons from the hearts of men. Looking at Hua Yuan's unwavering eyes, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Bastard, you have a big mouth. It's not impossible to let me teach you cultivation, but you have to answer me one question. Hearing this, Hua Yuan hastily nodded his head. There is no harm in asking, sir, and Hua Yuan will know everything. Gu Jingtian took a long breath. Tell me, what's your relationship with Watson? And what's up with that Wazishan? Upon hearing the word Watson, the Hua Yuan in front of him froze in place. The dark eyes were filled with disbelief. Sir, how do you know the name of my Hua family's ancestor? Could it be that your surname is Gu? When these words came out, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. How do you know my last name is Gu? Hua Yuan in front of him instantly dropped to both knees. Junior Hua Yuan, meet ancestor Gu. When my ancestor was dying, he said that his medical skills were taught by an immortal with the surname Gu. All descendants of my Hua family are his descendants. The ancestor even left a letter, and left the last words that if that Gu immortal appeared again one day, the descendants of the Hua family would present this letter. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's undisturbed heart was finally unable to suppress the ripples. Stubborn boy, I thought you had really forgotten about my lord. Gu Jingtian lightly waved his large hand, and Hua Yuan in front of him was helped up. Where is that letter? Bring it to me. At this moment the excited Hua Yuan rushed home and heard Hua Yuan's description. Hua Yuan's father instantly fell to his knees as well and paid his respects to Gu Jingtian. Within moments, a yellowed epistle was produced. Gu Jingtian took the letter and took a deep breath, then opened it. When I was young, my family was poor. My father died early, and I was fortunate to be raised by my mother alone. However, I was weak when I was young, and I have had many illnesses and ailments. I am not able to share my mother's worries and difficulties, but I am even more involved in keeping her busy. After many long years, my mother finally had difficulty in sustaining herself and became bedridden. Though my heart is sincere, I have no money to support myself. I can only see my mother's sick body running around. Fortunately, I was instructed by an immortal and learned the supreme art of healing, which enabled my mother to be well. Having acquired this medical skill, Yu suddenly felt that his responsibility was beside him, so he spared no effort, and hung himself in a pot to help the world. The immortal once had the words to pass on to me the art of longevity. Neyu does not see the fate of heaven and is stubborn. At the time of life and death, when the oil runs out, I look back on this life and realize the truth on earth. Human power is sometimes exhausted, and the path of healing is endless. If the immortal has seen this letter, the bet of that year will finally be won by the immortal. Nay, I have already passed away, and I have not been able to serve the immortals, to ride the sword in the air, and to practice medicine in all directions. The immortal's favor is comparable to that of Kunlun, but I have a heart and a destiny. I wish that the cycle of reincarnation in the world is real, that the sea changes and the stars turn, and that I can serve by his side. Benefactor Gu Jingtian himself. The Untalented Apprentice Huaxing presents Chapter 90, Special Feats. Looking at this once familiar font, Gu Jingtian's nose soured slightly. It was like going back to that summer 3,000 years ago, the two figures under that old acacia tree. For a moment, with the ups and downs of his state of mind, the bottleneck of cultivation that had shackled Gu Jingtian once again cracked open. Looking at the letter in his hand for a long time, Gu Jingtian then put the letter away. The expression on his face was once again as calm as a lake. Well, the relationship between you and Watson is clear to me, and it seems that you have inherited Watson's legacy of using your power to save lives. But what's the deal with that Wazishan? Hearing Gu Jingtian's question, before Huayuan could open his mouth, Huayuan's father on the side sighed lightly, reporting to Old Ancestor. In fact, we should also address this Hua Zetian as Old Ancestor. This Hua Zetian was originally the fourth direct grandson of Taizu Huashang. In the genealogy of my Hua family, it is recorded that this Hua Zetian has been gifted since he was a child. When I grew up, I was even more obsessed with searching for immortality. But my Hua family's ancestral motto is that no matter what the descendants do, they have to hang on to the world and save lives. Until one day, this Hua Zetian broke with his family, stole the Hua family's ancestral secret code, and ran away from home. This absence from home was 1,000 years, and it wasn't until 1,000 years later that he returned to this place and established Dan City. But when he came back, he had already severed his relationship with the Hua family and drove them into this commoner's cave. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. So that's what it's all about. This kid wants to cultivate. It's kind of like people have their own aspirations, and it's not good for them to say anything more. But stealing your own copy of the Dan dictionary, and even banishing the descendants of the Hua family to such a poor place, this is a bit too much. It seems like this kid still needs to be taught a lesson. Just as Gu Jingtian was pondering, Hua Yuan, who was on the side, was showing signs of apprehension. Old Ancestor, you just said that you can teach me to cultivate. Then, do you think that I will be the same as Hua Zetian after I have accomplished my cultivation? Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh and gazed into Hua Yuan's eyes in front of him. You're still you as long as you can stay true to your beginnings. Moreover, I will also prepare a unique cultivation method for you. Listening to Gu Jingtian's words, Hua Yuan's dark pupils were filled with doubt. There's no need to rush. I'll impart this Gong method to you, and tomorrow you'll know the marvelousness of this Gong method. The sun rose and the moon set, and in the blink of an eye it was already the second day. The Dan Capture Conference, the Alchemy Conference, was held as promised. At this moment in the center of Dan City, above a huge square, it could be described as crowded. Two spiritual power barriers divided the entire square into two parts. The left side was naturally the Dan Capture Conference, while the right side was the venue for the Alchemy Conference. And in front of this square, there was a seat placed. Sitting there were all the patriarchs of various forces as well as powerful people. At this moment, Gu Jingtian was also sitting here, right next to Dan Zun Huazetian, and the moment they saw Gu Jingtian, the powerhouses of the surrounding clans all had puzzled looks on their faces. All of them had puzzled looks on their faces. Who is this person, actually sitting beside Dan Zun? Looking at his cultivation, he's just a spiritist realm mole cricket. This person must be one of those old monsters with a wicked sense of humor. He must have deliberately hidden his cultivation. Although Dan Zun is at the peak of the Spirit Emperor realm cultivation, with a handful of out-of-this-world alchemy skills, even Supreme Realm powerhouses have honored Dan as a guest. And to the right of this Dan Zun's seat, There was an old Taoist dressed in a purple Taoist robe. The body's aura had blended in with the surroundings. A person's cultivation had also reached the supreme realm. In addition to this supreme realm powerhouse, there were even more than 10 Spirit Emperor realm powerhouses. Soon, the Dan Capture Conference had begun. The celestial pride of each sect had already gotten off the field and started competing and sparring. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a puzzled look on his face. It's really strange. Why didn't I see this little girl Gu Nianling myself? Is it possible that she didn't come to participate? And at that moment, in the middle of the alchemy assembly, a figure attracted Gu Jingtian's attention. It was that Hua Yuan who had come to compete. Only at this moment, Hua Yuan's face was calm, and he did not react in the face of the strange gazes around him. Apparently the Dan Zun Huazetian on the side had also discovered Hua Yuan's figure. Then he looked at Gu Jingtian on the side with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist really has a good eye. This junior does have outstanding talent. It seems that fellow Taoist is planning to take him as a disciple. However, before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, the old Taoist in purple Taoist robes on the side said in a condensed voice, "This son's natural talent is indeed good, and although I didn't take a closer look at the old path, I think it must be some sort of special physique as well. It's just that its age is too young and its cultivation is too low. Now that he has come to participate in this alchemy conference, I'm sure that you just want him to see the world." Hearing the words of the duo, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This brat and I have some affinity, and I have only taught him a technique, regardless of his cultivation. When this alchemy conference is over, the bond between me and him will also be over. When these words came out, the purple-robed Taoist raised an eyebrow. A hint of joy appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Poor Heavenly Tao Alliance. Changfeng Taoist. Listening to what fellow Taoist means, he doesn't intend to take this youngster as a disciple. In that case, the old Taoist would like to find a shut-in disciple. I wonder if you can bear the pain. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. The poor Taoist will naturally teach you everything. Gu Jingtian casually responded with a cry. It's fine. Feel free. As soon as these words came out, this Changfeng Taoist's face showed joy, but he didn't notice a hint of icy coldness underneath Hua Zetian's eyes. Take him as a disciple? The old Taoist thinks pretty well. Each and every one of you won't be able to walk out of Dan City today. At the same time, the competition of the Alchemy Conference had officially begun. The rules of the Alchemy Conference were very simple. It was a competition to see who was able to concoct pills of a higher grade. In the Xian Tian continent, pills were divided into 12 grades, corresponding to the 12 realms under the Supreme Realm. And after reaching the Supreme Realm, all pills no longer had any meaning. At this moment, these alchemists who were not 50 years old had already started working on refining pills. The vast majority of the pills refined were only 4th or 5th grade pills. The only other girl was a young girl, wearing red leather armor and a high ponytail. The costume looks more like a valiant heroine. Soon, the young girl placed the materials used to refine the pills on the alchemy table. As these materials appeared, the surrounding participants and spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly Yuan fruit, sacred forest grass, green peak wood. This is the refining material for the 7th grade pill, the 7 extinction fatalities pill, worthy of being the daughter of the Dan Yuan Valley's master. At only 25 years old she can refine a 7th grade elixir, and it's still an elixir for combat. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, this young girl showed a disdainful expression. After this young lady attends the alchemy conference, she still has to go to the Dan Capture conference, and at that moment, Hua Yuan was not slow to take out the materials needed for alchemy from the storage bag Gu Jingtian had given him, and when they saw the materials Hua Yuan took out, the crowd was dumbfounded. Chapter 91, A Dan and a Breakthrough. A flat step to the green clouds, green leaf grass, August flower, oxalis. Looking at these same herbs, the alchemists around them all froze. Although those who dared to come to the alchemy conference were quite accomplished in the Dan Dao, however, after seeing these herbs, for a moment, he couldn't think of what kind of elixir this was used to refine. The Dan Zun Huazetian on the stands, however, was slightly stunned. With a puzzled face, he looked at Gu Jingtian. This fellow Taoist, could it be that this latter is trying to refine the Xuanqi San? Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. That's right, it's the Xuanqi San used for ordinary people. When these words came out, Hua Zetian and Taoist Changfeng at the side couldn't help but have their mouths twitch, but there was still a polite smile on his face. No harm, no foul, just here to see the world anyway. Feel free, and at this moment, within the golden bracelet in Hua Yuan's arms, he looked at the scene in front of him. Supreme Flame of Heaven was also puzzled. Didn't this Gu Jingtian teach this kid a technique yesterday? I had thought that this kid would shine today, but I didn't realize that he actually came here to refine the Shun Chi scatter. Gu Yan on the side was even more disdainful. Gu Jingtian, Master, you really think he's omnipotent? What the hell does he know about alchemy? He still doesn't know where he got this cultivation from? If he can teach his disciples, how come I don't know if I'm a member of the Gu family? And at this moment, on top of the alchemy platform, the red-haired girl was slightly stunned before revealing a disdainful smile. I thought it was some rare elixir, but it turns out to be a Shun-Chi scatter. You're refining Shun-Chi-san at the alchemy conference. You're here to be funny, aren't you? As the red-robed girl's voice rang out, the crowd of alchemists came to a sudden realization and revealed a look of contempt. Shun-Chi-san? This kind of thing can be refined even by Jianghu practitioners, and you actually brought it to the alchemy conference. What a disgrace. This is just a spiritist realm mole cricket, and he is already lucky to be able to participate in this alchemy conference. Even if he were to refine the Shun-Chi-san at the alchemy conference, he would still have something to brag about in the future. Shame on you. Better get the hell out of here. Competing with a mole like you is simply a disgrace to us. The surrounding taunts came in like a tidal wave, but Huayuan remained calm and focused on refining his pills. Shun-Chi-san, an existence that couldn't even be called an elixir, had already been successfully refined by Huayuan in just a few seconds. However, in the next second, with the successful refining of the Shun-Chi-san, only a trace of spiritual pressure suddenly permeated Huayuan's body. An aura coalesced towards his body. In the blink of an eye, Huayuan's cultivation had unexpectedly broken through from the spiritualist realm to the spiritual master realm. The occurrence of this scene did not cause too much surprise to everyone present. Originally, Huayuan's cultivation had already reached the peak of the spiritualist realm. For a moment, all sorts of mocking voices came out once again. Kid, good luck. You actually broke through. Congratulations. From a mole to a slightly stronger mole. Ha ha ha. Kid, you've made a breakthrough. You should thank us as so many of us have been refining pills. I'm sure you've absorbed the essence of it to be able to make a breakthrough. We are all your benefactors. Ha ha ha. Griffin, your garbage Shun-Chi-san has been successfully refined. You can get lost. And at this moment, the purple-robed Taoist on top of the stands could no longer hold back. He hastily looked at Gu Jingtian, who was on the side. This fellow Taoist, since this junior has finished refining, the old Taoist can go down and accept his disciple. Gu Jingtian smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist, don't be in a hurry. The show has just begun. At this moment, on top of the alchemy platform, he was facing the windy rumors around him. Huayuan's face was like a flat lake as he once again took out one material from his storage bag. Seeing these materials, the people present were slightly stunned. Isn't this the material for refining a first-grade elixir? The Yuan Qi Dan? This kid actually wants to try a first-grade elixir. There's no need to waste time. You brat, hurry up and get lost. Even if you, a mole, were able to concoct a first-grade elixir, there's no way you'd win the competition. Huayuan still turned a deaf ear and started refining this Yuan Qi Dan once again. The heavenly flame supreme being in the golden bracelet was also puzzled. What the hell is this kid up to? Can it be that he really wants to win second place and win that soul-melting pill? Hearing this, Gu Yan on the side snorted coldly. Master, take a look. Even if he breaks through, he's still a spirit master realm mole, and he won second place. How can that be? Only to see that at this moment, Huayuan's technique was extremely old-fashioned, manipulating the flames in this alchemy furnace. Within a few breaths of time, this Yuan Qi Dan had already been refined by Huayuan. Seeing the perfectly formed Yuan Qi Dan, the people present showed astonishment. But the next second, only to see that the surrounding auras actually surged once again. It merged towards Huayuan's body. In the blink of an eye, Huayuan's cultivation actually rose once more. And within a few breaths, the barrier between the spiritual master realm and the great spiritual master realm was broken in response. Huayuan's cultivation instantly stepped into the realm of a great spirit master. The scene in front of them immediately caused everyone present to widen their eyes, and their eyes were filled with a look of astonishment. It can't be. This kid's cultivation actually broke through again. Just now when we broke through to the spirit master realm, we can still understand. How is it possible that in the time it took to refine a single elixir, we broke through from the spirit master realm to the great spirit master realm? It can't be that this kid will be able to break through his cultivation level just by refining pills. At this moment, above the stands, Hua Zetian and that Changfeng Taoist were also shocked. But right at this moment, Huayuan once again took out the same medicinal herbs from within his storage bag. It was clearly the very material for refining a second-grade elixir. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No way! This kid is actually going to continue. The heavenly flame supreme being in the golden bracelet, on the other hand, was even more shocked as his eyes stared like copper bells, shooting out lightning bolts. This is the technique that Gu Jingtian gave this brat. Just by performing alchemy, you can raise your cultivation level. This This is unbelievable. And although Gu Yan on the side was also full of surprise in his heart, he still said with a stiff upper lip, "This technique must have consumed this brat's potential, otherwise it's impossible to break through so quickly. I think this gong method, being able to make this kid break through to the Great Spirit Master realm is already the limit." At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Hua Yuan alone. Even the spectators of the Dan Capture Conference on the side also looked towards this place. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, Hua Yuan once again began to carry out the refining of the second-grade pills. Looking at the scene below, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. The Tao One Divine Body, known as the most powerful and also the strangest divine body. If one is unable to find one's own Tao, I'm afraid that it's not even as good as the holy body as such. But if one can belong to oneself to attain the way, cultivation can be a step to heaven. Ascend to the position of the strongest god body. Under the gaze of countless people, that 1 second-grade elixir finally came out. Chapter 92, Gu Jingtian Exposed. I am all but invincible in this realm. As this second-grade elixir came out of the furnace, the surrounding aura actually boiled up once again. It's just wider than the last one. That vast aura instantly merged towards Hua Yuan's body. At this moment, Hua Yuan's cultivation once again climbed towards the spirit general realm. This scene was a shocking one. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present all looked towards Hua Yuan. At this moment, they forgot what they had come for, and those celestial pride who were competing also stopped in unison. At this moment, they only wanted to know one thing, to what realm this kid could break through. In the next second, under the attention of all the people, Hua Yuan once again took out the herbs for refining the third-grade pills. 10 breaths later, the third-grade elixir became a success. That vast aura once again converged from heaven and earth. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Hua Yuan's cultivation broke through to the spirit martial realm once again, but that didn't stop there. When Hua Yuan took out the herbs for refining the fourth-grade pills, everyone's breathing became heavy. He's going to continue? He's already broken 4 realms in one day. Simply unbelievable. Simply amazing. Under Hua Yuan's skillful technique, this fourth-grade elixir was cultivated into shape. After 10 or so breaths, the fourth-grade elixir became a success. The aura in the sky and earth condensed into a vortex-like vortex and merged towards Hua Yuan's body. Hua Yuan's realm had unexpectedly risen once again. Spirit King Realm. In the face of Hua Yuan's successive breakthroughs, everyone had lost the ability to think. At this moment, they only wanted to know what kind of peak the miracle of today would reach. 5th-grade elixir, 6th-grade elixir, 7th-grade elixir, 8th-grade elixir, 9th-grade elixir, 10th-grade elixir. With the successful refining of this 10th-grade elixir, a heavenly aura coalesced. At this moment, Hua Yuan had officially ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm. As Hua Yuan's cultivation level rose to the Spirit Emperor realm, it was as if time had frozen at this moment. The crowd present was stupefied. What was happening in front of them had completely exceeded their scope of understanding and their ability to imagine. In just less than an hour's time, a spiritualist realm mole cricket had turned into a spiritual emperor realm powerhouse in front of them. Within the golden bracelet in Hua Yuan's arms, the Heavenly Flame Supreme and Gu Yan were already dumbfounded at the moment. The Heavenly Flame Supreme kept shaking his head. Amazing for a man. Amazingly heavenly. This old ancestor of your Gu family is simply a true immortal on the ground. To actually be able to make a cultivator of the spiritist realm break through to the Spirit Emperor realm in one day. Simply heaven-defying. There is actually such a heaven-defying existence. Looking at Hua Yuan, who was emanating the pressure of the Spirit Emperor realm, Gu Yan's eyes burned with the fire of jealousy and hatred. Aha! This old punk has such a means. Why don't you teach it to me? To actually teach this kind of gong method, to an outsider. I hate it. I hate it. If he had passed down this technique earlier, would Ziyan have been able to expel him from the sect? Only then did Hua Yuan stop amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes. It didn't take out the herbs for refining 11th grade pills again. Seeing this, the people present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's finally stopped. It's too terrifying. In 1 hour's time, he actually broke through from the spiritist realm to the Spirit Emperor realm. This is simply unprecedented. No one will come after. And it also managed to refine a 10th grade elixir, which is already at the level of a master alchemist. If this Hua Yuan is able to refine an 11th grade elixir, then he is an alchemy master. And for a 12th grade elixir, in the entire Middle Kingdom, there is only one person who can successfully refine it, and that is the Dan Zun. The young girl in red leather armor was even frozen in place at the moment. A pair of bright fire-red eyes stared deathly at Hua Yuan in front of her. A strange color flickered under his eyes. Looking at Hua Yuan, who had already broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm in front of him, Hua Zetian's heart was slightly more at ease. It's finally stopped. This gong method is simply unbelievable. By refining pills, It draws the aura of heaven and earth into the body, raising the cultivation level. However, cultivation above the Spirit Emperor realm is not something that can be raised with simple spiritual power. The Spirit Saint realm that requires the power of the domain, calling upon the power of the heavens and earth and melting it into itself. However, even if that's the case, this gong method is still considered unique. Who exactly is this person to have such a heaven-defying gong method? With this thought, Hua Zetian hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian beside him. This fellow Daoist, he has truly taken over the creation of heaven and earth. To actually be able to create this heaven-defying technique, it really takes Hua's breath away. To be able to allow someone to ascend to the Spirit Emperor realm in a day is simply unprecedented. On the side, Daoist Changfeng also hurriedly spoke out in agreement. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Don't be in a hurry. You too. This scene is not yet finished. As soon as the words fell, only Gu Jingtian's figure shot out. In an instant, he arrived above Huayuan. With Gu Jingtian's appearance, the crowd of participating disciples immediately showed puzzled expressions. Who is this person, actually sitting beside Dan Zun? He must be a Supreme Realm powerhouse as well. Why is it that we have never seen this person before? Nor have we ever heard of him? Where did this Supreme Realm powerhouse emerge from? I heard that the Holy Son of the Yuan Isek was killed, and even that Spirit Emperor Realm Protector was killed in a single blow. So it can't be that it was this person who made the move. Then he must be finished. Even a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm must not mess with the Yuan sect. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian's gaze glanced at Huayuan below. The grade of this Dan furnace, the pills it can concoct, are at most 10th grade. Next, my lord will help you with your last move. Today, I, Gu Jingtian, make a move to help you enter the green cloud, to the top of this world. Also, all of you today, convey a word for my lord, Middle Earth. I, Gu Jingtian, am here. In an instant, Gu Jingtian's voice spread throughout the entire square. Everyone heard the boozy voice. Gu Jingtian. This person's name is Gu Jingtian. What a big mouth. Actually wanting this guy to ascend to the top of this realm is simply nonsense. And achieving the position of Dan Zun. This is absolutely impossible. Whether it's a 12th grade elixir or a Spirit Emperor realm cultivation, it's an insurmountable peak. And when he heard the three words Gu Jingtian, Hua Zetian in the stand suddenly had his pupils shrink and his entire body froze in place. Gu Jingtian. He is Gu Jingtian, the immortal who once taught my Hua family ancestor the art of alchemy. No wonder he would help this little guy Huayuan. Not good. This kid Huayuan wouldn't have already told him about himself. Humph. Even so, you're only at the Supreme Realm cultivation. So what do I, Hua Zetian, have to fear? Today I'd like to see if this immortal of yours is really that divine. And just then, Gu Jingtian moved. A scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. Chapter 93, Heaven Capturing Creation Formation. Only Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. The earth suddenly trembled madly. For a moment, the entire Dan city was shaking wildly. Pieces of the ground in a radius of nearly 1,000 miles cracked, and a fissure appeared above the ground in a heck of a way. A dazzling fire raged out from the cracks. It turned into a fire dragon that shot towards the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Seeing this scene, Hua Zetian above the stand suddenly had his pupils shrink. Earth Vein Flame. This person's cultivation is truly terrifying. He was actually able to transfer the Earth Vein Flame from the center of the earth. However, don't think that you'll be able to refine a 12th grade elixir just because you've transferred the Earth Vein Flame. In the blink of an eye, only those countless fire dragons were seen instantly condensing a huge alchemy furnace. The reddish golden Earth Vein fire was burning. Gu Jingtian glanced at Huayuan beside him. Go on. Huayuan's eyes were filled with gratitude and he nodded heavily. He then flew up and floated beside this Dan furnace formed by the Earth Vein fire. One heavenly treasure shot out from Huayuan's storage bag, glittering with radiant treasures. The materials used to refine 11th grade pills were already considered valuable heavenly materials in their own right. Seeing so many heavenly treasures, the people present couldn't help but show envy. And after seeing the types of these medicinal herbs, the heavenly flame supreme being in the golden bracelet immediately froze on the spot. Tears flashed in a pair of cloudy old eyes. This is the material for the soul melting pill. This kid is actually refining the soul melting pill. Until now he still remembers the agreement with the old man. While at this moment, Gu Yen, who was on the side, had a gloomy face. Trouble. By the looks of the old man, he has been completely conquered by this Hua kid. Even if this Hua kid refines a soul melting pill, then there would only be one. What's more, if this Hua brat knows the relationship between himself and Gu Jingtian, how could he possibly refine a soul melting pill for himself? What's one to do now? And the outside world at this time, Huayuan, who had already reached the Spirit Emperor realm, manipulated the scorching Earth Vein fire. Time passed by. and the elixir that emitted a pearlescent aura gradually took shape. As the moment the elixir took shape, the power of the laws between heaven and earth was actually tickled. A mysterious aura coalesced towards Huayuan's body. Gradually, a shadow formed behind Huayuan, and in the midst of this virtual shadow were countless medicinal herbs. Seeing this scene, the people present all of a sudden became short of breath. Domain. This is an ability that only a Spirit Saint Realm powerhouse can use. This fellow's domain is rapidly condensing. Could it be that he's really going to break through to the Spirit Saint Realm? While looking at the field that was gradually taking shape, a trace of coldness flashed across Hua Zetian's eyes. Very well, break through. All of you will be doing my bidding today anyway. In the next second, only the shadow behind Huayuan could be seen completely coalescing into shape. Spirit pressure fluctuations of the Spirit Saint Realm instantly erupted from above Huayuan's body. Dan City, Spirit Sacred Realm. Such an exaggerated scene immediately silenced the tens of thousands of people present. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian suddenly moved. A pair of large hands swung violently, and a vast arcane aura spread out from above Gu Jingtian's body. In an instant, 10,000 miles of blue sky were suddenly covered with dark clouds. A purple golden thunderbolt flashed in the dark clouds, and brilliant heavenly might filled the air. Facing this terrifying might, the crowd below all felt that terrifying sense of oppression. The Danzun Huazetian and Changfeng Daoist on top of the stands even stood up with a sound of miso. Heavenly thunder. Divine punishment. Heavenly thunder. This person is actually proficient in the Thunder Road aptitude. Gu Jingtian? Such a strong man. Why have we never heard of him in the Middle Kingdom? While at this moment, Hua Zetian's face was gloomy. Heavenly thunder triggers earth fire. This is a necessary condition for refining a 12th grade elixir. Can it be that this Gu Jingtian really let this kid refine a 12th grade elixir? Ascend to the realm of the Danzun? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It took myself 1500 years before I was lucky enough to be able to refine a 12th grade elixir. How could this brat have succeeded in refining it in one day? Under everyone's astonished looks, Huayuan waved his big hand. A glittering heavenly treasure appeared high in the sky. That majestic breath of life made everyone's jaws drop. A 12-point elixir. It's actually really a 12th grade elixir. Could it be that this person is really going to refine a 12th grade elixir and ascend to the realm of the Danzun? But at that moment, only a thunderous roar could be heard roaring from afar. Who is it? Dare to kill my Yuan Sek's holy son? Get the hell out of here. With the sound, only the space above this square violently shattered. A figure wearing a golden robe appeared in this mid-air. The entire Dan city was shivering from the might emanating from just the top of his body. The person who came was none other than the Grand Patriarch who had arrived from the Yuan sect. Yun Ting. Upon seeing Yun Ting's appearance, Danzun Huazetian was slightly stunned before his eyes revealed joy. I didn't expect it. The one who came was actually this old man Yun Ting. This old man's cultivation level, but he has already reached the peak level of the Supreme Realm. What an unexpected blessing. This time one will definitely be able to become the strongest existence in the entire Middle Earth. In that case, I don't have to disguise myself. In the next second, only Huazetian rose violently and swung his arm, only to see that the spiritual power barrier that enveloped the two competition venues instantly rose up into the sky. Before the crowd could react, it had completely enveloped the entire space. Looking at this sudden scene, Yun Ting's brows furrowed as he stared dead at the Danzun below. Hua Zetian, what are you trying to do here? While at this moment, Hua Zetian's face was grim. Like a madman. I was planning to strike a little later, but I didn't expect you old man to actually come. Then there's no need for this honorable man to wait any longer. Today, I'll let you all see the true masterpiece of my father. Heaven taking creation formation. Rise. As Hua Zetian's voice rang out, he saw a tentacle appear above this spiritual barrier. Towards that each sect's supreme heavenly pride shot towards them. Realizing that the situation was not right, the powerhouses of the various sects hurriedly got up, wanting to strike. However, in the next second, the crowd was surprised to find that the spiritual energy in their bodies seemed to be suppressed in some way, and they were unable to use it at all. In the blink of an eye, that single tentacle had wrapped up the heavenly pride of each sect. A strange power filled out from above this tentacle. Hua Zetian burst out laughing maniacally. Don't resist. This heaven-taking creation formation that is an ancient great formation. Even a powerhouse of the supreme realm can't invoke spiritual energy. Today, the talents of all of you heavenly prides will all become the sustenance of my father. As he spoke, Hua Zetian's gaze looked towards Huayuan who was in the process of refining pills. Especially you, little one. Your physique is truly coveted by this honored one. Hua Zetian's gaze swept towards Gu Jingtian and the other group of supreme realm powerhouses. And your cultivation will be the sustenance of this honored one. In the next second, only a tentacle was seen shooting towards the crowd. Chapter 94, One Fist to Destroy the World. Unimaginably powerful. Looking at the tentacles that shot up, Yun Ting snorted coldly. Don't think that by suppressing my spiritual energy, I'll only be able to fold my hands. 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. Out. As Yun Zhao's voice rang out, one could only see the entire heaven and earth trembling madly. The space in front of Yun Zhao shattered in pieces. A phoenix sound resounded through the 9 heavens. Endless golden flames instantly steamed up, filling the entire sky. A reddish golden longsword slowly emerged from within the spatial crack. In just a moment of appearance, a terrifyingly high temperature filled the entire space. Seeing this scene, Danzun Huazetian frowned. A flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. It's actually the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. This old man actually brought the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword out of the Yuan sect. Today, in this heaven-taking creation formation, even immortal soldiers can only bow down. Hua Zetian waved his hand. Go! Fetch this sword to my father. With Hua Zetian's command, those 3 figures standing behind Hua Zetian immediately erupted with terrifying fluctuations of the supreme realm. It turned into 3 streams of light and shot toward the air. And at this moment, that reddish golden longsword had yet to completely break free from the spatial crack. And after seeing these 3 people, Yun Ting as well as that Changfeng Taoist instantly darkened their faces. What? These 3 people are actually all at the Supreme Realm cultivation level, and obeying Hua Zetian's orders. It's hard to believe that Hua Zetian has enslaved the divine souls of these 3. What a great deal. Actually able to enslave a Supreme Realm powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, these 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses had arrived in midair. With that, he released the power of his domain and pressed towards the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. Under the combined strength of 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses, even the immortal soldier's 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword was unable to step out of this spatial rift for a moment. Seeing this scene, Yun Ting, who was already bound by the tentacles, showed a look of fear. These 3 are Supreme Realm powerhouses, and the spiritual energy in their bodies is actually not suppressed by this formation. Even if it's the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword, it can't repay true power without the use of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. And right at that moment, only a tentacle was already wrapped around Taoist Zhangfeng's body. Hua Zetian, what do you want to do? The 2 of us have been old friends for 1,000 years. Taoist Zhangfeng's face was furious as he stared deathly at Hua Zetian in front of him. Hua Zetian sneered. Right. It is because you and I are old friends for over 1,000 years that I gave you so many pills, allowing you to live until today and break through to the Supreme Realm. Otherwise, with your natural talent, I'm afraid you wouldn't have survived today. This is all a fair trade. Hearing this, Taoist Zhangfeng realized that everything Hua Zetian had done for him before was for today. In the next second, only a strong suction force violently erupted above this tentacle. The spiritual energy within Taoist Zhangfeng was immediately pulled out. The roots in the bodies of those celestials with outstanding talent were even sucked out of their bodies. Endless spiritual energy was integrated towards Hua Zetian's body through this heaven-snatching creation formation. For a moment, the spiritual pressure emanating from Hua Zetian's body grew stronger and stronger. Just then, his maniacal gaze swept towards Gu Jingtian in the distance. Gu Shocker, Ancestor Gu, you have truly given me a great surprise. I never thought in a million years that you would actually appear here. However, since you are here, naturally, the late generation will not waste this cultivation of yours. As Hua Zetian's voice rang out, a tentacle glowing with golden light instantly shot toward Gu Jingtian. Seeing this scene, Hua Yuan, who was immersed in alchemy on the side, also showed a look of anxiety. At this moment, however, Gu Yan in the golden bracelet was already happy. A look of excitement filled his eyes. Ha ha ha, fantastic. I didn't realize that there was actually such a terrifying formation that could suppress even the spiritual energy of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. It's going to be hard for Gu Jingtian to escape this, possessing such strength. Yet he doesn't contribute to my Gu family's children and grandchildren. Damned, he deserved to die in the first place. It's even because of him that my Gu family was torn apart and Xian and I were uprooted from our home. Today, I'm going to see this Gu Jingtian die with my own eyes. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a breezy face. There wasn't a hint of panic. Instead, he slowly extended a large hand. In the next second, Gu Jingtian violently clenched his fists. The terrifying avenue of force condensed within the body. A punch is thrown. Boom! An unimaginable power gushed out at once. A fist blasted out. The entire sky exploded. The space in front of him was simply unable to withstand such a terrifying force, turning into a sky full of spatial debris. That heaven-destroying power did not have any attenuation and directly bombarded on top of that spiritual barrier. In the space of a breath, the impenetrable spiritual barrier shattered apart. With just one punch, this heaven-taking creation formation that was capable of suppressing a Supreme Realm powerhouse unexpectedly shattered. Seeing this scene, the smug expression on Hua Zetian's face instantly vanished. and his entire face froze in place with a dull expression. It can't be. This can't be possible. How is this possible? This heaven-taking creation formation was obtained by myself from an ancient relic, and a powerhouse of the supreme realm can't even do a bit of damage to it. How is it possible for this Gu Jingtian to break open this heaven-taking creation formation with a single punch? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Gu Yan in the golden bracelet was even more stagnant and froze on the spot. How could it be so strong? How could this old man be so strong? This is a spell formation capable of suppressing the supreme realm. How could he destroy it with a single punch? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Aha! What makes this old guy so strong? And the hysterical Wazishan simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. Roaring madly, he mobilized his spiritual energy, wanting to once again condense this heaven-snatching creation grand formation. However, no matter how Hua Zetian mobilized, this big formation did not throw a response, and in the next second, as this heaven-taking creation formation disappeared, that single tentacle also dissipated. It wasn't until this scene happened that Hua Zetian finally believed that the grand formation he had carefully planned for thousands of years had been destroyed. In an instant, Hua Zetian's eyes were crimson, and his entire body was in a state of insanity. Aha! You actually destroyed my heart and soul for over 1,000 years. You know how much I paid for today. As long as this formation succeeds, I will have the strongest qualifications to break through to the supreme realm. At that time, I will be the strongest person in Middle-earth. The entire Middle-earth is mine. It's all because of you. Ah! Gu Jingtian, today you must die. Get on me. Kill him. With Hua Zetian's command, those three supreme realm powerhouses immediately gave up resisting this 9 heavily divine phoenix sword. It then shot toward Gu Jingtian. Chapter 95 Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Finger. One finger destroys 3 exalted ones. Facing Gu Jingtian, who had shattered the heaven-taking creation formation with a single punch. These 3 supreme realm powerhouses didn't have any hesitation and directly chose to go all out with their firepower. In an instant, the unimaginable spiritual power of the supreme realm instantly filled the air. A shadow that covered the sky appeared behind the 3 of them. Exactly the field of 3. Compared to the illusory realm behind Huayuan, the imaginary shadows behind the 3 were almost completely solidified. It was like the real world. This was precisely the hallmark of the supreme realm. The power of the world. As long as they pulled the other party into their world, the supreme realm powerhouse was almost invincible. The only way to kill a supreme realm powerhouse was to completely annihilate his world. 3 supreme realm powerhouses joined forces, and that vast world projection covered the sky and crushed towards Gu Jingtian. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth flicked up, his eyes filled with disdain. How dare a mole cricket shake the sky? In the next second, he only saw Gu Jingtian's brows lightly furrowed as he brought his fingers together. A terrifying to the extreme might immediately spread out from above Gu Jingtian's body. Great desolate imprisoning skyfinger. As the voice rang out, Gu Jingtian fiercely pointed out a finger. In a blink of an eye, boundless might filled the air, and the space within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly blocked. The world projections released by the 3 supreme realm powerhouses were instantly controlled. Time and space seemed to have come to a standstill, and that vast projection of the world was motionless, like a scroll spanning the sky. And at this moment, the heavenly flame supreme being in the golden bracelet was completely dumbfounded. A pair of old eyes were filled with a look of astonishment. What divine ability is this? It actually directly condenses tens of thousands of miles of space. This is simply forming an unbreakable cage, blocking the world power released by these 3 supreme realm powerhouses. This is a space-type divine ability? Nah, time has stopped as well. This is a space-time divine ability. There's actually someone in this world who was able to use the time and space divine ability. No, this scene seems like I've seen it somewhere myself. What a familiar back. On the other hand, Gu Yan had collapsed to the ground, his soul trembling. A pair of eyes were filled with the color of shock to the extreme. It's horrible. How can he be so terrible? Looking at the 3 supreme realm powerhouses that were trapped, Danzun Huazetian went completely crazy. It was like a shrew screaming madly. Kill him. He must be killed. Listening to the noisy shouts, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Crazy doesn't change your fate. Shatter. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, that plain-looking finger fiercely pointed out. In an instant, the scroll that spanned the sky rippled endlessly. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles kept crumbling and reorganizing. Disintegrate. Reorganize. Every shattering of space was accompanied by the annihilation of the power of the world. The world projections released by the 3 supreme realm powerhouses shattered apart in an instant. It was completely annihilated by that recurring spatial turbulence. Countless times of shattering and reorganizing, all in a flash. The whole space looks colorful and gorgeous. After the beauty, all that was left was that blue sky. The three Supreme Realm powerhouses had disappeared without a trace at this moment. The power of a single finger, instantly killing three Supreme Realm powerhouses. Such an anticlimactic scene directly caused Yun Ting, who was not far away, to look dumbfounded. How is it possible? How can there be such a terrifying existence? In just a moment's time, the world projections of these three Supreme Realm powerhouses were annihilated. Even if it's yourself, I'm afraid that facing these three people, you'll only have the ability to flee. This person was actually able to instantly kill a Supreme Realm powerhouse in seconds. This is unbelievable. And looking at Gu Jingtian's back as he floated in midair, the Heavenly Flame Supreme and the golden bracelet suddenly had his pupils shrink. The entire person's divine soul couldn't suppress the crazy trembling. An old pair of eyes were suddenly red. It's him. It's actually him. He's the immortal from 2000 years ago. It must be him. Apart from him, where else in this realm is there someone so powerful? Only he is able to kill a Supreme Realm powerhouse in seconds with a raise of his hand. Aha! I didn't realize that the person I've been searching for 2,000 years had actually appeared in front of me a long time ago. God have mercy. The excited Heavenly Flame Supreme just wanted to share his joy with Gu Yen. However, he realized that Gu Yen, who was on the side, had already collapsed to the ground as if he was crazy and dumbfounded. The entire divine soul also became extremely unstable. The words kept coming out of his mouth. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Gu Jingtian, I want you to die. I want you dead no matter what. Looking at Gu Yen in front of him, who was already disoriented, Supreme Flame of Heaven sighed lightly. Hey, you and I are masters and disciples after all. Now that you're like this, it's sad to be alive. Blame it on the fact that you chose the wrong opponent. In the next second, the power of the Supreme Spirit of the Supreme Realm filled the air as the Heavenly Flame Supreme's sleeve robe waved. Instantly, Gu Yan's divine soul in front of him was dispersed and disappeared without a trace. And seeing the three Supreme Realm powerhouses die, Danzun Huazetian had a look of utter despair. In the next second, Huazetian's knees went weak and he directly fell to the ground. Snot and tears streamed down his face as he looked at Gu Jingtian high in the sky with a fawning face. Old Ancestor Gu. I'm Ancestor Watson's grandson. You can't kill me. For the sake of Ancestor Watson, spare my life. Before Huazetian could finish his sentence, Gu Jingtian let out a cold snort. Scum like you are worthy of mentioning his name. Today, even though he has long been ancient, it is up to me to clean up after him. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Purple gold divine aura flashed in his eyes. Huazetian, who was still begging bitterly, suddenly had godless eyes, and the divine soul in his body had been annihilated. The unsupported body fell heavily to the ground, and right at that moment, a vast aura suddenly coalesced from all directions. It was like a shocking wave that merged towards Huayuan's body. As these forces of heaven and earth were incorporated, the projection of the world behind Huayuan gradually became clear. In the blink of an eye, that 12th grade elixir finally came out, and Huayuan's cultivation level had also risen to the Spirit Emperor realm. And at this moment, everyone present looked at the 12-point elixir floating in mid-air, flickering with a 7-colored light. They all froze in place. All of them had the same thought floating in their minds. A new generation of Danzun has appeared. Looking at Huayuan, who was floating in mid-air, the young girl in the fiery red leather armor froze in place. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a mesmerizing color. While at this moment, Yunting had a bitter look on his face as he desperately pushed his spiritual energy to mobilize the immortal soldiers floating in mid-air. And just at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly came. Weren't you just asking who killed your Yuan sect saint son? My lord is right here. I killed him. What? You have a problem with that? Chapter 96, Great Desolate Imprisoning Heavenly Hands. Palm Edge Birth and Death. Although the tone sounded rather calm, it was like the call of hell in Yun Zhao's ears. The eyes that looked at Gu Jingtian were filled with panic. Even if Yun Zhao was quite confident in his own strength, plus he even had the Supreme Immortal Soldier 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword in his hands, but Yun Zhao also did not think that he could kill 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses so lightly. In the blink of an eye, the condescension on Yun Zhao's face instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an old dog-like fawning look. This senior, you are joking. This cloudy sky has provoked you, senior, and that's what he deserves. Furthermore, I didn't come here with the intention of seeking revenge. This Yun Zhao is indeed deeply sinful, and I originally intended to come here to clean up my house. Now that senior has already executed this brat for me, I'm more than grateful to senior. So how could I possibly have a problem with it? As soon as the words were uttered, the people present could be said to have dropped their glasses in shock. Is this still the Grand Elder of the Yuan sect we remember? A towering powerhouse of the Supreme Realm? Now it simply looks like nothing more than a tail-wagging dog. Nonsense! Are you blind? That was 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses just now. and this heaven-defying existence actually killed them in a single move. Even if I'm asked to be a dog for this heaven-defying existence, I don't have any opinions. Woof woof woof. Looking at the fawning Yun-ting in front of him, Gu Jingtian sneered. You can really bend the rules. It's a pity. The last thing Gu Jingtian, like his spineless people. You go first. Don't worry. This Gongzi will definitely send your Yuan sex Xian Nu to you soon. As Gu Jingtian's words came out, Yun-ting, who had a flattering look on his face, suddenly turned black, his pair of narrow eyes crimson. His body trembled wildly, his fists clenched, and a blazing fire blazed. Gu Jingtian, you're bullying people too much. Old me has already given you enough face. Do you really think that I can't help you? Old me thinks I'm no match for you, but if I want to leave here, you won't necessarily be able to leave me behind. Big words, and you dare to talk about my Yuan sect Xian daughter. Just wait, my Yuan sect will not let you go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yun-ting violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, this blood had already merged into that 9 heavenly divine phoenix sword. As the blood was incorporated, endless flames erupted from within the 9 heavenly divine phoenix sword. The size of this 9 heavenly divine phoenix sword exceeded 10,000 meters in an instant, straight into the clouds. The steaming flames directly ignited the surrounding space. Divine phoenix tsunami sky slash. Facing such a terrifying enemy, Yun-ting didn't have any reservations. He directly used his strongest move. In an instant, the sky-covering flames condensed into a golden flaming phoenix. The wingspan was nearly 1,000 miles. A terrifying golden flame was wrapped around his body. It came crashing towards where Gu Jingtian was with the stance of burning mountains and boiling seas. Releasing this attack, Yun-ting did not have any hesitation. He directly intended to tear through space and leave this place with the 9 heavenly divine phoenix sword. Looking at the sky that had been filled with golden flames, Gu Jingtian still had a breezy expression. Slowly, he reached out his large hand, palms facing up. In an instant, an unimaginable greatness of heaven and earth spread throughout the entire space. The terrifying might that was like the might of the heavens filled tens of thousands of miles. Gu Jingtian's eyes flashed with essence and his embroidered mouth spat out. Palm edge. As the sound rang out, the entire space was emitting an unbearable mournful sound. And above that golden divine phoenix, endless Tao rhythms condensed. A large hand that covered the sky slowly fell from the starry sky. The large hand that connected heaven and earth was no longer detectable in size. On top of the large hand, it was filled with dense runes, permeated with an unimaginable power. In front of this one large hand, the divine phoenix that was covered in golden flames was as small as a house sparrow. Such a shocking scene instantly made everyone present look dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded and froze in place. The heavenly flame supreme being in the golden bracelet at this moment was even more astonished, and his mouth kept murmuring, "Invincible! This is an absolute invincible powerhouse. In the middle of this Xian-Tian continent, this is absolute invincibility." With the appearance of this large hand, the space in a radius of tens of thousands of miles instantly condensed. Yun-ting, who wanted to escape, suddenly realized that no matter how much he mobilized the power of the world, he still couldn't break the space. In the next second, Yun-ting's eyes were cracking and his entire face was like a maniac. "Aha! Gu Jingtian, even if I die, I'll still let you be buried with me." The roar rang out like thunder. Endless world power filled the air from behind Yun-ting. Gradually, a projection of the world that was hundreds of miles long was formed. But in the next second, a golden crack appeared above this world projection in the color of the western gate. Berserk to the extreme energy instantly filled out from within this crack. Seeing this scene, the people present were instantly horrified. Self-detonation. This great elder Yun-ting is actually going to self-destruct. The reliance of a supreme realm powerhouse is the world projection. And by detonating the world projection, the supreme powerhouse's divine soul will also go up in smoke. Run! Run quickly! The self-explosion of a supreme realm powerhouse. It's enough to turn tens of thousands of miles into nothingness. In an instant, all of them frantically shot towards the distance like lost dogs. Instead, there was only one figure at the moment, which came to Gu Jingtian's side in the air. It was Hua Yuan, who had already broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Looking at the energy in the high sky that was so violent that it was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, Hua Yuan's face was gloomy. "Master, are you sure about this? If he succeeds in blowing himself up, the entire Dan city will cease to exist." Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard this. Indifferently, he opened his mouth. "You remember, reality is reality and weakness is weakness. Anger only reduces your judgment, but it won't change the fact that you are weak." In the next second, Gu Jingtian looked at Yun-ting in the high sky with disdain. At this moment, Yun-ting was already epileptic to the extreme. Frantic hissing, "Gu Jingtian, Yuan Xian maiden will not let you go. Even if you ascend to the upper realm now, There are naturally people in the upper realm who will take your life. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. I told you, I hate people who threaten me. As for the upper world, this Gongzi will go there soon. But you, it's better to die here. Great desolate imprisoning heavenly hands. Palm edge birth and death. The voice rang out, and Gu Jingtian's outstretched palm clenched violently, and the great hand that covered the sky came down with a mighty pressure. It instantly closed in, directly and completely covering that golden fiery phoenix, as well as the world projection released by Yun Ting. For a moment, all the people who were frantically fleeing raised their heads and looked toward the giant hand that covered the sky in the high sky. But in the very next second, a scene that shocked everyone to their core happened. Chapter 96 Gu Zian, who was terrified to the core. As the large hand gradually closed, whether it was the golden flames that were enough to burn mountains and boil the sea, or the violent energy that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Seeing this scene, those crowds that were fleeing stopped at once, a stagnant face stopped in place, and a pair of eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god! How is this possible? That was the attack of the strongest offensive weapon in the Middle Earth, and the self-destruction of a peak supreme realm powerhouse. Such a terrifying energy, but it actually couldn't do any damage to this one big hand. No, this is simply anticlimactic. This can't be said to have done no damage at all. How can a person be this powerful? One must know that the Grand Elder of the Yuan sect is the fifth most supremely powerful person on the true immortal ranking. Gu Jingtian. This name, after today, will surely resonate throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. Number 1 on the meaningless true immortal ranking, and at this moment, above Dan City, Gu Jingtian looked relaxed and cozy. With a wave of his large hand, he only saw the giant hand that covered the sky high in the sky disappear without a trace in an instant. The whole sky was blue, as if nothing had happened. Gu Jingtian turned his head and looked at Huayuan with slight appreciation. Kid, aren't you going to help a certain divine soul fuse its flesh? In that case, this is yours. As soon as the words fell, the space in front of Gu Jingtian slowly cracked open. A figure floated in mid-air. It was that Yun Ting who had already lost his soul. Hearing this, the heavenly flame venerable one in the golden bracelet was instantly excited and ecstatic. 2,000 years. One has been trapped in this damn bracelet for over 2,000 years. Is today finally the day when you can get out of your own way? Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, Huayuan nodded heavily in front of him. Thank you, Enchanter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Huayuan's small hand reached into his arms and took out the gold bracelet. The moment the golden bracelet appeared in front of Gu Jingtian, Gu Jingtian's pupils suddenly shrunk. A look of surprise flashed under his eyes. What? This bracelet has actually been in Huayuan's arms. This bracelet is definitely not an ordinary thing. It's actually able to avoid one's own divine sense, and with one's cultivation at the golden immortal realm, one can't even detect his presence. With the appearance of the golden bracelet, a divine soul instantly sprang out from within this golden bracelet. An old man in a fiery red robe appeared in front of the duo. It was none other than the heavenly flame supreme being, who at the moment had an ecstatic look on his face. The whole man could not restrain himself from trembling. The color of burning admiration was even more so in the gaze that looked towards Gu Jingtian. This couldn't help but make Gu Jingtian slightly startled. What the hell? Why is this old guy looking at himself with such eyes? The heavenly flame supreme being in front of him directly bowed and spoke with incomparable respect. Late Senior Fire Yuan. Greetings, immortal elder. 2,000 years ago, above the endless sea, the late generation had once met an immortal. The immortal's immortal might shakes the ancient world, and the heart of the late generation yearns for it. It's also all thanks to the immortal's favor that I'm trapped today. The late generation is willing to tie the grass and serve the immortals as slaves and servants. Hearing Supreme Flame of Heaven's Flame's complaint, Gu Jingtian came to a sudden realization. So it's him, 2,000 years ago, when he himself was fighting against those 8 heavenly demon sovereigns. He made a move. There seemed to be a spatial fluctuation in the distance. I thought it was the enemy's foreign aid and killed it in passing, but I didn't realize it was actually him. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. In that case, you are trapped in this golden bracelet because of me. There is no need for you to thank me. Alright, it's over here, and the time has come for me to leave. Hearing this, a brilliant aura flashed in the eyes of the heavenly flame supreme. Immortals are at ease and free. Naturally they don't want their juniors to follow. I wonder if the late generation can follow this little friend and protect his path. Obviously the heavenly flame supreme was talking about Huayuan, who was on the side. Looking at Huayuan in front of him, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, although Huayuan has broken through to the spirit emperor realm, he doesn't have much battle power. This old man's divine soul is already at the supreme realm, and with this supreme realm flesh, he will soon reach the supreme realm in a short period of time. In that case, let him follow Kid Hua as well. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. In that case, from now on, you'll follow this little guy, and something like this. Leave it to you. As soon as the words fell, a red gold immortal sword appeared in Gu Jingtian's hand. It was none other than the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Sword, which was known as that Middle-earth's #1 offensive immortal weapon. Receiving Gu Jingtian's promise, the Heavenly Flame Supreme was instantly thrilled. Immortal, don't worry, from now on, my juniors will definitely bow and scrape. If you, Immortal, are not at ease, you can by all means put a ban in the latecomer's divine soul. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. That won't be necessary. I think you're too smart a man to do something stupid like that. Gu Jingtian's hand flooded with golden light, slashing through the top of this Nine Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. Alright, I've erased the imprint of this Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Sword, so you guys can just recognize your masters. This matter is over. It is time for me to leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only the Nine Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword was left floating in the void. Tears flashed in Huayuan's eyes, and his fists under his sleeve robe clenched violently. Master, I will not let you down. One day, I will be your pride. In the meantime, the Yuan Yi sect, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, above that highest fairy palace, the figures of Gu Lishang and Gu Zian were clearly at this place. The two were talking and laughing and seemed to be extremely affectionate. Looking at Gu Lishang in front of her, the defenses in Gu Zian's heart had been completely put down. My sister is just too good to herself, only this blood bond between blood sisters is strong. In the future, I'll be able to break through to the Supreme Realm as well, and after killing that punk Gu Jingtian, the two of my sisters will fly up to the upper realms and live alone. Long life, wouldn't that be beautiful? And just then, the smile on Gu Lishang's pretty face froze. A face was suddenly cold as ice. Gu Zian hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, sister? What happened?" Gu Lishang's brows furrowed. Someone forcibly erased the mark on the Nine Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. It seems that Elder Yunting has mostly died as well. As soon as these words came out, Gu Zian in front of her stood up with a sound of miso. Her face filled with panic. How is this possible? Didn't you say, sister, that no one in this realm is capable of resisting the Nine Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword? This person can actually erase the mark on this. What kind of realm cultivator is this? Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with thoughts, and two fingers tapped back and forth on a side table. Sister, no need to panic. The most important thing right now is to know who exactly is the one who made this strike. Chapter 98. Gu Jingtian is still alive. Gu Lishang slowly got up, her beautiful legs hidden under the white flowing skirt. Barefoot pacing on top of this floor made of jade, a voice like a wind chime rang out. To be able to erase the mark of the Nine Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword, this person's cultivation must have exceeded the limits of this realm. Or perhaps, the hand also possesses an exotic treasure beyond this realm. Hearing this, Gu Zian hurriedly got up, her pretty face filled with anxiety. A cultivation that transcends this realm? What kind of cultivation is that? Shouldn't that have already ascended to the upper realms long ago? Gu Lishang gently shook her head. Nonetheless, sister, I once told you that some forces can communicate with the upper realm, and naturally, they can also utilize the power of the immortals in the upper realm. Immortals in this upper realm naturally have ways to send spiritual treasures from the upper realm to the lower realm as well. It's just that there's a small price to pay. Gu Zian hurriedly pursued the question. My sister had said that these forces are the top forces in this Middle Earth. Could it be that the person who made this move is also from other great forces? Gu Lishang's lotus steps moved gently, traveling to Gu Zian's side. The jade hand gently rested on top of Gu Zian's jade shoulder. Don't worry, sister. Even if this person comes from another great power, my sister still has the means to do so. It's been too long since they've been taught a lesson, and they're gradually forgetting what desperation is. Gu Lishang looked out into the sky, and a coldness filled her beautiful eyes. In the meantime, time passed by minute, and everything that happened in Dan City gradually passed towards the entire Middle Earth. Above the clouds, the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. Within the quiet and secluded small courtyard, that bumpy and charming figure was reclining on top of the recliner. Surrounded by green water, the bamboo forest meandered. The clear spring washed over the stone pebbles with a brushing sound, drilling into Long Zishang's ears. A scene from the past haunted her. In the depths of his emotions, a line of tears could not help but drip from the corner of his eyes. Why? If you can't give me what I want, why are you in my world? Like fireworks in winter, after lighting up the earth, they are never seen again. 2,000 years of waiting for the news I least expected to hear. And at this moment, a magnificent figure stood at the entrance of the courtyard. It was none other than Dragon Emperor Long Yitian. Feel the sadness that permeated the entire small courtyard. Long Yitian's eyes were slightly red. because of my father's death, my mother's heart of the Tao has fallen silent. If you were to ascend to the upper realms, I'm afraid it would be difficult to survive the heavenly tribulation. It's all this emperor's fault. If he himself hadn't insisted on going forward to look for his father, how could he have died because of me? With this thought, the dragon emperor's pair of large hands clenched violently, but just then, a voice came leisurely from behind. Father Sama. Hearing the voice coming from behind him, the grief on the dragon emperor's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a look of love. Appearing behind the dragon emperor was a young girl in silver battle armor. The delicate little face was written with determination and boldness, and there were a few moments of the dragon emperor's style between his eyebrows. A head of long, silver-colored hair fluttered in the wind, quite dominating. It was the daughter of the dragon emperor, the pearl of the entire dragon clan, Dragon Ener. Seeing Long Ener arrive, the dragon emperor was all smiles. Silver, didn't my father say not to bother grandmother without something important? Long Ener's silver dragon eyes looked towards the distant compound and said in a hurry, Father Sama, there is now new news about what you asked me to keep an eye on. Hearing this, the dragon emperor's pupils shrunk. A pair of large hands directly grabbed Long Ener's shoulders. What? You've inquired about Gu Jingtian. As the three words Gu Jingtian came out of the dragon emperor's mouth, the space around him spun around. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already appeared in that bamboo forest. The purple dragon eyes of Long Zishang's purple dragon eyes were cracking. Gu Jingtian. Ener, you've inquired about Gu Jingtian? Quickly, where is he now? Tell grandma now. Looking at Long Zishang and the dragon emperor duo being so excited, Long Ener's heart was filled with doubts. What kind of person is this Gu Jingtian, to actually be able to make father's people and grandmother care so much? Even though her heart was full of doubts, Long Ener said in a hurry, Silver, I sent those two little foxes to the demon god's palace by my father's decree. On the way back, I happened to pass through the heavenly sin state. Originally, I heard that a Dan capture conference was held in the middle of that Dan city, and Ener wanted to go and see the action. But before I even arrived, I heard, this Dan capture conference has already ended, and something big happened. It turns out that Dan Zunhuazetian actually wanted to draw on everyone's power to help himself break through the supreme realm, but it was stopped by one person. That person's name is Gu Jingtian. As soon as these words came out, Long Zishang directly grabbed Long Ener's shoulders. Ener, are you sure you heard it right? That person's name is Gu Jingtian. Long Ener responded timidly. Silver shouldn't be mistaken, because the entire Heavenly Sin Prefecture is talking about this person's name. And Yun Ting, the Grand Elder of the Yuan Yi sect, also appeared there, and brought with him the Yuan Yi sect's immortal sword, the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. Hearing this, Long Zishang's face instantly became grave, a pair of violet eyes filled with worry. Yuan Yi cult, Cloud Thunder, the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. What's he doing there? It can't be for that Gu Jingtian. Long Ener nodded slightly. It's exactly for that Gu Jingtian. It seems like this Gu Jingtian killed Yun Ting's grandson and he's come to take revenge. When these words came out, not only Long Zishang, but the Dragon Emperor on the side also hurriedly surrounded him. What? Yun Ting wants to kill Gu Jingtian, and he even brought the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. In an instant, an earth-shattering dragon might erupted from Long Zishuan's delicate body and went straight to the sky. The entire 9 Dragons' heavenly palace was trembling under this vast dragon might. Yuan Yi cult. Yun Ting, my dragon clan, and you will not rest in death. Today, even if my body dies, I will still make you Yuan Yi sect go up in smoke. The Dragon Emperor on the side also had anger in his eyes. Mother Sama, I'll gather the dragon clan, invite out the 9 dragon tripod, conquer the Yuan Yi sect. The words of the duo directly caused the Long Ener in front of them to freeze on the spot. Just what kind of person is this Gu Jingtian that Lord Father and Grandmother care so much, to the point of even inviting out immortal soldiers to conquer the Yuan Yi sect? Long Ener hurriedly opened her mouth. Lord Father, Grandmother, don't be impulsive. This Gu Jingtian is not dead. Only after these words were spoken did the murderous intent of the two people in front of them, which was so thick to the extreme, dissipate for a few moments. Not dead? Who saved him? Yun Ting is at the peak of the supreme realm, and he's even holding the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword. In the entire Middle Earth, besides my dragon clan, it's only the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Jishi Academy, and the Great Thunder Sound Temple that have the strength to resist him. Long Ener shook her head. No one saved him. Instead, Chapter 99, Learning the Truth. The Broken Guzian. Rather, that Gu Jingtian was not killed by Yun Ting at all. Not only was he not killed, but he directly destroyed Yun Ting, and even that 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Sword was taken away by this Gu Jingtian. As soon as these words came out, the two people in front of them immediately froze on the spot, looking at Long Ener in front of them with disbelief. And at this moment, Long Ener was like opening a box of words, describing it with a fluttering brow. Lord Father, Grandmother, the two of you are unaware of just how powerful this Gu Jingtian is. Right now outside, almost the entire Middle Earth is talking about this Gu Jingtian. This Gu Jingtian didn't just kill this Yun Ting, Dan Zun Huazetian. You guys know about it. He actually has 3 supreme realm powerhouses under him. And this Huazetian has also laid down some kind of heaven-taking creation formation. Even Yun Ting is trapped inside. But guess what? This Gu Jingtian actually broke this heaven-taking creation formation with a single punch. After killing Yun Ting, he even killed 3 supreme realm powerhouses in one move. Now it's being rumored outside that Gu Jingtian is about to replace Elder Tian Dao and become the #1 powerhouse on the True Immortal ranking. Ener, I've grown up so big. I haven't served a few people. Besides you two, this Gu Jingtian definitely counts as one. Hearing this, the two of them in front of them, the Dragon Emperor and Long Zishang, couldn't help but have the corners of their mouths twitch. He's really still alive. How could his favorite person die so easily? Hun is worthy of being my Dragon Emperor's father. Just strong. Looking at the strange expressions of the 2 Dragon Emperors in front of her, Long Ener couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. Lord Father, Grandmother, do you guys know this Gu Jingtian? I see that you guys care about this person very much. After learning that Gu Jingtian was not a big deal, Long Zishang's heart hanging in the air this time was finally put down. With a smile on his brow, he looked at the Dragon Emperor on the side. Since Ener is so curious, Tianer, tell Ener the true identity of this Gu Jingtian. Receiving his mother's promise, the Dragon Emperor immediately straightened his body, a face full of complacency. Silver, listen up. Your grandmother and I don't just know this Gu Jingtian. This Gu Jingtian's true identity is my father, your grandfather. As soon as these words came out, Long Ener froze in place, a pair of silver eyes glaring round. What? This Gu Jingtian is actually my grandfather. Then wouldn't he be grandmother's? Before Long Ener could finish her sentence, Long Zishang on the side pursed her lips and smiled. Silver, stop this nonsense. After digesting the information in her mind, Long Ener jumped up at once. The man you admire is actually your grandfather. Awesome. Lord Father, Grandmother, Silver will go to grandfather. Silver has been born over 300 years ago and has never met her grandfather. An agitated Long Ener turned around with the intention of leaving, but right at this moment, Long Zixi frowned lightly and slightly waved his sleeve robe. The space where Long Ener was instantly blocked. Silver, stop fooling around. Even if you now know the identity of your grandfather, do you know where he is today? Looking at her own father and grandmother's grave expressions, Long Ener spat out her tongue. I know. Long Zishang nodded slightly, but the bottom of his eyes were filled with thoughts. The Dragon Emperor at the side said with a gloomy expression, Lord Mother, now that Lord Father has killed this Yuan Esect's Yun Ting, he even took away the Yuan Esect's 9 heavenly divine phoenix sword. This Yuan Esect will definitely not stop. Long Zishang hummed lightly. That Yuan Esect naturally won't stop. But is my dragon clan the one to be messed with? Immediately proclaimed throughout the Middle Kingdom that Gu Jingtian is my Long Zishang's Taoist partner. And you are naturally the child of the two of us. Long Zishang's firm and unrelenting voice rang out. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor was even more excited than he could express. More than 2,000 years, and one is a fatherless savage in the outside world. At this moment, this emperor can finally proclaim to the entire Middle Earth that I, Long Etienne, am not a wild seed without a father. My father is here. The sun rose and the moon set, and in the blink of an eye, the day passed quickly. At noon on the second day, the Yuan Yi sect, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, within that tallest immortal palace, there was a figure standing in front of the 2 Gu Lisang sisters. The outfit on his body was almost identical to Yun Ting's. What? You're saying that the person who killed Yun Ting is called Gu Jingtian? Gu Ziyan's eyes were rounded and blood was all over her eyes as she stared at the figure in front of her in death. Greetings, Coronation Xian Nu. This person did indeed call himself Gu Jingtian, and Gu Lisang, who was on the side, hurriedly held Gu Ziyan's trembling jade hand. Sister, don't get excited. Maybe these two just have the same name. This person was able to kill Yun Ting with a single move, and even killed 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses with a single punch. So he must have borrowed the power of an upper realm powerhouse. If it's really the Gu Jingtian we think he is, how could he be so powerful? Listening to Gu Lishang's explanation, Gu Ziyan calmed down a few points. It must not be that guy. He's just an old waste of space. How could he be so strong? It must be just the same name. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the immortal palace. My subordinate, Cloud Fury, seeks to see Coronation Lady Xian. Hearing the voice coming from her, Gu Lisang showed a puzzled look on her face. Come in. Soon, a figure also wearing a golden robe walked in. It was the third elder of this Yuan Yi sect, Cloud Fury. Gu Lishang slowly spoke. Hasn't the third elder always been in charge of monitoring the movements of the dragon race? What is the reason for coming here all of a sudden? Cloud Fury bowed and saluted. Your Highness Xian Nu. Intelligence has come from the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace. The Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace has unilaterally declared the Dragon Emperor's biological father. Before Gu Lishang could say anything, Gu Ziyan suddenly hissed madly. Who is it? Is it called Gu Jingtian? Tell me quickly. Is it called Gu Jingtian? Cloud Fury nodded slightly. Coronation of the Great Xian Maiden. Yes, it's that Gu Jingtian who's talking. Gu Jingtian who appeared in the middle of Dan City and killed Grand Elder Yunting. Once these words came out, the remaining fluke in Gu Ziyan's heart was gone. In an instant, it was as if Gu Ziyan had lost all her vitality, her body going limp. Gu Lishang, who was quick on the side, hurriedly assisted her up. Gu Ziyan murmured in a disoriented manner. That's him. It's him. Gu Jingtian. It's this Gu Jingtian. Looking at Gu Ziyan's disoriented appearance, Gu Lishang was just about to open her mouth. Gu Ziyan, however, waved her arms like a madman. Gu Jingtian, how can he be so strong? He's actually this strong. If he's so strong, why didn't he resist when he expelled him from the Gu family? Could it be that he's long since had enough of the Gu family, and he doesn't want to stay in one place with me? Not even for a minute. That's how much he hates me. Why? As the head of the Gu family, I actually expelled the true immortal realm's old ancestor. I, Gu Ziyan, am a joke. Ha ha ha. I, Gu Ziyan, am the joke. The cutie. Chapter 100 The Dragon Emperor's Life. The Middle Kingdom stirred. Gu Ziyan looked insane. Her hair was messy, and she seemed to be crying or laughing. Suddenly grabbing Gu Lishang's arm. Sister, you tell me if I'm stupid. Gu Jingtian, he's actually a true immortal realm powerhouse. He's a true immortal realm powerhouse. He's clearly a true immortal realm powerhouse. And he was still expelled from the Gu family by me. Does he dislike me that much? I want him dead. I want him dead. Looking at Gu Ziyan, whose Dao heart was close to collapsing, Gu Lishang frowned lightly. Gu Ziyan's words were like a sharp knife thrust into her heart. Sister, that would have been worldly intolerance. Before Gu Lishang finished her words, Gu Ziyan's bloodshot eyes stared at Gu Lishang in front of her. I don't care. What bull **** worldliness. We are immortals. Unbound. What I can't get. No one else can. He actually does have a son. That's really his son. Long Zishan. What I can't have. Then destroy him. Sister, help me kill them. I want their gods and souls destroyed for eternity. Gu Lishang's willow brows were furrowed, and her eyes were filled with pain as she looked at Gu Ziyan. The white jade hand gently straightened Gu Ziyan's long lavender hair. Sister, don't worry. I'll help you. Our parents left a long time ago, and you are my sister, the closest thing I have. Even if the heavens and the earth abandon me, I will stand firmly behind you. Don't worry. I will help you kill him, even if he is a true immortal. You're so tired. You need a break. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Lishang's jade hands glowed with a gentle light. Gu Ziyan's bloodshot eyes slowly closed and she fell into a deep sleep. Gu Lishang's sleeve robe lightly moved, and the delicate body in her arms had already appeared on the far side of the bed. Gu Lishang turned around, and that 10,000-fold tenderness instantly disappeared. A pretty face was as cold as ice, and there was not a single fluctuation of emotion in those eyes. How are you accomplishing what I told you to do? The two Supreme Realm powerhouses in front of them immediately fell to their knees. Reporting to the Supreme Immortal, that Gun Yenling has already entered the sites of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I've already killed all the people among those cities using Gun Yenling's identity. Nowadays, Gun Yenling Demon's name has already been passed on among the Heavenly Buddha Prefecture. There's also those two little ones from the Skyfox clan. The news of the Demon God Temple taking them in has also been notified to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. In that case, those vultures from the Great Thunder Sound Temple will definitely make a move. Gu Lishang let out a light laugh. You guys don't really think that those vultures are really beheading demons? They're nothing more than a sword in the hands of those true immortals. Gu Lishang's icy gaze glanced to the third elder on the side. How about the Dragon Clan side? Has the Dragon Emperor's origin been investigated clearly? Third elder Yun Zhao looked respectful. Reporting to the Supreme Immortal, we have found clues that this Dragon Emperor is indeed related to that supreme powerhouse that appeared 5,000 years ago. Moreover, the inner circle among the Dragon Clan has also revealed the news that Long Zishang did have a sister who mysteriously disappeared 5,000 years ago. But there's no definite evidence yet that can prove that this Dragon Emperor is the offspring of that supreme powerhouse. Hearing this, Gu Lishang laughed out coldly. In the face of absolute interest, no evidence is needed. Just a suspicion is enough to drive everyone crazy. Revealing the news that the Dragon Emperor is the descendant of that demon god king from 5,000 years ago, And the whereabouts of that exotic treasure is naturally in the Dragon Emperor's possession. The two Supreme Realm powerhouses in front of them responded with gruff voices. At your service, Supreme Immortal. Soon, in the entire Immortal Palace, only Gu Lishang and Gu Zian, who had already passed out, remained. Gu Lishang's eyes narrowed slightly. Gu Jingtian, no matter what, if you dare to harm your sister, I won't let you go. With your disciple on one side and your old lover on the other, I'd like to see what you'll choose. Soon enough, a message that was enough to cause an uproar spread throughout the entire Middle-earth continent. The name of the peerless powerhouse Gu Jingtian resounded throughout the Middle Kingdom. The top of the True Immortal ranking changed places. Gu Jingtian became the new top of the True Immortal ranking. In contrast to this news, the other news is even more sensational. 5,000 years ago, the Heavenly Devil clan came from the void, burning, killing, looting and plundering, and the entire Xiantian continent was plunged into deep water. Just at this time of life and death, the Confucian immortals of the Jishi Academy descended from the mountain and called on all forces in the Xiantian continent to unite against the Heavenly Devil. However, in front of the demon god king of the Heavenly Demon race, the allied armies of the various races of humans and demons were still defenseless, and on that day, the void shattered, and the topless true immortals descended to the mortal world. Wielding a handful of golden bracelets, he engaged the demon king, who wielded a trident. That battle, it directly caused the entire Xiantian continent to fall apart and split into two. The vast endless sea separated the two parts of the Xiantian continent. In the end, the demon god king was undefeated and died. The Heavenly Devil clan retreated beyond the sky. The supreme true immortal was also seriously injured and disappeared. And at this moment, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. It turned out that the demon god king was in the Middle Kingdom and had once plundered a dragon female cultivator. And that dragon female cultivator was pregnant with the sinful bloodline of the demon god king. Now that sinful bloodline had grown up, it was none other than the current dragon emperor Long Etienne. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. As a former demon king of extinction, the Heavenly Demon clan had always been the mortal enemy of the Xiantian continent. And now the demon god king's sinful bloodline had actually been passed down to become the dragon emperor of the dragon clan. For a moment, all the forces were dumbfounded. And at this moment, the Heavenly Buddha state. In the middle of a small town, a man wearing a black and gold robe was sitting leisurely in a restaurant. In his hand he also played with a golden bracelet. It was none other than Gu Jingtian who had left from Dan City. At this moment, Gu Jingtian was puzzled. This gold bracelet is so strange. I can't believe I can't figure out what he's doing with it. And the texture is extremely hard. With one's own physical strength, one is actually not able to destroy it in the slightest. And right at that moment, the surrounding chatter reached Gu Jingtian's ears. Have you guys heard about it? The Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor, Long Etienne, is actually the son of the leader of the True Immortal ranking. Cut. That's just the Dragon Clan side of the story. Right now the entire Middle-earth is rumoring that this Dragon Emperor is simply the offspring of that Demon God King from 5,000 years ago. Dragon Zishang of the Dragon Clan was taken captive by the Demon God King and is pregnant with this sinful bloodline. Really? If this is true, how can the offspring of the Demon God King be allowed to live? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian, who was on the side, suddenly raised his eyebrows. What the hell? Long Etienne isn't his own child? Long Zishang was once taken captive by the Demon God King, and pregnant with the Demon God King's child? This is simply nonsense. Can I not know if Long Zishang has ever given birth to a child? Chapter 101, The Middle Kingdom is agitated by a dark tide. And listening to the comments of the people around him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. But the rumor may be true. Although the Dragon Violet Shirt's original body is a 9 heavens Xing equivalent to a divine body among the human race. But even if one ever had a fish-out-of-water relationship with oneself, it is almost impossible to conceive one's own heir. It seems that there must be some inside information that I don't understand. It seems like one needs to make a trip to the 9 Dragons' heavenly palace. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian just wanted to move. The chatter of the crowd on the sidelines, however, caused Gu Jingtian to pause. Have you heard? Just a few days ago, the people inside Songhai City, Tianyu City were all killed. Of course I heard about it. The one who made the move was that demoness, Gu Nianling. You guys have never been to those two cities. It's like a hell on earth. The people in them have all been killed by 1,000 cuts. There's a river of blood flowing. Hearing the 3 words Gu Nianling, Gu Jingtian paused. Slaughtering the city? That little girl actually did such a thing? It shouldn't be. This Tai Shang forgetfulness sword technique has been improved itself. And as one cultivates deeper and deeper, it will make one a bit colder. But it's not so bad. To make a little girl do something like slaughtering a city. There is a conspiracy appointed in this. And just then, the murmur came again. But I've heard that the holy monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple have already gone forward to capture this Gun Yanling. Even though this Gun Yanling is the 10th young celestial on the Shanghai ranking, he definitely won't be able to escape the Great Thunder Sound Temple's pursuit. With the sound of the voice, Gu Jingtian's figure, however, had already disappeared without a trace from its original location. In the meantime, Heavenly Demon State, the 100,000 mountains were prostrate on the ground, and this place was exactly where the Demon God Temple, the holy land of the entire Middle-earth demon race, was located. Deep in the 100,000 mountains, there was a gigantic tower that was tens of thousands of meters high that sat straight up into the sky, and this place was the core place of the Demon God Temple, the Demon God Tower. At this moment, in the Demon God Tower, a figure with a tall stature of 5 meters stood here. Although there wasn't much difference between its appearance and that of a human, the twin horns on top of its head, and the tail on its back, emphasized its identity as a demon. And this person was none other than the lord of this Demon God Temple, Demon God Emperor K. At that exact moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. My subordinate begs to see the Demon God coronation. Emperor K frowned lightly and responded in a cold voice. Come in, soon. A woman with a slender figure and a black sarong walked in. A pair of pupils shone with a demonic green light. Greetings, Coronation Demon God. The people from the Great Thunder Sound Temple have arrived. DK's brows were furrowed, and a pair of crimson pupils were filled with thought. Good then. This honored one will go and meet them now. And at this moment, in a mountain forest below the Demon God Tower, one could only see a secluded courtyard situated at this place, which was simply identical to the one in the Eastern Continent's Heavenly Demon City. Within the courtyard, a slender figure was standing here. It was none other than Fox Ninger, who had been placed here by the Dragon Emperor. With the face of the Dragon Emperor, the duo not only managed to come to the Demon God Hall, but also became the personal disciples of the Demon God Hall Master. After arriving at the Demon God Hall, Fox Ninger finally took that step and managed to advance to the Spirit Emperor realm. And just then, Fox Wan Air's figure ran in from outside the compound. A pretty face was filled with excitement above it. Sister! Sister! Great! Elder Gu didn't die. Hearing this, Fox Ninger was instantly ecstatic. Sister! What are you saying? Elder Gu didn't die. Where is he now? Fox Wan Air said in a hurry. Where Elder Gu is now? I'm not really sure, but a few days ago, Senior Gu appeared in the middle of Dan City and not only killed the Yuan E sect's Supreme Realm powerhouse, he even killed 3 Supreme Realm powerhouses in a single move. Now Elder Gu has become the #1 powerhouse on the True Immortal ranking. Hearing this, Fox Ninger could not hide her excitement as she nodded. Great! Elder Gu didn't die. Since Elder Gu is not dead, then we can focus on preparing for revenge. Sister, that bald ass who killed your parents and mine, did you find out anything about him? Fox Wan Air let out a long sigh. This, after all, has been so many years in the past, sister, and you only remember that this bald donkey has the word FA in his name. In this Great Thunder Sound Temple, there are also too many people with the Dharma name of bringing Dharma, so I'm afraid I still have some time to investigate. Hearing this, Fox Ninger nodded helplessly. She also didn't forget to comfort Fox Wan Air in front of her. It's okay, sister, there's no need to rush. Now that we have arrived in the Middle Earth, when you and I both break through to the Spirit Emperor realm, we will naturally be able to find this person. In the meantime, above the top of the Demon God Tower, a figure clad in a robe and holding a Zen staff appeared at this place. Only this monk's face was like gold paper, and even the skin on his body was like gold and copper. In the next second, the tall Demon God Emperor K appeared in this place. Seeing DK arrive, the golden bronze-colored monk bowed slightly. The poor monk Dufa has met the Demon God. The corners of DK's mouth grinned upwards, revealing those sharp teeth. Your Great Thunder Sound Temple is quite generous, actually letting you, the reincarnation of a Lohan, come over. Aren't you afraid that my father will kill you? As DK's voice rang out, a monstrous demonic aura instantly filled the air, crushing towards this monk. But in the very next second, a golden light flashed violently above the monk's body. A Sanskrit text surrounded its body, isolating the dense demonic aura. DK's eyes narrowed slightly as a hint of surprise flashed under his eyes. Worthy of being the reincarnation of a Rowan? It's only been 400 years, but he's actually broken through to the Supreme Realm. Speak, what is the reason for coming to the Demon God Hall to see this honorable man? Watanabe folded his arms. Amitabha Buddha, the poor monk is here for one thing only. I've heard that you, Coronation Demon God, have taken in 2 new disciples, who are of the extremely rare Heavenly Demon clan, and they're also from the land of the Eastern Continent. It is for these 2 that the poor monk has come here. I wonder if you, Coronation of the Demon God, would be able to hand these 2 over to the poor monk? When these words came out, DK's face sank. Humph, little monk, you really have a lot of guts. Being alone, you dare to come to my demon god temple to ask for someone? Do you really think that I, Imperial K, won't bully the small with the big? Dodo Dharma looked calm and recited the Buddha's name once again. Amitba. The poor monk has come here with no ill intent. It's just that there's some karma between the poor monk and these two. Demon God Emperor K hummed lightly. What cause and effect? Tell me, Watanabe said without haste. The poor monk once traveled to the eastern continent, cutting down demons along the way. As soon as the words demon beheading and demon removal appeared, a scarlet color instantly flashed in the demon god's eyes. A crimson demonic aura instantly filled the air. Beheading demons and removing devils? Little monk, you're looking for death. Chapter 102, Arrogant to the Extreme. Vajra raged. In a blink of an eye, the endless crimson demonic chi condensed into a demonic beast with teeth and claws. The head was born with 2 horns, a dragon's head and a cow's tail, covered in crimson scales. The likeness was almost identical to the legendary divine beast, the unicorn. A mighty power of the king's landing filled the air at once. In the face of such ferocious power, Dufa remained calm and collected, just like a golden-bodied Lohan. In the blink of an eye, the crimson Chilan let out a heaven-shattering roar and charged violently towards Dufa. Amitba. Dodo Dharma's mouth chanted the Buddha's name, and supreme golden light shone from above his body, condensing into a large golden bell. In the blink of an eye, the two collided together. The strong fluctuations caused the entire demon god tower to tremble. It seems that coronation of the demon god. You do not intend to let the little monk walk out of here alive? DK let out a cold laugh as golden flames burned in his crimson eyes. Humph. It has been rumored that Dufa is a supreme talent that has not been produced by the Great Thunder Sound Temple for 10,000 years, and he has even cultivated the Great Thunder Sound Temple's supreme divine ability, the Golden Body Rowan. The matter between you and my 2 disciples, the Dragon Emperor informed me long ago. My father owes the mother of the Dragon Emperor a favor. I won't let you take these 2 away no matter what. If you're sensible, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying the small with the big. Upon hearing this, Watanabe folded his hands. Amitba Buddha. Cutting down the demons and eliminating the devils is the duty of my fellow Buddhists. The poor monk observes the heavens at night and perceives that these 2 demons are wild and untamable, and will surely bring unimaginable disasters to the entire Middle Kingdom in the future. Please also ask the demon god coronation to hand over the 2 for the sake of the people of Middle-earth. Hearing Dufa's words, DK let out a wild laugh. His tiger eyes filled with disdain. Little vulture. This honored one hates these moralistic fellows of your Great Thunder Sound Temple the most. Open mouth of benevolence and morality. A bellyful of male prostitution. You're just learning that my disciple is the body of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. And if you achieve the supreme fruit, I will definitely take your life. If you want to take precautionary measures, just say so explicitly, and hang on to the idea of cutting down demons and removing devils all day long. You are looking for death. If you want to take these 2 away today, unless you kill my father. Hearing this, that Dufa still had a face like a flat lake. Amitba Buddha. The young monk originally thought that only these 2 demons were wild and untamable, but I didn't realize that you, coronation of the demon god, have also gone off the deep end. It seems that today, the young monk can only cut down the demons and remove the devils. DK's eyes were rounded, anger in his eyes. Ha ha ha, a little guy who has only lived for 400 years is actually so arrogant. Today, this honored one will see who gave you the courage. Come and fight. It was accompanied by a roar from the demon god. The silhouettes of the 2 of them instantly appeared in the middle of the sky on the far side of the demon god tower. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, the demon god radiated an endless red-colored demonic aura all over his body. The human's hands instantly transformed, sprouting sharp claws and wreathed in golden flames. Little bald donkey. Today, I'll let you know what it means to be beyond the sky. The demon god roared. Tear the sky with a claw. The roar roared like heavenly thunder. The sharp claws swung out violently. In an instant, the void in front of them was instantly torn apart. 3 golden giant claws that spanned across the sky and were thousands of meters in length, like 3 golden giant swords, impacted towards Dufa. Watarifa raised an eyebrow lightly. A golden Buddhist light shone all over his body, slamming his palm out. Rohan Vorpal Palm. In an instant, endless Sanskrit texts emerged in the void, coalescing into a giant golden palm 10,000 meters in circumference. Boom! In the next second, 2 terrifying forces suddenly collided in the air. The endless void shattered, and the entire demon god temple trembled madly. Everyone within the confines of the demon god temple all felt this terrifying fluctuation. In an instant, a stream of light shot toward the high sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived beside the demon god. There were 8 entire figures, all exuding a monstrous demonic aura. It was certainly 8 Supreme Realm Demon Race powerhouses. And at this moment in the courtyard below, the 2 Heavenly Fox sisters had also discovered the terrifying fluctuations high in the sky. The 2 of them frowned and looked towards the high sky. Master? It's actually Master? What kind of person actually dares to come to the Demon God Hall and provoke Master? Isn't this looking for death? However, when Fox Ninger got a good look at the monk's face, the hatred in her beautiful eyes immediately became overwhelming. Endless killing opportunities rushed up from the bottom of his heart. It's him! It's him! He's the one who killed our parents. I didn't think he'd take the initiative to come to my door. Today, I'm going to kill him and take revenge. As soon as the words fell, Fox Ninger wanted to charge into the sky. But just at this moment, Fox Wan Air, who was on the side, suddenly stopped her. Fox Wan Air frowned. Sister, this doofy is from the Great Thundersound Temple. Now that we've come to the middle of this Demon God Hall, I think we must already know that you and I are here. Most likely they're here to force Master to hand us over. Hearing this, Fox Ninger then stopped. His face was grave as he looked at the Demon God Emperor K high in the sky. A million thoughts linger. Although the 2 had been accepted as disciples by the Demon God Emperor K, the 2 were unable to conclude whether the Demon God would get in the way of the pressure from the Great Thundersound Temple and hand them over. But just then, high in the sky, the 8 Supreme Realm Demon Race powerhouses looked menacingly at Watufa. Killing opportunities filled their eyes. But even so, Watarifa's face remained unperturbed. Demon God Emperor K said in a condensed voice, "You guys back off. I didn't expect that in just 400 years, you little bald donkey would be able to resist my father's attack. Go! Follow my father to the void. Today you and I will definitely split the difference." But at that moment, he only saw Watufa fold his hands. Amitabha Buddha, it seems that you, coronation of the demon god, still haven't figured out what the young monk means. Beheading demons, beheading demons, beheading demons. With so many demons here, how can the young monk turn a blind eye to them? As the voice of Duanfa rang out, Demon God Emperor K as well as the 8 demon supreme beings froze in place. Incredulously, he looked at the distant Watarifa. In just a moment, the crowd had already understood the meaning of this ferrying method. Contempt, mockery, and ridiculousness. Various expressions appeared on the faces of these few demon supreme beings. Demon God Emperor K even couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. Arrogance. Arrogant. It's simply arrogant. These are the most arrogant words this honored one has ever heard. You are also the most arrogant person this honored one has ever seen. Come to the demon god's temple and cut down the demons. Ha ha ha, you're looking for death. In the next second, the 8 demon race supreme realm powerhouses let out a roar. One after another, they showed their true forms. A huge figure measuring thousands of meters appeared high in the sky. The earth-shattering demonic aura shot straight up into the sky, and tens of thousands of miles in every direction were filled with this endless demonic aura. Instead, the corners of Watanabe's mouth were lightly raised at this moment. Amitabha Buddha, all of you are so obsessed that you can't understand the superior Buddhist doctrine. So the young monk can only be Vajra angry. Chapter 103, The Demon God's Hall is destroyed. The Middle Kingdom stirred. In the next moment, endless golden Buddha light blossomed from Dufa's body. That dazzling Buddha's light was accompanied by unimaginable power, directly crushing the demonic chi within a radius of 10,000 miles. Buddha's light rose up to the sky, and a burst of Sanskrit sounds came from the void. An unimaginable might descended from the sky, enveloping the entire demon god hall. Ripples rippled through the void, as if some terrifying existence was about to cross the border. Seeing this scene, the demon god Emperor K and a bunch of other demon race powerhouses immediately showed astonishment. Not good. He's opening a channel with the upper realm. He actually possesses the ability to independently connect to the upper world. Demon god Emperor K's eyes cracked as he roared. Quickly, open the demon god formation. Summon the great demons of the upper realm. With DK's command, several supreme realm powerhouses instantly shot towards the top of the demon god tower. DK roared angrily. Endless red-colored demonic aura blossomed above the entire body. Under the shroud of light, a behemoth nearly 10,000 meters tall appeared between heaven and earth. It was a divine beast with golden flames wrapped around its body. The fire unicorn. It was none other than Demon God Emperor K's true form. Without any hesitation, Demon God Emperor K directly released his world projection. In the blink of an eye, a void projection of nearly 10,000 meters appeared behind it. The void is covered with golden flames, just like a flame world. Fire of the burning sky. Facing such a strong enemy, DK didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly used his racial divine ability. In an instant, the golden flames in that flame world impacted out, forming a fireball that covered the sky. In an instant, it was as if 2 rounds of blazing suns had appeared in the void. Go! Accompanied by a roar, the blazing fireball carried an unimaginable force crushing down towards Watufa. And yet, At this moment, Dadafa remained unchanged. The entire person had completely turned golden, and even his pupils were flickering with a golden divine aura. In the next second, only a crack was violently opened in the void. A flash of Buddha's light traveled through and didn't enter Dadafa's body. In an instant, a Sanskrit sound resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Endless Buddha light appeared from the void and coalesced towards the aftermath of Duanfa's body. Seeing this scene, DK roared angrily. Not good. He has gotten the power of the upper realm. Demon race, listen to the order. Everyone flee the demon god temple immediately. DK's voice spread throughout the entire demon god hall. In an instant, countless figures shot towards the distance from the demon god hall range. And there were also some huge figures that crazily impacted towards the location where the dodo method was. And right at that moment, the endless Buddha light behind Dodo Dharma coalesced into a golden Buddha tens of thousands of meters tall. There was even a golden aura behind his back. In the next second, this Buddha's tightly closed eyes snapped open. Extinguish. A sound like a morning bell or a drum instantly resounded through the sky. An unimaginable golden shockwave impacted out from the Buddha's mouth. With the sound of the Buddha's voice, the densely packed demon race powerhouses in the air instantly exploded. The sky full of blood and flesh spilled towards the ground. However, the golden shockwave didn't have any stagnation and impacted towards the demon god temple below. Boom! In a flash, the earth cracked. Wherever the golden shockwave went, space shattered. Everything above the ground went up in smoke in the blink of an eye, and the blazing sun was shattered by the unimaginable shockwave. Golden flames crashed down towards the ground below. With just one attack, tens of thousands of miles of ground in front of that Buddha instantly turned into nothingness. Watching such a terrifying scene, the two Skyfox sisters were dumbstruck. Impossible. How could he be so strong? Even the Supreme Realm can't have such terrifying destructive power. What the hell do we have to do to kill him? And right at this moment, Demon God Emperor K's voice suddenly sounded in the two's minds. Quickly, leave here and go to the Dragon Clan. Tell them that the Great Thunder Sound Temple has a second method of connecting to the upper realms. With the sound, only the space in front of him violently shattered. A teleportation channel appeared in front of the two women. The two of them hurriedly looked towards the sky above, only to see the Demon God Emperor K at this moment, his huge body rushing towards that golden Buddha at breakneck speeds without any hesitation. A pair of red gold eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this, the two Skyfox sisters let out a roar. Master, don't! But at that moment, an irresistible suction force came from the teleportation channel in front of them, directly sucking the two of them in. As the passageway closed, the duo saw it from a distance. That one Qilin, which was nearly 10,000 meters tall, fell apart under the golden Buddha's palm and turned into a sky full of flesh and blood. By the time the duos regained their sight, there was already a dense forest in front of them. At this moment, the two women had not yet reacted from the scene just now. The two pairs of beautiful eyes were streaked with blood, still carrying a color of disbelief. In the next second, water misted in her beautiful eyes and a line of clear tears crossed her cheeks. Seifu, master teacher he, Fox Wan air sobbed. However, on the side, Fox Ninger frowned tightly, suppressing the grief in her heart. Sister, we must go to the Dragon Clan as soon as possible. Deliver this message. Master can't take a life for nothing. Hearing this, Fox Wanner nodded heavily, and the two of them transformed their figures into streams of light that shot off towards the distance. 3 days later, a shocking news spread throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. Demon God Emperor K is dead. The Demon God Temple was razed to the ground. None of the 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses were spared. The entire Demon God Temple had no more than one demon race left. The one who started all this was the immortal monk Dufa of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. At the same time, the Great Thunderbolt Temple also announced to the public that Dufa would become the new abbot of the temple, and he shouted to the Dragon Clan to hand over Dragon Emperor Longitian, and the entire Middle Kingdom was completely ignited by this news. The rankings of the True Immortal rankings had actually changed once again, and the change is even the first place on the True Immortal list. No, one on the True Immortal list, Great Thunderbolt Temple. What a rifa! Within a few days, the number 1 on the True Immortal ranking had actually changed places twice. This couldn't help but cause the entire Middle Kingdom to be stunned. In the meantime, 9 Dragons' heavenly palace. Within that secluded courtyard, several figures appeared at this place. It was none other than Dragon Emperor Longitian, as well as Long Zishang and Long Ener. The top of Long Zishang's charming and attractive pretty face was filled with gravity. The Dragon Emperor on the side was filled with doubts as he looked at Long Zishang in front of him. Mother, now there are rumors out there about my birth? Listening to Long Etienne's inquiry, Long Zishang's eyes were filled with a tangled color. After pondering for a long time, Long Zishang let out a long breath. It's come to this, and there's no hiding this from you. That's right, you're not Gu Jingtian's child. When these words came out, The Dragon Emperor froze on the spot. Although he had already heard the rumors outside, the Dragon Emperor was not impressed. But now that it came out of Long Zishang's mouth, the suspicions in Dragon Emperor's heart dissipated. Then am I really the child of the demon god king as rumored outside? Mother you. Before the words were finished, Long Zishang let out a long sigh. Actually, Chapter 104, Dragon Emperor's True Life. Actually, I'm not your real mother. Technically you should call me sister-in-law. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor and Long Ener in front of them froze in place. The Dragon Emperor's tall body shook violently and couldn't help but take a step backwards. Mother? What the hell is going on here? Long Zixie's eyes darkened as she let out a long sigh. It's come to this, and I'll tell you all about it. Actually, I have a twin sister named Long Xingshang. That is, your real mother. And your father is indeed, as rumored amongst the outside world, the demon god king of the heavenly demon clan. The Dragon Emperor's pupils shrunk, froze for a long time, before a sentence squeezed out of his mouth. My birth father was the all-pervasive demon god king, then my birth mother was. Before the Dragon Emperor could finish his words, Long Zishang's voice sounded once again. Don't ask yet. I'll tell you a story, and when you hear it, everything will be clear to you. 5,000 years ago, my sister and I both broke through to the Demon King realm, and being quiet, we snuck out of the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. My sister and I have been competing since we were young, and this time is no exception. The two of us will go our separate ways and make our way through the Middle Earth to see who can be the first to break through to the Dragon Emperor realm. And in the midst of the next foray, my sister met a man in black. 20 years later, the three of us used to wine and dine, and at that time, I realized that my sister was deeply in love with this man in black. In the blink of an eye, it's been another 60 years, and I've finally broken through to the Spirit Emperor realm. Just when I was spirited enough to see my sister again, I realized that she was pregnant with the bloodline of the man in black. And it was also in that year that the identity of that man in black was still discovered by the Heavenly Dao Alliance. So this man in black is none other than the royal son of the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil clan, Yu Xian. On that day, when the Heavenly Dao Alliance joined forces with the Great Thunder Sound Temple to hunt down Yu Xian, my sister resolutely left the Dragon Clan and placed an egg with me. 2 days later, my sister's soul lamp went out, and Yu Xian escaped from Middle Earth with serious injuries. It wasn't until 100 years later that Yu Xian, who had already become a demon god king and had ascended to the peak of the demon Zun realm, led 10 billion heavenly demons to invade the Middle Kingdom. With the golden bracelet in his hand, the demon god king was invincible, killing the allied forces of Middle Earth en route. Finally, the Heavenly Dao Alliance joined forces with the Great Thunder Sound Temple, as well as the Jishi Academy, and summoned a supreme powerhouse from the upper realms. Only then was the demon god king defeated. And you're the one dragon egg my sister left behind back then. Until 2,000 years later, I met Gu Jingtian. In order to hide your bloodline, I summoned the Dragon Clan immortals to visit the mortal world, and stepped in to hide your bloodline. When you're born, I'll declare to the public that you're my child. It is true that you are the child of the Demon God King, and it is also true that your mother and the Demon God King are in love. Hearing this, tears flashed in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. That means that the ones who killed my mother were the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. My father led the Heavenly Demon Clan to invade the Middle Kingdom in order to avenge my mother's death. And the ones who killed my father were the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the Jishi Academy. The Dragon Emperor naturally wasn't some childish child and didn't ask Long Zishan why he didn't avenge his sister's death. After all, that's pretty much against the whole of Middle Earth. But in the next second, a trace of doubt flashed in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Mother, then why did Gu Jingtian risk his life because of me? Long Zishang sighed lightly. That year, in order to be able to completely cover up your heavenly demon bloodline, I spent the Dragon Clan's reserves to bring in the Red Dragon Ancestor, one of the 9 ancestral dragons of the upper realm, to seal your bloodline. Gu Jingtian also definitely couldn't see you for what you are, and he really thought of you as my child with him. Stop calling me mother. You should call me sister-in-law. As for Gu Jingtian, that's not your sister-in-law's husband either, and he and I are not married. The Dragon Emperor, however, shook his head without hesitation. No, mother, although you are not my birth mother, you have given so much for me. You are my mother. As for Gu Jingtian, my child will definitely find a way for him to tie the knot with you. Hearing this, Long Zishang had a face of self-deprecation. Some things can't be forced. You don't have to interfere in what's between me and him. It's just that now that your origins have been revealed, I'm afraid they won't let you go in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Let me prepare and find a way for you to ascend to the Supreme Realm and fly to the Upper Realm as soon as possible. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor didn't say a word. He understood that with just the Dragon Clan side of the force, It was impossible to fight against forces such as the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. And just then, two streams of light shot from the distance. Long Zishang frowned lightly. It's them two little girls. Why are they running back again? Could it be that something has changed in the Demon God Temple? Soon, two silhouettes appeared in front of the crowd. It was the two Heavenly Fox sisters who had arrived from the Demon God's Hall. Seeing the duo arrive, the Dragon Emperor frowned lightly. What are you two doing in the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace if you're not cultivating in the Demon God Hall? Hearing the words Demon God Temple, Fox Warner couldn't help but cry out. Demon God Temple. The Demon God Hall is gone. And the Master. He is also. When these words came out, the pupils of the Dragon Emperor and the others in front of them immediately shrank. What? The Demon God Temple is gone? How is this possible? The Demon God Hall has the ability to summon demon immortals from the upper realms. Who could have destroyed them? Fox Ninger had tears in her eyes. It's the Great Thunder Sound Temple's Dodo Dharma. It's him. Killed our parents. And now Master and countless demon clans have died tragically at his hands. We don't share him. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor showed a surprised look on his face. Du Fa? That supreme talent that comes out once every 10,000 years from the Great Thunder Sound Temple? The guy rumored to be the reincarnation of Lohan. He's only over 400 years old. Even if he breaks through to the Supreme Realm, it's impossible for him to have the ability to overthrow the Demon God Hall. Fox Ninger had a lost look on her face. When Master sent us to escape, he told us to send a message to the Dragon Clan. Say that the Great Thunder Sound Temple has someone who has independently summoned a powerful person from the upper realms. Let the Dragon Clan take extra precautions. When these words came out, the two of them, Dragon Emperor and Long Zishang, immediately looked grave. The one who summons the strongest of the upper realms alone. Speak of this ferrying method. No wonder there are rumors that this Dufa is the reincarnation of Alohan. Long Zishang's face was cold. In the entire Middle Earth, the only ones who have the ability to summon powerful people from the upper realms are the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Jishi Academy, and then the Dragon Clan, the Demon God Temple. But it's not that easy to summon an upper realm powerhouse. It requires breaking down realm barriers and consuming unimaginable resources. And to summon an array, it takes a long time. If this Dufa is truly the reincarnation of Arohan, then it's highly likely that he's the body of Arohan from the upper realms. That way he can gain the power of the upper realm proper at a very small cost. Bad. The Demon God Hall has been destroyed. This means that they're going to strike. Chapter 105, Great Thunderbolt Monastery. Ascetic. Hearing this, the two Heavenly Fox sisters looked puzzled. Who's going to strike? The Great Thunderbolt Temple? Long Zishang's face was as cold as ice as he shook his head. It's not just the Great Thunder Sound Temple. I'm afraid that the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Jishi Academy will also make a move. Now that the Great Thunder Sound Temple has the existence of the Dodo Dharma, a being who can summon powerful people from the upper realms without relying on summoning formations, my Dragon Clan is no longer invincible. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor instantly understood the mystery. There were a total of 5 forces in Middle-earth that were capable of summoning powerful people from the upper realm. But in order to summon a strong person from the upper realm, one needed a huge amount of resources, and on the other hand, one needed to rely on a summoning grand formation, and the summoned upper realm powerhouse can only exist for a moment in this realm. Something as important as the summoning grand formation was naturally located at the headquarters of each power. This was the most important reason why the 5 powers were able to live in peace with each other, and no one was able to destroy each other across the region. The emergence of the Watanabe method, on the other hand, had completely upset this balance. The Dragon Emperor frowned and said in a cold voice, they knew that the dragon race and the demon race had the best relationship, so they destroyed the Demon God's Hall first, fearing that when they struck out against the dragon race, the Demon God's Hall would lend a helping hand. I'm afraid their next target will be the dragon race. Hearing this, Long Zishang snapped to his feet. I see. They are planning to completely erase the demon and dragon races from this continent. And your birth is just a front. I'm afraid these guys have no proof at all. Although this transit law is capable of using powers beyond this realm, it is absolutely impossible to use them without limitations. Now he must be recovering. And when his recovery is complete, he will come to the Dragon Clan. Honor. Immediately notify all the dragons to return to the defense of the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace. Also, command down and prepare all the resources needed for the summoning spell formation. Summon the strongest members of my Dragon Clan at all times. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor did not hesitate in the slightest and then turned to leave. Long Ener was slightly stunned and hurriedly followed suit as well. And at this moment, the Heavenly Buddha Prefecture, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, the Heavenly Buddha Prefecture, was the most fertile land in the entire 36 states of the Middle Kingdom. There are hardly any peaks. Above the endless plains, there stood a city. Above the plaque at the entrance of the city, 3 big words were engraved. Bijou City. Monks in monks' robes are everywhere at the gates of the city. The people passing by looked at the monks' clothes with longing in their eyes. The Great Thunder Sound Temple was a supreme existence in the entire heavenly Buddha state. 90% of the people in the heavenly Buddha state are Buddhists. And at this moment, on top of the walls of Bijou City, there was a notice posted with 3 big words written on it. Demon Slayer. There is also a face painted underneath. A clean-cut face with a frown between his eyebrows. Silent Demoness. Gu Nian Ling. All around the people, when walking past this portrait, will cast a contemptuous and disgusting gaze, and some even directly as a mouthful of 82-year-old phlegm. But at that moment, a figure slowly came from the distance. A black power suit with a bucket hat on his head. Behind his back was a reddish-golden longsword. As the figure appeared, the blazing sun across the sky seemed to dim a few points. Soon, this tall figure arrived at the gates of this Bichuan city. That portrait of a demon slayer's order came into view. The brows under the bucket hat were lightly furrowed, and a murderous spirit filled the air. The people around them immediately felt the temperature around them drop a few points. What's with the portrait? A cool voice came from under the bucket hat. The people all around were talking at once. The girl is from out of town. This is the Demon Slaughter Order, issued by the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The picture on this is of the recently unforgivable witch, Gu Nian Ling. That is, this woman is just too ferocious, actually slaughtering 2 entire cities. Millions of people. Humph. Now that the Great Thunder Sound Temple has issued a demon slaughter order, this demonic girl won't be able to be arrogant for long. It won't be long before the law enforcement monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple will surely eliminate her. Such a sinful woman should be lynched to death. Throw the bones to the ground. Ha ha. But I see that this witch does look quite pretty. What a pity to kill it directly. If we're going to run into each other, we might as well have a good. First, before the man could finish his words, an ice-cold, bone-chilling voice came out from under the bucket hat. How are you doing if it comes to you? The man with the lewd face hemmed and hawed. Then there's no need to say. I'll definitely let her learn the power of the demon subduing stick technique. Let her have a good lesson of my magic stick. Speaking of which, the man hemmed and hawed and laughed out maniacally. But just then, the tall woman slowly took down the bucket hat on top of her head. Oh, looks like you're quite good at stick skills. I'm right here. I'd like to see how good your stick skills are. In the next second, a handsome face appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was actually exactly the same as the person on top of that demon slaughter order. It was Gu Nian Ling. A fierce aura that was like the cold ice of the 9 sepulchres immediately filled the air. The people present immediately went limp on both knees. A pair of eyes were filled with the color of shock to the extreme. The demoness. It's her. It's that demoness. It's over. Our Bichuan city is over too. Ah. Looking at the fearful expressions of the crowd, Gu Nianling frowned lightly. What it says is false. I've never massacred any city. You don't have to be afraid. I won't kill you. However, when they heard Gu Nianling's explanation, everyone's expressions remained unchanged. Run quickly. 1 step later and this demoness will kill us. Don't listen to her nonsense. How could the Great Thunder Sound Temple's demon-slaying order be wrong? And right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the top of this Bichuan city. Amitba, devil, how dare you appear here? Today, the poor monk and the others will decimate the demons, to console the souls of those who died under you. With the sound of the voice, one could only see that there were 5 silhouettes on top of this city. Each was wearing the same gray monk's robe. Underneath the tattered monk's robes was a thin, bony body, but the torso shone brassily above. It gives an extremely strong feeling. After seeing the appearance of these 5 monks, the people present burst out in ecstasy. It's the ascetic holy monk from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Ha ha ha. With the appearance of the sacred monk of bitterness here, this demonic girl must be in dire straits. Gu Nianling frowned. What are you talking about? It's fake up here. I didn't massacre the city. The few holy monks at the city's top, however, looked furious. Devil, don't try to argue. Put down your weapons and follow us to the Great Thunder Sound Temple to be judged. The surrounding people were even more pleased with themselves, throwing things in their hands at Gu Nianling. Devil, stop your sophistry. How could the Great Thunderbolt Temple be mistaken? I think you're afraid of death. Now that you're afraid of death, why didn't you think of that when you were killing people? And the sleazy man shook himself even more. Come. Don't you want to learn my stick skills? Come on. Looking at the scene in front of her, Gu Nianling frowned. A killing chance gradually filled his eyes. Chapter 106, Who is the one who touches my lord's disciple? In the next second, a sword light flashed. The screams were loud and clear. Aha! It hurt so much. You! Only to see that the man who had been screaming madly just a moment ago was now lying on the ground, tossing and turning. The pants had also been bloody red. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people immediately fled in panic, running in the direction of those ascetic holy monks. Devil! Unrepentant! How dare you hurt people here? Take that! Several voices resounded from the city's head, and 5 ascetic holy monks radiated golden Buddhist light. The golden Buddha light that filled the sky instantly condensed into a large golden bell. The ascetic holy monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple were all at the peak cultivation level of the Spirit Saint realm, and what they cultivated was the Vajra Vermilion Demon Flying Kung Fu, which was powerful. No matter how heavenly talented Gu Nianling was, she had only just broken through to the Spirit Ancestor realm now. Before Gu Nianling could react, the large golden bell suddenly snapped her up. Gu Nianling frowned. Monstrous sword chi filled the air from above his body. The red gold emperor meteor in his back instantly emitted a dragon's roar. A dragon's soul shadow immediately impacted out. Sharp claws madly grabbed towards this golden bell. Nonetheless, the big golden bell still loomed large. Gu Nianling frowned. Damn it! These 5 bald donkeys are all at the peak cultivation level of the Spirit Saint realm. They should be practicing the same kind of technique. And when they join forces, their strength becomes even stronger. One's cultivation level today is only at the Spirit Ancestor realm, so one simply cannot utilize the true strength of an imperial weapon. Who in the world is responsible for the matter of himself being called a devil? Just as Gu Nianling was anxious, she heard a laughing voice ring out from the void. Hey Gu, do the people of the Great Thunder Sound Temple like bullying the small with the big? As the voice rang out, only ripples were seen in the void. The 3 figures were clearly floating high in the sky. The first one had a rounded figure and always wore a kind smile on his fat face. It was none other than the owner of the Tianbao building. Upon seeing the appearance of the Heavenly Treasure Floormaster, several ascetic holy monks immediately stared at their faces. Tianbao building master, how did he appear here? And seeing the appearance of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion master, Gu Nianling also had a puzzled look on her face. It's this fat guy again. Why is he helping himself? The Heavenly Treasure Floormaster said with a smile. Let's all talk about everything. Why do we have to fight and kill each other? As he spoke, he gently waved his sleeve robe. Spirit Emperor Realm spirit energy instantly filled the air and shot towards that golden bell. But just at that moment, only a magnificent Buddha's cry could be heard violently resounding between heaven and earth. Amitabha Buddha, the Shirshir has crossed the line. The voice shook the sky and the earth, like the roar of a mad lion. A golden shockwave instantly descended from the sky, annihilating the Heavenly Treasure Floormaster's attack. In the next second, only to see the void violently open up, a huge figure slowly walked out from the void. It was actually a solid gold 9-headed lion. The huge body was thousands of meters tall. A terrifying aura emanated from its body. It was like a golden mountain, and at the head of this 9-headed lion, there was a person sitting on a plate, naked, with a ring scar on his head, muscle tie, holding a golden meditation staff. It's like a Buddhist Vajra. With the appearance of this person, it was as if the people in the entire Bishuan city had fallen into a frenzy. In an instant, everyone fell to their knees. The gaze that looked toward the figure was filled with heartfelt devotion. Master Bitter Sea. It's actually Master Bitter Sea. Master Bitter Sea is the presiding officer of the Ascetic Training Institute. I didn't expect that Master Bitter Sea is actually still alive. Master Bitter Sea is a terrifying existence that participated in the Battle of Demon Destruction 5,000 years ago. That's Master Bitter Sea. That's the 7th strongest in the true immortal ranking. See, that 9-headed lion is a natural-born foreign species. I heard that it's an immortal beast bestowed by the upper realm. It's also a true immortal realm demonic beast, and its combat power is said to be comparable to that of Master Bitter Sea. Since Master Bitter Sea has appeared here, this demoness definitely won't be able to escape. Nope, it's not that you won't be able to run away, but you will definitely die. When Master Bitter Sea encounters a demon, he will definitely kill it with a thunderous strike. He'll never leave anyone alive. Looking at the Bitter Sea Master in the distance, a cold aura flashed under the eyes of the Heavenly Treasure Floormaster, but the smile on his face grew wider. Master Bitter Sea? I really didn't expect it. Catching a little guy at the Spirit Ancestor realm would still require your old man's hand. The muscular, knotted monk grunted coldly, likewise to each other. For this little fellow of the Spirit Ancestor realm, didn't the Heavenly Treasure Floormaster personally come down? The Heavenly Treasure owner hemmed and hawed. Master Bitter Sea, you're also a peak supreme realm powerhouse. There's no need to get on the wrong side of a little girl. If this little girl has done anything to displease the Great Thunder Sound Temple, I can make compensation. This little girl is the disciple of my late friend, so I'd like to ask Master Bitter Sea to give me face. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling below frowned lightly, a hint of surprise flashing under her eyes. The disciple of a deceased person? This Heavenly Treasure Mansion master knows his own master? What's going on here? While hearing the words of the Heavenly Treasure Floormaster, Master Bittersea laughed out coldly. Master Tian Bao, your mountains of gold and silver mean nothing to a monk like Sprinkler. The Sprinkler only knows how to cut down demons and eliminate devils. Anyone who stands in my way will only become a dead soul under my staff. Hearing this, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master still had a smile on his face, only it looked more and more like a sneer. In that case, it seems that Master Bittersea is not giving my face. Without giving face to me, Master Bittersea will have to know about this little girl's master before considering it. Hearing this, Master Bittersea still wore a disdainful expression. No need. No matter who this little girl's master is, it can't prevent Sprinkler from cutting down the demons and removing the devils. The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master let out a light laugh. Oh, is that so? Then what if this little girl's master is the recently emerged supreme powerhouse Gu Jingtian? As soon as these words came out, the expression on Master Bittersea's face twitched slightly with the naked eye. The eyes were full of thought. Seeing the expression on Master Bittersea's face, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master let out a light laugh. This Gu Jingtian has shown great kindness to my people. Today, even if we have to fight to the death, I will still save this little girl. I would also like to ask Master Bittersea to consider this. For the sake of a little girl, while offending the entire Heavenly Treasure House, you also provoke a strong person who is also on the true immortal ranking. Is it worth it? Listening to the words of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master, Gu Nianling then realized. What? One's own master actually has a favor for this Heavenly Treasure Building Master. What's going on here? But just when the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master thought he was winning, Master Bittersea, however, let out a wild laugh. Tian Bao Lu Master, are you threatening Sprinkles? No one can stop Sprinkler from cutting down the demons and removing the devils. Today, even if that Gu Jingtian is here, Sprinkler will still put this witch on the spot in front of him. Hearing this, the eyes of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master narrowed slightly. It seems that there is no way to talk about it, and if there is no way to talk about it, then we can only chop up Master Bittersea and feed him to the dogs. I don't know if the dogs like to eat this 9-headed lion when it's fed to them. As soon as these words came out, the Bittersea Master radiated an endless golden light. Unbridled, come and fight. Seeing that both sides were about to start a fight, only a voice was heard coming from the sky. Who was the one who said that he would stand my disciple on the ground in front of my lord? Chapter 107. See me as a mayfly looking at the green sky. Hearing this familiar figure, Gu Nianling, who was imprisoned under the golden bell, raised her head violently. A pretty face was filled with joyful excitement above it. Under the extreme excitement, the petite body could not suppress the slight trembling. For just a moment, a hot, wet mist steamed up from those icy eyes, and at this moment, the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master was also slightly stunned, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. In the next second, only the space in the high altitude violently opened up. A figure dressed in black and gold robes slowly walked out. With his back to the blazing sun, he stood with his arms folded. A handsome and incomparable face was filled with disdain. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. The moment she saw the figure, the watery mist in Gu Nianling's eyes condensed into crystalline teardrops that came out of her eyes. Whispering softly, Master, it's really you. And at this moment, the Heavenly Treasure Building Master also wore a look of excitement as he respectfully said, Brother Gu. While at this moment, the Bittersea Master was sizing up the supreme powerhouse Gu Jingtian, whose reputation was flourishing throughout the Middle Kingdom. To be able to exterminate that Yunting fellow, his strength seems to be good. As for those three supreme beings, they are nothing more than generalizations, nothing more than trash that Hua Zitin forced up with pills. With my strength and this 9-headed lion under my command, even if I'm not defeated, I'll still be able to fully support the reinforcements. This is the Heavenly Buddha Prefecture, the territory of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Can I still be afraid of you? With that thought in mind, the Bittersea looked at Gu Jingtian high in the sky and let out a cold snort. You're the master of this demoness? Gu Jingtian. What? Today you want to protect this female devil on my Great Thunder Sound Temple's territory? Listening to the Bittersea's words, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Oh, demoness? My well-behaved, clever and cute little disciple. How come in your mouth she has become a 10 evil female devil? The territory of the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. Not to mention you, the Great Thunder Sound Temple of this Shibei goods. Today, even if Buddha Rulai of the Western Heavens were to come in person, I can't touch my disciple. The domineering words resounded throughout the void. Hearing this, Gu Nianling below had already been in tears. Master, and the Tian Bao Building Master in the distance was also agitated. This is Big Brother Gu, still a domineering mess. Upon hearing this, the Bittersea in the air was instantly enraged, its eyes filled with bearish fury. Rampant to the core. Sprinkler has never seen a madman who dares to insult the Great Thunder Sound Temple in the Heavenly Buddha state. Looks like you're crooked too. Despite the words on his lips, a trace of doubt surged through the bitter sea's heart. Sibyls? What does that mean? Buddha rule in the Western heaven? How come I don't know this Buddha? I've never heard of it. Shouldn't it be the Dangu Buddha? Listening to the bitter sea's words, Gu Jingtian let out a cold laugh. Oh, it seems that it's your great Thundersound temple that has the final say as to whether or not someone else is a crooked devil. Today, my lord would like to see how you, the flower monk, can cut down the demons and eliminate the devils. Hearing the 3 words flower monk, Bittersea immediately grimaced as if he had been touched by some pain point. Speaking out of turn, today I'll let you know what Vidra rage is. As soon as the words fell, the 9-headed lion under the Bittersea's seat suddenly roared. A terrifying might burst out. Facing such a strong person, the Sea of Bitterness did not hide its clumsiness. A ray of light emerged from behind the body. It directly released its world projection. The tens of thousands of meters of space behind him was completely paved over. One could only see that in this world projection, a figure emerged, holding various magical weapons, and Vidra Fury were fighting with all sorts of hideous-faced demons. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master also said in a hurry, "Do it!" With the Heavenly Treasure Tower Master's command, the 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses following behind him again instantly released their world projections as well. Obviously, there was still a considerable gap between the cultivation of these 2 Supreme Realm powerhouses and the Sea of Bitterness. The area of the world projection released by the duo was just a few thousand meters. The elements contained therein are also extremely homogeneous. Looking at the tens of thousands of meters of world projection, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes filled with disdain. Cut down the demons. That's good. Today I'll show you what a true demon god is. As soon as the words left his mouth, a demonic purple light flared up in Gu Jingtian's pair of starry eyes. An aura that looked like it came from the 9 hells of the devil prison immediately impacted out from Gu Jingtian's body. In an instant, the sky for tens of thousands of miles around was suddenly covered in dark clouds. The entire space was trembling madly. Endless black and purple demonic chi scurried out from the void. Gu Jingtian fiercely stepped out. That monstrous demonic aura surrounded it, and the ground in a 10,000 mile radius trembled crazily. An unimaginable sense of oppression crushed towards the Bittersea Master in front of him. Boom! One could only see the projection of the world released by the Bittersea Master shrinking extremely fast at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of meters of world projection was only about 10,000 meters at the moment. The Bittersea's eyes were round and filled with fear. No! What kind of cultivation is this? What kind of person is he? What a terrifying demonic aura! Actually able to suppress my cultivation. And the 9-headed lion at the crotch of the Sea of Bitterness was also trembling slightly at this moment. 18 eyes were filled with panic. In his line of sight, where in front of him was still a cultivator, it was simply a top-heavy, unreachable ancient demon god. His own huge body was as small as a mole cricket. And seeing this scene, Gu Nianling and the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master and the others froze on the spot. Is this the true strength of Big Brother Gu? Just by virtue of his aura, he was able to render the Bittersea at the peak of the Supreme Realm powerless. But right at that moment, Gu Jingtian took another step. That already earth-shattering demonic aura instantly skyrocketed. Boom! Tens of thousands of miles of space trembled madly under this aura. Devil! What kind of devil god could compare to the chaotic heaven-opening devil god? Pangu! As the breath strengthened, the projection of the world behind the Sea of Bitterness once again shrunk crazily. In the blink of an eye, only 1,000 meters away, and that 9-headed lion even went limp. It collapsed to the ground. The 9 pairs of golden pupils were filled with a look of utter terror. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, his face showing disdain. If you don't ascend, seeing me is like a mole cricket seeing the bright moon. If you ascend, see me as a mayfly looking at the sky. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian took another step. The void in a 10,000 mile radius shattered at once. The supreme demonic might shot straight up into the sky. It pierced through the clouds and rushed straight into the boundless void. And the projection of the world behind the Sea of Bitterness was even more crazily shrinking. 100 meters. 10 meters. Finally, in front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the projection of the world behind the Sea of Bitterness was suppressed into a black dot. And at this moment, the 9-headed lion was already lying on the ground, his eyes lifeless, and he didn't even have the ability to make a grunt. In the next second, Gu Jingtian stretched out his large hand. Fingers crossed. A ringing finger snapped. A scene that amazed everyone happened. Chapter 108 Master of the Tianbao Building. Close the door and let the dogs out. As the sound of ringing fingers came, the projection of the world behind the Sea of Bitterness, which had been compressed into a black dot, flickered. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. As the world projection went up in smoke, the divine splendor in the Bittersea's eyes instantly dimmed. At the same time, The massive 9-headed lion under his command was even more difficult to withstand such a terrifying oppression. The huge body exploded at once. The sky was full of blood mist spilling. A golden genjutsu instantly surfaced in midair. But in the next second, it was flooded by the terrifying demonic aura of the 9 devils' prisons. The scene that happened in front of them directly made the Tian Baolu active people look dumbfounded. The people who had been so smug just a moment ago were even more round-eyed. His body was trembling, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with the color of extreme fear. Master Bittersea is dead. So easily? This person merely snapped his fingers, and Master Bittersea and that 9-headed lion went up in smoke? How is it possible? How could there be such a powerful existence? Master Bittersea, that's a living Buddha walking in the human world. At once, the group of people fled frantically towards the city in a swarm. Gu Jingtian did not pay any attention to these ignorant civilians, and at this moment, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master was also frozen on the spot. With an incredulous face, he looked at Gu Jingtian. Is this the strength of Big Brother Gu? Just by virtue of his aura, he was able to exterminate a peak Supreme Realm powerhouse. With such terrifying strength, I'm afraid that my own undercard isn't a match for Big Brother Gu. And yet, at this moment, Gu Jingtian acted as if he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing. With a flash of his figure, he had arrived in front of Gu Nianling. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of her, Gu Nianling's eyes flashed with tears. Apprentice Gu Nianling, greetings to Master. As she spoke, Gu Nianling was about to kneel down, and just then, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. A mysterious power immediately filled the air, holding Gu Nianling's body up. Alright, I for one hate this kind of red tape. What are you crying for? I'm not dead. Wait until I die before you cry. All spirit ancestor realm cultivation. If this is in the Eastern continent, it's also someone who can start a sect, and still crying. It's really humiliating. If you're not ashamed, I'm still ashamed. Master? Hearing this, Gu Nianling instantly broke into laughter. Spoilers ensued. Master. Gu Jingtian touched the top of Gu Nianling's head with a face full of favor. Not bad. With the cultivation of the spirit ancestor realm, my master is still very satisfied. Gu Nianling deflated her mouth. That's also too weak. It was intended that the apprentice's cultivation would make a name for his master in the Middle Earth. But the higher I cultivate, the more distant I feel from you. Master. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Yo 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 yo, little girl, you're not aiming too low. You're actually trying to catch up with Master my realm. Gu Nianling hummed proudly, tutaying her small mouth. She said, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier, and an apprentice who doesn't want to surpass his master isn't a good apprentice. Master, just give me the truth. What realm are you in? Why is the Supreme Realm unbeatable in front of you? Hearing this, behind them, the 10,000 Treasures Floor Master and the others were also curious. Under the expectant gazes of several people, Gu Jingtian slowly stretched out his arm. How high is my cultivation? About, like, 3 or 4 stories high. When these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the few people beside him twitched. Gu Nianling was even more puffed up. Humph, Master is talking nonsense again. Gu Jingtian stroked Gu Nianling's little head. Cheer up and work hard. One day you can become as strong as Master me. As soon as these words came out, Gu Nianling's beautiful eyes glowed with a gleam of essence. Is this true? Master, one day, can I be as strong as you? Gu Jingtian hemmed and hawed. Of course you can, but at that time, your master and I were probably even stronger than now. Gu Nianling instantly cast a sultry little look, and secretly made up her mind. One day, I will be stronger than Master. And just then, the Heavenly Treasure Building Master had arrived in front of Gu Jingtian. A respectful face said, Big Brother Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't protect your disciple well, and I still need you to do it yourself. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. It's fine, it's just the Great Thunder Sound Temple, just destroy him. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master, however, had a grave expression on his face. Brother Gu, there's something I feel I must tell you. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. You tell me. What is it? The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master said in a condensed voice. Big Brother Gu, have you ever heard of that Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor? Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. You mean the Dragon Emperor's body, right? The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master nodded heavily. Nowadays this entire Middle Earth has spread the word about the Dragon Emperor's birth. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Jishi Academy. These 3 forces even notified the world that the Dragon Emperor is the bloodline of the Demon God King. Regarding this matter, I absolutely don't believe it. This Dragon Emperor is the son of Big Brother Gu. How could it be the bloodline of a Demon God King? When these words came out, Gu Jingtian shook his head. That's hard to say. When these words came out, the expression of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master immediately became strange. Big Brother Gu, this is no joke. If this Dragon Emperor is the child of the Demon God King and the Lord of the Dragon Clan, then are you not? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's mouth suddenly twitched. Fat potato. You kid. What are you babbling about? You mean the Demon God King cuckolded me? As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master hurriedly shook his head frantically. No, 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 that's not what I meant. How the Demon King deserves to cuckold you. I mean, your children. How can they be allowed to talk nonsense? I've gotten word that the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the Heavenly Tao Alliance, as well as the Jishi Academy, have begun to gather their manpower and march toward the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace. The number of powerhouses that have been deployed this time is unprecedented. In my opinion, they want to exterminate the Dragon Clan. Gu Jingtian in front of him frowned. Ha! What arrogance! Even my women and bloodline dare to move. There's no need for these three forces to exist. Great Thunder Sound Temple, capturing my beloved disciple and bullying my woman. Just take it first. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian's figure had disappeared without a trace. Seeing Gu Jingtian leave, Gu Nianling showed a look of urgency. Master, where have you been? The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master said in a hurry. There's no need to rush. Big Brother Gu must have gone to the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Now that the main force of the Great Thunderbolt Temple has gone to the land of the dragons, the ones left are not enough to threaten Brother Gu. Big Brother Gu will definitely rush to the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace after he's finished handling things here. Just go with me to the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace and wait for Big Brother Gu. Hearing this, Gu Nianling thought for a moment and then nodded. In the next second, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master turned his head to look at the two Supreme Realm powerhouses behind him. The smiling expression on his face disappeared, and was replaced by a look of viciousness. Pass on my decree. All forces in the Middle Kingdom that belong to the House of 10,000 Treasures and are above the Spirit Saint Realm, all gather. Soldiers to the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace. Upon hearing the orders from the Heavenly Treasure Building Master, the two Supreme Realm powerhouses instantly disappeared. Looking at the distant sky, the eyes of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master narrowed slightly. In that case, it's time to close the door and let the dogs out. Chapter 109 Great Thunderbolt Temple, Earthly Demon Region, Heavenly Buddha State, the Central Land. The entire Heavenly Buddha State is surrounded by endless plains, but in the center of the land there is a lofty mountain range that plunges into the sky and stretches for tens of thousands of miles, and this place is where the Buddhist Great Thunder Sound Temple is located. The name is Lingming Mountain. At the top of Lingming Mountain, there was a lofty and solemn golden ancient hall, pure gold for the tiles, crystals for the steps, noble beyond words. Under the blazing sun, a dazzling golden light shone. Above that plaque, however, there are 4 big words in circumference and square. The Great Lei Temple. Everywhere in the palace, there were monks in their robes. At the moment, he was kneeling down with a pious look on his face, and in front of this group of believers, there was a Buddha statue that was hundreds of meters in size. It is the only Buddha enshrined in this Great Thunderbolt Temple. Dangu. And just then, a monk wearing a golden robe was seen appearing behind this Buddha statue. The golden robe, represented in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, was an immortal monk who had stepped into the Supreme Realm. This immortal monk stretched out his large hand and touched the back of this Buddha statue. A strange light blossomed from above its arm. In the next second, a secret door suddenly opened behind the Buddha statue in front of him. The pious look on the immortal monk's face was suddenly gone, replaced by a look of pressed excitement. In the blink of an eye, the figure of this one immortal monk had disappeared into this dark door. As the immortal monk entered, the dark door disappeared once again. A moment of darkness fell before his eyes. The moment the door opened, dazzling golden light accompanied by a burst of woozy sounds resounded. No one would have thought that just below this statue of Buddha, but there was a vast heaven and earth. The extravagance of the pure gold hall was like the light of a glowing fire competing with the white moon when compared to the hall here. Everywhere you look there are rare treasures from Middle Earth. A beam made of alabaster crystal and a sculpture carved out of Tianji silver. An endless sea pearl of great value was set above the wall, emitting a soft bright light. The jade marigolds sprinkled everywhere above the ground were also valuable existences when placed outside. What was even more jaw-dropping was that in the midst of this splendid, extremely extravagant hall, there were several monks with scarred heads. Only the golden monk's robes on a few people spilled out onto the ground. Dozens of beautiful and stunning women were currently dressed in revealing clothes, lingering among several immortal monks. These stunning women, among them, had heads with 2 ears, or wings on their backs. There were even a few fabulous women with fishtails in their bodies in the center pool. The frightening thing was that the cultivation level of these stunning women was extremely high. Most of the cultivation levels were already above the Spirit Ancestor realm. There was even a woman from the Spirit Emperor realm. Instead, these women all had some of the same marks on their brows, obviously controlled by some kind of spell. Her eyebrows were full of moving spring colors. Seeing this scene, this immortal monk couldn't wait to take off his monk's robe and join in immediately afterward. But just then, a monk suddenly spoke up. Zhu Ming, have the sacrifices been arranged? Hearing this last immortal monk to come and let out a light laugh. There is no problem. All the offerings I have prepared. With our great Thunder Sound Temple's prestige in the Heavenly Buddha Prefecture, it simply shouldn't be too easy to gather enough for these offerings. With these words, the group of immortal monks who were enjoying themselves then nodded slightly. Just have the offering ready. This time, the action against the dragon race is led by my great Thunder Sound Temple, and we have deployed the Dufa Abbot. Most of the Supreme Realm powerhouses among the Heavenly Dao Alliance and Jixia Academy have also left for the Dragon Clan with the army. Ha ha ha, to think that those guys went to fight the dragons for their lives while we are here enjoying a life of extreme happiness on Earth. I'm so refreshed in my heart. However, we still need to beware of the Gu Jingtian who recently came out of nowhere. This guy has a great relationship with the Dragon Clan, and that Dan city isn't far from my Heavenly Buddha Prefecture. So if this guy goes to bat for the dragon race, we're no match for him. Only if there are enough sacrifices can the Dango Buddhas send down boundless greatness. Hearing this, Jayatsuki couldn't help but narrow his eyes even as he enjoyed the services to his left and right. It's true that Gu Jingtian is very strong, but I don't think it's necessary to go as far as the Dango Buddha himself. Even if the greatness of a Rohan were to descend, it would be enough to exterminate him. That is, Dufa Abbot is now preparing for the attack on the Dragon Clan, or else with Dufa Abbot's strength, killing him would be as easy as a slap in the face. However, with the Dharma Dweller taking action, the Dragon Clan will not be able to escape, and at that time, there will be a few more dragons among us here in the delightful forest, especially the Dragon Clan's lord, Dragon Violet Shirt. That's a truly stunning beauty, and it's also a peak powerhouse of the great circle of the Supreme Realm. It's so exciting to think that such a lofty being can give service to the likes of us. Speaking of this, the eyes of several monks were filled with lustful colors. Yes. That demon god king is also truly blessed to be able to enjoy such an extremely fine woman. Just then, a monk suddenly spoke up. Why hasn't the bitter sea returned yet? But it was only to capture a tiny spirit ancestor realm. This guy, surely he doesn't know where he's eating alone somewhere? Jomiai let out a light laugh. That cold and icy guy from the bitter sea just loves this kind of young and talented young girl. Especially this little girl, who is also as cold as ice as the bitter sea, is right up his alley. Several immortal monks burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Ro, when the sea of bitterness comes back, let's also try to see if this cold chick will be cold there. Ha ha ha, just as the group of monks were laughing wildly in triumph, a mighty force like a mighty prison, with a devilish aura running rampant, immediately crushed down towards the place where the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple was located. Feeling this terrifying might, several immortal monks frowned lightly. With their strength, the obstruction in front of them could not block their sight at all. Everything high in the sky was in full view. Instead, after seeing the situation outside, several immortal monks revealed a playful expression, only to see that in the middle of this high sky, there was a figure floating in the air. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, who wore a black and gold robe, looking down at the Great Thunder Sound Temple below, which was emitting a golden Buddhist light. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. The eyes were even burning with rage. The Great Thunderbolt Temple. Though I don't know where this group of vultures knew that name from. The behavior of this group of vultures is simply more disgraceful than that of the hypocritical Western Church. The hallowed Great Thunder Sound Temple is such a place of harboring dirt, and even more so, to do such heavenly, inhumane things, and at this moment in the middle of the pleasure forest, Jomiai let out a light laugh. This is that Gu Jingtian, isn't it? It's the right time to come. The sacrifices have been sent over. The number of sacrifices this time around is completely capable of summoning a powerful person from the upper realms in an instant. This time, this Gu Jingtian will definitely die. Chapter 110, Lohan's Heaven-Turning Seal. Swinging Demons. Meanwhile, down here in the pleasure forest, surprisingly, there was also a huge space. It was a circular cave that was tens of thousands of meters square, above the rocky ground, engraved with complex patterns. It was the summoning spell formation of this Great Thunder Sound Temple, and in the center of this spell formation stood a huge Buddha statue majestically. It's just that this Buddha statue can be very different from the one in the main hall. The statue of Buddha in the middle of the hall was pure gold, with hands folded and a kind face. Just looking at it gives one a heartfelt feeling of inner peace and tranquility. However, the Buddha statue below this was spreading a demonic purple and black color all over its body, with 4 heads and 8 arms, a hideous face, sharp teeth and claws. It was like a demon of the underworld. What was even more frightening was that what was held above those 8 arms was not some kind of magic weapon. Rather, it's a variety of human bones, skulls, arms, thighs, hip bones, Looking at the proportions of these bones, it is clear that they are not adult bones, but from a child. And at this moment, above this Buddha statue, there was a bald monk wearing a golden robe. Compared to Master Bittersea's strong body, this monk was fat at the waist. Sitting on a high platform, the body is covered with fat, slightly trembling like a mountain of meat, a face full of fierce flesh. There was even a string of Buddha beads hanging on his chest. The scary thing was that the beads were the heads of individual children. The small, blood-streaked face was filled with horror. Scarlet drops of blood fell slowly, highlighting their freshness. With Gu Jingtian's arrival, the monk immediately showed a ferocious look on his face. A sound like muffled thunder resounded throughout the cave. Begin the sacrifice. As the sound rang out, only the stones around this formation slowly descended. As the stones descended, a petite figure appeared in them. It was a boy or girl under the age of 10. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of thousands of children, densely packed. The group of boys and girls were wearing very different costumes though. Some of them are dressed in gold and silver and are expensive. Some are in rags. Their faces are thin. What was the same was the look of devotion and anticipation on the faces of these children. But just when they saw the hideous and terrifying Buddha statue in the center of the spell formation, the group of children still had a look of horror and confusion on their faces. But before the group of children could react, the huge stone block above their heads suddenly resounded with a rumbling sound. The group of children all of a sudden raised their heads and looked toward the top. But just at that moment, the stone block above him plunged down, coming down at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouth of the meat mountain-like immortal monk on top of the high platform nevertheless rose. The eyes were full of sickly glee. The hundreds of thousands of children were about to be smashed into flesh. And just then, the space in front of him violently rippled. A figure suddenly appeared at this place. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, who had been 10,000 meters above the ground just a moment ago. Looking at the scene before him, Gu Jingtian frowned. A mysterious power filled the air at once. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly descending rock stopped, less than an inch away from the group of children. Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with anger. Humph! Great Thunder Sound Temple. I didn't realize it was actually enshrined such a demonic god, to actually take the life of a child and perform a sacrifice. Seeing the sudden scene in front of him, the immortal monk on top of that high platform, however, showed a look of astonishment. How was he able to come here? The space beneath this Buddha statue has a supreme spell formation bestowed by the Dangu Buddha. In the middle of Middle Earth, absolutely no one can detect it. This person is actually able to instantly move to this place. Does he have some secret treasure on him that specializes in formations? But in the next second, several figures were suddenly descending from above. It was those bare-chested immortal monks in the middle of the delightful forest. The entire 5 immortal monks of the Supreme Realm gazed intently at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Humph! To be able to come here, count yourself as having some ability. But since you've discovered the secrets of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, there's only one thing that can happen to you. Death. With that Flesh Mountain immortal monks roar, the few immortal monks that had just appeared released their world projections without hesitation. The terrifying power of world projection impacted towards Gu Jingtian, and the Flesh Mountain-like immortal monk's body above the high platform flickered. It then appeared around the spell below. A pair of large hands snapped out. The terrifying suction force impacted towards the group of children. Seeing this scene, killing intent filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. With a fierce wave of his large hand, a majestic spatial force stirred up. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of thousands of children around them instantly disappeared. In the next second, that terrifying suction force instantly acted on the surrounding stone walls. The strong force caused the surrounding stone walls to explode, turned into pieces. If Gu Jingtian hadn't taken the first step to transfer those children away, I'm afraid that hundreds of thousands of children had already turned into a puddle of broken mud at this moment. Seeing this scene, the Flesh Mountain-like immortal monk roared angrily, and dared to disrupt the sacrifice of Dangu Buddha. Dango Buddha will not let you go. But in the very next second, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The 5 immortal monks immediately roared out in anger. Not good. He's trying to escape. Definitely can't let him leave here. If the world learns the truth about the Great Thunder Sound Temple, in the future, we will no longer be able to provide so many sacrifices for the Dango Buddha. In the next second, with a fluctuation in space, the figures of 5 immortal monks appeared above the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The 5 immortal monks swept around, looking for Gu Jingtian's scent, but at that moment, a figure appeared in the endless heights of the sky. It was none other than the black-robed Gu Jingtian. Looking down at the enormous Great Thunder Sound Temple below, killing intent filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. Extreme killing intent surged to his heart. Great Thunder Sound Temple. You also deserve to use that name. I'm afraid the real Great Thunder Sound Temple, knowing what you've done, will also call you straight insiders. This kind of tumor, it shouldn't be wrong for this world. Sensing this terrifying killing aura, the 5 immortal monks immediately looked up. "Humph! Don't even think about leaving this place. Take your life for us." Accompanied by a few roars, the 5 immortal monks instantly shot toward the high sky. But at that moment, Gu Jingtian, who was high in the sky, violently folded his hands. The right palm snapped out in a peculiar gesture. In the next second, one could only see endless golden Buddhist light spreading out from above Gu Jingtian's body. In an instant, Sanskrit was all over the square 10,000 miles, and the sound of Buddha curled up. With the golden light shining, Gu Jingtian looked like a Buddha walking in the human world. Seeing this scene, whether it was the 5 immortal monks or the millions of monks in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, they all froze in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces. This is a Buddhist divine ability? Gu Jingtian slowly spat out a few words. Luohan overturning heavenly seal. Chapter 110, The Seal of the Overthrowing Heaven. Great Thunderbolt Temple destroyed. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the sea of clouds churned in the high sky. Endless Buddhist light passed through the clouds, and bursts of Sanskrit sounds resounded through the sky. Gu Jingtian's body was glittering with golden Buddhist light, just like a true Buddha, eyes full of compassion and peace. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Although I'm not a fan of Buddhism, for you bunch of false benevolence and demons in monk's garb, it's better to purify you with the Buddha's divine power." Even though Gu Jingtian's main cultivation was the martial Tao, the great Tao of force, 3,000 years of diving into it had already allowed Gu Jingtian to accumulate demonic, Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian, demonic, and even all sorts of eccentric aptitudes in his hands. In the next second, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. The clouds within 10,000 miles were suddenly clear and empty. A huge figure covered in gold appeared in the void. It was none other than a supreme golden-bodied Lohan. His appearance, demeanor, and movements were all identical to Gu Jingtian. That big golden hand squeezed a Buddhist trick. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the tens of thousands of meters tall Buddha violently slapped out his palm. Only a golden four-sided Buddha seal suddenly appeared in the void. With the appearance of this four directions Buddha seal, the surrounding void instantly shattered. It was that legendary Buddhist treasure, the seal of the turning heaven. But it's just a false shadow. Even if it was a shadow, the terrifying weight contained within the turning heavenly seal still caused the monks in the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple to feel the oppressive sensation that was like the heavens tumbling down. The ground shattered with a loud bang. Even the palace made of pure gold was cracking inch by inch at this moment. In an instant, those monks whose cultivation level was below the Spirit Emperor realm immediately had their bodies explode, turning into a mass of flesh and blood. Seeing this scene, the 5 immortal monks showed shocked expressions. What kind of Buddhist divine ability is this? Why have we never heard of it before? Why does this Gu Jingtian know Buddhist divine abilities? Not good. This person cannot be defeated. In the blink of an eye, the 5 immortal monks shone with golden Buddhist light, wanting to perform a spatial instant. However, in the next second, endless fear flooded the 5 immortal monks' eyes. Damn it! What in the world is this thing? Fear makes the space around it stronger than gold. What a terrible gravity! At this point in time, we can't care too much. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw an endless demonic aura violently emanating from above the bodies of these 5 immortal monks. A demonic, evil aura filled the air at once, and the appearance of those 5 immortal monks became hideous and horrible, with bloody mouths and fangs. Now it seems where is still what the high monk of the path is simply the 9 ghosts of the evil demon. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Humph, Great Thunder Sound Temple? It's simply a pirated version of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. Turning heaven's seal. Fall. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, he only saw a flash of golden light from the flipping heavenly seal high in the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had become a full 1,000,000 meters square. It was like a mountain of ancient gods. Boom! With a loud bang, the surrounding space instantly exploded under this terrifying gravity, and that ancient divine mountain-like overturning heavenly seal violently descended. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook and the rivers broke. The world projections released by those 5 demonic monks shattered like mirrors the moment they came into contact with the turning heavenly seal. It was reduced to pieces. In an instant, the demonic aura in the eyes of the 5 demonic monks dissipated, losing all vitality. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the heavens and earth. The sky-covering sky-turning seal finally fell. In an instant, the entire area where the Great Thunder Sound Temple was located collapsed from the sky. Gu Jingtian waved his hand slightly, and the Buddha and the heaven-turning seal in the high sky suddenly disappeared. And at this moment, on top of the earth, a 1,000-mile square, bottomless sinkhole appeared. The Great Thunder Sound Temple, which had existed in the Middle Kingdom for tens of thousands of years, went up in smoke. Gu Jingtian looked as normal as if he had done something insignificant. His eyes looked far away, and the direction he was looking was exactly where the Dragon Clan was. If you dare to touch my lord's people, let my lord see what kind of existence you can summon from the upper realms. I hope it's not too weak, otherwise how boring. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's figure disappeared without a trace. All that's left is the bottomless sinkhole. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Middle Kingdom, the Heavenly Tao State. This place is exactly where the leader of the Taoist sects in the Middle Kingdom, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, is located. A large city of nearly 10,000 kilometers is located here. On top of the 1,000-meter-high citadel, 3 big words were clearly engraved: Heaven's Path City. And at this moment, within a large hall in the center of Heavenly Tao City, there were certainly dozens of figures, and above the divine body of each figure, a terrifying fluctuation emanated. Obviously all of them were Supreme Realm powerhouses, and in front of these dozens of people, there were 3 figures sitting in front of them. One of them was none other than the Dodo Dharma, who had exterminated the entire demon god hall with his own power. And beside it, yet 2 others. A man in a purple Taoist robe with a white beard and white hair. A crane-haired boy, holding a white duster in his hand. It was this Heavenly Tao Alliance's ally, and the former top of the true immortal list, Old Man Heavenly Tao. The other, however, wore a long robe with a bun on his head and held a white paper fan, just like the appearance of a scholar. It is the great gentleman of this Jishi Academy, known as husbandman Zhuang Haoran. Looking at the 2 immortal existences beside him, Du Fa let out a light laugh. Amat Ba, the Dragon Clan refuses to hand over the Demon God King's bloodline. It seems to have already colluded with the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil. If we allow the dragon race to remain isolated again, when the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devils come to attack again, we can only be attacked from the back. Hearing this, Old Man Heaven's Path stroked his white beard. Abbot Du Fa's words are reasonable. For the sake of all the living beings in this Middle Kingdom who are traveling leisurely, we can only let go. However, the summoning arrays of my Heavenly Tao Alliance and Jisha Academy are unable to move, so we still have to rely on the Du Fa Abbot more for this demon extermination operation. As soon as these words came out, the husbandman Zhuang Haoran on the side also nodded his head repeatedly. Watanabe folded his arms. Amat Ba Buddha. To subdue demons and get rid of devils and defend the way is the responsibility of my Buddhist sect. What is there to look up to or not to look up to? But right at this moment, Duofa violently furrowed his brows, and an endless murderous intent flared up under his eyes. Gapping the response of the Dodo method, the duo beside him asked in a hurry, "What's going on, Abbot Watanabe? What happened?" Watarifa snapped up and said in a single word, "The Great Thunder Sound Temple has been destroyed." The moment these words came out, the Supreme Realm powerhouses present were silenced. All of them showed disbelief. What? The Great Thunder Sound Temple was destroyed? Could it be that the dragon race has already made the first move? Impossible. With the power of the dragon race, how could it be possible to exterminate the Great Thunder Sound Temple? You should know that in addition to the transmigration method, the Great Thunderbolt Temple also has spell formations for summoning powerful people from the upper realms, and the Great Thunderbolt Temple's summoning speed is the fastest. Listening to the comments around him, Duofa's eyes narrowed slightly, murderous intent in his eyes. It's not the Dragon Clan, but that Gu Jingtian. Chapter 111, Meeting After 2,000 Years. Mother Tyrannosaurus. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Supreme Realm powerhouses in the entire hall immediately tightened. The name Gu Jingtian had now spread throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. Those present were all Supreme Realm powerhouses from the 3 forces, so they naturally knew about it. The old man of the Heaven's Path on the side frowned. Gu Jingtian, the guy who exterminated Elder Yun Ting of the Yuan Yi sect. I didn't realize that he actually possessed such terrifying strength, that he was able to destroy the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple with his own strength. Speaking of this, a hint of smugness flashed across the bottom of Old Man Heaven's Path's eyes. After all, the demise of the Great Thunder Sound Temple was a good thing for the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Hearing this, the light and darkness in Duofa's eyes clearly had also sensed the views of the Heaven's Path Elder and the others. Watanabe folded his arms. Amat Ba Buddha. The Buddha will surely send down the wrath of heaven on such a great traitor and evil person. The poor monk will definitely report this matter to the Dango Buddha. At that time, Dango Buddha will definitely send down boundless greatness to help the poor monk subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. When these words came out, the faces of the Heavenly Tao Elder and the other group of Supreme Realm powerhouses stared. Abbot Du Fa. This Gu Jingtian is so powerful that he must also be an exiled immortal like Abbot Du Fa. Since the abbot of the non-transitional Dharma was able to report to the Dango Buddha, no matter how strong the immortal behind this Gu Jingtian is, he is by no means a match for the Dango Buddha statue. Watanabe grunted softly. Dango Buddha, the god of the gods. You must have gotten news of Dango Buddha from the upper realms as well. This Gu Jingtian definitely has no power of resistance. However, this Gu Jingtian seems to be just as I imagined. and is indeed in cahoots with the Dragon Clan's Dragon Violet shirt. I think it must have been bribed by the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil as well. Nowadays, it seems that the infiltration of the extraterrestrial Heavenly Devil into the Middle Kingdom has become extremely serious. We must strike immediately to destroy the Dragon Clan and exterminate the evil bloodline of the Demon God King. Immediately order the 3 armies to set off and march to the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace. When these words came out, the 2 of them, Elder Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoren, nodded heavily. Not long after, only countless streams of light were seen shooting out from within the Heavenly Dao City. Meanwhile, Eastern Middle-earth, Tian Longzhou, 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace. At this moment, within that small secluded courtyard, there were several figures. The person at the head was none other than the Lord of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Violet Shirt. The Dragon Emperor's figure was clearly here as well, and yet there were several other tall old men in front of them. It was none other than the 5 Supreme Realm Dragons among the Dragon Clan. One of the old men with long red hair spoke violently. Enlightened Dragon Lord, my red dragon lineage is ready for battle. It's just that the Black Dragon, Sea Dragon, and Sky Dragon clans are slow to respond. As soon as these words came out, Long Zishan let out a cold snort, and a fierce aura filled his eyes. There's no need to contact those 3 guys anymore. It's obvious that they've become traitors to that group of vultures from the Great Thundersound Temple. With these words in him, the Red Dragon Old Ancestor's face darkened, anger blazing in his eyes. Damn it! No wonder a few hundred years ago, these 3 clans left the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace one after another in search of new quarters. It turns out that from that time, they have been in cahoots with this group of vultures from the Great Thundersound Temple. The Dragon Emperor at this moment, however, had a grave expression on his face. This time, when the Great Thundersound Temple joins forces with the Jishi Academy and the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I'm afraid that the number of Supreme Realm powerhouses will exceed 20. Nowadays, my entire Dragon Clan is only left with 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses. I'm afraid it's hard to continue. I wonder if Mother Superior has already reported this matter to the Ancestral Dragon of the Upper Realm? Long Zishang frowned slightly. I have naturally reported this matter to the Ancestral Dragons, and the true immortal Yinglong among the 9 Ancestral Dragons has already promised to send down divine power when the time comes. It's just that the Great Thundersound Temple is so mobilized this time. I'm afraid it's the decree of that Dangu Buddha. If it's just the transitional law of a golden body Lohan, true immortal Yinglong will still be able to resist, but if it's that Dangu Buddha, who is extremely terrifying in the upper realms, I'm afraid that Senior Yinglong may not be able to protect us all, without any objections. At this moment, it has come to a time of life and death for the Dragon Clan in the Xin Tian continent. If you guys have any ideas, you can leave the Dragon Clan and hide at the ends of the earth. When these words came out, the 5 dragon race ancestors led by the Red Dragon Old Ancestor immediately had a stern look on their faces. Dragon Lord doesn't need to say much. I, the Red Dragon Clan, only die in battle, never run away. This time, let the entire Middle-earth know that my dragon race is the most powerful race. Even if we are broken to pieces, we will let the entire Middle-earth know that the dragon race can be killed, not to be humiliated. Hearing this, Long Zishang snapped to his feet. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with bearish wariness. Yes, let these hypocrites of Middle-earth know what is the backbone of the dragon race. But at that moment, a stream of light shot from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived within this compound. It was none other than Long Ener, who was wearing a silver battle armor. Only to see Long Ener's brows furrowed and her face grave, Long Zishang asked softly, "Silver, what's wrong? What happened?" Long Ener said in a hurry, "My Dragon Clan's eyes in the vicinity of the Heavenly Dao Alliance have been killed. It's highly likely that forces such as the Great Thundersound Temple, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and others have already marched towards the 9 Dragons' Heavenly Palace." The moment these words came out, the group of dragon race ancestors burst out in anger. Come on, as long as they dare to come, let them all be buried with the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor at this time, however, showed a hesitant expression. The Dragon Emperor's expression was instantly captured by Long Zishang. Tianer, if you want to say something, there's no harm in saying it. However, if you want me to hand you over to your mother, this matter will never be possible. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor arched his hand and said, "Lord Mother, my child knows that this Great Thundersound Temple and other forces are merely borrowing my child's bloodline as a front, regardless of whether the Dragon Clan will hand me over or not. This group of false benevolence and righteousness of theirs will not let the Dragon Clan go." Hearing this, Long Zishang nodded with a relieved expression. "Very well, you can figure this out. You save already a qualified Dragon Emperor." The Dragon Emperor's expression remained torn. "Mother Lord, at this time has been the time of my Dragon Clan's survival. Child, dare to say, this matter perhaps we can ask for help." Speaking here, the Dragon Emperor's voice came to an abrupt end. ever since learning that his real father was the demon god king. To Gu Jingtian, the Dragon Emperor didn't know how to address him. Obviously Long Zishang had guessed what the Dragon Emperor wanted to say. A hint of loss flashed through a pair of beautiful eyes. With his strength, if he wanted to come to the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, I'm afraid he would have already arrived here. Though I am married to him, it is only by mistake. He was able to protect you in the middle of the Kunlun mountain range, and has already returned the favor he once did. I, Long Zishang, did wrong in the past, but that doesn't mean I'll definitely change. Even if the dragon clan is destroyed and I die, I won't beg that person. Hearing this, the Red Dragon ancestor and the other group of dragon race ancestors were also helpless. Apparently they had also learned about Gu Jingtian. But just then, a voice suddenly came from the sky. Haven't seen you in thousands of years, and you're still so stubborn. Mother Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 112. Let's get down to business. A voice with some snickering in its vicissitudes resounded above the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. With the sound of the voice, Long Zishang froze in place. A pair of violet gold divine eyes glared round in an instant. The expression above a pretty face instantly froze. The beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. That slender jade hand couldn't suppress the slight trembling as well. Although the words were stubborn, they instantly reddened after hearing the familiar voice. A mist of water filled the beautiful eyes, blurring the line of sight. Under the dreamy sunlight, a figure slowly emerged from the void. A long black and gold robe, with long black hair behind his back, fluttering in the wind. The handsome face always wore a smile if anything, just like the first encounter 3,000 years ago. Under the sunlight, the figure slowly walked in front of Long Zishang. At this moment, this lord of the Dragon Clan, who had shaken the entire Middle Kingdom with his might, was already in tears. In the beautiful eyes, there was excitement, surprise, and even more with a lingering grudge. Shellfish teeth bit her lip lightly. You still dare to appear in front of me? Believe it or not, I will kill you, you denizen. Before the words were finished, the man in front of him suddenly stretched out his arms, embracing Long Zishang's delicate body into his arms. Let go of me, you denizen. I told you I would confiscate your tools of the trade. You let go of me. The petite body in the words struggled hard, but it looked more like pouting. Sorry, I've kept you waiting. Low words filled with tenderness resounded in Long Zishang's ears. As these soft and rainy words rang out, the struggles of the beautiful person in his arms stopped at once. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes got hot tears across her cheeks. A pair of jade arms instantly embraced the man in front of her. It's been over 2,000 years. What took you so long? The heartbreaking cries were filled with thoughts of so many years. Gu Jingtian stretched out his big hand and gently stroked the jade back of the beautiful person in his arms. Whispering softly, he said he was sorry. The beautiful person in that bosom, however, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Time passed by, but Long Zishang's arms got tighter and tighter. It was as if he wanted to incorporate Gu Jingtian into his arms. But at that moment, the voice that seemed to be laughing resounded once again. Well, it's also 5,000 years old. There has to be a limit to spreading dog food. Not to mention there are so many people. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, Long Zishang then reacted. Hastily releasing Gu Jingtian in front of him, he looked toward the crowd to the side. And at this moment, the group of Dragon Clan patriarchs just looked as if they were eating a melon. Seeing Long Zishang's gaze sweeping in, he hastily turned his head. Look, it's a beautiful day. Indeed. This weather should be especially good for going out for a drive. Yeah. There, let's go for a ride. As soon as the words left his mouth, the figures of the several Dragon Clan patriarchs suddenly disappeared without a trace. In an instant, only Gu Jingtian, Long Zishang, Dragon Emperor, and Long Ener were left in the entire compound. The Dragon Emperor at this moment, however, was looking at Gu Jingtian, who was close at hand, with a tangled expression on his face. The man was so strange and so familiar to him, but he didn't know what identity to use to face it. Long Ener, who was on the side, looked at the Dragon Emperor, who was frozen in place, and did not know what to do for a moment. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked at the Dragon Emperor with a smirk on his face. What? It's only been a few months and you don't recognize me? Gu Jingtian's words immediately eased the awkward atmosphere by a few points. The Dragon Emperor arched his hand in salute. Late generation Longitian. Meet Senior Gu. When these words came out, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Elder Gu? When I was in the Kunlun Mountains, I could hear you shouting father with all your heart. Why? It's only been a few months. How come you've become an Elder Gu? Upon hearing this, the Dragon Emperor's mouth immediately twitched, and his entire body froze in place in embarrassment. What? It turns out that what he did in the middle of the Kunlun Mountains was all seen by him. Aha! It's embarrassing. And at this moment, Long Zishan let out a light hum. Humph. By what right should Yi Tian call you father? Even if I am his mother. What does that have to do with you? Gu Jingtian smiled faintly and directly embraced Long Zishang in front of him into his arms. You're his mother. So naturally I'm his father. What? You want someone else? Hearing this, Long Zishang's pretty face was infinitely shy, and she hurriedly pushed Gu Jingtian's big hand away. What are you babbling about? The juniors are still here. Although it sounded like a reprimand, Long Zishang's heart went filled with dark joy. After all, it was the equivalent of confirming the duo's relationship. At this moment, Gu Jingtian, however, looked to the side at Long Yiner. This little girl is Etienne's daughter, isn't she? A spiritual aura flashed within Long Yiner's pair of silver dragon eyes. Towards Gu Jingtian was an arching bow. Granddaughter Long Yiner greets her grandfather. When these words came out, the face of the dragon emperor on the side suddenly stiffened. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. So understanding. Come, good granddaughter. Grandpa will give you a welcome gift. In the next second, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand, only to see a silver-colored lance suddenly appear in Gu Jingtian's hand. One could only see that the lance was burning with silver-colored flames all over, emitting a terrifying might, and was actually a quasi-immortal weapon. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This gun is named the Snakespear Silver Fire Spear. It is an imitation of an immortal weapon named Snakespear Fire Tip Gun. I see that you, my good granddaughter, also cultivate the fire technique, so this gun will be given to you. Looking at the Snakespear Silver Fire Gun in front of her, Long Yiner's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Hurriedly, he took the lance in Gu Jingtian's hand. Thank you, Grandpa. And at this moment, when the Dragon Emperor on the side saw this scene, his face was filled with a tangled expression. Seeing this, Long Yiner directly pulled on Dragon Emperor's arm. Father, what do you think of this gun? You'll accompany me to try out this gun. Before Long Di could respond, Long Yiner had already pulled Long Di and shot towards the distance. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Jingtian and Long Zishang were left in the entire courtyard. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. That girl is a real spooky wit, unlike his father, who's just a stick in the mud. And at this moment, Long Zishang snorted coldly. How about a one-track mind? How's that better than someone with a belly full of tricks? Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. And this good granddaughter, she seems to be a much gentler person than her grandmother, the mother tyrannical dragon. When these words came out, Long Zishang suddenly blushed slightly. You're also a few thousand years old. Can you have some decency? Alright, now that you're here, let's talk business. Now that our dragon clan has gotten word of this great Thundersound temple, the Jishi Academy. Long Zishang's words had not yet finished, but Gu Jingtian suddenly arrived in front of Long Zishang. A pair of strong arms picked it up straight away. Where is this business? We have other business to attend to. Chapter 113, I am invincible in this realm. Hearing this, Long Zishang's pretty face immediately turned red with shame, practically dripping with water. You let go of me. You guys. Before long, Long Zishang had lost the ability to speak. I don't know how much time has passed. The sun rises and the moon sets. Another brand new day. Gu Jingtian lay on top of the recliner. As the door to the room opened, a grumpy-faced Long Zishang walked out from the middle of the room. His face was flushed, but there was a weariness in his brow that could not be wiped away. Humph, this is what you call business? It's still the same as 3,000 years ago. There's no business. Gu Jingtian looked up and down at Long Zishang's wonderfully moving and delicate body. This is certainly business. Unlike some people who hated me in the first place. That stance, it was like eating me alive. When these words came out, the already shy Long Zishang's face turned even redder. You shut up. Don't mention the past. Plus, that drug wasn't even taken by your no-good self. Seeing that Gu Jingtian was still about to open his mouth, Long Zishang hurriedly changed the topic. Alright, I have something to tell you. Now that my dragon clan has gotten word that the Great Thundersound Temple as well as the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the powerhouses of the Jixia Academy have joined forces, I'm afraid that it won't take more than 2 days for them to come to the dragon clan. If you're afraid, you can leave now. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian gently shook his head full of unconcern. Scared? I, Gu Jingtian, have never known how to write this word. The Great Thunderbolt Temple. That group of minions, I have already struck out. And now there is no more Great Thunderbolt Temple in Middle-earth. As soon as these words came out, Long Zishang was immediately filled with doubt, of looking at Gu Jingtian in front of her. What does it mean that there is no more Great Thunderbolt Temple in Middle-earth? Gu Jingtian responded carelessly, because I have destroyed the Great Thundersound Temple. There is no more Great Thundersound Temple in Middle-earth. As soon as these words came out, Long Zishang froze in place, and a look of disbelief filled the top of her delicate pretty face. What? You exterminated the Great Thundersound Temple. How is this possible? Even if the Dodo Dharma isn't amongst the Great Thunderbolt Temple, the Great Thunderbolt Temple still possesses the ability to summon powerful people from the upper realms. You can't lie to me about something like that. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Look at you. When have I ever lied to you? Long Zishang's mouth suddenly twitched, and the bottom of his eyes were filled with grudges. Have you lied to me enough times? Not to be general with you now. Have you heard of that Great Thunder Sound Temple's abbot? Du Fa? Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Naturally, I've heard of this. Didn't I say that this bald ass destroyed the demon god temple all by himself? Hearing this, Long Zishang said with a face full of gravity. This matter is true. The two little girls of the Skyfox clan. For your sake, I sent them to the demon god temple. It was also they who witnessed with their own eyes that Du Fa alone destroyed the entire demon god hall. This operation against the dragon race was also led by this Watufa. According to my deduction, it is highly likely that this Du Fa is the extracorporeal body of an upper realm Rohan, though I don't know what method was used to send him to the lower world. However, if he is an out-of-body body of the upper realm Rohan, his body is from the same lineage as the upper realm Rohan. Not only is it faster to summon an upper realm powerhouse this way, but the power of an upper realm powerhouse is also more compatible with his body. He is the most important variable in this operation against the dragon race. Although I also possess the Yinglong bloodline and have enlisted the help of the Yinglong true immortal, but I am, after all, of the 9 heavens Yinglong bloodline and not a true Yinglong. If we really move, we may not be a match for this Du Fa. So that means I'm going to ask you a question right now, and you have to answer me honestly. What method did you use to summon the upper realm powerhouse? As far as I know, your eastern continent doesn't have a strong person who has attained immortality by feathering. The only one is your brother, Gu Ling Tian. Did you summon his power? That would make the most sense. After all, you are brothers of the same blood. Hearing the 3 words Gu Ling Tian, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but look stunned. Brother! Big Brother has already ascended for more than 2,000 years. Time flies. I wonder how Big Brother is doing in the upper realm and what his current cultivation level is. He himself had already upgraded Big Brother's physique to a divine body before he ascended, and had given him several life-preserving magic treasures. In the midst of the upper realm, one should also have the power to defend oneself. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel a few more threads of anxiety in his heart. When will one find a way to the upper world? Seeing Gu Jingtian's delayed reply, Long Zishang let out a light sigh. If Big Brother's strength hasn't reached a level that can be compared to the Rohan realm, there's no need to trouble Big Brother. After all, descending immortal power once is not a small loss for Big Brother. Apparently Long Zishang had guessed Gu Jingtian's thoughts wrongly. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. I don't have the power to summon Big Brother. Or rather, I haven't summoned any upper realm powerhouses at all. When these words came out, the corners of Long Zishang's mouth twitched. Can't you have a word of truth for me? How did you erase the divine sense of the 9 heavens divine phoenix sword without summoning an upper realm powerhouse? And how it destroyed the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Gu Jingtian waved his hand with an innocent face. I'm telling the truth. I did it all on my own power. When these words came out, Long Zishang, however, continued to have a displeased expression. It's just like you said. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Just tell me the truth. What level of cultivation have you reached within this world? Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned, and his starry eyes were filled with thoughts. My strength? It can only be described in one sentence. I am all but invincible in this realm. Ask the immortals in the sky who dare to come to this earth. When these words came out, Long Zishang's face immediately darkened, viciously blanking Gu Jingtian. Bragging skin. Still bragging like 3,000 years ago. Why don't you say that you're invincible in the upper realm as well? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was in a serious thinking mode. Well, I can't say. Maybe I'm invincible in the upper realm. Hearing this, Long Zishang was considered completely speechless, but at that moment, only 2 figures were seen shooting from afar. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in this courtyard. It was none other than the duo of Dragon Emperor and Long Ener. One could only see that at this moment, the Dragon Emperor had already put on a golden battle armor and was holding a golden square sky painting halberd. The face was stony. Reporting to Lord Mother, the Great Thunder Sound Temple and a bunch of other powerhouses have approached the Dragon Clan's territory. Chapter 115. Breathless to the extreme, Gu Jingtian. As the Dragon Emperor's voice rang out, several streams of light instantly shot from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in this courtyard. It was none other than the patriarchs of the several major races among the dragons. At this moment, the eyes of several Supreme Realm dragons were filled with burning battle intent. Before Long Zishang could open his mouth, the red dragon old ancestor with long red hair had already grabbed the opportunity to speak. Enlightened Dragon Lord, we are ready to fight. Just waiting for an order from the Dragon Lord. we will definitely fight with all our might. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Long Zishan's eyes were filled with gravity, but at that moment, the gazes of the crowd looked at Gu Jingtian, who was on the side. After all, for some time now, Gu Jingtian's name had been heard like thunder in the entire Middle-earth. Yesterday, Gu Jingtian's words had even confirmed the relationship with the Long Zishan duo. At this moment, several Dragon Clan patriarchs also wanted to see how Gu Jingtian would handle himself in today's situation. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Gu Jingtian looked like an old man, without any tension or urgency at all. Slowly, he walked to the side and lay down under a recliner. Seeing this scene, the people present couldn't help but tighten their faces. And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice came out lightly. There's no need to be nervous, everyone, it's just a bunch of dirtbags. As long as they come, this Gongzi will naturally destroy them altogether for you. Gu Jingtian's words were filled with confidence, but the sadness on the faces of the group of dragon race powerhouses increased by a few points. The fiery-tempered red dragon old ancestor even couldn't help but open his mouth. Mr. Gu, we know that Mr. Gu's cultivation is extremely strong, but this is the combined power of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Jishi Academy, and the Heavenly Tao Alliance, not to mention that there's also that Dodo Dharma who destroyed the Demon God Hall all by his lonesome. It's better for Mr. Gu not to be too gullible. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian had a helpless look on his face. This Gongzi really didn't take the enemy lightly. You know I'm strong, but I'm so strong, beyond your perception, that you probably can't understand. The moment these words came out, a group of dragon race powerhouses immediately darkened their faces. The expectations of Gu Jingtian in his heart suddenly disappeared. Hey, although this Mr. Gu is strong, he's too much of a trustworthy person though. This Dufa is the reincarnation of Alohan. Even among the upper realms, Alohan is second only to a Buddha-level powerhouse. AI. Although Mr. Gu is strong and powerful, he is after all from a remote place like the Eastern continent, and doesn't know much about the underpinnings of a top-end power in the Middle Kingdom like the Heavenly Tao Alliance. This is an all-out war for the survival of the dragon race. With this thought in mind, several Dragon Clan powerhouses hurriedly looked at Long Zishan who was on the side. Enlightened Dragon Lord, we have the audacity to ask Dragon Lord to fight to the 10,000 Dragon Tomb. Invite out the treasure of my Dragon Clan, the 10,000 Dragon Cauldron, just in case something bad happens. When these words came out, before Long Zishan could open his mouth, the Dragon Emperor on the side frowned lightly. This matter should not be acted upon lightly. The 10,000 Dragon Cauldron is the foundation of my Dragon Clan. If we take out the 10,000 Dragon Cauldron, it will deplete the souls of all the ancestors of my Dragon Clan over hundreds of thousands of years. Unless the Dragon Clan has reached the point of extinction, the 10,000 Dragon Cauldron must not be taken out. Hearing this, the crowd of Dragon Clan powerhouses also had a tangled look on their faces. And just at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice sounded once again. I think Tiana is right. Things are far less grim than you think, since I've already arrived here. This laborious Heavenly Tao Alliance or whatever is completely inadequate. In this realm, even the Heavenly Tao can't touch the person I, Gu Jingtian, want to protect. Gu Jingtian's words were filled with endless confidence. However, upon hearing this, the several Dragon Clan powerhouses were still sad, and there were even a few more moments of speechlessness in their eyes as they looked at Gu Jingtian. Seeing this, 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Gu Jingtian's heart. What about trust between people? I've made that clear enough. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. I'm just invincible in this realm. How come no one believes me? And at this moment, Long Zishan violently waved his sleeve robe. Alright, pass on my order. All dragon races above the Dragon Emperor realm, all of them join the battle. Go to the outskirts of the 9 Dragons Heavenly Palace to meet the battle. Also activate the Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon formation. Send the young dragons with outstanding talent among all races to the tomb of 10,000 dragons. If it really comes to a time of life and death for the Dragon Clan, unseal the 10,000 dragons cauldron and fight to the death with these scumbags. We can die, but those young dragons cannot, as long as they are around. One day, my dragon race will once again stand at the top of Middle-earth. When these words came out, the crowd of Dragon Clan powerhouses nodded heavily, their eyes filled with a resolute look. It then shot out as a stream of light. Soon the only 4 people left in the entire courtyard were Gu Jingtian, Long Zishang, Dragon Emperor, and Long Ener. Long Zishang looked at the distant Dragon Emperor with a tangled expression. Tianer, Mother is now giving you 2 choices. The first one, you can go to the place where the extraterrestrial heavenly demons are. After all, you are the bloodline of the Demon God King, and they will protect your well-being. The second one, join this war and live and die with the Dragon Clan. When these words came out, the Dragon Emperor barely hesitated and directly said aloud, I'm the Dragon Emperor. so naturally I have to live and die with the dragon race. Hearing this, Long Zishan's beautiful eyes were filled with relief, but the bottom of her eyes were filled with reluctance. Looking at the scene of mother and son in front of him, Gu Jingtian had a helpless look on his face. You guys really don't have to be so pessimistic. I'm really strong. Strong beyond your understanding. However, Gu Jingtian's words were directly ignored by the few people on the scene. The Dragon Emperor looked deeply at Gu Jingtian's. There was a determined look in his eyes. It then shot away as a stream of light. Only a voice was left behind coming from the void. Father, the child is gone. As soon as these words came out, a mist of water immediately filled the beautiful eyes of Long Zishan on the side, looking fondly at Gu Jingtian on the side. Tian, did you hear that? He recognized your identity. Even if we die today, we... Before Long Zishan could finish his words, Gu Jingtian could no longer hold back. Stop, stop, stop. What a way to make it look like life and death. No one else believes me. And you don't believe me. That group of dirt cheap dogs, can they still turn against the sky? Listening to Gu Jingtian's words, Long Zishan nevertheless continued to look at him fondly. Sunga, I'm sorry. I didn't leave you a trace of bloodline. If I can get through this calamity, I'll designate to give you a big fat boy. But now I beg you one last thing. Please take Ener to the tomb of the 10,000 dragons. No matter what, she is considered your granddaughter. Protect her. Otherwise I won't forgive you even if I die. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was no longer able to refute it. The whole thing had breathlessness written all over it from top to bottom. Is it so hard to be honest? Chapter 115, Guzian's Madness. Before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, Long Ener on the side had a stubborn face. No, grandmother, I'm a member of the Dragon Clan too. I'm going to defend the Dragon Clan, even if I die. I'm not afraid. I also believe that grandfather is not a glutton for punishment. If grandfather is a person who is greedy and afraid of death, how could he come here at a time when my Dragon Clan is dying? I believe in grandfather's words. He came here with the intention of living and dying with my Dragon Clan. Besides, grandfather must have a way to deal with those guys. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian immediately raised his eyebrows, and his starry eyes were filled with excitement. It's like you know what I'm talking about. Long Zisheng, on the other hand, had her willow eyebrows raised. Ener, this is grandmother my order. You are the existence with the highest natural talent among the entire Dragon Clan. The burden of revitalizing the Dragon Clan in the future must be placed on your shoulders. Your grandfather was strong enough to guard your well-being elsewhere. This is an order. It cannot be disobeyed. Facing Long Zisheng's stern rebuke, a layer of water mist immediately filled Long Ener's beautiful eyes, yet there was only the option of not saying a word. But right here, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly appeared beside Long Ener. Silver, grandfather, I think you're right. They're all a bunch of dumbasses who can't even understand what they're being told. Go! No need to listen to your grandmother. Grandfather will take you there so you can see for yourself how grandfather beat the crap out of these guys. Hearing this, Long Zisheng immediately frowned. Gu Jingtian, you're over 3,000 years old and you're still fooling around with the little guy. You are not allowed to go. The corner of Gu Jingtian's mouth turned away. With a smile on his face, he looked at Long Ener in front of him. It's okay, no need to listen to her. My Gu family's sons and daughters don't have cowards who are afraid of their wives. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw Gu Jingtian's big hand waving. The space around them violently rippled. The two were more than apparently invisible. Seeing this scene, Long Zisheng was enraged. Gu Jingtian, get back here. The roar of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was even more terrifying than the roar of the Hadon lion, suddenly resounded throughout the entire compound. Long Zisheng was breathing heavily, and the greatness of her chest was trembling. Instead, a hint of dark joy flashed in her beautiful eyes. Wife, you recognize me as your wife now? In the next second, Long Zisheng's eyes narrowed slightly and his fists clenched. In that case, even if the 9 spectral fiery prisons family is together in front of us, what is there to fear? Long Zixi instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the distance. In the meantime, a land that was 100,000 miles away from the 9 dragons' heavenly palace, in the distant sky, an unseen dark cloud was rapidly approaching. In the middle of the positively colored sky, it was densely filled with all sorts of huge-sized warships and demonic beasts. The terrifying aura caused the living beings in a radius of tens of thousands of miles to tremble. It was none other than Duanfa and the others who had arrived from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. And amongst these countless figures, there were thousands of huge-sized dragons. At the forefront of the army was a black divine dragon that was thousands of miles long. A terrifying might emanated from his body. It was just like a black dragon at the peak of the supreme realm, and at the top of the head of this black dragon that was comparable to a small mountain, 3 figures stood. It was none other than Elder Tendo, Dufa as well as Zhuang Haoren. Elder Tendo looked at the dodo method that was close at hand. Abbot Du Fa. The Dragon Clan will be defeated in this operation of ours. Are you sure that just the Dragon Emperor alone will do? Watanabe folded his arms. Amitabha Buddha. Monks don't lie. My great Thunder Sound Temple is only for the purpose of cutting down demons and eliminating devils. As for the other hidden treasures of the Dragon Clan, as well as the Dragon Clan's body, they are things outside of the body. The poor monk has no thoughts about it. Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of Elder Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoran on the side were turned away. A flicker of disdain flashed under his eyes, but more than that, it was darkly pleasing. The gaze that looked into the distance was filled with greed. In the meantime, the Yuan-E sect, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, the tallest one was in the middle of the Immortal Palace. Only 3 figures appeared at this place. 2 of them were none other than Gu Lishang and Gu Ziyan. At this moment, a figure wearing a silver-colored robe stood in front of the duo full of respect. Reporting to Xian Maiden, the allied forces of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Jishi Academy have already arrived in the Tianlong Prefecture, and it won't take more than half a day before they arrive at the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan, who was on the side, instantly showed a look of excitement. A pretty face became scowling. Gu Lishang nodded gently. All right, you stand down. With Gu Lishang's order, Yunshi instantly turned around and left. After waiting for Yunshi to leave, Gu Ziyan gritted her teeth and growled lowly. Long Zishang. I didn't expect Gu Jingtian to have an affair with her. No wonder he's doing this to me. It must be all because of this Long Zishang. I didn't realize he actually had a sinful seed with this. But today, they're all going to die. I just want Gu Jingtian to see that his beloved woman and his child both die because of him. No, I don't want them to die. I want them to live. I want them to beg for their lives and die. Sister, you must help me. When the time comes, arrest Gu Jingtian as well. I'm going to torture the family. Looking at Gu Ziyan in front of her, who had been completely consumed by hatred, Gu Lishang's heart was filled with pain. Stretching out her jade hand, she gently stroked Gu Ziyan's shoulder. Sister, as long as you are able to get rid of your heart's demons and your thoughts are clear, no matter what it is, my sister will do it for you. Just please promise me something. Sister. Once these words came out, Gu Ziyan didn't have any hesitation, her crimson eyes staring at Gu Lishang in front of her in death. Sister, you say, as long as you can help me catch them, no matter what it is, I can promise you. Gu Lishang looked at her sister with full of pain. Sister, wait until this matter is over. You focus on your cultivation. I will definitely find a way to make you break through to the Supreme Realm. You and I, the 2 sisters, will ascend to the upper realms and live a long life, never again participating in this world. Whether it's the Gu family, or Gu Jingtian, neither has anything to do with us anymore. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan's beautiful eyes flashed with tears. The body trembled slightly. Sister, I promise you. Sister, you're too good to me. The emotional Gu Ziyan opened her jade hand and embraced Gu Lishang in her arms. Sobbing uncontrollably, Gu Lishang gently patted Gu Ziyan's jade back. A soft, comforting voice. Why do you and I sisters need to be so polite? You are my own sister, my only family. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan couldn't help but feel remorse in her heart. Thinking of the idea that she was once prepared to give up her sister, Gu Ziyan was even more stabbed in her heart. Still chose to bury the matter though. And at this moment, the outskirts of the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace. Chapter 116, The Great War begins. One could only see that the entire Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace had been enveloped by a reddish golden barrier. And this is the Dragon Clan's clan protection formation. And at the moment the range of the formation. Looking up, there were hundreds of thousands of dragons of different body sizes. The dragon race, as the pinnacle group of the entire Middle Earth, had a combat power that far exceeded that of the human race. In order to defeat a dragon race powerhouse of the same realm, at least 2 human race celestials were needed. The rolling dragon might emanating from the hundreds of thousands of dragons caused the entire void to ripple. At this moment, right in the middle of this dragon group, there were several figures. It was none other than the Dragon Emperor as well as the Red Dragon Elder Ancestor and a bunch of other dragons of the Supreme Realm. Dragon Emperor Longitian held the immortal armament Nine Dragons Heaven-breaking halberd as he gazed intently into the distance. With the double overlay of the Dragon Clan and Demon God King bloodlines, even though the Dragon Emperor was still a step away from the Supreme Realm. However, its battle power was no less than that of a Supreme Realm powerhouse. But just at this moment, one could only see that in the distant sky, a continuous dark cloud was approaching this place at great speed. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor's eyes fiercely burned with a blazing battle intent. All dragons, prepare for battle. As the Dragon Emperor's voice rang out, those dragon race powerhouses behind him raised their voices to the sky. The rising and falling dragon roars caused the entire void to tremble. In the blink of an eye, a divine dragon measuring thousands of meters appeared in the sky. Facing such a terrifying enemy, the red dragon ancestor and the others directly revealed their true forms. After all, it was in this form that they were able to utilize their strongest combat power. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor had also turned into a half-human, half-dragon form. The 9 dragons' heaven-breaking halberd in his hand had also become 700s of meters in size at this moment. As the distance gradually drew closer, the black dragon that was thousands of meters in size appeared in the sight of the Dragon Emperor and the others. Seeing this, Dragon Emperor's arm holding the 9 dragons' heaven-breaking halberd tightened violently. Endless anger steamed up from his chest. And seeing that at the top of this black dragon's head, there were 3 silhouettes, this even made the Dragon Emperor burn with rage. The short-tempered red dragon elder ancestor on the side immediately roared out in anger. Long Mo, you are truly a disgrace to my dragon clan, actually willing to act as a traitor to these human clans. Old Me is going to kill you. Clear the way for the dragon clan. As soon as the words fell, the red dragon ancestor's massive body shot out, wanting to rush out of the formation. Just then, the Dragon Emperor's voice suddenly rang out. Do not be impulsive. Come back. When these words came out, the red dragon ancestor's crimson dragon eyes blazed with rage. He could only grunt coldly and withdraw helplessly. And just then, the massive black dragon let out a rumbling low roar. Red dragon, come out if you can. Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. I can see that you're angry now. You must want to kill me. Yet, you are now hiding in this formation like a shrinking turtle. Ha ha ha. Listening to the black dragon's taunts, the red dragon old ancestor's huge body trembled madly. The blazing flames burning above his body also steamed. Long Mo, don't you be complacent. Today, even if I die, I will still thwart your bones. And just then, the Dadafa above the black dragon's head slowly opened its eyes. Golden light shot out from its eyes, deadly staring at the Dragon Emperor in the middle of the formation. In the next second, the voice of the Dodo method came slowly. Longitian is of the Demon God King's bloodline and is a common enemy of our Middle Kingdom. For the last time, the poor monk exhorts the Dragon Clan to open the formation at this moment and send out the Demon God King's bloodline. We will not make things difficult for the Dragon Clan. When these words came out, a portion of the Dragon Clan amongst the dragons instantly showed a tangled expression on their faces. But at that moment, only a cold voice could be heard coming out from within the 9 dragons' heavenly palace. What a rifa! Humph! You vultures of the Great Thunder Sound Temple just like to be so crowned. If I open this formation today, I'm sure you'll all swarm in and exterminate my dragon clan. Words like yours are just enough to fool the foolish mortals. As the voice rang out, only ripples were seen in the void. An overwhelming figure slowly emerged. A purple golden battle armor wrapped around that bumpy and wonderful delicate body. That purple gold-colored dragon's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. It was none other than the lord of the dragon clan, Long Zishan. Seeing the appearance of Long Zishan, the crowd of dragons were suddenly excited. Especially when they heard Long Zishan's words, the commotion amongst the dragon clan came to an abrupt halt. All the dragons stared dead on at the distant Dufa and the others, their dragon eyes filled with majestic killing intent as they hissed in low voices. Seeing Long Zishan's appearance, Dufa folded his hands. Amat Ba, it seems that the dragon race is already unrepentant and has completely fallen into slavery to the heavenly demons. For the sake of the hundreds of millions of people in the entire Middle Kingdom, the poor monk can only step in to subdue the demons. Break the formation. With Dufa's order, only a gleam of essence could be seen in the eyes of Elder Tendo and Zhuang Haoran, who were on the sidelines. In the next second, the figures of the two appeared in the void. The heavenly Tao 8 trigrams, the Book of Saints. As the duo's voices rang out, an endless haze of light blossomed from the void. A might as vast as the great sun across the sky spread throughout the void. In the next second, only 2 immortal soldiers emanating endless might came out horizontally from the void. One of them was a scroll with the Yin-Yang Bagua diagram inscribed on it. Endless Tao rhythms filled out from this scroll. It was the supreme immortal weapon of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Heavenly Tao 8 trigrams. The other piece, however, was a golden paper that was thousands of meters long. On top of the paper, engraved with a single black character in pen, a loud reading voice rang out from the void. It was none other than the supreme immortal soldier sage's book of Jishi Academy. In the next second, one could only see the old man Heavenly Tao and Zhuang Haoran radiating great world power all over their bodies. In an instant, these 2 immortal armaments that had shaken the entire Middle Earth suddenly radiated in endless light. The yin and yang fish on top of the Heavenly Tao 8 trigrams rotated at extreme speed. The power of heaven and earth and the surroundings was pulled, frantically coalescing towards the Bagua diagram. In the next second, only a pillar of light with a slight grayish aura in its gold color shot out, shooting towards the barrier in the distance. And it was as if the black writing above that saint's book had come to life. Surprisingly, It floated out from above this golden paper. In the blink of an eye, a single text became comparable to the size of a mountain, containing a vast power blasting towards the dragon formation. Boom! The two immortal armaments were on fire, and the void exploded. In the blink of an eye, the golden pillar of light and the black text had slapped on top of the formation. Kakaka! A crack suddenly appeared on top of the formation. Seeing this scene, Long Zishang snorted coldly. Stabilize the formation. With a command, one could only see a figure shooting out towards several directions of the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. The Dragon Emperor even held the Nine Dragon heaven-breaking halberd and appeared in the center of the entire Nine Dragon heavenly palace. For a moment, a pillar of light shot out from 5 of the 8 positions outside the central area. It shot toward the formation in the high sky. In an instant, the cracks above the formation disappeared, and at this moment, the black dragon outside the formation snorted coldly. Nine Dragon Grand Formation. Without my 3 black dragon clans, I simply can't exert my full power. They won't be able to resist for long. As soon as these words were uttered, the heavenly Tao Elder in Zhuang Haoran in the high sky resisted with a cry. Formation. Chapter 117, The Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master Strikes. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a ray of photography shoot out behind him. It was clearly a strong person from the Heavenly Tao Alliance and Jishi Academy. With a command from the duo, these Supreme Realm powerhouses instantly released their world projections. Majestic world power coalesced towards the 2 immortal soldiers high in the sky. In an instant, the light above these 2 immortal armaments shone brightly. The unleashed attacks blasted towards the barrier in front of them like a mountain. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power of the world stirred. The entire void was shattered, and even the spatial turbulence that spilled out in all directions was unable to counteract this terrifying power. Despite the fact that within the formation, the 5 great dragons were frantically gathering power towards the core of the formation. However, they still couldn't carry the crazy bombardment of these 2 immortal weapons. In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared on top of the formation. Seeing this scene, Long Zishang in the middle of the formation frowned. Battle intent boiled in a pair of beautiful eyes. Sons and daughters of the Dragon Clan, these nasty human races want to exterminate our dragon race. Today, let them know that we, the dragon race, are never to be humiliated. Whoever wants to become an enemy of our Dragon Clan, there is only one thing that will happen to them, and that is death. As Long Zixie's voice rang out, the overwhelming sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the void. A divine dragon that was comparable to a mountain opened its teeth and claws, already ready to tear the incoming enemy apart. As the 2 immortal soldiers attacked, the cracks on top of the spell formation grew. The eye is about to shatter. But right at this moment, only 2 figures appeared beside Long Zishang's body. It was none other than the duo of Gu Jingtian and Long Ener. Seeing Gu Jingtian's appearance, Long Zishang's beautiful eyes were filled with endless helplessness. 2 immortal soldiers, missing the 9 dragon formation of the 3 black dragon clans, are unable to resist. When the formation is broken, you take Ener out of here. Let this be a matter of me begging you. Long Zishang's beautiful eyes were filled with hot tears as she stared at Gu Jingtian in front of her. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had an expression of disregard. With a smile on his face, he looked at Long Ener on the side. Ener, today grandfather will let you see what grandfather I can do. Hearing this, Long Zishang's anger immediately surged. A pair of jade hands tightly grabbed Gu Jingtian's shirt. The purple dragon's eyes looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him in death. A near cry rang out. I know, it's too cruel to let you leave me at this time. But you and Silver are the only people I can't let go of. I can't let the Dragon Clan fall at my hands. Only if you live will the dragon race rise again. As long as there is that day, even if I die, I can die in peace. Looking at the Long Zishang in front of him, Gu Jingtian already understood that facts speak louder than words, and that he didn't need to say much. And at this moment, on top of the formation, a crack was densely packed, and it looked like the entire formation was about to break apart. Gu Jingtian was just about to strike when he heard a laughing voice suddenly come from the sky. What a great battle! Such a grand occasion! How can I fiercely underestimate my heavenly treasure pavilion? As soon as the words fell, only ripples were seen in the distant void. In the next second, a tens of thousands of meters long spatial crack instantly surfaced. In an instant, a treasure ship tens of thousands of meters in size slowly emerged from within the spatial crack. The treasure ship is gleaming and extremely extravagant. As this huge treasure ship appeared, endless figures shot out from the void behind it. In the blink of an eye, millions of figures floated in midair, and in front of that treasure ship, there was a chubby figure standing. It was none other than the owner of the Tianbao building. Behind them even stood 12 figures emitting terrifying might, just like they were all Supreme Realm powerhouses. Among them were even the figures of the Heavenly Flame Exalted One and Huayuan, and beside the Heavenly Treasure Building Master, Gu Nianling was looking towards the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace with an anxious expression. Obviously, he was looking for Gu Jingtian's figure. Seeing the appearance of the heavenly treasure mansion master, Long Zishang froze in place. There was a look of despair in his eyes. Tianbao House? Li Tianbao. How did he appear here? Could it be that the heavenly treasure house is also involved in this extermination of the dragon race? As the one chamber of commerce in the Middle Kingdom, the strength of the heavenly treasure house should not be underestimated. Could it be that today is the day of my dragon clan's extinction? And seeing Li Tianbao's appearance, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly. I didn't expect this kid to secretly hide so many cards. 12 Supreme Realms. It's simply comparable to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. And seeing Li Tianbao's appearance, the dodo method atop the black dragon's head frowned lightly. A few chills flashed in his eyes. Li Tianbao. Tianbao Chamber of Commerce. How did they come here? 12 Supreme Realms. What an underestimation of this fatty. With that thought in mind, Watanabe folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha. What is the purpose of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master's visit here? Could it also be that you want to join us in our quest to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils? As soon as these words came out, Old Man Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoren, who were maneuvering the immortal soldiers high in the air, immediately frowned. The eyes that looked towards the Tianbao Lulu's owner were filled with displeasure. This unprofitable dead fatso. He wants to come and get a piece of the pie at this time. His calculations are earth-shattering, but it's just a fool's errand. And right at this moment, the crowd among the Dragon Clan was also filled with scorn as they looked towards Li Tianbao. While everyone was watching, the heavenly treasure-building master let out a wild laugh, and the fat flesh on his body shook slightly. Cutting down demons and removing devils. What is a demon and what is a devil? I, Li Tianbao, am not sure, but I just want to say one thing. Today, who dares to be an enemy of Gu Jingtian, my big brother Gu, I, Li Tianbao, will make him beg for life and beg for death. When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. Long Zishang, the Dragon Emperor, and even Long Ener, the Red Dragon Old Ancestor, and the others on the side were filled with shock as they looked at Gu Jingtian. What? Did I hear you wrong? Gu Jingtian is the elder brother of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master? This Heavenly Treasure Floor Master is here to help Gu Jingtian? At a time of life and death like this, the Heavenly Treasure Building Master was able to step forward and the entire Heavenly Treasure Building came out in force. The relationship between these two is extraordinary. A hint of dark joy flashed under Long Zishang's eyes, and she glanced at Gu Jingtian with a grimace. You badass. If you knew there were reinforcements, why didn't you tell me earlier? Let me waste all this talk for nothing. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. Come on, wrong again. And right at this moment, when he heard the words of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master, Duo Fa's eyes were filled with disdain, and then he let out a cold snort. Tianbao sure. The sea of bitterness has no boundaries, turning back is the shore. Are you also going to let the entire Heavenly Treasure House go astray and embark on the path of doom? Before the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master could open his mouth, the Heavenly Dao Elder in Zhuang Haoren in the high altitude snorted coldly. Fatty Li, with you crooked people, even if you break through to the Supreme Realm, you're nothing but trash. Today, we also don't mind removing your Heavenly Treasure House from Middle-earth. Tianbao Building Master's fat face still maintained a polite smile. Ha ha, since that's the case, let's let you see someone Li's methods. Out. As the voice of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master rang out, a golden light was seen shooting out from the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master's hands. In the blink of an eye, a huge object appeared in the void. And seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian's eyes widened. This is, Chapter 118. Drop the treasure copper, close the door and let the dogs out. Only to see that at this time in the air, there was a huge golden copper coin. There is no writing on top of the coin, but on either side, there are wings. A marvelous Tao rhythm permeated his body. Seeing the appearance of this copper coin, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. A look of astonishment filled his eyes. Isn't this thing a fallen treasure copper coin? Extremely high grade innate spiritual treasure. Xiao Shang's magic treasure in feudal god. Rumor has it that as long as the treasures are below the innate supreme treasure, they cannot resist his magic power, but it doesn't work on weapons. How did this thing get here? No, this isn't a real fallen treasure coin. I can feel that his aura isn't that terrifying. It should be an imitation. But how did this falling treasure copper coin that only exists in the feudal god world appear here? Gross hair, this world and the feudal god world have some connection. And seeing the appearance of the falling treasure copper coin, the other people's faces weren't surprised, and they obviously didn't recognize this famous extreme innate treasure. And at this moment, the Heavenly Treasure House Master was smiling. Fat little hands cupped the spell. Go! As the voice rang out, this drop treasure copper coin instantly shot towards the two immortal soldiers in the distance. In just an instant, this fallen treasure copper coin had already arrived in front of the heavenly Tao 8 trigrams and the Book of Saints. A marvelous Tao rhythm swirled out. In the blink of an eye, the might emanating from these two immortal weapons instantly disappeared. It fell into the hole of this fallen treasure coin and disappeared. With a wave of the heavenly treasure building master's big hand, this fallen treasure copper coin turned into a golden light and flew into his hand. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Elder Tian Dao and Zhuang Haoran, darkened their faces. The bottom of their eyes were filled with astonishment. At this moment, the connection between them and those two immortal soldiers was actually directly severed. What kind of magic treasure is this dead fatso using that he's actually able to take away his own immortal soldier? Damn it! What the hell is this? As the two immortal soldiers were taken away, the cracks above the Dragon Clan's 9 Dragons Grand Formation instantly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was back to normal. Seeing that their efforts just now were useless, Elder Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoran were instantly enraged. Li Tian Bao, hurry up and hand over those two immortal soldiers to us. Otherwise, in the future, your heavenly treasure house will cease to exist in the entire Middle Earth. Looking at the furious old man of the heavenly Tao, the heavenly treasure floor master snorted out a laugh. Ha ha ha, you two are really joking. In this entire Middle Kingdom, who doesn't know that I, Li, am a brave man, only allowed to enter, not allowed to leave? Into my hands and you want to get out. How can you? Watching the situation in front of him change subtly, Long Zishang's face in the middle of the formation slowed down slightly. He hastily looked at Gu Jingtian who was on the side. I didn't expect that the heavenly treasure floor master would still have this kind of treasure, that he would be able to take away these two immortal armaments. Gu Jingtian smiled faintly. Luckily, these two immortal soldiers are both treasures, not weapons, otherwise that wouldn't have been collected. When these words came out, Long Zishang showed a puzzled expression, and right at that moment, a Buddhist cry resounded through the void. Amat Ba. It seems that the heavenly treasure sure is obsessed with enlightenment. Since that's the case, then the poor monk can't care about bullying the small with the big, and can only step in to subdue the devil. The one who spoke was none other than the great Thunder Sound Temple's Dodo Dharma. Hearing this, the heavenly treasure floor master snorted. What a mouthful of benevolence and a belly full of male prostitution. While others are not clear about your great Thundersound Temple, I, Li, am very clear. After all, in the entire heavenly Buddha prefecture, only you, great Thunderbolt Temple, will procure spirit beast meat. Don't you monks not eat meat? As soon as these words came out, the corners of Watanabe's mouth twitched, and a hint of murderous intent roiled in the bottom of his eyes. Humph, don't talk nonsense here. Dare to destroy the honor of my Buddhist sect. The crime is punishable by death. It's better for Tian Bao Sure to ascend to ultimate bliss early. As soon as the words fell, dazzling Buddhist light shone from above Dufa's body. The fluctuations of the peak of the Supreme Realm instantly filled the air. Seeing this scene, Elder Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoran on the side glanced at each other. Kill this dead fatso first and take back our immortal soldiers. Looking at the scene in front of him, Long Zishang, who was in the middle of the spell formation, immediately frowned. Not good. They're going to besiege the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master. Although the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master has such exotic treasures, his cultivation is only at the Spirit Emperor realm, so even if he is protected by a Supreme Realm powerhouse, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to resist. Since the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master has already led reinforcements, we might as well charge out. Fight them. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. He just wanted to make a move, but at that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master suddenly came out. Brother Gu, sister-in-law, this kind of dirty and nasty is not worthy of being our opponent. What is worse than a pig or a dog is only worthy of a dog. In the next second, one could only see the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master waving his big hand. A gleam rose in his eyes. Close the door. Release the dogs. With the sound of the voice, only a purple-black light flashed violently in the void. A ray of light interspersed and intertwined, forming a formation in the blink of an eye. And in the center of this formation, space violently opened up. A ferocious and extreme aura emanated from the spatial crack. Suddenly, accompanied by a long whistling sound that resounded through the clouds, a huge figure comparable to a mountain suddenly emerged from the spatial crack. Surprisingly, it was a giant white dog that was thousands of meters tall. The fur of his body was oily and shiny, and his pair of silver-colored divine eyes were emitting a dazzling silver light. The body is extremely condensed, like a fine dog. With the appearance of this fine dog, a ferocious to the extreme might immediately filled the air. The aura of the peak of the Supreme Realm rose to the sky. With the appearance of this fine dog, the dragon might emitted by the Black Dragon Mo and the other group of dragons instantly withered. Instead, he developed an irresistible fear of the fine dog. Seeing this scene, the people present all looked different. A peak supreme realm immortal beast. What kind of bloodline is this that can actually defy the dragon's might? The black dragon Longmo is also at the supreme realm cultivation level. Even a demonic beast at the supreme realm would suffer from the suppression of the dragon's might. This fine dog is actually able to be immune to dragon power and even suppress it. How is this possible? I've never heard that there are demonic beasts with this kind of bloodline in Middle-earth. And at this moment, the three of them, Duofa, heard the mockery of the Tian Bao building master and instantly darkened their faces. Humph. It's just a sinful animal. How dare it snarl and bark here? As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a golden Buddhist light permeating Watufa's body. The pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. In an instant, space shattered and a vast greatness descended from the void. A shocking Buddha's light erupted above Watanabe's body. Seeing this scene, Long Zishang frowned. Not good. He has summoned the power of the upper realm. Summoned the ancestral dragon at once. But just at that moment, the heavenly treasure floor master let out a light hum. There's someone above you? My dog has no one above him? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrank as he looked at the fine dog. It can't be. This can't be that dog's bloodline. Chapter 120 Sun Swallowing Immortal Monarch. Shocking Cash Immortal Realm Powerhouse. As the voice of the heavenly treasure mansion master rang out, the white thin dog was seen violently raising its head to the sky. Above the entire body, a golden pattern emerged. Under the slow cohesion, it even coalesced into an intricate spell formation. In an instant, the void trembled. Above the clouds, Herculean winds and clouds, a huge spatial crack tore open at once. An unnameable, heaven-destroying might filled the air from the void. In an instant, everyone present felt that unimaginable sense of oppression. Even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. What a terrifying aura. I'm afraid that this being's cultivation isn't too far away from myself. And right at that moment, only a voice like a heavenly punishment came from beyond the void. I didn't realize that there were actually descendants of this immortal sovereign's bloodline in this realm. Humph. A mere Rohan realm. And you dare to mess with this immortal monarch's bloodline offspring. Go! With the sound of this voice, a white figure was seen to have sprung out of the void crack. It was a fairy dog that looked almost identical to that fine white dog. There was just a hint of golden lines between his eyebrows, like a heavenly eye. In the next second, this white figure instantly merged into the body of the white fine dog. Boom! An earth-shattering fluctuation immediately spread out from above the white fine dog's body. For a moment, even the Buddha's light behind Dodo Dharma was suppressed. At this moment, Watufa's brow was furrowed, and his eyes were filled with gravity. Humph. Want to kill the poor monk? Not so easy. Great Sun Devil Kung Fu. With Duofa's roar, one could only see an infinite amount of demonic energy emerge from the golden Buddha light behind Duofa. Watufa's face had also become hideous and terrifying at the moment. In the blink of an eye, an arm snapped out of Watufa's body. A pair of sharp horns even grew from the top of the face's head. The monstrous demonic aura surrounded him like a demonic god. Seeing this scene, everyone present froze in their tracks. The gazes that looked at Watufa were filled with disbelief. Devil's work? Isn't Abbot Dufa an accomplished monk? How could the abbot of the Great Thunderbolt Temple possibly cultivate demonic power? What the hell is going on here? And at this moment, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. Demonic power? It seems that this Great Thundersound Temple is not simple. It's actually able to practice both Buddhism and magic. That Dangu Buddha they worship must be even the greatest of them all. But at that moment, the Rakshasa-like Dufa let out a biting hiss. Go to hell. Great Sun Devil Kung Fu. With Duofa's hiss, only the dense demonic chi behind Duofa could be seen coalescing crazily. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a round of black blazing sun tens of thousands of meters square in the void. Endless black demonic chi impacted in all directions. Space was instantly eroded by that terrifying demonic aura. Seeing the formation of this round of black devil sun, the people present could not help but be shocked to the extreme. What a terrifying aura! I'm afraid that the power contained within this single attack is enough to destroy the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace. What kind of power is this? And at this moment, Long Zishang also had a grave expression on her face. She also felt the boundless demonic aura contained within this round of demonic sun. This attack, even a complete Nine Dragons formation simply cannot defend against it. I wonder if this immortal dog can carry it off. In the next second, this black devil sun was like a meteor impacting towards the white thin dog. Looking at this demonic sun that was emitting a terrifying power, that white thin dog, however, showed a disdainful expression. A large mouth slowly opened. Humph. What an ungrateful death. Bloodline divine ability. Swallow the sun. This one giant white dog spat human words. The golden runes all over his body instantly shone with endless light, condensing towards his mouth. In the next second, only this white thin dog violently opened its bloody mouth. An unimaginable suction force gushed out. The surrounding space simply couldn't withstand the suction force and shattered apart. Even the spatial turbulence suffered from the suction force and surged towards that huge mouth. And the round of demonic sun that shot out was even shrinking crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amidst everyone's dumbfounded eyes, it was actually swallowed by that white thin dog in one gulp. The thin white dog slowly closed his mouth, his eyes filled with teasing and scorn. In an instant, everyone present instantly froze on the spot. Incredulously, he looked at the thin white dog high in the sky. Too strong. Is this the bottom card of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master? The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master actually possesses the ability to summon the greatness of the upper realms as well. And seeing this scene, Watufa's hideous and terrifying face was filled with confusion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the gong method imparted to the poor monk by the Dango Buddha. This round of demonic sun is imbued with the power of fluorescence. It's enough to burn everything. How could you possibly swallow? And at this moment, Gu Jingtian was sizing up the fine dog with interest. There was a glint in his eyes. That's right. This fine dog is definitely the bloodline of that one. In front of Erlangshan, you can call him Roaring Dog, but then anywhere else, you still have to respectfully shout, Goddess Swallowing Sun. Not to mention your half-assed son, even if it's a complete flux star, it's still a giveaway. I didn't realize that Fatty's hand is really something good. A low-matched drop treasure copper is not even a problem. There is actually an immortal beast of the sun-swallowing divine monarch's bloodline. No way. Ask this kid later where he got this good stuff from. And at this moment, in the face of Dadafa's questioning, that white thin dog was filled with disdain. A pair of silver-colored godly eyes stared deathly at Watufa, the bottom of his eyes filled with contempt. And at this moment, the two of them, Old Man Heaven's Path and Zhuan Haoren, were even more prepared to run away. But just then, Dadafa suddenly let out a mournful hiss. The color in his eyes was instantly annihilated. The fluctuations in the entire person fell silent. Seeing this scene, the people present froze on the spot. Dead? How did Abbot Dharma die? How is this possible? What happened? How did you die all of a sudden? But just as the crowd was puzzled, they only heard a nebulous Buddhist sound resonate. Humph. A descendant of the sun-swallowing immortal monarch. What a surprise. If this Buddha hadn't prepared a backhanded move long ago, I'm afraid this time it would have been all for naught. As the sound rang out, only Watufa's body exploded violently. A golden pillar of light sprang out from within Watufa's body. In an instant, this golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. The space shattered, and a spatial crack of hundreds of thousands of meters appeared all of a sudden. A figure that covered the sky and overlooked the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace appeared at once. His body was like red gold, emitting an unimaginable pressure. Looking at its face, it actually looked exactly like the Dango Buddha enshrined in the Great Thundersound Temple, and its body was like a mountain range, tens of thousands of meters high. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. A fluctuation in the same realm as yourself? A golden immortal realm powerhouse. Chapter 121, Touched My Man. You are also worthy. And seeing the sky-covering figure that appeared in the void, the Long Zixi and the other group of dragon race powerhouses in the formation immediately showed a look of astonishment. Dangu Buddha, the supreme powerhouse enshrined by the Great Thundersound Temple. This Dangu Buddha actually exchanged Dufa's life for a chance to strike across the border. This time I'm afraid that Senior Ancestral Dragon may not be able to stop this Dangu Buddha. And right at that moment, a voice that resounded throughout the void suddenly rang out. Dango Buddha's vast voice penetrated through nowhere space and descended upon this place. The power of the sun-swallowing immortal monarch. It's very good, but unfortunately you only have the power of one strike as well. It's also at the end of its strength at this moment. Hearing this, the white fine dog's eyes were filled with gravity. Humph, if you kill me, immortal swallowing sun will not let you go. Upon hearing this, Dango Buddha, however, laughed out coldly. Between a bloodline offspring and offending the entire Great Thundersound Temple, this Buddha believes that immortal monarch sun swallowing still knows which is more important. Besides, today, even if a mortal sun-swallowing monarch himself were to come, he wouldn't be able to stop this Buddha. But at that moment, only a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard coming from the void. Humph, what an outgoing person. For the sake of a little guy who isn't even in the earth immortal realm, a Buddha of the immortal monarch realm has crossed the border to make a move. As the voice rang out, Long Zishang in the middle of the formation immediately showed a look of surprise. Its old ancestor Ing Long. The formation has finally succeeded. In the next second, one could only see the void that was remotely opposite Dangu Buddha violently unraveling a crack of hundreds of thousands of meters. A red golden divine dragon that also covered the sky and was thousands of miles long appeared. One could only see that this divine dragon was emitting a terrifying dragon might all over its body. Above the body, there are wings on the back, a pair of eyes, one bright and one dark. It's like fluorescence and tie-in. It was the legendary Ing Long. Seeing this scene, the crowd present was silenced. The crowd of dragons rejoiced, their eyes filled with excitement, and they could not restrain themselves from shouting up to the sky, while at this moment, the Heavenly Tao Elder and the rest of the group had gloomy faces. Things have gone beyond their expectations. Looking at Ying Long who appeared in the void, a ripple finally appeared on Dango Buddha's expressionless face. A hint of gloom flashed through the Golden God's eyes. Immortal Emperor Ying Long? Ha! Being at the same immortal monarch realm, I didn't expect you to cross the border and strike. You and I are half a catty, so why bother with more words? But you can fool others, but not this Buddha. By virtue of the summoning formation, it's already the limit for you to be able to manifest your true body. You're nothing but a silvery spearhead that is not useful. This summoning spell formation does not support you to strike across the border. Hearing this, a trace of gravity flashed through the huge dragon eyes of Ying Long in the void. However, in the next second, Ying Long in the void let out a cold snort. Humph! If you dare to make a move against my dragon race today, this dragon monarch will personally go to your great Thundersound temple, kill you with blood. Hearing this, Dango Buddha looked calm and collected. Oh, in that case, then this Buddha will wait for you at the Spirit Mountain. This Buddha would like to see if for the sake of a branch of the dragon race amongst the lower realms, the scholar will break into the Spirit Mountain alone. Seeing that his threats had no effect at all, the Ying Long in the air immediately turned dark. And just at that moment, Dango Buddha's voice came again. Schizo, why do you need to be like this? It's just one of the 3,000 lower realms in the district. Besides, this Buddha's trip is not about killing people. I only need one person. When these words came out, everyone present froze in place. Everyone's eyes were filled with puzzlement. The stronger the power, the more unimaginable the cost of striking out across borders. For an existence at the level of the Dango Buddha to cross the world barrier, the cost required is even more staggering. But all of this is actually just for one person. In the next second, only Dango Buddha's voice sounded once again. As long as you hand over that little guy from the dragon race, this Buddha will leave immediately. In an instant, everyone's gazes looked toward Dragon Emperor Longitian in the middle of the formation. Anyone could hear that the little guy of the dragon race in Dango Buddha's mouth was this Dragon Emperor Longitian. And at this moment, the gazes of the group of dragons amongst the dragons, as well as Long Zishang, all looked towards Ying Long in the high sky. Long Zishang's beautiful eyes were crimson. Let out a hiss. Old ancestor, please make sure to save this child. While at this moment, old ancestor Ying Long had a tangled look on his face. A pair of dragon eyes deadpanned the dragon emperor in the formation. Right at this moment, Dango Buddha's voice sounded once again. Cultivator Ying Long, for the sake of a little guy, why would you and I need to fight for hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation? This little fellow is of the demon god king bloodline, and the demon god lineage and my great Thundersound temple do not share the same fate. As you are well aware, this little fellow, this Buddha will not let go. It's better for the cultivator to think it over, whether or not to cross swords with the great Thunderbolt temple for the sake of a demon god bloodline. Listening to Dango Buddha's words, Ying Long's face that was comparable to a mountain was cloudy, while at this moment, a hint of determination flashed in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. Can I agree? In the next second, the roar of the Dragon Emperor resounded. In an instant, everyone's gazes all looked towards the Dragon Emperor in the middle of the formation. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were crimson. I am a descendant of the demon god king, and I am originally of an evil bloodline. It's not worth having so many people sacrificed for me. It's not worth it at all. Is it true that if you hand me over, you'll spare everyone? The Dragon Emperor roared up towards the Dango Buddha. Dango Buddha folded his arms. Ba. In ancient times, Buddha cut his flesh and fed it to the eagles. For you to have this realization shows that goodness is not lost. This Buddha will not kill you, but only for you Green Lantern and ancient Buddha, to cleanse your demonic thoughts. Hearing this, the Ying Long old ancestor in the high sky sighed helplessly. In that case, you can take the people. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Long Zishang in the middle of the formation cracked. May not. It can't. This is absolutely not allowed. How can this group of vultures be trusted? They are clearly demonic cultivators. While at this moment, Ying Long frowned lightly. Little girl, you don't understand what's going on here. When you ascend to the upper realms, the old ancestor will explain it to you. Now, it's better to hand the little guy over. Hearing this, Long Zishang in the middle of the formation even showed a look of despair. He hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian who was at the side. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with deep love. Gu Jingtian, you don't have to pay back what you owe me in this life, but in the next life, I won't let you go either. In the next life, I'll find you sooner. Speaking of this, Long Zishang was already in tears. Wanting me to hand over my child is absolutely impossible, unless one steps over my dead body. At the moment, Long Zishang was ready to die. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Emperor on the side couldn't help but feel tenderness in his iron heart as teardrops slipped down. Full of gratitude, he glanced at Long Zishan. Mother-sama, I'm sorry. In the next second, only the Dragon Emperor's figure was suddenly transformed into a laser and shot towards the outside of the formation. Seeing this scene, Long Zishan cried out, "No!" But at that moment, a domineering voice suddenly rang out. "A bunch of losers, babbling endlessly, dare to touch my people. You guys deserve it." Chapter 122 Pango Avatar, Open Heaven. For a moment, everyone was all attracted by this sentence. Countless pairs of eyes looked in unison in the direction from which the voice came, only to see that high in the sky, old ancestor Inglong and ancestor Danhwa were facing each other from afar. Instead, a figure appeared in the center of both. A long black robe fluttered in the wind, and he stood with his arms folded, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Although small in stature, it was like a mountain of ancient gods, simply standing there. An inexplicable aura filled the air. In an instant, some of the female cultivators present had peach blossom eyes. So cool. This is simply too racy. To actually dare to stand in the center of two upper realm powerhouses. I think I've fallen in love with him. That back is stunning. And this person was none other than Gu Jingtian, who was still in the middle of the formation just a moment ago. And when they saw Gu Jingtian's appearance, Long Zixi and the old man of the heavenly Tao and a host of other powerhouses were instantly confused. With an extremely strange look, he looked at Gu Jingtian, who was in the midst of the two supreme powerhouses. That look, it's almost like looking at the second little cutie at the head of the village. It's just like looking at the village head's two little cuties. Gu Jingtian? Is he out of his mind? How dare he spout such nonsense? These two are supreme powerhouses. Even among the upper realms they are counted among the strongest. Although this Gu Jingtian's cultivation is good, but right now this situation is obviously a game between two bigwigs from the upper realm. He actually came out at this time to play the bully. Is his head caught in the door? And below, Long Zishan's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety. In a hurry, he let out a shout. Come down quickly. This is not an existence we can fight against. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked as if he had turned a deaf ear. Confidence was written all over a bountiful and handsome face, even looking at the distant Dango Buddha with a scornful look. Upon seeing this scene, Dango Buddha's face was cloudy. Essence flickered in a pair of golden divine eyes. In the next second, only Dango Buddha's voice suddenly rang out. Who are you? Gu Jingtian stood with his arms folded, his face arrogant. This seat Gu Jingtian. The words are full of bravado. In an instant, not only the Dango Buddha ancestor, but even the Inglong old ancestor behind him was slightly stunned. This person is so bold, to actually dare to be so proud in front of the two of us. There are only two possibilities for this. The first one, he's a cutie. The second possibility, he must have his own cards. For this person to appear here, he must not be some demented person. So, there is only one possibility. This person must have something to rely on, and most likely has a background in the upper world. Obviously Dango Buddha had also thought of this, and the two of them were desperately searching in their minds at the moment. Was there any peerless powerhouse with the surname Gu in this upper realm? With the cultivation level of the two of them, they were thinking in the blink of an eye. However, there was not the slightest impression of this Gu Jingtian in his mind at all. In the next second, only the Dango Buddha said in a cold voice, "This cultivator, observing that you are so bold, I think the upper realms must have something to fall back on as well. I wonder if the monk can tell us if the water has washed away the Dragon King's temple." As soon as these words came out, the crowd below suddenly came to a realization, and there were a few more threads of anticipation in their gazes towards Gu Jingtian. It's still the upper realm powerhouses who are thoughtful. This Gu Jingtian dares to be so rampant, so he must have something to rely on. Right. The dogs of the Heavenly Treasure Mansion's owner are all the offspring of powerful people in the upper realm. This Gu Jingtian can't say for sure that he has a backer among the upper realm as well. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. With a face of contempt, he looked at the distant Dango Buddha. You don't have much compulsion either. What else do you call Buddha? This seat thought that you were also a forbidden existence in the upper realm? I didn't realize that you are also a bully. When these words came out, a trace of coldness flashed across the bottom of Dango Buddha's eyes, but a few more guesses were added to the mind. For this kid to be so arrogant, he definitely has some backing in the upper realm. There are countless strong people in the upper realm, and although we immortal monarchs are considered a powerful party, there is still an insurmountable gap between us and the truly top-tier powerhouses. Thinking of this, Dango Buddha forced down the killing intent in his heart. Then he said in a cold voice, "Humph, Junior, you're not talking too wildly. You'd better report your followers right away, or else I won't blame this Buddha for cleaning up after your master's predecessors." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian burst out laughing maniacally. There was disdain in his eyes. "Don't try it. This seat has never had any backers. However, at this moment, this seat is the backer of the entire Middle-earth dragon race. Anyone who tries to move them will only end up with one thing: ashes and smoke. Gu Jingtian's domineering voice resounded throughout the clouds. The expression on Dangu Buddha's face immediately became twisted. Junior, how dare you tease this Buddha? Cultivator Ying Long. This is no wonder this Buddha is bullying the small with the big. Great Prajna Palm. With a soft grunt from the Dangu Buddha, the Dangu Buddha's large hand in the void violently stretched out. Endless Buddha light blossomed from above that mountain-like body. Boom! It was accompanied by the shaking of the entire heaven and earth. A huge golden palm that covered the sky poked out from the void, only to see that this golden giant palm was actually thousands of miles in size. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by this huge golden palm. A heaven-destroying might crushed down at once. In just an instant, the 9 dragons formation of the 9 dragons' heavenly palace suddenly shattered and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Long Zishang, the Dragon Emperor and the others showed a look of determination. Instantly revealing his true form, he shot towards the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Obviously it was already ready to burn with a jade stone. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Battle intent filled his eyes. Finally, I've come across a guy who deserves his full strength. Come on, let's just see how much weight this immortal monarch from the upper realms has. In the next second, only Gu Jingtian's large hand stretched out, condensing his fingers into blades and using his arm as a stem. Boom! A shocking blood chi burst out from Gu Jingtian's bloodline. A gray mist was even rising above that outstretched arm. The mist looked dreamlike, as if it didn't exist in this world. In an instant, Gu Jingtian's pair of starry eyes turned into endless chaotic ash. 2 words spilled out of his chest. Open heaven. As the voice rang out, Gu Jingtian's arm chopped out towards the giant palm that covered the sky. In an instant, a sky-shattering giant axe tens of thousands of miles in size crossed the sky, chopping towards the golden giant palm. Seeing this scene, the Dangu Buddha in the void immediately widened his eyes, while the Yinglong old ancestor behind him was also stupefied. A counterintuitive thought appeared in the minds of the two at the same time. Immortal Monarch Realm 9th Heaven? In the next second, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the gray-hued giant axe and the golden giant palm collided together. A scene that amazed everyone happened. Chapter 123, The Real Culprit Behind the Scenes. The Yuan Yi Sect. The moment the two came into contact, the moment the golden Buddha light came into contact with the gray mist, it was like ice melting away. In a flash of lightning, this huge axe that covered the sky cut through space. The giant golden palm split into 2 in an instant. And the figure of that giant axe didn't even stop for a second. Still carrying an unimaginable chaotic might, it shot towards the barrier in the void. Seeing this scene, the face of Dango Buddha in the void changed drastically. The condescension on his face instantly dissipated and was replaced by endless panic. Not good. This person is actually at the Immortal Monarch 9th layer heavenly cultivation. The technique he cultivates is unheard of. What the hell is going on here? How could such a terrifying fellow exist in the lower realms? Watching that giant axe impact, an endless crisis rose from the bottom of Dangu Buddha's heart. Not good. This attack can actually cross the border. In a millionth of an instant, Dango Buddha's large hand swung violently. The spatial crack in front of him closed at an extremely fast speed. However, just as this spatial rift was about to close, the huge axe that emitted a chaotic aura had already scurried into the void. The only thing the people present could see was a golden arm slowly falling down in the middle of that narrow spatial crack. It was all too late, but in a flash, seeing this scene in front of them, everyone present froze on the spot. Every single one of them had 2 words written on their faces. Shock. The extreme shock caused the eyes of the people present to be lifeless. And for a moment, it was as if they had lost the ability to think. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a look of regret on his face. It's still going to be affected by this world barrier, or else it won't be his arm that falls from this axe. And at this moment, the Yinglong old ancestor in the distant void had a pair of dragon eyes glaring round. The eyes were filled with a look of astonishment. Outrageous! It's outrageous! How could a strong person of the immortal monarch realm exist in the lower realms? Looking at their strength, even amongst immortal monarchs they are considered peak powerhouses, especially the grey mist on top of that one attack. What kind of law power is that? It actually chopped off one of Dangu's arms. Dangu, that's a strong person who has cultivated a Zheng 6 golden body. The strength of his flesh is unimaginable. The power contained within that grey mist is even more terrifying. I'm afraid that even Dangu wouldn't be able to bring this broken arm back to life. Only after dozens of breaths had passed did the crowd react. No way! Was I dreaming just now that this Gu Jingtian chopped off one of Dango Buddha's arms? Someone from among the lower realms actually forced back the Dango Buddha from the upper realms? And chopped off an arm. This is simply inverting the heavenly dipper. Too strong. Simply heaven-defyingly strong. How could there be such a terrifyingly strong person in this lower realm? In the distance, the Tianbao building master looked at the white thin dog beside him with a shocked expression. Just as he was about to inquire about something, he realized that the white fine dog beside him was already full of shock as well. The heavenly treasure floor master swallowed his saliva. Worthy of being my big brother? Big brother is big brother. The two of them, Long Zishang and Dragon Emperor, who were in the middle of the formation, were also staring at each other with their jaws dropped, and their gazes towards Gu Jingtian were filled with astonishment. Is this his true strength? So he's not talking nonsense. He really is invincible. Even upper realm powerhouses are no match for him. Right at this moment, only the voice of old ancestor Ing Long could be heard coming from the void. The voice was full of respect, even a hint of awe. This fellow Daoist, he is truly divine, and it is truly a joyous occasion for my dragon clan to be able to tie the knot with a fellow Daoist. It's just that I, the old dragon, am in the upper realm and can't be there in person. When you ascend to the upper realm, the old dragon will come to the door to say goodbye. As soon as the words fell, before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, the spatial rift in the void closed in an instant. There was even a hint of celebration above that old face of old ancestor Ing Long. For a moment, it was as if the curtain had fallen, while at this moment, the old man Tian Dao and Zhuang Haoren Feng were all crying and dumbfounded in place. In an instant, a divine dragon's icy gaze swept towards old man Heaven's path. Even the distant heavenly treasure building master was currently looking at the distant heavenly Dao elder with a sneer on his face. In the next second, old man Heaven's path and Zhuang Haoren instantly came above the ground, toward the direction where Gu Jingtian was. He violently fell to his knees. Elder Gu, this matter was completely compelled by the Great Thunderclap Monastery. We only listen to the slanderous words of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Please let us go. From now on, we, the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Jixia Academy, will all look up to you. Looking at the old man of the Heavenly Dao who was crying and begging for mercy, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. Humph, he who kills, man will always kill. To work as cows and horses for this seat, you're not qualified enough. The moment these words came out, old man Heaven's path and Zhuang Haoren and the others frantically knelt down and begged for forgiveness. But right at this moment, old man Heaven's path and Zhuang Haoren suddenly stopped. The two men's eyes were crimson and their faces became hideous and terrifying. Aha! Yuan Yi sect, we will not share the same fate as you. My Heavenly Dao Alliance's tens of thousands of years of inheritance. I didn't expect it to be broken in my hands. Damnable! This Yuan Yi sect is so wolfish. Hearing the duo's angry roar, the people present were suddenly stunned, and it was obvious that something had happened. Only to see that at this moment, Elder Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoren hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian. Elder Gu, just now, the two of us sensed that the headquarters of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, as well as the Jixi Academy, were all under attack by the Yuan Yi sect. Now, the Heavenly Dao Alliance and Jixi Academy no longer exist. This Yuan Yi sect is actually taking advantage of people's danger. This series of events must have nothing to do with the Yuan Yi sect. We are willing to be the pawns and conquer the Yuan Yi sect for senior. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Elder Heaven's Path and Zhuang Haoren, as the rulers of the two major powers, naturally had a special connection with the two major powers. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present were filled with astonishment. What? The Heavenly Dao Alliance and Jixi Academy were actually destroyed by the Yuan Yi sect? How could the Yuan Yi sect be so powerful? Knowing that the Heavenly Dao Alliance and Jixi Academy both possess summoning spell formations, it seems like it must be the Yuan Yi sect behind this. Snipers and fishermen. And hearing the words of the duo, Gu Jingtian's face darkened. Yuan Yi sect. Gu Li Shang. Gu Zian. I didn't realize that these two were actually capable of doing this kind of thing. Humph. Looks like it's forcing itself to clean up. Thinking of this, a wave of killing intent flared up in Gu Jingtian's eyes. An icy cold voice resounded throughout the void. This seat will take care of the Yuan Yi sect's matters. As for you, death is your only destination. In the next second, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. A monstrous might stirred out. In an instant, Old Man Heaven's Path, Zhuang Haoren, and tens of millions of cultivators had their bodies explode. The divine souls were extinguished. Chapter 124, The Path of Ascension. Devil Emperor Ascension. For a moment, the entire sky was drenched in that endless color of blood. Even the dragons below couldn't help but frown, and there was a hint of fear in their gazes toward Gu Jingtian. There was only one person, the Heavenly Treasure Building Master, who looked at the blooming blood-colored fireworks high in the sky with an infatuated expression. A satisfied smile on his fat face. Art. That's real art. Explosions are real art. A big brother is a big brother. Much more artistic than me feeding my dog. The sun rose and the moon set, and the day had finally passed. At this moment, the Dragon Clan could be said to be in a state of jubilation, with lights and colors everywhere. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian and the others were sitting around in the small courtyard. There was a variety of delicious food set out in front of them. Gu Nianling, the Heavenly Treasure Mansion Master, Hua Yuan, Long Zisheng, the Dragon Emperor, Long Ener, and the two Heavenly Fox Sisters were all here. The banquet had just begun when the two Heavenly Fox Sisters marched up to Gu Jingtian with jade lamps in their hands. Elder Gu helped my sisters and I kill our enemies, so that my sisters and I can have our revenge avenged. There is no way to repay this great favor. There is no point in saying anything. My sisters and I toast Elder Gu. As soon as the words left their mouths, the two Sky Fox sisters drank it all in one go. And just at that moment, the cheap voice of the Heavenly Treasures Building Master suddenly came out. You two little guys, why don't you follow the rules? I've never been able to repay a great favor. I can only return it with my body. Why it's changed when it comes to you guys. The moment these words came out, the stunningly beautiful faces of the two Heavenly Fox sisters instantly blushed. A wave of loss could not help but flood the beautiful eyes. After this series of events, the duo had also gradually realized that there was an insurmountable gap between themselves and Gu Jingtian. Thinking of this, the two sisters couldn't help but lower their stunningly beautiful faces. But at that moment, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master suddenly let out a cry of pain. Gu, sister-in-law, I'm sorry, be gentle, my ears are going to fall off. Only at this moment, Long Zixie's figure had already appeared beside the Heavenly Treasure Building Master. A jade hand was tugging on the ear of the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master. It's almost like a female Tyrannosaurus. Good, little fatty, you really have a lot of guts. Guarding my face, you dare to say such things. Believe it or not, I'll make a roasted suckling pig out of your little fat ass. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor on the side was also looking wistfully at the Heavenly Treasure Building Master. Mother is right. The Tian Bao Lulu's fine skin and tender flesh must taste good. Hearing this, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master begged for forgiveness. The people in the room couldn't help but smile and laugh. At this moment, however, Gu Jingtian suddenly raised his eyebrows and a hint of joy flashed under his eyes. Seeing this, Long Zisheng couldn't help but darken his face. What? Your brother's going to get you a woman and it's making you happy. Gu Jingtian smiled helplessly. What's with that? I sensed it. That little guy from the eastern continent has ascended to the upper realm. Hearing this, the people present were stunned, eyes full of suppressed anticipation. After all, for the cultivators of the entire Xiantian continent, the thing they were most looking forward to was ascending to the upper realms. And at this moment, the two Heavenly Fox sisters hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian. Elder Gu, who has ascended? Is it Elder Demon Emperor? Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Who else could it be but him? I didn't expect him to ascend so soon. Looks like he still can't let go of that girl. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but show a playful expression. Soon a banquet came to an end in an atmosphere where the guests enjoyed themselves. After the banquet was over, Gu Jingtian, however, came to the side of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master. Hey, fat potato, where did you get that dog of yours? And that copper phallus? You know what they are? Hearing Gu Jingtian's inquiry, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master didn't hesitate for a second. Big brother Gu, truth be told, these two things, I only know what they're used for, but I'm really not too sure about their origins. Both of these things are from 1500 years ago, when I went to the Kunlun Mountains to make a break for it. Then a secret realm was discovered, which was strewn with gray mist and was also on the verge of collapse. And then I picked up this copper as well as the thin white dog in here. It was only in the time since then that I realized how unusual they were. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. There was a glint in his eyes. The Kunlun Mountains? It's the Kunlun Mountains again. Secret realm. One had also come across a secret realm in the middle of the Kunlun mountain range, and there was this gray mist in it as well. But this gray mist is not the Mother Chaos Chi that one knows so well. Instead, it is filled with the power of decay and decay. I didn't expect these two items to also come from the secret realm in the middle of the Kunlun Mountains. With this thought, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but recall the green seeds he had obtained from this secret realm. Can it be that this green seed one has acquired is also like this fallen treasure copper coin? Coming from the immortal realm one is familiar with? And just at that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Treasure Building Master sounded once again. Brother Gu, I wonder if you've heard of a secret story. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. What's the secret? Tell me. The Heavenly Treasure Floor Master's expression became grave. I was once given an ancient book, and in this ancient book it is written, in the past, there was no Kunlun mountain range in the Middle Earth continent, and moreover, there was no presence of cultivators in the entire Middle Earth continent. I don't know how long ago, the void shattered and an endless mountain range fell from the void. With the descent of this mountain range, this is how Aura came to exist in the Middle Earth continent, and in this mountain range, there are many scattered secret books. Then after an unknown number of years of improvement by the human race, the current cultivation system came into being, and some wild beasts swallowed some spirit fruits in this mountain range, as well as some blood and flesh, which gradually became the present-day demon race. Even the origin of the current dragon race is related to this mountain range, and it is rumored that there is a similar mountain range in the upper realm, and that mountain range is now the Kunlun Mountains. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's mind instantly flashed. In an instant, countless thoughts surfaced in Gu Jingtian's mind. So that's how it was. Now, everything is explained. This Kunlun mountain range should come from the immortal realm that one knows so well. This explains why there are descendants of the falling treasure copper and the roaring dog in the middle of the Kunlun mountain range, and the cultivation system of the entire Middle-earth continent was developed by the natives of the Middle-earth, so they can choose to ascend when they cultivate to the supreme realm. But the path one takes is provided by the system and groped out on one's own, not recognized by the will of this world. So one cannot ascend. Only when the cultivation level breaks through again and the strength crushes the will of the entire world can one ascend. Or, since it's highly likely that this Kunlun mountain range is from the true immortal realm, perhaps there's a way to ascend to the upper realm within this Kunlun mountain range as well. There might be a way to ascend by myself. But before that, there is one more thing to take care of. Chapter 125, Gu Jingtian, I want to give you a child. And just at that moment, the voice of the heavenly treasure building master sounded once again. Brother Gu, I think there's one thing you might need to be wary of. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. What is it? The heavenly treasure floor master, however, collected the smile on his face at this moment, revealing a grave expression for the first time. 3 words slowly came out of his mouth. Geniki sect. Gu Jingtian's brows were lowered, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. You're talking about the Yuan sect's Xian daughter, Gu Lishang. I will clean up this matter myself. Instead, the heavenly treasure floor master gently shook his head. Big brother Gu, I've also investigated this Yuan sect for a long time, and I feel more and more that it's very uncomplicated. Whether it's the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Jishi Academy, and the Dragon Clan, these are all native forces of the Xian Heaven continent. Even if they have something to rely on among the upper realms, most of them are strong people who have ascended from the Xian Tian continent. For example, the 9 ancestral dragons of the dragon race in the upper realm are just the earliest batch of dragons to obtain the opportunity from the Kunlun mountain range. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. So that's how it is. No wonder that the cultivation of the Yinglong old ancestor that appeared wasn't even close to his own. If it's the legendary ancestral dragon Yinglong, how could it be at such a low cultivation level? So it's also a Sibyl. Although Gu Jingtian was extremely confident, he was also clear that his strength was definitely not a top-tier powerhouse when placed in the sealed god or flood world. The voice of the heavenly treasure floor master continued to ring out. Compared to these forces, they have existed on the Xian Tian continent for hundreds of thousands of years, and this Yuan sect has only appeared for less than 3,000 years. In just 3,000 years, it has grown into a superpower that spans across the 30 states of the Middle Kingdom. The number of powerful people in it has always been a mystery. And the origin of this Yuan sect is also strange. Even though you're incredibly strong, big brother Gu, there's always nothing wrong with being careful. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded gently. Not long after, the heavenly treasure floor master had already left the place. Gu Jingtian stood alone under the moon, looking towards the distant sky. His mind was full of thoughts. These 3,000 years of signing on have raised one's cultivation to the golden immortal realm though. But the rewards gained from signing in nowadays can only be described as chicken ribs to the golden immortal realm's self. Could it be that the system has run out of steam afterward? Or that this world can't afford higher rewards? This is also possible. After all, if the system really gives the immortal execution 4 swords, the heaven-opening divine axe and this type of chaotic spiritual treasure, I'm afraid that just the scent alone would be enough to cause the heavenly Tao of this world to collapse. Now it seems that ascension is something one must consider. Thinking of the word ascension, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but see a tall silhouette in his mind. Astonishing sky, Big Brother is waiting for you in the upper realm. Promise Big Brother that you will definitely come to me, right? Thinking of this, the look in Gu Jingtian's eyes became more and more determined. Big Brother, the 2 of us brothers will eventually be reunited. But before that, Brother has to clean up your ungrateful grandchildren for you too. And right at this moment, a dimpled, sexy and provocative silhouette slowly walked out from the bamboo house. It was none other than Long Zishan. At the moment, she had faded into the daytime Zhao family. The white and voluptuous petite body wore only a long red tulle dress. The plump whiteness was hidden. With a smile on his face, he walked towards Gu Jingtian. The bright moonlight sprinkled down. And at this moment, Long Zishan was like a goddess under the moon. Even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In the next second, Long Zishan's moving and delicate body gently leaned against Gu Jingtian's chest. The flirty voice came through. Sunga, it's getting late. It's time to rest. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but harden his body. Then he picked up Long Zishang in his arms and walked towards the middle of the bamboo house. Once again, a different kind of war has begun. The sun rises, the moon sets, the tide rises and falls. The evening passed quickly. The early morning sunlight splashed on Gu Jingtian's face. On the side, Long Zishang's beautiful eyes were filled with love. Sagittarius, this time I will definitely carry your bloodline. In the meantime, the Yuan Yi sect, which was hundreds of millions of miles away, above the tallest one, the Immortal Palace, there were clearly two silhouettes here. It was none other than the sisters Gu Lishang and Gu Ziyan. At this moment, Gu Ziyan looked anxious and kept walking around. Gu Lishang hurriedly got up and took Gu Ziyan's arm. Sister, don't be in a hurry. Now the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Demon God Temple, and the Jishi Academy have all perished. The dragon race will surely not be able to escape extinction even in the face of so many powerful people. There's absolutely no way Gu Jingtian and the others could have survived. However, just as Gu Lishang's voice sounded, Gu Ziyan in front of her threw her arm away with force. A maniacal look filled the top of a pretty face. Didn't you promise me to bring them all back alive? Let me torture them properly. And why did you suddenly strike out against the Jishi Academy and the Heavenly Dao Alliance? What I want is not for them to die. I want them to live as if they were dead. Hearing this, Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with helplessness. Just about to open my mouth to explain. However, Gu Ziyan in front of her was still unforgiving. A pair of bloodshot eyes stared deathly at Gu Lishang in front of her. Is it because you've now become the Xian daughter of this Yuani sect? So you don't put me, your sister, in your eyes. You are a towering powerhouse of the Supreme Realm. Yuan sect's Xian daughter. And with a single order, there will be supreme powerhouses to obliterate forces like the Jishi Academy and the Heavenly Dao Alliance for you. As for me, I'm just a Spirit Emperor realm ant, staying in this Yuan sect. And all because I look up to my sister. Yeah, why do you care about my feelings? A Spirit Emperor realm is just a Spirit Emperor realm. In your eyes, it doesn't mean anything at all. Listening to Gu Ziyan's hysterical roar, Gu Lishang instantly reddened her eyes, tears welling up in her eyes, shaking his head frantically. No, it's not like that. Sister, it's not like that. I never. At this moment, she was no longer some lofty Yuan Xian maiden, but just a little girl being reprimanded by her sister. Looking at the pearly Gu Lishang in front of her, Gu Ziyan came to her senses for a few moments. Realizing that what he had just said was perhaps too much, Gu Ziyan hurriedly hugged Gu Lishang in front of her. Don't take it personally, sister. I was in too much of a hurry. It was my fault. Sister, forgive me. Hearing this, Gu Lishang's eyes reddened and she nodded slightly. Sister, I won't blame you. You're the only family I have. How could I possibly blame you? Gu Ziyan then breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I just want both Gu Jingtian and that from the Dragon Clan to die. You can guarantee that they will die, right? Gu Lishang nodded heavily. Don't worry, sister, they'll die. But at that moment, a voice came from outside the Great Hall. My subordinate Cloud Fury. I have something important to report. Chapter 126, Unimaginable Golden Bracelets. Hearing the voice coming from outside the palace, before Gu Lishang could open her mouth, Gu Ziyan, who was on the side, was suddenly in a state of madness. Quickly let him in. He must have gotten news of the dragon race. Gu Lishang hurriedly opened her mouth. Soon, Cloud Fury, who was dressed in a golden robe, walked in through the door. After seeing Gu Lishang, the respect on her face was even greater than before. My subordinate, Cloud Fury, meet coronation of the Xian maiden. Before Gu Lishang could say anything, Gu Ziyan had already arrived in front of Yunshi. Tell me quickly, how are the dragons? Is Gu Jingtian dead? And is that from the Dragon Clan dead too? For a moment, the eyes of both Gu Lishang and Gu Ziyan were focused on this Yunshi's body. Cloud Fury, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face. Your Highness Xian knew. In this war, the dragon race did not suffer any major losses. On the contrary, none of the people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Jishi Academy, have returned. Hearing this, Gu Lishang's face showed astonishment. Still, there was a slight nod. It seems like the Dragon Clan must have put in some blood this time. But since the people of the Heavenly Dao Alliance have all died out, there's no need for us to drive them to extinction. While at this moment, Gu Ziyan's eyes were rounded. The dragons didn't suffer any major losses? I don't care. All you need to tell me now is whether Gu Jingtian is dead or not. And that Long Zishang, are they dead or not? Cloud Fury's eyes were filled with a complicated look. According to the intel I got, none of them are dead. Even though the Dufa abbot of the Great Thundersound Temple has summoned the Dharma body of the Dango Buddha of the Upper Realm. But the Dragon Clan also summoned Long, one of the 9 ancestral dragons of the upper realm. And the heavenly treasure floor master has also led the powerful men under his command to go and support them. This heavenly treasure mansion master actually has the ability to summon powerful people from the upper realms as well. Due to the excessive number of powerhouses involved in this war, our main forces are also attacking the Heavenly Dao Alliance in Jishi Academy. So the intelligence isn't very detailed. I just heard that this Gu Jingtian is incredibly strong. And even the Dango Buddha ancestor who made a move across the border was repelled by him. As soon as these words came out, Gu Ziyan in front of her instantly glared with her eyes rounded. Even Gu Lishang, who was on the side, frowned lightly. In the next second, only Gu Ziyan roared hysterically. What? What are you saying? None of them are dead. Gu Jingtian repelled the Dango Buddha of the upper realm. How is this possible? How could he be a match for an upper realm powerhouse? At this moment, the demonic barrier in Gu Ziyan's heart is once again intensifying, and the whole person is like a madman. A pair of jade hands directly grabbed Gu Lishang in front of her. Didn't you promise my sister that Gu Jingtian would definitely die? But why isn't he dead yet? Why? You tell me why. As she spoke, Gu Ziyan frantically shook Gu Lishang's delicate body. Seeing this, the Cloud Fury on the side hastily retreated in a sensible manner. Looking at Gu Ziyan, who already had a heart attack in front of her, Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with heartache and helplessness. Sister, you calm down. This Dango Buddha is also a strong immortal monarch realm powerhouse among the upper realms, but striking out across the border, the battle power he can exert is only at the heavenly immortal realm. Although I don't know why this Gu Jingtian was able to erupt with the battle power of the heavenly immortal realm, but yet, sister, don't worry, I will definitely kill him. Gu Ziyan in front of her, however, froze in place, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Heavenly immortal realm. You're saying that Gu Jingtian possesses the strength of the heavenly immortal realm? He's actually in the heavenly immortal realm. Then how come he hasn't ascended? A heavenly immortal realm that lives in the lower realms. How are we going to kill him? Even the Dango Buddha of the upper realm couldn't kill him. How are you going to kill him? Looking at Gu Ziyan, who was already delirious in front of her, Gu Lishang comforted her full of pain. Don't worry, sister. All you need to do is wait and see. There's no need for us to make a move. Someone will soon kill Gu Jingtian for us. Despite Gu Lishang's assurance, Gu Ziyan was still skeptical. Sister, you wouldn't lie to me, would you? Gu Jingtian will definitely die. Right. Gu Lishang gazed into the endless void. Sister, don't worry, he will die. Not just him, but many others will die. In the meantime, 9 Dragons' heavenly palace. In the middle of that secluded little courtyard, Gu Jingtian slowly got up, while at this moment, Long Zishang was sleeping soundly. Looking at the charming torso in front of him, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. Mother Tyrannosaurus, isn't it unconvincing? Now isn't it also too tired to get up? But today is really crazy. If it weren't for the fact that I have the Pangu bloodline, I wouldn't be able to carry this female Tyrannosaurus Rex's demands. Gu Jingtian was lying alone on top of the recliner. The eyes looked at the distant sky, eyes filled with thought. With Dango Buddha's cultivation, there's absolutely no need for him to personally descend to the realm just to kill a spirit emperor realm heavenly demon bloodline. They must have some other agenda. Gu Jingtian began to analyze the ins and outs of this one thing. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's mind flickered with essence. Could it be that they captured this little guy, Dragon Emperor, for something like that? Rumor has it that on the occasion of the Demon God King's invasion of the Middle-earth continent 5,000 years ago, there was once an extremely powerful golden bracelet Dharma treasure. After that great battle, the golden bracelet disappeared. Could it be that they are trying to utilize the Dragon Emperor's bloodline to find this piece of magic treasure? To be able to make a strong person of the immortal monarch realm come down, this magic treasure must be very impressive. A gold bracelet? Hardly? Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Only a golden bracelet appeared in Gu Jingtian's hand. It was the golden bracelet that Gu Jingtian had obtained from Hua Yuan. Looking at the golden bracelet in his hand, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, when he himself had destroyed those 8 heavenly demon powerhouses, he had heard one of them call himself the Heavenly Demon Imperial Clan. Then Supreme Flame of Heaven came across this bracelet. Could it be that this golden bracelet is the legendary Demon God King's magic treasure? Moreover, this bracelet is extremely special, and one cannot tell the depth of it, and with one's own physical strength one cannot do him a bit of damage. Looks like this is mostly the Demon God King's golden bracelet. I didn't expect this thing to come into my hands by chance. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor, as the bloodline of the Demon God King, will be able to unlock the secrets of this golden bracelet. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the island where the Dragon Emperor was located. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian's figure appeared on top of an airborne island below. And here, It was the Dragon Emperor's palace where the Dragon Emperor was located. Seeing Gu Jingtian's arrival, the Dragon Emperor greeted him with a respectful face. "Father, you're here." Nowadays, the Dragon Emperor had completely recognized Gu Jingtian's identity. Gu Jingtian nodded loftily. "I have something here. See if you recognize it." With a wave of Gu Jingtian's large hand, the golden bracelet appeared in his hand. But the next second, a scene that made Gu Jingtian unexpected happened. Chapter 127, King Bull Demon? This is outrageous. As soon as the golden bracelet appeared, the Dragon Emperor in front of him froze in place. The eyes were lifeless, as if they were being controlled. In the next second, the Dragon Emperor's pale golden dragon eyes were black as ink in an instant. Purple-black stripes also gradually emerged above the entire body. An overwhelming demonic aura spread out from within the Dragon Emperor's body. Boom! Only to see the Dragon Emperor in front of him soaring into the sky, floating high in the air. The devilish aura that covered the sky exploded out from above the Dragon Emperor's body. In the blink of an eye, the sky for thousands of miles around was drenched in this purple-black demonic aura. A domineering, evil aura permeated out from the Dragon Emperor's body. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but frown lightly. This is a bloodline awakening? Purple Shirt once said that he had asked the powerful dragon clan of the upper realm to seal Etienne's heavenly demon bloodline. Now it seems that this golden bracelet is definitely a magic treasure of the heavenly demon clan, that it can even break through this dragon clan powerhouse's ban on bloodlines. This monstrous demonic aura immediately caused the entire Nine Dragons' heavenly palace to shake. In the blink of an eye, several figures suddenly appeared on top of this island. It was none other than Long Zishang as well as the Red Dragon Ancestor and a bunch of other dragon clan powerhouses. Looking at the Dragon Emperor who was emanating a monstrous demonic aura high in the sky, Long Zishang's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. With a flash, he had arrived beside Gu Jingtian. Amazing. What's wrong with Tianer? Gu Jingtian had a calm face. It's fine. I just unlocked the restraints on him, helped him awaken his demon god bloodline. When these words came out, the Long Zishang in front of him immediately stared with wide eyes. What? You helped Tianer awaken his demon god bloodline? This surprised expression on Long Zishang's face drew doubt in Gu Jingtian's mind, hastily reassuring. Don't be afraid. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of. This demon god king's bloodline is originally a part of him. It would be better to suppress it for him. I can feel that the spiritual energy in his body is expanding like crazy. He should break through to the supreme realm soon. However, the Long Zishang in front of him was still full of anxiety. Amazing. You don't know. You're getting into trouble now. Back then, I searched for the dragon race powerhouses to seal Tianer's demon god king bloodline, partly so that the human race wouldn't be able to discover his abnormality, and more importantly to make it impossible for the heavenly demon clan outside of heaven to sense him. Now that you've unsealed him, I'm afraid that the heavenly demon clan will soon visit the Xian heaven continent again. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. The matter was really not on his mind. Even so, Gu Jingtian still had a breezy face, softly comforting Long Zishang in front of him. Still, with me, there's nothing to worry about. If this heavenly demon clan really dares to come, then we should also let Tianer take back the position that originally belonged to him. As soon as these words came out, a trace of essence flashed in the eyes of Long Zishang in front of him, looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him full of astonishment. What do you mean? Gu Jingtian was just about to open his mouth when he heard the Dragon Emperor high in the sky violently erupt in a roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. That peculiar voice caused Gu Jingtian to be slightly stunned. That's a strange sound. Why does it sound a bit like a cow? But in the very next second, Dragon Emperor's tall body surged. In a matter of moments, it had transformed into a half-human, half-dragon form. A huge body hundreds of meters tall floated in midair. It was the Dragon Emperor's native form. But as that voice rang out, the Dragon Emperor's huge body actually once again crazily surged. The fluctuations emanating from his body also crazily skyrocketed at an extremely fast speed. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, the dragon horns on top of the Dragon Emperor's head actually slowly turned into a pair of hideous bull horns. Although the two arms were still in the form of dragon claws, the legs had become shaped like bull hooves. Behind him a bull's tail emitting a monstrous demonic aura slowly grew out. The dragon scales on top of his body also turned into a greenish-colored appearance. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor's body had become a full 3,000 meters tall. It was like a mountain. The fluctuations emanating from his body also reached an extreme, directly breaking through to the supreme realm. Looking at the huge figure like a dragon and a bull in the high sky, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. This is the demon god king's bloodline. Ha! How come it looks like this? If I were talking about this look alone, I'd think it was the descendant of the king bull demon. And at this moment, high up in the sky, the Dragon Emperor's cultivation level was completely stabilized at the supreme realm. a pair of crimson eyes gradually regained clarity. However, feeling his current appearance, a complicated look flickered in the Dragon Emperor's eyes. In the next second, the Dragon Emperor's huge body gradually shrunk, a devilish aura flashed by, and the Dragon Emperor, who had already turned into his normal appearance, had actually put on a golden robe. Only the pair of bull horns on top of his head remained still. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor had arrived in front of Gu Jingtian and Long Zishang. Seeing that things had come to this point, Long Zishang waved his big hand. Okay, it's okay here, you guys can back off now. With Long Zishang's order, a group of Dragon Clan powerhouses left this place at once. Only Gu Jingtian's family of 3 remained above the entire island as well. Looking at the Dragon Emperor in front of him, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. How does it feel? After all, it was a gift from your own father. Hearing this, the already relieved Dragon Emperor nodded slightly. Lord Father, I feel a strong power within my body and have received an inheritance from within my bloodline. Gu Jingtian nodded. Very good. This Demon God King's bloodline is indeed strong enough. However, there is one more thing I would like to ask your opinion on. As soon as these words came out, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly responded with a respectful face. If you need anything, Father Sama, you can tell me. Gu Jingtian nodded. I heard your mother say that now that you've come into contact with the bloodline of the Heavenly Demon Clan, it's highly likely that the Heavenly Demon Clan will come down to the realm to look for you. It's better to be on guard than to be proactive. I'm going to take you on a trip outside the domain to settle this matter once and for all. As soon as these words came out, the duo in front of them were completely dumbfounded, looking at Gu Jingtian in front of them with disbelief. One must know that the Heavenly Demon Clan was the enemy of the entire Xiantian continent. Last time, if it wasn't for that peerless powerhouse's proximity to the mortal world, I'm afraid that the entire Xiantian continent would have long since ceased to exist. Now Gu Jingtian was actually going to travel alone. This couldn't help but make the duo in front of them worried. Long Zishang said in a hurry. Shocking heaven, this extraterrestrial land is very different from my Xiantian continent, and the power of the heavenly Tao can't even encompass it. Even if the existences there break through to the supreme realm, they will not be drawn by the power of the heavenly Tao and ascend to the upper realms. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. It's fine. It's not like I haven't been to this extraterrestrial land before. It's not as treacherous as you think. My mind is made up on this matter. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Hearing this, Long Zishang could only stop. Instead, the Dragon Emperor at this moment looked towards the golden bracelet in Gu Jingtian's hand. Lord Father, I got the mnemonic for manipulating this magic treasure from within my bloodline memories. I'm telling you now, you can try. Gu Jingtian nodded. He also wanted to see what wonderful use this golden bracelet had. And after hearing the catchphrase uttered by the Dragon Emperor, Gu Jingtian's eyes instantly widened. Holy, this is outrageous. Chapter 128 Absolute Powerful Magic Treasure. Against the heavens. Only a phrase Gu Jingtian could no longer be familiar with came out of the Dragon Emperor's mouth. Taishan Laojun. Urgent order. Hearing this voice, Gu Jingtian froze on the spot. A brainstorming session took place directly in his head. No way. Taishan Laojun. Hurry up. This Heavenly Demon Clan's royal family still looks like bull demons. Fabulous or such a gold bracelet. Where is this Tama the Bull Demon King? Isn't this the green bull under the seat of the pure Lord Lao? Then wouldn't this bracelet be the same bracelet that once sneaked up on Sun Desheng? Before Gu Shocker could react from his surprise, as the Dragon Emperor's voice rang out, the golden bracelet in Gu Jingtian's hand unexpectedly glowed with a faint golden light. But in the next second, the fluctuations on the Dragon Emperor's body instantly decayed at an extremely high speed. In just a moment's time, the Dragon Emperor had already turned pale, and his spiritual energy had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, the gold bracelet only lit up for a moment and then never reacted again. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. A 12-point elixir instantly appeared in its hand. Quick, eat it! Not bothering to be surprised, the Dragon Emperor hurriedly swallowed this elixir into his stomach, which restored some of his spiritual energy. Long Zishang, who was on the side, showed a puzzled expression. Puzzled, she looked at Gu Jingtian in front of her. Shocking, what in the world is this? It's actually so terrifying. Could this be the rumored magic treasure of that demon god king? At this moment, Gu Jingtian's heart had already set off shock waves. Holy, this stuff is real. It's not some side thing. Etienne's cultivation has already reached the supreme realm, and with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan and the Demon God King, his body's spiritual power is also an overwhelmingly strong existence among the supreme realm. But even so, with all the spiritual energy, it only makes this gold bracelet emit some light. It seems that the cultivation level of those who want to use this against the enemy is far beyond the supreme realm. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian said with an excited face. This is really a good treasure. In front of this treasure, the Dragon Clan's 9 dragon cauldron, that's all a piece of trash. It's just that the cultivation requirement to use this treasure is also simply too heaven-defying. It's far from being able to be used by the Supreme Realm. Hearing this, Long Zishang nodded with a grave expression. Indeed, I had also communicated with the Demon God King back then, and his cultivation had already reached the Immortal Monarch realm back then. In the middle of that battle 5,000 years ago, he also took out this golden bracelet at the very end. So it seems that even an Immortal Monarch realm cultivation doesn't support the prolonged use of this magic treasure. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, good stuff, good stuff. This thing can not only be used to smash people, it can also be used to collect weapons and magic treasures. It can be said that nothing can be collected. Even the genuine Lokpao copper can't compare to this. After all, this is something of Lojuan's. That is, Jinyuanzi sleeve Chenkuan in Maitreya Buddha's human seed pouch can only be compared to it. I didn't think I could actually come across such a good thing in the middle of the lower realms. Despite the surprise in his heart, Gu Jingtian took out this golden bracelet. After all, this thing belonged to the Dragon Emperor, and Gu Jingtian couldn't keep it for himself. Gu Jingtian said as he looked at the Dragon Emperor in front of him, you must keep this magic treasure. Don't let anyone snatch it. And at this moment, the Dragon Emperor shook his head. Lord Father, since you said that this thing is not something that the Supreme Realm can use, you give it to me now. And it is of no use. It's better to leave this here with Father Sama for now. Before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, Long Zishang, who was on the side, hurriedly agreed. Right. Since you've already decided to take Tianer to the extraterrestrial land, it's better to put this treasure in your hands first. After all, this is also a relic of the Demon God King, so perhaps it has other wonderful uses in the extraterrestrial lands as well. After a slight hesitation, Gu Jingtian still didn't continue to push back. After all, with the cultivation level of the Dragon Emperor, it was true that this treasure would not be of the slightest use in his hands. Gu Jingtian then nodded. There's one more thing that needs to be taken care of before I head to the extraterrestrial lands. Nowadays, the vast majority of the forces in the entire Middle Kingdom have been occupied by the Yuan-Yi sect. If I leave the Dragon Clan, I'm afraid that the Yuan-Yi Church will make a move against you. This cannot go undefended. I'm going to go and take care of this Yuan-Yi sect before I go to the extraterrestrial lands. When these words came out, Long Zishang, who was on the side, frowned. Amazing Sky. This matter should not be impulsive. We still need to think long and hard. You may not be aware of the pattern of this Geniki sect. In just over 2,000 years, this Yuan-Yi sect's branches have already opened up throughout half of the Middle Kingdom. And this Yuan-Yi church will help those poor mortals. And if there are people among these poor mortals who are able to cultivate, the Yuan-Yi church will also bring them into the path of cultivation for free. Even if one is only at the cultivation level of the spiritualist realm, one can still receive a certain amount of gold and silver to ensure the survival of the family. So, in just 2,000 years, there are an unknown number of believers in the Yuan-Yi sect, and their followers are extremely fanatical. If you strike out rashly, I'm afraid you'll cause the wrath of the entire Middle-earth continent. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian's mouth suddenly twitched. Why does this pattern sound so familiar? Isn't this the pattern of the martial spirit hall? It's hard to believe that this Yuan-Yi sect is also following this pattern. Then one has to think about it. After all, one is not alone now, and even all of Middle-earth may not be able to do anything to oneself. But if one wipes out the Yuan-Yi sect, those fanatical followers will most likely attack those around him indiscriminately, and one can't wipe out the entire Middle-earth. After all, one is also not a compassionate person. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian then nodded. Okay then. Then this matter will be handled as such for the time being. In the next second, only Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. A set of formations instantly appeared in Gu Jingtian's hands. This formation is called the Small Five Elements Innate Formation. As long as the arrangement is successful, with 5 Supreme Realm powerhouses at the controls, even an Immortal Monarch Realm powerhouse won't be able to break it in a short period of time. I'll leave a wisp of distraction among the dragons to sense the situation here in time. That makes it foolproof. Hearing this, Long Zishang directly took the array disc in Gu Jingtian's hand. After all, there was no need for politeness between the two. You can go without worry. The Yuan-Yi sect is also quite renowned throughout the Middle Kingdom, and even when they strike, they are all masters of their craft. I will naturally take careful precautions. It's just that this extraterrestrial land is extremely dangerous. You and Tianer too must ensure your own safety. Chapter 129, Destruction of the World. Descent of the Heavenly Devil. Listening to Long Zishang's words, Gu Jingtian then nodded. He then looked at the Dragon Emperor on the side. This extraterrestrial land is erratic, but I have my own way to be able to find it. Go! I'll take you to see what the real heavenly demon clan is like. As soon as the words fell, the figures of Gu Jingtian and the two of them transformed into two streams of light and shot toward the high sky. And at this moment, hundreds of thousands of meters above the sky, this place was pitch black, and everywhere you looked there were cracks in space that had shattered open. Countless spatial turbulence was operating under some kind of rules, forming a hurricane that raged in this high altitude. Even a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm might not be able to return safely when encountering the hurricane formed by this spatial turbulence. And right in the middle of this dark night, a slender silhouette suddenly appeared at this place. It was none other than Gu Lishang, only to see that at this moment, Gu Lishang's complexion was ice cold, and a pair of beautiful eyes flickered with contempt for everything. A pretty face, devoid of sadness and joy, was simply very different from the way it looked in front of Gu Zian. Looking at the chaotic void in front of her, Gu Lishang gently waved her arms. A sword chi that spanned the sky instantly chopped out. A turbulent hurricane that covered the sky in front of him went up in smoke under this sword chi. In the next second, Gu Lishang's clear and cold voice rang out in the middle of space. I didn't expect the new demon god king to pull such a boring trick. As the hurricane dissipated, a low, hoarse voice suddenly resounded in the void. This is a hard-won opportunity. Otherwise how would this king have the chance to spar with a strong person of the immortal monarch realm? As the voice rang out, only a tall figure slowly emerged from the dark void. The dark battle armor emanated a gust of demonic aura. The surrounding spatial turbulence unexpectedly retreated when they felt this demonic aura. A pair of dark purple eyes filled with tyranny and destruction. The same twin horns as the dragon emperor's grew on top of his head. Gu Lishang looked as normal, the scorn in her eyes as usual. My father is in no mood to waste time with you. The time has come. I believe you have also sensed the presence of another demon god king's bloodline. Now it's time for action. Hearing this, the corner of the mouth of the demon god king in front of him grinned upwards, revealing those sharp fangs. The king doesn't understand what it is you want. However, as long as I can take the entire Xiantian continent, this king doesn't really care. As you wish. This king will soon lead the heavenly demon army. You'd better follow your promise, or else this king won't mind making you the first immortal monarch to die under me. In the face of the demon god king's undisguised threat, Gu Lishang's face remained unperturbed. You'd better not be gullible. A suspected immortal monarch realm powerhouse has appeared amongst the Xiantian continent. I'm not sure about the rest, but if you take a shot at that demon god king bloodline, he definitely won't stand idly by. The demon god king was slightly stunned and let out a wild laugh. Ha ha ha. Very well. This king would like him to be a strong immortal monarch realm. After all, this king hasn't tasted the immortal monarch divine soul yet? As he spoke, the demon god king's lavender eyes looked up and down at Gu Lishang in front of him. But in the next second, Gu Lishang's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only a clear and cold voice resounded throughout the space. Do what you have to do. With Gu Lishang's departure, the demon god king in the void let out a cold laugh and once again hid into the pitch black space. In the blink of an eye, only the demon god king's figure appeared in a space filled with boundless demonic aura. A blood moon hung high above the ground. An eerie blood-red moonlight spilled over the broken land. The green-colored ground was strewn with gullies, and a purplish-black aura filled the air from the gullies. The demon god king's figure slowly descended, and in the blink of an eye, he came towards the top of a mountain peak. The height of this mountain peak was simply unmeasurable, and at a glance, the endless earth was unobstructed. It was just that in the distant sky, there was clearly another mountain peak that stuck straight up into the sky. In the next second, the demon god king's voice resounded. Sky Demon Clan, assemble! In an instant, the demon god king's voice stirred in all directions. Everywhere they went, densely packed, sky-covering figures scurried out of the cracks in the ground. The figure was extremely illusory, looking as if it was a humanoid condensed by smoke. Only in that head, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. As he raised his eyes, tens of thousands of miles of ground was drilled with endless figures that could number in the tens of billions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of extraterrestrial heavenly demons with solidified bodies appeared in front of the demon god king. The might emanating from each heavenly demon was comparable to a powerhouse of the supreme realm. Greetings, your majesty the demon god king. The flush of voices rang out at once. The devil god king's eyes narrowed slightly, and a tyrannical cold aura flashed in his eyes. In the meantime, the headquarters of the Yuan Yi sect, that high up in the immortal palace, Gu Lishang's figure appeared in this place. Seeing Gu Lishang appear, the anxious Gu Zian hurriedly walked over. How's it going, sister? Didn't you say that someone would take Gu Jingtian's life? Where is that person? Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with favor as she looked at Gu Zian in front of her. Sister, don't worry. This time, not only Gu Jingtian, but also the entire dragon clan, and even the entire living beings on the Xiantian continent will quell your anger at the cost of death. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan froze on the spot. With a puzzled face, she looked at Gu Lishang in front of her. What are you babbling about, sister? Gu Lishang gently held Gu Ziyan's jade hand. Sister, I'm not bull ting. I'll soon open the passage between the Xian Heaven continent and the Heavenly Demon realm. At that time, tens of billions of heavenly demon armies will descend on the entire Xian Tian continent. From now on, the Xian Tian continent will completely fall into the paradise of the Heavenly Devil clan. And whether it's Gu Jing Tian, or any other living being, there will only be death. When these words came out, Gu Ziyan froze in place. Extraterrestrial heavenly demons? If they appear, what should you and I do? Gu Ziyan doesn't care about the deaths and lives of other people on the Xian Tian continent. And now that she has gone crazy in her heart, she only cares about the lives of her two sisters. Gu Lishang gently looked at Gu Ziyan. Sister, after the heavenly demon clan descends, I'll take you with me to ascend to the upper realms, to a world where there's no more Gu Jing Tian, no more Gu family. Hearing this, Gu Ziyan was ecstatic in her heart. Sister, do you have a way to take me to the upper realms? Gu Lishang nodded. That's for sure. When have I ever lied to you, sister? Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Gu Ziyan's demeanor was frantic as she grabbed Gu Lishang's jade hand. That's good, but I must see Gu Jingtian go up in smoke with my own eyes, and the entire dragon clan disappear completely. Chapter 130, Shocking Conspiracy. Extinction. At this moment, Gu Ziyan was completely insane. As for why Gu Lishang was able to contact the Demon God King, and why she was able to open the passage between the Heavenly Demon Realm and the Xian Tian continent, this was completely out of her consideration. Gu Lishang nodded gently. Sister, just wait here in peace. No matter what, I will kill Gu Jingtian for you. As soon as the words fell, Gu Lishang slowly turned around, her eyes once again filled with that icy coldness that scorned everything. In the next second, Gu Lishang's lips slightly opened. An obscure incantation came out of Gu Lishang's mouth and traveled towards the entire Yuan-Yi sect. In an instant, the entire immortal palace that the Yuan-Yi sect was floating in violently emitted a demonic purple light. The 999 immortal palaces unexpectedly rotated in a mysterious trajectory. As the immortal palace rotated, the immortal palace at the very bottom violently emitted a purple beam of light that shot towards the immortal palace above. In the blink of an eye, these 999 immortal palaces were actually connected together. From a distance, it looks like a purple pyramid. In the meantime, those high-level powerhouses of the Yuan-Yi sect suddenly stopped their hands. A demonic blood-red color flashed violently within the black and white pupils. In an instant, a wave of demonic aura filled out from above the bodies of these Yuan-Yi sect executives. Creepy hissing sounds resounded throughout the Yuan-Yi sect. At the same time, above the entire Xian Tian continent, there were tens of thousands of Yuan-Yi sect branches. Those powerful people who had stepped onto the cultivation path with the resources of the Yuan-Yi sect over the past 2,000 years were all frozen in place. A pair of eyes glinted with a chilling blood-colored light. Almost at the same time, these Yuan-Yi cultists with bloodshot eyes launched an indiscriminate attack towards the people beside them. The weird thing is that these demonized religious people only people to look down. The eyes of the person in front of him were instantly lifeless, and the power of his divine soul was instantly extracted and drilled into the eyes of this already demonized congregation. The body that had lost its divine soul fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, the entire Xian Tian continent and countless Yuan-Yi sect branches were staging scenes that looked like doomsday. Over the past 2,000 years, there were more than hundreds of millions of people who had worshipped the Yuan-Yi sect and thus embarked on the path of cultivation. Some powerful existences even flashed their gazes, and the mortals in a city instantly collapsed to the ground. Countless weak divine souls were instantly absorbed. In the meantime, meta-monotheism. Gu Lishang's complexion was icy cold, and she waved her large hand. Cross-border grand formation. Open. As Gu Lishang's voice rang out, the supreme immortal palace she was in violently emitted a pillar of purple light hundreds of meters thick that shot up into the sky. In the next second, a tens of thousands of miles of spatial rift violently cracked open in the high sky. Endless demonic chi surged out from within the spatial cracks. A hissing sound that resounded through the heavens and earth came from within the spatial rift. In the next second, densely packed, sky-covering heavenly demon clans poured out from within the spatial cracks. The teeth and claws raged in all directions. Looking at the Yuan-Yi sect, which had been completely taken over by the demonic aura, Gu Lishang did not have a single fluctuation in her eyes. While at this moment, Gu Ziyan was looking at these heavenly demons that descended from the sky with a face of fear. Seeing that these heavenly demons did not launch an attack towards her, Gu Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. A pretty face, however, became hideous and horrible, screaming hysterically, "Go on, kill them all! This dirty world! Why can't I be with Gu Jingtian? Why? Bull ******* benevolence, righteousness, morality and ethics. All give me destruction. Destroy. In the meantime, in the middle of the heavenly demon realm, right underneath that blood moon, there was a spatial crack of tens of thousands of miles. On the ground, countless numbers of heavenly demons madly surged towards the middle of the spatial rift. At this moment, however, the demon god king standing on top of that mountain peak had his mouth lightly raised. Humph, immortal monarch Yuan-E, you really wouldn't think that this king would still trust your group of high and mighty immortals? The king just wants to see what you're all about now. But at that moment, he only saw the space beside the demon god king violently tear apart. Two figures drilled out from within the spatial crack. The sudden scene instantly caused the demon god king to look surprised. Mauve eyes looked toward the duo, and at the sight of that same silhouette with two horns on its head, the demon god king's pupils shrank. It's him! It's actually him! How did he get here? This duo that suddenly appeared in front of the demon god king was none other than Gu Jingtian, the dragon emperor, who had come across the border. As soon as he arrived at this place, Gu Jingtian discovered the spatial rift that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, instantly noticing that the other side of this passageway was the Xian-Tian continent that he had just left. Realizing this, Gu Jingtian's pupils instantly shrank. What's going on here? There is an extremely strong barrier between the heavenly demon realm and the Xian heavenly continent. It was only after he himself was strong enough that he broke through this barrier. What exactly is this spatial rift? Even with one's current strength, one would not be able to open such a large spatial rift. However, in the next second, Gu Jingtian then discovered the end of the spatial rift. Nope, this isn't a spatial rift. This is a spatial teleportation array. A spatial teleportation array that spans the two realms. How many resources does this require? And how many years of preparation? At the same time, Gu Jingtian's wisp of distraction in the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace snapped his eyes open. Bears of rage burned in Gu Jingtian's eyes. Damn it! It's actually the Yuan-E sect. What are they trying to do here? Destroy the entire Xian-Tian continent? Everything the distraction felt was instantly synchronized in Gu Jingtian's mind. Yuan-E sect. Surprisingly, it's the Yuan-E sect. Damnable. No wonder the Yuan-E sect helped those people embark on the path of cultivation. It turns out that these people are all furnaces prepared for the heavenly demons, just waiting for today to awaken these hidden heavenly demons. A whole 2,000 years to prepare for this one thing, destroying the entire Xian-Tian continent. This kind of heaven-defying stroke. What kind of person is behind it? Gu Lishong? Who the hell is she? And just as Gu was surprised, the demon god king on the side snorted coldly. Humph, that immortal monarch Yuan-E was right. You have indeed reached the immortal monarch realm. I didn't expect that a powerful person of the immortal monarch realm could actually be born in the middle of this Xian-Tian continent. But you are too arrogant. How dare you break into the heavenly demon realm? Gu Jingtian's brows furrowed as he looked toward the demon god king in the distance. Humph, I don't know what you're up to, but you must die today. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian looked at the dragon emperor to the side. Tian-er, you are of the demon god king bloodline. Find a way to control these heavenly demons. Don't let them enter the Xian heaven continent. As for this scum, I'll take care of him. Chapter 131, There's no need to be so strong. Against the sky. And at this moment, the dragon emperor had obviously realized the urgency of the matter. Full of worry, he looked at Gu Jingtian. Lord Father, the heavenly demon clan's talent in the divine soul Dao is extremely terrifying. Be sure to watch out for his divine soul attack. As soon as the words fell, the dragon emperor's figure shot toward the high sky. As soon as these words came out, the demon god king in the distance looked at the dragon emperor in death, anger blazing in his eyes. As a great lineage of the heavenly demon god king, you even address a humble human as your father. You've disgraced the demon god king's lineage. This kind of humble human race only deserves to be the blood food of our heavenly demon clan. Speaking here, the demon god king's lavender demonic pupils were filled with disdain as he looked toward Gu Jingtian. Human, even if you already know this now, but from the moment you stepped into the heavenly demon realm, your end was already predetermined. But this king won't kill you. This king will erase your divine soul and make you his slave. As soon as the words fell, the demon god king's lavender eyes violently radiated an evil light. The power of the divine soul instantly shot toward Gu Jingtian. The distant dragon emperor roared, Father Sama, look out! But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian's pair of pupils violently radiated a purple-black light. A monstrous demonic aura instantly shot straight up into the clouds. Boom! The chaotic demon god's aura filled the air, and the heavenly demons in the entire heavenly demon realm immediately showed a look of horror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Demon god's pupil, open! Before the words fell, two purple gold rays of light shot straight out from Gu Jingtian's eyes. It collided with the purple light emitted by the demon god king. The moment the two came into contact, that purple light instantly dissipated. In a flash of lightning, that purple golden light had already scurried into the sea of consciousness of the demon god king. The dragon emperor high in the sky looked down with an anxious expression. Even though the exchange between the two wasn't too shocking in terms of movement, the dragon emperor understood. Compared to the competition of spiritual power, the battle between divine souls was even more treacherous. One slip up and it's the end of the gods and souls. But at that moment, the demon god king suddenly moved. The tall figure slowly walked towards Gu Jingtian, while Gu Jingtian's figure was motionless in place. Seeing this scene, the dragon emperor's eyes cracked. Not caring about anything else, he frantically shot towards the direction where Gu Jingtian was. Don't touch my father. However, the demon god king at this moment had already arrived in front of Gu Jingtian. The anxious dragon emperor's eyes were round, purple light flickering in those dragon eyes. But at that moment, a scene that left the dragon emperor dumbfounded occurred. The demon god king walked up to Gu Jingtian and violently fell to the ground as his knees went weak. A respectful voice rang out from the demon god king's mouth. Master! When these words came out, the dragon emperor who shot up froze in his expression. Unbelievably, he looked at the scene below. What's going on here? And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice filled with disdain rang out. For those who dare to take over the chaos demon god Pangu, you are presumably the first in all of history. Cultivation is okay, barely qualified to be a dog. When these words came out, the dragon emperor froze in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. What? This new demon god king has actually become father's slave? The divine souls of the heavenly demon clan are extremely terrifying, far surpassing those of the human clan in the same realm. How could father's divine soul power be so terrifying? And at this moment, Gu Jingtian's voice sounded once again. Tian, what are you waiting for? Find a way to stop these heavenly demons. And you, don't just stand here either. Go! With Gu Jingtian's command, the two of them, the dragon emperor and the demon god king, instantly lit up with purple demonic light in their eyes. In an instant, the densely packed heavenly demons in the sky showed a puzzled expression. But facing the passage to the Xian-Tian continent, feeling the attraction of those human souls, these heavenly demons had actually broken free of the demon god king's bloodline suppression, madly shooting toward the middle of the spatial channel. Seeing this scene, the dragon emperor was anxious in his heart. So many heavenly demons. If we let them all run into the middle of the Xian heavenly continent, I'm afraid that the entire Xian heavenly continent will turn into a hell on earth. But at that moment, only a figure violently appeared in front of the spatial passage. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. Looking at those heavenly demons that were still charging towards this place, Gu Jingtian's pair of demon god's pupils suddenly glowed with a purple golden demonic light. Demon god's pupil. Collect! As soon as the words fell, an unimaginable suction force burst out. At this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes seemed like a bottomless abyss. In an instant, these densely packed, tens of billions of heavenly demons were pulled by this terrifying suction force, coalescing towards Gu Jingtian's eyes. The violent suction force directly caused the bodies of these heavenly demons to explode and turn into pure demonic chi. With the crazy influx of demonic chi, the demonic chi on Gu Jingtian's body was also rising by a thread. The shackles of the realm loosened once more. Gu Jingtian was delighted in his heart. I didn't expect that this heavenly demon body would contain extremely refined divine soul power. If one is able to absorb so many heavenly demons, perhaps one's realm will be able to make another breakthrough. And looking at Gu Jingtian, who kept devouring the heavenly demons high in the sky, the dragon emperor froze in place with a dumbfounded look on his face. Is this father's strength? It's terrifying. Time passed by minute, and in front of that terrifying suction force, those tens of billions of heavenly demons were unexpectedly absorbed. At this moment, Gu Jingtian was emanating a strong devil god aura. The bottom of his eyes were full of dark joy. Such a massive amount of divine soul power, although one is able to absorb it, it will take some time to refine it. When the day comes when it is completely refined, it might really be able to raise the realm. However, the immediate future was not the time to consider such things, as Gu Jingtian coldly looked at the spatial rift in front of him. Not good. This formation opens one way. The only way to close it is from the other side. Yuan Yi sect. Gu Li Shang. Gu Zian. New grudge. Old grudge. Let's end it together this time. In the next second, Gu Jingtian didn't have a single moment of hesitation and directly scurried into it. And seeing this scene, the distant dragon emperor and demon god king hurriedly followed suit, drilling into this spatial passage. And at this moment, the Xian-Tian continent, the place where the Geniki religion is located. Looking at the steady stream of heavenly demons descending from the spatial channel, Gu Zian was hysterical and roared with her hands. Destroy! Destroy! All deserve to die. You all deserve to die. But at that moment, the heavenly demons that emerged from within the spatial passageway were unexpectedly decreasing drastically. Seeing this scene, Gu Lishang's face revealed a puzzled expression. What's going on here? In the face of the temptation of the human soul, even that little cutie from the demon god king wouldn't be able to stop the descent of the heavenly devil. But right at this moment, a figure shot out from within this spatial passage. Chapter 132, Gu Ziyan's Despair. And as this figure appeared here, the pupils of Gu Lishang and Gu Ziyan below immediately shrank. A complex look filled his eyes. And this silhouette that appeared from the middle of the spatial passage was none other than Gu Jingtian, who wore a black and gold robe. But in the next second, two figures suddenly flew out from within the spatial passage. It was none other than the Dragon Emperor and the Demon God King duo. The moment she saw the Demon God King, a hint of surprise flashed through Gu Lishang's eyes. Gu Ziyan's gaze, however, was always dead on Gu Jingtian. Less than a year had passed since Gu Jingtian had been expelled from the Gu family. Though, the two met again. But it was a sea of change. Gu Jingtian was no longer the waste in the family's eyes back then. And she, Gu Lishang, had also become the noble Xian daughter of the Yuan sect. Only Gu Ziyan had nothing but the name of a spirit emperor realm powerhouse. The moment Gu Jingtian appeared, Gu Ziyan's pair of eyes instantly turned crimson. The madness inside made her body tremble slightly. One face also became hysterical and hideous. Gu Jingtian, you actually dare to send me to the door. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. If it weren't for you, I'd still be the high and mighty sane emperor of the Gu family. I should have just killed you in the first place. Looking down at the hysterical Gu Ziyan below, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he sighed lightly. A scene surfaced in Gu Jingtian's mind. The little girl with the pilgrim braid was held high above his head. Ancestor, do it again. Time flew by, and the young girl had already grown up, but she still continued to visit her own old ancestor as she did at the beginning. Ziyan has grown so big. In the future you must marry a supreme heavenly pride. The young girl pouted and shook her head quickly. No, I don't want to marry anyone, unless that person is like old Joe. Looking at the young girl's colorful, longing-filled eyes, Gu Jingtian realized that things had turned sour, drove the maiden away and did not see her for 20 whole years. The two of them met again, and the young girl had already become a dimpled, sexy and provocative beauty. Old ancestor, I am now at the spirit ancestor realm. When I certify as a spirit emperor, no one in this world will dare to gossip about me. Gu Jingtian's expression was cold. You go away. Never come to see me again. Say that kind of thing one more time and I'll expel you from the clan. Gu Jingtian's determined back left, leaving only the woman with tears streaming down her face and her fists clenched. Thinking of a scene from the past, Gu Jingtian let out a long sigh. Has this day finally come? The once innocent and cute little girl has turned into this. I didn't think she'd go down this path. Is there really no other way? Even Gu Jingtian wouldn't have thought that a young girl's ignorant love would last for so many years. Gu Jingtian slowly spoke. Put it down. Ziyan. This is impossible. Drop everything. I can stop killing you. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, Gu Ziyan, however, froze in place. Ziyan was a term of endearment that she hadn't heard in over 100 years. But the next second, Gu Ziyan let out a loud laugh, while hot tears flowed freely from the corners of her eyes. Put it down? Put it down? You're making me put it down now. If I had been able to let go, where would I be today? Love rises with the wind. Shall it fall with the wind? Stop it. Everything is my Gu Ziyan's fault. It's all my Gu Ziyan's paranoia. Whether the world says that I, Gu Ziyan, am crazy, or not, I've taken it all. But today, you must die. What I can't get, no one can. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gu Ziyan tightly grasped Gu Lishang on the side. Sister, help me kill him. Sister, I know, you're the best for me. You'll help me kill her, won't you? Gu Lishang nodded with a tender face. Don't worry, sister, this Gu Jingtian will die today. In the next second, Gu Lishang's figure soared into the sky, looking at Gu Jingtian in the distance with a cold expression. Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. You really have a lot of guts, actually daring to take over someone from my Gu family. Gu Lishang let out a light laugh. Old ancestor is wrong. I am not taking over my body. It's just that I happen to be reborn in the Gu family. Technically, I'm a member of the Gu family in this life. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian didn't have a trace of surprise. After all, the possibility had occurred to him. After all, he had heard about the reincarnation of the strongest person in the upper realm. While at this moment, Gu Lishang surveyed Gu Jingtian in the distance. It's just that I didn't expect that you, old ancestor, had been hiding your cultivation. To be able to cultivate into a powerful immortal monarch realm in the lower realm. It seems that the old ancestor is not from this realm either. It's not easy for you, old ancestor, to cultivate to the immortal monarch realm, but it's a pity that you're going to die today. I only blame you for breaking my sister's heart. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian and the Dragon Emperor couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt in their hearts. Since this Gu Lishang is the reincarnation of an upper realm powerhouse, why would she care so much about this Gu Zian? Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. It's useless to say more. Whether you're a member of the Gu family or not, committing such a heinous crime can only be described as self-destruction. In an instant, monstrous might spread out from above Gu Jingtian's body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 10,000 miles was fragmented. The 98 immortal palaces in the air were reduced to pieces in an instant. Only Gu Lishang, the immortal palace where Gu Zian was located, remained. As the eye of the formation was destroyed, the spatial channel in the high sky suddenly disappeared. But Gu Lishang's face remained ancient. Old ancestor is a good tactic, but it's still unavoidable to end up dead. As soon as the words fell, Gu Lishang's sleeves swung, and her cultivation at the peak of the immortal monarch realm surged out. The might emanating from above his body was surprisingly comparable to Gu Jingtian. Two terrifying auras collided in the high sky. The entire Xiantian continent felt this heaven-destroying aura. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes filled with disdain. Grilla is just an ant. How can they know the fate of heaven? Open heaven. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, a boundless greatness that shook the void erupted from within Gu Jingtian's body. The great Tao rule of force manifested in the void and coalesced towards Gu Jingtian's head. With the emergence of the great Tao law of force, the might emanated by Gu Lishang was instantly crushed. Seeing this scene, Gu Lishang's pupils instantly shrunk. There was a look of shock in his eyes. Complete power of laws. How is it possible? How are you able to use complete law power in the lower realms? Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with sarcasm, but he didn't say a word. Endless laws of force slowly condensed, and a giant axe emitting a golden glow appeared above Gu Jingtian. Feeling that heaven-destroying aura, Gu Lishang roared, "You made me do this, desperate demon god Tao, open!" As Gu Lishang's voice rang out, something that made Gu Jingtian startled happened. Chapter 133, Gu Zian who regretted it. As Gu Lishang's voice rang out, a force of law instantly spread out from Gu Lishang's body. In just an instant, it spread throughout the entire Xiantian continent. All over the Xian heavenly continent, those heavenly demons who were frantically killing and absorbing souls were slightly stunned, as if they had been summoned by something. It then shot in the same direction with unfathomable speed. At the same time, endless demonic chi emerged from Gu Lishang's delicate body, coalescing frantically towards the back. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000 feet tall demon god silhouette stood between heaven and earth. Observing his appearance was identical to Gu Lishang, only but with 8 arms. In the next second, only a ripple could be seen in those 8 sky-covering palms. A teleportation channel appeared in the void. As the channel appeared, countless heavenly demons emerged from the channel and merged towards the demon god's shadow behind Gu Lishang. Seeing this scene, a terrifying thought flashed through Gu Jingtian's mind. Even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Holy, so that's it. This guy founded the Yuan Yi sect for the purpose of absorbing the divine souls of everyone in the middle of the entire Xiantian continent, and the divine souls of hundreds of millions of living beings in the entire Xiantian continent, only for the sake of this man's cultivation. Is this the strongest among the upper realms? For the sake of their own cultivation, they can let billions of living beings in the entire lower realm be buried with them. However, after the shock, Gu Jingtian's eyes flashed with anticipation. Is this the upper realm? There are many strong people. I've been invincible for too long. Can't wait for an evenly matched battle. Today, let me see just what kind of elegance this upper realm powerhouse has. With this thought, the law of force within Gu Jingtian's body was catalyzed to the extreme. The giant heaven-opening axe above his head expanded crazily. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette of this heaven-opening god axe became 10,000 feet tall, resembling a mountain of ancient gods. 2 heaven-destroying might stirred throughout the entire Middle Kingdom. For a moment, the gazes of everyone in the entire Middle Kingdom looked in the same direction, and at this moment, Gu Lishang's eyes were filled with ice. I really didn't expect that you would actually be able to comprehend the complete power of the laws. This immortal sovereign had planned to absorb the divine souls of the entire Xian heavenly continent, but now it seems it can't wait. However, your divine soul alone is enough for this immortal sovereign to ascend to the immortal king realm. Ruthless heavenly demon Tao, heavenly demon destruction. A roar that resounded through the sky boomed out. The demon god silhouette behind Gu Lishang's back snapped its eyes open. Monstrous demonic chi was frantically condensing within those 8 arms. A huge ball of light containing endless destructive power gradually took shape. Battle intent filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. A thunderous roar resounded. Pangu Avatar, open up the heavens and open up the earth. Boom! With a loud bang, the 10,000 feet tall heaven-opening god axe swung down at once, blasting towards the shadow behind Gu Lishang. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles instantly shattered. A purple light flashed in Gu Lishang's eyes. The round of purple light orbs also emitted endless destructive power to meet the attack. Boom! Two very different forces collided in the air. But the moment that golden giant axe came into contact with the purple ball of light, that purple ball of light, however, shattered like glass. Surprisingly, there was no resistance to the golden divine axe. Seeing this scene, Gu Lishang's eyes immediately widened in disbelief. It can't be. It can't be. You're also at the immortal monarch realm's cultivation level. So why is the power of my heavenly demon laws so unbearable? What kind of law is this of yours? It's hard to believe that it's the power of the higher laws. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian also had a dumbfounded look on his face. No way. What the hell? How's that for a silvery pewter head? Hit or miss? Laws? Laws of the great Tao of force? This isn't a law. This is the power of the great Tao of origin. Could it be that there is still a high and low division of laws in this upper realm? Before Gu Jingtian could figure out what was going on, the golden heaven opening god axe had already contained endless power of the great Tao crushing down. Boom! In an instant, the giant axe fell. The 10,000-foot-tall demon god silhouette immediately flew away in ashes. Gu Lishang in the air even gushed out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with broken strings, he flew out backwards. The aura above his body frantically weakened. But at that moment, a figure rushed out violently. Catch Gu Lishang steadily. It was Gu Ziyan. Looking at Gu Lishang, who had fainted in her arms and was as breathless as a swimmer, Gu Ziyan's eyes cracked. A pair of eyes glazed over. Growing his mouth, he made no sound. Crystalline teardrops dripped from those crimson eyes. A trembling hand caressed Gu Lishang's pretty face. Seeing this, Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. Sins. With Gu Jingtian's eyesight, he naturally could already tell that Gu Ziyan had lost her voice under the extreme grief. Gu Jingtian moved his finger. A spiritual force instantly struck Gu Ziyan's body. Sister! In an instant, Gu Ziyan's heartbreaking cries resounded. Sister! Sister! Don't leave me! Sister is wrong. It's all sister's fault. Don't you die. Didn't you say that you would ascend to the upper world with your sister and live a long life? Sister doesn't want anything now. As long as you live. Even if you don't ascend to the upper realms and become immortal. As long as you are by my side. Sister is sorry that she ever wanted to give up on you. It's all my sister's fault. You wake up. You hit me. Until this moment, the secret hidden in Gu Ziyan's heart finally could no longer be concealed. But no matter how Gu Ziyan cried out, the Gu Lishang in her arms could no longer hear. The moment she saw Gu Lishang fall, Gu Ziyan's heart demon finally broke. Over the past 100 years, a scene in which the two sisters had spent time together surfaced in Gu Ziyan's mind. No matter what she did, her sister would always stand resolutely behind her. Only at this moment did Gu Ziyan completely understand how precious this sincere affection was. Looking at the duo in the distance, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with a tangle of colors. Feeling that Gu Lishang's body no longer had any breath of life in it, Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. With that, he came in front of Gu Ziyan. Seeing Gu Jingtian arrive, Gu Ziyan's eyes were crimson and she looked at Gu Jingtian as if she was insane. Old ancestor. I was wrong. Ziyan knows she's wrong. Old ancestor. You must have a way to save your sister. As long as you make a move. Old ancestor. Even if you let me die without a burial place. I'm willing. Gu Ziyan frantically grabbed the ground with her head. Gu Jingtian sighed softly. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? Resurrect her? I can't do it. Though her identity was false, her love for you was real. Bury her well. As for you, recall the family ancestral shrine and never show up again. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian turned around and left. Only Gu Ziyan, who was frozen in place, was left behind. But just then, something strange happened. A familiar wave came from behind. Gu Jingtian frowned. No good? This is Tai Shang Oblivion. Gu Jingtian turned around in a hurry, and an unbelievable scene instantly appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. Chapter 134, Gu Ziyan's death. Upper realm. Gu Jingtian turned to look. At this moment, Gu Ziyan's eyes were wide open. Her eyes filled with disbelief. And in Gu Ziyan's chest, an arm was clearly sticking out. The top of his delicate jade hand was filled with hot blood. And within that jade hand, there was a steaming heart, right behind Gu Ziyan. The already dead Gu Lishang had however stood up. Only a fuchsia glow was in those eyes. With a mocking face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. Gu Jingtian's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Who are you? Gu Lishang's arm jerked out, and a sinister destructive force instantly surged towards Gu Ziyan's body. Gu Ziyan's delicate body lay heavily on the ground, a pair of tearful eyes staring deathly at Gu Lishang in front of her. Vitality was fading extremely fast, but she could no longer make any sound. And at this moment, Gu Lishang was making a very different sound from earlier. Who am I? I am me. As soon as the words fell, the fuchsia glow in Gu Lishang's eyes instantly disappeared. Once again, the previous coldness returned, but seeing Gu Ziyan, whose life was already in danger below, and the heart in her hand, Gu Lishang immediately froze in place, her eyes cracking, while at this moment, Gu Ziyan's mouth was lightly raised, doing her best to show a smile. Sister, I don't blame you, I owe you this. As Gu Ziyan uttered these words with her last strength, the bizarre destructive force completely annihilated the last bit of her divine soul. Gu Ziyan smiled at the corner of her mouth and closed her eyes. Ah! Sister! Sister! Gu Lishang's hysterical shouts went straight to the sky. At the same time, an overwhelmingly powerful intent that caused the entire Xiantian continent to tremble erupted from Gu Lishang's delicate body. In the blink of an eye, the cultivation fluctuations on Gu Lishang's body returned to the level of the immortal monarch realm. Sister! Why? What's going on here? Why? Who am I? Who the hell am I? Someone tell me why. Gu Lishang was in a state of madness, and her entire body was extremely confused. The breath on his body was climbing. Looking at the scene before him, Gu Jingtian frowned. Tai Shang forgetting emotion. The Tao of sentiment to the Tao of emotionlessness. Wielding a sword to break love. This is the person who cultivates the Tai Shang forgetfulness sword technique. There's actually someone in the upper realm who cultivates the complete Tai Shang forgetfulness sword skill. And just as Gu Jingtian froze, a monstrous aura came violently from high in the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a crack violently appeared in the high sky. A pillar of purplish-red light instantly descended from the sky, enveloping Gu Lishang's figure. Gu Lishang's figure instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot toward the high sky. Gu Jingtian's eyes cracked. Whoever you are, die. 8-9 Xian Gong. Dharma heaven and earth. Panga Dharma body. Gu Jingtian's roar of fury was only seen as Gu Jingtian's body surged. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian, who was 10,000 feet tall, appeared in the void. With a wave of his large hand, only a golden bracelet appeared in Gu Jingtian's hand. Taishan Lao Jun. Urgent order. Edict. With the sound of the mantra, an endless golden light instantly flooded above that golden bracelet, and the aura on Gu Jingtian's body was also weakening at an extremely fast rate. Gu Jingtian roared, his body filled with blood aura. Open heaven! The golden bracelet in his hand swung violently. A golden divine light shot out at once, towards the crack in the high sky. He impacted. Boom! The moment Gu Lishang entered the spatial rift, the golden divine light pierced through the light pillar and did not enter the spatial rift. In an instant, endless golden blood dripped down from the high sky. A voice snapped. This thing is really in your hands. One day, I will find you. The voice was exactly the same as the one Gu Lishang had made just now. In the next second, the spatial crack in the air suddenly closed. The 10,000-foot tall Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent, and his entire face was terribly gloomy. Upper world, I will definitely go to the upper realm myself. Take your dog's life. And just then, space rippled. A figure appeared in front of Gu Jingtian, and it was none other than Long Zishang and a bunch of other dragon race powerhouses. Looking at Gu Jingtian, who loomed like a mountain of ancient gods before them, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gu Jingtian's body gradually returned to its original size, gloom and doom in his eyes. At the moment he was extremely torn. What happened today was clearly beyond his expectations. Noticing Gu Jingtian's strange behavior, Long Zishang came to Gu Jingtian's side with a tender face. Gentle words rang out at once. Amazing. Whatever you want to do, I'll be by your side, helping you. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a long breath. I'm going to the upper world. I want to ascend. The time blinked into the next day. Even though the Yuan Yi sect's followers had launched an attack on the entire Xiantian continent, it was interrupted by Gu Jingtian's intervention. The casualties caused by the Yuan Yi sect were not too heavy, and at the moment, among the dragons, within the quiet little courtyard, Gu Jingtian looked at the demon god king in front of him. You're telling me that those sky demon people didn't exist at first? The demon god king clan isn't a heavenly demon either, but was birthed in the heavenly demon realm. Listening to Gu Jingtian's words, the demon god king nodded. Back to the master. Yes, according to the records in the inherited memories, these heavenly demons appeared out of thin air, but it's been hundreds of thousands of years so far. Over the years, every once in a while the heavenly demon clan has gone to invade the Xiantian continent. Every time, the human race on the Xiantian continent perished. The only exception was 5,000 years ago. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian pondered in his heart. It seems that the origin of this heavenly demon clan is most likely related to that existence behind Gu Lishang. The Xiantian continent is nothing more than his chosen breeding ground. 5,000 years ago, that powerful person who descended from the upper realm to resist the heavenly demon clan must have interrupted this fellow's plans. That's why Gu Lishang came along. Suddenly, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows and got up violently. Since this Xiantian continent is just a pig-killing dish for a strong man, where did the people who ascended to the upper realms go? Could it be that the ascended ones have become the minions of that being? Listening to that man, when I ascend, he'll find a way to find me, which means he can't influence where people who ascend go. After all, ascending to the upper realm is not only the world will of this world, but also the heavenly Tao of the upper realm. No matter how strong this person is, he shouldn't be able to influence the heavenly Tao of the upper realm. Only after thinking about this did Gu Jingtian settle down a little. Then he looked at the demon god king in front of him. Go! You accompany me on a trip to the heavenly demon realm. Go to the place that birthed you. The first time he went to the heavenly demon realm, Gu Jingtian had sensed the extraordinary nature of this place. Perhaps there was something in it that surprised him. Chapter 133, The True Identity of the Heavenly Demon Realm. Extraterrestrial Stars. The figures of the demon god king and Gu Jingtian scurried into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, within the heavenly demon realm, other than the demonic red moon hanging high in the sky, and the rugged green-colored continent was already empty. Gu Jingtian looked around, and the two peaks that stuck straight up into the sky came into view. The peak was extremely high, but it wasn't vertical. Instead it had a strange curvature that looked somewhat similar to a bull's horn. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. The land in this heavenly demon realm is extremely flat, and there aren't any peaks at all other than these two. These two peaks immediately caught Gu Jingtian's attention. A green-colored continent, two peaks sticking straight up into the sky, a lineage of demon god kings born in the midst of this heavenly demon realm, but with the characteristics of an ox, plus the Laojuan's Vajra bracelet. Could this be here? A thought that made even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but be startled surged into his mind. You show me the place where the demon god king lineage was born. Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, the demon god king, who had already been taken as a slave by Gu Jingtian, hurriedly said yes. It then turned into a stream of light and shot off towards the distance. Soon, only a huge sinkhole appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. The demon god king said with a respectful face, Master, the place where my demon god king lineage was born is in the depths of this heavenly pit. Looking at the sinkhole in front of him, which was hundreds of miles long, Gu Jingtian's eyes flickered with essence, and then he opened his mouth to ask, are there two of these heavenly pits in the entire heavenly demon realm? Hearing this, the demon god king was slightly stunned. Enlightened master, indeed, but these two sinkholes connect at the same location. Gu Jingtian's pupils shrunk. Could one's suspicions really be true? In the next second, the figures of the two instantly scurried into the sinkhole. The tunnel in the sinkhole was winding, but it was extremely wide, thousands of meters thick. As the two of them gradually went deeper, a huge cave appeared in front of them. The cave was dozens of miles in circumference, and the greenish-colored stone walls were tinged with hints of golden brown above. As soon as he entered the cave, Gu Jingtian saw that in the center of the cave, there was a cyan-colored crystal suspended. A faint wisp of green mist filled the crystal. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Even though this green-colored mist was extremely rare, Gu Jingtian still felt that this was a strong mist. The demon god king looked at the green crystal in the distance, his expression filled with respect. Master, this is the place where the demon god king clan was birthed. Gu Jingtian nodded and instantly arrived in front of this green-colored crystal. Looking at the green-colored crystal in front of him, Gu Jingtian hesitated a little and pressed one of his large hands directly onto it. In an instant, Gu Jingtian's divine thought power instantly filled the air. Towards the entire heavenly demon realm it filled the air. Not long after, Gu Jingtian's eyes snapped open. A pair of starry eyes filled with disbelief. It's true. I can't believe it's true. The shape of this entire heavenly demon world continent looks like a green ox. Sure enough, it's just as I suspected. The old monarch, the golden bracelet, and the green ox. This land in the middle of the heavenly demon realm is actually the green ox under the seat of the old lord. Thinking about this, Gu Jingtian's heart set off a huge wave. The green ox under the seat of old lord. This is a powerhouse comparable to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Truly terrifying. I didn't realize that this green ox's body is comparable to a small continent. I'm afraid it's tens of thousands of miles high. Even if you put it in the middle of a world like Seal the God's West, it's still considered the word strong. But how could such a strong man die? Tai Golden Immortals have long since transcended life and death. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly and couldn't help but think of the mysterious powerhouse he had encountered in the middle of the Kunlun mountain range. The Golden Immortal Realm. Myself. Or what I heard from that mysterious powerhouse. At that time, that mysterious powerhouse had already been eroded by that white, strange aura, and was close to running out of gas. Could it be that this green ox is also like that, killed by that weird aura? Or perhaps, although the Tai Golden Immortals live with the heavens, they cannot be spared if both heaven and earth collapse. Thinking of this possibility, Gu Jingtian was suddenly surprised in his heart. falling treasure copper coin, the descendant of the roaring dog, the adamantine bracelet, and that mysterious strong man. This world is definitely related to the mythological world that one is familiar with. Just what kind of existence is it that is able to exterminate those legendary terrifying existences of the Heaven's Path Saint realm? The more Gu Jingtian thought about it, the more horrified he felt. The news one can learn in the middle of the lower world is too singular. Perhaps there will be something you want in the upper world. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian's expectations of going to the upper realm became even more fervent. Looking at the green-colored crystals in front of him, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. This green-colored crystal should be the power that this terrifying body condensed once again after the fall of the green ox. Instead, it injected new energy into this body that no longer had any life left in it, and although it couldn't recreate the divine power of the green ox, it gave birth to demonic energy. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have a bold conjecture emerge in his heart. It had been 3,000 years since he signed on, and Gu Jingtian naturally had the method of refining puppets in his hands. Even if this green ox is dead, this is still the body of a solid Tai golden immortal. If one is able to refine this body into one's own puppet, it will be considered a great help even when one reaches the upper realms. At this thought, Gu Jingtian frowned. A drop of essence blood slowly flew out from Gu Jingtian's brow. The purple golden blood contained the origin essence blood of Gu Jingtian's chaotic demon god Pango body. Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Qiankuan refining method. Sacrifice. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that essence blood suddenly shooting towards that green-colored crystal. In the blink of an eye, it merged within this green-colored crystal. In the next second, the cyan light emanating from within this cyan crystal surged. It was obviously fighting against this essence blood. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. If you were alive, I might not be your opponent, but right now, you don't have the ability to wrestle with me. Gu Jingtian stretched out his hands, and purple golden light shone in his hands. An obscure and difficult to understand spell was frequently sent out, condensing into an extremely complex formation restriction in the air. Gu Jingtian slapped his palm out. This purplish golden formation instantly shrouded towards the cyan crystal. In the blink of an eye, the green crystal suddenly became settled. Gu Jingtian's face showed a smile. It's not easy, even with a body that's already dead. It's still a bit of a struggle to control it on its own, but now that the first step has finally been accomplished, wanting to make this green ox regain its battle power, on the other hand, is not a one-day endeavor, but with the divine soul connection one has already established, one will be able to take away this green ox body. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian looked at the demon god king to the side. Go! Get out of here! Soon, the duo's figures had arrived over the continent. Gu Jingtian looked at the tens of thousands of miles of continent below with an excited expression. Collect! In the next second, a scene that left the demon god king dumbfounded occurred. Chapter 134, there is a meeting in the landscape. So all of you will meet again in the upper realms. In the midst of the demon god king's incredulous gaze, only this tens of thousands of miles of square miles of the heavenly demon continent was unexpectedly flooded with gusts of golden aura. It shrunk extremely fast at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, it became only the size of a fist. At the moment this entire heavenly demon continent could be seen at a glance. It was a green-colored old cow, which didn't look any different from the cows in the mundane world. Only Gu Jingtian understood just how terrifyingly powerful this green ox was. Gu Jingtian waved his big hand, only to see the green ox, which was only the size of a fist, instantly disappear. Gu Jingtian's ghostly and unpredictable tactics immediately caused the demon god king on the side to look at him with rounded eyes. Surprisingly, a hint of gratitude rose in his heart. It's fortunate that master only took me in as a slave. Otherwise, with master's means, it would be as easy as a slap in the face to kill myself. Apparently the demon god king didn't realize that the Dao heart-seeding demon technique used by Gu Jingtian would gradually affect his true thoughts and eventually become loyal to Gu Jingtian from the bottom of his heart. The years flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already a month later. Ever since the Yuan-Yi sect, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Jishi Academy, and the Heavenly Dao Alliance were destroyed, the Heavenly Treasure Chamber of Commerce and the Dragon Clan had become the only peak forces left in the entire Middle-earth. As for the Dan City where Huayuan was located, due to the presence of the Heavenly Flame Supreme, a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm, it had also grown to become a Holy Land second only to these two major forces. Some human forces had also encroached on the territory of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and a host of other forces though. However, it was simply not comparable to these three peak forces. The entire Middle-earth had once again returned to its previous calm. At this moment in Middle-earth, the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Palace, within the small secluded courtyard, a group of people are gathering here. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, Long Zisheng, the Dragon Emperor, the Heavenly Flame Supreme, Huayuan, the Heavenly Treasure Floor Master, and other pinnacle existences in the entire Middle Earth today. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Gu Jingtian then opened his mouth. I have made up my mind to find a way to ascend to the upper world. Nowadays, the entire Xiantian continent is at peace. Many of you have already reached the supreme realm, so if you want to ascend to the upper realm, you can also start preparing. Hearing this, Long Zishan's beautiful eyes were filled with the color of unwillingness. Long Zishan's cultivation had long since reached the peak of the supreme realm, and originating from the Xiantian continent, she should have long since ascended to the upper realms. Staying in the middle of this realm for so long was only for the purpose of meeting Gu Jingtian again. Now that she had gotten to see Gu Jingtian, her cultivation was even more of a breakthrough as her mind was perfected. Ascending to the upper realm was already urgent. The duo also spent every day of the month glued together. And right at that moment, the smirking heavenly treasure floor master let out a light laugh. Big brother Gu, my current cultivation level is only at the spirit emperor realm, and I'm still a long way from ascension. You people, if you should ascend, you should ascend with me in the lower realms. There won't be any major chaos. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded. After all, among these people, only the heavenly treasure floor master was the strongest. The heavenly flame supreme being, however, looked to the side at Hua Yuan. I'm not in a hurry. I'll wait until when Kid Hua opens the heavenly Dan pavilion all over the Xiantian continent. Then I'll ascend with him. Gu Jingtian nodded, then looked at the Dragon Emperor. Without any hesitation, the Dragon Emperor opened his mouth. Since Lord Father and Lord Mother have decided to ascend to the upper realm, when you two ascend, child will also go to the upper realm to follow in your footsteps. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Gu Jingtian had a complicated look in his eyes. These 3,000 years of experience came to mind. Looking at his beloved family and friends in front of him, Gu Jingtian let out a long breath. There's no such thing as an unending feast. Separation is for a better meeting. Gentlemen, see you in the upper world. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Long Zishan's beautiful eyes instantly misted with water. The mind said firmly, this time, don't make me wait that long. Not just for me, but for our children. The heavenly treasure mansion owner slowly got up. The fat face always wore that kind smile. Big brother Gu is still the same as back then, coming and going, at ease and casual. Alright, gentlemen, let's not cry here, and be secretive and do the little girl act. The road to immortality is vast. Take care of yourselves. In the next second, the figure of the heavenly treasure floor master also disappeared. 2 days later, Xiantian continent, eastern continent boundary, heavenly demon city. Nowadays, the heavenly demon city was prosperous to the extreme, and the figures of the demon race, the human race, and the demon cultivators could be seen everywhere. Within the small, secluded courtyard in the center of the city, the valley-like beauty looked away. My lord, when will you come back again? It's only a year's time. How come it feels as if it's even longer than those 2,000 years? But at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind the beautiful woman. The words were always accompanied by a springtime smile. What are you looking at? Is there a handsome man in the sky? Hearing this familiar voice, the stunning beauty's delicate body trembled violently. The green-colored god's eyes were full of tears flashing. Hastily turning around, her pretty face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The haunted face she remembered really did appear in front of her again. Duke! That moving and delicate body quickly pounced towards Gu Jingtian. Half a month later, a stream of light shot out from within the sky demon city. Above the clouds, Gu Jingtian's eyes flickered with a strange look. These resources left behind by myself are enough for Qinger to gradually reach the peak of the supreme realm, and whether or not we can meet again in the future depends on the will of God. But at that moment, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly stopped. A modest city appeared at Gu Jingtian's feet. Above the city gate where people were coming and going, there were 3 big words Wind and Moon City engraved. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly as the power of his divine thoughts instantly enveloped the entire city. But in the next second, a hint of doubt flooded the bottom of Gu Jingtian's eyes. Not here anymore? That Spirit Emperor realm sword chi he left behind has also been used once. Has she? Thinking of this, a divine aura flickered in Gu Jingtian's eyes. The terrifying divine thought power of the golden immortal realm instantly covered the entire land of the eastern continent. After a long time had passed, Gu Jingtian let out a long sigh. That's just it. It's already heaven's mercy that I get to see one side in this life. Re-entering the cycle of reincarnation is not a bad thing. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes suddenly flashed with a tangled look. Meanwhile, in a small frontier city in the eastern continent, a line of dozens of people surrounded the icy sky. A teenager carrying twin swords on his back drew the twin swords behind him. What happened before the Xian Holy Emperor or the amazing old ancestor has returned to dust and earth? I, Gu Changkong, have only one thing to say. The people of the Gu family can die, But the Gu family cannot be destroyed. Sensing everything hundreds of thousands of miles away, Gu Jingtian shook his head. But it's just a little guy from the Great Spirit Master realm. There's no ring old grandpa. And there's no special physique. Let him go. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's figure transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the direction where the Kunlun mountain range was located. Chapter 135 Realm Breakthrough. Meeting an old friend in the upper realm. The chuff of time turned slowly. Unconsciously, Gu Jingtian had already spent half a month in the middle of the Kunlun mountain range. Even with Gu Jingtian's cultivation, in the middle of this Kunlun mountain range, the power of divine thoughts could only spread for tens of miles. For half a month in a row, Gu Jingtian did not find any clues about going to the upper realm. This couldn't help but cause Gu Jingtian's heart to feel a little annoyed. Noticing the change in his mindset, Gu Jingtian let out a long breath. By acting so hastily yourself, you may want to be quick. It's also possible that one's judgment has gone wrong, and there may not be a way to the upper world in this Kunlun mountain range. To take such chances, it would be better to be quiet and take your time. Searching for a breakthrough. After absorbing the divine soul power of tens of billions of heavenly demons in the entire heavenly demon realm, Gu Jingtian could feel that he had touched the edge of a breakthrough. It's just missing an opportunity. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian quieted his mind and wandered through the Kunlun mountain range as if he were traveling in the mountains. Sometimes, they would also meet people who came to the Kunlun mountain range to travel. If you are in love, raise a glass and have a long conversation. Those who don't, cut their heads off and throw their bones in the dust. Gu Jingtian's state of mind was also being perfected step by step. Spring has come and gone. Finally one day, in the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace of the dragon race, the heavenly gate opened wide. A divine dragon that was 10,000 meters in size rose up into the sky. Since then, the Dragon Lord Dragon Violet Shirt, who had been in charge of the dragon clan of the Middle Kingdom for 5,000 years, had ascended to the upper realm. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it's already half a century of spring and fall. The Dragon Emperor abdicated. Now that she was already in the Spirit Emperor realm, Long Ener ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor. 6 months later, the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, which had been silent for a long time, once again erupted with an extremely strong fluctuation. The heavenly gate opened wide, and the generation of Dragon Emperor Longetian slowly floated towards the heavenly gate. The wheel of time flies forward, and in the blink of an eye it is another 10 years of spring and fall. Eastern Continent, Sky Demon City. Demon Emperor Chinger ascended to the Supreme Realm. And when she first entered the Supreme Realm, the terrifying might she exuded was comparable to a peak supreme powerhouse. Half a year later, the two Skyfox sisters had broken through the Spirit Emperor realm and became the new masters of Sky Demon City. The unattached Demon Emperor Chinger shattered the heavenly gate with her sword and ascended to the upper realm. 40 years had flicked by, and the name of the heavenly Dan Pavilion resounded throughout the Middle-earth continent. From then on, the mortals of Middle-earth would never again suffer from sickness due to poverty. The name of medical Saint Huayuan resounded throughout the entire Xiantian continent. It was also the year that Huayuan managed to break through to the Supreme Realm. On the day of the breakthrough, the heavenly Tao trembled. Terrifying fluctuations spread throughout the Xiantian continent. The fluctuations of the Supreme Realm did not stop, but even erupted once again with an even stronger might. Huayuan made another breakthrough and was directly carried to the upper realm by the power of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly flame Venerable One followed closely behind, ascending to the upper realms. 100 years had passed with the snap of a finger, and of the people who had been in the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace compound in the beginning, only the heavenly treasure floor master was left. Another 10 years had passed, and at this moment, the outskirts of the Kunlun mountain range, a plainly dressed young man was talking to a group of people. What? Don't be ridiculous. You're saying that healer Saint Huayuan is your disciple? And to say that the Tian Bao building master is your little brother? You're the most powerful being I've ever met who can blow awesome. Several teenage girls of the Spirit General realm looked at the youth in front of them with open laughter. One of the young girl's beautiful eyes were even more colorful and tender. The youth laughed softly. I never lie. How time flies. It's been over 100 years since I've seen them. Now, it's time to leave. 2. As soon as the words fell, the plainly dressed man instantly rushed up into the sky. A violet gold divine aura flickered in a pair of bright eyes. A mysterious and extreme aura immediately erupted from above the youth's body. With his fingers together, he fiercely pointed out a finger. Open the sky. As soon as the transformation fell, the void in front of him instantly evaporated, and a multicolored passageway suddenly appeared. In an instant, a heaven-destroying aura gradually coalesced from high in the sky. But just then, the youth frowned lightly. Get out! With a command, that vast and boundless aura suddenly disappeared. The corners of the youth's mouth lifted lightly. Holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Upper realm, I, Gu Jingtian, have come. As soon as the words fell, the youth's figure suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the spatial passage. Looking at the scene taking place in the high sky, several young boys and girls froze in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. Only after several breaths had passed did these few young boys and girls react. What? He said he's Gu Jingtian? Do you hear that, Emperor Shocker? Wouldn't that make what he just said true? He's actually the most powerful person in the entire Xiantian continent. The amazing heavenly emperor? We actually ate with the amazing supreme? My god! Haotian Realm. Tenant. Sea of Illusory Stars. Sword and Shadow Island. Although it was called Sword Shadow Island, its area was unimaginable, even a few points larger than the entire Xiantian continent, and there were 108 such islands in the Sea of Illusory Stars alone. At this moment, it was located within a city on Sword Shadow Island. Above the street, which was hundreds of meters wide, there were crowds of people. Some of these figures were a bit strange looking. There were figures covered in crimson, but only a meter tall. A wonderful girl with wings on her back and a slender figure. There was even a slender figure covered in a shimmering silver light that was 4 meters away. And in the midst of this crowd, 2 young human girls wore a worried look on their faces. If Gu Jingtian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these 2 human women as the Xiang Yimo and Li Muqing who were in the Kunlun Mountain secret realm that day. Really convinced? Our master and disciple duo are too unlucky. By chance, I actually came to the immortal world. But I didn't expect that after coming to the immortal world, I still couldn't get rid of being forced into marriage. Li Muqing said with a stern face, while Xiang Yimo, who was dressed in black on the side, nodded helplessly. Master, I have to say, you are really a steal. But that Xingyu is the young island master of the Kashing Island, and has already broken through to the heavenly immortal realm at only 5,000 years old. Moreover, this Kixing Island is also an extremely powerful existence among the 108 islands in our illusory star sea. I heard from Master Ancestor that this Kixing Island has part of the inheritance of the ancient true immortal Camus Wolf. Our Sword Shadow Island simply can't afford to mess with it. Hearing this, Li Muqing's small mouth pouted. What do you mean by a district of 5,000 years old? I'm only 660 years old now. It's simply an old cow eating young grass. The corner of Xiang Yimo's mouth twitched, and her beautiful eyes were filled with dark laughter. Master, the last one you said that the old ox eats the young grass was still the Gu family's old ancestor? I saw you smiling later. Li Muqing lightly grunted and looked towards Emo with a huffy face. Good. You haven't learned anything else over the years, but you've learned to make jokes at Master's expense. Wait, I'll come to your room at night, Master, and put water on you. Hearing this, Xiang Yimo's pretty face instantly blushed. Master, I don't dare. But at that moment, a familiar figure came into Xiang Yimo's eyes. Chapter 136, Joining the Forces? Are you sure? Seeing that familiar figure, Xiang Yimo's pupils instantly shrunk, and a pair of dark eyes were filled with astonishment. A word out of context. The Gu family's oldest ancestor, Gu Jingtian. Hearing this name, Li Muqing's pretty face turned cold. Good. How dare you make fun of your master? But seeing the surprised expression on Xiang Yimo's small face, Li Muqing was puzzled for a moment and hurriedly followed Xiang Yimo's gaze, only to see that a plainly dressed youth was surveying the surroundings among the crowd in front of him. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, who had forcefully broken through the boundary from the upper realm. Li Muqing's pair of beautiful eyes stared round, her red lips slightly opened. It's really him, Gu family ancestor Gu Jingtian. I didn't expect Fierce to meet him again. Could it be that he came in through that spatial rift just like us? The two of them naturally couldn't hide their excitement when they met their old friends in their hometown. The Sword-On ran towards Gu Jingtian in the distance. Elder Gu, I didn't expect to see you again. Li Muqing looked at Gu Jingtian with a smirk on her face. Seeing the appearance of the two women, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. It's actually you two little girls. How did you two come to the upper world? When these words came out, the two women were stunned with a puzzled look on their faces. Elder Gu, the two of us both came to this place from that secret rift. What? You didn't come from there? Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth jerked. Nani? These two little girls came here from that secret space? Damn it. I didn't realize that the entrance I had searched so hard for in the lower realms was actually in that secret realm. It's a pity that that secret realm was already destroyed that day. It's just that. Anyway, now that one's cultivation has broken through, one can already forcefully open the passageway from the lower realm to the upper realm. The two women in front of them, however, looked at Gu Jingtian with a surprised expression. Senior Gu didn't come to the upper realm from that secret space, so doesn't that mean that Senior Gu ascended up? No wonder it felt like Senior Gu was so strong that day. It turns out that he has already reached the Earth Immortal Realm. Thinking of this, Li Muqing hurriedly said excitedly, Congratulations to Senior Gu for successfully ascending to the upper realms. I wonder if you, Senior Gu, have already metamorphosed? When these words came out, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. Metamorphosis? What does that mean? Li Muqing guffawed. It seems that Senior Gu didn't accept solicitations from other forces on the flying immortal stage. Otherwise, how could he not know what a metamorphosis is? This metamorphosis is one of the most important things for cultivators in the lower realm to do after ascending to the upper realm. What is cultivated in the lower realm is aura, while what the cultivators in the immortal realm inhale is immortal aura. Metamorphosis, naturally, is the expulsion of the aura from the body and replacing it with immortal aura. Without the help of a force, just the process of metamorphosis would take decades. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian then realized, so that's how it is, but the power within one's body isn't aura either. I wonder if one can metamorphose. Before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, Li Muqing in front of him hurriedly said, since Senior Gu hasn't joined any other forces yet, why don't you join our Xian Sword Mountain? After we, master and disciple, came to this upper realm, we were enrolled in the Xian Sword Mountain by chance. Now that I'm already the personal disciple of the sect leader of Xian Sword Mountain, with Senior Gu's cultivation at the Earth Immortal Realm, I can also be an outer sect elder at Xian Sword Mountain. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's expression stared. The Earth Immortal Realm? I think we're talking about the supreme realm of the lower realm. I have just learned roughly the division of realms among the upper realms from these people as well. Above the Earth Immortal Realm is the Heavenly Immortal Realm, Immortal Monarch, and Immortal King. As for the realm above, no one in this place is sure. When he was in the middle of the lower realms, his golden immortal realm cultivation was called an Immortal Monarch by Gu Lishang. Now that one has broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, I wonder which realm corresponds to among the upper realms. It should be the equivalent of the Immortal King realm. Seeing that Gu Jingtian hadn't replied for a long time, Li Muqing hurriedly said, Elder Gu, this Xian Sword Mountain is also counted as a great power on this Sword Shadow Island. It is one of the three major forces. The old ancestor of this Xian Sword Mountain is an immortal monarch realm powerhouse who has been cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, this Xian Sword Mountain is home to an extremely terrifying inheritance that can be learned as long as one is able to break through to the heavenly immortal realm. Elder Gu, the land of the upper realm is vast and boundless, and it's inconvenient to do anything without the backing of a party. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. It had to be said that Gu Jingtian still recognized what Li Muqing said. The most important thing one can do when coming to the upper realm is to find one's big brother. Then it is to personally kill Gu Lishang. The upper realm is too vast. I'm afraid it won't be too easy to find it if you're just looking for it by yourself. Since this Li Muqing has already thrown out an olive branch, listening to this Xian Sword Mountain, it is considered a powerful existence on this Sword Shadow Island. It is also barely qualified. Since this is the case, one will reluctantly take this Xian Sword Mountain under one's wing. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Okay, then lead the way in front of you and take me to the place where this Xian Sword Mountain is located. When these words came out, Li Muqing was overjoyed. Alright, I'll bring Senior to join the Xian Sword Mountain, and I believe my master will be very happy as well. At this moment, Li Muqing was still not clear on where she had recruited a member for Xian Sword Mountain. This was simply finding a living father for Xian Sword Mountain. As for Xiang Yimo, who was on the side, when he heard Gu Jingtian agree to join Xian Sword Mountain, he was also delighted in his heart. Under the duo's leadership, Gu Jingtian rushed towards the place where the Xian Sword Mountain was located. Along the way, in the mouths of the two women, Gu Jingtian learned a bit more about the upper realm. This is a bit of a problem. I didn't realize that the upper realm that everyone goes to when they ascend to the upper realm isn't the same. Ordinary human cultivators, ascension is to come to this Haotian realm, while devil and demon cultivators ascend to the devil realm and demon realm. Although the dragon race is special, it is also a member of the demon race. And the place after ascension is also the demon realm. And although this Haotian realm is filled with human races, it is also subdivided into many races. Among them are dwarves, elves, titans, and behemoths similar to those in the Western world. There are also some special human races, mermaids, and serpents. There are also races that are extremely rare in number but extremely powerful, the celestials, the race of light, and these even more peculiar races. Gu Jingtian said darkly, in that case, it seems that Self's big brother is definitely in the middle of this Haotian realm. It's been more than 3,000 years since he and his big brother met. I wonder how his big brother is doing now. But at that moment, a lofty mountain peak appeared in front of Gu Jingtian. Chapter 137, Master and Disciple. Metamorphosis. One could only see this mountain peak sticking straight up into the sky, with a height of at least tens of thousands of meters. It looked like an Excalibur that had risen out of the ground. Seeing this, Li Muqing, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Elder Gu. This is the Xian Sword Mountain. Imposing or not? Gu Jingtian nodded slightly, surveying the immortal mountain before him. It's not bad. It's barely good enough for my eyes. Hearing this, Li Muqing's small mouth pouted. Worthy of being a former Gu family ancestor. He speaks in a domineering manner. But this is the upper realm. A place where heavenly immortals walk everywhere and earth immortals are as numerous as dogs. So many people who have ascended to the upper realms still can't adjust to the change in identity. No, I have to remind Elder Gu. With this thought in mind, Li Muqing's complexion corrected. Elder Gu, there's something I think I still need to say to you. This is the upper realm. It's not like the lower realm. And earth immortal realm powerhouses aren't that powerful of an existence. In a moment you go in and watch what you say. My master's temper isn't too good. So don't cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Don't worry, since it's your master, I'll pay some attention. Hearing this, Li Muqing breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Jingtian, however, secretly said in his heart, people's disciples invited themselves here, so it's better not to be too forceful yourself as much as possible. As long as he submits painfully, he will not make a move to clean him up. The group just wanted to enter the Xianjian mountain area. Gu Jingtian's mind, however, suddenly resounded with the system's voice. The system has detected a change in the world the host is in. The sign-in system is being upgraded. Please be patient with the host. The sudden voice caused Gu Jingtian's body to tremble. Other than the day he had just obtained the system, Gu Jingtian hadn't heard the system's voice for over 3,000 years. Upon hearing the word system upgrade, Gu Jingtian's heart however rippled. System upgrade? When I was in the lower realm, the things I signed up for later in my own life didn't even top out at items above the supreme realm. Is it hard to believe that after this upgrade, we'll get a higher level item? Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but begin to look forward to it in his heart. Soon, the group of three had arrived at the mountain gate of the Xianjian mountain. Upon seeing Li Muqing's arrival, several disciples at the mountain gate had peach blossom eyes, but in the next second, he didn't know what came to his mind, and the gaze he looked at Li Muqing was filled with pity. Looking at the few disciples guarding the mountain gate, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, worthy of being in the upper realm. Even the disciples watching the door of this tiny power are spirit saint realm existences. This kind of cultivation is already an ancestor of a power in the lower realm. With Li Muqing leading the way, the three of them were not subjected to any difficulties and soon arrived outside a large hall above the Xianjian mountain. Looking at the lofty hall in front of her, the look on Li Muqing's face only then became serious. Apprentice seeks to see master. A few breaths later, a drifting old voice came from the middle of the great hall. Ah, Haru-chan, come in. Li Muqing hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian who was at the side. Elder Gu, don't worry, my master is the contemporary sect master of the Xian Sword Mountain. I'm master's favorite little disciple, so I'll take care of your joining the Xian Sword Mountain. Gu Jingtian smiled and nodded, not saying anything. Under Li Muqing's leadership, the group of three entered within the lofty hall. As soon as he entered the great hall, he only saw a white-haired old man with a slim figure floating in the air in the distance. There was a sword flash around his body as he pierced through the void. The strength of space in the upper realm was far superior to that of the lower realm, and in order to break through the void, one would need at least a heavenly immortal realm cultivation. Obviously this old man in front of him was already a strong person of the heavenly immortal realm. Seeing Li Muqing arrive, a doting smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. Little Chinger, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you were going for a walk? Hearing this, Li Muqing's beautiful eyes vaguely flushed with a sense of loss. But it's fleeting. Enlightened master. I went out this time and ran into a senior from my division who had just ascended not long ago and hadn't joined any other sects. Hearing this, the white-haired old man nodded his head full of favor. Alright, since it's your clan elder, I'll take it from Xian Sword Mountain. Master happens to have a matter that he wants to talk to you about, so you should let little Mo take him to metamorphosis first. As soon as the words fell, the white-haired old man waved his big hand. A sword-shaped token shot out at once. It shot towards Xiang Yimo. Xiang Yimo reached out to take it and bowed. Li Muqing's eyes were filled with joy. Elder Gu, you can just go to metamorphosis with Xiao Emo first. This is the token of the metamorphosis office, where there is a metamorphosis spirit pool. With this token, they will arrange for you to metamorphose. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, in that case, go ahead and see for yourself what this metamorphosis is all about. As for the matter of entering the Xian Sword Mountain, we will talk about it later. Gu Jingtian nodded, then followed Xiang Yimo out of here. Soon, only Li Muqing and the white-haired old man remained in the entire hall. When the two of them left, the white-haired old man looked at Li Muqing in front of him, his brows filled with helplessness. A soft sigh followed. Apprentice, master will ask you one last time. Are you really unwilling to marry that young island master of Kashing Island? Hearing this, Li Muqing's beautiful eyes darkened for a moment. It took a long moment of silence before he spoke slowly. Since my disciple came to the upper realm, Master has treated me with great kindness. If it wasn't for Master's cultivation, my disciple wouldn't have today, and it wouldn't have been possible for me to break through to the Spirit Emperor realm so quickly. I know that this matter is the decision of the Supreme Elder, and Kixing Island is also a power that we can't afford to mess with at Xian Sword Mountain. I also know that you, Master, have taken the heat for me, although my disciple's heart is unwilling to do so. For the sake of Master and the entire Xian Sword Mountain, my disciple is willing. Hearing this, the white-haired old man's eyes were bright and dark. After a long silence this was said. Very well, you've given Master the answer to your reluctance. Then you should leave. Leave the Xian Sword Mountain. Leave the Sword Shadow Island. And go to a place where Kashing Island can't find you. As soon as these words came out, Li Muqing froze in place, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. It took a few breaths to respond. Master? You? Without waiting for Li Muqing to finish her words, the white-haired old man in front of her raised an eyebrow. In my life, I, Li Xiancheng, have killed countless people, and I have also fled countless times. But the old man never trades with his loved ones. You go. Master will send you away from Kixing Island. In the future, naturally, your teacher will fight for you. Hearing this, Li Muqing was already in tears. Looking towards the white-haired old man, eyes were filled with moving colors. In the next second, Li Muqing wiped away her tears. Master, I'm willing. I can. I won't make things difficult for Master. Hearing this, the white-haired old man was just about to open his mouth. But right at this moment, a strong fluctuation suddenly rose up from the distance. Chapter 138, Clueless Li Muqing. Sensing this fluctuation in the distance, the white-haired old man Li Xianqing immediately raised his eyebrows. Not good. It's the fluctuation that appeared at the molten pool. Did someone raid the molten pool? Hearing this, Li Muqing's beautiful eyes were also filled with worry. Senior Gu has also gone to the mortification pool now. Senior Gu must not be harmed. In the next second, the white-haired old man waved his big hand and instantly performed the method of transfer, taking Li Muqing with him as he disappeared into the Great Hall. And at this moment the place where the molten pool was located. The metamorphosis pool was located in the middle region of Xianjian Mountain, and was a pool that was tens of meters square. However, what was stored in this pool was not ordinary water, but a spiritual liquid refined from various heavenly materials. The function of the metamorphosis pool was to help newly promoted earthy mortals cleanse the aura in their bodies. Although this mortification pool was only tens of meters square, it was enough for thousands of earthy mortal realm powerhouses to successfully mortify. And at this moment, the metamorphosis pool was suddenly empty. Not even a single drop of spiritual liquid was there. The several heavenly immortal realm watchers were also in a daze at the moment. All of them stared dumbfounded at a figure in the distance. And this person was none other than Gu Jingtian, who had just arrived in this transformation pool. Xiang Yimo on the side was also wide-eyed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Looking at the empty mortification pool in front of him, Gu Jingtian asked with a puzzled expression, "This spiritual liquid is too little. Can we renew a pool?" These words immediately shocked the several heavenly immortal realm powerhouses present out of their wits. What the hell? Renewing a pool? You think this stuff is ordinary water? This pool of transformation spirit liquid alone consumed a year's worth of resources up and down the Xian Sword Mountain. It's enough for hundreds of earthy mortal realms to metamorphose. You, alone, absorbed all of this spirit liquid in a mere instant, and you actually have the audacity to say that you'll renew the pool again? And just then, only a ripple was seen in the void. 6 figures suddenly appeared at this place, each of them exuding fluctuations at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. It was none other than the 5 mountain lords of this Xianjian mountain. One of them was clearly the sect leader of this Xianjian mountain, Li Xiancheng. The crowd was also puzzled when they saw the already empty molten pool, and seeing Gu Jingtian standing aside unharmed, Li Muqing let out a long breath of relief. It's fine. Elder Gu is fine. And right at this moment, Li Xuanqing's pale voice rang out violently. What happened here? How did the spiritual liquid in the metamorphosis pool disappear into thin air? Hearing this, several heavenly immortal realm guards immediately fell to their knees. Enlightened sect master. None of this has anything to do with us. It's him. This fellow. He took your token from the sect leader and came here to molt. But as soon as the metamorphosis started, this guy instantly absorbed all the spirit liquid in the entire spirit pool. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the 5 mountain lords of Xian Sword Mountain and Li Xianqing and the others instantly shrank. With a surprised face, he looked Gu Jingtian up and down, while at this moment, a trace of doubt flashed under Gu Jingtian's eyes. It's really strange. This guard is clearly also at the heavenly immortal realm, and this sect leader is also at the heavenly immortal realm. Same realm. No need to be so humble. Could it be that there is still a great difference between the heavenly immortal realms and this upper realm? While the eyes of the 6 old men looking at Gu Jingtian at this moment were filled with thoughts, the spiritual liquid in the metamorphosis pool has no effect on those who have already completed their metamorphosis. Since he's able to absorb the spirit liquid in this transformation pool, it means he just ascended. The person who just ascended is only at the earth immortal realm. How could the earth immortal realm absorb the spirit liquid in the entire molten mortal pool? Could it be that this person is not at the earth immortal realm, but at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm? Only with this kind of cultivation level is it possible to absorb so much spirit liquid. When they thought of this possibility, several of the old men looked at Gu Jingtian with a flicker of essence in their gazes. Generally speaking, those who ascend among the lower realms are at the earth immortal realm. But there are exceptions. There are always some heavenly wizards whose accumulation in the lower realms far exceeds that of ordinary people. And so at the time of ascension, they can break through 2 realms one after the other. As long as such existences ascend to the upper realm, almost all of them will be able to break through to the immortal monarch realm. And the roots of this person, we can't actually see through them. That means that I'm afraid this person is already at the heavenly immortal realm perfection. I didn't expect that this time, my Xian Sword Mountain actually picked up such a treasure. And at this moment, Li Muqing had a worried look on her face. What's going to happen now? What the hell is going on? How did Elder Gu absorb a pool of spiritual liquid? This is also a considerable amount of consumption for the entire Xian Sword Mountain. Thinking of this, Li Muqing hurriedly stepped forward. With a respectful face, he looked at sect leader Li Xianqing in front of him. Master, this senior is a member of my division and has always acted steadily. He is a man of integrity. It must not have been done on purpose. There must be something hidden in it. Please also ask Master to investigate carefully and not to chastise so easily. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the several old men in front of them suddenly twitched, and their old eyes were filled with a peculiar look. Not on purpose? This stuff, even if you do it on purpose, you've got to be able to do it. At this moment, Li Xiancheng, however, did not pay any attention to Li Muqing, but instead looked towards Gu Jingtian with a smile on his brow. This fellow Daoist is truly a heavenly genius, actually able to absorb so much mortal transformation spiritual liquid. It's truly an eye-opening experience for me. As soon as these words came out, Li Muqing, who was anxious on the side, froze on the spot, looking at her master with a dumbfounded expression. No, did you hear it wrong yourself? Is Senior praising Elder Gu for absorbing this pool of spiritual liquid? How is this possible? Before Gu Jingtian could come up with a sentence, the Earth Sword Mountain Lord, whose muscles were solidly knotted among the 5 mountain lords, said in a hurry, "This fellow Daoist, you must be here because you want to join the Xian Sword Mountain as well. Why don't you come to my Earth Sword Mountain? This Earthen Sword Mountain of mine is lacking a deputy mountain master." Just after the words were spoken, the Fire Sword Mountain Lord with long fiery red hair on the side said in a hurry, "As long as fellow Daoist is willing to join my Fire Sword Mountain, this Sword Master position, I can give it up with my hand." As soon as the words fell, another woman who was still charming and half-aged looked at Gu Jingtian with tenderness in her eyes as her autumn waves flowed. "This little brother, why don't you come to Sister's Water Sword Mountain? It's not easy for Sister to be alone." It was obvious that there was also competition between the various great sword mountains in private, and facing an existence that was most likely to be at the heavenly immortal realm's perfection. All of them had used their own best moves, but at that moment, Li Xianqing let out a cold snort. "What are you doing? This is Qinger's division elder, naturally joining my main peak lineage." And seeing all this in front of them, Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo froze on the spot. "No, what's going on here? Why are they grabbing up?" But right at this moment, an old voice suddenly resounded throughout the Xianjian mountain. "This descendant, this immortal lord takes it." Chapter 139, Accepting a Disciple? Who is whose disciple? With the sound of a voice, only the void high in the sky was violently flooded with a flashy light. A figure suddenly appeared in the void. The green and gold palace dress wrapped around that thrillingly wonderful torso. The stunningly beautiful face was as clear and crisp as autumn water, causing the heart to ripple. The fluttering golden ribbon danced gently in the wind, and the power of law filled the area around her petite body as starlight flickered. It was as if there were countless stars surrounding it. It was none other than the founding ancestor of this Xian Sword Mountain, known as the Xian Sword Immortal Monarch, Fu Yaoqin. Upon seeing the appearance of Immortal Monarch Xian Jian, everyone present bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Immortal Monarch." The woman who looked like a heavenly fairy gently swung her sleeves. "All rise." Upon hearing this, the crowd straightened up. At this moment, Li Xianqing and the rest of the mountain lords were crying, but their eyes were filled with helplessness. "It's over. Master Ancestor has even personally come out to snatch someone. Now we don't have the slightest chance." The gazes of the crowd of heavenly immortal realm powerhouses in the mortal transformation pool looking at Gu Jingtian at the moment were even more filled with the color of jealousy. This kid's luck is too heaven-defying, to actually be able to obtain the favor of an ancestor. It's been 3,000 years since I joined the Xian Sword Mountain, and this is the first time I've seen the ancestral master. She really is a beautiful woman. Xian Tian Sword Immortal's pair of green-colored divine eyes swept towards Gu Jingtian. The gentle voice resounded. You are very good. This seat has never taken on a disciple before. I wonder if you are willing to be this seat's only disciple. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Even Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo were stupefied at the moment. My goodness, did I hear it wrong? The ancestor actually wants to take Elder Gu as his disciple? The ancestor is a superpower of the immortal monarch's fifth layer sky, and he is also famous throughout the entire illusory star sea region. Elder Gu actually has such a good chance to be favored by the ancestor. Li Xianqing and the rest of the mountain lords were astonished at the moment, and their faces were even more embarrassed. It can't be. The ancestor is actually personally accepting disciples. If this person becomes an ancestor's disciple, wouldn't we also have to address him as young ancestor? As for the other heavenly immortal realm powerhouses, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy at the moment. If I can be allowed to become a disciple of the ancestor and accompany him, I would be willing to do so even if it means turning me into a mortal. And just then, under the gaze of all eyes, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Become your disciple? I'm not interested. When these words came out, it could be described as a thunderclap on the ground and a high gorges coming out of a flat lake. It shocked everyone in the room out of their minds. Is he crazy? He actually refused the ancestor's acceptance? No. What did he think? How did he dare? Li Muqing, who was on the side, was also in a daze at the moment. Reacting, she hastily said with a look of urgency, Senior Gu, this is our Xian Sword Mountain's ancestor, the strongest person in our Xian Sword Mountain. If you want to join Xian Sword Mountain, this is your best choice. The Xian Jian Immortal Monarch at this moment was also frowning lightly at this moment. He looked at Gu Jingtian with interest, as if he wanted to see where this heavenly pride who had rejected him had gotten his backbone from. And upon hearing Li Muqing's words, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. His eyes suddenly looked towards Immortal Emperor Xian Jian in the high sky. Oh, so you're the ancestor of Xian Sword Mountain, the strongest person in Xian Sword Mountain? Hearing this, the corners of the mouths of the people present twitched. Hey, feeling that this guy doesn't even know the identity of the ancestor. That's an immortal monarch realm powerhouse. In the entire illusory star sea, that's an absolute powerhouse. No wonder this guy rejected the ancestor. So he has eyes that don't recognize Tai. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian's voice sounded once again. That's simply great. Since you are the strongest amongst this Xian Sword Mountain, then, you will be my disciple. Hearing this, the people present showed disdain. Weren't you so condescending just now? Didn't you just say, not interested? Now what? But in the next second, the disdainful expressions on the faces of the crowd instantly condensed with a confused Gu Jingtian. No, what did this kid say? Letting the ancestor become his disciple? Did I hear him wrong? Or did he say it wrong? It must be that he was too excited and said the wrong thing. A person who has just ascended and has not yet metamorphosed. Even if he were given 100,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to say such things. Li Muqing obviously thought the same thing and hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian, who was at the side. Elder Gu, you are too excited, aren't you? How did you get the words wrong? The Xian Jian Immortal Monarch high in the sky also had the corners of his mouth lightly raised. It's okay to be wrong, as long as you agree. And later you. Before Immortal Monarch Xian Jian could finish his sentence, Gu Jingtian's voice suddenly rang out. Gu Jingtian's face contained a smile as he gently shook his head. You didn't hear me wrong, and I didn't say it wrong. I can give you a chance to worship me. As soon as these words came out, the people present were instantly petrified, looking at Gu Jingtian in disbelief. What? He's going to take an ancestor as his disciple? This kid is going off the deep end. This is just nonsense. Inverting the Big Dipper. The crowd that reacted was instantly enraged and viciously raged. Kid, you are simply rampant. You're looking for death. The ancestor wanting to take you as a disciple is already a heavenly grace. It's just that you're not thankful for it, but you're even speaking out of turn. Ancestor, this kind of madman has already taken his death. Disciple is willing to take his life to calm your anger. The Xian Jian Immortal Monarch in the air at the moment, however, was as calm as usual, his face like stopping water. A cold aura flashed across a pair of green starry eyes. Red lips slightly opened. Very well, this is the first time this immortal has heard someone talk to himself like that. Taking this immortal monarch as a disciple. That's interesting. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. This is a great chance for you. You must grasp it well. Hearing this, Immortal Emperor Xian Jian's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh yeah? Wanting to become this immortal sovereign's master is not that easy. This immortal monarch has been in seclusion for 10,000 years and has realized a sword. As long as you can catch it, what's wrong with this immortal monarch worshipping you as his master? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian extended his hand. Come, the master will teach you first. Hearing Gu Jingtian speak so wildly, Xian Jianshan and the others were instantly enraged. Kid is arrogant. You're looking for death. We don't need the ancestor to make a move. We can kill this arrogant person. Hearing this, Li Muqing's beautiful eyes instantly flushed red. Elder Gu, the ancestor is a sword immortal, and he never shows mercy when he strikes. You, what are you doing? Looking at Li Muqing in front of him, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Don't worry, I'm fine, and soon you'll realize what I'm trying to do. In the next second, only Gu Jingtian's figure could be seen rushing up into the sky. In an instant, he came into the void. With a playful face, he looked at the Xianjian immortal monarch in the distance. Strike! Chapter 140 Desperate Xianjian immortal monarch. The corner of the Xianjian immortal monarch's mouth rose lightly. Watch! This will be the strongest sword move you've ever seen in your life. As soon as the words left his mouth, immortal monarch Xianjian frowned lightly, his sword fingers closing together. In an instant, a heaven-destroying force of laws instantly stirred from its body. Even the space of the upper realm was still unable to resist in the face of the power of the laws and instantly collapsed. Seeing this scene, the eyes of a group of Xianjian mountain members were filled with complacency. Humph! The power of the law. Surely this fellow is too arrogant to insult the ancestral master like that. The ancestor was enraged and used the power of laws that only immortal monarch realms are capable of using. Humph! All ants are ants under the laws. It's lucky for the kid to die under the ancestor's sword Dao laws. However, feeling the terrifying aura high in the sky, Li Muqing's eyes were cracking and her beautiful eyes were filled with hot tears. Xiang Yimo on the side was also anxious. Not good. Ancestor is getting real this time. Senior Gu just ascended. How could he possibly block an attack from the immortal monarch realm? I've only just found Senior Gu. I can't let him fall like that no matter what. With this thought in mind, Li Muqing hurriedly looked to the side at her master. Li Xiancheng. Master, my disciple begs you, help me plead for mercy. Let Master Ancestor forgive Senior Gu this time. Looking at the crying Li Muqing in front of him, Li Xuanqing's old eyes were filled with helplessness. A deep sigh. Apprentice, it's not that the master won't help you. This senior of your division is too rampant. Furthermore, you just joined the Xian Sword Mountain only 100 years ago. You don't understand the character of the senior ancestor. Master Ancestor has always said one thing and not another. In this matter, even if Master wants to help you, I can't. Hearing this, Li Muqing's delicate body softened and her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. In the next second, Li Muqing fiercely looked at the Xianjian immortal monarch high in the air. Tears flashed in his eyes, and he actually knelt straight down. Xian Sword Mountain disciple Li Muqing, I implore the old ancestor to be magnanimous and spare my lower realm elders. And when Xiang Yimo, who was on the side, saw this, without the slightest hesitation he also kneeled down in a hurry. Seeing this scene, the Xianjian immortal monarch high in the sky raised her willow eyebrows lightly. With a playful face, he looked at Li Muqing below. You're the disciple of little Xianqing, aren't you? This is your master's elder? Are you sure? I don't see any resemblance between his aura and yours. In this immortal lord's opinion, this should be your lover in the lower realms, right? Is it because of him that you don't want to marry the young island master of Kixing Island? If you give an honest account, this immortal lord might be lenient. Hearing this, the kneeling Li Muqing's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a tangled color. After a moment's thought, he finally nodded gently. Disciples honestly. But at that moment, a domineering voice snapped out. Get up! As long as you know me, Gu Jingtian, no one in these 9 heavens and 10 earths is qualified to accept your kneeling. As soon as the words fell, an arcane force instantly arrived in front of Li Muqing. The two stood up uncontrollably at once. Hearing this overbearing statement, the Xianjian immortal monarch's eyes were filled with different colors. It's really quite domineering. No wonder my little disciple from Xian Sword Mountain is deeply in love with you. It's a pity. Without strength, all is vanity. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's brows were crossed. You're too abrasive. I've changed my mind. Now, as long as you resist one of my moves and don't die, you still have a chance to become my disciple. Immortal Emperor Xianjian frowned lightly. Oh, what an arrogant to the core guy. But before the words were finished, Gu Jingtian in the distance violently extended his large hand. In an instant, a strong and unrivaled overwhelming aura erupted from within Gu Jingtian's body. Boom! Strong fluctuations crushed down towards the entire Xianjian mountain like a heavenly pour. In an instant, everyone in the entire Xianjian mountain felt this heaven-defying aura that was like the might of heaven and earth. Boom! Facing this aura, It was as if the entire Xianjian mountain people were being pressed down by a mountain of ancient gods. In unison, he fell to his knees. Even Li Xianqing and the other group of peak heavenly immortal realm powerhouses were simply unable to resist, instantly falling to both knees. For a moment, in the entire Xianjian mountain, only Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo were left standing here. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Li Muqing and Xiang Yimo, froze in place with their jaws agape. What's going on here? Why is everyone on their knees? What the hell is going on? And at this moment, in the void, feeling the oppressive sensation that was like a mountain of ancient gods, the lightheartedness on immortal monarch Xianjian's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a look of disbelief. Fluctuations of the immortal king realm? It's actually the immortal king realm. How is this possible? How can a person who has just ascended and has not yet transformed into the mortal world be a supreme powerhouse of the immortal king realm? Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as that terrifying might surged once again. At this moment, the Xianjian immortal monarch in the void instantly trembled furiously in her delicate body, and the power of laws surrounding her body instantly dissipated. The entire person fell towards the bottom at extreme speed. In the next second, immortal monarch Xianjian had actually fallen to his knees as well. It happened to be right in front of Li Muqing. Seeing this scene in front of them, whether it was Li Muqing's two daughters in front of them, or Li Xianqing and the other group of heavenly immortal realm powerhouses, all that remained on everyone's faces was extreme shock. The eyes were hollow, as if they had lost the ability to think. What was in front of them was beyond what they could comprehend. They were even beginning to doubt their eyes. However, seeing the Xianjian immortal monarch's reddened face, the crowd then believed that the scene in front of them was real. Jesus, how is this possible? What the hell is going on here? How is it possible for this person to extinguish the ancestral master's power of the laws with just his prowess, rendering the ancestral master unable to move? Ancestor Xianjian, that's a strong immortal monarch 5th layer sky. In the next second, a horrifying thought exploded in the minds of a group of people. Could this guy be a supreme powerhouse of the immortal king realm? How is that possible? How could a supreme powerhouse of the immortal king order have just ascended? And right at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked down at immortal Emperor Xianjian with a playful expression. You think I'm great? I think you suck. Wasn't he high and mighty just now? Why are you on your knees now? Looks like you're not qualified to be my disciple. Hearing the voice coming from Gu Jingtian, the Xianjian immortal monarch below immediately turned red. A look of despair and fear filled his eyes. However, after seeing Li Muqing in front of her, a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Elder, I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai. Offending senior's immortal might is an unpardonable offense. Senior is willing to be at senior's disposal. Even if he dies, he will never complain. There's just one thing that I implore senior to agree to. Chapter 141 Li Muqing's Initiative. Gu Jingtian let out a light hum. You can talk about it, but this seat won't necessarily agree with you. Hearing this, the pretty face of the kneeling Xianjian immortal monarch was filled with helplessness. Regardless of what senior does with me, please still take this Xian sword mountain. I, Fu Yaoqin, spent the first half of my life with one person and one sword, never begging. What I loathe most is using power to oppress and force others. But ever since I founded this Xian sword mountain, everything has become different. I became no longer like my former self, and I no longer had the courage to draw my sword in the face of might. Nowadays, I no longer have the ability to shield them from the wind and rain, so I'm tired of asking senior to take on this burden. Even if I were to be allowed to die right now, I would have no regrets in my death. As soon as these words came out, the members of Xianjian Mountain present instantly had tears in their eyes. Xian Sword Mountain was able to become one of the top 5 forces on Sword Shadow Island by relying on just one immortal monarch realm powerhouse, Fu Yaojin. For the sake of Xian Sword Mountain, Fu Yaogan had compromised too much. That Xianjian fairy who was once as proud as the blazing sun was no longer the same. Thinking of Fu Yaoqin's dedication to Xian Sword Mountain over the years, a group of Xian Sword Mountain members immediately burst into old tears. Ancestor, it's all because we're incompetent that the ancestral master is left to carry all the pressure alone. Ancestor, there's no need to mind us. It's only with you that Xian Sword Mountain exists. For a moment, these old men who had lived for tens of thousands of years actually burst into tears on the spot. At this moment, Li Xianqing had also cried into tears. Seeing this scene, Li Muqing hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian who was on the side. Elder Gu, I caused all of this. Qing'er implores senior to raise her hand. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned. Alright, don't beg for this and that all day long. It's not humiliating enough if this gets out that it's my Gu Jingtian. When these words came out, the people present froze on the spot. Only after a few breaths did the crowd react. A look of ecstasy filled their eyes. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, the terrifying might suddenly disappeared. The crowd was still frozen on the spot at the moment. not yet having reacted from the aftermath of the robbery. Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. Don't get up yet. You don't want me to help you up. Upon hearing this, the crowd stood up in excitement. With a face full of respect, he looked at Gu Jingtian. We have met the old ancestor. Hearing the words old ancestor, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. You guys are thinking too easy. There is only a cooperative relationship between this seat and you. You only need to follow this seat's orders. This seat will already protect your safety. There's no need to address me as old ancestor. Upon hearing this, Fu Ye again and the other group of Xianjian mountain powerhouses' faces were stunned. Doing a little thinking, he then nodded with a respectful face. I respectfully obey the senior's law. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly, his gaze glancing to the duo of Fu Yaojin and Li Xianqing on the side. You two come with this seat. Not long after, in a palace at the top of Xianjian mountain. This place was exactly the area where Fu Yaoqin practiced daily. At this moment, Gu Jingtian was sitting on top of the throne. The two of them, Li Xianqing and Fu Yaoqin, stood below with respectful faces. Gu Jingtian spoke out blandly. This seat has just ascended, and I don't know much about the situation within this illusory star sea. You will inform this seat of the situation of the powerful forces in this sea of illusory stars. Even though he already knew that Gu Jingtian had just ascended, he had personally heard Gu Jingtian himself admit it. The duo in front of them were still shocked in their hearts. This supreme immortal king realm powerhouse has actually just ascended. This is simply too counterintuitive. This is just like a fool's errand. Fu Yaoqin curtsied in style. Senior, there are a total of 108 large islands in this illusory star sea, and the number of small islands is countless. The strongest forces among them are the 7 islands of the illusory star. There are several immortal monarch realm experts in each of these 7 islands, and the strongest force is the Kuei Xing Island. Not only do they have 5 immortal monarch realm experts, but there is also a supreme immortal king who has survived for millions of years, the Kuei Do immortal king, and also the explicit lord of the sea of illusory stars. The one who wants to marry Qing'er is the bloodline descendant of this Kuei Do immortal king, named Xingyu. It is the young island master of Kuei Xing Island, a heavenly genius. Before Fu Yaoqin could finish her sentence, Gu Jingtian's voice but had already sounded. This marriage, if my youngest junior is willing, will be concluded. If she doesn't want to, then back off. Hearing this, before Fu Yaoqin could open her mouth, Li Xianqing, who was on the side, stood out. Elder, this marriage is something that Qing'er is most unwilling to do. Old me is willing to personally run to Kuei Xing Island to return the marriage. When these words came out, a trace of entanglement flashed through Fu Yaoqin's beautiful eyes. After a little hesitation he opened his mouth. Senior, this Kuei Do immortal king of Kuei Xing Island has been accomplishing the immortal king fruit for hundreds of thousands of years, extremely doting on this junior Xingyu. Besides, nowadays this marriage is already known and unknown throughout the sea of illusory stars. If we just withdraw from the marriage, I'm afraid immortal king Kuei Do will be furious. Even if old ancestor Kuei Do is jealous of the fact that you, senior, are also an immortal king realm powerhouse, but withdrawing from the marriage so directly is still too offensive to immortal king Kuei Do. Why don't I prepare some things to make amends, and I'll go to Kuei Island with senior. Go ahead and discuss this matter of withdrawing from the marriage. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with thoughts. Just now you were saying that this Kuei Do immortal king is precisely the lord of this illusory star sea? This sudden inquiry caused Fu Yaoqin to be slightly stunned. Still, it was a quick nod. Yes, the entire islands in the sea of illusory stars, even the remaining 6 of the 7 islands of illusory stars, must also make regular offerings to Kuei Xing Island. Gu Jingtian sniffed and nodded without hesitation. Good then. When tomorrow comes, this seat will go with you personally to Kuei Xing Island. But there's no need to prepare this gift of reparation. Fu Yaoqin was slightly stunned and was just about to say something. Gu Jingtian's voice, however, sounded once again. There is one more thing that this seat would like to ask you. Have you ever heard of the names Yuan Yi sect and Guling Tian? Hearing this, the two of them looked puzzled. Yuan Yi sect? This power really hasn't been heard of. Guling Tian, from the name I think it's your brother. Senior? It's a pity that we haven't heard of it either. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. He naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that he would find his big brother just after ascending to the upper realm. Okay, that's all for now then. Let's leave tomorrow. Seeing that Gu Shocker had issued an expulsion order, the two of them could only helplessly turn around and leave. The time had soon come to evening. At this moment, at the entrance of the Xian Sword Hall, however, a shapely silhouette appeared. It was none other than Li Muqing. Looking at the large hall in front of her, Li Muqing's eyes flashed a look of determination. With that, he walked towards the middle of the Great Hall. Chapter 142 True Martial Demon Slaying Sword Technique. Soon, Li Muqing's figure had entered within this large hall. The hall was still brightly lit, but Gu Jingtian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Li Muqing's pair of jade hands kept rubbing, her pretty face blushing above. But at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Li Muqing. "What's the matter? What is it that you want to see me about at this late hour?" The sudden voice caused Li Muqing's delicate body to tremble, and she hurriedly looked behind her. Only Gu Jingtian's handsome and ethereal figure was floating behind him. A pair of starry eyes looked at herself with suspicion. A blush instantly spread above Li Muqing's pretty face, spreading to the roots of those fair ears. Panicked, he lowered his head. "Elder Gu, I'm really sorry to bother you at this late hour, but Haruna really does have something she wants to say to Min." Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. "It's okay, you can always say what you have to say." Li Muqing took a deep breath. "Elder Gu, you should also know about me being betrothed to the young island master of Kuwaishing Island. I know that the Kuwaishing Island's forces are very powerful, and if I reject them, it may lead to unimaginable calamities for you and the Xian Sword Mountain. So I can marry, but before I do, I wish I could give you the most important thing I have." Speaking here, Li Muqing's entire little brain was buried in her chest. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito fly. Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. After a moment's thought, then he said aloud, "I know about this naturally, and I know that you don't want to. That's why I've decided to travel to Kuwaishing Island tomorrow together with Immortal Emperor Xianjian to return this marriage of yours." When these words came out, Li Muqing instantly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. "Is this true, Elder Gu? I really don't have to marry that Xingyu?" Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. "This is naturally true." Hearing this, Li Muqing took a long breath of relief, and her tender gaze once again looked at Gu Jingtian. He was just about to say something, but Gu Jingtian's voice sounded again. "Well, you have your answer in this matter, so go back to rest early. I'll take care of this for you tomorrow." As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's figure instantly disappeared without a trace. Looking at the empty hall in front of her, Li Muqing froze in place. A mist of water rose in a pair of beautiful eyes. Did he still refuse? "My first love, and it's over before it's begun?" A line of tears slipped from the corner of Li Muqing's eyes. The sun rose and the moon set, and in the blink of an eye it was already early the next morning. Gu Jingtian stood alone at the top of this Xianjian mountain, looking at the endless sea of clouds in front of him. His eyes were bright and dark. "This upper realm is extremely dangerous. It has been 3,000 years. I wonder if Big Brother is alive. And purple shirt. I wonder how I'm going to get to the demon realm." But right at this moment, a familiar electronic tone rang out in Gu Jingtian's mind. The check-in system has been upgraded, and is now the immortal check-in version. The host is allowed one check-in per week's time. The guaranteed level for obtaining rewards is true immortal level, and the top level is extreme innate treasure. Is today's check-in taking place? Hearing the voice of the unified sun, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. The immortal world version of signing in? No wonder there were basically no immortal level rewards for what one had previously obtained. So that's what happened. Innate extreme treasure? Wouldn't that mean that the 4 immortal execution swords, the treasure gourd, the immortal cutting flying dagger, and all of these types of things are able to be obtained by signing in on their own? Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Proceed to sign in. As Gu Jingtian's mind moved, the system's voice once again sounded in Gu Jingtian's mind. "Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and rewards are being drawn for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the premium reward, Jinwu Swinging Demon Sword Technique." The true martial demon slaying sword technique was the innate sword Dao divine ability of the 9 heavens demon slaying ancestor, true martial emperor, and its power was extremely terrifying. The minimum cultivation level was the immortal monarch realm. As the owner of the system, the host can directly comprehend it. Hearing the voice in his head, Gu Jingtian's heart burst with ecstasy. Worthy of being an upgraded existence. The first time I signed in, I actually signed in the true martial emperor's innate sword Dao avatar. True martial demon swinging sword technique. It should be much stronger than the Sibyl's opening heaven that I studied on my own. In the next second, countless forces of law appeared out of nowhere in Gu Jingtian's sea of consciousness. It was that true martial demon swinging sword technique. Gu Jingtian's heart couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The premium reward is already the true martial demon slaying sword technique. So what kind of terrifying existence will the extreme reward behind it be? Half an hour later, Gu Jingtian's figure appeared in the Xian Sword Palace, and below, on top of the Great Hall, there was a concave and convex figure standing here. It was none other than the founding ancestor of Xianjian Mountain, Fu Yaojin. Seeing Gu Jingtian arrive, Fu Yaogan saluted with a respectful face. "Greetings, Elder." Gu Jingtian waved his hand. "Alright, don't take more time. You take me directly to Kuwaishing Island." Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, Fu Yaojin wanted to say something else, and after a slight hesitation, she still nodded. "Good. I'll take Senior to Kuwaishing Island." It won't take long if it's an instantaneous trip there. Gu Jingtian nodded. In the next second, the duo's figures disappeared without a trace from the Great Hall. 1 hour later, it was 100 million miles above the sea from the Sword Shadow Island, only to see an endless continent floating in this place. I'm afraid that just the area alone is comparable to the entire Xiantian continent. Terrifyingly, such a huge land was enveloped by a light shield. In the next second, only a flicker was seen in the nearby space. 2 figures slowly walked out from the void. It was none other than the Gu Jingtian duo who had come from Sword Shadow Island. Looking at the spell formation that enveloped the entire continent in front of him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but be slightly startled. This is worthy of being the upper realm. A single formation can envelop an entire continent. During the conversation along the way, Gu Jingtian also learned a very important thing from Fu Yaogan. That is, there is not just one lower world, but it is as vast as a sea. Even the towering Immortal King realm powerhouses did not know exactly how many lower realms there were, and the cultivation systems among these lower realms were very different. Magic, martial arts, sorcery, fairy cultivation, fighting chi, and even all sorts of assorted cultivation styles. But in the end, they all converge in this one upper world. Looking at the endless island in front of her, Fu Yaoqin then said in a condensed voice, "Elder, this is Kuei Xing Island. Senior, wait a moment. I'll inform you." As soon as the words fell, Fu Yaoqin waved her jade hand and a token instantly shot out. Sword Shadow Island's Xianjian Mountains. Fu Yaoqin is visiting with Xianjian Mountains Supreme Elder. The Amazing Immortal King. Chapter 143, Surprising Purple Gold Behemoth. God King. Fu Yaoqin's voice instantly rang out. In the next second, one could only see 2 figures shooting up from the middle of the island below. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Gu Jingtian and Fu Yaoqin. Only 2 figures were seen wearing purple robes with 2 large characters engraved above the robes. Kuei Xing. Despite the fact that their cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, the duo had a brash look on their faces. One of the men with long fiery red hair frowned lightly. The tiger gazed intently at the duo in front of him. "Your immortal monarch Xianjian of Xianjian Mountain on Sword Shadow Island? What are you doing on Kuei Xing Island now?" When these words came out, Fu Yaoqin said without being humble. It did not directly answer this person's question, but instead looked at Gu Jingtian, who was on the side. "This is my Xian Sword Mountain's Supreme Elder, the astounding Immortal King." Hearing this, the faces of the 2 people in front of them were shocked. The eyes were bright and dark. A powerhouse of the Supreme Immortal King realm? When did Xian Sword Mountain have an additional Supreme Immortal King realm powerhouse? This is Kuei Xing Island. There's no way this Fu Yaoqin can be credulous. With this thought, the 2 heavenly immortals bowed at once. Elder of the mountain sect of Kuei Xing Island of the late generation. Meet the Immortal King coronation. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Where is your family's old ancestor? Immortal King Kuei Do? This Immortal King has something important to discuss. When these words came out, these 2 heavenly immortal realm powerhouses frowned lightly, their eyes filled with a tangle of colors. Coronation Immortal King. Truth be told, my family's Immortal King coronation is welcoming our honored guests at this moment. Senior might as well come back another day. Hearing this, before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, Fu Yaoqin, who was on the side, let out a cold snort. What honored guest? Is it more honorable than the Immortal King's coronation? The 2 celestial immortals were torn, their eyes bright and dark. Seeing the expressions on the duo's faces, Immortal Monarch Xianjian's heart was filled with surprise. This Kuei Xing Island has always acted arrogantly and domineeringly, and aside from Supreme Immortal Kings, it hardly puts anyone in its eyes. Seeing how their expressions are so tangled, is it possible that this honored guest is also a Supreme Immortal King powerhouse? But there's only one Immortal King in the entire sea of illusory stars. And just then, that heavenly immortal realm powerhouse helplessly said, "Truth be told, the Behemoth Empire's Berserker God King is here on Kuei Island at this very moment. If Coronation Immortal King really has something important to say, we can go in and inform him." Upon hearing this, Immortal Monarch Xianjian's pupils shrank, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. And Gu Jingtian, who was on the side, also had an exquisite flash in his eyes. Behemoth? Isn't that a race in the middle of the Western metaphysical world? I've heard Fu Yaogan say that there are other humanoid races in this upper realm, and I didn't expect to actually run into them so soon. And right at that moment, Immortal Emperor Xianjian's voice rang out in Gu Jingtian's mind. "Elder Gu, this Behemoth Empire is the closest humanoid power to my illusory star sea, and its national power is extremely strong. It possesses several God King realm powerhouses. Moreover, this type of human race is not friendly to the human race. Or else we should wait until he has left and then go and interview Immortal King Kuei Do." Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh and looked at the 2 heavenly immortals in front of him. "You and others go and inform quickly. Don't make this Immortal King wait too long." The two celestial immortals nodded. Then please ask the immortal king coronation to wait in the palace below. We'll be back soon. The two of them then separated. And one of them led Gu Jingtian and the two of them to wait in the great hall. The other person turned into a stream of light and shot off towards the distance. And at this moment, in the central area of Quixote Island, one could only see a huge city stretching for tens of thousands of miles situated here. And this city was just the residence of the Kuei-Do immortal king alone. There were hundreds of thousands of slaves in the city, all serving the Kuei-Do immortal king alone. And at this moment, this giant city was in the middle of a martial arts arena. A figure suddenly appeared in this place. The two figures were seated on the upper seats, with all sorts of rare and exotic fruits placed in front of them. One of them, with a purple bagua robe and a demonic purple hair, was the first strongest person in this illusory star sea, the Kuei-Do immortal king. And opposite of the Kuei-Do immortal king, there was an extremely burly figure sitting on a plate, with purple gold hair growing all over his body. His appearance was similar to that of an ape, except that he had 6 arms. The purple golden fur highlighted his strength as a purple gold behemoth that possessed the strength of the divine king realm. Immortal king realm powerhouses were known as god king realm powerhouses in the humanoid race. At the moment, the duo's eyes were looking into the distance. Above the martial arts arena in the distance, two figures were fighting furiously. One of them was none other than the number one heavenly pride of this Kuei-Shing Island, Xingyu. The other figure, obviously of the behemoth clan, had golden hair growing all over his body. In the battle between the two, it was obvious that this Xingyu was at a disadvantage and had been pressed by this golden behemoth. But right at this moment, that behemoth god king raised an eyebrow. Kuei-Do, isn't this Kuei-Shing Island of yours the crushing aptitude of your so-called ancient true immortal Camus Langxingjuan's heavenly Kuei-Shing sword technique? Why hasn't this descendant of yours used it yet? Can't it be that he looks down on this little disciple of mine? As soon as these words came out, the Kuei-Do immortal king's face stared, and there was actually some flattery in his gaze towards the Berserk Battle God King. Berserk Battle God King, this descendant of mine is gifted and foolish. This heavenly Kuei-Shing sword skill has not yet been introduced. God King, you are not to blame. Hearing this, the Berserker God King snorted coldly. Nonsense. How can the number one heavenly pride of your Kuei-Shing Island have a stupid natural talent? You wouldn't be afraid to use it and hurt this king's little apprentice? You're still looking down on this king's little apprentice. Humph. The Berserker God King's face immediately darkened. A hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the Kuei-Do immortal king, but it was fleeting. Then he responded with a fawning face. In that case, it's an offering. Xingyu, use the heavenly Kuei-Shing sword technique. Hearing this, a dazzling burst of starlight flared up in the eyes of Xingyu, who had been suppressed all this time. Tian Kuei-Shing sword. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a ray of starlight emerge from Xingyu's body. But just then, that golden behemoth let out a cold snort. Waste. Fancy. Not much use. Eat my blow. Bloodthirsty frenzy. As soon as the words fell, this golden behemoth's eyes glowed with a blood-colored light, and his eyes were filled with madness to kill. That 3-meter-tall body surged up and blasted out with a punch. Before Xingyu could react, that huge fist had already blasted on top of his body. Boom! With a loud bang, this Xingyu's figure immediately impacted down towards the ground. The Kuei-Do immortal king hurriedly waved his hand, and a wave of immortal energy floated out to catch Xingyu. God King of Berserkers, Xingyu lost. Your young disciple is truly gifted. The Berserker God King snorted coldly. It's over so quickly. This king hasn't seen the real heavenly Kuei-Shing sword technique yet. How about this? You fight with this king. Let this king open his eyes. Hearing this, the corner of the Kuei-Do immortal king's mouth twitched as a hint of anger flashed under his eyes. But just then, a voice came from the distance. Greetings, Coronation Immortal King. A powerful immortal king realm member from Xian Sword Mountain has come to pay his respects. Chapter 146, Proving the Way with Power. Listening to the sounds coming from the distance, immortal King Kuei-Do frowned lightly. The violet gold divine eyes were filled with astonishment. Xian Sword Mountain? Isn't that the sect where the Taoist couple for Yuer is arranged? Isn't the strongest person among their clan a female cultivator at the 5th level of the immortal monarch sky? An immortal king realm powerhouse? How can there be an immortal king powerhouse in Xianjian Mountain? But it's impossible that someone would dare to impersonate an immortal king realm powerhouse. It's hard to believe that there really is an outsider powerhouse that has entered the Xian Sword Mountain. If this is true, Yuer can't afford to be sloppy and careless with this one marriage. But now this Berserk Battle God King is here. This Berserk Battle God King is terrifyingly strong. Yet he always comes to compete with this immortal king. That's all. It's better not to let this Taoist friend come over right now, so as to save that Taoist friend from looking at the joke when he gets beaten up later. With this thought in mind, The Kuei-do Immortal King was just about to open his mouth when he heard the opposite side of the Berserk Battle God King show a playful expression on his face. An Immortal King realm powerhouse? I didn't realize that another Immortal King had actually appeared in the middle of your little sea of illusory stars. That's just great. Kuei-do, you're too weak to resist a few hits. Quickly! Let this human Immortal King come over quickly. This king would like to see if he is resistant to a beating. Listening to the mad battle Immortal King's undisguised mockery of himself, the Kuei-do Immortal King's heart was already filled with rage. Nay, a man under the roof has to bow his head. Immortal King Kuei-do could only nod helplessly. Quickly, invite this Immortal King coronation here. At the same time, in a palace at the entrance of Kashing Island, the two of them, Gu Jingtian and Immortal Monarch Shenjin, were here savoring the specialty of this Kuei-shing Island, Heavenly Star Tea. Immortal Monarch Shenjin's willow brows were lightly furrowed, and her eyes were filled with gravity. Elder Gu, this behemoth clan, with its violent character, is extremely prone to anger. It is an uncompromising fighting maniac amongst this type of human race. This behemoth race is born with divine power, and takes the route of physical cultivation that uses force to prove the Tao, and is extremely strong. It is far superior to the human race of the same realm. If we go over there now, wouldn't it be futile if this beaming clan's Berserk Battle God King were to lash out? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian, however, had the corners of his mouth lightly raised, and unhurriedly picked up the teacup in his hand. Take a light sip. Not bad. This tea tastes good. This seed would also like to see what this so-called power to prove the Tao is all about. Hearing the words power to prove the Tao, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with disdain. No one is worthy to say the words prove the way by force in front of the Pangu demon god. A few minutes later, under the leadership of that celestial immortal, the two of them, Gu Jingtian and Immortal Monarch Shenjin, had arrived at the entrance of that giant city. Looking at the towering giant city, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, worthy of the upper realm, a place that is comparable to a country in the lower realm is just an Immortal King's palace here. At the same time, in the middle of the giant city's martial arts arena, the two of them, Immortal King Kuei-do and Berserk Battle God King, coincidentally looked towards the city gates. Immortal King Kuei-do frowned lightly. This king actually can't see this person's heel? It seems like it's mostly an Immortal King realm Taoist as well. It's just that I don't know which kind of law this fellow Taoist cultivates. While at this moment, the Berserk Battle God King's pair of huge eyes were filled with disdain. It's these pitifully weak-looking spirit cultivators again. Really? Among your human race, you can only cultivate these fancy things. In the face of the Berserker God King's undisguised mockery, Immortal King Kuei-do could only listen with a helpless face. Soon, the two figures had arrived in this martial arts arena. Seeing Gu Jingtian's arrival, Immortal King Kuei-do hurriedly got up and said with a smile on his face, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that there would actually be an additional Immortal King Taoist friend amongst my fantasy star sea. It's really something to be congratulated. If this king had known, he would have paid a visit to the door long ago and done his best as a landlord. I didn't realize it was you who came to the door first." Looking at this kind and amiable appearance of Immortal King Kuei-do, Immortal Monarch Shenjian's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. This Kuei-do Immortal King is rumored to be a fierce god. Why is he so polite upon meeting? I guess it's normal. After all, Senior Gu is also a strong person of the Immortal King realm. Perhaps in the eyes of an Immortal King realm powerhouse, everyone below an Immortal King is an ant. As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. Gu Jingtian also smiled slightly. A sudden visit to the door. The Kuei-do Immortal King also do not. Before the words were finished, the Berserker God King on the side raised an eyebrow. The open face with purple-red fur was filled with displeasure. You humanoids, you just like to bite and grind. Hey, you guy, what law are you cultivating? What path are you walking? Hurry up and tell the king. Listening to the Berserker God King's chiding words, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. The Kuei-do Immortal King on the side saw that the situation was not right and hurriedly came out to make peace. This fellow Taoist, this king will introduce you. This is the Behemoth Empire's great general, the Berserker God King, who is following the cultivation system of proving the Tao by force, a strength that can be described as earth-shattering, famous throughout the entire Tiannan, 1,000 times worn. A horse's ass is not worn. Listening to the Kuei-do Immortal King's compliments, the Berserk Battle God King was even more smug. Seeing that the situation had eased slightly, the Kuei-do Immortal King breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued. I don't know how to address this Taoist friend. What system is he practicing? Due to the fact that in the upper realm, there were all sorts of cultivation systems in 5 different ways, it wasn't a strange thing to meet and greet what cultivation system. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as his icy gaze swept toward the distant Berserker God King. This king, Gu Jingtian, coincidentally, cultivates the same system as this berserk battle god king, using force to prove the Tao and breaking the heavens with martial arts. Looking at Gu Jingtian's tit-for-tat gaze, the corner of immortal King Kuei Do's mouth twitched. Is there any mistake? This king is already making peace, and this Taoist friend is still bumping into it on his own. Can't you let me have some peace and quiet on this Quasar Island for a while? While hearing Gu Jingtian's words, this berserk battle god king was ecstatic. Up and down, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the distance. This little body of yours? You're actually practicing the cultivation system of using force to prove the Tao. Great! That's just great! It's finally not a spirit cultivation system. This Quaidu fellow is the spirit cultivation system that he cultivates, and he's pathetically weak. He can't even resist a few punches. There you are now. It's just great. Hurry up and fight with this king. Let this king see your power. If you can win against this king, you are a friend of the Behemoth clan, the face of the Kuei Do immortal king, who was once again named, darkened. It's over. The reputation that this king has built up in the outside world over the years is all ruined now. But I didn't expect this fellow Taoist to actually cultivate the system of using force to prove the Tao. This is great. One will never have to take a beating once in a while again. Finally, a substitute. Chapter 147, you are purely making a fool of yourself. While looking at the berserk battle god king with a look of eagerness to try, immortal monarch Xianjian's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Trouble. It's true that as rumors have it, this Behemoth clan is extremely warlike. Even Elder Gu is at the immortal king realm that certifies the Tao by force. Where would he be a match for this Behemoth clan? While at this moment, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth were lightly raised. He was able to sense that the berserk battle god king in front of him didn't have too much malice, but was just a fanatical fighting maniac. Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, this Behemoth clan is a race known for its strength in the Western metaphysics. I wonder if it is stronger or weaker compared to one's own Panga flesh body. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. In that case, why not? Come on. Hearing this, the berserker god king immediately smiled with joy. Excellent. You're quite a pain in the ass for a human. Unlike this Quaidu guy who's so abrasive. Come on. As soon as the words fell, the berserker god king rose violently, his 4-meter body bringing an extremely strong sense of oppression. In the next second, the berserker god king violently swung out a fist. The space in front of him was suddenly shattered. A spatial passage appeared in front of the crowd. One could only see all sorts of colorful spatial turbulence pervading this spatial passage. The upper world space is not comparable to the lower world. Spatial turbulence even possessed unimaginable killing power. A heavenly immortal realm powerhouse simply couldn't withstand the tearing of the spatial turbulence. If they encountered a spatial turbulence storm, even a supreme immortal king could be killed. And right at that moment, the voice of the berserker god king suddenly rang out. Human race, if you have the guts, go fight with this king in the spatial turbulence. When these words came out, the pupils of the Kuei Do immortal king on the side shrank. There was a look of anxiety in his eyes. Playing so big? This spatial undercurrent is extremely treacherous. And this berserk battle god king is relying on this terrifying fleshly body of his to dare to enter. This fellow Taoist must not be impulsive. Fighting outside is just a matter of taking a beating. But entering the spatial turbulence, it's really possible to accidentally lose your life. It's not easy for me to have an immortal king realm Taoist here in this illusory star sea. But don't fold here. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. With a single step, his figure shot towards that spatial passage. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian's figure had appeared in that void. The figures of the two were far apart. Colorful spatial turbulence whisked by from all around. Looking at the crowd outside with a grave expression, seeing Gu Jingtian follow him in without hesitation, the berserker god king laughed out wildly. Great, great. This king hasn't encountered such an interesting human race in tens of thousands of years. As long as you can resist one of this king's punches, you are qualified to be his friend. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth rose lightly. And what if I beat you? As soon as these words came out, the berserker god king's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of domineering aura flashed in his eyes. In this aspect of power, no one is a match for this king. If you win, I'll do whatever you want. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Okay, come on. Hearing this, the berserker god king roared in anger. Interesting human race. Be careful. The power of the purple and gold behemoth. As soon as the words fell, only a purple-golden pattern slowly emerged above the body of this berserk battle god king. Terrifying to unimaginable power coalesced within that majestic body. In the next second, the berserker god king moved. The body that emitted a terrifying might shot out violently, completely ignoring the spatial turbulence that stood in front of the two of them. He violently swung his fist out and blasted towards Gu Jingtian. In an instant, that heaven-destroying strike was declared. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it wasn't possible to accurately reflect the power of this strike in the void, Gu Jingtian was able to sense that the power of this strike was enough to destroy the entire eastern continent. Seeing this scene, the people in the outside world also stared with wide eyes. The Kuei-do Immortal King was even more desperate. It's over. It's over. Why is this Taoist friend speaking so arrogantly? The Berserk Battle God King didn't leave any strength left in this. Even if he himself receives this strike, he will be seriously injured if he doesn't die. In the void at this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes were slightly narrowed. His expression as normal. It looked like the Berserker God King's fist had already arrived in front of Gu Jingtian, but in the very next second, a large hand snapped out. It was directly blocked in front of the Berserker God King's fist. Boom! An indescribable power blossomed in the void. In an instant, the spatial turbulence within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles shook violently and flew backwards towards the endless void. Gu Jingtian's figure, on the other hand, was as motionless as a mountain of ancient gods. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the outside world froze on the spot. A dumbfounded and incredulous face looked at everything in the void. The Kuei-do Immortal King even stood up with a rubbing sound, his eyes full of astonishment. How is this possible? This Berserk Battle God King's power has been personally experienced by myself. It's simply a force that breaks all laws. Such a terrifying punch. And this Gu Jingtian actually directly caught it with one hand? How is this possible? How could there be such a terrifying existence among the human race? Even the indestructible Buddha, who specializes in the cultivation of the physical body, couldn't possibly block a terrifying strike so easily. And in the void at this moment, the smile on the face of the Berserker God King gradually disappeared, and a pair of violet gold divine eyes were filled with disbelief. He clearly felt that his terrifying power was like a clay cow entering the sea without having any effect on the other party. And just then, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. Your power isn't bad, but there's still a big gap between you and this seat. Go back. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's palm snapped. A flood of power instantly erupted from Gu Jingtian's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the body of the Berserker God King immediately flew backwards. A mouthful of purple golden blood gushed out from his mouth. The entire person shot towards the depths of the void like a stream of light. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly, and with a single turn, he had already appeared in the outside world within the martial arts arena. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him, Immortal King Kuei-do's body shook wildly. Too strong. I didn't expect this Gu Jingtian to be so strong. I'm afraid that this power is far inferior to the power of the descendants of the giant spirit god among the human race. Wonderful. I didn't expect that my illusory star sea had actually come to have such a great god. I must hold this thigh myself, and in the future, Fantasy Star Sea, won't have to be bullied in the southern continent. However, at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked at the Kuei-do Immortal King in front of him as if his expression was as normal. Seeing this, Immortal King Kuei-do hurriedly said respectfully, "Fellow Daoist, strength is truly unprecedented. It's an eye-opening experience for this king." And at this moment, Gu Jingtian opened his mouth. "This sudden visit is to inform your excellency of a matter." Hearing this, the corner of the Kuei-do Immortal King's mouth twitched. A respectful face said, "Dare I ask you? I don't know what's going on." Chapter 148, The Three Sovereigns and Five Emperors. 18 Heavenly Kings. Gu Jingtian slowly took his seat and lifted his teacup. "I have heard that one of my late friends is betrothed to your excellency's young island master of Kuei-shing Island." Hearing this, Immortal King Kuei-do was all smiles. "Yes, fellow Daoist. That is exactly my descendant. If the two of them get married, our Kuei-shing Island and Xianjian Mountain will be in-laws." Hearing this, the eyes of Xingyu on the side were also filled with excitement. Xian Sword Mountain actually has an Immortal King realm powerhouse as well. If one marries that Li Muqing, wouldn't one have the backing of two Immortal King realm powerhouses? After this, in the entire illusory Star Sea, who dares to mess with me? But at that moment, Gu Jingtian drank the tea in his hand, coldly. This marriage is not satisfactory to the seat. When he said this, Gu Jingtian did not continue to speak, but only looked at the Kuei-do Immortal King in front of him with a smile. The corner of the Kuei-do Immortal King's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with helplessness. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Xingyu, who was on the side, snapped out, "Elder, I." As the words left his mouth, a large hand had already slapped this Xingyu's face, the strong force directly slapping him dozens of miles away. The one who struck out was none other than the Kuei-do Immortal King. Immortal King Kuei-do frowned with a look of hatred. "The elders are talking. Why are you, a little one, interfering?" After saying that, he hurriedly looked at Gu Jingtian with a smile on his face. "Since fellow Daoist doesn't agree, this matter will end there. It's good that fellow Daoist is happy." Looking at this groveling appearance of the Kuei-do Immortal King, the Xianjian Immortal Monarch on the side had a look of excitement in his eyes. "I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I would actually be able to see the Kuei-do Immortal King like this. Who could have thought that the fierce and powerful Kuei-do Immortal King in the entire illusory Star Sea would also have such a side? Gu Jingtian nodded with a calm expression as he heard this. But at that moment, the space in the distance violently shattered, and a figure shot out from the void. It was none other than the Berserk Battle God King from earlier. Only to see that at this moment, the top of the Berserker God King's body was filled with dense wounds, and a force prevented the wounds from healing. Obviously suffered a lot in the void. A face covered in purple gold hair was filled with a displeased look. Seeing the arrival of the Berserker God King, Immortal King Kuei-do's face tightened. Bad. How did the Berserk God King come back again? If the two of them fight here, they won't be able to keep their entire Kuei-shing Island. But in the very next second, the Berserker God King looked at Gu Jingtian and let out a violent cold snort. Although this king didn't use his true body of behemoth, but a loss is a loss. From now on, I, Berserk Battle, am your subordinate. As long as it's not something that's detrimental to the interests of the Behemoth Empire, it's at your disposal. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Not bad, willing to gamble and accept defeat. He's still a man. From now on, you will follow this seat. Hearing this, the Berserker God King walked sullenly behind Gu Jingtian. A cold snort was given towards the golden bimbo in the distance. You go back. Go back to the Behemoth Empire and tell the King of Behemoth that Berserkers lost and became a human follower. Don't come looking for me. I lost is lost. If I come to be too much trouble, I, Berserk Battle, can't afford to lose this person. Hearing this, that golden behemoth could only turn away helplessly. While at this moment, the Xianjian Immortal Monarch's beautiful eyes were already agitated. Heavens! The Behemoth Empire's great general has actually become Elder Gu's attendant. This is going to take off for my Xian Sword Mountain in the future. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked at the two Immortal King Realm powerhouses in front of him. These two have both reached the Immortal King Realm, and are considered a party in this upper realm. So I'm sure they know no less. Perhaps one can get the news one wants from them. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian then said in a condensed voice, you two should know quite a bit about this upper world. This seat has just ascended and doesn't know much about the upper realms. What are the more powerful races, or powerful forces in this upper realm? Tell this seat. The two Immortal King Realm powerhouses in front of them froze in place when these words came out. Looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him, his eyes stared like copper bells, transmitting lightning-like confusion. What? He said he just ascended? A powerhouse of the Immortal King Realm just ascended? Is this human language? How come we can't understand it? How is it possible for a strong person of the Immortal King Realm to be birthed in the middle of the lower realms? Even though the two of them didn't believe it 10,000 times in their hearts. But facing Gu Jingtian, the two of them were only too good to ask questions. The Berserker God King hesitated slightly and then spoke. This king doesn't particularly understand the forces amongst this human race, but the humanoid race, this king still knows quite a bit. The most powerful forces amongst the humanoid races are the Mountain of Gods and the Heavenly God Hall, where the descendants of the ancient gods live. The strength is extremely powerful. Then there are the 6 major races, the Magic War Alliance, the Elves, the Orcs, the Titans, the Dwarves, and the Behemoths. And of course there are races that are more sparsely populated. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. It sounds like the races in this Western metaphysical world all exist in the upper realm. But what one is more concerned about right now is the situation on the human side. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian then looked at the Kuei-do Immortal King to the side. Immortal King Kuei-do said in a hurry, compared to the humanoid side, which is divided by race, our human side is different. Among the human race it is differentiated according to the cultivation method inherited. The most powerful forces belong to the 4 major forces of the Yuan-yi sect, the Tong Tian Temple, the Heavenly Palace, and the Thunder Sound Temple. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. Yuan-yi cult? You know about the Geniki sect? Give this seat a detailed account of what's going on with this Yuan-yi sect. Immortal King Kuei-do said in a hurry. Among this human race is to distinguish forces based on inheritance. This Yuan-yi sect has obtained an ancient inheritance, and its power is extremely terrifying. An immortal Emperor Yuan-yi of the Yuan-yi sect is also a famous powerhouse in this upper realm. In this upper realm, there is a saying about the strongest, the 3 dignitaries and 5 emperors, and the 18 heavenly kings. And this Yuan-yi immortal father of the Yuan-yi sect is one of the 3. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Immortal Emperor Yuan-yi? Is the realm above the Immortal King realm the Immortal Exalt realm? Or is there the Immortal Emperor realm in between? Hearing this, the Kuei-do Immortal King was slightly stunned. He was now somewhat convinced that Gu Jingtian had just ascended, or else he wouldn't have been confused about the division of realms in this upper realm. Immortal King Kuei-do said in a hurry. That's not true. In this upper realm, Most of the powerhouses from all the forces are at the Immortal King realm. But being at the same Immortal King realm, their strengths are vastly different due to their cultivation systems and inheritance. Just take that 18 heavenly kings. They are also Immortal King realm powerhouses, but their legacies are all extremely terrifying. And that kind of existence kills ordinary Immortal Kings as simply as drinking water. As for the realm of the 3 and 5 emperors, they should also be at the Immortal King realm, but their inheritance is so heaven-defying that it far exceeds that of an ordinary Immortal King. And that's why they're called the 3 and 5 emperors. Chapter 149, True Martial Dao Sect, Tortoise and Snake 2 Generals. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. So that's how it is. Most of the powerhouses in this upper realm are at the Immortal King realm, and the gap between each other's strengths is determined by the inheritance. In that case, one has the full set of chaotic demon god Pangu's inheritance and has incorporated it into one's gong methods. If you say so, I'm not afraid. But right at this moment, the Kuei-Do Immortal King in front of him looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him with a sobbing face, looking as if he wanted to say something. Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly when he saw this. Why does your excellency have such an expression? If you have something to say, you might as well say it. Hearing this, Immortal King Kuei-Do's pair of divine eyes flushed slightly. Today, when I get to meet you, fellow Daoist, this king really has countless words he wants to say. Since you, fellow Daoist, have arrived at this illusory star sea and even entered the Xian Sword Mountain, you must have heard of this king's affairs. In this phantom star sea, this king is considered to be calling the shots, but who knows the pain in this king's heart? Speaking here, there were actually tears flashing in the eyes of the Kuei-Do Immortal King. Seeing this scene, the Xianjian Immortal Monarch on the side couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Is this really the Kuei-Do Immortal King? Can it be that what one has heard before is all a lie? The Kuei-Do Immortal King continued with a grudging face. Fellow Daoist doesn't know. This phantom star sea land is extremely special, being a place where the human race and humanoid race boundaries converge. In recent years, the conflict between the two major ethnic groups, the human race and the humanoid race, has intensified, and if the two sides go to war, the first to bear the brunt will be this illusory star sea. Truth be told, if it weren't for the fact that this king came from this phantom star sea, he would have slipped away by now. Now that you, fellow Daoist, are also rooted in this illusory star sea, this king will finally have someone to rely on as well. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I really didn't expect it. This so-called Kuei-Do Immortal King is actually a guy who likes to cry and cry so much. Gu Jingtian then said in a cold voice, as long as you help this seat, if anyone gives you a hard time, you can report this seat's name. At these words, Immortal King Kuei-Do drew himself up with a scuffling sound, a look of gratitude. With these words from a fellow Daoist, this king's heart is at ease. Fellow Daoist, just command. This king will never say anything. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. Have you ever heard of a man named Gu Lingtian? Hearing this, Immortal King Kuei-Do's face froze with a slightly puzzled expression. At first glance, it looked like he didn't know, and Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel a little lost. Big Brother's talent is extremely terrifying, being born with a Dao body, and even more so, he has all sorts of resources gifted to him by himself. Now that 3,000 years have passed, I think it must have at least broken through to the Immortal Monarch realm. But Kuei-Do Immortal King, as an Immortal King realm powerhouse, surprisingly doesn't know. It's hard to believe that Big Brother has. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel sadness in his heart. He just couldn't accept that his big brother, who had raised him, had died. However, before the Kuei-Do Immortal King could open his mouth, the sound of the Berserk Battle God King buzzing suddenly came from behind him. Gu Lingtian? It seems like I've heard that name somewhere before. As soon as these words came out, Gu Jingtian rose violently, his eyes looking dead at the Berserker God King behind him. Think hard about where on earth you've heard that name before. Hearing this, the Berserker God King's eyes were filled with thought. Gu Lingtian? This king does remember that 1500 years ago, there was once a person who called himself Immortal Monarch Lingtian who had once visited the Dark Elf clan. As for the rest, this king isn't really sure. After all, this king isn't interested at all. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's heart was stirred. Immortal Monarch Lingtian? Could it be Big Brother? Even if it's only a 1 in a million chance, I absolutely can't let it go. Gu Jingtian then said in a condensed voice. Good then. You will take this seat on a trip to the place where this Dark Elf is. When these words came out, the Berserker God King but frowned. This Dark Elf clan is located in the core area of the humanoid race, and if you want to go, you need to pass through the areas of many clans. Just now, Kuei-Do has also said that nowadays, the swords between the humanoid race and the human race can be considered to be at cross swords, so if we go there, it is highly likely that we will attract the attacks of the various races. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian didn't hesitate for a second. You don't need to worry about the rest, you just need to take me there. But at that moment, the Kuei-do immortal king on the side rose violently. Fellow Daoist must not. A slightly sobbing voice resounded. In the heat of the moment, immortal King Kuei-do directly embraced Gu Jingtian's arm. That teary-eyed look instantly sent a chill down Gu Jingtian's spine. With a slight force, he directly shook off the Kuei-do immortal king in front of him. You talk the talk, don't get your hands dirty here. The Kuei-do immortal king had an anxious look on his face before he said helplessly, since things have developed like this, I won't hide it from you. Fellow Daoist, the true martial Dao sect in the middle of the human frontier has already given this king an ultimatum to act as a sender of death and provoke the Berserk Battle God King. If the Berserker God King kills this king, the true martial Dao sect will use this as a pretext to attack the Behemoth Empire. If you leave and I'm the only one left, how should I deal with this true martial Dao sect? When these words came out, the two people in front of them were slightly stunned. The Berserker God King raised an eyebrow. What? The true martial Dao sect actually wants to send troops against my Behemoth Empire? Damn it! He's seeing that my Behemoth Empire is quite ostracized among the humanoids and wants to take advantage of the fire. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, a dark thought in his mind. Although it is said that the death or life of this Kuei-do immortal king doesn't have much to do with himself, but the entire Xian Sword Mountain and Li Muching and the others are all here. Going to look for Big Brother by yourself is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But if one makes a name for oneself in this upper realm and establishes a giant force, if Big Brother learns of it, he will surely come to find himself. In that case, let's take this true martial Dao sect first. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian gave it a little thought and said in a condensed voice, in that case, inform me of the situation of this true martial Dao sect. Hearing this, immortal King Kuei-do immediately had a grateful expression. Fellow Daoist, this true martial Dao sect is no small feat. There can't help but be 3 immortal king realm powerhouses in it. And the cultivation system of the 2 of them is the ancient immortal cultivation system. What's even more terrifying is that the one true martial Dao sect's inherited secret method is also extremely powerful. These 2 immortal kings are named Xian Turtle Immortal King and Xian Snake Immortal King. The duo's divine ability can summon 2 supreme immortal beasts. And these 2 supreme immortal beasts are also capable of joining forces and combining attacks. The strength is extremely terrifying. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingtian, however, immediately froze on the spot. True martial Dao sect, Xian Snake, Xian Turtle, combined strike? Isn't this the combined attack technique of the Turtle and Snake generals? Chapter 150 Heaven does not give birth to my Kuei-do immortal king. Go Dao 10,000 years is like a long night. The inheritance of the mere Turtle and Snake generals is not worth mentioning, but one has just obtained this true martial demon slaying great emperor's innate divine ability. With this thought, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. In that case, this seat will accompany you on a trip to the true martial Dao sect and settle this matter without ending it. When these words came out, immortal King Kuei-do but his face froze. To the true martial Dao sect? That won't do. In my opinion, it would be better for fellow Daoists to hurry up and relocate the disciples of Xian Sword Mountain into this king's Kashing Island. With this king's circumstellar star formation and the cultivation of you and I at the immortal king realm, even if the 2 immortal kings of the ghost serpent come here, we can still defend ourselves. Hearing this, before Gu Jingtian could open his mouth, the Berserker God King on the side snorted coldly. Kuei-do, you waste of space, this king just despises your style of being greedy and afraid of death. If you had dared to fight with this king for real in the past, this king wouldn't have to come and beat you up every year. Isn't it just the true martial Dao sect? We 3 God Kings, we can still be afraid of the 2 of them. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian and immortal monarch Xin Jian couldn't help but twitch their faces. Come to beat up every year? That's too vicious. I didn't expect the Kuei-do immortal king who shook the entire illusory star sea to have such a tragic encounter. In the face of the Berserker God King's reprimand, the Kuei-do immortal king nonetheless continued to have a cowering expression. Berserker God King, you are unaware that the combined strike technique of these 2 immortal kings, the turtle and the snake, that has been praised by the Divine Eye Heavenly King among the 18 heavenly kings. 5,000 years ago, the 2 immortal kings of Turtle and Snake once clashed with the Divine Eye's Heavenly King. Even the Divine Eye's Heavenly King was unable to kill the 2 immortal kings of Turtle and Snake, and even more so, allowed these 2 to escape without any injuries. When these words came out, the Berserker God King in front of him immediately raised an eyebrow. A pair of violet gold eyes glazed over. What? The 2 of them were actually able to escape under the Divine Eye Heavenly King? And uninjured? The Kuei-do immortal king nodded. It's true. I witnessed this battle back in the day. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. And who is this Divine Eye Heavenly King? Hearing this, the Kuei-do immortal king showed a look of awe. This Kuei-do immortal king is the 3rd most terrifying existence among the 18 heavenly kings. It can be considered as one of the most powerful people just below the 3-5 emperors. The 3-5 emperors almost never come out nowadays, and this Divine Eye's Heavenly King is the absolute pinnacle of power in the upper realm. This Divine Eye's Heavenly King's inheritance is extremely mysterious and extremely terrifying at the same time. Not only does it possess terrifying physical strength, but it also possesses terrifying divine eyes. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Strong physical body strength and a pupil-type divine ability. How does this sound so similar to that fellow? Can it be that it's really that guy? With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but burn with endless fighting spirit in his heart. If it's really that one's inheritance, I'd like to meet this Divine Eye Heavenly King in person. But the most important thing at the moment is to settle this true martial Dao sect first. Upon hearing the name Divine Eye Heavenly King, even a proud as the Mad Battle God King chose to remain silent at this moment. But at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice rang out. Ku-A Do, this seat will only give you one chance. Either take this seat to the true martial Dao sect now, or leave you to fend for yourself here. When these words came out, Immortal King Ku-A Do's face instantly tightened, and his eyes were filled with a tangle of colors. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. I really didn't expect that people who have cultivated to the Immortal King realm would still have this kind of greedy, death-defying, and wishy-washy generation. Seeing that Immortal King Ku-A Do was slow to reply, Gu Jingtian's face turned cold as he looked toward the Berserk Battle God King on the side. Go! Leave with this seat. Hearing this, the Berserker God King gave the Ku-A Do Immortal King a look full of contempt. Waste! The two then intended to leave, but at that moment, Immortal King Ku-A Do roared in anger. Fellow Daoist, wait! Hearing those 4 words, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. Why are those 4 words so familiar? One could only see the Ku-A Do Immortal King's face reddening and his entire body trembling slightly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Put up a fight. This king has been diligent and cowering for tens of thousands of years, not daring to offend this one or provoke that one. It was so hard to cultivate to the Immortal King realm, but I didn't expect to still be approached. This, I, Ku-A Do, have done it. Fellow Daoist, this king will take you to the true martial Dao sect. A man dies a bird's death, not a million years. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's icy voice rang out. Lead the way. At this moment, the Ku-A Do Immortal King would not have thought that this adventure of his would completely change the trajectory of his life afterward. In the meantime, far away in the northern part of the Sea of Illusory Stars, billions of miles away, was the Northern Land. No one can know the magnitude of the Northlands. The southern continent is where the humanoid race is located, while the Northern Land is the territory of the human race. The land that separates the southern continent from the northern lands is called Song Yuan. The Song Yuan was said to be more like an endless river, only billions of miles wide. The Sea of Illusory Stars is just a small part of it. Northland, true martial way sect. Only a winding mountain range was seen situated in the boundless earth. The mountains are sinuous and snake-like, and in the middle of this mountain range, there was a high, elevated plateau. The peculiar shape looked like a basilisk turtle prostrating itself on the ground and roaring up to the sky. And above that head position, there was a lofty, gigantic city built. The height of the walls alone was thousands of meters. Above that huge city gate, there were 3 big words engraved. True Martial City. And this place was the inner sect area of the True Martial Dao sect. At this moment, in the center of this huge city, a lofty hall was located here. It is the core place of this True Martial Taoist sect, the Turtle and Snake Hall. At this moment, in the middle of the Great Hall, 2 golden thrones stood side by side. The 2 figures were actually sitting on top of this throne. One of the figures was short in stature, yet extremely strong in body. An extremely calm and steady force of laws filled its surroundings. The other figure, however, had an extremely concave and convex figure, with a charming plumpness outlining a proud arc. Only the bottom of those ghostly green eyes were filled with icy coldness, and these 2 were the 2 immortal kings, Turtle and Snake, that the Ku-A Do Immortal King had spoken of. In the next second, only Shin Snake Immortal King's icy voice resounded in the middle of the hall. This Quato fellow is notorious for being a glutton for punishment. Are you sure he dares to make a move against this Berserk Battle God King? Hearing this, the Shin Turtle Immortal King heatedly smiled. That's what you don't know. Although this Ku-A Do is greedy and afraid of death, he has one fatal weakness. The Serpentine Shin Snake Immortal King raised an eyebrow. Oh, what weakness? The Shin Turtle Immortal King sneered. Quato was an orphan in the lower realms, and was bullied and humiliated from a young age. It developed his cowardly nature. Stepping into the cultivation path, it is even more cowardly to the extreme. Not even daring to touch a woman, and not daring to make a home. The fear is to be retaliated by others. Waiting until after ascending to the upper realm. It took tens of thousands of years of entire obscenity to obtain the inheritance of the ancient true immortal Camus Wolf and break through the immortal king realm. That's why he dared to start a family and extend his children and grandchildren. That's why he values his own clan bloodline the most. Chapter 151, The Domineering Gu Jingtian. The Xian Turtle Immortal King's pair of green bean eyes were filled with a sinister color. Now this Kuei-do has also branched out in the sea of illusory stars. This immortal king has threatened him with the entire Kaxing Island. And he can only be obedient. Either he dies alone, or the entire Kuei-shing Island goes up in smoke with him. Hearing this, the eyes of the Xian Snake Immortal King on the side narrowed slightly. This behemoth empire's emperor has survived for 1,000,000 years, and his blood chi has dried up. With that muscular, simple-minded fellow, maniacal smile, Kuei-do will definitely strike out to kill Kuei-do as long as he dares to provoke him. In that case, even if the two of us, you and I, go after the behemoth empire, the entire humanoid race can't say anything. After all, it was the behemoth empire that made the first move. Besides, this behemoth empire is not well liked among the humanoid races, so as long as we succeed, the entire behemoth empire's territory will be ours. In the next second, the sound of the duo laughing maniacally resounded in the Great Hall. At the same time, it was only seen in the outer lands of this true martial Dao sect. Space violently rippled. In the next second, only 3 figures appeared in this place. It was none other than the 3 Gu Jingtian people who had arrived from Kuei-shing Island. The Xian Sword Immortal King, however, did not follow and instead returned to Xian Sword Mountain. It seemed that he had been unable to hold back and wanted to tell everything that had happened in the middle of Kuei-shing Island. With the appearance of Gu Jingtian's trio, Immortal King Kuei-do looked at the endless mountain range in the distance, his eyes filled with gravity. Fellow Daoists, this is where the true martial Dao sect is located. This true martial Dao sect has been founded for hundreds of thousands of years, and is considered an overlord in this San Yuan coast. While Gu Jingtian at this moment, his pair of starry eyes surveyed the lofty mountain range in the distance. That peculiar shape instantly stunned Gu Jingtian in his heart. It seems that one's guess was correct. This so-called Turtle and Snake 2 immortal kings must have gotten the inheritance of the Turtle and Snake 2 generals. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a cold voice, "In that case, come with me." As soon as Gu Jingtian's words fell, his body instantly transformed into a stream of light that shot straight up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the top of this mountain range. Seeing this, the Berserker God King didn't hesitate for a moment as he rushed up to the sky to get beside Gu Jingtian. On the other hand, the eyes of the Kuei-do Immortal King above the ground were filled with a tangle of colors. In the end, his teeth were clenched or he flew into the sky and came to high altitude. Just after arriving high in the sky, he saw that the majestic mountain range was enveloped in a curtain of light. The light curtain contained a subtle Dao rhythm on top of it, and the light waves flowed like a turtle shell. The Kuei-do Immortal King on the side hurriedly spoke. "Fellow Daoist, this is none other than this true martial Dao sect's protector formation, the 6 elements Xian Turtle Formation. This 6-elemental Xian Turtle Formation is the handiwork of this Xian Turtle Immortal King. The defense is amazing. 20,000 years ago, the Emperor of the Behemoth Empire once came here, and with a full force strike, he was not able to help this formation." Hearing this, the Berserker God King on the side reluctantly nodded. Indeed, there is such a thing. This Xian Turtle Immortal King is originally known for his strong defense. Even the Rock Giant clan amongst the humanoid races is not as strong as him. Immortal King Kuei-do hurriedly spoke. "Fellow Daoist, why don't we inform first? After all, we also have 3 Immortal King realm powerhouses. These 2 Immortal Kings, the Turtle and the Snake, may not choose to turn their backs on each other either." Upon hearing this, Gu Jingtian but raised an eyebrow. This seed has no time to ink with them. As the words fell, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. A profoundly subtle force of laws coalesced from above Gu Jingtian's body. Dazzling golden light filled Gu Jingtian's body. In the next second, only Gu Jingtian's fist peaks were clenched, and boundless terrifying power instantly condensed within it. "Open the sky." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian fiercely blasted out a fist. That unimaginable boundless greatness was immediately vented, and the space where the fist peaked shattered. The void was like an ice surface instantly crumbling. Terrifying power impacted towards the curtain of light in front of him. The moment the two came into contact, only countless cracks instantly appeared on top of that light curtain. In just a blink of an eye, the curtain of light that had spread over millions of miles shattered. The tremendous vibrations caused the entire true martial Dao sect to tremble madly. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Immortal King Kuei-do and Berserk Battle God King, instantly froze on the spot. There was disbelief in his eyes. In particular, the gaze of the Berserk Battle God King looking at Gu Jingtian was filled with reverence. The Behemoth clan most revered those with great power. I didn't expect this person's power to be so terrifying. This formation hasn't touched him in the slightest even by the Behemoth Emperor. Yet this person was actually able to blast this barrier to smithereens with a single punch. This power is simply unheard of in the ages. I'm afraid that even the legendary god of Behemoth may not possess such terrifying power. And at this moment in the true martial Dao sect, within the Turtle Snake Hall, the two immortal kings looked violently into the distance. That thunderous vibration resounded throughout the entire true martial Dao sect. The Xian Turtle Immortal King frowned. The eyes were filled with horror. Not good. There is a strong enemy coming to attack. My formation was actually broken by him with a strong force. Can't it be that it's the work of the Behemoth clan? Could it be that this Behemoth Emperor has obtained another inheritance and his strength has increased again? With this in mind, the two of them had a cold flash in their eyes, and just wanted to find out what was going on. But at that moment, only 3 figures had appeared in front of this turtle and snake hall. It was none other than the 3 Gu Jingtian people. Seeing the sudden appearance of the trio, the 2 immortal kings, Turtle and Snake, frowned, especially the moment they saw the Berserker God King. The two of them were even more determined in their hearts to make the guesses they had just made. And after the figure of the Kuei Do Immortal King that they saw, the duo was filled with doubts. What the hell is going on here? How did this loser Kuei-Do get mixed up with the Behemoth clan's Berserker God King? Could it be that this Kuei-Do has betrayed us and joined the Behemoth Empire? It's impossible for this Kuei-Do to do so. He really has such guts. If he betrays the human race and throws himself into the forces of the humanoid race, the entire human race will hunt him down and kill him. But just as the two of them were puzzled, they only heard Gu Jingtian's voice ring out violently. You two are the Xian Turtle Immortal King and the Xian Snake Immortal King, right? Hearing this, the 2 immortal kings, the turtle and the snake, looked gloomy. Who are you? Why did you attack my true martial Dao sect? Mixing with this Behemoth Empire people again. Seeing that you are also a member of the human race, how dare you collude with a humanoid? Is it possible that you want to betray the entire human race? Kuei-Do, the two of us really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to actually dare to betray the human race. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly, coldly. What happened between you and Kuei-Do is already known to this seat. This seat has come here to tell you too that the illusory Star Sea is this seat's territory. You two had better be honest. Hearing Gu Jingtian's words, the 2 immortal kings of the turtle and snake in front of them were instantly enraged. Arrogant. Chapter 152 True Martial Swinging Demons. Sacred Beast Xuanwu. Simply arrogant. Do you think that 3 immortal king realm powerhouses can make the two of us afraid? It seems that it's been too many years since we've made a move. And you and I have already forgotten the thunderous ways of the two of us. Today, this immortal king duo would like to see that it is the extermination of the entire illusory Star Sea. What can you do? Speaking here, the icy gaze of these 2 immortal kings of turtle and snake looked towards immortal king Kuei-Do. Kuei-Do, you're still really impressing the two of us. I didn't expect you to actually have another immortal king realm powerhouse in this phantom Star Sea. And you're still dealing with the Behemoth clan against my human forces. You're looking for death. It seems like you really want the entire Kashing Island to go up in smoke. Upon hearing this, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of immortal king Kuei-Do. However, humph, today's matter has come to an end. You two need not threaten this king with the Kashing Island anymore. Today, I, Kuei-Do, have come here with the good intention of burning with you two. Speaking here, immortal king Kuei-Do looked at Gu Jingtian beside him. Fellow Daoist, if Kuei-Do dies today, please take care of my Kuei-Shing Island lineage. In this way, even if I, Kuei-Do, die, I will be able to rest in peace in the 9 springs. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw the Kuei-Do immortal king roar angrily, and a berserk immortal power immediately filled out from his body. Boom! Strong fluctuations of immortal energy stirred up. The entire hall was blown to pieces. Seeing this scene, the 2 immortal kings, Turtle and Snake, immediately had their pupils shrink. The eyes were filled with astonishment. Kuei-Do, have you lost your mind? How dare you want to blow yourself up? And at this moment, the Kuei-Do immortal king was in a state of insanity. I, Kuei-Do, have spent my life commiserating and being greedy. But today, I, Kuei-Do, won't hold back. But if today, this king's body dies, there will be 2 immortal kings, the turtle and the snake, as companions. I, Kuei-Do, have not embarked on this path of cultivation in vain. Listening to the Kuei-Do immortal king's swaggering words of bravado, the berserk battle god king on the side also had a look of admiration on his face. Kuei-Do, this king admits that over the years, he has never looked down on you, but your actions today are really impressive to this king. Come, this king will fulfill your heart's desire. As soon as the words fell, only a roar could be heard from the berserker god king. Behemoth true body, open. Endless golden divine light shone out from above his body. Under the golden light, only this berserk battle god king's body could be seen expanding crazily. In the blink of an eye a huge figure that was 10,000 meters tall appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the two immortal kings of turtle and snake in front of them were filled with disdain. Humph. Even your behemoth empire's emperor wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant at his peak. Since that's the case, let's let you and the others see what a true turtle-snake combination attack is. As soon as the words fell, the two immortal kings, turtle and snake, instantly transformed into a stream of light and shot toward the high sky. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived in the void and stood side by side. Two extremely subtle forces of laws instantly shot out from above the bodies of the two of them. The two of them, Immortal King Kuei-do and Berserk Battle God King, glanced at each other and were just about to make a move. But just then, Gu Jingtian's voice rang out. It's just the two generals of the tortoise and snake in the district. The two of you have obtained such an inheritance. And you dare to call yourself the true martial Dao sect. Truly you don't know the heights of heaven. If the nine heavens demon-swinging ancestor Emperor Jinwu were to learn of this, wouldn't he laugh his ass off? Hearing this, the pupils of the two immortal kings of the turtle and snake in the air shrank, their eyes filled with disbelief. The nine heavens great devil ancestor true martial emperor. How did he know that within the inheritance, there is such a supreme powerhouse? Since the two of them have obtained the inheritance of the turtle and snake two generals, it has also been recorded in this inheritance that these turtle and snake two generals are people under the command of a supreme powerhouse whose name is the nine heavenly great devil ancestor, the Jinwu great emperor. The next second the two looked at each other. Don't even pretend to be here. The two of us. Join hands unless the 3-5 emperors step in. Otherwise, there is no way to take the lives of the two of us. Today, this true martial Dao sect is where the three of you will be buried. In the next second, the two immortal kings, the turtle and the snake, were violently flooded with endless power of laws above their bodies. The endless force of laws in the void gradually condensed towards the back of the duo. In an instant, two terrifying figures that covered the sky by hundreds of thousands of meters appeared in the void. It was that legendary turtle and snake two generals. A monstrous ferocious might immediately filled the air. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, the void trembled, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian's figure had appeared high in the sky. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked toward the turtle and snake two generals in the distance. In that case, let the two of you see for yourself what the true martial demon slaying sword technique is. What is the nine heavenly demon swinging ancestor? True martial emperor. As soon as the words fell, only a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering arcane force erupted from within Gu Jingtian's body. Subtle Dao rhythms filled the air from the depths of the void, condensing towards Gu Jingtian's head. In an instant, a black and a white arcane force of laws emerged from the void. Above Gu Jingtian's head, it coalesced into a yin and yang taiji fish that was 10,000 miles long. In the next second, that yin and yang taiji fish rotated crazily, and the terrifying power of the laws impacted towards the surroundings. An indescribable sense of oppression descended into the sea of consciousness of the two immortal kings, the turtle and the snake. It was as if it was a suppression that arose from deep within the roots of the bloodline. Feeling the oppression, the eyes of the two immortal kings, turtle and snake, were filled with panic. No way! What's this oppressive feeling all about? Even the divine eyes heavenly king back then didn't have such a terrifying sense of oppression. Can it be that this person has really obtained the inheritance of that true martial emperor? With this thought, a cold aura flickered in the eyes of the two immortal kings. Humph! Even if you so obtained the inheritance of that supreme powerhouse, with the strength of the two of us today, we may not be your opponent. As long as we kill you, this true martial emperor's inheritance can be both of ours. Spell it out. Turtle and snake combined attack. Holy beast Xuanwu. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that the two figures in the void that covered the sky actually gradually began to merge. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that this turtle and snake combined strike technique would actually be able to evolve into the sacred beast Xuanwu. In that case, this inheritance will be accepted by the seat. True martial swinging demon, Yin Yang Bagua. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, he only saw that yin and yang fish in the high sky flooded with a mysterious force. Surprisingly, patterns permeated with Dao rhythms appeared in every direction. It is the 8 trigrams of heaven. In the next second, one could only see the runes of this 8 trigrams fluttering out, and together with the yin and yang taiji fish formed a black and white immortal sword that was tens of thousands of miles long. At the same time, that turtle and snake silhouette had also formed into the figure of the holy beast Xuanwu. Gu Jingtian waved his large hand, and the black and white immortal sword that covered the sky shot out violently. Chapter 153, Death of the Turtle and Snake. 2 living treasures. However, with the appearance of this black and white immortal sword, the silhouette of that sacred beast Xuanwu unexpectedly lowered that noble head. Surprisingly, he showed submissiveness, facing the black and white immortal sword that descended from the sky. At this moment, the eyes of the 2 immortal kings, Turtle and Snake, were filled with fear. How is this possible? What the hell is going on here? Why is the power of our laws being suppressed? Could this person really possess the inheritance of that supreme powerhouse? In the next second, the two of them frantically pushed the inheritance within their bodies and mobilized the power of the laws. But even so, the holy beast Xuanwu's shadow in the air that covered the sky remained motionless. The power of the laws that the two cultivated was surprisingly unable to be mobilized at all. The two despairing turtle and snake immortal kings could only watch helplessly as the immortal sword that spanned the sky slowly descended towards the two of them. With their own laws suppressed, it was a luxury for the duo to escape. In the next second, the pleas for mercy from the two immortal kings, turtle and snake, rang out frantically. Elder, everything is negotiable. The two of us are willing to submit to you, to serve you as oxen and horses. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked as if he had turned a deaf ear. The sword finger was waved. The immortal sword that emanated the power of the true martial laws instantly fell. Amidst the dazzling light, the bodies of the turtle and snake duo were instantly annihilated in ashes. The power of the law completely dissipated between heaven and earth. The turtle and snake, two generals, who were renowned throughout the entire Songyuan coast, were completely annihilated. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the Kuei-Do immortal king and the berserk battle god king below stared roundly, their eyes filled with disbelief. So strong? So strong? This turtle and snake, two immortal kings, are existences that were able to escape from Divine Eye's heavenly king's hands without injury. But in the face of fellow Taoist Gu, it's amazing that he couldn't even resist and was crushed. Could it be that fellow Taoist Gu is even stronger than Divine Eye's heavenly king? What kind of terrifying existence is the inheritance that fellow Taoist Gu possesses? And at this moment in the void, along with the demise of the two immortal kings of turtle and snake, the shadow of the holy beast Shin turtle that covered the sky dissipated at once. It turned into two strands of law power condensing in the void, and in the blink of an eye, the two figures appeared high in the sky. It was clearly a basilisk snake as well as a basilisk turtle. The two figures contained the power of arcane laws. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian's eyes, however, flooded with a trace of doubt. What's going on here? How come killing people still explodes equipment? And just then, the figures of the two Kuei-Do immortal kings appeared beside Gu Jingtian. Looking at the two silhouettes not far away, Immortal King Kuei-Do's gaze was fiery. Fellow Taoist, this is the inheritance of the two immortal kings, the turtle and the snake. Fellow Taoist, as long as you absorb this inheritance, you will be able to obtain the power of the laws they contain. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I really let myself guess right. Killing people really does explode equipment. Looking at the two people in front of him, the Berserk Battle God King and the Kuei-Do Immortal King, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with thoughts. With that, he spoke. In that case, this inheritance is of no use to this seat. The two of you can just absorb this inheritance. As soon as these words came out, the two people in front of them froze on the spot, looking incredulously at Gu Jingtian in front of them. One must know that in the entire upper realm, the most important thing for an existence at the Immortal King realm was the inheritance. After all, in the upper realm, there were almost no existences above the Immortal King realm. The only thing that could determine the gap between them was the inheritance. And having more legacies would obviously be more powerful. The two Kuei-Do immortal kings couldn't restrain their bodies from trembling slightly, their gazes fiery as they looked toward Gu Jingtian. Fellow Taoist? You're not kidding, are you? Are you sure you want to let the two of us have this inheritance? Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. This seat is always true to its word. You two are so weak. How will you fix this seat's affairs in the future if you mess up? At these words, Immortal King Kuei-Do was pleasantly surprised and then bowed. From now on, I, Kuei-Do, will only look up to Heavenly King Gu. Even if I die, I will still be fearless. On the other hand, the Berserker God King on the side had a disdainful look on his face. Kuei-Do, you fellow, just now this king said you had a backbone. It's only a blink of an eye and you're this groveling villain again. Humph. Hearing this, Immortal King Kuei-Do heatedly smiled. Has the Berserker God King ever heard that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do? You're arrogant and jagged, God King Berserker. So naturally you won't accept it. Then I, Kuei-Do, am ashamed to accept these two inheritances. Hearing this, the arrogant little expression on the Berserker God King's face instantly disappeared without a trace. How dare you? Who says this king doesn't want it? This king has a backbone. But this king isn't a cutie pie either. Kuei-Do, don't give me any ideas here. Speaking of this, the Berserker God King squirmed and looked at Gu Jingtian, a face full of blonde fur flushed red. Thanks. In the next second, as the two of them activated the power of the laws within their bodies, the inheritance of the two turtle and snake generals suddenly drifted towards the two of them. Looking at the two Kuei-Do immortal kings in front of him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I didn't realize these two guys had the potential to be a livewire duo, but as powerful as this inheritance is, It's simply not worth mentioning to yourself. This level of inheritance isn't worthy of absorbing on its own. After a few breaths, the two silhouettes in the high sky had been absorbed by the two Kuei-do immortal kings. The Kuei-do immortal king's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. And just then, Gu Jingtian's voice rang out. Now that this is done, berserk battle. You follow the seat forward to that land of the simmering night elves. As for Kuei-do, you sit on Kuei-shing Island. If there is any situation, you can contact this seat at any time. Hearing this, Immortal King Kuei-do nodded with a respectful face. Don't worry, my subordinate will go back and move the entirety of the Xian Sword Mountain into the middle of Kuei-shing Island. As long as I, Kuei-do, don't die, no one can touch anyone from Xianjian Mountain. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly, then the two of them and the Berserker God King broke through space and disappeared. Time blinked and it had come to 6 days later. South Island. Humanoid hinterland. Above a dense green forest. As space rippled, two figures appeared at this place. Surveying the endless dense forest below, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. Is this the habitat of the Dark Elf community? Where Big Brother used to come? But Big Brother is a human race. Why would he come here? Can it be that Big Brother has had peach blossom luck again? With this thought, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but recall a scene from once upon a time. After all, the Gu family was able to flourish, all relying on Gu Lingtian alone. And just then, the Berserker God King on the side opened his mouth. This is the dark forest where the dark elves are. Although this dark elf isn't strong individually, it's huge in numbers and is naturally gifted in the cultivation of the power of the dark laws. Chapter 154 Forest of Darkness. Fountain of Life. As far as I know, there are at least 5 God King realm powerhouses among the entire dark elf community, and the most powerful existence, naturally, is the Queen of Darkness, cultivating the very power of the dark laws. Among your human race there are 5 emperors and 18 heavenly kings, while among our humanoid race, the strongest are the 3 divine emperors and the 24 lord gods. And this Queen of Darkness is none other than the Dark Lord God of the 24 lord gods. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's heart was ancient. After all, how could he who possessed the Pangu inheritance care about these Western inheritances? But the heart already had other plans. Since one has come, how can one return empty-handed? Gu Jingtian then spoke. What treasures are there amongst this dark elf clan? Is this clear to you? Hearing this, the Berserker God King stared at Gu Jingtian in front of him with a strange expression as he stared at a pair of bull's eyes. What do you want? I would advise you to be careful. This dark elf can be different from our behemoth clan. Among the humanoid races it belongs to one of the 6 major races, the elves. While the other elven races are quite dismissive of the dark elves, the humanoids as a whole will not turn a deaf ear. This is the hinterland of the humanoids. We can't even run away if something happens. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. This I naturally understand, and these things are not for you to consider. You only need to tell me what treasures there are in this dark elf clan. Only then did the Berserker God King reluctantly say. The treasures amongst this dark elf clan are well known amongst the humanoid races. Of course it's the Spring of Life and the Tree of Life that are also the 2 greatest treasures of the elven race. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, when the dark elves and the elves split, this Spring of Life was brought here by the dark elves. This Spring of Life contains an extremely terrifying power of life, claiming to be able to heal all injuries and revive everything. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes, however, flickered with essence. The Spring of Life? It can make everything revive? This is really good stuff. There are 2 good things in one system space. It just lacks the life force. One is the green seed one obtained in that mysterious secret realm. As for the other, it is of course the corpse of that old monarch green ox. Although one has refined this green ox's corpse into a puppet, this green ox's corpse is already devoid of a single ounce of vitality. It cannot be driven at all. If there is this Spring of Life, it might be able to revive the corpse of the green ox, even if it doesn't reach its peak state. It's that huge size. The combat power that can erupt is not trivial. Looking at Gu Jingtian's expression as he lowered his brows in contemplation, the Berserker God King sighed lightly. Dark Elf Clan. It looks like you won't be able to have peace. In the next second, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. You once heard that an existence calling himself the Ling Tian Immortal Monarch appeared in this forest of darkness. Is the exact location clear? Hearing this, the Berserker God King shook his head. Looking at the endless, dark forest shrouded in darkness, Gu Jingtian nodded. Just as well. The existence of that immortal monarch realm is extraordinary, so if we ask around, we should be able to find the trail soon. In the next second, their figures turned into streams of light and shot towards the middle of the forest of darkness below, and the dark forest at the moment. Everywhere you looked there were huge trees thousands of meters high. Twisted vines were attached to the trunks of the trees, and a wisp of blackness filled the air, looking rather eerie. And in the dense forest at this moment, a figure was traveling through it at extreme speed. Suddenly only the figure violently raised his palm. A black aura instantly filled the hand. In the next second, only this black gas instantly condensed into a sharp black spear. Like a thunderbolt, it shot out towards a small hill in the distance. In the blink of an eye, this black spear was about to hit that hill, only to see an eye the size of a water tank suddenly appear on this hill. Just then, the hill on the ground suddenly moved. Surprisingly, it was a black leopard that was hundreds of meters tall. In the next second, that black spear instantly pierced through that huge eye and penetrated. The behemoth that had just gotten up suddenly collapsed to the ground without breath. With the death of this giant beast, a figure then slowly descended from the sky above. It was only that the figure didn't look too different from a human, only that it was extremely tall. It's a good 2 meters or so, but the body was extremely hot, with a convex front and curved back, outlining jaw-dropping curves. The dark black skin was even more seductive as it revealed endless wildness. Extremely coolly dressed, with just the key areas covered in leather armor. A pair of scarlet eyes were even more seductive. It was none other than a Dark Elf clan member. In the next second, the Dark Elf walked over to the already dead behemoth. The hands were outstretched, glowing with a gleam of ethereal light. An arcane spell formation coalesced in its hands. With the appearance of the spell formation, a black light flickered in the body of the giant beast and merged towards the elf's delicate body. A few breaths passed before the Dark Elf stopped moving his hands. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with excitement and satisfaction. But right at this moment, a dull voice suddenly came from behind himself. "Hello, we're here to ask for directions." With the sound of the voice, this Dark Elf's expression was stunned, and he turned around at once. However, after seeing the two figures behind them, a cold chill instantly ran above their pretty faces, only to see that under the trees not far away, there were two figures, and it was none other than the Berserk Battle God King and Gu Jingtian. Looking at the Berserker God King's purple golden fur, this Dark Elf's face grew more and more grave. The Dark Forest does not welcome visits from others, especially not the Behemoth clan. "Now please take your pet and get out of here." Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. His pet? Meaning me? Is this little girl busty? Do I look like a pet? On the other hand, the Berserker God King on the side was secretly pleased in his heart. Seeing Gu Jingtian's gloomy down expression, he then said in a serious manner, "This God King is the great general of the Behemoth Empire, and he has come to the Forest of Darkness on this trip to look for one person. Hurry and take the king to the Elven throne." Speaking of this, the Berserker God King's face was filled with arrogance, but the Dark Elf in front of him had a disdainful look on his face. "I don't care what kind of great general of the Behemoth Empire you are. Behemoths are not welcome in the Forest of Darkness. This is an order from the Queen of Darkness. Now please leave this place immediately." Upon hearing this, the Berserker God King immediately darkened his face. It was filled with embarrassment. But just then, Gu Jingtian moved. Chapter 155, What the hell? Big Brother has been captured to lend his seed. In the next second, only Gu Jingtian's face sank. A mysterious power instantly filled the air, as if a force had a chokehold on her throat. The Dark Elf woman's face flushed for a moment. Gu Jingtian's eyebrows moved lightly. That Dark Elf woman's delicate body suddenly rose up into the air. In the blink of an eye, it shot up to Gu Jingtian's face. Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with ice. "Tell me, where is the royal court of your Dark Elf clan?" Feeling the fierce killing intent in Gu Jingtian's eyes, the eyes of the Dark Elf woman in front of her were filled with unyielding colors. "Filthy human race! Never try to know anything from my mouth. The noble elf clan will never compromise with the lowly human race." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but see a cold flash in his eyes. As expected, the elf clan is extremely proud. In their eyes all other humanoid races are inferior existences, let alone the human race. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Since you despise the human race so much, then this seat will fulfill you. Go to hell." As Gu Jingtian moved his head in the air, the delicate body of the Dark Elf woman in front of him immediately emitted a gust of bone-cracking sounds. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs caused him to cry out in pain. Obviously Gu Jingtian didn't have any pity for them. He understood that against this kind of self-proclaimed noble race, only death could make them feel fear. Gu Jingtian's mind moved, and the power acting on the woman's body once again increased by a few points. Bones shattered and stabbed into internal organs. Pust! A mouthful of pale golden blood suddenly gushed out from the Dark Elf woman's mouth. The expression above that seductive pretty face was twisted at the moment. "Filthy human, how dare you strike out at a noble elf? The Dark Queen will not let you go. The entire Dark Elf clan won't let you go either." Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with disdain. "Are you threatening this seat? This seat dislikes being threatened by others the most. So, you can go to hell. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean others won't." Gu Jingtian's brows furrowed lightly as a murderous aura spread out. But right at this moment, the Dark Elf woman in front of her suddenly changed her face dramatically. "No, don't kill me. I can take you to the Dark Court. Don't kill me. The Dark Elf, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Oh, why are you begging for forgiveness now? I still like the bratty look you had just now. Listening to Gu Jingtian's flirtation, this Dark Elf's eyes were filled with suffocation. With a hint of doubt on his face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him and did not say a word. But in the very next second, a purple golden light flashed across Gu Jingtian's eyes. In the blink of an eye it had gone into the mind of this Dark Elf. You'd better not pull any tricks. Your life and death are already in this seat's hands. As long as this seat's mind moves, you'll instantly go up in smoke. The Dark Elf's dimpled and delicate body fell heavily to the ground, looking at Gu Jingtian in front of him with an extremely strange With that, he nodded his head. I will take you to the Dark Kingdom, but to get there, you must have a tribal seal. My mother is none other than the High Priestess of the Black Cloud Tribe, and I can bring you the tribal seal. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded. Yes, this seat believes that you are a smart person and will not seek your own death. Under the leadership of this Dark Elf, Gu Jingtian and the Berserker God King walked towards the dense forest. At this moment, Gu Jingtian didn't notice in the slightest that the Berserker God King behind him was looking at himself with a playful expression. Half an hour later, an azure blue lake was reflected in the eyes of Gu Jingtian and the others. The lake was thousands of miles in circumference, and around it, there was an elegantly shaped wooden house. Apparently it was none other than the Black Cloud Tribe that this Dark Elf was talking about. Along the way, Gu Jingtian had also learned that this Dark Elf was named Noah, and just then, Noah surveyed the Berserker God King beside her. Your likeness is too obvious. Before he could finish his words, a burst of golden light flooded over the body of the Berserker God King in front of him. In the next second, it had unexpectedly turned into a bald, burly man. Although it was just a blindfold, it was enough to confuse existences under the immortal king realm. Seeing this, Noah then led the duo towards the Black Cloud Tribe. Along the way, those Dark Elves' gazes were filled with respect when they saw Noah. Seeing the Gu Jingtian duo behind Noah, he was a bit surprised, but not too surprised. It was only when he entered the middle of this Black Cloud Tribe that Gu Jingtian realized the truth of the matter, only to see that in the midst of this Black Cloud Tribe, some Dark Elves were heck of a lot behind the figures of other races. Invariably, these are all males. Soon, under Noya's leadership, the two of them, the Berserk God King and Gu Jingtian, arrived in a wooden house. After the two arrived at this place, Noah went ahead to steal the tribal seal while it was still night. Gu Jingtian, who had already placed a ban on her, naturally wasn't worried about the other party escaping, and with that, he agreed. And at this moment, only Gu Jingtian and the Berserk Battle God King were left in this wooden house. Gu Jingtian said in a gruff voice, "This seat sees that there are many people of other races amongst this Dark Elf tribe, but why did she say that other races are not welcome in the Dark Elves?" Hearing this, the Berserker God King hemmed and hawed. "That's something you don't understand. Those of other races are the seed slaves of this Dark Elf." Seed slaves? Hearing those two words, Gu Jingtian instantly raised an eyebrow. The Berserker God King hemmed and hawed. "You guessed it. Seed slaves. These other races are used for breeding. Dark Elves are only female, not male, but of course they can procreate without a male. But among the Dark Elves, the higher elves are the ones who capture people of other races and use them as breeding slaves. Although the offspring born will still be Dark Elves, the physique will be different depending on the quality of the seed slaves. To the Dark Elves, though, a seed slave is not a human being. It is more akin to a tool." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's heart immediately set off waves of shock. Seed slaves? A tool? It's not just a fat happy cup with reproduction. No wonder those Dark Elves weren't too surprised after seeing the two of them. They obviously regarded the two of them as seed slaves. How did Big Brother appear in such a place? Can it be that he was captured by this Dark Elf to borrow his seed? I'll be damned. Big Brother can't be this miserable. But just then, a mature and sexy voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Where's Noah?" Her Highness Noah just brought back 2 seed slaves and left the area with them. Seed slaves? Noah has finally gotten the hang of it. And with her status, it's never been more normal to have a seed slave. Open the door. I'm going to see what the quality of Noah's seed slaves is. Chapter 156. I'll go. I'd become one too. Listening to the voice coming from outside the door, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. With the power of his divine thoughts, he had naturally discovered the visitor, only to see that there was a Dark Elf standing outside the door. Her gorgeous robes wrapped around that extremely voluptuous and sexy torso. In particular, the robe was a high-fork design that opened directly to the waist. Instead of a robe, it's just 2 pieces of cloth in the front and back. A sexy shade of purple loomed, and among the tribes of Dark Elves, there was only one person who was qualified to wear such robes, and that was the High Priest of this tribe. The person who came was none other than the High Priestess of this Black Cloud tribe. That is, that Noah's mother. Soon the door to the room pushed open. The enchanting and graceful high priestess walked in with her rounded legs. On the other hand, the duo of Gu Jingtian and the Berserker God King were sitting at the corner, their heads bowed in silence. It was only the afterglow of the Berserk God King that glanced at those plump legs from time to time. Heads up, you two! The high priestess's slightly husky, sexy voice rang out. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, the duo slowly raised their heads anyway. Looking at the faces of the two, the high priestess frowned lightly. It's actually two humanoids? It seems that Noya is still too young. Although there are extremely strong and powerful existences in the human race's physique, those are the pride of the heavens amongst the human race. All of them are protected by those forces among the human race, and it's very troublesome to try to catch them. And the general human race has a weak physique, so they simply can't fulfill the conditions for seed slaves. It's just a disposable item. That bald guy looks physically strong and has a long breath, so he should be okay. The one with the skinny monkey is much worse. Noah has never procreated yet. Such low-quality humans are simply a waste of opportunity. In the next second, only this high priestess slowly raised her jade finger, pointing it at Gu Jingtian. You, follow me. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian was instantly shocked in his heart. What's going on here? Hasn't this woman made herself her daughter's seed slave? What am I being called out for now? No way. This dark elf doesn't even care about the most basic ethics. Instead, the bottom of the Berserk Battle God King's eyes were full of grudges at the moment, as if he was complaining about why he wasn't allowed to go forward. Gu Jingtian's eyes flickered with essence. That's just it. Since this woman is the high priestess of this tribe, and seeing as her cultivation has also reached the immortal monarch realm, perhaps she will know about her big brother. Just go with her yourself. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian slowly got up and walked towards the door. Behind him, the Berserker God King's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Damn! Wasn't it said that dark elves like strong-bodied humanoids the most? I can't believe I didn't pick myself when I become like this. It was obvious that the Berserk God King had long known that this cabin was exactly where the seed slave was located. Under the high priest's leadership, Gu Jingtian had soon arrived in front of a wooden house. The cabin wasn't much different from the previous one, except that the one in front of him didn't have windows. Soon the high priestess, swaying that voluptuous jiggle, entered the cabin. Gu Jingtian then followed. Entering into the cabin, the furnishings in front of him immediately startled Gu Jingtian. Only a large bed was placed in the central area of this wooden house, with colorful jewels hanging above it, emitting woozy lights. It is similar to the couple's room in the middle of the previous life. Before Gu Jingtian could react, the high priest in front of him said in a cold voice, "You, lay down on it." Hearing this, 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Gu Jingtian's heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I really let myself guess right. This dark elf really has no ethics. But just then, the high priest before him had been candid. At the moment, he was looking at Gu Jingtian with a look of contempt. This feeling made Gu Jingtian couldn't help but think of the time he went to the foot spa in his previous life. That's the look one gets when one's money has already been spent and the mechanic doesn't give a damn. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with anger. Damn, what's that look in your eyes? You're still not satisfied. I don't have time to play games like that with you. In the next second, Gu Jingtian lightly waved his arm, and a mysterious energy instantly spread out, enveloping the entire room. Seeing this scene, the high priest in front of him raised an eyebrow. What are you? Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. What I am? That's something you don't have to worry about. As long as you answer the seat's questions, this seat cannot kill you. Upon hearing this, the dry and clean high priest before him smiled contemptuously. This is the forest of darkness. Even if you're a human of the great circle of the divine sovereign realm, it's absolutely impossible for you to escape here. However, seeing that you're not very old, you shouldn't even be 10,000 years old, and your realm has already exceeded mine. It seems that your talent is extremely terrifying. Here's the deal. As long as you leave me your bloodline, I can tell you what you want to know. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was slightly startled. Worthy of being an elf clan, the perception of life breath is surprisingly so powerful. Even if the realm is inferior to one's own, one can actually feel one's age in general. But with her tone and attitude, why does she make me feel like it's not me who's coming to the pedicure parlor? It's her. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but feel anger in his heart. Strong pressure filled the air at once. The high priest of the immortal monarch realm in front of him immediately fell to the ground as his legs went limp. Full of panic, he looked at Gu Jingtian. God King Realm Powerhouse. You're actually a God King Realm Powerhouse. What the hell did you come to the dark forest for? Gu Jingtian snorted coldly. You don't have the qualifications to ask questions. If you don't want to die, answer this seat's questions honestly. Hearing this high priest nodded with a helpless face. Go ahead. What do you want to know? Gu Jingtian sat on the bed to one side and looked at the high priestess kneeling on the ground. 1500 years ago, did any human race named Immortal Monarch Ling Tian come to the Forest of Darkness? Hearing this, the high priest before him frowned lightly. 1500 years ago, you're talking about that human race called Gu Ling Tian. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's heart burst with ecstasy. Gu Ling Tian, she actually knows Big Brother's name. It seems like she didn't look in the wrong place. Big Brother did come here. Gu Jingtian's icy voice rang out. Tell this seed why this Gu Ling Tian came here. Was he captured by you to be a seed slave? Speaking of this, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but get tangled up in his heart. If Big Brother has really left his bloodline here, how should he himself react? Instead, the high priest before him stared. I'm not sure about this. I just know that this Gu Ling Tian went to the Darkness King's court, and I've never heard of him again after that. After all, this Black Cloud tribe of mine is extremely far away from the Dark Kingdom, and not much can be known. Chapter 157 Dark Lord God. Aisha. 9 Hearing this, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, it seems that one's place is not wrong. Big Brother did come here. In that case, one is definitely going to pay a visit to that Dark Elf Queen. But at that moment, the high priestess in front of him looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him with a fiery gaze. The plump red lips parted slightly. Human powerhouse, I have answered your question. Should you fulfill your promise and leave me your bloodline? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's face darkened. He didn't have an ounce of interest in this kind of woman. In the next second, a glint of essence flashed through Gu Jingtian's eyes. A divine soul power instantly shot out. It didn't enter the sea of consciousness of this high priest. In an instant, the dimpled, sexy torso collapsed to the ground. Having sealed her divine soul briefly by myself, it's impossible for her to wake up in a short period of time. Even if she wakes up, she won't remember what just happened. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. And at this moment, in the middle of that one cabin in the distance, the Berserker God King sat in the corner with a grumpy face. In the next second, the door to the room in front of him suddenly opened. A sexy petite body slowly entered. It was Noah who had gone to steal the tribal seal. Looking at the only person left in the room, the Berserk Battle God King, Noya's willow brows frowned lightly, and her pale pink eyes were filled with doubt. Where did the man go? I have stolen the tribal seal out. Upon hearing this, the Berserker God King then reluctantly said, the people were taken by your mother the High Priestess. When these words came out, worry was written all over Noah's pretty face. My mother? The High Priestess? No wonder I didn't find any traces of my mother. So she actually came here. Did my mother find out who you guys are? That guy wouldn't do anything to my mother. Before the words were finished, the Berserker God King in front of him interrupted with a voice. Don't worry, that guy won't kill your mother. Unsurprisingly, I guess the two of them are in deep communication right now. And soon, you'll have a sister. Hearing this, the dark elf woman in front of her froze on the spot, her beautiful eyes full of unbelief. What? What does this bimbo mean? He's going to have a sister himself soon? Is it hard to believe that mother took that guy as her seed slave? How could this be? Mother, why are you doing this? This is the last thing I can accept. Why can't we, the Dark Elf clan, have a normal relationship? But at that moment, the space in front of him suddenly rippled. Gu Jingtian's figure appeared in front of the duo. Seeing Gu Jingtian's return, the face of the Berserker God King on the side was stunned, but there were a few more hints of flirtation in his gaze towards Gu Jingtian. Back so soon? This Dark Elf's kung fu was extraordinary. A first-rate expert in the entire upper realm, but this is too short of a time for you. I really don't know what that guy was thinking to pick you. Now you do know what this Dark Elf is capable of. Come on, tell me if it's particularly comfortable. Hearing such blatant words from the Berserker God King, Noah's heart burst with rage. What are you babbling about? Don't you dare insult my mother like that. We Dark Elves aren't all like that. Gu Jingtian's face turned cold. What are you talking about? Where did you think you were going? Nothing happened. You think I'm a race of people who think with their lower bodies? Like you? As Gu Jingtian's words rang out, the face of Noah in front of her slowed down, and a few more strands of dissimilarity appeared in her gaze. Is he telling the truth? Nothing happened. Hardly anyone can resist the temptation of a Dark Elf. But that's what I hate the most. Why I was born here and why the Dark Elves are such a race. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian's voice sounded once again. Did you bring the stuff? Hearing this, Noah reacted and nodded in a hurry. I've stolen the tribal seal, and with that, we'll be able to search for the location of the Dark Court. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded. Good then, now let's go. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the three of them instantly disappeared from the wooden house, and at the moment several Dark Elf warriors were on guard outside the windowless cabin. The minutes ticked by and the door to the cabin never opened. Several of the guards couldn't help but look at the cabin with fire in their eyes. I really didn't expect it. That little human race is actually so brave. I've never seen anyone able to survive 10 minutes under the high priest. Meanwhile, in the central area of this dark forest, through this dense black fog, the sky opened up in front of him. A mountain peak that looked like an earthly paradise appeared in this place. No one would have guessed that this was the Dark Kingdom. In this barren and gloomy dark forest, there was actually such a paradise on earth. One could only see a white mist drifting beside this lofty mountain peak, and in the shroud of the mist, all kinds of rare plants appeared endlessly, and at the top of this mountain peak, there existed a spring that was only 10 meters square. Endless breath of life permeated out from the spring. It was the elven treasure that was renowned throughout the humanoid race, the fountain of life. In the white mist, a dimpled and sexy body loomed. Underneath that swan-like neck, a blood-curdlingly wonderful arc was outlined. The next second, this fascinating ketone body dehydrated out. Between the sprinkling of water droplets, the slender jade legs slowly emerged. Those sexy and provocative hot curves with that light pink skin played the word seductive to the extreme. The next second, there was a flash of light. A purple and gold robe blocked the spring color of the garden. But the charm is not reduced in the slightest. If the hidden sexy, but people cannot help but explore in depth. A pair of scarlet eyes was like an abyss. It was none other than the queen of this dark elf clan, the Dark Lord God Aisha, one of the 24 main gods of the humanoid race. And right now, not far from this spring of life, there was a cave. The entrance to the cave shimmered with a black light. Obviously there was some kind of formation. The Dark Lord God's moving petite body slowly arrived at the entrance of the cave. Vaguely visible in the middle of this cave was a figure. The body was similarly coquettish, and that appearance was even more similar to the Dark Lord God in front of him by 8 points. And just then, the Dark Lord God Aisha showed a disdainful expression on her face. You're still not going to compromise? Do you really think that that humble human race will come to your rescue again? You are the royal family of the Dark Elves, and it is your duty to give birth to a stronger clan for the Dark Elves. Chapter 158, Signing in Again. Premium Rewards. And at this moment a sound as spiritual as spring water came from this cave. Even if he won't come back to save me, even if he's already dead, I won't change my decision. Sister, I just want to be with the person I like. Is that wrong? I'd rather give up my status as a Dark Elf royal family and be an ordinary person. But why? Why did you stop me? The voice became agitated even as he said this. Hearing that firm voice, Dark Lord God Aisha's stunningly beautiful face was filled with anger. Be a commoner? But you're not an ordinary person. You're the royal family of the Dark Elves, with the noblest blood of the Dark Elves flowing through you. The child you give birth to will be the next generation of Dark Elf kings, the new Dark Lord. If it weren't for that man, you'd be the new Dark Lord God right now. You actually gave up all this for a man, for a humble human race. You disappoint me too much. In that case, then you can wait here for the rest of the day. I'd like to see if that man is worth that kind of trust. Meanwhile, in the middle of an unknown area in the forest of darkness, the black mist covered the 4 fields, and it was extremely difficult to distinguish the direction. In the next second, only this mist slowly dissipated and 3 figures walked out. It was the 3 Gu Jingtian who had arrived from the Black Cloud tribe. At the head of the group was none other than that Noah of the Dark Elf clan, holding a small seal in her hand that emitted a faint glow. Looking at the scene before him, Gu Jingtian's eyes were filled with surprise. The Berserker God King on the side let out a light laugh. Now you know. This dark forest is extremely dangerous for other races. This black fog can't be penetrated even by the divine thoughts of a God King realm powerhouse. Only a tribal seal possessed by the high priest of the Dark Elf tribe can find its way through this forest of darkness. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded. Indeed, this is the first time I've encountered energy that can block my divine thoughts. The Berserker God King hemmed and hawed. Do you know how this mist appeared? I'm afraid that even this little girl doesn't really know. Hearing this, the Noah in front of her was slightly stunned. I only know that this mist has existed in the forest of darkness for hundreds of thousands of years, and as for why it appeared, I've really never heard of it. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two of them, the Berserker God King then had a smug look on his face. Ha ha! Since you guys don't know, let this God King tell you. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Dark Elves and all the elves lived in the Elven Forest. To be precise, there was no Dark Elf clan at that time either. And one day, a God King realm powerhouse of the Elf clan accidentally obtained a terrifying divine artifact during an outing. This divine artifact contained endless dark energy. In the end, this Elven God King was eroded by dark energy and turned into the first Dark Elf. He then defected from the Forest of Elves, and even took away the Spring of Life, one of the 2 greatest treasures of the Elves. And this renegade Elf clan God King is none other than the originator of your Dark Elf clan, Dark God King Aaron. Hearing this, Noah's beautiful eyes rounded. Is it true what you say? This is a matter for my Dark Elf clan. Why haven't I heard about it? The Berserker God King had a smug look on his face. This is the origin of your Dark Elf clan. It's not like it's something honorable. It's natural that you juniors don't know about it. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian but raised his eyebrows. Dark Knight God King Irene? The lifespan of the Divine King realm is almost endless. It's only been hundreds of thousands of years. Is this Darkness God King still alive in the world? Hearing this, the Berserker God King waved his hand. Don't be in a hurry. This matter is very much related to this black mist. Ever since this Darkness God King arrived at this place with that darkness artifact, this darkness artifact exuded endless darkness and subsequently became the current forest of darkness. And also since then, this Darkness God King has never appeared again. And this king guesses that it should be refining this Darkness God artifact. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. The mist emanating from this dark divine artifact is actually able to block one's divine sense. It seems that this dark divine artifact is not trivial. The voice of the Berserker God King yet again sounded. But although this Dark God King did not reappear, she had two daughters. One is your current Dark Elf Queen Aisha, and the other I'm not sure about. News about her is too scarce. But just then, the face of Noah in front of her suddenly became serious. You're talking about Queen Elsa's sister, Ivy. Speaking of the name Ivy, Noah's beautiful eyes were filled with heartfelt reverence. The Berserker God King was slightly stunned. You're just a little guy in the demigod realm. How would you know such things? Noah's eyes were filled with remembrance. Just 1600 years ago, I met Her Highness Ivy, and she was the one who told me that even the Dark Elf clan has the right to bravely pursue their love. Life is your own and should not be influenced by others. When these words came out, Gu Jingtian, who was on the side, was stunned. 1600 years ago? Could it be that this matter has something to do with Big Brother? With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian hurriedly opened his mouth. And where is this Highness Ivy now? When she heard this, Noah's beautiful eyes were filled with loss. Her Highness Ivy told me that she was leaving the dark forest to find freedom and love. I have not heard of Her Highness Ivy since. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was shocked in his heart. This Ivy left the forest of darkness 1600 years ago, and her own big brother came here 1500 years ago. There must be a relationship between the two. It's impossible to say that this so-called Ivy is most likely Big Brother's confidant. It seems like I've come to the right place this time. But still, be careful. The power of this dark artifact is truly bizarre. But at that moment, Gu Jingtian's mind suddenly resounded with the system's voice. The 7-day cooldown has ended. Does the host make a new check-in? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned. Hi, how did I forget about this myself? In the past, it was all about the system automatically signing in, and when I came to this upper realm, after the system was upgraded, it became a choice of my own. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's mind moved. Start signing in. The system's voice once again sounded in Gu Jingtian's mind. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining a premium reward. Chapter 159, Slaying the Supreme Treasure. Yuan 2 Sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced reward, the innate spiritual treasure. Yuan 2 Sword. Yuan 2 Sword is the old man of the river Styx companion treasure. After Pangu opened up the sky and earth, the body of a tainted blood to form a boundless sea of blood, called the river Styx. Styx as well as Yuan 2 Abi 2 killing treasure is born from it. It is a representation of killing and destruction, without touching cause and effect. Listening to the voice ringing in his mind, Gu Jingtian was instantly ecstatic. What? The Yuan 2 sword. It's actually this thing. This upgraded sign-in reward is too heaven-defying. Although this sword is slightly inferior to the Immortal Execution 4 swords, it is still prestigious. I didn't expect the system to be so powerful. There's this kind of treasure in the premium reward. So what kind of terrifying things will be in the super reward? In the next second, Gu Jingtian's divine thoughts sank into the system space. In the middle of the vast and infinite system space, there was a long face that emitted monstrous ferocious might. The body of the sword is blood red with a pitch-black handle. Just by looking at it, the ferocious and shadowy aura startled Gu Jingtian's divine thoughts. But at that moment, in the distant void, that one green seed seemed to sense the Yuan 2 sword's aura and instantly bloomed with a dazzling green light. The rich power of vitality argued with the killing power released by the Yuan 2 sword. Seeing this, Gu Jingtian was shocked in his heart. This green seed is actually able to separate itself from this Yuan 2 sword. It definitely seems to be something extraordinary as well. With Gu Jingtian's cultivation at this moment, although he was not able to fully utilize the power of this Yuan 2 sword, it was still enough to refine it. A trace of Gu Jingtian's divine thoughts merged into this supreme divine weapon that emanated a supreme killing aura, refining it step by step. Most of the divine thoughts returned to the body. Feeling the connection between that slaying divine soldier and himself grow closer, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but smile. While seeing Gu Jingtian's expression, The Berserker God King on the side had a suspicious look on his face as he looked Gu Jingtian up and down. In the next second, the Berserker God King's voice rang out in Gu Jingtian's mind. Apparently it was a divine voice transmission. Hey, what are you laughing at? Is it a flashback to that wonderful high priestess? We're all men, so don't pretend. I know, after all, people's daughters are here and you're too embarrassed to admit it. It's really nothing to be afraid to admit. The Dark Elf clan doesn't care about such things. As the Berserker God King's flirtatious voice rang out, Gu Jingtian's face darkened. Shut up, this seat never speaks out of turn. As Gu Jingtian's divine thought power was transmitted, a dense murderous aura accompanied by divine thought transmissions impacted towards the Berserker God King. In the next second, the Berserker God King froze in place, his eyes filled with horror. A terrifying and extreme killing chance exploded in its mind. That killing machine exuded an endless aura of destruction and killing. The Berserker God King's sea of consciousness actually had the intention of collapsing in an instant. And just then, Gu Jingtian also sensed the change in the Berserker God King. The power of divine thoughts instantly hooked the Yuan 2 sword within his body, taking back that hint of destructive killing opportunity. At this moment, the Berserker God King's face changed drastically as he looked at Gu Jingtian with a horrified expression. What was that aura just now? It's so terrifying. This king can feel that just that one breath, even if it can't destroy this king's sea of consciousness, it's still enough to seriously injure this king. Is this his true strength? He actually cultivates the way of killing? And it's also reached an unimaginable level. All it takes to defeat this king is a single thought. When he thought of this, there was even more fear in the Berserk Battle God King's gaze toward Gu Jingtian. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian's heart also set off shocking waves. Is this the power of the Yuan 2 sword? One has just begun to refine it and has yet to fully control it. Just a single strand of the killing will contained within it nearly caused the God King realm's Berserk Battle God King to die. Even if the Behemoth clan specializes in the physical body and the power of the divine soul is on the weak side, then the power of this Yuan 2 sword is too terrifying, worthy of being the companion treasure of the once number one person under saints. Old man Styx, the Yuan 2 sword is still so terrifying. That legendary immortal exorcism 4 swords, the Xian Yuan sword, and the heaven-opening divine axe. I'm afraid its power is even more unimaginable by itself. But just then, Noah in front of her suddenly turned around. A puzzled look appeared on her pretty face as she looked at the two people who were frozen in the distance. What's wrong with you two? Why don't you follow me? With the sound of Noah's voice, the Berserker God King was then awakened from his extreme fear. A face of hindsight said, It's okay. Follow me at once. Noah shook her head with a puzzled look on her face. Alright, according to the guidance of this tribal seal, the Dark Court is not far ahead. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes glowed with excitement. The Dark Court, it has finally arrived. One can finally know the news of Big Brother. Soon, the group came to the front of a dark fog. As the tribal seal in the Dark Elf's hand emitted a burst of light, the black fog in front of him slowly dissipated. A passage soon appeared. Gazing at it, the end of the passageway glowed with a bright light, and a strand of life force spread out from it. Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. What a rich breath of life. I guess this is that legendary elf clan's greatest treasure, the spring of life. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian looked to the side at Noah. With a thought, the aura lurking in his sea of consciousness instantly dissipated. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's clear and cold voice rang out. Alright, you're free. You can leave now. Throwing down a sentence, Gu Jingtian then walked towards the middle of this passageway. At this moment, the Berserker God King no longer had any arrogance on his face, and he followed with a respectful face. And looking at the light in the depths of the passage, the young girl's pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a tangled color. After a moment's thought, he followed quickly. Gu Jingtian in the front had obviously noticed, but didn't stop it. As the group slowly entered, the dark mist once again flooded the entire passageway. Meanwhile, above the mountaintop of the earthly paradise, the fountain of life exudes a strong breath of life. The Dark Lord God Aisha, who was dressed in purple and gold robes, was appearing at this place. Looking at the cave in front of her, that stunningly beautiful face was filled with helplessness. Sister, think of it as sister begging you. As long as you admit your mistake and breed a new king for our Dark Elf clan, Father, he will definitely release you. As soon as these words came out, but a roar of anger came out violently from the cave. Father? Don't say those two words. When he thinks that way, he'll never be my father again. I don't have a father like him. If you guys force me, I'd rather die. Listening to the angry roars coming from the cave, this Dark Lord God couldn't help but look helpless. Sister, this is our mission as Dark Elves. Why do you favor? Before the words were finished, Dark Lord God Aisha's face tightened. Chapter 160, The Dark Queen's Dismay. Those scarlet eyes instantly looked into the distance. The beautiful eyes were full of thought. hesitating again and again. Dark Lord God, Aisha said in a condensed voice. Someone has entered the dark court. At these words, the woman in the cave snapped her eyes open. It's him. He said he would come back to save us. There was an almost maniacal paranoia in the woman's demeanor. In the next second, the woman was seen rising violently to the entrance of the cave. Sister, if it's really him, don't tell him about Qingfeng. I'm afraid he won't be able to accept it. A stab of pain ran through Aisha's heart as she looked into her sister's bloodshot eyes. The red lips slightly opened, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he still swallowed back. Okay, I got it, but don't get any ideas. I can feel that it's the aura of a tribal seal. It should be the high priest of some tribe that has something to come. It's better for you to stay here in peace. There's one more thing. Father will be coming out soon. Throwing down a sentence, the Dark Lord God in front of him suddenly disappeared without a trace. Only the woman in the cave was left frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. And at this moment, the outskirts of the Dark Kingdom, three figures had suddenly appeared at this place, and it was none other than the three Gu Jingtian people. As far as the eye can see, there are birds and flowers, full of life. Even the Berserker God King on the side was stunned. I didn't expect that the Dark Elf clan's Holy Land, the Dark Court, would actually look this angry. Even Noah of the Dark Elf clan was astonished at the moment. All were mesmerized by the beauty of what was in front of them. Feeling the rich scent of life in the air, Gu Jingtian's heart was filled with excitement. What a terrifying life force, worthy of being one of the two greatest treasures of the Elf clan. Just the life aura emanating from it is even more intense than the heaven and earth spirit plants one had previously signed up for. If we can absorb this spring of life, that green seed will definitely be able to grow. As for that green ox's corpse, even if it can't regain the supreme battle power it once had, it's still completely sufficient to drive it. And just then, a stream of light was seen shooting from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Gu Jingtian and the others. A purple and gold robe wrapped around that sexy and hot body, and her long dark purple hair was draped behind her. Bright and regal, it was the Dark Lord God, Aisha, who had arrived from above the mountain peak. Seeing the Dark Lord God's arrival, Noah's expression was stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with reverence and awe. Hastily, he lowered his head and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. And at this moment, the Dark Lord God Aisha's pair of scarlet eyes were dead set on Gu Jingtian in the distance. The bottom of his eyes were filled with shock. Is it really him? It seems like it's not him again, but it does look similar. The aura is different. While that fellow's aura is vast, the aura on this person is extremely domineering and full of destruction. In the next second, Aisha frowned lightly, and an icy voice rang out. Who are you people? What do you want from coming to the Dark Kingdom? Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. You are the queen of the Dark Elf clan? This seed has come here with no malicious intent, just to inquire about someone. Aisha in front of her frowned lightly. People? What people? This is the Dark Kingdom. There are no humans. The human race is not welcome here, nor are the behemoths. So get out of here before the king gets angry. Hearing this, the Berserker God King on the side also simply stopped disguising himself and directly transformed into his original appearance. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked as normal. Looking up and down at the Dark Lord God in front of him, there was a bit of playfulness in the bottom of his eyes. The crowd all felt the aggressive feeling of Gu Jingtian's eyes. The Berserker God King on the side couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I'm now starting to believe that nothing happened between this guy and that high priestess. This guy really has a good eye for the queen of this Dark Elf clan, but his guts are too big. Looking at Gu Jingtian's slightly obscene eyes, Dark Lord God Aisha was slightly stunned. What is he doing to actually survey this king with such eyes? However, in the next second, Gu Jingtian snapped an anticlimactic sentence that rang out. What a body! And a virgin! What a surprise! As soon as these words came out, the two Berserker God Kings on the side were immediately dumbstruck, their eyes filled with disbelief. This is too arrogant. How dare you judge the Dark Elf Queen like this in front of her? Isn't this naked molestation? On the other hand, the thoughts in the Berserk God King's mind were very different. What? Is this guy telling the truth or not? How can the queen of the Dark Elf clan be a virgin? Upon hearing these words, the Dark Lord God Aisha in front of her immediately trembled, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment and shame. Are all of your human race such debauched people? How dare you insult this king like that? Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, this king will surely grind your bones to ashes. While seeing the Dark Queen's behavior, Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh, with an air of confidence. Slowly, he spoke. No need to pretend anymore. You're not going to make a move. From the moment you first appeared, all your expressions and movements have betrayed your heart. You know Gu Lingtian, and you think I look like him, and you've been urging us to go, so you should be trying to protect us. Say it. Your disguise is too low. As soon as these words came out, the pupils of the Darkness Queen in front of her shrank, and her gaze was filled with astonishment. What the hell is this guy? How can he know what's going on inside of him? Could it be those perverts among the human race who cultivate his heart pass? He knows Gu Lingtian. Could there really be something between the two of them? And right at that moment, Gu Jingtian's voice sounded once again. There's no need to hesitate anymore. Gu Lingtian is my big brother. I'm Gu Jingtian. I have no malicious intent. I can get out of here if you give me the news about my big brother. Hearing this, the Darkness Queen's petite body trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. He's definitely a human who cultivates his heart passage, and he's actually really able to peek into his own thoughts. But how did he know he was a virgin? Could it be that his heart passage still has this kind of wonderful use? And in the next second, the Dark Queen's face sank violently. Humph! You're Gu Lingtian's younger brother, so why do you need to come to this king to find his whereabouts? Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. This seat has just ascended, and does not yet know of Big Brother's whereabouts, only that he once appeared here. At these words, the Queen of Darkness raised her willow eyebrows lightly. What? This fellow's realm is obviously not weaker than this king's, and he actually just ascended? How is this possible? Unfortunately, so what if one is a heavenly genius? Coming here is just adding to the sadness. With this thought, the Dark Queen's face turned cold. Chapter 161 Power of Darkness vs. Laws of Yin and Yang. Humph! Don't say that this king doesn't know the whereabouts of your elder brother. Even if this king knew, he would definitely run 1,000 miles to kill him. If you do not leave, you will not blame this king for being merciless. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying force of darkness instantly erupted from above the Dark Lord God's body. The darkness power that was as black as ink contained endless destruction and killing. Listening to the Dark Lord God's words, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. This Dark Lord God's behavior is extremely suspicious, and now that he himself has refined the Yuan Tu sword, his perception of killing and killing intent has reached a new realm. I was able to sense that despite the will to kill erupting from her body, she didn't have a killing intent towards herself and the others. There must be something in this that one doesn't know about. It's hard to believe that Big Brother has done something to wrong people. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian immediately felt that his family was at a disadvantage and hurriedly opened his mouth. Though I don't know what my big brother did to your Dark Elf clan, but whatever happens, whatever you Dark Elves want to do, I, Gu Jingtian, alone will take it on. If my big brother owes you, I will compensate. But if you and the others strike against my big brother, then I won't blame Gu for his thunderous actions. As soon as the words fell, a vast, earth-shattering and thoroughly righteous chi erupted from within Gu Jingtian's body. A black and a white two streams of subtle and extreme aura loomed from the void. It was precisely the power of the Yin and Yang laws of that Xuanwu demon swinging sword technique. With the appearance of the power of the law of Yin and Yang, the endless power of darkness in the void was instantly suppressed. The expression on the Dark Lord God's face instantly froze, looking incredulously at the Yin-Yang law force looming in the void. This is actually the power of the laws of light and darkness? Nope. What kind of law is this that is actually more powerful than the power of the laws of light and darkness? I didn't expect this person to actually possess such a terrifying inheritance. The power of light and darkness can suppress the power of darkness. Not to mention this power of law that is even stronger than the power of darkness. Perhaps this man can really save his sister from herself. However, before that, this king still needs to test his strength. Otherwise, if father comes out of the gate, he will not be able to account for himself. With this thought in mind, Dark Lord God Aisha let out a cold snort. The strength is good, but you're not qualified to come to my darkness royal court to spread wildness. Beyond the void, dare you fight? Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. It seems that this woman has some scruples designated in her heart, and now it seems that this battle cannot be avoided. That's just it. Since she doesn't want to talk, let's beat her until she does. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian let out a cold snort filled with disdain. Why don't you dare? In the next second, the two of them waved their large hands, and the power of the laws filled the void, shattering it. With a flash of their figures, the two of them had entered the endless void, and at this moment, the Berserker God King was looking high into the sky with interest. This guy is really something. The law of force, the law of divine soul, and now there's actually an inheritance similar to the power of the laws of light and darkness that has popped up, and now it seems like it's not a dishonor to follow him. But at that moment, Noah, who was on the side, violently appeared in front of the Berserker God King. What are you waiting for here? Why don't you hurry up and save the day? Hearing this, the Berserker God King was dumbfounded. Saving someone? Save who? To save that fellow? If that guy can't beat the Dark Lord God, it's useless for this king to go. Hearing this, Noah's beautiful eyes were filled with helplessness as she looked at the Berserker God King in front of her with a speechless expression. It is said that the behemoth clan is born without brains, and I have seen it today. You actually didn't see anything. Don't you think it's strange that the Dark Lord God hasn't made a move after all these words? I once heard Her Highness Ivy say that she would find her true love, and Mr. Gu's big brother has come back to the Dark Kingdom, putting it all together. Don't you get it? Hearing this, the Berserker God King's pupils shrunk, a look of dawning understanding. I know, this guy's big brother must have offended Her Highness Ivy to be locked up here. In front of her, Noah froze instantly on the spot. 10,000 grass horses ran through his mind, breathless to the core. He roared, "Forget it, I can't understand even if I tell you. Even if Mr. Gu's big brother isn't here, Her Highness Ivy will definitely be here. Once we find Her Highness Ivy, the truth of the matter will come out." Hearing this, the Berserker God King's pupils rounded up, with an expression that he was thinking but couldn't figure it out. Seeing this, Noah roared violently, "Stop moving your walnut-sized brain. Now, take me to the top of that mountain right now." The Berserker God King nodded with seeming understanding. Yes. In the next second, the silhouettes of the two of them shot towards the distant mountain peaks, and at this moment in the void, the two figures were facing each other from afar amidst the endless spatial turbulence. Gu Jingtian said in a gruff voice, "This seat has already sensed that you have a difficult problem. Tell this seat, and this seat will naturally give you a solution." Hearing this, the Dark Lord God's face turned cold. "Humph, what hard feelings. No, you'd better find a way to survive from this king's hands first." As soon as the words fell, endless killing power spread out from above the Dark Lord God's petite body. Dark laws, spear of the God Slayer. As the Dark Lord God's voice rang out, that endless power of darkness condensed in the void. In the blink of an eye, a purple-black spear spanning across the stars instantly condensed. Endless power of darkness filled it. Gu Jingtian sighed lightly. "Sculpture, you deserve to show off your skills." True martial demon swinging sword formation. Trapped. In the next second, the vast power of the laws of yin and yang filled out from Gu Jingtian's body. In the blink of an eye, two figures that covered the sky emerged from behind Gu Jingtian. One black and one white. Yin and yang, instantly transformed into two black and white divine dragons. In a matter of moments, it entwined the Dark Lord God's figure. A mysterious force of laws filled the air. A suppression from the power of the law crushed down. In the next second, the spear of darkness spanning the sky in the high sky instantly dissipated. Even the power of darkness released by the Dark Goddess was instantly suppressed. Trying to mobilize the power of the Dark Laws was a luxury. Feeling the suppression of that supreme law, the Dark Lord God's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be so strong? One actually can't even do anything to resist. Although I guessed that this power of law would suppress the power of darkness, I didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Maybe he can actually save his sister. In the next second, only a voice transmission could be heard ringing in Gu Jingtian's ears. "Your sister-in-law, my sister, is at the top of that mountain. Take her away and you'll know everything you want." Chapter 162 Darkness God King. Irene. A terrifying existence. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. It's true that it's just as one imagined. Big Brother has really gotten attached to this dark elf clan. In the next second, one could only see the Dark Lord God in front of them knitting her willow brows, with much tangled color between them. Gu Jingtian's face sank. "What else do you have to say?" The Dark Goddess let out a long sigh. "If you can rescue her out, tell her that Qingfeng is still alive. When she's strong enough, come back to the Dark Kingdom to rescue her." Kiyoshi? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Gu Jingtian was slightly stunned in his heart. Can it be that this Qingfeng is the child of Big Brother and this dark elf woman, his own niece? Since it's Big Brother's bloodline, then Boring will take it himself no matter what. With this thought, Gu Jingtian's face chilled. Is Qingfeng my Big Brother's child? And where is she now? Tell me. However, listening to Gu Jingtian's inquiry, the Dark Lord God's eyes were filled with determination. With your current strength, knowing this has no meaning to you, you'd better hurry up and get her out of here, or it'll be too late. But right at this moment, only an extremely bizarre voice resounded throughout the entire Darkness King's court. "Aisha, you have disappointed Father too much. Did you think you could avoid Father in the middle of the endless void?" With the sound of this voice, the Dark Lord God in front of him couldn't even restrain himself from trembling. A pair of beautiful eyes were filled with panic. "Not good. Father has sensed the situation here. Hurry and leave, otherwise you won't have a chance. I'm going to open the cave's prohibition right now. You guys leave quickly." Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Father? Could it be that legendary originator of the Dark Elf clan? Dark God King Eren? No. How does this name sound? It also sounds like a woman's name. How could it be the father? It seems that the one who really imprisoned his own sister-in-law is this God King Irene." Gu Jingtian, who had thought things through, said in a cold voice, what will you do if we leave? Since you're already like this, why don't you leave with us? Hearing this, the Dark Lord God's pretty face was filled with a miserable smile on top of it. You guys go, I am not getting out of here. Hurry up, or it really will be too late. As soon as the words fell, the Dark Lord God in front of him fiercely waved his arm, and a wave of darkness instantly shot out towards the void beyond. The direction that he went was exactly the cave on top of that mountain peak. And at this moment, in front of the cave, two figures suddenly appeared. It was none other than the Berserker God King and Noah duo. Looking at the familiar figure in the middle of the cave, Noah could no longer control her emotions. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes and she frantically ran towards the cave. Your Highness Ivy, it's me. I'm Noah. We've come to save you. At this moment, the silhouette in the cave trembled. A glimmer of light flooded his dull eyes. Noah, is that you? The little girl at the beginning didn't expect to be out of her element now, but in the next second, the bright light in those beautiful eyes was instantly annihilated. Noah, get out of here. There is no way you can take me. Looking at the despair that filled Ivy Godking's face, Noah instantly understood everything. Your Highness Ivy, I'm not the only one who came to rescue you. There's also Gu Jingtian, Gu Ling Tian's own brother. Upon hearing the three words Gu Ling Tian, the silhouette in the cave stood up violently. That moving and delicate body trembled slightly. Ling Tian's brother? Gu Jingtian? Then why didn't Ling Tian come? Could it be that he has? At this point, Ivy's expression faltered. The color that had just risen in his eyes was instantly dimmed. In the next second, only a force of darkness was seen shooting towards the cave. The moment he saw that this power of darkness was about to touch this barrier, that extremely bizarre voice violently sounded again. Want to run? None of you can escape today. With the sound of the voice, the force of darkness that shot up dissipated in an instant. In the next second, one could only see the black fog around this Darkness King's court violently rolling up. A force of laws that was as powerful as a prison steamed up in the surroundings. In all directions, the black mist that was as black as ink picked up the sky, covering the entire Darkness Court. At this moment, in the extra-dimensional void, looking at what was happening in the outside world, the Dark Lord God's delicate body trembled wildly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. It's over. It's finished. Father has come out. None of you will be able to leave this time. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked to the outside world with a disdainful expression. What I, Gu Jingtian, want to do, no one has been able to stop it yet. This day, I would like to learn what this so-called Darkness God King is really great at. As soon as the words fell, Gu Jingtian's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared in the middle of the outside world. The Dark Lord God with a purple gold robe had an anxious look on his face. Father, don't! It's all my fault. Let them go. Along with the mournful shouts, the Dark Lord God also came into the middle of the outside world. Looking at the Darkness King's court, which was completely shrouded in black mist at the moment, the Berserker God King had a grave expression on his face. Bad. I didn't expect this Darkness God King to actually still be in this Darkness King's court. Shouldn't an existence like him have already gone to the road to heaven? This is really going to be the end. It looks like one's little life is going to be taken here. In the next second, a figure appeared in front of the Berserker God King's several people. It was none other than Gu Jingtian. The moment she saw Gu Jingtian, Ivy's delicate body in the middle of the cave trembled wildly, and her beautiful eyes flooded with watery mist. Ling Tian, you're here. Have you finally come? But after seeing what the visitor looked like, Ivy came back to reality. Not Ling Tian. Not my Ling Tian. Gu Jingtian raised his eyes and looked at the distant silhouette. Gazelle said, Sister-in-law, my brother asked me to come and rescue you first, and then go together to meet him. Hearing this, Ivy's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Is that what you're saying? Ling Tian is still alive? Did he ask you to save me? Gu Jingtian nodded heavily. It's true. Sister-in-law, I'll get you out now. Speaking here, Gu Jingtian's fingers came together, and an aura containing the power of killing filled his hands. In an instant, a black and red sword shot out, toward the dark barrier at the cave. He impacted. The moment the two came into contact, the dark barrier dissipated in an instant. But at that moment, that eerie voice once again resounded throughout the Darkness Court. I didn't expect to actually be able to break this demon god's prohibition. It really surprised this demon god a bit. In that case, let's reward you for dying at the hands of this demon god. As the voice rang out, only the black fog around that area violently rolled over. A scene that made Gu Jingtian astonished happened. Chapter 163, Darkness Royal Court. Immortality. Only to see that the black fog that filled the entire Darkness Royal Court at this moment rolled up crazily. An aura of evil to the extreme stirred up. In the sight of the crowd, a figure slowly emerged from the black mist. It was also a purple and gold robe, but the figure underneath that robe was very different from Aisha's. The body, despite being rather slim, was strewn with knife-edge muscular contours. That dark purple skin reeked of evil. However, on top of this slim body was a beautiful face that was charming and seductive. The lavender pupils emitted a gust of evil. And this person was the originator of this dark elf clan. The dark god king who defected from the elf clan. Aaron, looking at the figure that had suddenly appeared, Gu Jingtian, however, raised an eyebrow. A pair of starry eyes were filled with astonishment. Is this a man or a woman? A man's body, a woman's face? Could it be that the originator of this dark elf clan is a hermaphrodite? Even with Gu Jingtian's cultivation, he was still unable to find out the gender of the other party. It was only the evil aura that permeated out of that body that caused Gu Jingtian to feel a gust of revulsion. It was an aura so evil it was unimaginable. Seeing the appearance of the Darkness God King, the beautiful eyes of the two Aisha sisters were filled with fear. The difference was that Ivy's eyes held a lingering hatred in addition to fear. And just then, the Darkness God King's pair of purple pupils looked towards Ivy on top of the mountain peak. A hint of lechery actually flickered in his eyes. Ivy, my king's good daughter, as a royal member of the Dark Elf clan, you have obligations that you must bear, now that the king has come out of the gate. Dear daughter, are you ready? Hearing this, Ivy's beautiful eyes instantly blazed with rage, and her body couldn't restrain the trembling. I'm not your daughter, and when you tried to kill Gu Lingtian in front of me, you were no longer my father. Today, even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's brows crossed. The eyes that looked toward the Darkness God King were filled with icy killing intent. No matter who you are, to actually dare to touch your own big brother, then there is only one path waiting for you, and that is to perish. Looking at the hateful Ivy below, the Darkness God King snorted coldly. This king has come out of the gate, and no one will be able to save you from now on. These filthy humans are not qualified to be your seed slaves. Only this king, the originator of the Dark Elf clan, possesses this qualification. When these words came out, they immediately shocked Gu Jingtian and the others in front of them out of their wits. With a dumbfounded look, he looked at the Darkness God King high in the sky. No, we didn't hear it wrong. Even though the Dark Elf clan has different breeding as well as ethics than the human race, this is too bombastic. But just then, Ivy above the ground showed a pleading face. Father, I beg you, please let my sister go. Since she has her own ideas, why don't you let her find her own happiness and live the life she wants? Looking at the hateful Ivy on the side, Aisha's beautiful eyes flashed with the color of determination. Father, as long as you promise to let my sister go, I am willing to take my sister's place and bear the burden of the Dark Elf clan. The moment these words came out, the crowd that had just now calmed down was once again shocked 5 times. What? Aren't those two sisters? Wouldn't that be the same relationship between them? This is too explosive. But at that moment, the Darkness God King high in the sky had a frosty face. The concentration of your bloodline is impure, and you are not qualified to breed a supreme demon god. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian and the others were completely square. This is so bombastic. Where the hell is it from? At this moment, however, Gu Jingtian's brows were furrowed, and killing intent filled his eyes. With a flash of his figure, he instantly arrived in this high altitude. Seeing Gu Jingtian shoot out, Ivy below showed a look of anxiety. Uncle, no, even if you cultivate the power of laws that can restrain the power of darkness, there is no one who can defeat him in the Darkness Court of Kings. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian was filled with disgust and disdain as he looked at the Darkness God King in the distance. This seat just heard that it was you who injured Gu Lingtian? The Darkness God King raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Jingtian with contempt. Humph, lowly human, what makes you so mad? What gave you the courage? With that power of the yin and yang laws, you think you can defeat this king? Today one of you. Before the Darkness God King could finish his words, he only saw a violent flash in the void. A figure instantly appeared in front of the Darkness God King. Before the Darkness God King could react, a white fist instantly occupied the Darkness God King's entire sight. Die for the master. Accompanied by a roar, the great Tao of force filled the air above the fist peak in front of him. In an instant, this fist that emanated the great Tao of force violently blasted above the Darkness God King's head. Under the unimaginably boundless power, the Darkness God King's head exploded in an instant. The surrounding void instantly annihilated. The black mist that covered the sky directly appeared as a large blank area. Seeing this scene, the Berserk Battle God King and the others below immediately froze in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. In their hearts, they were even more confused. No, what is this? How is it that a mere punch wiped out this Darkness Knight God King? Listening to his tone just now, the strength of this Dark Knight God King must be extremely terrifying. It was taken out so easily. What exactly is the situation? Is this Gu Jingtian too strong? Or is this Darkness God King too weak? The two Ivy sisters, on the other hand, still had deep concern in their eyes. Obviously the duo knew the truth of the matter, while at this moment, a hint of essence flashed in Gu Jingtian's eyes. In the next second, Gu Jingtian violently turned to look, only to see a figure slowly emerge from the black mist behind him once again. It was none other than the Darkness God King from earlier. At the moment, he was looking at Gu Jingtian in the distance with a disdainful expression. I didn't expect you to be so accomplished on top of the cultivation of the avenue of force. An ordinary God King may not really be able to resist this punch of yours. However, in this Darkness King's court, this king is an immortal existence, and no one is a match for this king. The words just fell, but Gu Jingtian's face showed disdain. The figure disappeared once again, and in the next second, it appeared beside this Darkness God King. Another punch was thrown. It was just that this time the power of the laws entwined above the peak of the fist was not just the great Tao of force, it was even mixed with the extreme yang power from the power of the laws of yin and yang. Facing Gu Jingtian's punch, the Darkness God King's eyes were filled with disdain. Humph, it's just the power of light. Your punch isn't as powerful as it was just now? As soon as the words fell, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded occurred. Chapter 164, The Sixth Heavenly Demon King, Bo Sun. In the next second, only Gu Jingtian's fist, which was flashing with the power of the extreme yang, violently blasted above the Darkness Night God King's face. The moment the two came into contact, the terrifying scorching contained in the power of the extreme yang instantly tore apart the Darkness Night God King's pretty face. A nuisance burning sound resounded. Along with it, there was also a heartbreaking cry of pain from the Darkness God King, the agony that seared the soul. Even the Darkness God King couldn't help but cry out in pain. Strong power erupted, and the Darkness God King's body instantly shot toward the distance. However, in the next second, Gu Jingtian's figure flickered once more. Appearing again, he was already in front of the Darkness God King. Before the Darkness God King could react, another powerful punch was swung out violently. The Darkness God King cried out in pain as his body sped off in another direction once again. But at that moment, Gu Jingtian's figure disappeared once again. Another fist blasted out. The Darkness God King's body shot back and forth in the air like a sandbag. For a moment, only two non-stop flickering remnants of shadows remained in the entire void, as well as the Darkness God King's heartbreaking cries of pain resounded throughout the void. Seeing this scene, the people present all looked dumbfounded. Even the two sisters, Ivy and Aisha, were in a daze at the moment. The invincible Lord Father in their hearts at the moment was actually being blasted around by Gu Jingtian as if he were a sandbag. The God King of Berserkers on the side looked wooden as a sentence came out of his mouth. Brutal. Too brutal. Luckily I didn't provoke this guy. And at this moment, in midair, Gu Jingtian blasted punch after punch on top of the Darkness Night God King's body. Wherever the peak of the fist reached, the flesh and blood of the Darkness God King was scorched by that terrifying power of the extreme sun. In just one breath's time, the Darkness God King, who had been so complacent just a moment ago, was now a bloody mess. Almost all of the flesh and blood on his body had been swallowed up by the power of the extreme yang. The exposed bones also made a sizzling sound under the erosion of the power of the extreme yang. In the next second, the Darkness God King's hysterical roar resounded throughout the void. And dares to bully this king like this? This king will definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch landed on the Darkness God King's mouth. The strong force directly chipped away a mouthful of teeth from the Darkness God King. The Darkness God King's heart-rending roar resounded once again. Such an atrocious scene immediately caused the bodies of the crowd below to tremble, and the gazes towards Gu Jingtian were filled with fear. But in the next second, only a burst of purple light violently shone above the Darkness God King's body. Surprisingly, he was going to blow himself up. Seeing this scene, Aisha's beautiful eyes below were filled with worry. Caution! This is the Dark Destruction's secret technique of the Dark Elf clan. It can unleash unrivaled power of destruction. In the next second, the body of the Darkness God King in midair violently exploded. Endless darkness bloomed from the air. Gu Jingtian's expression was as usual, and there was even a hint of disdain. The power of darkness? It's also worthy of being compared to the power of yin and yang, the law of extreme yin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. A dark as ink force of laws instantly stirred up. In the blink of an eye, the endless power of darkness in the void was instantly absorbed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Aisha and the others below couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What kind of law power is this that can actually produce such a terrifying suppression of the power of darkness? Just as the crowd was astonished, a voice of gnashing teeth once again came from the black fog in all directions. Insidious and venomous human race, how dare you insult this king like this? This king will definitely make people's souls fall to the 9 ghosts. He will die without a burial place. It was precisely the voice of the Darkness God King, while at this moment, Gu Jingtian had a playful expression on his face. Yeah, you come out. You've got the ability to talk tough. You've got the ability to come out. Gu Jingtian's voice filled with provocation resounded. Only the Darkness God King's figure did not appear. Only the roar of the Darkness God King once again came from all directions. Aha! The insidious and venomous human race. It's too early to be complacent. As long as it's in the middle of this darkness court, even if all three of your human race's exalted ones are gathered together, you'll only end up dead. Oh Supreme Demon God! Your devout followers call for your coming. In the next second the Darkness God King's voice filled with piety resounded throughout the Darkness Royal Court. With the sound of the voice, one could only see the black fog surrounding this Darkness Royal Court violently flooding with ghostly purple demonic light. An evil to the extreme aura instantly stirred up. That evil aura seemed to be able to evoke the most primitive desires in one's heart. In the next second, only a figure suddenly appeared in this black fog. It was none other than the Darkness God King from earlier. It was only at this moment that the Darkness God King fell to his knees with a face full of piety. And in front of it, there was a small Buddha statue. Terrifyingly, the Buddha statue possessed 6 arms, each of which held human-like organs. There was even a python wrapped around his neck. That evil aura spread out from it all of a sudden. Seeing this scene, the two of them, Aisha and Ivy, immediately showed a look of horror. It's the Sky Demon statue. It's over. Now the entire Dark Elf clan will be destroyed. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian surveyed the statue in the air with a puzzled look in his eyes. Why does this statue look so familiar? But it's not the Buddhism one knows so well. It's more like an abstract Sangos. And at this moment, the Darkness God King in the air was chanting with words in his mouth. In the next second, an endless purple light violently shone above that Buddha statue. The Darkness God King's face was like a maniac, looking at the Buddha statue in front of him with full devotion. Descend, Supreme Heavenly Devil, the 6th Heavenly Demon King, the Bojack Demon King. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrunk. The 6th Heavenly Demon King, Bosun? One really didn't guess wrong. It really is a demonic Buddha from Sangos family. No wonder this Dark Elf clan is so chaotic. This 6th Heavenly Demon King, Bosun, is himself a demon god in charge of desire? Right at this moment, only a figure that covered the sky violently emerged behind this Buddha statue. It was that 6th Heavenly Demon King Bosun. The evil aura that covered the sky stirred up. In the next second, that evil aura instantly enveloped the entire Darkness Court. Under this terrifying aura, even Aisha, who was a Dark Lord God, was filled with terror at the moment, her delicate body unable to suppress the trembling. Looking down at the crowd below, the Darkness God King had a maniacal expression. The great demon god has descended. You will all become slaves of the Lord Demon God. Gu Jingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. The 6th Heavenly Demon King Bosun? If one remembers correctly, there was also a fellow named Bosun under the command of Old Man Sticks. Although it might not be a person. But once the Yuan 2 sword comes out, immortals and Buddhas retreat. Chapter 165 Yuan 2 Sword. Laws of Destruction and Killing. And right at that moment, the figure of that 6th demon god, Bosun, violently flashed with a purple ethereal light. The 6 arms were slowly raised, and the organs that represented the 6 desires emitted an aura of evil to the extreme. In the next second, it coalesced into a large hand that shot toward Gu Jingtian. Seeing this scene, the Darkness God King's face was maniacal as he let out a wild laugh. Even a true immortal can't really cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. As long as there is a trace of desire in your heart, you will not be able to escape the judgment of the demon god's coronation. Looking at the monstrous demonic hand that was gradually approaching, Gu Jingtian's face was unperturbed, and there was even a hint of disdain between his brows. Humph! What 7 passions and 6 desires? Let's see the seat cut them down with one sword. Yuan 2 sword. Out! As soon as the words fell, an earth-shattering killing aura shocked the sky above his body. For a moment, heaven and earth changed color. The moment that supreme killing aura appeared, the lives in the entire Dark Night Forest couldn't restrain themselves from trembling. That aura was like the call of a demonic god, ready to take their divine souls into the 9 hells. And at this moment, in the Darkness Royal Court, feeling this extreme killing aura, the Berserk Battle God King immediately froze on the spot. With an incredulous face, he looked at Gu Jingtian in the air. This is the power of the law of killing. My god, the power of the laws of light and darkness, the great Tao of force, and actually cultivating the power of the laws of killing. What kind of monster is he? And at this moment, the Darkness God King's pupils shrank, but still colorful and cold. No matter what power of law one has cultivated, one cannot be a match for His Highness the Great Demon God. But right at this moment, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. In an instant, endless black and red lightning flashed up throughout the void. The electric aura that contained the laws of killing and destruction gradually converged into a long sword that emitted monstrous ferocious might. Dark hilt. Blood-red blade. It was that supreme and ferocious weapon Yuan Tu. With the appearance of the Yuan Tu sword, the evil aura emanating from that sixth demon god King Bosun immediately withered. Surprisingly, it revealed fear. Seeing this scene, the people present were dumbstruck and looked at the blood-colored long sword with fear. What kind of realm is this immortal weapon that actually contains such terrifying power of laws? What a terrifying aura. I'm afraid that's just how the Divine Emperor's soldiers in the hands of the three great Divine Emperors are. And sensing the fearful intent emanating from that sixth demon god King Bosun, the Darkness God King immediately had his eyes cracked and had a maniacal look on his face. No, this can't be. How can the great demon god Coronation be afraid? Impossible. Impossible. And just then, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Yuan Tu sword. Chop. As soon as the words fell, the blood-red longsword high in the air suddenly swung out violently. The purple-black power of destruction and killing instantly condensed into a sword that was thousands of meters long. Wherever it passed, space instantly disappeared. It wasn't shattered or annihilated, but it was completely obliterated by that terrifying power of destruction in an instant. In the blink of an eye, that sword aura had arrived in front of that demonic aura's big hand. Before the sword aura could approach, the large hand with the thick demonic aura dispersed in an instant. But in the next second, the scattered evil power was instantly erased by the sword. Without a single pause, that blood-colored sword impacted towards the distant sixth demon god Bosun's silhouette. The Dark Knight demon god on the side was filled with madness and roared hysterically. Great demon god, please exert your supreme demonic might. Your most devout followers are calling you. However, no matter how much the Darkness God King hissed, that demon god shadow still did not have any reaction. In the blink of an eye, it was obliterated by that endless power of destruction and killing. Even that one statue instantly went up in smoke. Instead, the blood-red sword continued to shoot towards the distance. Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. Collect. As soon as the words fell, he only saw this blood-red sword dispersing in an instant, transforming into a black-red electric that once again returned to within that long sword. With the disappearance of the sculpture of that sixth demon god, Bosun, the black fog that had permeated the entire forest of darkness for hundreds of thousands of years dissipated in an instant. Seeing this scene, the Darkness God King's face was like a maniac. It can't be. How is this possible? All this must be a lie. Looking at the Dark Knight Divine King, who had gone completely insane, killing intent filled Gu Jingtian's eyes. Dare to strike at this seat's big brother. Having your soul destroyed is what you'll end up with. Gu Jingtian put his fingers together, and a black and red bolt of electricity instantly shot toward the distant Darkness Night God King. Before the people present could react, the black and red electric aura erased the Darkness God King's body in an instant, completely disappeared into this heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the Dark Lord God Aisha below shrank. Father. Even though she didn't agree with the Darkness God King's approach and was even a bit disgusted, seeing her own father killed, Dark Lord God Aisha's heart was filled with complicated thoughts. And Ivy, who was on the side, was frozen in place at the moment, despite wanting to kill this horrible guy countless times in her heart. But when she really saw him go up in smoke, Ivy couldn't be happy in her heart in any way. And just then, Gu Jingtian's figure appeared in front of the crowd. At this moment, the Berserk Battle God King's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Gu Jingtian. But when she saw Gu Jingtian arrive, Aisha's face instantly tightened. Gu Jingtian, however, had a breezy look on his face as he looked at Ivy to the side. Sister-in-law, this matter is over. Does sister-in-law know the whereabouts of my elder brother? Hearing this, Ivy's beautiful lost eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Tian, he once came here to look for me 1500 years ago. At that time he broke through to the immortal monarch realm, but he was assassinated. The one who struck was none other than the Darkness God King. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrunk. What? The one who struck out was the Darkness God King? Then wouldn't my big brother have been? Seeing Gu Jingtian so flustered, Ivy hurriedly opened her mouth. Uncle, don't worry, your elder brother he didn't fall, just as his life was threatened. For some reason, he suddenly erupted with the fluctuations of the immortal king realm, broke through space, and escaped from this place. With these words, Gu Jingtian was relieved, but a trace of doubt couldn't help but rise in his heart. Although one has left behind quite a few heavenly treasures for Big Brother, there is absolutely no existence that can explode the cultivation level of the immortal king realm. Big Brother was actually able to get out from under that guy just now. Is there some special opportunity as well? Gu Jingtian hurriedly opened his mouth. Sister-in-law, do you know where Big Brother has gone? Ivy frowned lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with loss. Before your big brother left, he said that he would definitely come to rescue me when he cultivates to the immortal king realm. Chapter 166, Terrifying Green Seed. The fountain of life dried up. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned. Although Big Brother said that when his cultivation reaches the immortal king realm, he will come to this forest of darkness again, but to break through to the immortal king realm were so simple, not to mention 1500 years, if there is no heavenly opportunity, even if it's 150,000 years, it's still difficult to break through. Furthermore, in order to be able to break through to the immortal king realm, Big Brother will most likely go to various secret realms to enhance his strength. Harvests often go hand in hand with risks, so if Big Brother encounters a crisis, how will that be handled? Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian's heart had already made up his mind that he definitely couldn't wait in this forest of darkness. With this thought, Gu Jingtian looked at Ivy in front of him. Sister-in-law, I want to go to the human frontier to look for traces of my elder brother. I wonder if sister-in-law would like to go with me. Hearing this, the beautiful eyes of Ivy in front of her were filled with the color of impatience. I'm willing. Of course I do. Let's get up now. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. It seems that there are infatuated women in this dark elf clan, and Big Brother's vision is usually not wrong. But there's one more thing that needs to be resolved for myself before I leave. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian then said aloud, Sister-in-law, it is said that this spring of life can revive any living being. I have a seed here. I wonder if I can borrow the spring of life. Before Ivy could say anything, there was a sudden voice from Isa. There is naturally no problem with this. Gu Jingtian raised his eyes and noticed Gu Jingtian's eyes, but Aisha hurriedly lowered her head. Looking at Aisha's expression, Ivy sighed softly and reached out her arms to embrace Aisha in her arms. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian's figure instantly shot toward the distant mountain peak. The words of people's sisters were of no interest to Gu Jingtian. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingtian's figure had already appeared beside that spring of life. The rich life force in the surroundings surged into Gu Jingtian's body. Gu Jingtian couldn't help but have wild anticipation rise in his heart. This green seed, when facing the Yuan Tu sword, it still does not lose ground. It must be a rare and exotic treasure. If this spring of life can make it grow, that would be great. With this thought, Gu Jingtian's palm flicked, and a green seed that emitted an endless aura of life appeared in his hand. Looking at the fountain of life in front of him, Gu Jingtian threw the seed in without hesitation. In the next second, as the green seeds fell within the fountain of life, the contained life force slowly merged towards the green seed. But just then, something strange happened. This green seed violently flashed with a dazzling green light, crazily plundering the life force within the fountain of life. In an instant, the life-giving aura that permeated the entire darkness court was frantically decaying, and the two Aisha sisters, who were currently consoling each other, raised their eyebrows and looked at the peak in the distance full of horror. What in the world is this thing that can actually consume such an enormous amount of life force? No way. We'll go and see quickly. In the blink of an eye, a figure had already arrived by this spring of life. It was none other than Aisha, the Berserker God King, and the others. The crowd rushed to look towards that spring of life, but the next scene astonished the crowd present. Only the green seed was seen within the fountain of life, emitting a green glow, and that spring of life, at this moment, was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In so many seconds, a tenth of it had disappeared. The crowd's pupils shrank. What the hell is going on here? The spring of life, which is the elf clan's greatest treasure, is a manifestation of the power of the laws of life. Even if one wanted to revive the body of a divine king realm, there's no need to consume so much of the spring of life. What kind of terrifying existence is this green seed? So many springs of life actually failed to make him take root and sprout. Amidst the crowd's incredulous gazes, the spring water in that spring of life continued to fall crazily. In the blink of an eye, another tenth disappeared. Aisha on the side couldn't help but frown lightly. After all, this was the elf clan's greatest treasure and the supply of dark elves in the entire dark forest. Time passed by minute, and half of this spring of life had already disappeared at this moment, and the green seed still didn't show any signs of taking root. Even Gu Jingtian couldn't help but look embarrassed at this moment. What a situation! The life breath contained in this spring of life is comparable to the life force of thousands of god kings. And after consuming half of it, it actually hasn't been able to make this sub take root. What exactly is this sub? On the other hand, Aisha on the side was already in a hurry, but seeing Gu Jingtian's expression, she still held back from opening her mouth. Time passed by minute, and the spring water in this spring of life soon had only 1/5 left. At this moment, Aisha couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Gu, we can't let this sub absorb anymore. If the spring of life dries up, the entire dark night forest will disappear, and even our dark elf clan will face extinction. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian pondered a little. I didn't expect this kind of sub to be so terrifying. So much life force couldn't revive it. Forget it. let's just forget it. With this thought, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand, wanting to take back this green seed. But the next second, something strange happened. No matter how Gu Jingtian urged, the green seed remained motionless in the spring of life. That terrifying power of absorption became even more violent. The only remaining fountain of life was diminishing extremely fast. Seeing this scene, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. The two Aisha sisters were more than a little misty-eyed. May not. No. And in just one breath's time, the only remaining spring of life had already disappeared. Only the green seed floated in the air, motionless. Even Gu Jingtian was embarrassed at the moment. This guy, picking up something on his own, directly emptying people's old pockets. And with the disappearance of this spring of life, the surrounding heavenly treasures and various spiritual plants instantly withered and yellowed. The sight of that decline kept spreading in all directions. The two Aisha sisters' bodies instantly went limp, their beautiful eyes filled with despair. It's over. Everything is finished. The spring of life has disappeared. Not only the Dark Elf clan, but even the elves won't stop now. The Dark Elf clan is going to disappear completely. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian was also helpless. But at that moment, the green seed violently bloomed with an endless green light. The round seed twisted and distorted, and a branch shaped like a limb broke out of the seed. Soon, under the illumination of that green light, that seed had completely transformed into a different appearance. And seeing that familiar appearance, Gu Jingtian froze in place. Chapter 167. Nice guy, happy to be a father. Only to see that in the center of this pool, there was a foot-sized figure floating. All the five senses, all the limbs, exactly like an infant. At this moment, he was sitting with his hands folded and his knees crossed, his eyes tightly closed, and his body was radiating a strong aura of life. Gu Jingtian's pupils instantly shrunk, and his heart even set off shock waves. A word that was no longer familiar in his previous life surfaced in Gu Jingtian's mind. Ginseng fruit. Isn't this the ginseng fruit from Journey to the West? I'll go. Although I knew that this green seed's origin was extraordinary, I didn't expect it to be so heaven-defying. Ginseng fruit. That's the supreme elixir cultivated by Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals, which blossoms in 3,000 years, bears fruit in 3,000 years, and matures in 3,000 years. This ripe ginseng fruit can live for an additional 360 years with a single sniff, and 44,000 years by eating one. The most terrifying thing is that it can be stacked. Seeing the ginseng fruit today, Gu Jingtian was shocked in his heart. Longevity, Taoist? I see. The immortal god's mansion, the Taoist family that lives with the heavens, the secret realm that one goes to, is actually the ancestor of the earth immortals, Jin Yuan Daxian's Wuzhuang Guan. But who is that powerful person who appeared in the five-village Guan? It can't be Jin Yuan Daxian. That's a supreme powerhouse in the half-saint realm. What in the world is going on here that even a powerhouse of Jin Yuanzi's realm is actually able to fall? Thinking of this, the sense of crisis in Gu Jingtian's heart couldn't help but intensify. AI. This ginseng fruit is precious, but it's not of much use to myself. At this moment, the Berserk Immortal King and the others were even more confused as they looked at that baby-like figure. What's going on? Why is there a little kid here? This kind of son is actually a child. Can't it be that this is his child? I go. These two brothers are really quite explosive. It's just that a human race and a simmering elf clan are together, but the brothers actually have a child with a plant. It's really fierce. And just then, only to see this ginseng fruit floating in the void violently open its eyes. A flash of green immortal light shot out. The limbs spread out violently, turning into a root that stabbed towards the ground. A vibrant breath of life suddenly rose to the sky. Looking at the scene in front of them, the crowd was dumbfounded, and Gu Jingtian's expression was stunned, and his heart was ecstatic. This isn't a simple ginseng fruit, but the seed of a ginseng fruit. He's taking root and sprouting. A complete ginseng fruit tree. That's worth a lot. As long as this ginseng fruit tree doesn't die, one can live forever, and even let those around him live forever. As the vines of that ginseng fruit burrowed into the ground, a dazzling green light blossomed. The light dispersed. A small tree that was more than a meter tall appeared in the crowd's line of sight. In the next second, the vigorous breath of life suddenly stirred up. It spread out in all directions. In an instant, the withered spirit plant once again returned to its previous form under the illumination of the green immortal aura. Even the dark brown forest of darkness erupted with colorful light. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest of darkness was transformed into a green and colorful heaven on earth. The endless breath of life permeates everywhere. Seeing this scene in front of them, the beautiful eyes of the two Aisha sisters were filled with incredible excitement. Couldn't help but blurt it out. What a terrifying life force. It can simply be compared to the holy tree of the elf clan. The tree of life. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth lifted lightly, and a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. The tree of life? What class? It's worthy of being compared to the ginseng fruit tree. But right at this moment, only a childish voice violently rang out from above this fruit tree. Father! Father! Hearing this voice full of excitement, the gazes of the crowd instantly focused on Gu Jingtian's body. The berserker god king even had a playful expression on his face. Nice! Not bad. This king was right. This child is really his seed. Awesome! Awesome! This is the first time this king has seen a child of a human and a plant clan. While at this moment, Gu Jingtian's pupils shrank. Instant brainstorming. This ginseng fruit tree actually has its own consciousness, and it even thinks of itself as his father? He has his own independent consciousness. Doesn't that mean he can also cultivate? This ginseng fruit tree isn't just the favorite of the laws of life. It's also the preference of the great Tao of eternal life. If we let him cultivate the great Tao of eternal life, I'm afraid he will create an extremely terrifying powerhouse. With this thought, Gu Jingtian's mind moved toward the ginseng fruit tree in front of him. He transmitted his voice. From now on, your name will be Changsheng. Gu Changsheng. Hearing this, an excited voice came from the ginseng tree. Thank you, father. From now on I will be Gu Changsheng. Little Changsheng. When these words came out, the faces of Aisha and the others in front of them were stunned. Ivy even wore a weird smile. The first time we met, and the elder lady didn't prepare anything for you. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched, speaking up in a hurry. Sister-in-law, things aren't what you think they are. But before Gu Jingtian could finish, Ivy's eyes burned into Gu Jingtian. Uncle Junior, there's no need to say anything. I understand everything. I've been there before. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth suddenly twitched, and his heart was in a pang of mommy and daddy. You're an old man? What do you know? But at that moment, the ivy in front of her face tightened. Her beautiful eyes filled with the color of loss. It's a shame that the children of your big brother and I. Before the words were out of her mouth, Ivy already had tears in her eyes. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows. His heart snapped. Surely his elder brother and this dark elf have an heir. Then where is this child now? By the look of his face, he should have passed away. But just then, Aisha, who was on the side, was all tangled up. Hesitantly, he couldn't help but speak out. Actually, Qingfeng isn't dead. She's still alive. When these words came out, the Aisha in front of her immediately shook her petite body furiously, and grabbed aside as if she was crazy. Sister, what did you say? Qingfeng is still alive? Wasn't she already killed by that person? Hearing this, Aisha shook her head helplessly. This was not meant to be told to you. The boy is not dead, and her talent was extremely terrifying. So instead of killing her, father sent her to. Speaking of which, Aisha once again looked like she wanted to say something. Seeing this, Ivy shook Aisha's body frantically. Tell me, sister, where the hell did that guy send Qingfeng? At this moment, Gu Jingtian also couldn't help but frown. Obviously, that's not a good place to be. At Ivy's pressing, Aisha then spoke helplessly. Chapter 168, The Gnome Clan. Iron Gourd. Father sent her to the Goblin One. As soon as the words left her mouth, Aisha in front of her instantly widened her eyes. A soft murmur escaped his lips. Gnomes? Gnomes? Gnomes. In the next second, a mountainous roar resounded. Ivy was like an enraged Sench, roaring madly. Aha! Damn it! This damned fellow actually sent my daughter into the hands of that filthy, nasty race of goblins. My daughter! Ivy's heart-rending roar stirred wildly, and hearing this, Gu Jingtian and the others frowned. The goblin race, as one of the major races among the humanoid races, is notoriously dirty and ugly, and is an extremely promiscuous race. If dark elves are the flavor of a high-end cocktail party, then goblins are the stench of the sewers. It was already self-evident what would happen when a dark elf was placed in the hands of the goblin ones. Ivy hissed frantically, and suddenly a mouthful of blood gushed out. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly when he saw this. Nagisa. As soon as the words fell, a soft light emanated from the ginseng tree on the side, enveloping Ivy's body, with the serene and peaceful life force incorporated. Ivy then calmed down a bit. Gu Jingtian whispered, Sister-in-law, since this is my elder brother's bloodline, it is also my Gu Jingtian's niece. Now that I've gotten news of her, I'll immediately set off for the Gnome Clan. Sister-in-law, you wait here in peace. Don't worry, I'll bring her back safe and sound. Hearing this, Ivy looked at Gu Jingtian in front of her with bloodshot eyes. Little uncle, make sure you bring Qingfeng back safe and sound. Gu Jingtian nodded. Aisha on the side, however, waved her jade hand lightly, and a black seal that didn't look too different from the tribal seal appeared in midair. This is the divine seal of the Dark Elf clan, so as long as there are clansmen of the Dark Elf clan in the vicinity, they can be sensed. The The territory of this goblin clan is in the deep underground, and with this it is also easier to find Xingfeng. Gu Jingtian didn't say much and directly put away the seal. Looking behind him, he looked at the berserk battle god king. Go! You go with this seat. As soon as the words fell, the figures of Gu Jingtian's duo instantly tore through space and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of miles away, a stretch of hills perched on the earth, and everywhere in these hills are passages to the underground. And this is also the gathering place of the Goblin clan, the Goblin Hills. These nearly endless underground passages converged into an underground world. At this moment, 10,000 meters below the ground, there was a huge underground space. The underground space was nevertheless golden, with artifacts cast in gold everywhere. It's just that the gold is all tarnished. The Goblin clan was dirty but extremely fond of treasures, and in the middle of this huge space, there was a huge throne cast in gold, tens of meters high. A figure like a mountain of flesh was sitting on top of it. The disc-like face was filled with distorted features. The skin is even more sickeningly yellow. It was the ruler of this goblin clan, the goblin spirit king Micah, and in front of it, there were several gnomes who had fallen to their knees. Enlighten the great goblin king Micah. We have detected a drastic change in the direction of the Dark Court. There is an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. There should be a battle going on. Hearing this, the goblin king frowned. Quickly go check to see if the Darkness God King has come out of the gate. You bunch of losers. A little girl at the demigod realm, a human at the immortal monarch realm, was actually able to save this dark elf from you three at the divine king realm. That was a good thing that this king traded countless rare ores for. This king hasn't even waited to enjoy it yet, and you guys actually let someone save it. What a waste. With the goblin king's order, the three divine king realm goblins in front of him left unhappily, but the next second, a skulking gnome ran in. Upon seeing the Goblin King, he respectfully fell to his knees. Enlighten the great Goblin King coronation. We have unearthed a strange thing. Please also ask the Goblin King to taste it. Hearing this, the Goblin King's green bean-sized eyes snapped wide open and were filled with excitement. Baby, what you don't recognize must be a treasure. Hurry up and bring it out to the king. Let the king take a look. As the Goblin King's voice rang out, the goblin in front of him then took out a dull item. Only the shape of this thing was hardly any different from a gourd. The only difference was that where it should have been a gourd vine, it looked like a sword hilt. The body was silver-colored, but it didn't look like silver, more like some kind of iron. Seeing this iron gourd in front of him, the excitement on the Goblin King's face instantly dissipated. Snorted a cold snort. Humph, what a load of crap. You also dare to take it towards this king. This thing is made of iron at first glance. It's not flashy at all. What kind of treasure could it be? Hearing this, the gnome below hastily spoke. King, this is something remarkable. Although it doesn't look flashy, it's extremely hard. With my subordinate strength I couldn't even destroy it. Upon hearing this, the Goblin King was a little more interested. With a wave of his big hand, that iron gourd had come into his hands. A pair of green bean eyes deadpanned the gourd in his hand. That big fat hand exerted force violently, but the iron gourd in his hand remained motionless. The Goblin King raised his eyebrows lightly, and in the next second, he even directly threw the iron gourd in his hand. Phew! Before that gnome could react, this iron gourd had already smashed on top of its head. It just didn't do any damage. What raggedy things. Even if it's hard, what's the point? It's not pretty at all. This king likes those buring things. Don't you know that? Gems, gold. That's what you need to find. Get the hell out. Hearing the Goblin King's reprimand, this goblin hurriedly left in a grayish manner, and the iron gourd was still lying on the ground without any fluctuation. The Goblin King slowly got up, moved that fat body, and slowly disappeared into the hall. In the meantime, above the ground, with a ripple in space, two figures appeared in midair. It was none other than the duo of Gu Jingtian and the Berserker God King. Looking down at the hills filled with caves, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. At that moment, the Berserker God King on the side said in a condensed voice, "This Goblin clan's favorite thing is to dig holes, and there's no telling how many passages there will be underneath this ground. If we go down to look for someone, we still can't make too much of a show of it. This king knows a kind of illusion that can change the appearance. Why don't you and I take on the appearance of gnomes so that we can go down and investigate?" Chapter 169, Baby Please Turn Around. Immortal Beheading Gourd. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. What this iron bean said is quite reasonable. This goblin cave is endless, and it's not easy to find the king of this goblin clan. With this thought, Gu Jingtian's body flickered, and his figure instantly transformed into that of a gnome. Looking at the scene in front of him, the Berserker God King raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with confusion, looking up and down at Gu Jingtian, who had turned into a gnome in front of him. Can't help but tisk tisk. What kind of illusion art is this of yours? It's so skillful that this king can't even see any of it. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. Who told you it was an illusion? What? You want to learn it? I'll teach you? The moment these words came out, the Berserker God King froze in place. But before the Berserker God King could react, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. That mysterious power of the laws instantly filled the air. The body of the Berserker God King in front of him changed violently, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a tall gnome. Apparently this was exactly the earthly 72 changes. Feeling that his body had completely turned into a gnome, the Berserker God King completely squared off. What kind of divine ability is this? It's actually really not an illusion. Without answering the Berserker God King's question, Gu Jingtian walked directly towards the middle of a cave. Seeing this, the Berserker God King also hurriedly followed. It was dark and damp in this cave, not seeing the light of day. With the cultivation level of the two of them, their sight was naturally not obstructed. After half an hour had passed, the duo was already deep into the ground. But right at that moment, Gu Jingtian waved his hand. Wait a minute, someone's in the neighborhood. The curved tunnel stretched on, and thousands of meters ahead, a few figures suddenly shot out. It was none other than that several Divine King realm elves that had just appeared in the Goblin King's court. Hi! I really can't figure out why the king is so afraid of that Dark God King. It's just a Dark Elf clan. That's just it. Isn't that Darkness God King giving that Darkness Elf to the king just to please us? It's just like being rescued. It's been 1500 years, and the Darkness God King has never come to our place, so we're still bothering to keep an eye on the Darkness God King. It's really pointless. Listening to the sounds coming from the distance, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. A look of joy flashed across his eyes. What these goblins are talking about should be Qingfeng. I didn't expect her to be rescued. 1500 years. It seems that this Clear Frost has already been rescued before she even reached this place of the Goblin One. Could it have been Big Brother's hand? Since this is the case, there is no need to travel to this Goblin clan by oneself. Gu Jingtian was just about to leave, but suddenly, he heard a voice coming again. Yo, isn't this our Kale? Who's in charge of digging up treasures? Didn't you go to offer the treasure just now? Why did you come out gray? Hey, don't talk about it. That's just an iron gourd. Nothing useful except especially hard. That gourd handle, especially like a sword hilt. I thought it was something good. Iron gourd? Ha ha ha. You're not asking for trouble yourself. The king is a favorite of shiny things. While listening to the sounds coming from a few thousand meters away, Gu Jingtian was shocked in his heart. An iron gourd? And a sword hilt? How is that description so much like that thing? No way. One doesn't run into that thing here. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian, who was just about to leave, stopped at once. Listening to the sound that was getting closer and closer, Gu Jingtian and his duo instantly scurried into another tunnel. A short while later, several goblins walked past the tunnel entrance. After the figures of these few gnomes disappeared, Gu Jingtian once again returned to the tunnels from earlier. Then, he cast his tracking technique and continued toward the depths following the path that the few people had come from. An hour passed, and Gu Jingtian and his duo had already penetrated tens of thousands of meters deep. And right at that moment, a huge cave in front of them appeared in Gu Jingtian's duo's line of sight. Looking at that huge golden throne in the distance, Gu Jingtian's heart was delighted. Then he hurriedly walked towards the middle of this cave. In the next second, the two of them were slightly stunned as they looked at the endless gold and silver treasures in this cave. The corners of Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. This Goblin King really has a low IQ. He actually likes this kind of mundane gold and silver things. If that gourd is really like what one imagines, it would be a heaven-defying existence. With this thought, Gu Jingtian's power of divine sense filled the air, but nothing out of the ordinary was found. Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. What's going on here? There's no iron gourd in this cave, as that gnome said. Either? In the next second, Gu Jingtian's mind flickered with essence. Nope. If that gourd was really something like that, one's own power of divine sense wouldn't be able to discover him. After all, that thing doesn't even belong to any level of spiritual treasures. It's simply a causal law weapon. With this thought in mind, Gu Jingtian looked at the Berserk Battle God King beside him. Quick, look around for a gourd-style thing. Despite the fact that the Berserker God King was confused, he acted immediately after hearing Gu Jingtian's words. The silhouettes of the two wandered in this cave. Nay, the area of this cave was too huge, and for a while the two of them found nothing. But just then, a voice snapped out. You two little guys, what are doing here? As the voice rang out, inside one of the passages, the Goblin King with yellow skin slowly walked out. Seeing the appearance of the Goblin King, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. Damn it! I didn't expect to be discovered by this guy. In that case, Gu Jingtian just wanted to make the first move, but he suddenly realized that this Goblin King had a gourd-style thing at his feet. Gu Jingtian was ecstatic in his heart. Like, Extraordinary likeness. I guess this thing is really that thing. And seeing that the Gu Jingtian duo did not reply, the Goblin King showed a displeased expression. Humph, the two little guys actually dared to come here. They must be trying to steal from this king. This king is in a good mood today. I don't want to kill you. Roll. Get out of here. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's heart was already filled with killing intent. The power of the laws was already permeating the body. But right at this moment, seeing that the Gu Jingtian duo was slow to leave, the Goblin King was instantly enraged. His eyes glanced over the ground and the iron gourd came into view. In the next second, the Goblin King waved his big hand, and the gourd on the ground appeared in his hand in an instant. This king told you all to get lost. Are you guys deaf? As he spoke, the Goblin King directly threw the iron gourd in his hand over. It ruthlessly smashed towards Gu Jingtian's head. Seeing this scene, Gu Jingtian was instantly ecstatic. What a way to get to the top. In the next second, Gu Jingtian's large hand reached out and directly grabbed the iron gourd in the air. The Goblin King was furious at the sight. This king hit you and you actually dare to seize it. It seems like you guys really want to die. And just then, Gu Jingtian looked at the iron gourd in his hand with an excited expression. Speak slowly. Baby, please turn around. Chapter 176 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. The Great Tao of Reincarnation. As Gu Jingtian's voice rang out, he only saw an extremely mysterious aura permeating out from above this gourd. In an instant, a bright white light flashed up. A pair of eyes glowing with white light unexpectedly appeared on top of this gourd. Without a ripple, he looked at the Goblin King in the distance. The Goblin King was instantly shocked. This is actually precious. You too, return the treasure to this king. As soon as the words fell, the Goblin King waved his hand, and the power of the laws of the earth immediately stirred. But in the next second, the sword hilt at the mouth of the gourd shot out violently. A white light flashed in the middle of this cave, instantly disappeared without a trace. And right at that moment, the vast power of the laws of the earth dissipated in smoke. The Goblin King's head rolled down above the ground. Even though it had lost any vitality, that fat face still held that angry expression. There was no reaction to the white light at all. Seeing this scene, the Berserk Battle God King on the side froze on the spot, his eyes filled with astonishment. What exactly is this gourd? It's so terrifying. This Goblin King's strength isn't as good as the Darkness God King though. But the Goblin clan is the one that cultivates the laws of the earth. And their defense is amazing. The body is strong. As a result, they were killed just like that? This baby is so scary, but it looks so ordinary. I'm afraid that the Goblin King never thought, even in his death, that he would actually die at the hands of something he had casually discarded. And at this moment, Gu Jingtian looked at the immortal beheading gourd in his hands, his eyes filled with ecstasy. I didn't expect it to actually be that magic treasure. Daoist Lu Zhu's immortal beheading gourd. The ability of this gourd can be described as heaven-defying to the extreme. As long as it is in existence under a saint, it can be killed in seconds without any suspense. Even if you're as strong as you are, you can't do anything about him. It can be called the strongest magic treasure under a saint. It's just that this magic treasure can't recognize its owner, and it listens to whoever holds it. We still need to be more careful in the future. If someone else snatches it, I'm afraid I won't be able to carry it myself. Thinking of this, Gu Jingtian hurriedly placed this gourd into his system space. He then looked at the still dazed Berserker God King on the side. Let's go! What are you waiting here for? Hearing this, the Berserker God King then reacted from the shock he had just experienced. In the next second, the figures of the two disappeared without a trace from the cave. 2 days later, the Dark Forest, the Dark Court. Under the influence of the ginseng fruit tree, the entire forest of darkness had been transformed into an earthly paradise. At this moment, under the ginseng fruit tree, two silhouettes were clearly here. It was the two sisters, Ivy and Aisha. Ivy had a worried look on her face, and tears flashed in her beautiful eyes from time to time. Seeing this, Aisha on the side gently held Ivy's palm. Sister, now that human powerhouse has gone forward to the Goblin clan, and the Goblin clan doesn't know that father has fallen, they won't kill Qingfeng. Hearing the word father, Ivy rose violently, blood coloring all over her beautiful eyes. He is not my father. I would never have a father like that. Listening to Ivy's hysterical roar, it was only then that Aisha realized she had said the wrong thing. But just then, the ginseng fruit tree behind him suddenly spoke. Don't argue. Father's back. As the ginseng tree's voice rang out, the space in front of him suddenly rippled. Ivy hurriedly looked towards the space crack. In the next second, two figures slowly walked out from within the crack. It was none other than the duo of Gu Jingtian and the Berserker God King. Seeing that only two returned, Ivy's pupils shrank, her eyes filled with sadness, and her body went limp, wanting to fall to the ground. Aisha, who was on the side, saw this and hurriedly assisted him. Seeing this, Gu Jingtian hurriedly opened his mouth. Sister-in-law, don't be sad. Qingfeng is fine. At these words, a gleam of light then flooded Ivy's bleakly beautiful eyes. The appearance of madness looked towards Gu Jingtian. Little uncle, what did you say? Qingfeng is fine. Where is she now? Gu Jingtian said in a gruff voice. Just 1500 years ago, someone rescued Qingfeng, and I've heard that it was also an immortal monarch realm powerhouse. I think it's highly likely that this is Big Brother. Hearing this, Ivy's hanging heart finally fell into her stomach. Qingfeng was rescued by someone? Could it be Ling Tian? It must be him. He definitely didn't leave the forest of darkness. He's been waiting for us. Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. That's why the most important thing for us to do now is to find Big Brother. I've decided to set sail tomorrow, through the sea of illusory stars, to the human frontier. Hearing this, Ivy said evenly. Uncle Junior is right. I'll go with you. We'll leave together. Time soon had come to the early morning of the second day. Gu Jingtian was currently standing in front of that ginseng fruit tree. Looking at the ginseng fruit tree in front of him, Gu Jingtian secretly said in his heart, according to the date, today should be the day to sign in. The reason why I waited until today to set out was also for this ginseng fruit tree. Since it is able to cultivate, one can give him a legacy. Only that this gong method is a bit low grade, at most enough to cultivate to the heavenly immortal realm. Though one can wait until one obtains the other inheritance before letting him switch cultivation, but it's too much of a waste of time. It's better to see if this signing can obtain a suitable technique for him. Just as Gu Jingtian was thinking about it, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. The 7-day cooldown has expired. Signing in for the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the premium reward, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique was a supreme codex that led straight to the half-saint realm. It is a major cultivation of the Great Tao of Reincarnation. It was one of the 3000 Great Tao. Cultivate to the extreme. You can reverse the cycle of reincarnation and control the power of reincarnation. Listening to the voice in his head, Gu Jingtian's mouth twitched. I really thought I was a European emperor, but I didn't expect to be a non-celebrity. The feats were given, but they weren't the law of eternal life and the law of life, but the power of reincarnation. Forget it, but the level of this technique is also much stronger than your own immortal eternal spring technique. Let's just teach this gong method to the little guy first. Perhaps he can cultivate to a profound realm. It's not yet known. With this in mind, Gu Jingtian looked at the ginseng fruit tree in front of him and said, Little Changsheng, I'll give you a set of techniques, so you can cultivate well here. Wait for me to come back. I'll come back to see you again after you've advanced in your cultivation. Hearing this ginseng tree's voice resounded in Gu Jingtian's mind. Father is leaving. No, little Changsheng wants to go with father too. The voice was full of dismay. Gu Jingtian let out a light laugh. You can't leave here yet. I'll come get you when you can. Hearing this, little elderberry agreed helplessly. Chapter 171 Heavenly Dan Pavilion. Hua Yuan. Meanwhile, within a palace not far away, there were 2 figures. It was the 2 sisters, Ivy and Aisha. Looking at Ivy in front of her, Aisha's beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. Sister, have you really made up your mind? Ivy's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Sister, I'm going to look for him no matter what, even if he's gone, but if I don't go, I'll live in remorse for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Aisha nodded helplessly. In that case, then take care of yourself along the way. I'll be waiting for you here forever. This will always be your home. While hearing Aisha's words, Ivy's beautiful eyes flashed with a complex look, scrutinizing Aisha in front of her. Sister, have you ever thought that you can actually have a love of your own? Instead of being like a birthing machine, not feeling what love is for the rest of your life. Hearing Ivy's words, ripples rose in Aisha's beautiful eyes. In the next second, Aisha looked at her sister in front of her with a puzzled face. Sister, can you tell me what love is? What is it to love someone? Hearing this, Ivy's pretty face was filled with a soft smile above. Love someone, when you meet him, no matter how many hardships and difficulties are ahead, but as long as the thought of being able to be with him, then all you have the courage to face. Sister, when you meet someone you like, every cell in your body tells you that you like them. Hearing this, Aisha's beautiful eyes rippled. Maybe. Hearing Aisha's words, Ivy hastily widened her eyes. Maybe what? Maybe I'll never meet that one person. At these words, the corners of Ivy's mouth jerked. Sister, how can you possibly meet your favorite person if you stay in this dark night forest forever? All love stems from a beginning, and it only takes someone brave enough to take the first step for everything to follow. Actually, I think there is someone who is quite suitable for you. Sister. Hearing this, Aisha froze slightly. What man? Ivy guffawed. Sister, it all depends on whether you want to kiss me or not. Hearing this, Aisha's expression was stunned. You mean, You're going to let me go with you to find Gu Ling Tian as well, and then I'll be with him as well, and we'll still be sisters. At these words, Ivy's mouth twitched. Got it, sister. You're still single. Alright, sister. When I find Ling Tian, I will definitely come back. At that time, I'll also bring back Surprise Sky, and our family can be reunited. Hearing this, Aisha nodded plausibly. Half an hour passed. With a ripple in the void, the three figures disappeared from the forest of darkness. In the meantime, Sea of Illusory Stars, Tianhan Island. Tianhan Island was the closest island to Kuaishing Island. There are also millions of people on this island. And at this moment in the sky Rainbow Island, above a street, there was a store situated right here. Above the plaque were three large words, Heavenly Dan Pavilion. And in front of the store stood a gentle figure. If Zhang Xian were here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this person was none other than his disciple in the lower realms, Hua Yuan. Nowadays, Hua Yuan's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the immortal monarch realm as well. After all, Hua Yuan's physique was too terrifying, breaking through two major realms in a row on the occasion of his ascension, directly breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm, and having just arrived in the middle of this Kuaishing Island for 100 years, his cultivation had once again broken through and had already reached the immortal monarch realm. The immortal monarch realm, in any part of the immortal realm, had already stepped into the realm of the powerful. After all, an existence at the immortal king realm was already a patriarch, sect leader, or either an elder among the major powers. And at this moment, Hua Yuan had been in this heavenly Rainbow Island for 20 years, and this heavenly Dan Pavilion had been open for 15 years. Whether it was Hua Yuan's cultivation or Hua Yuan's character, all of them made him quite famous amongst this heavenly Rainbow Island. He was even given the title of the immortal monarch of Jezebel. A handful of alchemy techniques could be said to be the best in the entire Sky Rainbow Island, but at that moment, a figure violently appeared in front of Hua Yuan. Immortal aura filled the air above his body, and he was obviously also an immortal monarch realm powerhouse. Seeing the visitor appear, Hua Yuan slightly arched his hand. Immortal Emperor Qingfeng, goodbye. This immortal Emperor Qingfeng had a kind face. Thanks to that one elixir of yours, old brother. Now my dark injuries from the laws have been healed. Hearing this, Hua Yuan smiled in relief. In that case, that is excellent. I wonder what Immortal Emperor Qingfeng came here for today. Hearing this, Immortal Emperor Qingfeng bristled. Older brother, you're good at everything, but you're just too raw. Why? There's nothing to do but come and hang out at your place. Hua Yuan smiled lightly and shook his head. Immortal Monarch Qingfeng, you've always been a man of no consequence. Today I see your law power leaping. There should be a happy event on the horizon. Hearing this, Immortal Monarch Qingfeng glanced at Hua Yuan, filled with astonishment. Elder brother Hua, it's just that you're great at alchemy. Why do you also know the art of peripatetic deduction? I'm so convinced that you can't hide anything from me. Indeed, I really have something good to come to you with this visit. Hua Yuan still had an amicable smile on his face. Say it. Immortal Emperor Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Oh old brother, have you ever heard of Kuaishing Island? Hua Yuan nodded slightly. I've naturally heard of the Illusory Star Sea's #1 island, Kuaishing Island, where Immortal King Kuei Do is located. Immortal Emperor Qingfeng nodded heavily. That's good to know, older brother. Let me tell you, this Kuaishing Island is recently recruiting disciples. With your alchemy skills, old brother, if you want to join this Kuaishing Island, it's not a nail in the coffin. It's not possible to be favored by Immortal King Kuei Do and be accepted as a close disciple. That way breaking through the Immortal King realm isn't impossible. However, when he heard this, Hua Yuan still shook his head. The matter of worshipping a master is impossible. I already have a master. Hearing this, Immortal Monarch Qingfeng was astonished. Ah, old brother, you have a master. To be able to teach a disciple like you, this master of yours must be of great renown. Don't look at my old brother. I don't have a great cultivation level, but I'm nicknamed the Know-It-All. Maybe I've actually heard of your master's name? Hearing this, Hua Yuan let out a light laugh. I don't know if my master has ascended nowadays, and it's even more unlikely that you know his name, old brother. Hearing this, the corner of Immortal Emperor Qingfeng's mouth twitched. So it's your master in the lower world, old brother. That's unnecessary. In the path of cultivation, who doesn't have a few masters already? The lower realms don't count. Now that you've ascended, it's time for you to find a new master. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hua Yuan in front of him shook his head violently. I, Hua Yuan, will always have only one master. Chapter 172, Who is your master? Looking at Hua Yuan's determined expression, Immortal Emperor Qingfeng helplessly waved his hand. Alright, I kind of know this temper of yours, old brother. It's fine if you don't worship the master. This Kuaishing Island can be bigger than Tianhan Island. If old brother likes to hang around and help the world, this Kuwaishing Island is also more suitable. Hearing this, Hua Yuan hesitated slightly. Good then, I'll depart at once. Time turned to 3 days later. Nowadays, Kuwaishing Island had already withdrawn its island protection array. After all, the biggest threats, the true martial Dao sect and the Behemoth Empire, were no longer a threat. Within that huge manor in the center of Kuwaishing Island, the figure of the Kuwei-Do Immortal King clearly appeared at this place. A subtle power of the extreme Yin laws emanated from his body. The Kuwei-Do Immortal King's face was filled with excitement. Finally, this Xian snake inheritance has been refined successfully. Where exactly did this Gu Jingtian emerge from? His strength is so terrifying. Whatever. One has been developing obscenely for hundreds of thousands of years. It's time to make a wave. From now on, this Immortal King will follow this Gu Jingtian. And at that moment, only a figure was seen shooting towards this place. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Immortal King Kuwei-Do. It was none other than the descendant of that Kuwei-Do Immortal King. Xingyu looked at the Kuwei-Do Immortal King in front of him. His eyes were filled with respect. Immortal King Kuwei-Do opened his mouth. Oh Xingyu, the old ancestor has released you from the Xian Sword Mountain marriage. Do you have any grievances in your heart? Hearing this, Xingyu shook his head, his eyes filled with a wise gaze. Enlightened old ancestor, Xingyu already knows that a melon twisted by force is not sweet. Besides, this matter was decided by Senior Gu, who has a high level of cultivation. Xingyu doesn't have any reluctance. Hearing this, the Kuwei-Do Immortal King nodded his head full of relief. The most important thing for a person to do in this heaven and earth is to cultivate, and only by reaching a high level of cultivation. Living with the world is what we should pursue. Sons and daughters are but a small part of it. While it is important to experience it as well, it is not to be taken as such. Hearing this, Xingyu nodded in a hurry, and in the next second, Immortal King Kuwei-Do couldn't help but speak. Xingyu, how have you already done the things that the old ancestor explained to you? Hearing this, Xingyu's face straightened. Greetings, old ancestor. I've already informed all the islands under the control of our Kuwaishing Island and asked them to add any strong individuals above the heavenly immortal realm or immortal kings with special talents among the islands to the Kuwaishing Island. Right now there are already 18 immortal kings. More than 3,000 peaks of the heavenly immortal realm came to the top of the Kuwaishing Island. Hearing this, Immortal King Kuwei-Do nodded in satisfaction. Although I don't know exactly what that Senior Gu is about, I can clearly, he definitely won't stop there. Huddling in such a small place like the illusory Star Sea will most likely open up the borders in the future. Our Kuwaishing Island must hold on to this big leg. Only then will we be able to become a superpower amongst this last session. Hearing this, Xingyu nodded and then spoke. Enlightening old ancestor, I have recently learned that there is an immortal monarch realm powerhouse on top of this heavenly rainbow island. Although he has never made a move, his handful of alchemy techniques are truly wonderful. It can be considered famous on this heavenly rainbow island. Hearing this, Immortal King Kuwei-Do raised an eyebrow. Oh, there's still this kind of thing. Alchemy is extremely important. If one has an existence with a high level of alchemy, it can provide great convenience to the people in the force. Since that's the case, you should personally go and invite this immortal monarch powerhouse. Hearing this, Xingyu then turned around and left. And at this moment, a figure appeared on top of Kuwaishing Island. It was Hua Yuan, who had arrived from Sky Rainbow Island. Looking at such a huge island in front of him, Hua Yuan's eyes flashed with essence. One has already ascended to the upper realm for a full 100 years. I wonder if Master has already ascended to the upper realm. This Kuwaishing Island is also considered a great power in this illusory Star Sea. So perhaps by coming here, one can learn the news of his master more quickly. With this thought, Hua Yuan landed on top of the Kuwaishing Island below. Seeing Hua Yuan exuding a subtle aura, this disciple guarding the entrance hurriedly said respectfully, "This senior, I don't know what I came to Kuwaishing Island for." Ah. Hearing this, Hua Yuan responded in a stony voice. I am the immortal monarch of Jishur from above the heavenly rainbow island. I came here this time because I heard that the Kuwaishing Island is recruiting disciples widely. Hearing the words immortal monarch, several disciples showed awe. Senior, wait a moment. We'll inform the young island master that the young island master is in charge of this matter. Hua Yuan then nodded. After half an hour had passed, a stream of light was seen shooting from the distant sky, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Hua Yuan. It was certainly Starry Night, who had rushed from the middle of that manor, only to see Xingyu's face filled with excitement. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "The great name of immortal monarch Jishur. I have heard about it long ago. I had planned to go to Sky Rainbow Island to invite you, immortal monarch Jishur, to join our Kuwaishing Island. I really didn't expect you to actually arrive in person. This is really wonderful. Just now, I also said your name, sir, to my ancestor, Immortal King Kuei Do. Come, sir, quickly follow me to meet my family's ancestor. Hearing this, Hua Yuan then nodded. Soon, the figures of the two had arrived in the middle of this huge manor. Looking at the star who had just left and brought one person back, the face of Immortal King Kuei Do was also filled with a puzzled look. However, before the Kuei Do Immortal King could say anything, Xingyu hurriedly smiled and said, Old ancestor, this one beside me is the immortal monarch of Jishur that I just told you about. Never would I have thought that before I even went to Sky Rainbow Island, immortal monarch Jishur had already come to our Kueishing Island. Hearing this, the Kuei Do Immortal King then sized up Hua Yuan who was on the side. However, in the next second, the Kuei Do Immortal King froze on the spot, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the next second, the slightly trembling voice of the Kuei Do Immortal King rang out. May I ask how many years you have now passed? Hearing this, Hua Yuan responded in an unassuming manner. Together with the 100 years of ascension to the upper realm, the latecomer is also 125 years old. When these words came out, the two Kuei Do Immortal Kings in front of them immediately froze in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? 125 years old? Immortal Monarch Realm? How is this possible? You're still from the lower realms. Even the fastest person to cultivate to the Immortal Monarch Realm in the upper realm took a full 1,000 years. Looking at Hua Yuan in front of him, Kuei Do Immortal King's eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. This seed is willing to accept you as a close disciple and teach you the laws of breaking through the Immortal King realm. Are you willing? In the next second, however, Hua Yuan shook his head without hesitation. No, I already have a mentor. Chapter 173, Meeting Again in the Upper Realm, the land of the beginning of the Yuan dynasty. Hearing this, Immortal King Kuei Do frowned. Oh, you have a teacher? I don't know what your teacher's name is? Hua Yuan said without humbling himself. My master was from the lower realms and should perhaps have ascended by now. I also came down to this Kueishing Island to inquire if there is any news of my esteemed master. Hearing this, the Kuei Do Immortal King's expression remained the same, but his heart was flooded with endless killing opportunities. This kid's master has only just ascended, and his cultivation is estimated to be at the Earth Immortal Realm. Where do such mole crickets have a master who is a proud son of this kind of heaven? If this king learns of this, there will be no need for him to exist. With this thought in mind, Immortal King Kuei Do showed a kindly expression on his face. Oh, in that case, I wonder your master's name? If this immortal king knew about it, he would definitely reunite your master and disciple and join the Kueishing Island together. Hearing this, Hua Yuan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Senior here thanks senior in advance. My master's name, Gu Jingtian. As the three words Gu Jingtian came out of Hua Yuan's mouth, Immortal King Kuei Do as well as the two of them, Xingyu, instantly froze on the spot. His eyes were glazed over with a dumbfounded look on his face. A brainstorm instantly exploded in the duo's minds. What? Gu Jingtian? Did we hear it wrong? Gu Jingtian. This kid is actually Senior Gu's disciple. This king actually wanted to kill this kid's master just now. No wonder this kid is so demonic, cultivating to the immortal monarch realm in over 100 years. So he's Senior Gu's disciple. Looking at the strange expressions of Immortal King Kuei Do and Xingyu, Hua Yuan had a puzzled look on his face. Couldn't help but ask, why do you two have such expressions? Could it be that you two know the whereabouts of my master? Hearing this, the smile on the Kuei-Do Immortal King's face gradually became flattering. So it's Elder Gu's disciple. This king really has eyes to see. Just a few days ago, this Kueishing Island has submitted to Elder Gu. Your nephew is so lucky. To be here is to be home. No need to be formal. Hearing this, Hua Yuan was ecstatic in his heart. What? Master actually came to this Phantom Star Sea as well and took Kueishing Island under his wing? Seeing how this Kuei Do Immortal King has such a fawning expression, I think he must be in fear of Master. Originally, I thought it was already unthinkable for me to break through the immortal monarch realm after ascending for 100 years. I didn't realize that Master was actually able to take in the Kuei Do Immortal King, so he must have already broken through to the Immortal King realm. Sure enough, Master is still Master. In the next second, the excited Hua Yuan hurriedly opened his mouth. Dare I ask Senior Immortal King, where is my master now? Upon hearing this, the Kuei Do Immortal King was just about to open his mouth. A disembodied voice suddenly came from the void. Here is the master. Hearing that familiar voice, Hua Yuan's body suddenly trembled, and a pair of starry eyes were filled with flashes of tears. Hurriedly, he looked toward the heights. In the next second, only ripples were seen in the void. Three figures slowly appeared in the void. It was none other than Gu Jingtian, the Berserk Battle God King, and the three of them, Ivy. Looking at the handsome and unassuming Gu Jingtian, Hua Yuan hurriedly fell to his knees. Apprentice Hua Yuan pays his respects to Master. A hint of surprise also rose in Gu Jingtian's eyes. I didn't expect that I would actually run into an old friend so quickly. Or this little guy Hua Yuan. In the next second, Gu Jingtian waved his big hand. A mysterious force lifted Hua Yuan up. Gu Jingtian's figure floated down. With a smile on his face, he looked at Hua Yuan in front of him. Immortal Monarch Realm. Ha! Very good. Breaking through the Immortal Monarch Realm in over 100 years is not a disgrace to my master. Hearing this, a pair of eyes of the Berserker God King on the side glared round in an instant. Even Ivy, who was on the sidelines, had a look of amazement. What? A breakthrough to the Immortal Monarch Realm in over 100 years? How is this possible? How could such a terrifying demon exist? Even that supreme celestial pride of the celestial race? The one who was now honored as one of the three exalted ones, took a full 500 years to cultivate to the Immortal Monarch Realm. This master and disciple are just too terrifying, aren't they? One ascended to the Immortal King Realm, and the other cultivated to the Immortal Monarch Realm in just over 100 years. After the excitement, Hua Yuan also became calm, once again resuming that look of honor and disgrace. Immortal King Kuei Do arrived in front of Gu Jingtian with a smile on his face. Elder Gu, how was it? Did you find it? Your brother's blessed people have their own heavenly blessings. Even if they can't find it now, they will surely find it later. Looking at the Kuei Do Immortal King in front of him, Gu Jingtian raised his eyebrows lightly. In order to be able to save his sister-in-law, Big Brother will definitely try to raise his cultivation by all means. This Kuei Do Immortal King has been in the upper realm for hundreds of thousands of years, so he should have some understanding of the upper realm. So why don't we ask him? Gu Jingtian then spoke. Kuei Do you know of any places in this upper realm where you can quickly ascend to break through the Immortal King realm? Hearing this, the Kuei Do Immortal King showed a thoughtful expression. The next second, a respectful response. Elder Gu, this king really does know a place. If you want to break through to the Immortal King realm, the most important thing is to obtain an ancient inheritance. And most of the ancient inheritances appeared in the land of the beginning of the elements. Back then, I also traveled to the land of the beginning of the elements, which is how I obtained the inheritance and broke through to the Immortal King realm. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. The land of the beginning of the elements? Where is this land of the beginning of the elements? Immortal King Kuei Do continued. This Yuanshu land doesn't have an exact location, but rather appears once every 10,000 years. Coincidentally, there's only a year left before this appearance of the Yuanshu land. But, Gu Jingtian frowned lightly. But what? The Kuei Do Immortal King sighed lightly. It's a pity that you need a quota if you want to enter this Yuanshu land. And these quotas are generally controlled among those top forces. Unless the power one is in reaches a certain size, one can qualify for entry. Back then, this king also joined a major power and used up hundreds of thousands of years of savings. Only then did he gain the qualifications to enter. Hearing this, a hint of thought flashed across Gu Jingtian's eyes. What level of power is required to obtain the qualification to enter the Yuanshu land? The Kuei Do Immortal King was slightly stunned. Not only was it the Kuei Do Immortal King, but even the crowd on the side also had astonished looks on their faces. It's not right, is it? Elder Gu should have asked which those forces were. With Senior Gu's strength, it's still no problem to want to join these great powers. That way it's also simpler to want to enter this Yuanshu land. But with Elder Gu asking such questions, could it be that he wants to create a power? That's impossible. Which of the forces that possess the ability to enter the Yuanshu land has not been inherited for millions of years? However, looking at Gu Jingtian's serious eyes, Immortal King Kuei Do could only speak. Chapter 174, Divine I Heavenly King. Danger is coming. In the entire upper realm, the only forces that can possess the ability to go to the Yuanshu land, besides the 3 and 4 emperors, and the forces that the 18 heavenly kings are in, are the Physical Cultivation Alliance, as well as the Dandao Alliance, and the Formation Alliance. If anything, there are only 2 conditions that need to be met in order to have this qualification. One is to have 10 Immortal King realm powerhouses amongst your strength, and the second is to challenge the 3-4 emperors, any of the 18 heavenly kings, and just get their approval. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian nodded slightly. With one's strength, challenging a heavenly king is easy, and the only difficulty is that it requires 10 Immortal King realm powerhouses, and nowadays, under one's command, even if one adds an AI Wei, who has yet to recover, there are only 4 Immortal King realms. It will still take a year until this Yuanshu land opens. Just as well, let's just see if the system is powerful enough to figure out how to raise 6 Immortal King realms in a year's time. With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian then said in a condensed voice, "Okay, that's all for now on this matter. We'll talk about it later." Soon, under Gu Jingtian's arrangements, Ivy also temporarily stayed on Kueishing Island. The sun set and the moon rose, and the time had soon come to night. The duo of Gu Jingtian and Hua Yuan sat cross-legged. Under the bright moonlight, The master and disciple raised their glasses and drank. Looking at Hua Yuan in front of him, Gu Jingtian couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Hua Yuan, have you met anyone else since you ascended? Hua Yuan slowly drank the wine in his cup. Master, back then, when you left the Nine Dragons' heavenly palace, all of those people had already ascended except for the heavenly treasure building master, but other than the heavenly flame supreme, everyone else has ascended to other realms. I have also searched for the whereabouts of the heavenly flame supreme, but unfortunately I have found nothing. With that said, Hua Yuan once again filled his own wineglass, swallowing it in one mouthful. He couldn't help but have some lost color in his eyes. Although Gu Jingtian was his master and had also taught him supreme techniques, for Gu Jingtian, Hua Yuan was extremely respectful, but after all, the two had spent less time together. Instead, the heavenly flame supreme had spent decades with Hua Yuan. The emotions between the two are quite close. Gu Jingtian had obviously sensed Hua Yuan's emotions as well. Well, don't be in a hurry. Nowadays it's still relatively stable in this upper realm. Supreme Flame of Heaven is also someone who has died once. I'm sure he's extremely stable in the world, so I'll definitely be able to meet him in the future. Hearing this, Hua Yuan nodded. But in the next second, Hua Yuan looked at Gu Jingtian in front of him. Senior, now that Senior Mother has ascended, it's just that she should have gone to the demon realm. My disciple does happen to know news about traveling to other interfaces. Hearing this, the wineglass Gu Jingtian picked up stalled in midair. A pair of starry eyes stared deathly at Hua Yuan in front of her. What? You know how to get to the other realms? Hua Yuan responded in a hurry. Master, I don't know about this method of traveling to other realms, but I do know that this method is in the hands of the 3-4 emperors. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian raised an eyebrow. The wine in his hand was drunk in one go. It seems that Master will also have to find an opportunity to meet the 3-4 emperors in this upper realm. In the next second, Gu Jingtian surveyed Hua Yuan in front of him. The mind was secretly calculating. The gong method that I left for Hua Yuan was at most able to cultivate to the heavenly immortal realm, but this kid has now broken through to the immortal monarch realm. Can't it be that this kid has other strange encounters? With that thought in mind, Gu Jingtian softly inquired. Brat Hua, what technique are you practicing now? Hua Yuan had an unperturbed look on his face. Enlightened Master, the technique you taught is capable of reaching the heavenly immortal realm when cultivated to the extreme. After arriving at the heavenly immortal realm, my disciple began to study his own Tao, and now he has achieved a small amount of success, having cultivated to the immortal monarch realm. Hearing this, Gu Jingtian's heart was startled and he couldn't help but add a few more threads of marvel in his gaze towards Hua Yuan. It is indeed worthy of being called the strongest divine body, the Daoi divine body, which is the favorite of the heavenly Tao. I didn't expect that this Hua Yuan would actually follow the same path of creating his own gong methods as himself. Gu Jingtian nodded in satisfaction. You have chosen the right path. If you only follow the path left by your predecessors, wouldn't you never be able to surpass them? Hua Yuan nodded slightly and the two of them continued to raise their glasses and drink. Meanwhile, hundreds of millions of miles away from this place, the northern lands, the place where the true martial Tao sect is located. Nowadays, the true martial Tao sect had already ceased to exist with the fall of the two immortal kings of Turtle and Snake. However, the spiritual chi of this place was extremely abundant, and soon after the destruction of the true martial Tao sect, another party had already occupied this place. In just a few short months, a magnificent giant city had already been constructed in this place. Only on top of this majestic giant city, there were 3 big words engraved, Heavenly Thunder City. And at this moment, in the sky above Heavenly Thunder City, a figure had clearly appeared at this place. One could only see that this person was wearing a long Shinjin robe, emitting a golden radiance all over his body, just like a god of war. As the figure appeared, the space in front of him violently rippled. A figure wearing a purple robe and covered in flashes of purple thunder appeared at this place. It was none other than the city lord of this Heavenly Thunder City, the Heavenly Thunder Immortal King. However, when the Heavenly Thunder Immortal King saw the costume of the man in front of him, a fawning smile instantly appeared on his face. Heavenly Thunder City, Lei Jin, meet the Heavenly King's messenger. This sudden appearance at this place was actually a messenger under the 18 Heavenly Kings. The Heavenly King emissary's brow furrowed lightly, and golden light flickered in his eyes. Isn't this place the true martial Tao sect's residence? How did it become your Heavenly Thunder City now? Hearing this, the Heavenly Thunder Immortal King's body shook as he hurriedly explained. Enlightened messenger, this true martial Tao sect has been destroyed, but it has nothing to do with my Sky Thunder City. Hearing this Heavenly King's messenger crossed his eyebrows. Oh, it has nothing to do with your Heavenly Thunder City. Then who was the one who overthrew the true martial Tao sect? The Heavenly Thunder Immortal King spoke in a hurry. I heard that it was the Kashing Island in the Sea of Illusory Stars that struck. This Kuei Xing Island's island master, immortal King Kuei Do, is as timid as a mouse, and would not have been a match for the two immortal kings of turtle and snake. But recently, on top of this Kuei Xing Island, there seems to be two more immortal king realm powerhouses, and one of them seems to be a behemoth among the humanoid races. When these words came out, the heavenly king's emissary in front of him frowned. The god king of the behemoth clan. Humph, this Kuei Do immortal king is also really bold, daring to collude with the behemoth clan. I've come this time to convey the decree of the divine I heavenly king that in the future, the forces in the middle of this region will not be allowed to have any dealings with the humanoid race, since the true martial Dao sect has already perished. Then this messenger will go to Kuei Xing Island first. The real powerhouse in the upper world is about to show his face. This book is finished. Big finish.